Zhang Jing, recently heartbroken by his materialistic girlfriend, arrived in the United States with a treasure hunting system. Deep beneath the ground lie ancient coins and precious antiques submerged in park waters, treasures and relics that others have sought in vain, all of which now reveal themselves before him. While collecting treasures, he encounters a diverse array of individuals: a bankrupt tennis star, a film icon with aspirations of becoming a butler, a cleaning prodigy who is also a gifted singer, a champion boxer overshadowed by his weight, and a brilliant student who has lost his parents. Thus begins Zhang Jing's global treasure hunting journey, commencing in the beautiful country. Chapter 1. In the beautiful country, the fiery veterinarian. At the end of August, in Seattle, on Aurora Avenue, at the entrance of the State Technical College, a flurry of vehicles and students marks the beginning of a new academic year. Zhang Jing stands amidst the crowd, his senses overwhelmed by the kaleidoscope of skin tones: black, white, yellow, and brown. He notices that many young women are dressed in revealing attire, with crop tops and shorts that barely conceal their figures. As he stands in a daze, a bold and fiery brunette approaches him, asking, "Hello, do you need assistance?" Zhang Jing, a standard citizen of the Dragon Kingdom and a newcomer to the United States for just 2 weeks, struggles to respond. Having spent the last 2 years laboring in the Gobi Desert, he was accustomed to a life dedicated to treasure hunting, aided by his golden finger, a device akin to a metal detector that reveals metals within a 2-meter radius. Initially, he scoured his hometown, believing he would uncover ancient coins and rare metals, only to unearth a trove of worthless scrap and common coins. In search of greater fortunes, he ventured to the western frontier, where vast, undeveloped lands and high latitudes promised the discovery of meteorites. Indeed, the largest meteorites were found in the region, and with his diligence and golden finger, he uncovered numerous valuable items over 2 years, earning a modest fortune. However, his girlfriend deemed it insufficient and left him for a wealthier suitor. Disheartened, Zhang Jing took a train away from the western frontier, settling in a random city and finding a modest hotel. Faced with uncertainty about his future, he recalled his childhood. His parents divorced when he was 5, leaving him an orphan. After recently losing his grandfather, he felt adrift in a strange city, unable to return home or find belonging. In his cramped hotel room, after much contemplation and external influence, he resolved to try his luck in the United States. He had heard tales of a golden river in Alaska, the elusive Edward treasure, and the fabled war goddess resting in the Florida Straits. More importantly, he had heard that the horses here were breathtakingly beautiful. "Hello." The fiery woman waved her hand in front of him, snapping him back to reality. Zhang Jing retrieved his phone and used a translation app to respond, "I am a new student. What's your major? I can take you to find your professor." He came to the United States with the intention of treasure hunting, and his visa was arranged by a roadside agency, which provided him with a student visa to extend his stay. However, he was unaware of the details, as the agency filled out the application for him, and he discovered that he had enrolled in a brewing program. With no expectations, he felt no disappointment. Any technical field would suffice, as he merely sought to prolong his stay. Understanding his situation, the girl guided him through the college gates, flanked by majestic maple trees. "My name is Ruth," a rather cliché name, she said as they walked through the campus. "I'm studying veterinary medicine, aspiring to be a rural veterinarian, much like Jimmy Hall." Zhang Jing was taken aback. This bold, fiery girl idolized Jimmy Hall, a character he recognized from a television series. Hall, a man of humble beginnings who served as a veterinarian in the countryside, had written later in life and received accolades for his work. Ruth, sensing his thoughts, nonchalantly remarked, "Everyone has their dreams, as long as I can graduate." Zhang Jing nodded in acknowledgement, observing her struggle reflected in her worn clothing and heavy eyelids. They walked past a vine-covered path to a 2-story classroom building. "This is the preparatory class," Ruth explained. "As an international student, you have a year of language studies. Best of luck." "Thank you, and good luck to you too." Just then, he produced a $10 bill, which Ruth accepted. Whether to give a tip was not Zhang Jing's decision. It was customary to offer gratuity in such situations. He watched Ruth's alluring figure disappear behind the grapevines, realizing he had truly arrived in a foreign land. Chapter 2. Defending Reputation. In front of the 2-story classroom building, a steady stream of people passed by. Zhang Jing approached a maturely dressed woman, saying, "Hello, classmate. My name is Zhang Jing, a new student in the preparatory class. Whom should I report to?" The woman, around 26 or 27, with flowing black hair and a commanding presence, opened her list and said, "Zhang Jing, Im Gusk, your teacher." You're in preparatory class too, just next door? Ah, so you're the teacher, Zhang Jing flattered. You look so young I thought you were a fellow student. Gus pointed to the second classroom on the left. Thank you for the compliment, that's your classroom. He'll join you shortly. Upon entering the classroom, which accommodated about 23 to 24 students of various ethnic backgrounds, Zhang Jing felt as if he were in a miniature United Nations. As he scanned the room, he noticed everyone was also observing him. The fourth and fifth rows were nearly filled, as most students preferred not to sit in the front. Zhang Jing chose a seat in the third row. A boy to his left greeted him, speaking in what sounded like Japanese, leaving Zhang Jing utterly bewildered. Realizing their language barrier, the boy smiled, easing the awkwardness. Hello, classmate, a girl on his right chimed in. Emelina Svitolina. Do you speak Mandarin? Zhang Jing was taken aback. She appeared to be Eastern European, yet spoke Mandarin fluently. I studied in the Dragon Kingdom, Alina explained. After returning home, I encountered war and became a refugee. Feeling a moment of sympathy for Alina, he offered a fist bump. Zhang Jing, pleased to meet you. Alina smiled and reciprocated the gesture. I could see this moment. A new student entered the classroom, a young Eastern European man, appearing rather intimidating. In his 20s, he scanned the room briefly before approaching Zhang Jing. The language was incomprehensible, and his gestures indicated that Zhang Jing should change seats, his demeanor exuding arrogance. All eyes turned toward Zhang Jing. Trouble had descended upon him unexpectedly. What was he to do in such a predicament? With 2 years of treasure hunting experience behind him, he had faced both setbacks and triumphs, endured bullying, and even bullied others. He understood the necessity of standing up to protect his property and reputation. Fighting was not to be feared, weakness was the true terror. Zhang Jing rose, and amidst the mocking expressions of the Eastern European, he seized a metal chair and brought it crashing down upon the assailant's back. Bang! Caught off guard by the sudden blow, the Eastern European stumbled forward, attempting to rise. Having fought before, Zhang Jing knew he could not afford to give his opponent the chance to recover. He stepped forward and struck again, the chair bending under the force of the blows. He continued until the Eastern European could no longer rise, his back covered in injuries, lying motionless. Under the horrified gaze of onlookers, Zhang Jing took out his phone and dialed, "Ding, I've had an altercation in the classroom at the State Technical Institute. Please help me find a good lawyer. Do not worry about the cost, just get me out of here." "Are you injured?" Ding inquired with concern on the other end. "No, but the other party likely needs to go to the hospital." "Good to hear. Don't panic or worry, I happen to have a lawyer's contact. They will arrive shortly." This was reassuring. As if speaking from experience, Ding continued, "Please step outside the classroom and wait for the police and ambulance. When you see the police, do not resist, keep your hands out of your pockets." Taking note of the advice, Zhang Jing hung up just as their teacher, Gus, walked in, her expression one of utter disbelief at the scene before her. 3 to 4 minutes later, campus security arrived. Zhang Jing, having already put his phone down, spread his arms wide and laid down on the ground, surrendering. The police were taken aback, remarking upon his apparent familiarity with the routine. Soon after, an ambulance arrived, and the injured man was lifted onto a stretcher, while Zhang Jing was escorted to the campus police station. "Why did you hit him?" A Latino officer questioned Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing, unable to comprehend, remained silent, his hands still locked behind his back. After a few fruitless inquiries, the Latino officer fetched an Asian middle-aged officer who sat across from Zhang Jing and asked in Mandarin, "From the Dragon Kingdom?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Why did you fight?" "It was not a fight," Zhang Jing clarified. "It was self-defense." The Asian officer chuckled. "You seem quite experienced." Zhang Jing chose silence, biding his time. "What are you waiting for?" The Asian officer pressed. "A lawyer." The Asian officer scrutinized Zhang Jing, momentarily doubting his ability to afford a lawyer. Just then, the renowned Chinese lawyer from Seattle, Shun Mingming, confidently entered, briefcase in hand. "Mr. Zhang Jing, I presume?" Shun Mingming inquired directly. "That's me." With an air of confidence, Shun Mingming addressed the Asian officer clearly. "My assistant has already visited the classroom, and the details of the incident have been investigated. Mr. Zhang acted in self-defense. My team has already applied for his bail. Additionally, we are preparing to sue the other party for instigating trouble. In the next 2 hours, please treat my client kindly, as he will be leaving here before noon." Chapter 3. Is there any wrong with beverages? As the sun reappeared, Zhang Jing marveled had indeed left the police station within 2 hours. The cost was merely $40,000 in bail. Most importantly, he wouldn't even have to compensate the injured party. This bail would be returned after the case concluded. The lawyer's fee was a bit steep, amounting to $8,000. Considering he wouldn't have to serve time, or pay damages, or cover medical expenses, the $8,000 seemed worthwhile. Upon exiting the police station, Zhang Jing immediately spotted a familiar face. Ding Jiechi was dressed in a beige pleated dress, her long hair casually tied back with a ribbon. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 110 pounds, her face bore a hint of softness not particularly beautiful, yet not unattractive either. A southerner, she had previously attended Shijian University. A year and a half ago, Zhang Jing had met her on the circular train line in Shijian. Having ventured abroad for the first time, Zhang Jing had chosen not to go to New York or the heavily populated Chinese areas of Los Angeles. For Ding Jiechi was in Seattle, providing him with a sense of comfort and familiarity. "Brother Zhang, are you all right?" Ding Jiechi approached with genuine concern. "I'm fine," Zhang Jing replied, basking in the sunlight. "Let me treat you to a meal. Your lawyer is excellent." Ding Jiechi suggested, "Let's go to the cafeteria." Having been in the United States for 15 days, this was Zhang Jing's first official reporting day, and as he had merely been concerned with visa matters, he had not bothered to find out where the cafeteria was located. After several inquiries, he finally discovered the cafeteria behind one of the academic buildings. During lunch hour, the cafeteria was bustling with noise. The spacious dining hall could accommodate 300 to 400 diners, predominantly populated by Caucasians, followed by African Americans, then Latinos, with Asians in the fourth position. Students queued past a self-service food display, selecting their meals. The meal trays featured 5 compartments, allowing for a selection of 5 items. The offerings were categorized into 5 types. The first included hot lunches such as hot dogs, pizzas, quesadillas, macaroni and cheese, various sandwiches, and beans. The second category consisted of vegetables, both raw and cooked, or prepared as salads. The third included fruits, either fresh or canned. The fourth category featured beverages, such as bottled water, milk, or juice. Students could choose 5 items according to their preferences, all for a fixed price of less than $4, payable in cash or by card. While searching for a seat, Zhang Jing spotted Irina and sat down across from her. Irina was eating, her large eyes widening in surprise at Zhang Jing's quick emergence. She then glanced at Ding Jiechi, momentarily taken aback by the girl's elegant demeanor. "Irina," Zhang Jing introduced, "this is Ding Jiechi." "Hello, Ding," Irina smiled in greeting. "Hello," Ding Jiechi replied, meeting Irina's gaze and smiling in English. Zhang Jing could not comprehend. However, Irina's expression resembled that of a rabbit encountering a lion, as she lowered her head and resumed her meal in silence. Midway through the meal, Ding Jiechi casually remarked, though with an underlying caution, "Brother Zhang, last year over 50,000 people in the United States contracted HIV, with the primary new demographic being college students and international students. Also, remember to avoid drinking beverages offered by strangers. Even acquaintances should be approached with appropriate vigilance." HIV seemed like a divine constraint on human morality. Zhang Jing had some understanding, but what was wrong with beverages? At that moment, his phone chimed with a message. After reading its content, he arranged to meet Ding Jiechi for dinner that evening before hastily departing. He saw no reason to take the institution seriously, as he had no intention of studying and planned to skip out that afternoon. Chapter 4. Seeking Someone. After a 40-minute taxi ride across the 502 bridge, Zhang Jing arrived at 1032 84th Avenue, located on the eastern shore of Washington Lake. Unlike typical residential areas, the houses here were spaced far apart, surrounded by numerous large trees, each boasting its own expansive front and back gardens, exuding an air of exclusivity and privacy. Zhang Jing felt somewhat out of place. His purpose for coming here was to meet a client he had encountered on the plane, a Chinese grandmother. The question lingered: how could someone flying economy class possibly reside in such an extravagant home? Lost in thought, a middle-aged woman clad in a home cleaning uniform opened a black iron gate from the yard. "Good morning, are you Mr. Zhang?" she greeted in Mandarin. "Good morning, that's me." The woman opened the electric gate and invited, "Please follow me, the lady is waiting for you in the parlor." Upon entering the yard, they rounded a tree barrier, revealing a more expansive view. Zhang Jing surveyed the soccer-sized yard, the manicured lawn, the exquisite ornamental trees, and the distant grand house, realizing this was a property he could never afford, even if he were to sell everything he owned. Riding in a covered 4-wheeled electric sightseeing vehicle, Zhang Jing traversed the winding cement path from the entrance of the estate to the main building, a journey of approximately 2 minutes. Upon passing through the grand entrance of the villa, under the watchful gaze of 2 robust Asian bodyguards, Zhang Jing entered the villa's foyer. To the left of the foyer's entrance stood two intricately carved doors, each about 3 meters high. A woman clad in casual work attire approached, pushing the double doors open and gesturing to Zhang Jing with an inviting smile. "Please come in." Zhang Jing swallowed hard at the age of 23. It was his first encounter with such a magnificent residence. Stepping into the reception room, he spotted a client he had met on the plane when Li. The reception room boasted a ceiling height of approximately 5 meters, adorned with minimalistic furnishings. The soft carpet and the elegant white decor created a spacious ambience, with large windows framing the verdant landscape of the courtyard outside. Like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, Zhang Jing observed an elderly lady seated comfortably in a long dress of deep hues, her neck adorned with a pearl necklace. Feeling somewhat awkward, he inquired, "What do you require of me?" During their flight, when Li had learned of Zhang Jing's identity as a treasure hunter, which prompted her to propose his employment, leading to this visit. "I seek a person," Li stated expressionlessly. "My most cherished grandson, Su Lin, has been missing for 5 years." "That is unfeasible," Zhang Jing replied, gently yet firmly. "I'm a treasure hunter. There is a distinction between people and objects. He is no longer with us. His body cannot be found. If you can locate him, a substantial reward awaits you." "How substantial?" Zhang Jing inquired. "Would $100,000 suffice?" Zhang Jing felt a stir of interest. "Is there a general area to search?" "It should be in the lake." "Is there a last photograph?" "There is a video." The elderly lady produced a video on her phone, depicting a small dock where a fishing boat, over 20 meters in length, was moored. A handsome young man, shirtless and clad in white shorts, ambled past the camera in flip-flops. Initially lacking hope, Zhang Jing's resolve strengthened upon noticing the young man wore a nose ring. He decided to give it a try. "This is not a task that could be accomplished in a short time," Li observed kindly from her seat on the sofa. "Please have a cup of tea." Taking a seat across from Li, a server presented fragrant tea. "In the past half-month," Li inquired casually, "where have you been residing?" "At the Hilton Hotel, near the Space Needle." "Have you been with that young lady?" Zhang Jing immediately understood that when Li referred to Ding Jiaqing. Ding Jiaqing had arrived in the United States 2 months prior to Zhang Jing's arrival in July, and Li had met her once upon picking her up from the airport. "No," Zhang Jing shook his head. "She's not my girlfriend." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li redirected the conversation to work. "Behind the estate lies Washington Lake, where my grandson went missing 5 years ago. Please be vigilant for underwater vegetation while you dive." "I will," Zhang Jing assured her. "During your work here, photography and videography within the estate are strictly prohibited." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. Having grasped the needs and requirements of his employer, Zhang Jing commenced his work, following a white-haired butler through the villa and into the backyard. What he beheld left him astonished. Having previously thought it impressive to play soccer in the front yard, he was taken aback to discover the backyard was a golf course, expansive and meticulously maintained, dotted with the occasional grand tree. As he raised his gaze, he noted that the far end of the backyard abutted a large lake. The sheer size of the yard was already remarkable, but what struck him most was the impeccable upkeep. It was evident that maintaining such beauty required significant resources. Zhang Jing had already observed around 20 gardeners, servers, cleaners, security personnel, and the butler within residence. Accompanying the butler in an electric vehicle, he traversed the entire backyard, arriving at a clean, orderly, and spacious private dock. Pointing to a well-maintained, beautiful fishing boat over 20 meters long, the butler explained in standard Mandarin. "This is the fishing boat Master Su Lin was aboard when the incident occurred 5 years ago. It has been preserved in its original condition." As he listened to the butler's account, Zhang Jing took in the surrounding environment with keen interest. Section 5. Firecrackers at midnight. Through a brief encounter, 2 conclusions can be drawn. First, Li undoubtedly sought assistance, even from the most expert individuals. Yet they yielded no results. Second, the prospect of discovering anything on one's own remains highly questionable, likely resulting in futile efforts. As Zhang Jing's mind raced, he interrupted the housekeeper's incessant chatter, pointing to the numerous surveillance cameras nearby, and inquired, "When were these installed?" In the wake of Master Su Lin's unfortunate incident, the housekeeper explained that the estate had upgraded its security system, opting for the comprehensive Lin system. Zhang Jing recognized Lin's as a company masquerading as a foreign entity. Yet it was, in fact, a domestic firm specializing in the creation of protective systems for private villas and estates. Much like the situation with a certain chip company, their success had become too conspicuous to remain concealed from the public eye. "What about before the incident?" Zhang Jing pressed. The housekeeper replied that there had only been one camera at that time, noting that security measures were not as stringent back then. Did the elderly lady seek out a professional team to conduct underwater searches? Zhang Jing asked. The impeccably dressed and serious housekeeper nodded, revealing that over the past 5 years, they had engaged 4 rounds of diving experts and teams, all of whom returned empty-handed. You were the 5th round, and the only one operating solo. Although Zhang Jing had previously mocked specialists as mere brick experts, he could not deny their profound expertise and advanced equipment. Given Wenli's immense wealth, it was reasonable to presume that the experts she hired were not lacking in competence, perhaps even among the industry's elite. Contemplating this, Zhang Jing decided to forego diving for the moment and turned to the housekeeper, asking, "May I tour the estate first?" "I must consult with the lady," the housekeeper replied, producing his phone. Upon receiving permission, Zhang Jing entered the villa, accompanied by the housekeeper. Eager to utilize his unique abilities to uncover the elusive nose ring beneath the walls or flooring. As he began the tour, his astonishment grew with each revelation. The main house boasted luxurious yet understated decor, with ingenious design elements scattered throughout. The presence of high-end amenities was ubiquitous, including a chef-grade kitchen, gold fixtures and furnishings, intricately carved wooden doors, and exquisite stone sculptures, mosaics, and ceiling murals crafted by artists. Despite the vastness of the main house, it featured only 4 suites, yet boasted 9 full bathrooms. Additional spaces included an office area, library, cinema, billiards room, gym, an 8-car garage, and 3 swimming pools situated in different locations. Most astonishingly, there was even an indoor tennis court. Next was a separate guest house, complete with a fully equipped kitchen, living area, and 5 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. This guest house also included an independent 6-car garage and parking for RVs accessible from both the front and rear. After inspecting all these locations, half a day had passed, and Zhang Jing had found nothing. "You seem to have found nothing," Wenli sauntered over and remarked. Taking another look at Wenli, Zhang Jing speculated whether she might be an anonymous shareholder in some tech company or media outlet. A fleeting thought crossed his mind before he replied, "I have not found anything. I believe the chances of success are slim. If you deem it unnecessary, I shall not return tomorrow." Wenli chuckled. "Let us dine first. I have arranged to eat with friends." "Then I shall cancel," she insisted, leaving Zhang Jing with no choice but to message Ding Jiechi to explain his absence. Moments later, he accompanied Wenli to the dining room. Among the affluent, customs abound. The dining area was divided into a breakfast room and a formal dining room, with meals served in a separate manner, attended by staff nearby. Fortunately, the food was exquisite. Baked lobster, weighing 2 pounds, steamed abalone, perfectly portioned, and 3 varieties of vegetables, including sweet potato leaves, peas, and spinach, with rice as the staple. Zhang Jing found himself yearning for a large bottle of ushery beer. Yet it appeared that the elderly lady had no intention of providing any beverages. Midway through the meal, Zhang Jing suddenly halted his chopsticks, the lobster losing its appeal. He glanced at Wenli and tentatively asked, "Elderly lady, did you not have any expectation of my success? Why would you think that?" Wenli replied with a stoic expression. "Just a guess," he admitted. "You are quite astute and capable of thinking critically, without directly diving into the lake. Why employ me when so many experts have failed? Because I am profoundly disappointed by those so-called experts. They could not find anything, so I wanted to give you, a brick expert, a chance. I have disappointed you as well." Zhang Jing felt deflated. "I am not disheartened," Wenli refuted. "Your approach is quite novel. Perhaps you may indeed locate my grandson." They agreed to reconvene the following day, and as Zhang Jing departed the estate, he felt a pang of regret. Under the night sky, on the tree-lined avenue, he found it impossible to hail a taxi. Much like in the urban areas of the Dragon Kingdom, taxis were plentiful in the city but scarce in the villa district. After walking 6 or 7 miles, he finally discovered a boutique hotel. Concluding a day filled with exhaustion. Section 6. The skeleton under the tree. On Saturday morning, at 6 o'clock, Zhang Jing returned to Manor 1032. The sole clue he possessed was Su Lin's nose ring, undoubtedly metallic, and likely still here after 5 years. After consulting Yuan Fong and eliminating all possibilities, he concluded that the least likely scenario was often the truth. Unable to find anything in the water, he speculated that Su Lin might have perished within the manor. This time, Zhang Jing commenced his search in the front yard. At a leisurely jog and brisk walk, he traversed the expansive front yard, the size of a football field, including the base of the walls and behind the trees. Wenli rose early and observed Zhang Jing running from the second-floor window, feeling she may have misjudged him. Compared to the seasoned professionals of the past, Zhang Jing appeared rather foolish. The butler reported that Mr. Zhang had arrived at 6, alternating between running and walking for unknown reasons, and the security personnel noted he had triggered many sensors. The sensors were part of the manor's security system. typically placed in seldom trodden spots, embedded in the soil or lawn to serve as alarms specifically for thieves and intruders. Let him amuse himself, it matters not, Wenli thought. As she had tried numerous methods before, and this was no different, the butler departed. Zhang Jing was relentless in his quest for profit, completing his circuit of the front yard before moving on to the back. Finally, his perseverance bore fruit. Just past 11 in the morning, while jogging past a beech tree planted in the middle of the golf course, he gradually came to a halt, leaning against the tree trunk. He took a moment to rest before returning to the villa to find Wenli. Are you considering giving up? Wenli inquired softly. You are serious, aren't you? Zhang Jing retorted. About what? Finding your grandson. Section 7. The most arrogant underachiever. The following days were relatively leisurely. During the day, I admired the scenery, and at night, I indulged in pay television. Occasionally, I would invite Ding Jieqi out for a meal, and life unfolded in a tranquil and delightful manner. Out of sheer boredom, Zhang Jing began experimenting with video filming, employing no advanced editing techniques, simply posting entire segments to a certain platform. Until one day, Wenli called, prompting Zhang Jing to hastily arrive at 1032 Avenue 84 once more. In the breakfast hall, Zhang Jing cast a discreet glance at the dining table, laden with shrimp dumplings, soup buns, beef balls, char siu, and aged white tea. A sumptuous feast. Have you had breakfast? Wenli inquired. Since the hotel accommodations included breakfast, Zhang Jing was certainly not one to forego such a bargain. Upon leaving after his meal, he shook his head. Please sit, after we finish. I have something for you to do, she urged. Zhang Jing, unreserved, took a seat opposite Wenli and savored the food voraciously. Whether it was due to his hunger or the chef's exceptional skills, both the shrimp dumplings and soup buns were remarkably delicious. Once satiated, Wenli gently placed an A4 sheet on the table. This is what I have for you. As Zhang Jing picked up the A4, he had yet to glance at it when a notification echoed in his mind. Acquired a fragmentary treasure hunting clue. Now recorded. The host must gather more data or information to supplement the incomplete clue to obtain an accurate treasure hunting location. For 2 years, Zhang Jing had assumed the treasure hunting system was mute, only to be surprised by its sudden alert today. Is there a problem? Wenli asked. No, Zhang Jing replied, shaking off his distraction as he unfolded the A4 paper, which bore written characters in Chinese. My father's friend, Jordan Beard, possessed 3 commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence. He later died in a car accident, and when I found his residence, it had already changed hands. Su Hongzhua 1875 to 1945, Wenli promised, if you locate the 3 coins, you will receive a total reward of $30,000. Zhang Jing sighed inwardly. Without a specific address, the only lead was the name Jordan Beard. As the name suggests, it was evidently of African descent, but beyond that, it was a mere name. Where could he possibly search? Had it not been for the generous reward, Zhang Jing would have simply walked away. With a mindset of exploration, he inquired of Wenli, where is Jordan Beard's house? Wenli tilted her head in thought. Probably in Seattle. Zhang Jing chuckled to himself, amused by the elderly woman's jest. Why not say it was on Earth or in the Milky Way? Upon leaving the manor, Zhang Jing utilized a music app to search for the commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence. He was taken aback by the results. The data revealed that the commemorative coins were issued at the end of 1776. The architects of the Declaration had originally intended to create 1,000 coins, but due to mechanical limitations, they resorted to hand carving, resulting in a final count of merely 100. Currently, fewer than 20 coins remain in existence. The pricing was also disclosed. A coin in pristine condition could fetch as much as $2 million. Even those with significant wear could still sell for $30,000 to $40,000 each. Pushing aside these distracting thoughts, Zhang Jing continued to search for Jordan Beard. Online resources indicated that his father was a prominent African-American civil rights leader, while he himself remained relatively obscure, even having spent 5 years in prison. However, there was no address listed, leaving Zhang Jing feeling disheartened, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack with little hope of success. Indeed, earning money was no easy feat, and this was no exception. Ding. His phone rang. The visa intermediary was calling. Zhang Jing pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The school just called to inform us that you have been absent for several consecutive days. Please attend classes promptly, as this is closely related to your visa. The connection between the Dragon Kingdom and the Flower Flag Kingdom did not allow for visa exemptions, and Zhang Jing had sought an M1 vocational training visa through the intermediary, essentially enrolling in a dubious university. Previously, the intermediary had assured him that occasional attendance was sufficient and that he could simply copy answers during exams. Theoretically, as long as he paid the tuition, Zhang Jing could reside in the Flower Flag Kingdom for 3 to 4 years. What was the current situation? realizing the implications. Zhang Jing clenched his teeth. You deceived me. Mr. Zhang, the intermediary stammered. It was indeed previously unnecessary to attend classes or take exams. But this is an unforeseen circumstance. Zhang Jing erupted in anger. I bought my associate degree certificate. How could I possibly take a test? Apologies. The call ended with a beep. He was already blocked. Enrolling in a dubious university for a visa, he had once thought he could avoid daily classes. But it now appeared that financial means were essential for achieving personal freedom. As fate would have it, Zhang Jing was unaware that the phone call from the intermediary would soon lead him to the commemorative coins. Section 8. The absence of a father figure. Zhang Jing once again arrived at the State Technical College, located opposite the East Gate of Seattle University. In stark contrast to the grand campus of Seattle University, the modest technical college seemed to be buried in insignificance. After the afternoon class, Professor Gus handed a key, adorned with a tag, to Zhang Jing, stating, "You will be sharing a dormitory. Please register with the dormitory supervisor and refrain from skipping classes in the future." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement outwardly, though internally he held a different sentiment. Parting ways with Gus, Zhang Jing traversed the concrete pathways of the campus, inquiring along the way until he located the preparatory class dormitory. To his surprise, his roommate was an African American. He had previously harbored prejudices, associating African Americans with negative stereotypes of crime and laziness. Yet, he was acutely aware that America was now in an era of political correctness, an era where even the smallest establishments were required to hire African Americans, where films had to feature African American protagonists, and where educators had to include African Americans among their ranks. These societal expectations were irrelevant to Zhang Jing. Yet the prospect of sharing a living space with an African American stirred discomfort within him. As he pondered the possibility of relinquishing his dormitory, his roommate greeted him warmly. "Hello, I am Jacob Beard. Incomplete treasure hunting clues have been recorded," a voice echoed in Zhang Jing's mind. "Su Hongzhua, my father's friend, Jordan Beard, possessed 3 commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence. Unfortunately, he perished in a car accident, and by the time I found his residence, it had changed owners. Congratulations, host. You have encountered a descendant of Jordan Beard. He may possess valuable information." Observing the petite, frail, large-eyed African-American with naturally curly hair, Zhang Jing's eyes began to brighten. He introduced himself. "I am Zhang Jing." Their subsequent conversation relied on a translation app. "Does your name hold any significance?" Jacob Beard inquired. "It bears no special meaning. It is simply uncomplicated," Zhang Jing countered. "What about your name?" "Jacob represents a scholar, one who holds himself to high standards," Jacob Beard elaborated. "It also signifies frailty yet immense strength." Zhang Jing understood. Essentially, it depicted a delicate scholar wielding formidable authority, reminiscent of ancient civil officials. "You possess a commendable command of English. You hardly seem like a newcomer in the preparatory class," Zhang Jing remarked. "I am not an international student. I was born in Tennessee, a native of America, and I am a freshman in the electrical engineering department," Jacob replied. Zhang Jing's expression shifted to one of realization, prompting him to inquire, "Your name is quite meaningful. Do you come from a notable lineage?" Upon mentioning his ancestry, Jacob Beard's demeanor brightened. "My grandfather's father, my great-grandfather, was a prominent leader of the African American movement in Seattle. He resided at 125 Street 57, but tragically, he died in a car accident at the peak of his career. Incomplete treasure hunting clues have been recorded and enhanced. The 3 commemorative coins of the Declaration of Independence are hidden within 125 Street 57. Please retrieve them promptly." Zhang Jing's heart raced. Treasure hunting could indeed be this simple. Concluding their conversation, Zhang Jing bid farewell to Jacob Beard and descended the dormitory steps. Unable to wait until the following day, he hurried to the college entrance, summoned a taxi, and headed directly to the vicinity of 125 Street 57. This area was a predominantly African-American community, with numerous youths congregated on the streets, engaged in conversation or smoking. They all shared a common trait, sporting branded sneakers and loose-fitting t-shirts, exuding an air of aimlessness. Rumor had it that African-American youths favored baggy t-shirts partly for convenience in concealing firearms. This thought struck Zhang Jing, prompting a wave of regret for having disembarked from the taxi. Anxiety flooded his mind. As anticipated, no sooner had Zhang Jing taken a few steps than 3 young men blocked his path. "Hey, kid, this is the territory of the Sudan gang. Where do you think you're going?" Unable to comprehend, Zhang Jing reached for his phone to use the translation app, only to have it snatched away. Should he stand his ground? Zhang Jing, though youthful, was not foolish. All 3 thugs had guns tucked into their waists, rendering confrontation unwise. Just as he contemplated retreating, a Chevrolet hatchback pulled up beside him, and an Asian man rolled down the window, inquiring in English, "Are you from the Dragon Kingdom or the land of the rising sun?" "Dragon Kingdom," Zhang Jing replied in Mandarin. "So am I," the man responded in Mandarin. "Hurry. Get in the car. You shouldn't be here." Zhang Jing opened the passenger door and climbed in, only then noticing multiple mini cameras inside the vehicle. Aware of Zhang Jing's gaze, Wang Li introduced himself. "I am a video blogger, here to gather footage." Speaking of videos, Zhang Jing almost forgot that he was also learning to film. "My name is Zhang Jing," he replied. "Why venture into the African-American community?" Wang Li asked with curiosity. "I'm looking for a place to rent," Zhang Jing fabricated. "I was told the rent here is affordable." "Are you new to America?" "Yes. You've been misled," Wang Li explained. "The areas around streets 57 and 58 are notorious for being African-American hubs, plagued by drugs and gangs. The adjacent neighborhoods have property prices exceeding $1 million, while here, you can find places for just a few $100,000, and they hardly sell. No Chinese rent here." "Is it really that extreme?" "Not at all exaggerated. Even wealthy African Americans don't reside here. If you must pass through, remember not to stop or exit your vehicle." As they conversed, the car gradually exited the litter-strewn African American neighborhood, akin to parting the clouds to reveal the sun. The world suddenly appeared clearer. Section 9. The peril of long-term residence. After his initial attempt ended in failure, Zhang Jing did not surrender. Instead, he devised another plan. He purchased a mobile phone, obtained a new SIM card, and downloaded a real estate application. His intention was to investigate the property prices in the 57th district and to write a letter to the current owner, expressing his desire to acquire the property at No. 125. To his surprise, he discovered that the property was indeed for sale, listed at $350,000. This was undoubtedly promising news, as the dynamics of seeking to buy and hastily selling are vastly different. Zhang Jing felt considerably lighter in spirit, humming a tune as he prepared to hail a taxi when a light blue Bentley pulled up beside him. Chu Xiaoqing, adorned with a wide-brimmed sun hat and a black spaghetti-strap dress, exuded confidence as she removed her sunglasses and inquired, "Where to?" "I can give you a ride." Zhang Jing sensed a hint of mischief in her invitation and declined to enter the vehicle. Chu Xiaoqing playfully flicked her pink tongue around her lips, enticingly suggesting, "Let us find a place to have a drink." Zhang Jing felt overwhelmed, pondering if this woman was perhaps unhinged. Ultimately, he found himself seated in the sports car. With the afternoon at his disposal, he resolved to exchange his driver's license and purchase a vehicle, for relying on taxis was hardly a viable solution. Fortunately, the United States recognized Dragon Country's driver's licenses. It merely required navigating some bureaucratic procedures, which, while cumbersome, was significantly easier than retaking the driving test. Chu Xiaoqing, feeling a bit idle, offered her services as a driver. As evening descended, Chu Xiaoqing returned to her rented apartment building, her body weary and her demeanor betraying exhaustion. Ding Jiechi, her fellow student at the University of Seattle, gazed at her with curiosity and asked, "What were you up to this afternoon? Didn't you have class?" "I nearly worked myself to death with Zhang Jing," Chu Xiaoqing replied, as she wearily opened the refrigerator and gulped down half a bottle of water. "Were you two together all afternoon?" Ding Jiechi inquired uncertainly. Chu Xiaoqing nodded. "I intended to test his character, and it turns out he is truly lacking." Ding Jiechi raised an eyebrow in confusion. "How did you test him?" "I thought to seduce him, but instead, he treated me like a chauffeur, taking advantage of my company all afternoon without even offering a meal or a drink." Chu Xiaoqing's face flushed with indignation. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not being frivolous." Chu Xiaoqing's expression shifted to seriousness. "You like Zhang Jing, yet he is completely oblivious to it. Don't be ridiculous." "I'm not blind," Chu Xiaoqing curiously pressed. "What exactly transpired between you and Shijiang?" Unaware of the conversation between Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing, Zhang Jing sought out Ruth the following day on campus. Ruth was the quintessential blonde, with radiant brown hair, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a smattering of freckles on her face. Her attire was notably provocative, with denim shorts that were decidedly short. "Good morning, Miss Ruth," Zhang Jing greeted her. "Good morning, Mr. Zhang," she replied. "I wish to purchase a property. Could you assist me in finding a small lawyer?" After a brief pause, Zhang Jing added, "You will be compensated for your help." "Which property?" Ruth inquired. "I found information online regarding 125 on 57th Street, listed at $350,000. I would like to attempt purchasing it for $250,000. Ruth cautioned, 57th Street is predominantly African American and notoriously unsafe. As an Asian, you are highly likely to be Chapter 10, the dilapidated house. Delegating the matter to Ruth, Zhang Jing proceeded to attend his class in preparatory class 2. Within the classroom, All eyes were on Zhang Jing, with expressions that conveyed an unapproachable demeanor. Irina, with a smile, extended her fist towards him, and Zhang Jing reciprocated with a fist bump. Inquiring curiously, "What brings you such joy?" "Beating someone doesn't land you in jail, and you are a wealthy magnate," Irina replied, her eyes sparkling. "All the new students in the preparatory class are familiar with your name. Would a magnate attend the same school as refugees?" Zhang Jing retorted sharply. Irina was instantly taken aback, feeling vulnerable and hurt. "Perhaps to you this is merely a jest, but you have successfully wounded my pride. I am quite displeased. Henceforth, do not speak to me." Zhang Jing's reputation in class was far from favorable. Even his compatriots shunned him. Irina was his only friend, and she was genuinely kind, understanding, and approachable. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jing softened his stance and said, "I did not mean to offend. I hope you can forgive me." Irina turned her back to him, contemplating for a moment. Zhang Jing continued to persuade, "I will treat you to lunch at the cafeteria." Irina's shoulders relaxed slightly. Zhang Jing intensified his efforts, adding, "I will also treat you tomorrow at noon." A single lunch cost about $400. 2 lunches would amount to $800. A small sacrifice for him. Finally, Irina turned around, her expression shifting from gloomy to bright. "I forgive you." Zhang Jing found the situation amusing and extended his fist once again. Irina bumped her fist against his, and they reached a reconciliation, preserving their fragile friendship. While Zhang Jing was engaged in class, Ruth skipped hers to meet with an agent and a lawyer, initiating communication via phone. With mutual interest established, Ruth, accompanied by the agent, arrived at 125 57th Street for a face-to-face negotiation with the homeowner. The homeowner was an African-American woman in her 40s, struggling to manage 3 children amidst a chaotic and noisy environment. It was evident that the pressures of life had pushed her to the brink of despair. With one party willing to sell and the other to buy, a swift agreement was reached at a price of $280,000. In comparison to other areas where properties typically started at over $1 million, this location represented a distressed asset at a bargain price. The previous owner vacated the house in haste, leaving by noon on the 3rd day. Soon after, Zhang Jing and Ruth took a taxi to the property. 2 individuals awaited their arrival, the lawyer and the agent. Due to the lawyer's involvement, Zhang Jing did not meet the seller throughout the transaction. "Mr. Zhang," the young Chinese lawyer reminded him, "this house has numerous issues." "Miss Ruth says it's of no concern," Zhang Jing replied dismissively. "The issues refer to structural problems." Although the transfer of ownership was unproblematic. Indeed, Zhang Jing fabricated, "I plan to demolish and rebuild." The young lawyer shrugged, kindly advising, "That may not be the wisest course of action." Zhang Jing refrained from elaborating, settling all fees, $400 for the lawyer and a 5 commission for the agent, which, although slightly high, was acceptable given the low price of the property. Having sent off the intermediaries, Zhang Jing took his first formal look at the house before him. It was a classic 2-story building, its exterior coated in white waterproof paint, appearing relatively new. This was crucial, for neglecting exterior maintenance could lead to rapid deterioration of wooden structures. Moreover, given the local context, it was customary for sellers to conduct exterior maintenance before listing a property, ensuring it appeared presentable. Upon entering the house, Zhang Jing was greeted by warped floors and water-stained walls, accompanied by a pungent odor of mildew, creating an unbearable scene and an equally intolerable smell. The blend of mildew, acidity, rot, and an overpowering scent of perfume was enough to induce nausea. Ruth covered her mouth and nose, inquiring curiously, "What are we looking for?" "Not we," Zhang Jing corrected her, "but I." Ruth shrugged and asked again, "Sir, what are you looking for?" "Silence. Stay here and wait for me." Leaving Ruth in the living room, Zhang Jing commenced his earnest search. Thanks to his fortunate intuition, half an hour later, Zhang Jing discovered 3 silver commemorative coins of the Emancipation Proclamation hidden atop a wooden beam in the attic. This area was an overlooked corner, and had it not been for Zhang Jing, these coins would likely have remained concealed indefinitely. He could not touch them directly. Donning gloves, Zhang Jing retrieved a small plastic box he had prepared in advance and carefully placed the 3 well-preserved coins into separate compartments. Congratulations to the host for completing the first treasure-seeking task, having fulfilled 3 treasure clues and received associated rewards. Zhang Jing felt a surge of joy within him. This was indeed fortuitous, a system of growth. His gaze returned to the 3 coins, still in good condition, each valued at up to 2 million. With the least valuable capable of fetching 30,000 to 40,000. At that moment, Zhang Jing found himself hesitating. Was it truly necessary to hand them over to Wenli in exchange for a 30,000 reward? Section 11. Congratulations, bang, bang, bang. With 3 consecutive gunshots, Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. He pocketed the silver coin and scurried downstairs, only to find the curvaceous, long-legged Ruth with a gun. She was holding a small revolver with both hands, the muzzle pointed at the door. "What's going on?" Zhang Jing asked, concerned. "Why do you have a gun?" "Two thugs tried to break in," Ruth said, appearing frightened, her hands gripping the gun, her arms trembling. "I bought the gun for $525. Did you hit anyone?" Zhang Jing inquired. "I think so, maybe. I don't know," Ruth stammered, bewildered. Thanks to their frequent interactions, Zhang Jing's English had improved considerably, enabling him to engage in simple conversations. 10 minutes later, the sheriff arrived, his face beaming, congratulating Ruth as if there were cause for celebration. "Congratulations, miss," the white sheriff said. "You shot one of the thugs, and he died from blood loss while fleeing." "I didn't mean to," Ruth explained anxiously. "Of course, you didn't," the sheriff said with a smile. "You were legitimately defending yourself." As he spoke, two other officers examined the scene. The thug's blood was splattered at the entrance of the living room, indicating that they had indeed invaded the residence. Ruth's shooting was deemed self-defense. She wouldn't have to go to the police station or be handcuffed. She simply had to sign a statement and was free to leave. The incident seemed almost comical, as if Ruth was receiving preferential treatment because of her race. Having witnessed it firsthand, Zhang Jing was certain that Ruth's Caucasian ethnicity afforded her certain privileges. At the very least, the police were courteous and spoke to her respectfully, without yelling, threatening, kneeling on her neck, or using a taser. Mission accomplished. Zhang Jing was eager to leave and return to the technical college entrance with Ruth. Looking at Ruth, he had initially planned to give her a special bonus of $1,000. Considering her bravery today, without her, he might have lost everything or even been killed. He doubled the bonus to $2,000. Seeing Zhang hand her a thick stack of Franklins, Ruth looked incredulous, asking tentatively, "For me?" "For you. Isn't it too much?" "No. It's not. Practice your shooting skills. I might need you again." Ruth felt as if happiness had arrived too suddenly. Could there really be such an easy job? "Yes," Zhang Jing encouraged. "I have faith in you." "Okay." Ruth accepted the money, kissed it passionately, and said, "Thank you, boss. My phone is on 24/7 for you." Section 12. No secrets. Once again arriving at Manor 1032, Zhang Jing pressed the doorbell and, after a brief wait of 7 or 8 minutes, met Wenli in the dining room. "How have you been these past few days?" Wenli inquired languidly. Seated at the dining table, she surveyed the spread of food before her, while Zhang Jing stood nearby, astonished by the array. "Is that caviar, glistening like tiny pearls? And those slices, are they black truffles? The Remy Martin, could it be a mouthwash?" With a mind racing with thoughts, Zhang Jing replied, "I've been well, thanks to the money in my pocket." "Money in your pocket?" Wenli chuckled. "Is it over 32 million RMB? Zhang Jing was taken aback. How could someone know such a secret? He instinctively feared that his bank card had been lost and his password compromised. Wenli continued at a measured pace. "After breaking up with your ex-girlfriend, you discovered a rare meteorite and sold it for 22 million RMB. Then, at Dongluan Port, you stumbled upon a bulletproof car and made a profit of 4 million after taxes. Subsequently, someone blackmailed you, and you countered, receiving 6 million in compensation, a total of 32 million RMB. "Madam, I am somewhat frightened," Zhang Jing confessed, trembling in both his liver and legs. Previously suspecting Wenli of being an anonymous shareholder of some online platforms, he now felt she was even more formidable. "Please, have a seat," Wenli invited slowly. "Let us dine." "You should clarify your intentions first," Zhang Jing replied timidly. "Otherwise, no matter how delicious the food may be, it would feel like chewing wax." "Is it not normal to investigate your past after you unearth my grandson's remains upon your arrival?" Zhang Jing felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a clear conscience, he sat confidently beside Wenli. The servant presented plates, cutlery, and wine glasses. Once given permission, Zhang Jing took a spoonful of caviar. Observing the plump, smooth pearls, their transparent sheen exuding a subtle fragrance, he tasted it. The burst of flavor was exquisite, undoubtedly. It was the finest food he had ever savored. "This caviar is from an 80-year-old beluga sturgeon from the Caspian Sea, best paired with champagne," Wenli remarked casually. A servant approached with a bottle of champagne wrapped in gold foil, pouring Zhang Jing a third of a glass. The drink appeared effervescent, with an enticing hue. "How much did I just consume in one bite?" Zhang Jing asked cautiously. "Prices do not matter when it comes to food. Indulge if you enjoy it," Wenli replied, prompting Zhang Jing to be courteous, taking a modest taste. "I heard you attended classes at the State Technical College for 2 consecutive days." "Heard? From whom?" "No need to guess. It's likely someone was following you." Still confident in his innocence, Zhang Jing quipped, "I thought it was a diploma mill where one could skip classes and cheat on exams, only to find it was quite the opposite." Wenli chuckled. "That sounds amusing. Did you encounter any beautiful girls?" Zhang Jing nodded. Indeed, Ruth is quite a charming girl. Did you take her to the restroom? Why the restroom? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. For convenience, speed, excitement, and heightened pleasure. Unsure of how to respond, Zhang Jing pondered whether it was simply the wicked growing old or the elderly learning mischief. He dodged the topic, saying, I fear contracting HIV. TCH. That's just a low probability event, Wenli dismissed with disdain. Section 13. Submission of commemorative coins. Wenli, composed and unhurried, finished her dinner before inquiring of Zhang Jing, what do you need from me? Rising from her seat, Zhang Jing gently placed 3 silver commemorative coins before Wenli, revealing that their total acquisition cost amounted to $289,000 US, along with my commission of $30,000, making a grand total of $319,000 US. Gazing at the 3 coins resting quietly on the dining table, Wenli seemed to enter a trance, initially lost in thought, then bursting into hearty laughter, her mirth echoing against the ceiling. Zhang Jing felt a shiver run down his spine at her unrestrained joy. Once her laughter subsided, Zhang Jing reminded her, including the cost and commission, please remit $319,000 US to me. Wenli beckoned to a middle-aged male assistant, Li Xing, who stood nearby. A check, please. Li Xing promptly produced a checkbook and pen, handing them to Wenli. With swift strokes, Wenli inscribed the figure, signed her name, tore off the entire page, and presented it to Zhang Jing. This is what you are owed. As Zhang Jing accepted the check, his eyes widened in astonishment, and his heart raced. 7 figures. Is there an extra 0 after the 6? He incredulously asked Wenli. No, it is worth that much, she affirmed. Zhang Jing grasped the check tightly. This represented $6 million US. It would directly elevate his total savings by 120. He marveled at Wenli's generosity, recognizing her as a woman of remarkable stature. Regaining his composure, Zhang Jing cautiously inquired, could I convert this into Hong Kong currency? Such a substantial sum must incur hefty tax fees. Unbeknownst to him until his departure, he learned that money could be exchanged freely between US dollars and Hong Kong dollars. Hong Kong imposes no capital gains tax on incoming profits and funds. Only profits generated locally are subject to taxation, with rates below 9 for profits up to $2 million and 16.5 for amounts exceeding that. In contrast, $6 million US would attract a tax rate of 35 to 45 whether in the Dragon Country or the United States. Wenli nodded, as if it were a trivial matter, instructing her assistant to assist Zhang Jing in converting the check into Hong Kong dollars. Li Xing stepped forward, extending his hand toward Zhang Jing. This was Zhang Jing's first encounter with Li Xing, a man in his 40s, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao. Reluctant to part with the check, Li Xing asked, do you possess a Hong Kong bank card? Zhang Jing quickly retrieved his phone from his pocket, opening the Nanyang bank app he had registered before his departure. Li Xing noted down the card number. How did you come by them? Wenli asked with curiosity. At the State Technical Institute, my African roommate, Yakub Beard, accurately disclosed the residence of his great-grandfather, Jordan Beard. I spent $280,000 US acquiring the property, where I subsequently discovered the 3 commemorative coins. Is it really that simple? Wenli's expression reflected her astonishment. Luck played a significant role, Zhang Jing humbly replied, or it would not have transpired so swiftly. Your fortune is remarkable, Wenli reminisced. I recall a fool who searched for an entire decade without success, and you achieved it in less than 10 days. Zhang Jing silently pondered, could the fool Wenli spoke of be her husband? Section 14. Legacy of the family with no further matters at hand. Zhang Jing expressed his intention to take his leave, hoping to return home early. However, Wenli called out to him, instructing, come with me. With little choice, Zhang Jing followed the elderly lady to a hidden study nestled between the 1st and 2nd floors. Step inside and feel free to look around, Wenli said nonchalantly. Zhang Jing hesitated, questioning, what should I look at? Just browse. I find reading quite tiresome, he firmly declined. A reward of 10,000 yuan awaits you. Should you remain inside for half an hour? Zhang Jing, ever tempted by monetary gain, eagerly replied, I shall enter at once. Upon entering the study, which spanned approximately 50 square meters, he was struck by its decor reminiscent of the medieval vampire era, antique and filled with a profound sense of history. The furnishings were of exceptional quality: oak flooring, a peachwood desk, a pearwood bookshelf, a pure gold globe, and even the ink and paper were of the finest caliber. As he continued to observe, he noticed several framed photographs adorning the walls, many of which were old. The earliest photograph dated back to 1842, featuring a man named Zhang Luo, 1785 to 1855. The black and white image, heavily faded, revealed a soldier with piercing eyes, clad in a neat uniform. Beneath Zhang Luo's photograph were 5 names: Zhang Bixian, 1656 to 1690, Zhang Wanting, 1675 to 1735, Zhang Huiyuan, 1701 to 1772, Zhang Qi, 1728 to 1785, and Zhang Wensheng, 1755 to 1831. It was evident that these were the names of successive heirs of the same lineage. The absence of a photograph for Zhang Luo likely stemmed from the era preceding the invention of the camera. Interestingly, the heirs following Zhang Luo no longer bore the surname Zhang. They were Su Huang, 1835 to 1895, Su Hongzhua, 1875 to 1945, Su Tongmao, 1915 to 1983, Su CK, 1935 to 2015, and Su Lin, 1997 to 2017. Su Lin, the last in line, had passed away 5 years prior. There was no need for speculation. Su Lin was undoubtedly Wen Li's grandson. Zhang Jing turned to Wen Li, who stood at the doorway, and inquired with a frown, "This doesn't resemble an ancestral hall? This is a study." Wen Li asserted confidently, "Why don't you come in? The rules prohibit my entry." "That's inconsequential," Zhang Jing urged. "You can come in. I won't tell anyone." Wen Li remained silent. Zhang Jing felt a chill run down his spine, pondering, "Surely, you don't intend to use me as a sacrifice?" "No," Wen Li denied. "Quite the opposite. I plan for you to be immortalized on this wall in the future." "You've startled me," Zhang Jing stammered, his legs trembling. "My favorite grandson has passed away." Wen Li seemed to age significantly, "and it was you who discovered his remains. Perhaps it is fate." "What does it mean to Section 15? What is the fault of the dog? Who is Palmer?" Leaving the estate and returning to the boutique hotel at 7 in the evening, Zhang Jing, filled with questions, used a certain music app to search. The results revealed numerous individuals named Palmer. There were renowned golfers, football players, and even a film titled Palmer. The name was not exclusive to men. Women bore the name Palmer as well. Furthermore, it extended beyond humans to anime heroes named Palmer. The multitude was overwhelming. So, which Palmer was Wen Li intent on eliminating? The following day, Zhang Jing arrived at Pike Market, situated near the Space Needle. This vibrant tourist market offered everything from farmers selling their produce to luxury cars and antiques, encompassing a wide array of goods. He found a liquor store and purchased 2 bottles of red gift-boxed champagne for 99 yuan. Subsequently, he made his way to the apartment building where Ding Jieqi resided. It was Saturday, and Jieqi had invited him for lunch, preparing the meal herself. The large iron gate of the apartment complex stood ajar during the day. Zhang Jing walked straight in, where an elderly African-American security guard stood watch at the service desk, eyeing him warily. "Good morning, sir." 16th floor, Zhang Jing requested. "Please assist me with the elevator card." Jieqi had called ahead, and the guard, holding the elevator card, ushered Zhang Jing into the lift. The elevator ascended silently, and upon reaching the 16th floor with a chime, he walked down the bright corridor to room 1609 and pressed the doorbell. The door swung open, revealing a cheerful Ding Jieqi. "Welcome, Brother Zhang. Please come in." Jieqi, clad in a white printed t-shirt and light blue jeans, with pink sneakers adorning her feet, radiated youthful exuberance. "Champagne, I hope you like it." Zhang Jing presented his gift. "Oh, champagne." Jieqi's gaze flickered slightly. "I hardly ever drink, but that's all right. Champagne has a low alcohol content, so I can have a little." In the living room, Chu Xiaoqing overheard their conversation and chuckled inwardly, critiquing her friend's slyness, knowing that she could easily handle 96-proof vodka. Stepping into the apartment, Zhang Jing was greeted by a bright and thoughtfully designed interior. The living room featured a 5-meter-wide floor-to-ceiling glass window, offering a splendid view of the cityscape, creating a sense of spaciousness. The apartment, not overly large, boasted 2 bedrooms, 2 living areas, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen, exuding an air of sophistication. "Jieqi has been preparing for this lunch since yesterday," Zhang Jing noted. Chu Xiaoqing, elegantly dressed in a navy blue sundress, paired with high heels, added to the ambience. Zhang Jing turned to Ding Jieqi, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your hospitality." "No need for thanks, Brother Zhang. Let us eat and see how my cooking turned out." At the white rectangular dining table, Zhang Jing took a seat on the right, opposite Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing. The table was adorned with 6 dishes: scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold seaweed salad, stir-fried lettuce, braised ribbon fish, a whole steamed sea bass, and half a poached chicken. "All these are organic ingredients from Whole Foods," Jieqi explained. "Delicious and healthy." Zhang Jing marveled at Jieqi's culinary skills. The dishes were not only visually appealing, but also fragrant and impressive. "Shall we have some wine?" Chu Xiaoqing suggested. Jieqi hesitated. "Is it appropriate for girls to drink?" Chu Xiaoqing laughed, performing a sleight of hand as she produced a bottle of white wine from beneath the table. "This is locally produced roast from a winery, aged in oak barrels for 3 years. It's delightful without being too intoxicating." "Let in the 16th precinct." She discerned nothing unusual about Zhang Jing. Across the table, Chu Xiaoqing lamented, despite the cautionary tale, some still dare to offend those they cannot afford to. What cautionary tale? Zhang Jing inquired, seated opposite the two women. About 4 or 5 years ago in New York, Chu Xiaoqing began. There was a madam who managed a stable of young models and starlets, catering exclusively to influential figures. She was apprehended by the police for drug possession. She publicly threatened to expose her prominent clients' scandals if they didn't come to her rescue. And then? Zhang Jing asked, intrigued. Ding Jiaqi interjected, elaborating. This audacious madam was found hanged in her cell. Simultaneously, her boyfriend and pet dog were discovered similarly deceased at their home, mirroring the situation with the winery owner. Zhang Jing's Adam's apple bobbed, a sense of dread washing over him. He resolved to accept the legacy-laden study. They say the face reflects the heart, he mused. Wenli appears benevolent, yet she is ruthless. What sort of character is this? What feud existed between her and Palmer? Was it related to his grandson's death? Not only Palmer himself, but also his mistress, 9-year-old illegitimate child, and even his dogs were not spared. A tremor ran through Zhang Jing's legs at the thought. Generally, conflicts between individuals rarely escalate beyond arguments or lawsuits. Stabbings and assassinations seem surreal. However, according to Ding Jiaqi and Chu Xiaoqing, such sordid affairs were commonplace in the United States. Realizing he was outmatched, Zhang Jing decided to accept the study. He changed the subject, asking Ding Jiaqi, "Is the real estate agent you found reliable?" "We haven't had much interaction, but they seem competent," Ding Jiaqi replied, curious. "Are you planning to rent, Zhang Dage?" "I intend to purchase a property," Zhang Jing clarified, "one that is affordable, even if it's a bit remote." He also considered renting, but circumstances did not permit it. Wenli's study was approximately 50 square meters and contained numerous items. Ding Jiaqi inwardly disagreed, but with her astute mind, she didn't directly contradict Zhang Jing. Instead, she subtly advised a house in the suburbs would be preferable, Zhang Dage. Whether for personal use or rental, it would be more convenient and easier to resell in the future. Moreover, she seemed well-informed, adding, cheaper and more remote locations might mean living next to uncultured neighbors, which could ruin your mood every day. Renting might be better. "I don't intend to live there myself," Zhang Jing explained. "I simply need it for storage." "Zhang Dage, if you trust me, let me handle this," Ding Jiaqi offered, patting C with apparent confidence. Gazing into Ding Jiaqi's clear, bright eyes, Zhang Jing declined. "This is a troublesome matter. I'll take care of it myself." Section 17. Barbie Mallory. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Ding Jiaqi shed her disguise and tossed all the used plates into the trash bin. Witnessing this scene, Chu Xiaoqing erupted into carefree laughter, remarking that she couldn't even wash a plate, yet claimed to be capable of preparing lunch. It turned out that the ingredients had been purchased by Jiaqi from the supermarket, which were then processed by a nearby Chinese restaurant before being brought back to the apartment. Zhang Jing was indeed unfortunate, and Chu Xiaoqing laughed until her stomach ached. Ding Jiaqi, unfazed by her friend's teasing, replied seriously, "One must be cautious when choosing a house. Some rednecks can be quite difficult to deal with." Chu Xiaoqing reminded her, "What does that have to do with you?" Jiaqi retorted, "It may not matter now, but what about in the future?" Chu Xiaoqing's expression turned serious as she warned, "Don't get ahead of yourself." It's evident that Zhang Jing wants to maintain his distance. Zhang is fresh out of a breakup, naturally wary of women. Ding Jiaqi replied confidently, "Just wait. He will come to recognize my humble charm." Chu Xiaoqing posed a skeptical question, with so many affordable women of various colors on the street. "Do you think Zhang Jing hasn't tasted any?" "Impossible," Ding Jiaqi clarified. "I have known brother Zhang for a year and a half. He was always attentive to his ex-girlfriend and would never act recklessly." Chu Xiaoqing countered, "But the issue is, he is currently single. Why shouldn't he indulge?" Ding Jiaqi was left speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal as Chu Xiaoqing struck at the heart of the matter. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing, after parting ways with the two friends, checked into a nearby W hotel. At that moment, he found himself in the hotel lobby, face to face with a woman. She was a Caucasian, around 30 years old, with golden hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, adorned with subtle makeup that projected a polished professional image. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Barbie Mallory, a real estate agent. Miss Ding mentioned that you are looking to purchase a property." "Yes," he replied. "What are your requirements?" "Location, yard size, type of house structure, number of rooms, presence of a garage, budget, age of the property, building materials. Please provide as much detail as possible." It was evident that Barbie Mallory aimed to pinpoint a suitable property for Zhang Jing directly. Typically, finding a property that satisfies numerous conditions simultaneously is nearly impossible unless one opts to build from scratch or possesses substantial wealth to purchase exorbitant estates like number 1032, which meet all criteria. Zhang Jing had specific goals, no location constraints, a detached house with front and backyards, 3 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 garage. His requirements were flexible, but there was one non-negotiable condition. The house must be made of stone or concrete, avoiding wooden structures entirely. His previous experience in a wooden house within the African-American community on 57th Avenue had left a bad taste in his mouth, despite its outward beauty. The need for frequent maintenance and significant costs could not be overlooked. Over time, a musty odor developed inside, and he was concerned about termite infestations, requiring waterproofing paint on the exterior every few years. The hassle was considerable. Barbie Mallory was taken aback. This single rigid requirement eliminated 98 of the available listings. Considering this, she cautioned Zhang Jing, "Such properties are not inexpensive. What is your budget?" Without hesitation, Zhang Jing was acutely aware of his financial standing. He could afford to pay in full with $2 to $3 million, and if he could find a bargain, that would be even more ideal. Barbie Mallory was astonished, as she had not anticipated that the young man before her could afford a $3 million property. Instinctively, she tucked her golden hair behind her ear, exposing her alabaster neck further. "Are there such houses available?" Zhang Jing interrupted her musings with a question. "Yes. I will need to return and organize the information. I will provide you with an answer by tomorrow." Before parting, Zhang Jing called out to Barbie Mallory, "I am currently on an M1 visa, which requires me to attend classes at a technical college from Monday to Friday. Is there any way to avoid attending?" The M1 visa felt like a golden tether, tightly binding him. Neglecting his classes could lead to failing grades, resulting in potential deportation and a permanent ban on reentry. It was imperative that he find a way to lift this burden. Section 18. Green card and nationality. Zhang Jing's inquiry was quite straightforward. Barbie Mallory responded without hesitation, naturally. "One should obtain a green card." "No," Zhang Jing clarified. "I do not wish to acquire citizenship in the United States." Barbie explained. "A green card is akin to a permanent visa, granting most of the benefits, yet lacking both the right to vote and the right to run for office." "What is the quickest way to secure a green card?" Zhang Jing inquired with interest. "Investment," Barbie Mallory elaborated, "investing $1 million US dollars to establish a company or project, provided all documentation is complete, will guarantee a green card. However, initially, you will only receive a 2-year green card. The investment must be deposited into the Immigration Bureau's corporate account and create employment for at least 10 U.S. citizens. Upon the completion of the 2-year investment period, you may apply 90 days in advance to lift the 2-year green card limitation, converting it into a permanent one." Zhang Jing chuckled. "This is evidently designed for the wealthy from around the globe, isn't it?" Barbie Mallory nodded in agreement. "Can you assist me with this matter?" Zhang Jing asked. Without a moment's thought, Barbie Mallory confidently affirmed, recognizing it as an excellent opportunity to strengthen client relations. The key was the 5 intermediary fee, of which she could potentially receive 35, a rather lucrative sum. "I'm adept at handling logistics, as this requires providing employment for 10 individuals. What kind of company do you intend to establish?" Barbie queried Zhang Jing. Caught off guard, Zhang Jing pondered briefly. "Do you have any suggestions?" "The simplest approach would be to open a supermarket, hiring over 10 stock clerks and cashiers." It sounded rather straightforward, and Zhang Jing felt a sense of relief. Given the mature at Section 19, a yellow skin with a white heart due to the unfamiliar surroundings and the disorienting nature of his new environment, Zhang Jing experienced a restless night. The following morning, he arrived at Wen Li's residence precisely at 9 o'clock, burdened by fatigue. In the past, he would have ensured his arrival before 7, primarily to partake in a hearty breakfast. However, now he hesitated. The tragic demise of Palmer, the owner of the Rose Red Winery, weighed heavily on his mind. It was said that he had hanged himself, his tongue grotesquely protruding from his mouth. And even his 9-year-old illegitimate son and dog were not spared. The horror was overwhelming. Wen Li stood silently in the backyard, before the pit left by the fallen beech tree. Unlike before, the estate was now guarded solely by male attendants. Today, however, 2 robust female guards had joined. One towering over 8 meters and the other slightly below 7 meters. Both had cropped hair, their facial features sharp, and their skin seemed to ripple with muscular strength beneath the surface, standing quietly 10 meters behind Wen Li. Zhang Jing dared not intrude upon Wen Li's moment of remembrance for her loved ones, instead positioning himself alongside the 2 formidable women. They regarded him with scrutinizing gazes, to which he responded with a tentative smile, acknowledging their presence. 10 minutes slipped by in silence when the shorter female guard stepped forward to assist Wen Li away from the tree pit. "Why are you so late today?" Wen Li inquired, her voice considerably weakened compared to before. Zhang Jing slightly hunched over, appearing quite meek. "I was inconsiderate in the past. Please forgive me." "Is there something you need?" she asked. I have already engaged a real estate agent to procure a residence. The study will be vacated within 2 months. Thank you. Wen Li replied with a note of gravity that sent a chill through Zhang Jing. Is there anything else? She continued, not wishing to disturb her further. He made his departure swiftly. Upon leaving the estate, Ding Jieqi called via video. Noticing the roadside scenery, she expressed concern. Brother Zhang, where are you? I just exited Manor 1032 and am preparing to return to the city, he replied. I just heard on the news about a family in the suburbs of Yisich, a professor of dragon descent with the surname Wang, along with his wife and 2 children, were found hanged in their home. Zhang Jing felt a dryness in his throat. The method mirrored that of Palmer's family. Was it merely a coincidence? 40 minutes later, he arrived at the apartment shared by Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing. Brother Zhang, the local Chinese forum has erupted in outrage over this incident, Ding Jieqi informed him. Why the uproar? Zhang Jing inquired, puzzled. Shouldn't there be a united front against such atrocities? Some claim the professor deserved his fate, while others argue that the whole family should not have suffered. Ding Jieqi shrugged. Sounds like he was not well liked, Zhang Jing mused. In a foreign land, he believed solidarity was essential. I know, Chu Xiaoqing interjected, holding up her phone. I just followed the victim's account on a certain platform. Astonishingly, he had over 100,000 followers. His posts are quite intriguing. Allow me to read a couple. Go ahead, Ding Jieqi urged. After clearing her throat, Chu Xiaoqing began. A certain company has announced its third quarter financial report, revealing a 62% surge in revenue, amounting to $380 million US, in stark contrast to a loss of $69 million a year prior. The company also declared a buyback of $2 billion US in stock to reward its shareholders. Despite announcing its exit from the dragon market last May, who would have anticipated such robust performance? Setting her phone down, Chu Xiaoqing smiled. Consider this carefully. Doesn't it seem rather villainous? Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi understood the implication. It suggested that the dragon market had burdened the company's operations. Hence the sentiment that the professor had brought his fate upon himself. This one is even more fascinating, Chu Xiaoqing resumed, reading from her device. The statistics show over 1 million new cases in a week, with 300 deaths, a mortality rate of 0.03, merely 1/30th of that of the flu. What are you also concerned about? Accompanied by a comical expression. Indeed, it was quite intriguing. No further examination was necessary. These 2 statements alone suffice to illustrate that Professor Wang was a yellow skin with a white heart. Section 20. Only strategies win hearts in the midst of a quarrel. Zhang Jing, seemingly indifferent, curiously inquired about the victim's profession. What kind of professor are they? Chu Xiaoqing glanced at her phone, noting that the profile suggested a background in architectural design. What about the owner of the winery? Zhang Jing suddenly asked, pondering if he had any other profession. I know this, Ding Jieqi interjected. Palmer is an internist, a specialist in cardiology. Generally, physicians earn substantial incomes, and Palmer's earnings are among the pinnacle of the medical field, making the winery his side venture. As the winery was mentioned again, Ding Jieqi had a sudden realization. Brother Zhang, you're at the State Technical College, and your major seems to be brewing? Zhang Jing explained that the information filled out by the agent was merely for the visa. He intended to invest to obtain a green card and free himself from the constraints of the M1 visa. Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing exchanged silent glances, both understanding that an investment of $1 million US was necessary to secure a green card. It turned out that Zhang Jing had aspirations that surpassed their expectations. What business do you plan to pursue? Ding Jieqi asked with curiosity. The real estate agent you introduced, Miss Barbie, suggested conservatively opening a supermarket or, more ambitiously, engaging in the propagation of humanity. The supermarket market is saturated. It's not a sound idea, Ding Jieqi analyzed. The second approach seems more feasible, considering the rising status of women in the dragon country. This industry could be viable in 2 or 3 years. Why only in 2 or 3 years? Zhang Jing questioned. Perplexed. This field requires genuine expertise. Ordinary individuals cannot navigate it successfully. Ding Jieqi appeared confident, prompting Zhang Jing to inquire, what good strategies do you have? There are 2 options, purchase a winery or a racetrack, or perhaps undertake both together. The investment is not substantial, and in 2 years, it could stabilize and meet the requirements for 10 employees. Zhang Jing chuckled inwardly, recognizing Ding Jieqi's youth. Although he, too, was an outsider, he understood that both winemaking and racetrack management demanded considerable skill. Forcing one's way into either would likely result in a 99 loss. Ding Jieqi, being astute, continued. The winery and racetrack are merely gimmicks. The decor must evoke a sense of ceremony to welcome visitors, satisfying their need for social validation. It seemed plausible. Yet Zhang Jing still felt skeptical. Hire an entry-level winemaker to create an appealing facade. Procure various wines in bulk from the market. repackaging them into exquisite glass bottles for presentation, then offer some pre-packaged foods alongside rustic wooden tables and chairs. It would undoubtedly succeed. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Isn't that deceitful? That's business. Ding Jiechi retorted. How would you manage a racetrack? Zhang Jing inquired out of curiosity. Running a racetrack is simpler, Ding Jiechi elaborated. Ordinary muscular quarter horses cost between $1,000 to $3,000 each. Purchasing 7 or 8 would suffice. Then hire a jockey and a nutritionist to care for the horses. They don't need to be experts. Hiring them is cost-effective. The key is to ensure a sense of ceremony, providing visitors with attractive, stylish riding attire and a grand, picturesque environment for photographs. Zhang Jing murmured. I am reminded of a saying. What is it? Ding Jiechi asked, intrigued. A beautiful exterior concealing a flawed interior. Chu Shaoqing erupted in laughter on the sofa, nearly in stitches. Ding Jiechi, undeterred, asserted, since ancient times, true feelings have gone unrecognized. Only strategies win hearts. Zhang Jing profoundly resonated with this sentiment. He had treated his ex-girlfriend with utmost kindness and affection, only to face rejection. He understood that although a winery and a racetrack sounded prestigious, they could be operated at a low cost, employing clever strategies that were more reliable than a supermarket. Acknowledging Ding Jiechi as a treasure, Zhang Jing contacted the real estate agent, Barbie, urging her to search for a racetrack or winery. This time, location was paramount, as the objective was to attract visitors, necessitating a site that was not too remote. Section 21. The Rose Vineyard. Barbie Mallory, a consummate professional, promptly received a call from Zhang Jing and began recommending properties. The much-discussed Rose Vineyard is currently up for sale. Over the phone, the real estate agent Barbie revealed that the vineyard's owner, Palmer, met a tragic end due to murder, and the estate has since been seized by the bank. Zhang Jing was astonished, not expecting fate to unfold in such a manner. What is the asking price? He inquired. The auction will take place next Saturday, starting at 6 million yuan. The final price may reach 7 to 8 million. How could it be so expensive? The estate spans 600 acres, half of which is planted with old vine grapevines. Additionally, there are 5 buildings, including a winery and a wine cellar. The location boasts advantages as well, being just 50 kilometers from the airport and the city center. 50 kilometers? An hour's drive sounds manageable, yet it is indeed quite distant. When can I view the property? Access to the vineyard is restricted. It's akin to opening a blind box. The auction is next Saturday. How do I register? Registration is on-site, requiring a deposit of 1,000 yuan. After winning the bid, you can secure a loan, but full payment is mandatory. After hanging up, Zhang Jing turned to Ding Jiechi and explained. The Rose Vineyard is going to auction next Saturday, starting at 6 million. It encompasses 600 acres, including a winery and a wine cellar among 5 buildings, along with 300 acres of vineyards. I plan to participate in the bidding. Chu Shaoqing looked up in surprise, her eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Zhang, do you have 6 million yuan? Just so happens I do. How could that be possible? Chu Shaoqing expressed her skepticism, while Jiaqing questioned, you are all on your own. Who provided you with such funds? From treasure hunting, Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly. What on earth could be worth 6 million yuan? Chu Shaoqing was utterly astonished. Zhang Jing shrugged, offering no explanation, as the items belonged to one Li, and he had a responsibility to keep the client's affairs confidential. Brother Zhang, you must steer clear of D-grade items. Ding Jiaqing cautioned earnestly. The money is clean, and it's in Hong Kong dollars. That's reassuring. Ding Jiaqing expressed her trust in Zhang Jing. On Saturday, I will accompany you to the auction. I will go too, Chu Shaoqing insisted, unwilling to be left behind. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jing, Ding Jiaqing clenched her fists, her expression serious as she addressed her friend. We need to support Brother Zhang. He will face numerous competitors, and the price will be driven up. Chu Shaoqing scoffed. That's your brother Zhang. He is not mine. Ding Jiaqing brushed it off, aware that Chu Shaoqing had a boyfriend who was muscular, and Zhang Jing was indeed not her type. What do termites like to eat? Ding Jiaqing suddenly asked. Section 22. Red wine and steak. After diligently attending classes for a week, Zhang Jing received his driver's license on Friday afternoon, and he decided to skip the last class to purchase a car. Accompanied by Irina, a Ukrainian girl who had studied abroad in the Dragon Country and could converse in Mandarin, they headed straight for the second-hand car market. There, he spent 6,000 yuan to acquire a Ford pickup truck, which was in good condition, only 5 years old, and had traveled less than 90,000 kilometers. No longer would he need to hail a cab, which, aside from being exorbitantly priced, also required tipping. As Irina admired the blue pickup, she curiously inquired about the source of his studies abroad. I am a treasure seeker, Zhang Jing lamented, expressing his frustration at being misled by a visa agency. They initially assured me that I would not need to attend classes, merely copying answers during exams, allowing me to work steadily until graduation. This unforeseen situation has arisen, and I do not intend to remain at the school for long. A treasure seeker? Irina exclaimed, astonished. Leaving school? Zhang Jing nodded in affirmation. Irina felt a complex mix of emotions. Having spent considerable time together from Monday to Friday attending classes and sharing lunches, it was undeniable that a bond had formed. Observing Irina, with her flowing chestnut hair and fair, striking features lost in thought, Zhang Jing opened the passenger door and urged her, "Get in. Let me treat you to dinner, a grand feast." Irina acquiesced, settling into the passenger seat. Knowing of a steakhouse near the technical college, Zhang Jing inquired as he took the driver's seat, "How about steak?" "Sounds great," Irina replied eagerly, her mind wandering to the possibilities of dining accompanied by wine. And then what? A bathtub, a pristine white bed, an intimate encounter. Her heart raced with excitement. Lost in these thoughts, they soon arrived at the bustling steakhouse. "Please follow me," the waitress greeted them with a smile, leading them to a table by the window. "No need for a table. We'll take our order to go," Zhang Jing insisted. The waitress's expression momentarily froze, discreetly glancing at Irina, and remarked, "The night is long. You could savor your meal slowly." Not only the waitress, but Irina too surmised that Zhang Jing was eager for something more intimate. Zhang Jing quickly grasped the implication behind the waitress's words, which suggested, "Do not rush to the hotel. One should afford the lady a touch of romance." "To go," Zhang Jing reiterated firmly. Half an hour later, they had packed 4 steaks for 60 yuan and 2 bottles of ordinary red wine for 40 yuan. Irina carried 2 steaks and a bottle of wine back to the school dormitory, while Zhang Jing checked into the W Hotel near Pike Market Beach, where nothing untoward transpired. Pulling back the blackout curtains, he was greeted by the enchanting night view of Seattle Bay, where clusters of lights representing numerous cruise ships floated serenely, a sight to behold. His own reflection in the glass momentarily captivated him, and he indulged in an hour-long bath before finally relishing the steaks and wine he had brought back. He began with the wine, a robust red that was slightly astringent. He could not discern its quality, and indeed, it was rather unpalatable without the addition of Sprite. The steak was somewhat chewy, proving to be worth only 15 yuan apiece. Midway through his meal, his phone rang. It was a video call from Ding Jiaqing. Zhang Jing instinctively accepted the call. "Hey, brother Zhang, are you drinking?" Ding Jiaqing, perceptive as ever, observed. Zhang Jing wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, revealing traces of red wine, and replied, "Just dinner with some wine," aware that Zhang Jing was new to the country and unfamiliar with its potential dangers. Ding Jiaqing subtly warned, "Brother Zhang, let me clarify. I am not trying to check your room. What I mean to say is that there are many criminals who may install miniature cameras in your room to observe whether you possess valuables or if you are drinking, and then use universal keys to break in at night." As their conversation continued, Zhang Jing noted Ding Jiaqing's heightened sense of caution and her extensive experience living abroad, which seemed unexpected. Section 23. Fear without much contemplation. Zhang Jing followed Ding Jiaqing's suggestion, reversing the camera lens and maneuvering his phone to capture a panoramic view of the room in search of any concealed original camera. In the midst of his investigation, a knock resonated at the door. It was a server wheeling in a cart, offering a complimentary platter of fruits. Zhang Jing displayed the generous assortment to Ding Jiaqing, who smiled gently through the video call, advising him to rest early. "Good night. See you soon." As he ended the video call, Ding Jiaqing turned to her friend. "You are merely being suspicious. There is no woman in Zhang Jing's room." "Not necessarily," Chu Xiaoqing countered. "Men can be more cunning than you might presume. They might secure 2 rooms, one for appearances and the other for hiding a woman." Ding Jiaqing, hearing such a notion for the first time, remained skeptical, as Zhang Jing was single and had no need for such deceit. "It seems Zhang Jing resides opposite room 1705, Chu Xiaoqing proposed. "Shall I check for you?" Having seen Zhang Jing retrieve the fruit moments ago, she was aware of his room number. Ding Jiaqing hesitated, neither affirming nor denying, leaving it unspoken. Chu Xiaoqing, elated, chuckled as she departed the apartment. The 2 locations were less than a kilometer apart, and though hesitant to walk at night, she opted to drive the short distance. As if on a clandestine mission, Chu Xiaoqing donned black leather shoes, casual beige wide trousers, and a matching short-sleeved top, clutching a small Gucci handbag. She entered the W Hotel lobby with determination, locating the elevator and pressing the button for the 17th floor. However, an unexpected turn awaited her. The elevator halted at the 2nd floor, allowing an inebriated, tattooed Asian man to board, his presence overwhelming. He was notably heavy-set and, crucially, did not select a floor, leaving Chu Xiaoqing frozen in fear, standing rigidly in the corner of the elevator. The audacity she had moments ago was nowhere to be found. Upon reaching the 17th floor, The elevator doors slid open, and with remarkable swiftness, she squeezed past the bald man. Predictably, he followed her out, sending her heart racing. She dashed to locate room 1705 and soon found it, frantically pounding on Zhang Jing's door. "Zhang Jing, open up. Help? Inside." Zhang Jing was in the bathroom when the thunderous knocking startled him, causing him to jump in surprise. He opened the door to find Chu Xiaoqing, her face pale and panic-stricken. Peering outside toward the elevator, he noticed the drunken man trailing behind her, his bare torso reminiscent of a member from a renowned Japanese theater troupe. Pulling Chu Xiaoqing into the room, Zhang Jing swiftly secured the door, locking the chain. His own anxiety beginning to mount. "How did you attract the attention of a gang member?" he whispered, leaning against the door. "I didn't." Chu Xiaoqing sobbed, her teeth chattering as tears streamed down her face. The drunken man, bewildered and unclear of the situation, carelessly pounded on Zhang Jing's door before stumbling forward to the adjacent room, his actions seemingly random yet profoundly unsettling to both Zhang Jing and Chu Xiaoqing. Panic ensued. After a tense silence, feeling somewhat safe for the moment, Chu Xiaoqing approached the dining table by the window, pouring herself a generous drink from a bottle of wine to calm her nerves. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Jing inquired sternly. Defiantly, Chu Xiaoqing replied, "I came to ensure you weren't cheating. I don't even have a girlfriend. What infidelity are you talking about? You can leave now." "Leave?" Chu Xiaoqing shivered involuntarily, pouring herself another hefty glass of red wine and gnawing on a steak. Perhaps due to her fright, she quickly consumed more than half the bottle, her poor tolerance leading her to slump onto the carpet in a state of disarray. Amused yet exasperated, Zhang Jing placed a video call to Ding Jiaqing. Witnessing her friend's embarrassing predicament, Ding Jiaqing covered her face in mortification, the awkwardness palpable even through the screen. For safety, they decided to remain as they were for the night. Zhang Jing would sleep on the bed while Chu Xiaoqing would settle on the carpet. With Ding Jiaqing choosing to stay in the apartment, they arranged to meet the following day for a winery auction, just when they thought the night would pass without incident. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, Chu Xiaoqing's phone rang persistently. Initially reluctant to answer, Zhang Jing noticed the contact was labeled Dad and, concerned for the caller's urgency, decided to pick up. Section 24. The auction of the winery the following day, Saturday. Zhang Jing parked his pickup truck beneath Ding Jiaqing's apartment building. As he settled into the back seat, Ding Jiaqing turned to her friend with a playful smile and inquired, "Did anything happen last night?" Chu Xiaoqing, also in the back seat, raised her left hand dramatically and solemnly assured Ding Jiaqing, "I swear, nothing at all." Ding Jiaqing let out a cold laugh. Zhang Jing started the vehicle but couldn't suppress his amusement, reminding Chu Xiaoqing, "Your phone rang incessantly last night. I answered it for you." Chu Xiaoqing abruptly turned to Zhang Jing, and Ding Jiaqing's expression faltered. "I didn't mean to," Zhang Jing clarified. "The caller ID showed that. I was worried your father was anxious back home, but to my surprise, he was cursing, so I hung up." "You've ruined me," Chu Xiaoqing exclaimed, snatching her phone to call back, only to discover she had been blocked. "What did I do wrong?" Zhang Jing asked Ding Jiaqing, puzzled. She shrugged. "That's her boyfriend." The pickup truck departed the city, heading east, first passing the 502 bridge and then the city of Yisich. An hour later, they arrived at a quaint place called Bayou Town. According to online information, Bayou Town has a population of just over 200 residents. Nestled in a valley with a river flowing through it, the Rose Red Winery is located 7 kilometers northeast of the town, where sunlight is abundant and water is plentiful, making it ideal for grape cultivation. Such a remote place, Chu Xiaoqing remarked with irritation. Zhang Jing felt it was acceptable, considering it was merely 50 kilometers away. With no traffic, and an hour was sufficient. After traversing the town streets and following the gravel path along the gurgling river for 7 kilometers, they reached their destination. To their surprise, they found a crowd already gathered outside the winery, including reporters from 2 television stations. After parking on the roadside, Zhang Jing had just stepped out of the vehicle when he overheard a middle-aged Caucasian man with flushed skin complaining, "There are a lot of termites. It's quite troublesome." Another buyer chimed in, "I also noticed termites behind the winery. There might be even more inside." Zhang Jing was perplexed by the concern over termites. Just by a few pangolins, he thought to himself, only to realize, with a sense of irony, that there are no pangolins in North America. A chubby young man approached to greet them. "I'm Kangxi," he introduced himself, exuding a social confidence, "from Longhua." Zhang Jing nodded. Noticing Ding Jiaqing and Zhang Jing were sitting close together, Kangxi inquired, "Is she your girlfriend?" "Just a female friend," Zhang Jing clarified. "This is Ding Jiaqing. And that is Chu Xiaoqing." After exchanging pleasantries, Kangxi asked, "Are you planning to participate in the auction?" Zhang Jing nodded in affirmation. Kangxi expressed his frustration. "I arrived at 6 this morning and walked around the winery. It looks beautiful from the outside, but the actual condition might be less than desirable with all these termites. So, you think the bank's quoted price of $6 million is too high? Zhang Jing probed. $6 million is acceptable, but if the bidding exceeds $7 million, I will reconsider its value. Dealing with pest control isn't cheap, and the winery structure could be significantly damaged by termites. Zhang Jing surveyed the other buyers. The competition seemed fierce. Most are here hoping to find a bargain, Kashi explained, but the genuine buyers number no more than 5. Are you a genuine buyer? Ding Jiaqi asked Kangxi. I came looking for a bargain too, Kangxi admitted. I only make a move if there's a price difference. Otherwise, it wouldn't be profitable. Is this your profession? Zhang Jing inquired. Kangxi nodded. I buy at a low price, renovate, and then sell for a profit. It sounds quite lucrative, Zhang Jing remarked. It's just enough to make a living, Kangxi replied. What about you? Why are you buying this winery? To enjoy life, Zhang Jing answered. Kangxi gave him a thumbs up. Good choice. The winery is south of a stream and north of a mountain, with distant neighbors ensuring peace and quiet. Half an hour later, the bank's auctioneer arrived to register bidders, requiring a deposit of $1,000, simple and straightforward. The auction commenced at 9 o'clock on a stone bridge at the entrance of the winery. Half of the bridge belonged to the winery, while the other half was public property. The bank had placed barriers in the middle of the bridge, preventing vehicles and pedestrians from crossing. The host, a short and stout Caucasian man, announced, the starting bid is $6 million, with minimum increments of $2,000. Let the bidding begin. The atmosphere was tense, and the first bid was raised by $2,000. The second bidder followed suit. After 20 rounds, the price climbed to $6,400,000. It was evident that the bidders were quite conservative. Unable to tolerate such minimal increments, Kangxi raised his hand and boldly declared, $6,200,000. Everyone turned to look at Kangxi, their expressions akin to witnessing a rare creature. The usual auction strategy is to increase the bid incrementally, creating psychological pressure on competitors. Kangxi, however, appeared to be unbothered by the financial stakes. An elderly, slender Caucasian man in his 70s raised the bid by another $2,000. Zhang Jing followed suit, signaling to the crowd that he was also a contender, not merely a spectator. Many continued with increments of $2,000, and after an hour, the price reached $6,700,000. Kangxi then increased the bid by $200,000, bringing the total to $6,900,000, exuding an air of invincibility. Yet, Zhang Jing recognized that $7 million was a pivotal point. Steady as a rock, he raised the bid by $2,000. The elderly man, appearing composed, also raised his bid by $2,000. Kangxi temporarily withdrew from the bidding, and soon the others followed suit, leaving only Zhang Jing and the slender elderly man in contention. Zhang Jing raised his bid by $2,000 again. The remaining bidders fell silent, and he gestured to the host, signaling his acceptance of the minimum increment. The host, a professional, spoke rapidly, his gaze shifting between Zhang Jing and the elderly man. The price swiftly climbed to $7 million. Suddenly, Kangxi, as if igniting a fire, shouted, $7,100,000. Zhang Jing remained unfazed and raised his bid by $2,000 without giving him any face. The elderly man, steadfast and unyielding, also raised his bid by $2,000. Zhang, they are already at their limit, Ding Jiaqi whispered, gently tugging at Zhang Jing's sleeve. Zhang Jing thought to himself, so am I. Despite feeling anxious, he maintained a composed facade and raised his bid by $2,000 once more. Kangxi immediately deflated, raising his hands in surrender. The elderly man's expression was complex as he looked at Zhang Jing, but he too shook his head in defeat. Ultimately, Zhang Jing secured the winery for $7,600,000, claiming 600 acres. Congratulations. The short, stout auctioneer extended his hand. Zhang Jing shook it firmly. Having completed the transaction, the responsibility for profit or loss now lay solely with him. You must pay the full amount now or arrange for a loan before you can enter the winery. Access to the winery would be temporarily denied, as Zhang Jing had 6 days to remit the total payment to the bank and finalize the transaction, ultimately receiving a stamped A4 document resembling a property deed. The first order of business was to call Barbie, arranging to meet her at a steakhouse near the west gate of the technical college, where Zhang Jing had previously ordered 4 steaks and 2 bottles of red wine. Arriving first, he was punctual, and Barbie appeared on time as well. Clad in a blue blazer paired with dark trousers and carrying a white handbag, she exuded the aura of a professional woman. While placing the order, the same female server from before reminded Zhang Jing to add a touch of romance for the lady and not to rush to the hotel. Ignoring the server's strange gaze, he swiftly completed the order, a standard steak and an ordinary red wine. Turning to Barbie, Zhang Jing got straight to the point. The winery transaction has been finalized. I need someone to help me manage it. How's your current job? I don't know how to manage a winery, Barbie rejected without hesitation. It could lead to significant losses for you. In 5 minutes, Zhang Jing outlined Ding Jieqi's perspective on the winery's condition, describing it as beautiful on the outside. Section 25. Paranoia. The soft melodies of the restaurant enveloped the atmosphere as Barbie looked at Zhang Jing with surprise, questioning, the worst vintner? A hotspot for check-ins? Catering to the vanity of tourists? Zhang Jing reminded her that a skilled vintner does not come cheaply. There may be short-term gains, but they will not last. Only quality products can retain and captivate customers. He was disinclined to discuss the matter further, having resolved to proceed with the established plan. Barbie tucked her golden hair behind her ear and inquired with concern, what about my salary? I have gathered that school teachers earn around 80,000 a year. Mid-level professionals about 60,000, and ordinary white-collar workers around 40,000. I hope for a weekly salary of 1,200. Zhang Jing painted a picture of the future, proposing. The first year will be 1,000 per week, and if the returns are favorable in the second year, I will increase it by 100 weekly. Another 100 in the third year, and we can renegotiate in the fourth. Barbie did not object but added, I wish to reside at the vineyard. Furthermore, I have a 3-year-old son currently under my mother's care, and I wish to have him by my side. Curiously, Zhang Jing asked, what about the child's father? He is a scoundrel, she replied. He abandoned us and returned to the Dragon Kingdom alone. Zhang Jing, not wishing to disparage his compatriot, shook her hand to finalize their agreement. Recruiting is essential. We must gradually support and operationalize the vineyard, he instructed, specifying 2 criteria. Candidates must possess American citizenship and be affordable. For a green card? Zhang Jing nodded. He explained that after registering the company, he would need to present proof of 10 jobs and a profit and loss statement in 2 years. After lunch, Barbie headed directly to the Rose Vineyard while Zhang Jing returned to the technical college, where he called Ruth outside the preparatory class. Ruth was a classic white girl with dreams of becoming a veterinarian, brown hair, a prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and a few freckles adorning her face. She arrived in 10 minutes. As always, dressed in a rather bold style, exuding a refreshing aura despite the October chill of 15 degrees. Good afternoon, Ruth greeted. Good afternoon. How have you been lately? Zhang Jing inquired. Ruth shook her head. Not well. Do you need a job? He asked. I have a job at a restaurant in the evenings and also work there on weekends, she replied. Zhang Jing was puzzled. What pressure do you face? My credit card was drained by a scoundrel with a debt of 20,000 to repay each month, Ruth explained, her expression resigned. My tuition is also a loan, which I will have to repay in the future. Wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, Zhang Jing probed. Your boyfriend isn't from the Dragon Kingdom, is he? No. Ruth replied, her concern evident. Do you have any quick-paying work for me? No, but if you have time on Saturdays and Sundays, I could use your help with some odd jobs. Where is it, and how far from the school? She asked. Whitefish Town, about 50 kilometers away. Ruth shook her head. If it were a veterinarian position, I would go, but odd jobs that far are a bit too much. Working at the restaurant on weekends is more lucrative. How is the pay calculated at the restaurant? Zhang Jing queried. $16.5 an hour. What if I offer you $18 an hour? He proposed. Ruth's expression turned skeptical. Why would you want to help me? In 2 years, I need to provide proof of 10 employees to the immigration office, and currently, there is only Barbie. I cannot hire anyone without that, Zhang Jing explained, dismissing any notion of charity. I genuinely need help, and the odd jobs will be quite laborious. I am not afraid of hard work, Ruth assured him. I can commit to 3 days a week. They agreed on her working Friday, Saturday, and Sunday before she departed. During the lunch break, only a few classmates remained in the classroom as Zhang Jing approached Irina, taking a seat beside her. You didn't go to the cafeteria for lunch? Irina asked casually. Whenever I am at school, I always have lunch with you, Zhang Jing replied, their companionship unwavering. I see. Are you heading back to the Dragon Kingdom? Irina inquired, surprised. Not at all. I will still be in Seattle. If all goes well, I should have my green card next week, he replied. Investing $1 million. First obtaining a temporary green card for 2 years to employ 10 people. Then converting it to a permanent one? Irina asked, astonished. Indeed. How impressive. Irina's eyes sparkled. If only I had American citizenship, I could work for you. Zhang Jing observed Irina. The beauty of her cascading brown hair, fair skin, large eyes, and an enviable figure, perfectly proportioned. The Eastern European man who had previously sought trouble with Zhang Jing had intended to sit beside the exquisite Irina. As if summoned by fate, an unfriendly-looking Eastern European youth entered the preparatory class and approached Zhang Jing directly. Speaking in a Slavic language, he was translated by Irina. I am Levon Chedlitz, and I apologize for my previous mistakes. I hope you can withdraw your accusations against me. Otherwise, I will be deported. While Shun Mingming was still pursuing the assault case against Zhang Jing, the latter had no consequences from the fight. Instead, he was the one pressing charges. Examining Levon Chedlitz, who appeared to be in his 20s with a gaunt face, Zhang Jing sensed the facade of vulnerability. This was the same individual who had been brazenly demanding his seat. Unlike the norms in the Dragon Kingdom, where student disputes usually ended in brawls leading to injuries, here, conflicts could escalate to gun violence, with the best outcome being a hospital visit and the worst, a funeral. The most pressing concern was the visible bulge of a knife tucked into Levon Chedlitz's waistband. Realizing the potential for violence, Zhang Jing feigned a phone call. Can I call now? Levon Chedlitz pressed. Initially uncertain, Zhang Jing now recognized Levon as a paranoid individual. Encountering such a person was undeniably unfortunate, akin to stepping in dog excrement. Feigning to reach for his phone, Zhang Jing suddenly lunged at Levon, crashing into a cluster of desks and chairs, and a scuffle ensued. Irina screamed, having spotted the knife in Levon's back. As Levon Chedlitz attempted to stab Zhang Jing, Irina acted swiftly, snatching the blade away. Holding the knife, she realized this was her chance to alter her destiny. Indeed, she chose to side with wealth. As Zhang Jing was affluent, and without hesitation, she plunged the knife into Levon Chedlitz's lower back. With a cry of pain, Levon Chedlitz fell, unable to resist as Zhang Jing struck him down. Observing the wounded man's anguished cries, Zhang Jing was uncertain of his fate and promptly called for help. The campus police were the first to arrive, and Zhang Jing raised his hands in explanation. Levon Chedlitz was armed with a knife and threatened me to withdraw my accusations. He exhibited severe violent tendencies. I acted in self-defense. Irina corroborated his account. Section 26. New clue at the West Gate Police Station of the Technical Institute. Zhang Jing returned for tea for the second time. You again? Inquired the Asian officer. Levon Chedlitz threatened me with a knife to withdraw the charges, Zhang Jing explained. My life was at risk, and I had to fight back. The incident was quite straightforward. Zhang Jing and Irina corroborated each other's statements, and the evidence was direct. Half an hour later, lawyer Shen Mingming arrived. With his assistance, Zhang Jing posted a bail of $10,000 for himself and $20,000 for Irina. They subsequently left the police station, and after a ruling from the judge, if Zhang Jing and Irina were found not guilty, the $30,000 would be refunded. Fortunately, Irina had helped today. Otherwise, he might have faced a dire fate. Your girlfriend has arrived, Irina remarked at the police station's entrance before departing. Zhang Jing wished to clarify that Ding Jiaqing was not his girlfriend, but Irina had already walked away. Shen Mingming also left ahead of them. Brother Zhang, are you injured? Ding Jiaqing asked, surveying Zhang Jing with concern. I'm fine, he replied. Ding Jiaqing, still fuming, questioned why such a dangerous person was released. Was the judge a fool? Don't be angry. He will certainly end up in prison or be deported. Ding Jiaqing expressed her hope that Shen Mingming was not merely a fade, adding, if he fails to ensure the perpetrator receives due punishment, I will demand a refund of the legal fees, just like a fan returning tickets. Shen Mingming was the lawyer Ding Jiaqing had sought, and Zhang Jing had paid $8,000 for his services, unaware that the actual fee was $20,000, with Ding Jiaqing covering $12,000 of that. Finding Ding Jiaqing endearing, Zhang Jing shifted the topic, asking, have you had lunch? Not yet, she replied with concern. As soon as Shen Mingming said you were in a fight, I rushed over. I'll treat you to lunch, he offered. Not today, there's not enough time, she said, glancing at her watch. Tomorrow is Friday. In the evening, I'll be going to your Rose Winery with Xiaoqing. You will treat us to dinner. And I have a gift for you. No need for gifts, Zhang Jing replied, feeling it unnecessary given the tuition was not cheap. Having known each other for a long time, Zhang Jing was aware that Ding Jiaqing's monthly living expenses while studying in Shijiang were only 200 renminbi. With her study abroad costs being a result of her parents' frugality, just a small amount, not exceeding $200, Ding Jiaqing gestured with her fingers, her mood brightening as she added, congratulations on acquiring the winery. After parting ways with Ding Jiaqing, Zhang Jing sought out his preparatory class instructor, Gus. At that moment, a male classmate passed by, dropping a book, which Zhang Jing caught midair. You have obtained a fragmentary treasure hunting clue, now recorded, a voice announced. The host needs to collect more data or information to complete the fragmented clue and can obtain an accurate treasure hunting address. Can this also lead to treasure hunting clues? His heart raced, but his expression remained unchanged as he returned the book to its owner. Thank you, the young man said, taking the book back. Appearing to be of Japanese descent, Zhang Jing smiled, indicating it was no trouble. Upon opening the recorded treasure hunting content, the details were as follows. Chai Chang, Comet Subara is dead. Where is that golden laid jade? Golden laid jade? It sounded immensely valuable. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Jing continued chatting with Gus, his demeanor unchanged. Indefinite leave of absence? Gus was taken aback. I enrolled in the Technical Institute for the visa. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should receive my green card next week. Investment green card? Gus inquired. 2 years temporary, within which I must provide employment for 10 individuals to transition to permanent status. Gus, understanding the investment green card, gave a thumbs up, remarking, a wealthy individual. After some more conversation, Zhang Jing drove away from the Technical Institute, parking his pickup truck by the roadside to search online for Kamatsuba dead. Relevant news articles surfaced. A year ago, Kamatsuba had been shot and killed in his Seattle apartment, and the assailant had never been apprehended. Accompanied by images. The exterior of the apartment building was cordoned off by police tape. The building looked familiar. It was indeed the apartment where Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing resided. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jing arrived outside the apartment building, entering the lobby on the ground floor, where an African-American security guard was seated behind the bar. Hello, sir. Zhang Jing engaged him. Do you remember the Japanese man who was shot last April? The guard nodded. Zhang Jing handed him $20, asking, in which room did he die? Accepting the money, the guard promptly replied, room 1609. Zhang Jing paused, realizing it was the same room where Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing lived. In a casual tone, he said, that is the room my friend resides in. Has the landlord renovated the place since the incident? The guard shook his head, stating that only parts of the house had been repainted and some furniture replaced. Understanding that he sought information, Zhang Jing smiled at the guard, inwardly exclaiming, what a stroke of luck. Exiting, he climbed into his pickup, driving eastward, crossing the 502 bridge. Passing through Bellevue and Issaquah, leaving the city behind until he reached Whitefish Town. After skirting the town and driving along a gravel road by the river for another 7 kilometers, Zhang Jing returned to the Rose Winery. Barbie had arrived first, accompanied by her 3-year-old son, who was dismantling the wooden barriers of an ancient stone bridge. The barriers were set up by the bank, sealing off an auction, akin to a blind box sale. Barbie, Zhang Jing interrupted her as she was removing the barricade. Did you know that someone was killed in the apartment you found for Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing last April? At that moment, the treasure hunting system sent a notification. The fragmented treasure hunting clue has been supplemented. Barbie may know something about the gold inlaid jade. Just like when searching for commemorative coins. The system first recorded the fragmentary clues, and upon encountering related individuals, it would actively provide hints. Barbie, unaware of Zhang Jing's rich inner thoughts, replied nonchalantly. What does that matter? The murder happened last April, the house has been repainted, and the furniture has been changed. Due to differing beliefs, Westerners do not hold the same stigma toward haunted houses, which was why Barbie appeared unfazed. Choosing not to dwell on the haunted house matter, Zhang Jing abruptly asked, you killed Kamatsuba, didn't you? Where's that gold inlaid jade now? Upon the mention of Kamatsuba and the gold seal, Barbie's gaze faltered. Clearly, as the treasure hunting system had suggested, she knew something. To alleviate her concerns, Zhang Jing assured her, I only want the gold inlaid jade. I don't care about anything else. Even if you killed Kamatsuba. Barbie crumbled instantly, crying, that Japanese man tried to assault me. Did you really kill Kamatsuba? Zhang Jing asked in astonishment. Barbie hesitated but eventually nodded. Zhang Jing reiterated, your killing has nothing to do with me. I have no intention of getting involved. Just tell me where the gold inlaid jade is. Really? Barbie asked doubtfully. Absolutely, he affirmed. Wiping her nose, she confessed, I greedily took the valuables, but worried the police would find out, so I threw them into Lake Washington. Lake Washington stretches approximately 27 kilometers north to south and is 2 to 5 kilometers wide from east to west, with the lake adjacent to Winley Manor also being Lake Washington. Do you remember approximately where you discarded it? With a golden opportunity at hand, Zhang Jing felt confident he could find it even if it was thrown into the lake. Barbie nodded, saying, on the west shore of Lake Washington. At the tourist boat dock, I was standing on the shore when I tossed it into the lake, about 20 meters out. This stays between us. And you focus on your work. There won't be any accidents. Boss, Barbie pleaded, that item cannot be liquidated, otherwise, the police will come looking. To reassure her, Zhang Jing seriously explained, first, you are my partner. The police won't learn anything from me. Second, even if it is liquidated, it will be sent to the Dragon Kingdom for that purpose. Barbie let out a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Zhang Jing felt pleased. Glancing at Barbie's adorable 3-year-old son, wondering which irresponsible compatriot was the child's father. Section 27. Inside the winery, assisting Barbie in dismantling the barricades. Zhang Jing pondered how to elucidate the situation to Ding Jiaqing. After much contemplation, he decided to convey the facts directly via a message on WeChat. Ding Jiaqing. Having just finished her class and preparing to head to the library for research, was taken aback by Zhang Jing's message, learning that the house she had inhabited for 2 months was, in fact, a haunted dwelling. Upon discovering this, Chu Xiaoqing expressed her reluctance to return home, leading the two to opt for a hotel stay. Chu Xiaoqing remarked that if Zhang Jing had not disclosed this information, she would have at least had the courage to go back. Ding Jiaqing countered, asserting that had he remained silent, Chu Xiaoqing would have had even more reservations. Feeling disheartened, Chu Xiaoqing lamented that he was the cause of her breakup, which was truly vexing. Zhang Dege was a fine individual, she retorted, questioning why Chu Xiaoqing had labeled her boyfriend as daddy. You call him Zhang Dege on one side and Zhang Dege on the other. It's quite obsessive. Chu Xiaoqing scoffed. Ding Jiaqing remained silent. Unaware of Ding Jiaqing's troubles, Zhang Jing was exploring the winery he had recently purchased. First, he visited the wine house designated for welcoming guests. The wooden structure, square in shape, featured a surrounding walkway and encompassed around 200 square meters. Its A-frame ceiling and numerous glass windows created a bright atmosphere, with decor reminiscent of a bar in Dali. The interior boasted a low bar, approximately 1.2 meters wide and 9 to 10 meters long, adorned with an array of exquisite-looking wines. Additionally, there were 6 sets of tables and chairs, complemented by a few rustic 225L wine barrels, evoking a distinct bar ambience. Barbie licked her lips, remarking, "Boss, these wines appear delectable." Zhang Jing, indifferent to the allure of wine, could not discern quality but was aware of the 3 classifications of red wine: dry, sweet, and semi-sweet, with the sweet variety being dubbed ladies' wine. He was oblivious to the nuances of mixing dry wine with Sprite, unaware of the complexities of taste such as sweetness and bitterness. As he raised his hand to capture a white ant fluttering past, he remarked curiously, "There seems to be an abundance of pests here. What could be the cause?" Barbie, unable to articulate a reason, planned to purchase some insecticide. After touring the guest reception area, they proceeded to explore the main villa of the winery. The primary structure, a single-story building with a brown exterior, contained 4 bedrooms, 3 living areas, and 4.5 bathrooms, alongside 3 garages. While the interior decor could not rival the opulence of Winley Manor, it was adequately furnished with essential appliances and amenities deemed suitable for Zhang Jing. Having spent 2 years treasure hunting in the wilds of Shijiang, where accommodations ranged from tents to dormitory-style lodging, he found this house quite satisfactory. However, the disconcerting fact remained that 3 people and 2 dogs had met their demise within these walls, all by hanging, casting a pall over the otherwise charming abode. It was no wonder the atmosphere felt chilly. Could it be that the lingering resentment was too heavy? Behind the main house lay several children's play structures, including a trampoline, swings, a playhouse, and a tennis court. This realization served as a warning to Zhang Jing. Life is singular, and one must not provoke Winley, who showed no mercy even to a 9-year-old child, an unsettling thought. As night fell, Zhang Jing hesitated to spend the night in a place marked by such tragedy, opting instead to sleep on the floor of the wine house alongside Barbie and her son. The evening air was slightly chilly, but fortunately, both Zhang Jing and Barbie had blankets in their vehicle. As dawn broke, Ruth drove a well-used Chevrolet, her first day on the job commencing with the task of mowing the lawns. The winery sprawled over 600 acres, half of which was vineyard, with ample green spaces where grass had grown taller than a person in certain areas. Zhang Jing and Barbie continued their exploration of the winery, which included the brewing workshop and cellar. The workshop, measuring approximately 700 to 800 square meters, was neither large nor small, resembling an ordinary workshop filled with brewing equipment that Zhang Jing, as an outsider, could not comprehend. The cellar, situated underground yet not entirely beneath the surface, resembled the terracotta army pit, with barrels of 255L made of pine or oak arranged 3 meters below ground level. The overhead structure, composed of steel and innovative materials, stood about 5 meters above the ground. "Boss, there are roughly 400 barrels of wine here," Barbie exclaimed with excitement, noting that if the quality was commendable, they might make a modest profit. "How is the quality of the wine from Rose Red Winery?" Zhang Jing inquired. Barbie replied that the winery produced limited quantities and had a narrow clientele. Although she had not tasted it herself, she had heard that the quality was quite respectable. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. Even if it wasn't worth much, it could still serve as a luxurious bath additive. The final structure they encountered, situated close to the vineyard, had one half dedicated to storing agricultural tools and miscellaneous items, while the other half comprised 6 single-room worker accommodations, each containing a living area, bathroom, and kitchen. Including various taxes and fees, the total cost amounted to $7.5 million. "Do you think it's worth it?" Barbie asked, astonished and taken aback by Zhang Jing's wealth. After all, 600 acres is not cheap in terms of area. Zhang Jing, having already secured the purchase, dismissed the notion of dwelling on whether it was expensive or not, adopting a calm demeanor as he inquired, "Have the job postings been made online?" "They have," Barbie confirmed. "The information must be clear regarding salary and benefits. Ambiguity is unacceptable." The details were evident, with no room for misinterpretation. "That's reassuring," Zhang Jing advised. "Ensure that no one is misled, lest they label us as frauds. The brewmaster's weekly wage is capped at 800, while the laborers will earn 600. I worry we won't find anyone," Barbie confessed, expressing her concerns about rising fuel and commodity prices. Finding a brewmaster is one challenge, but even hiring laborers will prove difficult. Zhang Jing shook his head, unperturbed, declaring, "I'll make a trip to downtown Seattle. The boss is quite headstrong." Barbie sighed in resignation. As they approached the winery entrance, Zhang Jing was unexpectedly halted by an unfamiliar individual. Section 28. The Golden House. Observing the elderly gentleman from last Saturday's auction of the vineyard, Zhang Jing found himself puzzled. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. The frail old man replied, "I noticed you are hiring a winemaker online. It states a weekly salary of 800. Surely, a zero must have been omitted?" "Absolutely not," Zhang Jing retorted from the driver's seat, refusing to exit the vehicle. "That figure is correct. It is indeed 800. The old man countered, "Typically, a winemaker not only commands a high salary, but also receives a share of the vineyard as profits. How could the salary be merely 800? The Rose Red Winery can only offer 800 yuan per week," Zhang Jing asserted firmly. "What caliber of wine do you believe a winemaker earning 800 weekly could produce?" Zhang Jing was aware that such a salary was illogical, and the true reason behind it must remain undisclosed. The old man appeared affluent and likely had a wide social circle. It was imperative he remained oblivious to the underlying cause. With a wealth of thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jing feigned a tragic narrative, claiming that all his funds had been invested in purchasing the vineyard, leaving no budget for a high-salaried winemaker. Thus, he was hoping to find a promising intern. "Your thinking is rather naive," Zhang Jing shrugged, motioning for the old man to move aside. To his surprise, the elder placed his hand on the car door, preventing Zhang from leaving, almost causing an accident. "Are you attempting to create a scene?" Zhang Jing exclaimed as he exited the vehicle. "I have a granddaughter who is currently working as a waitress. Could you offer her a chance?" Zhang Jing was taken aback. He had anticipated an intern specializing in winemaking, fearing they might produce subpar wine. Yet the old man had suggested a waitress for the role. "Does she possess American citizenship?" Zhang Jing inquired. The frail old man nodded. "Has she any experience in winemaking?" Zhang pressed further. "She has self-studied for a period," came the reply. Having gleaned the desired information, Zhang Jing swiftly negotiated. "In the first year, the salary will be 600 per week, 700 in the second year, and we can discuss further terms thereafter. You can afford the vineyard. Yet you drive a dilapidated pickup and offer such a meager salary. You truly are a miser," the old man scoffed. Zhang Jing bristled at the remark, retorting, "If you are so affluent, why don't you purchase a vineyard for your granddaughter to practice her craft?" The old man, clearly upset by Zhang Jing's response, softened his tone. "She will arrive at 2 this afternoon." Zhang Jing refrained from escalating the situation further, resolving another recruitment issue as he bid farewell to the old man. Shortly thereafter, a black Chevrolet SUV approached, followed by a sleek black SUV bearing the Twin B emblem, reminiscent of a Mercedes G-Class, and a brand-new blue box truck. All lined up in procession. Li Xing, assistant to Wen Li, emerged from the Chevrolet, pointing at the truck. "All the items are in the cargo area," he stated, then gestured towards the SUV with the Twin B emblem. "This is a moving gift from the old lady." Zhang Jing raised an eyebrow, finding himself increasingly suspicious of Wen Li's intentions. Previously, she had inquired whether he had taken any women into the restroom, and now she presented him with an eye-catching vehicle. What could her motives be? Regardless of her intentions, Zhang Jing had no intention of accepting the gift. He was financially capable of purchasing 10 such vehicles himself. However, living in a foreign place, he wished to avoid inciting envy or jealousy. After all, who knew what kind of lunatic might take offense and resort to violence? Resolute in his decision, Zhang Jing politely declined, saying, "Please take the vehicle back." With no other option, Li Xing returned to the vehicle, shifting the conversation to unloading the truck's contents. "We'll assist with that. Just designate the location." Zhang Jing had initially planned to venture to Washington Lake today to search for treasures, but with so many tasks at hand, he decided to postpone until tomorrow. For the next 3 hours, Li Xing and 3 others worked diligently, transferring the items from the truck into the master bedroom of the vineyard's main house. As it was the most spacious room, it could accommodate a considerable amount of belongings. A peachwood bookshelf, a pearwood desk, and a bound autobiographical diary were among the items, alongside a wall adorned with photographs. Aside from the floors and walls, the study had been entirely transferred. Before departing, Li Xing reminded him, the old lady specifically instructed that women must not enter the study. Is there a reason for this? Zhang Jing asked. No particular reason. That's just what she said, Li Xing replied. Zhang Jing recalled the evening at Manor 1032 when Li had declined to enter the study. Realizing now the underlying restriction, he had not considered this before, but with Li Xing's reminder, he drew a parallel to an unrelated figure, Zheng He. The eastern coastal city of Semarang in Java is home to a temple dedicated to Zheng He, which is often bustling with visitors. Initially, women were not permitted to enter, but this later evolved to restrict entry during their menstrual periods. Zhang Jing found it challenging not to connect these seemingly disparate matters, as there are few places that impose additional restrictions on women's access. Curiosity piqued, Zhang Jing inquired, what would happen if a woman were to enter? Most likely, it would bring misfortune, Li Xing shrugged. I'm not certain. After bidding farewell to his guests, Zhang Jing returned to the study, approaching the antique bookshelf. He picked up a dry, yellowed-bound book and casually flipped through its pages. The treasure-seeking system sent a notification. New treasure-seeking clue detected. Unable to record, only one treasure-seeking clue can be recorded at a time. Complete 3 treasure-seeking clues to receive relevant rewards. Zhang Jing maintained a stoic expression, internally astonished that he had stumbled upon a treasure-seeking clue hidden within a book. He returned the book to the shelf and picked up the adjacent volume. Another autobiographical diary written by the same author, flipping through it as well. Once again, the treasure-seeking system issued the same notification. New incomplete treasure-seeking clue detected. Unable to record. Only one treasure-seeking clue can be recorded at a time. Complete 3 treasure-seeking clues to receive relevant rewards. As Zhang Jing examined other volumes, he discovered that more than half required an upgrade in recording level, while a small portion showed no notifications at all. Zhang Jing was utterly astounded. He was indeed within a room brimming with treasure-seeking clues. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the oldest book dated back 340 years, while the most recent was penned 5 years ago. All were autobiographical diaries, primarily narrative in style, and without careful reading, one could easily overlook any hidden clues. Knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside. Boss, a gentleman has arrived to apply for the labor position. Labor position? Section 29. Dylan Zhang Jing soon encountered a visitor at the entrance of the winery. A father and daughter duo. Boss, Barbie introduced, this gentleman insists on meeting you. He did not filter through via phone. The reason for the lack of a phone filter was evident. The man had a disability in his left leg, causing him to walk with a slight limp. Judging by his complexion and features, he appeared to be from the Dragon Kingdom, around 30 years of age, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a medium build and a rather stern expression. The little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, seemed shy and hid behind the man. Hello, sir. The man introduced himself in English. My name is Dylan, and my Chinese name is also. I apologize for the unannounced visit. The name Dylan, or suggests a spirit of cooperation and loyalty. Its pronunciation is melodious and vibrant. What was your previous occupation? Zhang Jing inquired in Mandarin. Dylan's eyes brightened a bit, and he responded in Mandarin, I was originally a mechanic, but I lost my job due to my leg injury. The job I applied for online is a miscellaneous position. I can fix cars, repair roofs, handle plumbing and electrical issues, mow lawns, pick grapes, and till the land. What salary do you expect? Zhang Jing asked. If accommodation is provided, I can accept a weekly salary of 600. Are you a citizen of the United States? Zhang Jing continued. I was born in the United States and hold citizenship. According to the old rules, all children born on U.S. territory, territorial waters, or even within U.S. airspace on commercial flights are automatically considered U.S. citizens. Zhang Jing glanced at the little girl hiding behind Dylan. Is she your daughter? Yes, he replied. Can you tell me about her mother? She was deported by immigration authorities. A pair of unfortunate souls, Zhang Jing thought to himself, extending his hand. 600 weekly. I have gained a valuable asset. Thank you. Dylan shook Zhang Jing's hand, understanding the unspoken consideration for his dignity from his new employer. Barbie produced a pre-prepared contract. After establishing the employment relationship, Dylan immediately began work, with mowing the lawn as his first task. The estate spanned 600 acres, half of which was a vineyard, while the rest included many green spaces, some overgrown with weeds that needed trimming. Dylan's daughter, named Dylan, was 4 years old and became an instant friend to Barbie's 3-year-old son. The two children initially displayed shyness but soon burst into laughter together. Next, they interviewed the winemaker. Upon their first meeting, both Zhang Jing and the woman were momentarily taken aback. What a small world, Zhang Jing exclaimed. recognizing her as the waitress from the steakhouse who had advised him to take it slow and be romantic with the ladies. The woman, in her mid-20s, had long, dark brown hair, brown eyes, a high nose, and prominent features. What a coincidence, she remarked, defending her compatriot. A wealthy person who only takes his companion for a 15 steak and a 20 bottle of wine. Zhang Jing chuckled at her strong sense of justice. What is your name? Cindy Olsen. And your age? Age is a secret, Cindy Olsen countered. Do you discriminate against women's ages? Zhang Jing, taken aback by her response, wondered if she might be a feminist. There were no unions or feminist movements at the winery, and Zhang Jing clearly established the rules. If you cannot accept this, you may leave. Cindy Olsen, however, showed no intention of departing. After a brief silence, Zhang Jing asked, considering this is a 300-acre vineyard. Are you sure you can handle it? I cannot, she admitted. However, it is essential to present oneself well, to embody sophistication, high standards, and taste. Cindy Olsen appeared puzzled by this notion. Zhang Jing turned to Barbie, instructing her to finalize the contract with a weekly salary of $600. Have her sign a confidentiality agreement and explain the winery's profit model. Barbie agreed. With some time remaining, Zhang Jing drove 20 kilometers to Issaquah. Located 20 kilometers west of Issaquah was downtown Seattle, and 25 kilometers to the east lay Whitefish, with the Rose Red Winery situated 7 kilometers northeast of the town. At a membership store, he purchased 2 industrial-grade vacuum cleaners imported from the Dragon Kingdom, large enough to pick up stones the size of a fingernail, ensuring cleanliness far superior to manual labor. He also acquired various necessities, including blankets, food, disinfectants, and ant bait. In mid-October, the nighttime temperature hovered around 7 to 8 degrees Celsius. Without thick blankets, one could easily catch a cold. The purchase of ant bait was necessary due to the overwhelming presence of termites, which were bothersome during the day when the sun warmed up. Upon returning to the winery after sunset, he crossed a stone bridge and noticed Chu Xiaoqing and Ding Jieqi filming a video by the riverbank. Ding Jieqi spotted the blue pickup truck crossing the bridge, took a deep breath of the crisp air, and walked towards Zhang Jing, while Chu Xiaoqing shook her head in disapproval from behind. Brother Zhang, congratulations on your new residence. Here is a gift I prepared for you, though inexpensive. It took a lot of thought, so please don't lose it. By the riverbank, Ding Jieqi presented a men's wristwatch to Zhang Jing. Accepting the watch, he noticed it appeared somewhat worn, lacking any manufacturer S markings, clearly second-hand or even third-hand. Zhang Jing did not express any disdain, promising, I will certainly not lose it. I will wear it always. Ding Jieqi beamed. Let me put it on for you. Zhang Jing graciously accepted her kind gesture. At that moment, Chu Xiaoqing leisurely approached, teasingly saying, You owe me a boyfriend, preferably one with muscles. Zhang Jing was at a loss for words. Chu Xiaoqing was indeed eccentric. At that time, he had merely wished to ease her father's concerns by answering her call at 2 in the morning, a gesture of goodwill. Although nothing had transpired, Zhang Jing would have likely ended the relationship too. In true to form, she was later dumped. After a busy day, a light drizzle began to fall as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the air turning noticeably colder. Zhang Jing, Barbie, and her 3-year-old son, Ruth, Ding Jieqi, Chu Xiaoqing, Dylan, and his 4-year-old daughter, along with the winemaker Cindy, gathered in the winery to prepare a meal. A single stove supported a cast-iron pot bubbling with beef, potatoes, carrots, and tomatoes. While the taste remained uncertain, the quantity guaranteed satisfaction. The winery was equipped with ready-made tables and chairs. Seating 8 around a table adorned with 4 bottles of red wine, 8 sets of cutlery and glasses. Barbie poured a third of a glass of red wine for everyone. Zhang Jing raised a toast, stating, Buddha says that after 500 lifetimes of glances, one may encounter a fleeting brush in this life. The fact that we can sit together for a meal today signifies a profound connection from our past lives. Cheers. Everyone smiled and raised their glasses. The sound of 6 elegant glass cups clinking together resonating in the air. Section 30. The small boat docked as the glass was raised to her lips. Ding Jieqi took a delicate sip, her eyes sparkling with delight. This is an excellent red wine, she praised. The fruity aroma is intoxicating, and the taste is rich and rounded, though it lacks a bit of depth. Indeed, it's quite remarkable, Barbie added. It seems this winery previously had a talented winemaker. Boss, have you ever considered inviting the former winemaker back? Cindy, with her flowing black hair, inquired tentatively. No, Zhang Jing replied firmly. I have never entertained that thought. A good winemaker does not come cheaply. They demand high salaries and substantial bonuses. Our sole objective, he reiterated, is to transform this winery into a popular destination. Winemaking is merely a fade. Thus, the quality of the wine I produce is of little consequence. Is that so? Cindy asked. Zhang Jing turned to the server-turned winemaker. You have no additional assistance. With 300 acres of vineyard and an 800-square-foot winemaking workshop, it's solely your responsibility. Despite having already heard the harsh reality from manager Barbie, Cindy felt a pang of sadness upon hearing it again. She yearned to be taken seriously, but alas, the boss had no intention of producing quality wine. No wonder the salary is only $600 a week. How disheartening. Dylan, however, harbored no such obsessions. He was content to have found work that allowed him to be with his daughter daily, with the winery providing accommodation, to integrate swiftly into the winery culture. Dylan indulged in drinking frequently, treating wine as casually as water. Ruth, studying veterinary medicine at a technical college, worked as a general assistant at the winery and could also hold her liquor, downing a bottle in half an hour. Barbie, having a 3-year-old son to care for, drank less. Tonight was Zhang Jing's gathering. He drank heartily, matching Dylan's sip for sip, eventually collapsing onto the table in a stupor. Ding Jiaqi and Chu Xiaoqing drank the least, and thankfully, they practiced moderation. Otherwise, no one would clean up the aftermath. The next day, Zhang Jing was roused from his stupor by the sound of singing. To his surprise, Chu Xiaoqing was humming a tune while organizing numerous bottles of red wine. Despite her annoying demeanor, he had to admit her singing was quite pleasant. Surveying the scene, he realized they had all slept in the common room of the winery. A long row of beds lined up. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqi approached with concern. How are you feeling? Do you have a headache? Not at all, Zhang Jing replied, shaking his head as he donned the jacket she handed him. Ruth, Dylan, Cindy, and Barbie had already gone to work, and Ding Jiaqi chatted. Xiaoqing and I are just here polishing wine bottles. Preoccupied with thoughts of Washington Lake and the small boat dock, Zhang Jing declared. I want to visit the west bank of Washington Lake. Is there a reason? Ding Jiaqi asked curiously. I wish to go boating. Ding Jiaqi was momentarily speechless. The morning temperature hovered around 12 to 13 degrees Celsius, peaking at merely 15. What boating? She wondered, contemplating whether this was a hint for a date. With her mind racing, she cautiously asked, Can I come too? Of course, Zhang Jing agreed. It would be dull without company. I'll treat you to a lavish lunch. I want to go too, Chu Xiaoqing exclaimed, her theatrical flair evident. I haven't had meat in ages. With vegetables being costly and meat relatively affordable, Zhang Jing could easily satisfy Chu Xiaoqing's appetite. After a brief discussion, the three set off in 2 vehicles, a pickup truck and a sports car, reaching the public lakeside park in 70 minutes. The emphasis on public was crucial since a significant portion of the lakeshore was privately owned. For instance, the Winley Manor on the east bank boasted a lavish private lakeshore approximately 70 to 80 meters wide. Being a weekend, the lakeshore was bustling with tourists and local families. Naturally, where there were crowds, food stalls thrived. Spotting a young woman selling takoyaki, Chu Xiaoqing eagerly exclaimed, Jiaqi, let us buy some takoyaki. It was delicious when I attended the horse racing in Japan. Ding Jiaqi discreetly pinched her friend's waist, whispering, Be careful, don't speak out of turn. Chu Xiaoqing winced from the pinch, nearly forgetting that Ding Jiaqi was currently playing a role. Zhang Jing, not one to eavesdrop, assumed they were simply restless from being cooped up in the apartment for too long, hence their exuberance. To satisfy Chu Xiaoqing's cravings, Ding Jiaqi queued at the stall, with 3 customers ahead of her, requiring a bit of time. Zhang Jing and Chu Xiaoqing waited nearby. From a distance, Chu Xiaoqing observed Ding Jiaqi, fair-skinned, with an adorable yet slightly serious expression, and teasingly asked Zhang Jing, I heard your college diploma was purchased. And what of it? Zhang Jing retorted, bewildered by Chu Xiaoqing's sudden outburst. Were you too busy dating in high school to do well enough for university? What if my grades are poor? Chu Xiaoqing declared defiantly. My father is wealthy. I can attend Seattle University. Zhang Jing pondered and probed. How much does it cost to study at Seattle University? Just as Chu Xiaoqing was about to blurt out a figure, Ding Jiaqi approached, exclaiming, Can you both spare me some peace? You're bickering again. Chu Xiaoqing accepted the takoyaki and dismissed Zhang Jing from her thoughts. Zhang Jing received his own portion, a paper box containing 8 pieces, skewered for easy eating. The flavor was delightful, the texture chewy, and the octopus tender. How much for this box? Zhang Jing inquired of Ding Jiaqi. $2. $2, as in 2 U.S. dollars? Is that expensive? Converting it to his own currency, he found it rather pricey. However, for Zhang Jing personally, earning and spending in U.S. dollars felt quite reasonable. Strolling along the relaxed atmosphere of the lakeside road, the trio's second culinary adventure was Mexican burritos, filled with shredded onions, cucumbers, cream, and beef. They appeared appetizing and were generously portioned. With plenty of food still ahead, they decided to share a single burrito, cutting it into 3 portions. I've heard Mexican food can be quite spicy, Chu Xiaoqing hesitated. Ding Jiaqi glanced at Zhang Jing. Brother Zhang, why don't you try it first? I'm wary of spice. Zhang Jing took a bite of the burrito, savoring it slowly, his eyes lighting up, assuming it was delicious. Chu Xiaoqing took a bite of her portion, and it felt akin to biting into a flaming red-hot iron rod. Her face turned visibly red, the heat spreading to her neck. The stall also sold cola, and Chu Xiaoqing hastily opened the fridge, guzzling a can of ice-cold cola, appearing quite disheveled. Ding Jiaqi, naturally reluctant to try it, pouted slightly, half complaining, "Brother Zhang, Xiaoqing can't handle spicy food. That was a bit too much of a joke." Zhang Jing recognized he had gone too far. Unlike typical spicy dishes, this burrito was devilishly hot, truly unmanageable for an average person. Following this, Chu Xiaoqing refused to speak with Zhang Jing, genuinely upset. Caught in the middle, Ding Jiaqi felt awkward, prompting Zhang Jing to take the initiative to buy ice cream and even return to purchase 2 more servings of her beloved takoyaki. They also indulged in grilled shrimp and scallops, finishing their lunch thoroughly satisfied. Eventually, the trio arrived at the small boat dock, the very place Zhang Jing had primarily intended to visit today for treasure hunting, with accompanying the ladies and enjoying delectable food merely as an afterthought. Section 31. The watch is quite exquisite. Spending 100,000 yuan, a small rowboat with a sunshade was rented, clad in life jackets. The 3 of them leisurely paddled away from the dock. Chu Xiaoqing was in high spirits, taking selfies incessantly. Ding Jiaqing also wore a delightful smile throughout. I intended to dive into the lake, but Zhang Jing cautioned, "You all play on the boat and do not drift away." "Dive?" Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing exclaimed in disbelief. "How can one swim in such cold water?" "It's fine." As he spoke, Zhang Jing set down his phone, removed his watch, and swiftly shed his jacket, shirt, and trousers. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing turned their heads, and moments later, with a splash, Zhang Jing had plunged into the water. The sensation was shockingly frigid, taking a while to acclimatize. The small boat was not far from the shore, about 20 meters away, surrounded by numerous people rowing, none of whom paid any attention. This was precisely what Zhang Jing desired. He adapted to the water temperature and gently slipped beneath the surface, descending to the lake bed. According to Barbie's description, she forcefully tossed the golden seal into the lake from the dock, a distance of approximately 20 meters. The water was about 5 to 6 meters deep, and Zhang Jing quickly reached the bottom. After roughly a minute of exploring the lake bed, he resurfaced for air. On his first attempt, he failed to locate the object. It could not be deemed bad luck, as Barbie's throwing action was quite random. He then submerged a second time, followed by a third and a fourth. Chu Xiaoqing, following Ding Jiaqing's gaze towards Zhang Jing, inquired, "What is he searching for?" Onlookers assumed Zhang Jing was merely swimming. Yet Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing discerned that he was indeed hunting for something at the bottom of the lake. After half an hour of searching without success, Zhang Jing returned to the boat to rest, as swimming was quite physically demanding. "Zhang Jing, what are you looking for?" Chu Xiaoqing asked before Ding Jiaqing could. Zhang Jing casually replied, "Professional habit." "Almost forgot. You are a treasure hunter." Chu Xiaoqing seemed relieved. "We're so close to the shore. Can there be valuable items here?" Ding Jiaqing questioned skeptically. "Possibly, like a heartbroken girl," Zhang Jing remarked, producing a diamond ring. "Wow." Chu Xiaoqing's expression was one of astonishment. "You can really find good things." Shortly after, Zhang Jing revealed a gold necklace. Chu Xiaoqing and Ding Jiaqing were left speechless. One item could be attributed to luck, but 2. This indicated that the lake was teeming with treasures. Chu Xiaoqing was exhilarated. She too wanted to dive for treasure, but the moment her fingers touched the water, she hesitated. Ding Jiaqing had never intended to enter the water. Her role was merely to be the supportive friend. "Zhang Ge, you are truly impressive." As Zhang Jing gazed at Ding Jiaqing's expressive eyes, her delicate skin, and her bouncy cheeks, his heart fluttered. Ding Jiaqing felt her cheeks warm under Zhang Jing's gaze, but did not shy away. Zhang Jing was not oblivious. He subtly sensed a shift in their dynamic, realizing it was not the ordinary friendship they had previously agreed upon, and he hesitated to re-enter the water. Chu Xiaoqing, observing closely, solemnly advised her friend for the first time, "Zhang Jing is a good person, just an ordinary man. Given your family's circumstances, it's entirely implausible your situation could implicate him." The mention of implications made Ding Jiaqing more alert. Some individuals can suddenly clash with others on the street, leading to mutual assaults and imprisonment. Others might suffer a tragic accident. In the United States, avenging someone is equally simple. One could easily fall victim to a random robbery or be wrongfully implicated in drug offenses. A fleeting thought crossed Ding Jiaqing's mind, and she shook her head, unwilling to relinquish Zhang Jing. "That's an old generation's thinking. My parents are merely castaways. They have no influence over me." "What do you see in Zhang Jing?" Chu Xiaoqing queried, puzzled. "You've only been in Xizang for 2 years, and you've known him for just a year and a half." "I see the essence of love," Ding Jiaqing confided, trusting Chu Xiaoqing immensely. There are no ulterior motives, no melodrama, only genuine kindness towards someone. Yu Haven-T observed how meticulously Zhang Jing cared for his ex-girlfriend, nor the sacrifices he made that left me envious to the point of madness. Being a close friend. Chu Xiaoqing was well aware of Ding Jiaqing's family dynamics, especially the dramatic relationship between her uncle and aunt, scenarios that television dramas dared not portray. The same went for her aunt and uncle, whose fierce rivalry persisted without breaking apart, tormenting even outsiders. It was no surprise that Ding Jiaqing yearned for pure love. Women understand women. Chu Xiaoqing advised, you simply haven't experienced it yet. If a man were to attend to you meticulously over time, it would eventually become tiresome. I want tea, Ding Jiaqing countered. If Zhang Jing treats me that well, I would certainly be obedient, never throwing tantrums or frequenting bars. Wholeheartedly managing the home and assisting him in his work. Chu Xiaoqing slowly shook her head, unconvinced. Yet, being astute, she refrained from outright opposition and suggested, if you wish to be with Zhang Jing, it would be wise to give him some space and not appear too eager. What should I do? Ding Jiaqing retorted. Maintain a suitable distance, invest time in self-improvement, and moderate your pace in this relationship. Don't rush in too quickly. Is love slow to develop? Indeed, Chu Xiaoqing proposed. Zhang Jing also needs to strive, aiming to reach a certain level within 5 to 6 years, at least narrowing the gap with your family. 5 to 6 years? Ding Jiaqing murmured. I fear Zhang Ge won't be able to manage it. I believe he can. Your family doesn't hold a throne. Zhang Jing has the potential to catch up. After all, he already owns a vineyard, and his earnings will only accelerate from here. Ding Jiaqing nodded in acceptance of her friend's counsel. Chu Xiaoqing felt a pang of guilt. This was merely a delay tactic. Over time, without novelty. She believed Ding Jiaqing and Zhang Jing would naturally drift apart. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing had no idea of the conversation between Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing. After a prolonged search, within a 2-meter detection range, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Jing finally discovered the golden seal that Barbie had discarded at the lake's bottom. Additionally, he retrieved 3 gold necklaces and a diamond ring, yielding a bountiful harvest. He carefully examined the golden seal, which was elongated, roughly the size of an adult thumb, indeed comprised of both gold and jade. The long, rectangular jade piece was enveloped in a golden thread weaving, resembling a beautiful golden silk jade garment. Regardless of the artifact's monetary or significance value, merely in terms of craftsmanship, it appeared far more valuable than pure gold. What is this? Chu Xiaoqing inquired, pointing at the golden seal. It resembles a stamp. The specifics will require expert evaluation. Zhang Jing replied. It's stunning. May I take a photo? Chu Xiaoqing asked. Zhang Jing declined. No. Chu Xiaoqing shrugged, not pressing further. Subsequently, Zhang Jing contacted Professor Su Zheong from Xijiang University via WeChat, transferring 300 yuan to him. He then held the golden seal in his left hand, rotating it slowly in a 360-degree motion while capturing a 30-second video with his phone to send out. Su Zheong, a retired yet re-employed professor, primarily engaged in teaching, held profound knowledge of the history of the Silk Road and ancient artifacts. His secondary role was in appraisal, respected and favored by treasure hunters for his credibility. At midnight in Longhua, Su Zheong was attending to his ailing wife. Upon receiving the video, he immediately perked up, his attention drawn to the golden thread enveloping the jade seal. He quickly responded to Zhang Jing. The appraisal fee is 1,000. By the way, nice watch. You shouldn't be in Longhua, right? Zhang Jing was taken aback. Is the professor truly that perceptive? Can a mere video reveal my location abroad? He messaged back, inquiring how he could deduce his whereabouts from the watch. That too requires an appraisal fee. I'll give you a discount, 200. Zhang Jing found it amusing, promptly transferring 3,000 yuan to the old professor, feeling extravagant, not out of sympathy for Su Zheong's chronically ill wife. Let us first discuss the watch. A specially crafted timepiece by Blancpain, intentionally aged to evoke a sense of cheapness. In the domestic market, only individuals of particular status would don such an item. The ordinary populace would never consider spending 2 million on a worn-out watch. They would much prefer to invest 30,000 in a striking Rolex. It is evident that you do not belong to this elite group, so there is no need to feign modesty. Such ostentation is typically reserved for foreign lands, particularly in regions plagued by insecurity, where individuals opt for these understated luxury timepieces to blend in. It is akin to the lingerie of affluent women in the Middle East, appearing deceptively ordinary while possessing opulence beneath the surface. Zhang Jing's initial reaction was one of disbelief, prompting him to respond uncertainly. Lao Su, are you sure you aren't mistaken? This watch costs 2 million? It shouldn't be that expensive abroad. It should be around 200,000 USD. Zhang Jing concluded, let's leave it at that. I need to examine this gold seal and will get back to you by tomorrow evening. After a pause of several seconds, Su Zhang sent another message. Thank you for your generosity. As an additional note, it may be worth more than your watch. If its provenance is questionable, it is best to keep that information to yourself. Setting down his phone, Zhang Jing lifted his gaze toward Ding Jiechi. He could scarcely fathom that what appeared to be a second-hand watch could be valued at 200,000 USD. This figure, whether in the Dragon Kingdom or the United States, is indeed extravagant. Reflecting on the myriad moments shared with Ding Jiechi, many previously irrational, now took on clarity. It turns out this young woman was merely playing the role of the impoverished. What a peculiar quirk. It was reminiscent of Chu Xiaoqing, who referred to her boyfriend as daddy, having spent 2 years treasure hunting in the West, now so detached from society. Section 32. The Homesick Artisan, revised. Ding Jiechi remained oblivious to being seen through, inquiring with feigned innocence, Brother Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Jing thought to himself, Ding Jiechi is truly an actress, the Oscars over a statuette. Choosing not to expose her, Zhang Jing excused himself. You seem to have gained weight recently. Eat less meat. Humph. Ding Jiechi feigned displeasure. Returning to the shore, they returned the small boat, retrieved the deposit, and drove 70 minutes back to the winery. Mindful of Su Zhong's reminder that the source must be legitimate, Zhang Jing, with his phone recording, summoned Barbie to the haunted house. Barbie had killed Xiaosong Yuan and taken the gold-woven jade, but fearing police investigation, she disposed of it in the lake. Zhang Jing had previously promised not to involve the police or use the murder to threaten her. Upon Barbie's arrival, Zhang Jing immediately noticed a handgun concealed behind her, the muzzle angled downwards. Zhang Jing boldly turned and walked into the living room. Barbie followed, soon noticing a stack of U.S. dollars and the gold-woven jade she had discarded on the coffee table. I found what you threw away, Zhang Jing said, pointing to the jade. Here's 10,000 U.S. dollars for you. Consider it a purchase. Why are you giving me money? Barbie asked, puzzled. The real reason was to legitimize the jade's existence. While Barbie's source was illegal, Zhang Jing's purchase effectively laundered it, instantly making it clean. This might be redundant, even a waste of 10,000 U.S. dollars. But as the old adage goes, he who walks by the river will eventually get his feet wet. To avoid that, caution is prudent. I plan to send it back to Long Country to sell. Zhang Jing explained. This jade belongs to you, and you should share in its value, not to profit from every penny, nor to seek the last copper is an ancient proverb from Long Country. Unaware of Barbie's thoughts, he saw her quickly pocket the 10,000 U.S. dollars before leaving. Watching Barbie walk away, Zhang Jing sighed in relief. Women always carrying guns are truly thrilling. The night passed uneventfully. At 4:30 in the morning, the phone rang. Professor Su. Good morning, Zhang Jing greeted sleepily. Congratulations, Zhang Jing. Su Zhang exclaimed excitedly. That gold-woven jade is a treasure. Zhang Jing immediately woke up. What's its origin? You might find it incredible, Su Zhang began, but your gold-woven jade likely originated from the Mughal Empire, crafted by Han Chinese artisans. Professor Su. Are you sure of what you're saying? Zhang Jing, despite his academic shortcomings, knew that the Mughal Empire was a medieval North Indian state. He felt a chill, emphasizing the word associate in Su's title, a clear sign of mockery. The gold-woven jade was clearly inscribed with Wa country characters, which seemed completely unrelated. Could Su Zhang be a charlatan? You ignorant whelp. Su Zhang retorted angrily over the phone. If you had read more, you wouldn't be so clueless. Please enlighten me. Zhang Jing replied more seriously. The Mughal Empire was founded by Babur, a descendant of Genghis Khan and Timur. He entered Afghanistan from Shache in the western regions and abducted many artisans from the Ming dynasty. Is this just a guess? Zhang Jing interrupted. Historical records clearly document this. Your gold-woven jade perfectly proves that Han Chinese artisans entered the Mughal Empire in large numbers. Zhang Jing examined the jade in his hand. Why couldn't he see the connection? Realizing Zhang Jing's confusion, Su Zhang explained the gold wire weaving technique on the jade. Let me put it this way. Pigs might fly before medieval Wa country people could create something so exquisite. And the jade itself is clearly top-grade Hetian jade. Wait, Zhang Jing protested. Even if there were Han Chinese artisans in the Mughal Empire, it's thousands of miles away. They couldn't have flown to Wa country, could they? Could coastal Han Chinese artisans have taken a piece of Hetian jade to Wa country? Su Zhang laughed heartily. Yes, that's possible. If so, the value of your gold-woven jade would be greatly diminished. An ordinary piece of gold-woven jade, even an antique, has value. But one piece of evidence can transform it from valuable to priceless. Zhang Jing was bewildered, staring at the thumb-sized gold seal. Why couldn't he see it? Where was the evidence? Do you have the gold seal with you? Su Zhang asked. Yes. The seal has 4 sides. Look at the side with the, turn it sideways, and examine it closely. Once you understand, you'll see why it's priceless. Zhang Jing turned on his phone's flashlight and held the gold-woven jade seal in front of his eyes, scrutinizing it. At first glance, it was just a piece of jade wrapped in gold wire, with Wa country characters carved on the bottom. Su Zheong prompted over the phone. In the medieval period, specifically around 1600, the Dutch had already established well-worn eastern sea routes. They once occupied Penghu but were driven out by the Ming army, after which they sought new trading posts in Wa country. Zhang Jing felt awkward. He still couldn't see anything. Su Zheong continued. Around 1600, present-day Mumbai was a British colony. The British and Dutch were allies at the time. Can you see it now? Zhang Jing stared intently at the interwoven patterns of jade and gold wire, his eyes widening. He said with extreme uncertainty, "It looks like a map?" Yes. Su Zheong exclaimed excitedly. "It's not obvious, but it is a map. From Mumbai, south around the Sikkim Strait, the Bay of Bengal, the Strait of Malacca, Long Country, and finally Wa country. Using gold wire and the natural patterns on the jade surface to create a map requires extraordinary skill." Su Zheong's voice was high-pitched, feeling his blood pressure rising. Zhang Jing asked, "What do the Wa country characters on the gold seal mean?" Date Masamune, the 17th head of the Date clan, a prominent daimyo in the Asha region during the Azuchi Momoyama period, and the founder of the Sendai domain in the Edo period. Sensing Zhang Jing's incomprehension, Su Zheong simplified. Think of him as a local feudal lord. He contracted smallpox as a child, lost sight in his right eye, and was nicknamed One-Eyed Dragon Masamune. Zhang Jing understood. Han Chinese artisans first traveled with the Mongols to the Mughal Empire, then sailed from Mumbai for 3 to 4 months to Wa country, where they crafted the gold seal for Date Masamune. The subsequent history was a mystery, and it was unknown how it ended up in Seattle. "How much is it worth?" Zhang Jing asked, voicing his primary concern. The other side of the phone went silent at the mention of value. After a long pause, Su Zheong said earnestly, "The artisan put so much effort into it because he feared losing his way home. He's been wandering for over 400 years, Zhang Jing. Donate it. Let him go home." Zhang Jing's first reaction was disdain. "Your wife is seriously ill. I could sell it and share some of the money with you. Donating it gets us nothing." Su Zheong remained silent for a long time before gently hanging up the phone. Zhang Jing could sense Su Zheong's sadness, his sorrow for the unfortunate nameless artisan who couldn't return home. This made him quite displeased. Section 33, Pike Market, the Dawn of Silence. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Zhang Jing finally arrived at a resolution. To sell what he deemed unworthy of history, donate the items he was reluctant to part with, and ultimately, to curate his own collection. With clarity of thought came a revitalized spirit, and he felt invigorated. As dawn broke, he emerged from the warmth of his bed and ventured alone into the desolate main house of a notorious abode. Stepping into the study where he activated the lights. The bookshelves were laden with numerous diary-like volumes, each containing a plethora of treasure-hunting clues. He casually selected one, and a notification from his golden finger emerged. Acquired a fragmentary treasure-hunting clue. Now recorded. The host must gather additional data or information to supplement the incomplete clue in order to obtain an accurate treasure-hunting location. Upon opening the recorded fragmentary treasure content, the details read as follows. Su Huang, the proprietor of 2 brothels, with over 70 courtesans under his employment, he amassed considerable wealth from gold miners. On July 3, 1890, he was fatally shot by his own men in his residence, and the gold was pilfered. Rumors persist that the assassins failed to locate all of the gold. Ning? Zhang Jing murmured to himself, pondering if this could be the grandfather of the notorious Huang Mao Lao Nan. After all, he too had begun his journey with a brothel. The clue provided a name and a date, and the next step was to locate Ning's residence from over a century ago. Not intending to abandon his task, Zhang included the search for Ning's gold as his next treasure-hunting endeavor. After all, gold is eternally alluring. It is rare to find anyone who bears disdain for it. Feeling the ominous aura of the house, Zhang Jing did not linger and stepped outside, where he fortuitously encountered Ruth. Clad in a white top cinched at the waist with a black ribbon, paired with light-colored pants, exuding an alluring charm. "Good morning, boss," Ruth greeted him. "Good morning. How did you sleep last night?" he inquired. "The floor was quite hard," she replied. "Next week, bring your luggage, and you shall have a dormitory, close to the vineyard." A row of houses awaited. Half were warehouses, while the other half comprised 6 dormitories, each a simple layout of 1 room, 1 living area, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, sufficient for their needs. Ruth's expression brightened. "Thank you, boss. I will make sure to clean it thoroughly." Recalling the previous discovery of a commemorative coin within the African-American community, Zhang Jing had ventured into the attic to search for treasures, while Ruth had successfully warded off 2 thugs on the first floor, showcasing her formidable capabilities. With a spirit of inquiry, Zhang Jing asked Ruth, "Have you heard of a person named Ning? He owns 2 brothels, employs over 70 courtesans, and earned a fortune from gold miners. On July 3, 1890, he was shot dead at home, and the gold was stolen. Zhang Jing promised, "If you can uncover the location of this man's residence, where he was shot, I shall clear your 20,000 meter credit card debt." Initially inclined to respond with uncertainty, Ruth swallowed her words upon realizing Zhang Jing's potential assistance in alleviating her debt. "I will definitely find out," Ruth declared, raising her right hand in a gesture of determination. "Please grant me some time. I will surely trace the residence where Ning was killed." Zhang Jing smiled. "Stay safe." No longer engaged in menial tasks, Ruth departed the winery, promptly setting out to seek information about Ning. Although it was a modern era, considerable time had elapsed, and the search for clues would necessitate inquiries, particularly among the elderly. Inquiries came with their own challenges. Zhang Jing faced prejudice due to his skin color, while some locals harbored peculiar and irritable dispositions, making interactions unpredictable. Ruth was the ideal candidate for this undertaking. In the afternoon, Zhang Jing escorted Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing back to the city, as they were due for classes the following day. Since the apartment was situated within a haunted house, they temporarily resided in a nearby hotel. Feigning ignorance regarding Ding Jieqi's penchant for role-playing, Zhang Jing handed her a sum of 1,000 meters before their departure. "The hotel isn't cheap. Use this," he said. "Brother Zhang, I have money. I don't need to borrow from you for now," Ding Jieqi replied. "The hotel charges 300 meters per night. How long can your funds sustain you?" Ding Jieqi found herself at a loss, as her role-playing budget was set at 200 renminbi for the month, making a 300-meter nightly rate equivalent to her living expenses for 4 or 5 days in the West. Chu Xiaoqing stifled laughter nearby, amused by Ding Jieqi's predicament, as she was unable to voice her thoughts. "Take it," Zhang Jing urged. Ding Jieqi accepted the money, promising, "I will certainly repay you." Zhang Jing nonchalantly waved his wrist, showcasing the watch she had gifted him. "Understood. You two may head upstairs. Until next time." Ding Jieqi feigned ignorance. "See you on Friday." Zhang Jing chuckled, waving goodbye without a care. Watching Zhang Jing depart, Ding Jieqi shed her facade and headed to the supermarket to purchase a few bottles of wine. For the past few days, she had merely observed others enjoying drinks, yearning for a taste herself. "Who told you to pretend to be innocent?" Chu Xiaoqing retorted. Unaware of their conversation, Zhang Jing made his way to Pike Market. The market resembled a bustling collective of vendors, featuring stalls, storefronts, culinary delights, beverages, fashion, luggage, miscellaneous shops, souvenir stores, antique shops, nightclubs, and bars. Upon discovering an antiquated and charming antique store, Zhang Jing stepped inside. Inside the shop were 7 individuals, 2 African-American security guards, 2 clerks, and 3 customers engaged in haggling over an antique cigar box. Upon noticing Zhang Jing's entrance, a robust man with dark brown hair, approximately 7 meters tall and weighing about 200 pounds, greeted him from behind the counter. "Hello." Zhang Jing gently placed 3 gold necklaces and a diamond ring he had retrieved from the water onto the counter. "Wow," the man exclaimed, extending his hand. "I'm Will." "Zhang Jing," he replied. Will smiled slightly, donned gloves, and inspected the ring thoroughly before inquiring, "Where did you acquire this?" "Near the boat dock. I found it while swimming." "Lucky find," Will praised. "How much do you wish to sell it for?" "I have no idea about its value." "This is a standard diamond ring," Will explained. "The band is platinum, and the diamond weighs 25 points, with a diameter of approximately 4.1 millimeter and a height of 2.5 millimeters. I can offer you 3,000 meters." "That sounds fair," Zhang Jing readily agreed. Subsequently, Will picked up the 3 gold necklaces and, uncertain, asked, "Did you also find these while swimming?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Wow," Will exclaimed, "you are truly blessed by fortune." The price of gold is straightforward. After authenticating and weighing the items, the total came to 500 meters. Combined with the diamond ring, the grand total amounted to 500 meters. Just as Zhang Jing was about to leave, Will called out to him from behind, "Mr. Zhang, are you a professional treasure hunter?" Zhang Jing nodded once more. "There's another piece of information that might be of interest to you," Will enthusiastically continued. "In the past year, several individuals from Japan have been searching for a golden seal. They have visited all the pawn shops and expressed a willingness to pay a premium for its retrieval. You might find it intriguing." As he spoke, Will presented a printed image before Zhang Jing's eyes. Upon examining the picture, Zhang Jing recognized it as the golden seal. He maintained a neutral expression, remarking, "That so-called high price might merely be a ruse." Will shook his head, elaborating, "They have secured the endorsement of Mr. Dale from the Winston family, who manages the W Hotel in Seattle. There is no risk of them defaulting on payment." The W Hotel is unfamiliar to Zhang Jing, but it belongs to the same group as Sheraton and Starwood. Many branded hotels cater to different clientele, with the W Hotel appealing to trendsetters. Its guests typically range from 30 to 35 years of age, well-educated, often childless, and interested in the latest and most fashionable items. Which means Zhang Jing often encounters a plethora of eccentric characters during his stays at the W Hotel. Body piercings are not out of the ordinary. There was even an instance where he encountered a gentleman with 2 rings adorning his chest, quite an eye-catching sight. With his mind racing with thoughts, Zhang Jing casually inquired, "What price are they offering?" Will raised a finger, 1 million meters, a staggering sum. As if on cue, the entrance to the pawn shop swung open, and 2 Japanese individuals stepped inside. Section 34. The horse ranch. He was attired in a simple, short linen ensemble, paired with lightweight denim trousers, a casual outfit. Despite their unassuming attire, their Japanese origin was immediately apparent, discernible through a confluence of factors, including their hairstyles, manner of gait, and stature. One of them, approximately 1.75 meters in height, sported a trendy hairstyle slicked back with copious amounts of hair product and walked with a slight pigeon-toed gait. The other, somewhat shorter, possessed a more conventional stride. While a single individual might not have been so conspicuous, their combined presence practically announced their nationality. Much like Westerners can distinguish between Eastern Europeans, Western Europeans, and North Americans, subtle nuances differentiate the people of the Dragon Kingdom, the land of the rising sun, and the Northern and Southern dynasties. "Greetings, Mr. Will," the taller man said to the pawnshop owner. "Any recent developments?" "None," Will responded, gesturing to a photograph on the counter. "Mr. Zhang Jing is a professional treasure hunter. I was just acquainting him with the object you seek." Zhang Jing offered a polite nod of acknowledgement. "Greetings, Mr. Zhang," the taller Japanese man said, extending his hand. "I am Shibasaki from Yokohama Sankey Corporation." Shibasaki. Where did Kametsubara hide his gold seal before he died? The informant listed was Shibasaki. Zhang Jing reciprocated the handshake. "A pleasure. Has Mr. Zhang ever encountered this gold-inlaid jade artifact?" Shibasaki inquired, pointing to the photograph. "No, I have not. Should you happen upon it in the future, please do not hesitate to contact us." Shibasaki courteously presented a business card, adding, "Your assistance will be handsomely rewarded, perhaps due to his unfortunate circumstances." Zhang Jing reflected that this was the first business card he had ever received. Upon departing the pawnshop, Zhang Jing could not have foreseen their paths crossing again a week later. As evening approached, Zhang Jing returned to the winery. While passing through the town, a police cruiser was parked at an intersection, and a lanky officer gestured for Zhang Jing to pull over his pickup truck. "Good evening," Zhang Jing said, lowering his window. "Good afternoon, Mr. Zhang. My name is Joe Taylor." Assessing the officer, Zhang Jing estimated his height at approximately 1.9 meters and his weight at around 70 kilograms. He was exceedingly tall and slender, his uniform appearing loose on his frame. "Have I committed some infraction?" Zhang Jing inquired. "No, you have not," Joe Taylor replied, shaking his head. "Just a friendly chat." Skeptical, Zhang Jing exited his vehicle, extended his hand, and said, "Whitefish Town is quite lovely. I am pleased to be your neighbor." As he suspected, Joe Taylor shook Zhang Jing's hand and asked, "The homicide at the winery remains unsolved. As you reside there, have you observed anything of note?" Zhang Jing demurred, unwilling to implicate Wenli. "Aside from a rather significant termite infestation, nothing else comes to mind." Upon hearing the mention of termites, Joe Taylor retrieved his mobile phone and displayed a photograph. "We have ascertained that 2 Asian women visited the vicinity of the winery 4 days prior to the auction. It is plausible that they were responsible for the termite infestation. Should you wish to press charges, we are prepared to provide evidence." Examining the photograph, Zhang Jing recognized Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing, albeit indistinctly. Realizing the implications, Zhang Jing quickly demurred, "I do not intend to press charges against them." During their conversation, a corpulent woman approached and greeted them. "Good afternoon, Joe. Is this the new proprietor of Rose Winery?" "Greetings, madam," Zhang Jing responded. "My name is Zhang Jing." "Hello, I am Susan, and I operate the gun shop." Susan, a name of widespread usage, carries a positive connotation, signifying admiration, courage, and projecting an image of energy and versatility. The woman paused momentarily, then continued, "Adjacent to the winery, there is a small, 20-acre horse ranch that belongs to my former spouse and myself. Would you be amenable to acquiring it for $300,000 USD? The lanky officer interjected in surprise. "I thought you were asking $400,000 USD previously?" Susan turned to the officer and said, after half a year with no takers, "I am loath to continue this entanglement with that man." Zhang Jing's gaze shifted between the two, wondering if they were engaged in some elaborate charade. Agreeing to inspect the property, Zhang Jing accepted the keys from Susan and departed. Upon returning to the winery, he sought Barbie's counsel, inquiring, "Is 300,000 a fair price for the 20-acre horse ranch located east of the winery?" "It is not exorbitant," Barbie assessed professionally. "If the structures are well maintained, it could potentially yield a small profit upon resale, representing a bargain." Skeptical of Susan and the lanky officer, Zhang Jing nonetheless trusted Barbie's judgment and resolved to investigate. Crossing the wire fence that demarcated the boundary between their properties, Zhang Jing and Barbie entered the horse ranch situated east of the winery. As they stooped to pass through the wire mesh, Zhang Jing noticed that Barbie was consistently armed. He deliberately inquired, "Ms. Barbie, you are not contemplating silencing me, are you?" "The thought has certainly crossed my mind," Barbie admitted candidly. Zhang Jing understood her sentiment, given Barbie's involvement in a capital offense and his inadvertent retrieval of evidence implicating her. Changing the subject, Zhang Jing wondered aloud, with a population of just over 200 and its rather remote location, why is real estate in White Fish Town so expensive? "It is only 50 kilometers from Seattle," Barbie explained dismissively. "Washington state has a population of approximately 6.7 million, with around 4.8 million residing in the Seattle, Bellevue, and Tukwila metropolitan area. Issaquah, 20 kilometers away, is the fourth most populous city in Washington, with a population of only 30,000. Whitefish Town, 30 kilometers further east, has a respectable population of over 200. Zhang Jing was speechless, unable to comprehend such a sparsely populated area. As they continued their tour, Zhang Jing's appreciation for the property grew, deeming 300,000 a worthwhile investment. The family-style horse ranch encompassed 20 acres, bordered by mountains to the north. With a portion of its land, including a hillside, a lively stream flowed through the base of the hillside. The property also featured 3 commercial-grade single-story office buildings near the entrance, a 300-square-meter stable capable of housing 20 horses, 2 residential dwellings for small storage sheds, and a 5-acre paddock. Reaching the southern entrance of the ranch, Barbie consulted her mobile phone, which displayed real estate listings. Pointing to a row of buildings, she remarked, "This building is the crown jewel, comprising 6 suites, each with a bedroom, a small living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Employee housing, perhaps?" Zhang Jing ventured. "Horse husbandry requires riders, trainers, veterinarians, nutritionists, agents, and so forth," Barbie replied. Upon approaching the building, Barbie unlocked one of the rooms. The room featured wooden flooring, white walls, ample natural light from the windows, and heating equipment. "It appears more comfortable than the W Hotel," Zhang Jing observed. "Different styles," Barbie responded. "The W Hotel embodies a chic aesthetic, while this exudes a garden-inspired ambience. Expectant mothers would undoubtedly find it delightful." Zhang Jing smiled, aware that Barbie had never forgotten her former profession, despite her silence on the matter. Exiting the employee apartments, they encountered a roughly 200-square-meter expanse of level ground, complete with a barbecue grill and a basketball hoop. Beyond that lay the paddock, a 30-acre field adequate for equine exercise, though overgrown with weeds due to neglect. On the opposite side of the ranch were the stables and a stone structure, exuding a rustic charm. Section 35. System upgrade. A cement road connects all functional buildings. Next, we visit the main house of the horse farm, a stone structure. Barbie points out its shortcomings, noting its age and the absence of a garage. "No garage is not a major issue. We can park under the sun and cover it with a sunshade," she remarks. However, Zhang Jing is particularly sensitive to the term aged and inquires if anyone has died inside. After getting to know Zhang Jing, Barbie learns about some customs from Longwood Online, including the taboo against anyone dying in a house. She shrugs, acknowledging that with over 200 years of history, such occurrences are inevitable. "Is this stone house really over 200 years old?" Zhang Jing exclaims in surprise. The listing information suggests it is indeed so. Such gray stone buildings have become quite rare. Zhang Jing is left speechless, realizing that the winery's main house is a haunted property, forcing him to sleep on the tavern floor every night. He had not anticipated that the main house of the horse farm also harbored a tragic past. Upon entering the main house, the coolness of the stone walls is palpable against the skin. Barbie runs her finger across the table, gathering a layer of dust. "If we do not renovate, a thorough cleaning, disinfection, and furniture replacement is essential," she observes. Zhang Jing shakes his head, indicating he has no intention of residing there. They proceed to explore the upper floor. The layout consists of 4 rooms and 2 living areas. While the number of rooms is not excessive, each one is quite spacious. Finally, they examine the largest structure on the horse farm, the stable, and the 4 small storage rooms attached to it. The maintenance of these 5 buildings is lacking. Some areas show signs of leaks, while others have been gnawed by termites. After the tour, Barbie curiously asks, "Boss, what do you think of this place?" Zhang Jing can only respond with one word: Large. He repeats his inquiry, is $300,000 truly a steal? Barbie nods affirmatively, explaining that it is listed at $400,000, and if they can acquire it for $300,000, they could clear the weeds, repair the leaks, dispose of the old furniture, and clean thoroughly, potentially making a profit of $30,000 to $40,000. It would be foolish not to seize such an opportunity. Zhang Jing decides, calling Aunt Susan to confirm the purchase. Returning to the entrance of the horse farm, they encounter Lucy, who is peering through the iron gate. What are you doing here? Zhang Jing asks in surprise. To his dismay, Lucy looks unhappy and dejectedly asks, have you found it? Found what? Zhang Jing is confused until he realizes she is referring to the spot where Ning was shot. Lucy nods, explaining she had been inquiring around to find this place. Zhang Jing is astonished by the coincidence, especially since he had just explored every corner without finding any gold. At that moment, the treasure hunting system presents several notifications. The host has located the residence of Ning before his demise. Regrettably, there is no gold here. The host has completed 3 clue inclusions. The treasure hunting system is undergoing an upgrade. Upgrade complete. New treasure hunting rewards have been added. 1. The metal detection range has increased to 5 meters. 2. A special opportunity yields 1 rural dog. 3. A talent scout for horses will assist the host in finding 3 potential racing horses hidden among the multitude. The next upgrade requires the completion of 6 clue inclusions. Zhang Jing feels satisfied. The absence of gold is inconsequential, as the 3 rewards are quite generous. While lost in thought, a small puppy suddenly appears, climbing onto his feet and squeaking. He picks up the adorable yellow pup, which appears to be less than a month old. Where did this puppy come from? This place has been vacant for over 6 months, Barbie wonders. It must be fate. Zhang Jing declares, I will take responsibility for raising this puppy. With his heart brimming with compassion, Zhang Jing is met with no objections from Barbie. This place has a stable, training grounds, and horse care equipment. It would be a waste to leave it unutilized, he decides. Please find someone to renovate this place. I am determined to raise racehorses. Barbie reacts strongly, bluntly reminding him, with all due respect, raising racehorses is costly. You might go bankrupt. I have already made up my mind. I will be recruiting veterinarians, nutritionists, riders, and trainers online, Zhang Jing asserts. Barbie attempts to reason with him, but he silences her with a look. Mr. Zhang, Lucy interjects hesitantly, I am majoring in veterinary science, although I haven't received my medical license yet. I will surely have it by next year. Zhang Jing looks at Lucy, saying, I have no objections, but I hope you do not harm my horses. The salary will remain unchanged. No problem. Lucy readily agrees. I will graduate from the academy as soon as possible and then work full-time. Having accepted reality, Barbie takes a deep breath and suggests, Boss, let us give the horse farm a name, something memorable. Would Champion Horse Farm invite ridicule? Zhang Jing retorts. Barbie falls silent. Over the next few days, Barbie finalizes the purchase paperwork for the horse farm and registers a new company named Whitefish Town Champion Horse Farm. She also receives over 10 online resumes. Zhang Jing feels disheartened, as the applicants for the trainer and rider positions lack any experience. Unlike the winery, where poor conditions could be concealed, the horse farm cannot afford such laxity. With 3 good horses to come, it is imperative to have skilled trainers and riders. However, the choice of good trainers and riders is mutual. Their incomes are primarily commission-based, with trainers receiving 10 of the prize money and riders 5. If a horse is sold, trainers also earn 10. Consequently, the newly established Champion Horse Farm struggles to attract capable trainers and riders. Yet, due to the 3 opportunities to identify horses, Zhang Jing must find competent trainers and riders to honor the quality of the horses. The good news is that there is still ample time, as they have not yet acquired the horses. On Friday evening, Ding Jiaqi and Chu Shaoqing visit the winery again, just as Zhang Jing is leaving. Their vehicles meet at the entrance. Ding Jiaqi, taking in Zhang Jing's dapper suit and polished appearance, thinks to herself how handsome he looks. Where are you off to? She asks. To Manor 1032. When Li sent an invitation for a party she is hosting tonight, he replies. Oh, really? Ding Jiaqi hesitates for a moment before asking. I didn't bring a formal dress. Should I stop by the Azure City area to buy one? Is there still time? The invitation did not specify the need for a female companion, so Zhang Jing declines, saying, I'll be back soon. Feeling discontent, Ding Jiaqi does not wish to leave a poor impression on Zhang Jing, so she smiles warmly, saying, Then I will wait for your return. As she watches Zhang Jing drive away in his pickup truck, Chu Shaoqing expresses her frustration. I bet he won't return tonight. He'll definitely find a girl at the party and spend the night with her. Unexpectedly, as if on cue, Zhang Jing reverses his vehicle back. Ding Jiaqi's heart races with anticipation. Zhang Jing does not disappoint her. He invites, Shall we go together? Sure. Ding Jiaqi readily agrees, then turns to her friend, instructing, "You get out." Xu Shaoqing is taken aback, exclaiming, "On what grounds?" "Your car has been commandeered," Ding Jiaqi asserts firmly. Zhang Jing agrees with her approach. Knowing Wenli's circle is filled with high society, he finds it unnecessary to arrive alone in a pickup truck, hiding in a corner until the party concludes. Having a female companion is an advantage, but it comes with conditions. The car can be of a higher caliber. Amused, Zhang Jing tosses the keys of the pickup truck to the bewildered Xu Shaoqing, driving her Bentley towards the affluent area on the eastern shore of Washington Lake. As she watches her luxury car drive away, Xu Shaoqing kicks at the wild grass by the roadside, drinks cold water to soothe her frustration, and even twists her ankle in the process. Section 36. The ball 20 kilometers to the Issy courtyard. Zhang Jing accompanied Ding Jiaqing into a ladies' evening dress shop. Standing at 1.7 meters tall and weighing approximately 110 kg, with a chest measurement that appeared to be around C. Her fair complexion and slightly plump face made her figure remarkably appealing in any attire. Ding Jiaqing quickly selected a rather understated yet exquisitely crafted white gown, complemented by a pair of crystal high heels. When she emerged from the changing room, Zhang Jing's heart raced uncontrollably. She was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating purity and grace, causing Zhang Jing's heart to thump erratically as he praised, "You look absolutely stunning, simply perfect." Even the shop owner was taken aback, exclaiming that the dress seemed tailored just for Ding Jiaqing. A delicate blush adorned her cheeks as she twirled, clearly enamored with her choice. The dress was splendid, albeit costly, priced at 900 yuan, with the crystal heels adding another 300 yuan, bringing the total to 1,200 yuan. With approximately 4.6 million yuan remaining on his Hong Kong bank card, spending such an amount posed no burden. After returning to the car, Zhang Jing's racing heart began to calm as he focused on driving, reaching the mansion at 1032 Avenue 84 in half an hour. Upon confirming the invitation, the mansion's black iron gate swung open, allowing Zhang Jing to drive into the estate. Following the internal road, they arrived at the entrance of the main villa, where numerous luxury vehicles were parked. To his slight surprise, while there were indeed luxury cars, the youthful models like Bentleys were scarce. Most vehicles were high-end SUVs and premium sedans, indicating that the party attendees were generally of a more mature age. As expected, guests arrived in clusters, predominantly middle-aged individuals, each exuding elegance and sophistication. Wenli greeted guests at the villa entrance, her expression warm and welcoming. "Good evening, Mr. Gavin. Welcome to our humble abode," she said to an elderly Caucasian gentleman. "Good evening, Mrs. Su. It is an honor to receive your invitation," he replied, introducing his grandson, Gauss. Wenli then complimented the young man. "What a handsome lad. Where do you work?" Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing stood behind Gauss, who appeared polite and distinguished. "I am currently pursuing a master's degree in finance at the University of California," he replied confidently. Wenli praised him, a promising future indeed. Zhang Jing, unaware of the significance of a finance master's from such a prestigious institution, noted how self-assured the young man seemed. After a brief exchange, it was Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing's turn. "Good evening," Zhang Jing greeted, having scrutinized the invitation several times, convinced it was a printing error. "No mistake there." Wenli confirmed, "Your invitation was personally handwritten by me." Zhang Jing bowed slightly, sweetening his words, "It is my honor." Wenli then turned to Ding Jiaqing, genuinely admiring her beauty. "What a lovely girl." "Good evening, Grandma One," Ding Jiaqing replied sweetly, her voice melodic. Wenli appeared in good spirits, expressing her delight in providing a feast for the evening. "I have prepared many delectable dishes for you to enjoy." With that, they followed a server into the expansive living room. The furniture had been rearranged for the party, creating a more spacious ambience. A buffet-style layout featured 3 long tables adorned with white tablecloths, laden with an array of sumptuous food and fine wines. Additional servers, dressed in formal attire, carried trays filled with fragrant and exquisite champagne. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiaqing whispered, her tone uncertain, "why do I feel that the elderly lady treats you differently?" "Perhaps due to the successful completion of 2 entrusted tasks," Zhang Jing speculated. Ding Jiaqing refrained from probing further, her gaze sweeping over the distinguished guests. Likely elite figures from Seattle, lamenting their unfamiliarity. "Regardless of their status, I'm determined to make the most of this evening," Zhang Jing declared, his spirits unperturbed. Ding Jiaqing smiled, appreciating Zhang Jing's optimistic outlook, her attention drawn to the culinary offerings. Upon inspection, the sheer opulence of the spread was astonishing. Glistening caviar, aromatic foie gras, and tender wagyu steak. In comparison, the king crab and Australian lobster appeared somewhat overshadowed. A variety of Chinese dim sum, predominantly southern delicacies, each exquisitely crafted, complemented an assortment of Western dishes, including pizza and various fruit tarts. The food was abundant, and the beverages were equally exceptional, featuring Louis Princess Champagne, noble wrought wine from John Hill Estate, and premium Chivas Regal whiskey. In summary, the culinary offerings resembled a mountain, while the champagne flowed like a river. Brother Zhang, these dishes and wines are quite exquisite. To serve such a lavish spread for guests suggests that the elderly lady's wealth and influence may be beyond imagination. Zhang Jing remained unfazed, pondering how one could host such a celebration after having taken many lives. Surely, their energy could not be lacking. Moments later, the guests had all arrived. With a serene demeanor and a joyful expression, Wenli, adorned with a pearl necklace and dressed in a blue evening gown, stood at the center of the reception room with the butler at her side. "Thank you all for your continued support of the Su family's endeavors," she spoke softly, yet her words resonated throughout the quiet room. "Su CK has passed away for 7 years, and my grandson Su Lin tragically left us 5 years ago. There was a time I feared that the hopes of the Su family rested solely on my shoulders, but thankfully, that did not come to pass." When Li's toast left the guests puzzled, they were aware she had more than one grandchild, and Su Lin's death hardly seemed to be a significant loss. Furthermore, the Su family was deeply rooted, so how could their hopes be extinguished? Some astute guests grasped that when Li's words bore a deeper meaning, this cut was not a literal severance. In good spirits, when Li accepted a glass of champagne from the butler and encouraged everyone, "Please enjoy the food and wine to your heart's content." Zhang Jing, having just arrived, recognized Wen Li as a formidable presence but remained oblivious to the intricacies of the Su family, perceiving a certain grandeur about the occasion. As Wen Li's toast concluded, the atmosphere grew lively, with clinking glasses and animated conversations as guests seized the opportunity to connect with one another. Soon after, a 7 or 8 member band entered, carrying various instruments and settling into a corner where soothing melodies began to play. People began to dance the tango in the center of the room. "Brother Zhang, do you know how to dance?" Ding Jiaqing asked with anticipation. "Not at all. I shall teach you," she replied eagerly. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing agreed. Ding Jiaqing was simply too alluring that evening, and he feared losing her to another. At the edge of the dance floor, Zhang Jing gazed into Ding Jiaqing's eyes, gently placing his right hand on her lower back, not embracing but lightly resting there. His left hand clasped hers. As the music commenced, they began with a simple step, moving gracefully in rhythm. Though his feet stumbled initially, he quickly found his footing, aided by the surrounding examples, and soon his confidence surged. As the song concluded, Zhang Jing reluctantly released Ding Jiaqing's soft form. Just then, Gao's approached, extending his hand with a gentlemanly demeanor. "Hello, beautiful lady. May I have the honor of this dance?" Zhang Jing felt a jolt of unease, as if his heart had been momentarily stolen, instinctively opposing, "No." Gao's awaited Ding Jiaqing's response. Ding Jiaqing, drawing closer to Zhang Jing, shook her head at the stranger. "No, thank you." With no desired outcome achieved, Gao's departed. "Okay, here's the refined and improved version of the text you provided. Rendered in elegant English, Section 37, excessive devotion leads to a short life." The music played softly. When he approached Zhang Jing, complimenting him. "Your companion is the most radiant jewel at the party tonight. Would you mind sharing a dance?" Zhang Jing, never one for generosity, especially when it came to his female companion, shook his head firmly. "I cherish gold, money, and Ding Jieqi. I absolutely will not share, not even a fraction." Ding Jieqi's heart fluttered. She hadn't expected Zhang Jing to declare his affection for her so candidly, revealing such a strong possessiveness. Wendy, though appearing amiable, spoke with chilling words. "Extreme rigidity invites breakage. Extreme intelligence invites injury. Extreme prominence invites humiliation. Excessive devotion leads to a short life." Her words, broad in scope, implied a lack of confidence in the longevity of Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi's relationship. Zhang Jing remained unfazed, but Ding Jieqi seemed deeply affected. The party concluded at 10 in the evening. The ride home was quiet. After a long while, Ding Jieqi broke the silence, her tone tinged with gentle complaint. "Zhang, why am I ranked behind gold and money?" Zhang Jing recalled his words. "I cherish gold, money, and Ding Jieqi." "Don't take it seriously," Zhang Jing said calmly, gazing ahead. "I only cherish money. The rest just slipped out." Anxious to preempt further questioning, Zhang Jing steered the conversation elsewhere. "Why did you and Chu Shaoqing release termites into the vineyard?" Ding Jieqi sniffed, her nose slightly sore. "To ensure someone could successfully acquire the vineyard. I endured more than 10 termite bites, each raising a welt." Zhang Jing felt a complex mix of emotions. He feared encountering another deceitful woman. Yet he also dreaded the thought of Ding Jieqi being taken by another. Thus, he could only postpone any commitment. Resolving to change the subject once more, Zhang Jing announced, "I've purchased a 20-acre paddock adjacent to the vineyard. I intend to raise racehorses." Ding Jieqi's attention was immediately captured, her spirits lifting. "Zhang, ornamental horses and racehorses are entirely different. Raising racehorses requires expertise. Who advised you to do this? No one. It's something I want to do myself. Knowing Zhang Jing well, Ding Jiechi quickly accepted his new endeavor. I support you, but it's a venture that consumes both money and skill. If it fails after a year, promise me you'll abandon it and consider it a life lesson. Why a year? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. For the second time, Ding Jiechi recognized the difference between traditional wealth and nouveau riche. She explained, foals can participate in 1,200-meter sprints after 14 months. Seemingly common knowledge, Zhang Jing admitted self-deprecatingly. I had no idea, yet I plunged headfirst into it. Ding Jiechi, tactful as ever, didn't directly criticize Zhang Jing. Instead, she inquired indirectly. Is it Barbie's idea that she works for you? No, she consistently suggests I pursue a human procreation assistance business. All right, Ding Jiechi conceded. Since you've decided to enter the racehorse industry, you must commit fully. I will. The next day, Saturday, at the Jordan Ranch in Issaquah. This was a ranch-style horse farm, spanning over 500 acres. With a professional racetrack and multiple paddocks, Ding Jiechi, Chu Xiaoqing, and Zhang Jing had come to purchase horses. Other buyers were critiquing the horses galloping on the track. Ordinary draft horses were valued slightly lower than beef cattle, not exceeding $1,000. Ding Jiechi explained, only racehorses, thoroughbreds, or those with successful parents or grandparents command high prices. The sight of the magnificent horses racing was indeed striking. They were beautiful, muscular, with long, powerful limbs and expansive strides. Another notable feature was the diminutive size of the jockeys. Regarding prices, Ding Jiechi elaborated, the more medals the parents have won, the higher the price. If the parents and grandparents have won major awards, their prices are virtually limitless, such as $3 million. Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. He only had approximately $3 million available. Don't worry, Ding Jiechi reassured him. The horses here won't be too expensive. Foals will be even cheaper. How do you know so much? Zhang Jing asked curiously. Chu Xiaoqing and I once studied equestrian dressage in Hong Kong, like the Olympic competitions. Due to a lack of talent, we only learned a little in a year. Although we gave up, I still have a passion for horses. Impressive, Zhang Jing complimented. Ding Jiechi proudly tilted her fair neck. Good morning, sir and ladies. My name is Malcolm. I work at Jordan Ranch. A middle-aged African-American man with thick lips introduced himself. He pointed to the galloping horses and inquired, do you see any you like? No, Zhang Jing requested. We want to see more, including mares, foals, and ordinary racehorses. Please follow me. Malcolm gestured. There was a 6-seater electric cart nearby. Malcolm took the driver's seat. And Zhang Jing, Ding Jiechi, and Chu Xiaoqing sat in the back. They drove along the straight path between 2 separate paddocks, heading towards the stables. After traveling about a kilometer, they arrived at 2 small, separate enclosures, each approximately 20 meters in diameter. Malcolm pointed to the horses tethered near the enclosures. There are 17 mares for sale here. The mares in the left enclosure are $30,000 each, and those in the right enclosure are $45,000 each. The sales approach was casual. If they were exceptional horses, the seller would undoubtedly be boasting about them. These mares mostly have flaws, Ding Jiechi said in Mandarin. Most are over 20 years old, past their prime reproductive years. Some have ordinary appearances, and some even have injuries or illnesses. The advantage is that they are all racehorses, albeit of ordinary lineage. The seller won't lose money. Are there no good horses? Zhang Jing asked. Perhaps, Ding Jiechi said with a hint of resignation. But that's beyond my knowledge. Zhang Jing understood. Fine horses are common, but discerning judges are rare, keeping a distance of about 2 or 3 meters. Zhang Jing observed all 17 mares. The treasure-seeking system gave no indication. They were ordinary, not fine horses. Take us to see the foals. Malcolm nodded, got back into the electric cart, and drove another 100 meters to 2 more separate enclosures. The foals on the left are priced at $5,000, and those in the right enclosure are priced at $7,000, Malcolm announced, pointing to the 8 foals in the 2 enclosures. They were all born between 5 and 7 months ago. The foals were tethered near the enclosures, allowing for close observation. It was best not to touch them without a strong intention to buy. After a brief look, the treasure-seeking system still gave no indication, until a truck approached from the direction of the stables, and from 50 meters away, the golden finger gave a strong indication. Buy it. What's the situation with the truck that's approaching? Zhang Jing asked casually. Malcolm glanced at it indifferently. It's carrying a sick and injured mare that's being sent to the slaughterhouse. Section 38. The super pragmatist. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Jing displayed an unexpected interest in a sickly horse. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiechi urged, it must hold no value, or it wouldn't have been sent to the slaughterhouse. Indeed, Chu Xiaoqing chimed in, the owner of the horse farm isn't foolish. They must have exhausted all options before resorting to this. How much? Zhang Jing inquired of the farm's employee. Sir, that's a sick mare, Malcolm reminded him. It was precisely this plight that stirred Zhang Jing's compassion, as he lamented, I cannot bear to witness a beautiful creature being sent to its demise. Having worked at the horse farm for many years, Malcolm had encountered individuals who held a deep affection for horses, often going to great lengths, both in time and money, to care for an unfit horse until its natural end. However, the farm could not afford such compassion, for it needed to generate profit and meet its tax obligations. Inwardly, Malcolm admired and supported Zhang Jing's benevolence, leading him to halt the delivery truck and call his boss. It was then that Zhang Jing noticed the truck carried a gaunt chestnut mare, looking utterly miserable, akin to a tomato that hadn't been watered for 3 days. After a brief conversation, Malcolm hung up the phone and informed Zhang Jing, 3,000 yuan, delivered within 100 kilometers, it won't be sold for less. Brother Zhang. Ding Jiaqing interjected once more, this might be a scam. Some merchants exploit people's compassion for profit. This horse is worth no more than 1,000 yuan, merely meat value. Ding Jiaqing's suspicions were confirmed. The mare was beyond recovery. The owner had been parading it back and forth along the farm's central path for 2 consecutive days, deliberately allowing potential buyers to witness its state until encountering Zhang Jing, the fool. Zhang Jing gently patted Ding Jiaqing's hand, asserting, I cannot stand idly by while a life is lost. They proceeded to the office to finalize the transfer agreement, hand over the birth certificate, and settle the payment. The horse was directly transported to Champion Farm, 30 kilometers away, where Barbie and Ruth awaited. Having observed the majestic racehorses, the elegant thoroughbred mares, and the spirited ponies, Zhang Jing opted for the ailing mare instead. There were no further surprises at Denton Farm as Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing departed. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing, seated in the passenger seat, queried, May I know your reasoning? I could not bear to see it suffer, he replied, unable to articulate his peculiar decision, which he attributed to his good intentions. Ding Jiaqing fell silent, while Chu Shaoqing observed Zhang Jing's actions, also remaining quiet, realizing that indeed, there are selfless individuals in this world. After leaving Din Farm, the trio arrived at the adjacent St. Fort Farm, which was grander in scale. Zhang Jing hoped to find 2 more fine horses there. I do not like this place, Ding Jiaqing unexpectedly remarked. Zhang Jing surveyed the farm's surroundings. The main paths were flanked by lush greenery, and the air was rich with the aroma of earth and grass, leaving a favorable first impression. Occasionally, riders passed by, and tourists wandered about, as the farm was hosting a family riding event that day, drawing a considerable crowd. Zhang Jing reassured her, let us take a quick look around, and we will leave shortly. Ding Jiaqing acquiesced with a soft acknowledgement. Is maintaining a racetrack particularly challenging? Zhang Jing asked as they walked along the internal pathways. Denton Farm perhaps. Here it should be considerably easier, as the owner is quite affluent. Have you had any prior dealings with St. Fort Farm? Zhang Jing inquired. No, Ding Jiaqing replied, this is my first visit. In the next moment, a sarcastic voice emerged from behind. Ah, an old friend has arrived. Why not give a heads up? What are you afraid of? Following Ding Jiaqing's furious gaze, a tall woman with golden hair stood 5 meters away, initially only a silhouette. It was only upon recognizing Zhang Jing that Aegis's expression faltered for a moment before she greeted him warmly. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. In contrast to her barbed remarks towards Ding Jiaqing, Aegis's tone with Zhang Jing was notably cordial. You know me? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. Indeed. My grandmother is a friend of Mrs. Su, and I learned your name from her. I've seen you coming and going from Manor 1032 numerous times. Do you know Ding Jiaqing? I do, Aegis replied succinctly. Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing stood close together, leading Aegis to naturally assume they were a couple, which irked her. We have known each other for 10 years, classmates for 4, and we have fought 5 times in total. Fought? Zhang Jing exclaimed, looking incredulously at the fair-skinned, slightly plump, yet charming girl beside him, hardly able to envision such a scenario. Ding Jiaqing protested, Brother Zhang, do not listen to her nonsense. She started it by bullying Shaoqing, which led to our altercation. Aegis nodded, not disputing this, and remarked, did you know that during your time studying in Hong Kong, she smoked and drank? Is Mr. Zhang aware of this? Zhang Jing was taken aback, as Ding Jiaqing appeared the picture of innocence, utterly unassuming. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing's expression became one of grievance. That was merely youthful folly. Everyone makes mistakes. Besides, I only smoked 7 or 8 packs and drank just over 20 bottles. Just over was an interesting choice of words. However, Zhang Jing was not bothered. This more authentic and endearing side of Ding Jiaqing was relatable, who hasn't gone through their rebellious phase. He gently patted her shoulder to reassure her that it was all right, and turned to Aegis, stating, we intend to look at some horses, so we shall take our leave. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing reminded him, Aegis's grandmother is the owner of St. Fort Farm. Aegis's gaze flitted between Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing before she smiled faintly. Allow me to show you the horses. Unable to decline her hospitality, Zhang Jing accepted. Aegis, clad in high heels, beige trousers, and a white, wrinkled long-sleeve blouse, with her flowing golden locks, presented an image of elegance. Do you need ponies, mares, or professional racehorses? She inquired. Would it be a bother if we looked at all? Zhang Jing asked. Not at all. Aegis shot a challenging glance at Ding Jiaqing. It is my honor to accompany Mr. Zhang in viewing the horses. The term honor seemed to be linked with her warmth. To clarify any misunderstandings, Zhang Jing explained. Miss Aegis, I have no connection with the owner of Manor 1032. My frequent visits were solely for work. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Looking into Zhang Jing's eyes, she discerned the truth, and her warm smile evaporated. Then enjoy your visit. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. That is precisely how she is, as they watched Aegis depart. Ding Jiaqing remarked, a super pragmatist. If you possess wealth and power, she will gravitate towards you as a friend. If not, she will discard you as easily as refuse, just like in this instance. Zhang Jing chuckled. It's somewhat regrettable that Aegis refrains from theatrics. Section 39. The shining horse names casually approaching a stable employee. Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing continued their observation of the horses. Meanwhile, Miss Ijizi returned to the villa situated atop a small hill behind the stables. The dark red, expansive one-story villa resembled a colossal tortoise crawling upon the earth when viewed from above. Miss Ijizi, the stable assistant stationed at the entrance, reminded her, Mrs. Meili is currently meeting with an important guest. Mrs. Meili, Ijizi's grandmother, was 72 years old. Who is it? Ijizi inquired with curiosity. The owner of Manor 1032 on 84th Avenue. Taking a deep breath, Ijizi adjusted her attire and asked the assistant, How do I look? Is there anything inappropriate? You're perfect. The assistant praised, Just relax. Ijizi took a refreshing breath and confidently strode towards the living room. As she passed through a 10-meter-long corridor adorned with statues and artistic paintings, she spotted her grandmother and Wenli engaged in lively conversation. Grandmother, Ijizi greeted sweetly. Sister, Mrs. Meili introduced, This is my granddaughter Ijizi, whom you once held as a child. I remember, Wenli replied, glancing at Ijizi. You've grown into a lovely young woman. Hello, grandmother, Ijizi greeted Wenli warmly, expressing her joy in seeing her. I am equally delighted, Wenli casually asked. What have you been up to? Your shoes are muddy. Ijizi looked down at her shoes, realizing they were indeed soiled, admiring her grandmother's keen observation. I was accompanying a client to view the horses, Ijizi tentatively asked. Do you know Zhang Jing, grandmother? Wenli, always exuding a benevolent aura, nodded. As a prominent figure in Seattle, Mrs. Meili seized the opportunity to inquire, You previously spoke highly of Zhang Jing. Is he your junior? Not quite, Wenli denied. He is very efficient, a commendable young man. Shifting the topic, Wenli suggested they discuss a particular thoroughbred instead. Thus, both Mrs. Meili and Ijizi garnered a deeper understanding of Zhang Jing, albeit from different perspectives. An hour later, Mrs. Meili escorted her guest to the entrance of the stable, with Ijizi accompanying her. Only after Wenli's convoy vanished from sight did Mrs. Meili turn to her granddaughter and ask, What do you think of Zhang Jing? Not much, Ijizi instinctively replied. Do not underestimate others. Do not be oblivious, Mrs. Meili admonished her granddaughter. Orientals are different from us. I once had a classmate in England. It wasn't until 7 years after graduation that I learned he was the prince of the Northern Dynasty. Such situations are far from rare. In short, you must cultivate a good relationship with Zhang Jing. It could open doors for us in the Dragon Country market, which is vital. You must give it your all. Ijizi felt a pang of reluctance. She had just dismissed Zhang Jing as inconsequential. But his surname is Zhang, not Su or Wan. Wouldn't it be futile to build rapport with him? Perhaps it will be, perhaps it will not. This is an opportunity. Wenli is aging, and it is absurd that we have yet to form a bond with him, Mrs. Meili replied. Ijizi was less than enthusiastic. You had better succeed, Mrs. Meili warned her granddaughter. Otherwise, your sports car will be remotely locked, and your bank card will be empty. Ijizi inhaled a breath of cold air. Accustomed to a life of luxury, without her sports car or funds, she would be worse off than a chicken. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing remained oblivious to others' perceptions and successfully acquired 2 more fine horses at the St. Buddha stables. One was a 5-month-old colt, an American quarter horse with ordinary lineage. Its grandparents had achieved notable racing success, priced at $60,000. The other was a 12-year-old mare, also a quarter horse, whose sire had once won the Seattle Cup. With its graceful physique, muscular build, and generous stride, it was priced astronomically. Yet, Zhang Jing's intuition urged him to purchase them, leading him to part with a staggering $350,000. Upon returning to the stables, the 3 horses had already arrived. The barefoot veterinarian, Ruth, was examining the first mare, which had been bought for $3,000 and was suffering from an illness. She checked its teeth, measured its temperature, listened to its heart and lungs, examined its rear, collected urine, drew blood, and sought the cause of its ailment. "Boss," Ruth remarked while working. "Anyone with a hint of common sense wouldn't tee by a sick horse. It could potentially infect the other two healthy ones." The horses were temporarily kept apart to prevent the spread of any contagion. Zhang Jing, who had no desire to make the purchase, instructed, "Cure her. This is your first case. Do not falter. I need to buy some equipment, which will cost about $20,000 to $30,000, Ruth requested. The equipment could be reused, and since she had entered the field, it was inevitable to make the investment. Zhang Jing readily transferred $50,000 to Ruth. Upon receiving the transfer, Ruth uncertainly asked, "Boss, why $50,000? To pay off Ning's credit card," Zhang Jing casually explained. After a brief pause of 3 to 4 seconds, Ruth's tears began to flow uncontrollably as she sobbed. "I thought you had found it first, so I wouldn't receive a bonus." Zhang Jing chuckled. He had not intended to pay, but Ruth had been immensely helpful. Without her locating Ning's residence, the intuition would not have indicated the completion of the task. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing stood nearby, and Ruth boldly stepped forward to embrace Zhang Jing tightly, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard." Being mindful of the future and fearing potential repercussions, Ruth also hugged Ding Jiaqing and cleverly addressed her as boss lady. Wow, Ding Jiaqing felt a flutter in her heart. Zhang Jing remained silent, and the contrast only amplified the effect. Delighted internally yet maintaining her composure, Ding Jiaqing quickly asserted her role as the boss lady, reassuring Ruth. "Pay off your credit card, earn your credits, and strive for early graduation. You can do it. I will obtain all my credits for next year within 6 months." Ruth motivated herself, determined to succeed. "We need receipts for the equipment," Chu Xiaoqing reminded, her tone teasingly pointed. "Let's keep business and personal matters separate." Ruth nodded earnestly. Zhang Jing chuckled, pleasantly surprised by Chu Xiaoqing's attentiveness and impeccable timing. Feeling in high spirits, Ding Jiaqing suggested, "Big brother Zhang, let us name them. The louder the better. Like General, Boss, Lightning, Gale, Kung Fu, and so forth." Zhang Jing shook his head, feeling for the first time that his views diverged from Ding Jiaqing's. "What ideas do you have?" Ding Jiaqing retorted defiantly. Zhang Jing had some names in mind, proposing, "How about scared me to death? What the heck? Half a gene of ergo too? And picking up money on the way out." Ding Jiaqing's expression fell flat, her tone laden with disbelief. "Big brother Zhang. You can't be serious, can you?" Zhang Jing enthusiastically elaborated. "Imagine if we use these names during the races. The commentary would announce, 'The victor is scared me to death, truly living up to expectations.' What the heck? Leading temporarily is half a gene of ergo too. Trailing behind is picking up money on the way out." Ding Jiaqing, Chu Xiaoqing, Ruth. Section 40. The nutritionist. The naming of the nutritionist was postponed as guests arrived at the entrance of the horse ranch, specifically requesting to meet Zhang Jing and Barbie. A black Toyota Highlander came to a halt 5 meters from the gate, and 2 Japanese individuals, whom Zhang had encountered just last Saturday, stepped out of the vehicle. "Hello, Mr. Zhang," greeted the dashing Chai-Chi. "Hello, is there something you need?" Zhang Jing inquired. Chai-Chi turned his gaze toward Barbie and directly addressed her. "Miss Barbie Mallory, do you know Kametsubara?" "Kametsubara is my client. Who are you?" Barbie probed, her thoughts racing. "We are neither friends of Kametsubara nor law enforcement, but we require the jade piece you possess," Chai-Chi replied. "Not being the police is a relief." Barbie retorted with newfound bravado. "I have no idea what you are talking about." "Miss Barbie," Chai-Chi's words dripped with veiled menace, "to you, it may be merely a trivial object, but to certain influential figures, it holds immense significance. Surrender it, lest you invite calamity." "Utter nonsense," Barbie shot back defiantly. "Miss Barbie, do not compel us to disclose the details of your involvement in Kametsubara's demise to the authorities," Chai-Chi threatened. "Mr. Chai-Chi," Zhang Jing interjected, "intimidation is inappropriate, without evidence. One should refrain from making baseless accusations. This is not Japan. Slander comes with consequences." Chai-Chi turned to Zhang Jing, inquiring, "What is your relationship with Miss Barbie?" "She is my employee," Zhang answered. "Mr. Zhang, you might be under a misconception regarding Yokohama Sanchiao Corporation. We are a legitimate enterprise, untainted by illicit activities or firearms," Chai-Chi asserted. Zhang's lips twitched, pondering if he had indeed been threatened. Barbie, drawing a revolver from her pocket, aimed it at Chai-Chi and his companion. "Boss, let us eliminate them. Right and wrong are determined by us." Casting a glance at Barbie, it was hard to reconcile the fact that she was a mother of a 3-year-old, yet she brandished a weapon without hesitation. How audacious. One wondered why she favored a revolver over a more fashionable semi-automatic pistol. "Put the gun down," Zhang urged. "We do not possess what they seek." There is no need for violence. Feeling the weight of the gun's aim was terrifying. Chai-Chi and his companions slowly retreated, hastily entering their vehicle and departing. Barbie, fraught with anxiety, turned to Zhang and asked, they seem to have significant backing. What should we do now? Zhang searched online for Yokohama Sanchiao Corporation. Public information revealed that it was a Japanese machinery company, manufacturing excavators, bulldozers, loaders, dump trucks, large presses, and cutting machines. Additionally, it was a military enterprise producing various military vehicles. Do not worry, Zhang reassured Barbie. There are more solutions than obstacles. As he spoke, he dialed Su Zihong's number. Initially, he had no intention of retaining the jade piece, preferring to exchange it for cash, yet Su insisted on a sentimental appeal, urging the wandering craftsman, lost for 4 centuries, to return home. After a brief conversation, Su agreed to publicly claim possession of the jade piece, drawing fire away from Zhang. Boss, Barbie asked anxiously. Do they possess evidence that could incriminate me? Zhang chuckled. If they did, they wouldn't be making such bold claims here. Rest easy. Barbie lowered her gaze slightly. By the way, Zhang recalled, what has Cindy been occupied with these days? She has been immersed in the winery workshop, came the reply. She isn't slacking off. Is she? Not at all. She has been maintaining the brewing equipment. When will the winery be open to visitors? Zhang inquired. Anytime. We have stockpiled wine. And minor flaws can be addressed while operating. The issue lies in the murder case, which dissuades visitors from coming. Do you have any good ideas? It seems the only viable solution is self-media promotion. It would be best if someone could write soft articles or shoot videos for daily dissemination. Thinking of soft articles, Zhang recalled his classmate from the Technical Institute, Irina Svitolina, a Ukrainian with brown hair and fair skin, standing at 165 meters. She had previously studied in Long Country and had been active in creating videos and writing soft articles on various platforms. Everything had been going well, amassing a fair number of followers, but due to the war, countless netizens demanded she take a stand, leading her to halt her updates. Considering that he too was creating short videos, Zhang resolved to enlist Irina to manage his accounts on various platforms, including YouTube. Irina had previously risked her safety to assist Zhang by stabbing an Eastern European man from behind, undoubtedly motivated by financial gain, and now her gamble had paid off. As someone finally sought her services, she promised to arrive within 2 hours. Everyone had their tasks. Even Ding Jiaqin and Chu Xiaoqing were busy assisting Ruth in caring for the 3 horses she had just acquired. Zhang drove to Whitefish Town to procure food for the evening party. After a day of bustling activity, as darkness fell, a fire was ignited in the stable, with beef sizzling on the grill. Nearby, a cast iron pot bubbled with beef, carrots, and tomatoes. The dining table consisted of a wooden table with a missing leg, propped up by bricks. On the table were several bottles of red wine, sets of bowls, chopsticks, forks, and wine glasses. Ruth filled each glass to the brim. Zhang raised a toast. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today, our champion ranch has acquired 3 horses. Here's to the ranch and to us. May our futures be ever brighter. Cheers. Cheers. Echoed the group. Zhang, Barbie, Delone, Cindy, Ruth, Irina, Chu Xiaoqing, and Ding Jiaqin clinked their glasses together. Delone's 4-year-old daughter, Lin, Barbie's 3-year-old biracial son, and a recently 1-month-old puppy were, of course, not partaking in the drinks. This time, they were not overly indulgent. The 8 of them consumed 5 bottles, mainly focusing on the meat and soup. As the cool evening air made the hot dishes feel comforting, suddenly the quiet little puppy barked, looking toward the stable's entrance, where a figure stood shrouded in darkness. Goodness. It's like a ghost. Ruth drew her revolver. Barbie brandished her own. Delone also pulled out a revolver, and to Zhang's astonishment, Ding Jiaqin possessed the sleek M1911. Among the 10 individuals present, 4 guns were astonishingly in view. Although it was common for citizens of the United States to own an average of 1-2 firearms, the contrast to Zhang's previous living conditions made it feel rather exaggerated. In that dim light, they could see the brightness ahead. The unexpected display of firearms startled the newcomer, prompting her to raise her hands. I mean no harm, she spoke, her English somewhat faltering and her voice youthful. I came to seek employment based on an online address. But I got lost, and since the gate's gap was too wide, I simply walked in. The gap was too wide? Raising her hands in compliance, Barbie, holding her revolver, reassured, do not make any sudden movements. The girl followed her instructions. Gradually, the group discerned that she was merely a child, appearing around 15 or 16 years old, standing approximately 1.60 meters tall and weighing merely 40 kilograms. No wonder she managed to slip through the gate's gap. You are too young, Barbie cautioned. Employing a minor could cause trouble for the ranch. I am not a minor, the girl replied, her large eyes sparkling. I am already 16. Do you possess citizenship? Barbie asked. The girl evaded the question, stating, I can feed horses. I have raised 2 Arabian thoroughbred foals worth over $1 million for wealthy clients. Who would entrust their prized horses to a minor? Chu Xiaoqing inquired curiously. It's a family trade. My grandfather and father have made a living feeding racehorses for the affluent. Barbie glanced at Zhang. It was evident that the girl lacked citizenship and was likely an illegal immigrant, yet her skills were impressive. Although the Champion Ranch had a resounding name, it was, in reality, a modest operation, and an experienced nutritionist would likely dismiss it. The market was filled with renowned nutritionists with set fees, far beyond Zhang's means. Ultimately, Zhang had to yield to reality, conceding, we can offer a 6-month probation period, with accommodation and a weekly salary of $200. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 41. No one capable come over for a meal. Ding Jiaqi beckoned to Haifa, who appeared so emaciated that it was almost painful to look at her. I'll take a look at the horses first. As she spoke, Haifa jogged over to the stables. After inspecting all 3 horses up close, she returned to the dining table. Ding Jiaqi pushed a bowl of beef towards the young girl. After savoring her meal, Haifa displayed a contented smile. What do you think of these 3 horses? Ding Jiaqi inquired, testing Haifa's knowledge. The stable included Zhang Jing, Barbie, and Ruth, along with the newly acquired Irina, yet none seemed promising. Despite her youth, Haifa was regarded as the hope of the stable. They're all quite good, she replied succinctly, disappointing everyone except Zhang Jing. It was evident that one chestnut stallion was suffering from a serious ailment, struggling to breathe. How could she claim they were all fine? They truly are all good, Haifa asserted, sweeping her gaze across the group. That chestnut stallion is merely unwell. If it regains its health, it will be the finest of the 3. Why is that? Ding Jiaqi asked with curiosity, aware of horses but only familiar with their exterior. Breathing, Haifa explained. Its respiration is heavy and labored, expelling approximately 5 to 10 more heat than a typical 6 stallion, while its inhalation is similar. Doesn't that imply it is near death? Chu Xiaoqing interjected. Haifa shook her head. An increased respiratory rate in a sick horse indicates a strong will to survive. It may even possess superior cardiac and pulmonary functions compared to ordinary racehorses. What it needs now is to get back on its feet. This horse was just purchased today, Zhang Jing remarked. The seller claimed it has been ill for 19 days. Do you have any effective remedies? 19 days? It should have already seen a veterinarian. If those treatments have proven ineffective, Haifa stated emphatically, then we must administer antibiotics directly, followed by adrenaline, and feed it the best hay to encourage it to run. That's nonsense. Ruth, who had remained silent until now, exclaimed. It is far too sick to withstand such aggressive treatment. Haifa stood her ground, countering, after 19 days. If it could be cured, it would have shown improvement by now. There's an old saying in Longwa. Illness comes like a mountain collapsing, but leaves like a thread being pulled. Zhang Jing supported Ruth's stance, advocating for gentle medication and treatment. Unexpectedly, Haifa continued, a stallion is still a horse. While it may not rival an Arabian horse, it should embody the spirit of one, either reborn in the act of running or perish in it. Listening intently, Zhang Jing seemed to find merit in her perspective. Perhaps a poison could counteract poison. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, section 42. The second-hand goods fair as the number of attendees at the fair increased. The strength of the team was not yet formidable, but at least a foundation had been established. What remained was the need for skilled trainers and riders. Accomplished trainers and riders do not lower themselves to menial tasks. Unlike other professions, their primary income derives from bonuses. Trainers earn 10 of the competition winnings, along with an additional 10 from the sale of horses. Riders receive a fixed salary along with 5 of the competition bonuses. Given the current circumstances, with neither a strong team nor robust horses, it was unlikely that exceptional talents would be willing to commit to the champion racetrack. In the midst of Zhang Jing's despair, a stylish figure, exuding confidence and striding with an air of superiority, entered the champion racetrack. Aegis, donned in white flat shoes, distressed jeans, and a pink long-sleeved hoodie, appeared deceptively innocent, contrasting sharply with her previously mature attire. I am here to apologize, Aegis explained. On Saturday, I did not abandon you and Ding Jiaqi. That's all right. Is there something you need? Zhang Jing inquired. No particular matter. I heard the champion racetrack is newly opened. Is there any way I can assist? Aegis's sudden politeness puzzled Zhang Jing, who then expressed his difficulties. I need a trainer and a rider. If you do not mind, I can take on the role of the trainer. As for the rider, isn't that girl a rider? Following Aegis's gaze, Zhang Jing noticed Haifa entering the horse barn, carrying a bucket. Zhang Jing was astonished at 6 meters tall and weighing only 40 kilograms. Haifa indeed seemed capable. Wait. Zhang Jing turned to Aegis. Are you serious about being the trainer? Ask Ding Jiaqi if you doubt me, Aegis replied, her neck elegantly arched, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, radiating confidence. Skeptical, Zhang Jing called Ding Jiaqi, who confirmed over the phone that Aegis was indeed a talented trainer. Though she had a tendency to be self-serving, her willingness to help surely had ulterior motives. After hanging up, Zhang Jing asked Aegis, do you have any conditions? None at all. We are friends, and helping one another is only natural. Hesitant yet hopeful, Zhang Jing extended his hand. He needed a trainer, regardless of Aegis's intentions. Aegis reciprocated the handshake. What are your goals? She inquired. The highest local honor is the Seattle Cup. I hope to have a horse that can reach the finals. Zhang Jing purchased 2 horses from the St. Fort racetrack, but Aegis, reviewing their profiles, realized that their chances of competing in the Seattle Cup finals were exceedingly slim. Taking a deep breath, she nodded, determined to give it a shot. As a trainer, she understood that while bloodlines were crucial, training was equally important, possessing the power to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. After all, why else would trainers earn 10 of the competition winnings and another 10 from horse sales? With a personality that leaned towards meticulousness and a commendable work ethic, Aegis immediately commenced her training. Fortuitously, the ailing chestnut stallion regained its health and stood once more. Zhang Jing, impressed by its resilience, named the horse Unyielding. With no further obligations, Zhang Jing drove to the nearby town of Whitefish, located 7 kilometers away. Due to its remoteness, the town had a population of just over 200, with only a few shops in operation. Upon entering a general store, Zhang Jing discovered a limited selection of food: chicken, beef, eggs, and frozen seafood. The variety of vegetables was slightly greater, consisting of potatoes, pumpkins, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, carrots, and corn, all sold by local farmers. Hello, greeted the store owner, Old Lei, who sported a red, bulbous nose. Everyone calls me Old Lei. Hello, Mr. Lei. I am Zhang Jing. Your arrival has invigorated our little town, Old Lei remarked. Zhang Jing chuckled. A few people can make a town lively? This Saturday, there will be a second-hand goods fair in front of the police station. You all should come, Old Lei invited. The police station, located adjacent to the interstate, was nearby. Considering the surplus of second-hand furniture at the winery and racetrack, Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. After loading food into the bed of his pickup truck, he ventured into the third shop next door, a specialty store. Data indicated that there were approximately 14,000 McDonald's and 35,000 gun shops across the United States. The presence of a gun shop in such a remote town felt almost expected. Good afternoon. What weapons do you need? The shop owner, Aunt Susan, a greasy middle-aged woman, asked. Zhang Jing had previously met her. Good afternoon, he replied, leaning on the counter, and asked a question that had lingered in his mind. Why do so many prefer revolvers? They're inexpensive, practical, and reliable. Unlike semi-automatic pistols, they never jam. Is it possible to buy a gun without a permit? Zhang Jing queried, already suspecting the answer. To his surprise, Aunt Susan placed a form on the glass counter, stating, fill out this application for a gun permit. If you only buy 1 gun, it will take about 90 days, for 3, around 60 days, and for 6, about 30 days. Once the permit is ready, I will call you. It was clear that she was well connected. Zhang Jing countered, what if I want to buy 10? She chuckled, that would be about 20 days. Is that fast enough? Just bring your green card and driver's license, fill out the form, and then you can purchase the guns. The silver revolver used by Ruth was priced at $525, while Ding Jiaqi's civilian M1911 was $250. Surprisingly, a neutered rifle, which could not fire continuously and had reduced range, was priced at just over $200. Initially, Zhang Jing thought that the dollar was not worth much, but in the gun shop, he realized its value had increased. Amazed, he decided to buy 4 revolvers along with an additional 60 rounds of ammunition. For M1911s with 8 extra magazines and 2 neutered rifles with 6 additional magazines. In total, 10 firearms for $7,500, plus the ammunition, came to just under $7,600, an astonishingly low price. Since you don't have a gun permit, Aunt Susan reminded him, the guns and ammunition must be separated. They can only be stored in the trunk, not in the passenger seat or within reach. According to the law, Section 43, the legendary figure as Saturday dawned. The annual second-hand goods fair in Whitefish Town commenced. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing had arrived at the racetrack the previous evening. Due to the veterinarian, Ruth, addressing Ding Jiaqing as Madam, she did not refute the title, nor did Zhang Jing, and thus her identity as the matriarch was subtly established, leading everyone to assume her role. Zhang Jing intended to sell all the second-hand furniture from the haunted house. Ding Jiaqing wholeheartedly agreed and began preparing early in the morning. Zhang Jing, a 47-year-old third-generation immigrant from Fala, along with 49-year-old African-American Jamie and 30-year-old Dylan, were all engaged in physical labor. They loaded sofas, wardrobes, televisions, tables and chairs, and even lamps, range hoods, and gas stoves onto pickup trucks, delivering them to the police station entrance in the town. With 2 trucks making 8 trips back and forth, they finally cleared everything out. Having arrived early, as Zhang Jing set up the stall, the second vendor leisurely drove in with a pickup truck, soon followed by the third, fourth, and fifth vendors. The atmosphere transformed into a bustling marketplace. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing inquired, holding a marker and cardboard. How should we price these items? Let us price them by size. The large sofa for 200, the chairs for 10, Zhang Jing suggested. Isn't that too cheap? It's better if we can sell them. I don't want to carry them back, Zhang Jing retorted. Ding Jiaqing shared the sentiment. Loading and unloading the items was laborious, so they opted for a quick clearance sale. Everyone busied themselves with setting up their stalls, and before opening, Old Lei from the grocery store approached, his gaze scanning Zhang Jing's second-hand goods. After a moment, he proposed, how about I buy all of these? Without hesitation, Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing agreed, selling everything for $100, enough to purchase 4 small revolvers. With time still on their side, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing wished to explore further, with Zhang Jing accompanying them. Their wanderings soon led them to the tall, slender officer, Joe Taylor, who was selling books. He had about 20 titles, including classics like Wuthering Heights, Les Miserables, The Decameron, and Faust. Good morning, Mr. Taylor. Good morning, ladies. He greeted. Good morning, Joe. How much are your books? Zhang Jing asked, habitually picking up a book to flip through before setting it down. They're quite cheap, $15 each. How much for all of them? Zhang Jing inquired, gesturing at the collection. 300, Joe replied, raising an eyebrow. Are you sure? There are 20 books. Will you even finish them? I love classics. It's not like Bose Section 44. The tennis player greetings. I am Jason. On the 7th floor. As Zhang Jing was about to open his room door, a friendly young Caucasian man with short brown hair greeted him. Hello, Zhang. I just moved in this morning. There are 7 or 8 of us housemates planning a barbecue party at the beach. Would you like to join? Sure, Zhang responded eagerly, locking his backpack in his room. Clutching a bag of Smarties and following Jason out of the hotel to the nearby beach. The beach was lively in the evening, filled with the tantalizing aromas of food. At the rear of the beach, there was a designated area for tourists to enjoy barbecues, with grills, food, and charcoal available for rent. By the time Zhang and Jason arrived, the other 7 had already gathered, 9 in total, comprising 6 men and 3 women, including 2 African Americans, 2 Asians, 1 American of mixed descent, and 4 Caucasians. Here are some new friends, Zhang, Jason introduced. They just checked into the Happy Inn. As Jason had mentioned earlier, the 7 were all backpackers from various parts of the world. Some were on a brief holiday, while others had been traveling for quite some time. Hello, everyone, Zhang said. This is a delightful surprise. I love parties. So do we, an African-American woman chimed in. Once everyone had arrived, they pooled their money to buy food, contributing 20 each with adjustments made for any surplus or shortfall. Everyone pulled out their wallets. Zhang retrieved his brown leather wallet, showing signs of wear. It was evident that this was a deliberate purchase by Ding Jiaqing, who had chosen it to ensure Zhang's safety while he was away. Opening his wallet revealed 6 $5 bills and 3 $20 bills, totaling $90. Jason glanced at Zhang's wallet and remarked on his modest funds. Zhang handed over $20 to the African-American woman, who, along with 2 others, went to procure the food and charcoal. At that moment, a woman approximately 1.8 meters tall, with long chestnut hair, striking blue eyes, and a slender face, sat beside Zhang and introduced herself. I am Katie Lou Samuelson. Are you from the Dragon Country? Yes. Have you been to the Dragon Country? I once visited Hangzhou for a tennis tournament. It is a beautiful city. And the Dragon Country is a stunning nation as well. It became apparent that Katie's height and well-proportioned figure were due to her athletic pursuits. With nothing else to discuss, Zhang and Katie engaged in light conversation. He learned that many Americans, before visiting the Dragon Country, mistakenly believed it was filled with bicycles and antique shops everywhere. Is that true? Zhang inquired. Indeed, Katie explained, this misconception stems from movies and public opinion, compounded by the conservative nature of many Americans who are reluctant to engage with the outside world, which creates a closed-off image of the Dragon Country. Zhang resonated with her sentiments, acknowledging that while Hollywood films are impressive and affluent individuals are well known, there exists a significant number of uninformed individuals and eccentrics in America. Just then, the African-American woman returned with the food, interrupting what Zhang had found to be an intriguing conversation with Katie. As the evening grew slightly cooler, the enthusiasm for the barbecue remained undiminished. The African-American woman joyfully raised her bottle of mineral water, teasing, "Can you guess what this is?" Laughter erupted among the group. Zhang, perplexed by the humor, wondered why a bottle of water warranted such amusement. "It's filled with alcohol," Katie clarified, "either Riesling or vodka." Contrary to the situation in the Dragon Country, Katie explained, in America, people may carry firearms in public but are prohibited from drinking alcohol on the streets. A peculiar regulation that could lead to trouble with strict police. Zhang nodded, having indeed heard of this odd law, pondering if its creator had perhaps suffered from a bad experience with counterfeit alcohol. The pre-prepared skewers required only to be heated slightly over the charcoal for consumption. Each person had a bottle of Riesling, and amidst casual conversation, they relished the food and drink, creating a relaxed atmosphere. The gathering continued until 10 o'clock in the evening, after which the 9 friends returned to the happy end together. "May I inquire what you do?" Katie, slightly inebriated, asked Zhang on their way back to the hotel. "I work with horses." "Wow," Katie exclaimed, "that was my childhood dream, to become a racehorse nutritionist." Zhang internally chuckled, suspecting that Katie had perhaps had one too many drinks. As anticipated, Katie followed Zhang to his room, openly suggesting, "Let us have another drink and talk about horse care." Were it not for Ding Jiaqing, Zhang might have welcomed Katie into his room for an earnest discussion. However, aware that someone would likely be video calling to check in, he politely declined, stating, "I have a girlfriend." Katie's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone as she took a step back, wishing him good night before departing. Just as Zhang locked the door, his phone chimed with a video call from Ding Jiaqing. "Big brother Zhang, I am so bored. What are you doing?" "I just returned from a party with some housemates." "Did you drink?" Ding Jiaqing asked with concern. "I had about a pound of white wine." Try to drink less," Ding observed, looking adorable on the video. "Your room looks nice. Can you show me around?" Zhang, fully aware of her intentions, turned the camera to give her a tour of the room. Ding was pleased with the view of the entire room and cautioned him to avoid drinks offered by strangers, emphasizing that safety comes first. Zhang nodded and casually asked, "Did anything interesting happen at school today?" "Nothing particularly new. Almost every week someone confesses their feelings to me in Chuxiaoqing. While this was not a novel occurrence, Zhang felt a pang of jealousy each time he heard about it. "There is one more thing," Ding shared. "My mother said she would come to visit in a couple of days. Should I prepare for her arrival?" Zhang felt a twinge of anxiety. Ding teased, "Why would you need to prepare for her?" Zhang chuckled. Ding, blushing slightly, added, "You don't need to do anything. She doesn't know I visit you every weekend." Zhang was also unprepared to meet Ding's mother and advised, "I will be heading into the Rockies in the next couple of days, so the signal might not be great. If you can't reach me, don't worry." Ding understood Zhang's quest for something important, and despite not wanting to be overly dramatic, she couldn't resist reminding him, "Big brother Zhang, please be cautious. You never know who might be armed. Don't be overly competitive. Sometimes, patience leads to peace, and taking a step back can open up vast horizons." Her words were heartwarming, and Zhang readily agreed. At dawn the following day, Zhang checked out of his room and drove to the small town at the edge of the Rockies where Johnson once lived. It was a picturesque place, characterized by majestic mountain views. Following the address he found online, Zhang drove slowly past the house where Johnson had once resided. Now occupied by a family of 4 or 5. Concerned about misunderstandings, he did not stop. However, his unusual behavior, coupled with the small size of the town, attracted the attention of the police. As he was warned, Zhang pulled his pickup truck over to the side of the road and complied with the inquiry. Section 45 circles back to the origin with deliberate slowness. Zhang Jing placed both hands on the steering wheel. 2 police officers, clad in sunglasses and exuding an air of stern authority, commanded him, their fingers resting on their holsters, as if bracing for confrontation. Zhang complied, moving at an agonizingly slow pace, reminiscent of footage played at double speed. "What have I done wrong?" he inquired. "Someone reported suspicious behavior," replied the officer. Zhang chuckled lightly. The officer continued, "Hand over your driver's license and vehicle registration, but do so slowly." With ample time at his disposal, Zhang retrieved them, moving as if in slow motion. After inspecting the driver's license, the officer queried, "Is there a firearm in the vehicle?" "No," Zhang replied. "Step out of the car and approach the front. We need to search your vehicle." Zhang unfastened his seatbelt with care, opened the door deliberately, and raised his hands high as he exited, moving intentionally slow. He approached the front of the car, pressing his hands against the hood to ensure the officers could not draw their weapons, and firmly stated, "I do not consent to a search." The 2 Caucasian officers presumed Zhang was unaware of the law and sought to search his vehicle, only to be taken aback by his refusal. "We know why you are here," one officer remarked cryptically. "Every year, Many come seeking the armored truck that Johnson allegedly hid. In reality, it does not exist. Am I free to go? Zhang asked, having committed no offense. The officers returned his identification and departed. Once back in his truck, Zhang started the engine and traversed the town to a parking lot. Behind him lay a footpath leading up the mountain, a scenic trail that Johnson frequently hiked during his lifetime. Zhang resolved to take a stroll, to immerse himself in Johnson's past sentiments. While the endeavor might yield little, he felt compelled to experience the vistas Johnson had witnessed, tread the paths he had walked, savor the meals he had enjoyed, and imbibe the libations he had tasted. As for pursuing his romantic conquests, well, those pursuits had likely aged into their 40s or 50s by now. He packed his backpack with provisions, water, food, an umbrella, and his pet dog before setting off. The mountain trail, long and resembling the spine of an animal, climbed gradually. Initially mundane, the journey brightened when he reached a vantage point halfway up. To his astonishment, a stunning lake, sparkling like a gem, lay nestled behind the ridge, reflecting the azure sky and towering mountains. One could only imagine Johnson's awe upon his first arrival. As he ascended, the path dwindled, with vegetation giving way to rocky terrain. Despite the absence of a defined route, progress was still possible, provided he avoided being struck or pierced by falling stones. Zhang, possessing commendable stamina, continued onward, reaching the summit by noon. From this elevated perch, the lake's beauty was magnified. Yet the lingering question remained. Where had Johnson concealed the armored truck? What reason could there possibly be for its 17-year disappearance? Surely, it could not be hidden beneath the lake, as a vehicle could not traverse the mountain, nor could currency withstand submersion. After lingering at the peak for half an hour, he began his descent, returning to the parking lot by 4 in the afternoon. Unyielding in his quest, Zhang ventured to the town tavern, where online sources had indicated Johnson was fond of imbibing. To his surprise, he found Katie, the blue-eyed woman, holding a glass and mingling amiably with the locals. A portly, ruddy-faced man pointed at Zhang, laughing heartily. Another dreamer. The townsfolk were accustomed to strangers, aware that many sought the elusive armored truck. Clearly, Katie was also a treasure seeker, and she recognized Zhang's intentions. "Hello, horseman," she greeted teasingly. "Hello, tennis lady," Zhang quipped back. Katie laughed. "I suppose you have no leads?" "Indeed," Zhang readily admitted. "Otherwise I wouldn't be drowning my sorrows." The hope was faint, Katie remarked. "Otherwise it wouldn't have taken 17 years. Zhang understood this logic. It was precisely because of such slim prospects that everyone had a chance at the 18 million. Or else the money would have long since been claimed by the bank. An armored truck of that size cannot simply vanish, Zhang mused. The truck isn't waterproof, Katie continued. So it couldn't be hidden in the lake, nor underground. This includes Johnson's residence, his parents' house, and even the entire town, all of which have been scoured by metal detectors. Zhang pondered this. If none of those places were viable, it explained the inability to locate it after 17 years. After resting at a motel for the night, Zhang resolved the next day to heed his instructor's advice. If one does not know the sum of 100 plus 100, one should draw 100 lines, then another 100, counting them one by one. Applying this to the armored truck enigma, Zhang decided to investigate all lakes along Johnson's escape routes, regardless of their size or location, whether they be lakes, rivers, or ponds, reasonable or not. Returning to Everett, he spent $30,000 on a fishing boat and trailer, which he could tow with his pickup. Thus transformed into an avid angler, Zhang spent his days afloat on lakes and rivers. Tirelessly, a month slipped by unnoticed. As mid-November approached, the temperatures dipped daily, with daytime highs of only 7 or 8 degrees and nighttime lows plummeting to 3 or 4. Conditions grew increasingly harsh. But Zhang persevered. His diligence bore fruit when he finally discovered the armored truck, situated over 100 kilometers from the town where Johnson had lived. And less than 40 kilometers from the border, it lay in a secluded natural lake, hidden behind trees on private land, untouched by construction or human presence. Earlier, Katie had mentioned that the police had scoured Johnson's town thoroughly with metal detectors, searching for the truck, unaware that it was far afield. The lake's shallow waters allowed Zhang to glimpse the truck's roof from his fishing boat, revealing numerous rusted holes. Yet, no joy welled within him. After 17 years, could the money still remain? Gently placing his waterproof camera into the water, he captured the underwater scene, peering through the holes in the roof to peer inside the cabin. It was empty, no bank vault within. Yet, he remained undeterred. Though the money was absent, this was a positive sign, indicating that Johnson must have transferred it before submerging the truck. New questions arose. Where could the money be hidden? After such a prolonged search, Zhang had ample time to contemplate. 18 million seemed substantial, yet it amounted to merely 1,800 bundles, fitting neatly into 3 or 4 suitcases. The objective had shifted from a large entity to a smaller one. While this appeared to heighten the difficulty, it was, in fact, far simpler. The armored truck did not possess the ability to fly. It had traversed the roads. Zhang decided to trace his steps along the highway, employing the simplest method, inspecting each inch along the roadside. Given that the bank's vaults were metallic, they could be buried underground or hidden within tree hollows, making his metal detector invaluable. As if guided by fate, after a circuitous journey lasting 43D Section 46, the foolish method boss, when will you return? Dylan, lying on a makeshift bed in the stable with his 4-year-old daughter, Dilly, looked up in surprise upon seeing Zhang Jing. Just arrived, Zhang Jing inquired with concern. Is it cold to sleep here? 3 hours prior, at 1 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Jing had finally secured the money. He never expected that Johnson would conceal the funds in someone else's grave. The grave was carefully chosen, an unmarked one, easily accessible without the need for excavation. Only a heavy stone slab needed to be lifted. It's not cold. The hay beneath is quite warm, Dylan replied. Zhang Jing puffed his breath into his hands. I am both cold and frightened. It is terrifying to disturb a coffin in the dead of night, especially while carrying 18 million. Moreover, with the temperature only 3 or 4 degrees, and after 43 consecutive days of searching, making money is no easy feat. Dylan donned his coat, approached the hot pot, added fresh firewood, and placed the iron pot over the flames, pouring water inside to prepare beef for Zhang Jing to warm him up. Zhang Jing first glanced at his 3 prized horses before seating himself beside the fire, feeling considerably warmer. How has the stable been lately? Zhang Jing asked. Feilai and Jamie have constructed a greenhouse and planted some vegetables. After introducing wild bees, we now have honey as well. Miss Haifa has made rapid progress in her riding skills. Miss Aegis intends for General Lan can't die to participate in next spring's horse racing events. Zhang Jing interrupted Dylan. Who is General? The 12-year-old black Hankweight horse. Miss Aegis claims its value is 350,000 meters. Zhang Jing was momentarily speechless. This name had undoubtedly been given by Ding Jiechi, but so be it. General it shall be. The exorbitant price of General was attributed to 2 factors. Firstly, its father had once won the Seattle Cup 1,600-meter championship. Secondly, it possessed a graceful physique, well-developed muscles, and an impressive stride. Perhaps there were other exceptional qualities, as it was a racehorse selected by a golden finger. And what else? Zhang Jing inquired. Miss Ding's mother visited the winery and the stable. Zhang Jing nodded, asking with concern, has anyone caused trouble? He had always felt insecure, fearing potential bullying. No, such occurrences are rare, Dylan explained. Compared to the eastern and southern states, Seattle has better public safety, especially since we have many firearms. No one dares to cause trouble. Zhang Jing nodded. Ensure the safety of my 3 horses. Our wealth or poverty depends on them. I will, Dylan assured. Zhang Jing patted Dylan's shoulder, encouraging him. Dilly will attend a good school. Leave that matter to me. Dylan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a substantial promise from his boss. Gratefully, he replied, Thank you, boss. I will do my utmost. Zhang Jing glanced at the sleeping Dilly, her cherubic face appearing quite pitiful without her mother nearby. As they chatted, the meat gradually cooked, and outside, dawn was breaking. 16-year-old Haifa arrived early to feed the horses, greeting Zhang Jing, Boss, long time no see. Haifa was truly capable, taking excellent care of the 3 horses. Long time no see. I hear your equestrian skills have improved remarkably. Impressive. Zhang Jing praised. Haifa shyly replied, It's thanks to Miss Aegis's excellent teaching. Otherwise, I would still only know how to feed the horses. Zhang Jing complimented. You all are wonderful. Boss, that statement has a double meaning, Haifa retorted, visibly displeased. I've been learning Mandarin, and online jokes say you all are wonderful can imply something else entirely. Zhang Jing was taken aback, playfully smacking Haifa on the head. If Ding Jiechi hears that, will we still have a life to live? Thinking of Ding Jiechi, Zhang Jing anxiously asked, Have Ding Jiechi and Aegis fought? Not a fight. Haifa explained, but their relationship isn't great, especially with Miss Chu, who dislikes Aegis immensely. Zhang Jing sighed. Historical grievances had persisted to this day, making resolution difficult. Other than that, the stable is running smoothly. He relaxed, indulging in a hearty meal before finding a corner to rest. Exhausted from a sleepless night, he slept until 2 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, he saw Ding Jiechi sitting beside the fire. Where's your mother? Zhang Jing asked sleepily. Finally, you're awake. Ding Jiechi introduced. She's been back for 5 days. My mom praised you for managing the stable well, but what? Zhang Jing inquired nervously. Too many pretty girls around, she replied. Zhang Jing was at a loss for words. Barbie was 32, not his type. Ruth's dressing style was too provocative, often foregoing underwear for yoga pants, which made men feel insecure, also not his type. Haifa was 16. Standing at 1 meter 60 and weighing only 40 kilograms, thin and far from the realm of beauty. The so-called pretty girls were, in fact, referring to Aegis, a classic Western beauty, with pleasant features, flowing golden hair, a tall stature, and ample curves. Aegis was a horse trainer, and Zhang Jing spoke with resignation in due time. When she realizes she can't extract any value from me, she may well leave. Ding Jiechi understood Zhang Jing's predicament and shifted the topic. Have you found what you were looking for? Zhang Jing nodded, leading Ding Jiechi to the pickup truck parked at the stable entrance. He lifted the waterproof cover of the truck bed, revealing 4 metal cash boxes designated for bank use. I've checked. They're dry and intact. How much? I haven't counted. But it's approximately 18 million. I thought that was just a legend. How did you manage it? By the most foolish method, checking each pond, lake, and riverbed one by one. Ding Jiechi imagined Zhang Jing diving into icy waters, and tears welled up at the thought of the suffering he must have endured. In reality, Zhang Jing had not dived even once. He merely drove the pickup, trailing a fishing boat along the lakes and rivers. The delay was primarily due to the abundance of lakes and the unexpected distance the cash transport vehicle had been hidden. No wonder it had taken 17 years to find. Reframing the situation, everyone assumed Johnson had premeditated the concealment of the transport vehicle in a nearby, secretive location. This money needs to be laundered before it can be utilized. Do you have a plan? Ding Jiechi asked. I do not. Ding Jiechi continued. The best method would be to take it out of the country, deposit it in a foreign bank, and then exchange it for meters. That is the most direct and efficient approach. Getting it out may be challenging, though. Zhang Jing voiced his doubts. Indeed. The second option is to acquire quality land, yachts, luxury homes, antiques, and then resell them. Can you spend that much? Are you comfortable in trusting me with such a sum? Ding Jiechi countered. This was a loaded question, but Zhang Jing responded with unwavering certainty. Rest assured. Their eyes met. And Ding Jiechi, flustered, conceded, her ears turning slightly red. This will be handled quickly. Section 47. Black bleaching. Ding Jiaqin said it would be quick. Zhang Jing assumed that quick would still take at least a day. To his surprise, Ding Jiaqin directly took out her phone and dialed. Hello, Ms. Vaughn. I can offer you 14 million for your yacht. No need to thank me, but there is a prerequisite. It must be cash. No bank transfers, or you'll have to wait for it to sell slowly. In just a few sentences, Ding Jiaqin and the other party reached an agreement. Once she hung up, Zhang Jing curiously inquired, what is going on? An outdated star owes a considerable gambling debt and is in urgent need of money. Zhang Jing was puzzled. Where did you get this information? I previously rented her yacht, so I knew she was in a hurry to sell it. A car worth 300,000, including insurance, requires a minimum of 5,000 a year for maintenance, which is quite economical. The maintenance cost for a 14 million yacht will undoubtedly be higher, and it comes with a crew, making it more expensive than maintaining a small horse farm. Zhang Jing asked with concern, will there be any issues with reselling it? There shouldn't be any problems. It should be possible to sell it within a year for around 12 million, which will be legitimate income. Ding Jiaqin continued her explanation. Seattle is a tourist city. If we rent it out online, the daily rental can range from 6,000 to 9,000. Can it really be rented out? Zhang Jing expressed skepticism. There is considerable demand for business, dates, parties, tourists, and so forth. Currently, it is the off-peak travel season, but it can be rented out for about 10 days a month. The business will be better at other times. Perhaps it was indeed a difference in consumption perspective. Zhang Jing would never rent a yacht for 6,000 a day. What about the remaining 4 million? He asked. Ding Jiaqin, in a cheerful mood, replied, let's buy 3 luxury cars first, so I can have you pick me up from school in rotation and avoid having someone confess their feelings for me every week. This request was impossible to refuse, and Zhang Jing agreed. Having settled the matter, Ding Jiaqin left with Barbie and Dylan, armed with cash to purchase many items. As an assistant was essential. After sending Ding Jiaqin off, trainer Ijizi appeared from nowhere, beaming with a smile. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? The St. Fortune Horse Farm wants to repurchase Black Sugar. Black Sugar is the name of General at the St. Fortune Horse Farm, and the golden finger indicated it must be bought back. Zhang Jing spent 350,000 to acquire this treasure. I'm not selling, Zhang Jing firmly rejected. Discussing the price would hurt our feelings. You just returned and know nothing about horses, yet you seem to understand their value? Ijizi asked uncertainly. Zhang Jing chuckled, his tone grand. I understand General's potential better than you do. Although she is already 12 years old and currently undervalued, her worth will exceed 1 million in the future. Ijizi was taken aback. She had intended to offer an additional 50,000 for the repurchase but was astonished by Zhang Jing's astronomical price. However, Ijizi suspected that Zhang Jing was not as ignorant about horses as he pretended to be. In fact, he was a master in identifying horses, not to mention General's significant progress. Even the 9-year-old not dead and the less than a year old foal exhibited some abnormal characteristics. With such a vast price difference between buying and selling, the repurchase fell through. Ijeezy shifted the topic to work, noting that General and Not Dead would participate in next spring's Seattle Cup racing and needed a male jockey. Do you have anyone in mind? Zhang Jing. Not being part of the circle, did not know any jockeys, and at 16, Haifa was merely a novice. I have someone, if you trust me. Zhang Jing patted Ijeezy's shoulder. I believe in you. Ijeezy shot a sidelong glance at a certain person. Zhang Jing awkwardly withdrew his hand. Ding Jiaqin acted swiftly, returning the next afternoon with 3 high-value vehicles. 2 Lamborghinis, 1 champagne-colored and 1 black, each costing $490,000. In conversion, they sold for $2,760,000 in the United States and $7,380,000 in Longwa. The maximum power could unleash 700 horsepower, with a 0 to 100 kilometers acceleration time of only 2.8 seconds. Super cool. Zhang Jing did not expect Ding Jiaqin to purchase such extravagant vehicles. He had always thought her character leaned toward being stable and low profile, not overly indulgent. Not only was her temperament stable, but she also favored a low-key lifestyle, as evidenced by her penchant for vintage watches and old wallets. This was somewhat unexpected. The other vehicle was a more understated black Audi R8, priced at $149,000. It boasted a maximum power of 570 horsepower, with a 0 to 100 kilometers acceleration time of 3.7 seconds, reaching a top speed of 329 kilometers per hour. The speed could be exhilarating, provided there were no rollovers. Otherwise, it would definitely bring tears to loved ones. Brother Zhang, the cars I chose are quite nice, aren't they? Ding Jiaqin asked, slightly lifting her face. In truth, Zhang Jing preferred money existing in the bank as numbers, but regrettably, it was ill-gotten gains, and he had to spend it. Considering their value retention, buying these cars was a sound choice. And Zhang Jing complimented, impressive. I also have $3,350,000 in cash. I plan to buy some silver. Ding Jiaqin tentatively asked, what do you think? Why silver? Due to severe inflation recently, coupled with the increase in industrial demand, silver appreciates faster than gold. What could Zhang Jing say? Having a girlfriend skilled in financial management was commendable. With no other matters in the afternoon, Ding Jiaqin drove the Lamborghini, taking Zhang Jing to the Pike Place Market Yacht Dock. The yacht, priced at $14 million, was docked there. Did they think it was the most eye-catching vessel? It could only be considered average. Everyone loved to play with yachts. Ding Jiaqin pointed at the densely packed boats at the dock, noting that the cheaper ones were only $300,000 to $400,000, while the expensive ones reached $400 to $500 million, like that one over there. Well, following Ding Jiaqin's, they spotted a droplet-shaped yacht moored nearby, approximately 100 meters long, looking quite impressive. Comparing it to the yacht Zhang Jing bought, which was white, 35 meters long, and appeared worn with rust in many places, it looked neither luxurious nor flashy, blending into the multitude of boats without drawing attention. Zhang Jing felt it was not worth $14 million and experienced a twinge of regret. As it turned out, Zhang Jing was mistaken at that moment. An unfamiliar call came to Ding Jiaqin's phone, the caller having obtained her number from the previous owner. They were willing to offer $13 million for the seemingly shabby vessel before them. Ding Jiaqin was bewildered. The yacht had only just arrived in her possession that morning. Should we sell? She asked, covering the phone and looking at Zhang Jing. A drop from $14 million to $13 million seemed like a significant loss, but in reality, it was a transition from black to white, constituting a substantial profit. Sell. Upon receiving Zhang Jing's confirmation, Ding Jiaqin asked the caller, do you have Hong Kong currency? Hong Kong is a global financial hub, making currency exchange straightforward, convenient, and, most importantly, tax efficient. If they received the funds in U.S. dollars directly, paying taxes in April would feel akin to robbery. Yes, the client assured her over the phone, suggesting a meeting with a lawyer to sign the agreement. After a few simple exchanges, Ding Jiaqin's face was illuminated with a smile. Zhang Jing gave her a thumbs up. Withdrawing money from a Hong Kong bank could save over 20% in taxes while remaining legal, since the yacht was not registered in the United States. Global taxes would not apply to Zhang Jing. As for the few $100s for changing the yacht's registration, neither Zhang Jing nor Ding Jiaqin cared. Section 48. The enchanting statue let us celebrate. I shall treat you to a meal, Zhang Jing invited Ding Jiaqi. Sure. Where to? Ding Jiaqi responded with delight. To the top of the Space Needle. Really? Ding Jiaqi asked, her skepticism evident. Of course it's true. When did you make the reservation? The day before yesterday afternoon. Ding Jiaqi hesitated for a few seconds, then playfully pecked Zhang Jing on the cheek, transforming into a bashful little swan. It was French cuisine, where they dined from 6 in the evening until 9, the dishes arriving one by one, with conversation taking center stage. Upon leaving the restaurant, they stood together in the sparsely populated square, reluctant to part ways. Ding Jieqi's fair skin, already tinged with pink, blushed even more from the wine, rendering her stunningly beautiful. Zhang Jing's heart raced uncontrollably, and summoning his courage, he whispered, "Shall we go to a hotel?" Ding Jieqi, startled like a frightened rabbit, shook her head decisively. "No. Brother Zhang, it's a bit chilly," Zhang Jing conceded without pressing further. The following days passed peacefully until the championship racetrack delivered 4 tons of silver. The winery was expansive and sparsely populated, while the racetrack was always bustling, so the silver was stored in the stable. With 272 million meters worth of physical silver purchased. Ding Jieqi's financial acumen astonished Zhang Jing, who had initially assumed it was paper silver, only to discover that she was dealing in the tangible. Heavy silver bricks, akin to the size of paving stones, were sent to the stable, intended to be sold when the price was right, thus completing the laundering of illicit funds. As Zhang Jing surveyed the modest silver mound, Ruisi warned, "Boss, the human heart is the most susceptible to temptation. Do not play with fire. It's safer to lock them in a safe." As he caressed the silver, akin to touching supple skin, Zhang Jing received a special notification from his golden finger. "Would you like to consume 2 tons of high-purity silver to refine 1 cubic meter of secret silver space? Yes, no. Go ahead and busy yourself," Zhang Jing urged Ruisi, wanting to be alone for a moment. She bowed her head and departed. With no one around, Zhang Jing placed his hand on the pile of silver. "Would you like to consume 2 tons of high-purity silver to refine 1 cubic meter of secret silver space? Yes, no." Even a blind person would know how to choose, and he promptly selected yes. Like magic, the silver bricks transformed into a silky silver satin, morphing into a cubic meter of space that gradually faded until it vanished. Though it disappeared, Zhang Jing could still sense its tangible presence, as if it lingered beside him. He bent down and grasped a handful of hay, which the next moment vanished without a trace. The hay transferred from his hand into the secret silver space, with still 2 tons of silver remaining, when Zhang Jing contemplated expanding the secret silver space to 2 cubic meters. His golden finger indicated that 4 tons of silver were required. This disproportionate increase left Zhang Jing astounded, yet upon reflection, considering the practicality of the secret silver space, the higher cost seemed justified. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Jing called Ding Jieqi, regardless of whether she was in class. Ding Jieqi, puzzled, noted that Zhang Jing typically wouldn't call her during class, assuming it was urgent. She exited through the back door of the classroom to answer. The yacht sold for 13 million meters, all converted to physical silver. "Brother Zhang, this money is directly usable," Ding Jieqi reminded him. "Good girl. It's all converted to silver." Concerned that Ding Jieqi might struggle alone, Zhang Jing dispatched Barbie and Dylan to assist her in purchasing silver. He remained at the winery, cataloging new treasure hunting leads in his study. As money flowed like water, new income was essential. Having spent 13 million on silver, 3 million meters remained in his account. This was sufficient to maintain a winery and racetrack, but if he wished to purchase a fine horse, a quality boat, or woo a certain celebrity, he would be left merely to gaze longingly. Aside from financial matters, upgrading the treasure hunting system also required the completion of treasure hunting tasks. He dismissed trivial treasure leads, and after attempting over 10 lines of inquiry, he finally stumbled upon one that appeared to be a valuable treasure. Opening the recorded treasure lead, Su Huang, in 1855. "It was the most exquisite statue I have ever seen. I cannot fathom how the ancients could carve such a perfect female form from stone. Just one glance, and I was entranced. I fell in love with it. To my descendants, I apologize, due to the passage of time. I only remember it sank alongside the slave ship July in some southeastern waters of Florida. More specific details escape me, as the situation was urgent, but it truly is magnificent, unparalleled in beauty. If possible, please be sure to find it." After reading the description, Zhang Jing was incredulous. A man had fallen in love with the statue. How beautiful must it be? Regardless of its beauty, it certainly sounded valuable. Su Huang's predecessor was Zhang Luo, and the lineage continued with the surname Su until 5 years ago when Su Jiao, the grandson of Wenli, passed away. In 1855, the Civil War had not yet erupted in the United States. The South was engaged in slave plantations while the North focused on industry. Su Huang lived during the era of slavery, right up until its conclusion, making the mention of the July slave ship a crucial clue. Further analysis revealed that southeastern waters of Florida also served as a clue, delineating a region, which was far better than searching for a needle in a haystack. The seemingly trivial remark, "I cannot recall due to the urgency of the situation," held significant importance, as it likely indicated an impending naval confrontation with the slave ship. Before 1855, as early as 1806, the United States enacted a ban on slavery. The law stipulated that slave owners could retain their current slaves as property, but the slave trade was prohibited, disallowing the buying and selling of new slaves. Prior to this law, a slave could be purchased from Africa for 20 meters and sold on the southern shores of the U.S. for an average of 100 meters. After the law, the price of a slave skyrocketed to 450 meters each. What of double profits? What about profits soaring into the dozens? Some irate slave traders, like madmen, would rather engage in cannon fire with the Navy than relinquish their slaves to plantation owners. Su Huang's description of the situation being urgent likely referred to a fierce conflict between the Navy and audacious slave traders. This was a fortuitous turn of events, as such a modern conflict would undoubtedly yield some documentation. With this thought, Zhang Jing's excitement was palpable. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, dousing his enthusiasm. Expecting it to be Ding Jiaqi, he was surprised to find it was Katie Lou Samuelson, a 182-meter tall, 21-year-old with a well-proportioned figure, striking features, and captivating blue eyes. "What are you busy with?" Katie asked casually. "Not much. You seem to be in a good mood. I just experienced something quite exhilarating." "Huh. I've seen what you men possess since I was 15. Your level of childishness is laughable," Katie retorted dismissively. Zhang Jing chuckled, uninterested in explaining, and got straight to the point. "What's the matter? You're a newcomer, and so am I. Let us team up and head to Alaska, returning before Christmas." "Are we going to drink in the Arctic winds?" Zhang Jing replied, habitually teasing. Section 49. Automatic weapons. As Christmas approaches, Seattle's daytime temperatures hover around 6 or 7 degrees, plummeting close to zero at night, an unrelenting chill. Alaska, being in proximity to the Arctic, is bound to be even colder, Katie enigmatically remarked. "Someone has informed me that there is gold flowing from the mountains somewhere along a tributary upstream of the Yukon River. We should embark on this journey now and return before Christmas." "Do you genuinely believe such nonsense?" Zhang Jing retorted. "That someone is my grandfather. Why not wait until next summer?" Zhang Jing posed several questions. "In summer, one is likely to encounter other treasure seekers in the wilderness. If I cross paths with them, not only might I be robbed, but my life could also be at stake." Zhang Jing reminded Katie, "I am not without my own means. You are deeply in love with your girlfriend." "Ah, so this invitation stems from my refusal to indulge her after that barbecue on the beach," Zhang Jing mused. He firmly articulated, "No, I shall not go. Don't you wish to settle your credit card debt?" Katie enticed over the phone. "Not particularly. Don't you want to purchase a ring for your girlfriend?" "Not really. Don't you aspire to amass wealth?" "Not at all." Katie, infuriated, erupted. "Are you even a man?" Almost reflexively, Zhang Jing nearly replied in the negative, but instead concluded the conversation. "I will not go unless you call me Dad." "Dad?" Katie exclaimed without hesitation. Zhang Jing was left speechless, feeling the awkwardness of the moment. It reminded him of a story where a mayor invited a corporation to develop real estate. The corporation, reluctant to go, presented an unacceptably ludicrous reason. "Your government location is quite favorable." To their surprise, the mayor responded with, "Fine, I'll move. You come here." Zhang Jing felt similarly dazed at this moment. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he resolved that he truly had no intention of going. Venturing to Alaska seemed utterly unwise unless one possessed exceptional wilderness survival skills. Despite having spent 2 years treasure hunting in the western frontier, Zhang Jing would not boast of his outdoor survival capabilities. "How much do you owe?" Zhang Jing inquired of Katie over the phone. "Over 70,000. What have you done?" Zhang Jing was puzzled. 70,000 is no trifling amount for a young woman. She had failed at treasure hunting twice and even sunk a small boat. Without quick profits, she might as well sell her body, or worse, her organs. "Miss Katie, where are you now?" "In Everett." Everett lies 40 kilometers north of Seattle, while Whitefish Town is 50 kilometers to the east, not too far. "I shall employ you," Zhang Jing proposed, "with a weekly salary of 600. Next summer, I will accompany you to seek gold." Katie's displeasure was palpable. 600 a week? After rent, it barely covers food. And what about utilities? "Accommodation and utilities will be provided." There was a silence on the line for 7 or 8 seconds before Katie finally uttered, "Address." The distance was manageable. And the following morning, Katie arrived at the Champion racetrack. Observing the horses in training, she exclaimed, "You own a racetrack?" "Only marginally. I have just 3 horses." "That is still impressive. Horse racing is not inexpensive," Katie marveled. "Calm yourself," Zhang Jing advised. "Focus on your work here, and one day, you may rise again." "What will I do?" "Weren't you interested in discussing horse feeding with me?" Zhang Jing gestured toward Haifa, who was mounted on a horse. She was a horse nutritionist but is too busy as a jockey. "You can leave Section 50, Guardian Andy and Silver." In a 2-story apartment in Tacoma, 8 individuals were conspiring to seize the championship horse racing venue. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit with slicked back hair and gold-rimmed glasses, pointed to a map and introduced, Whitefish Town, the championship horse racing venue, has recently acquired a substantial amount of physical silver, to my knowledge. There is already silver worth up to $72 million stored in the stable, with an additional $13 million arriving the day after tomorrow. At first glance, they appeared to be a group of downtrodden individuals, yet they were all impeccably dressed, adorned with luxury watches, exuding an air of success. Why not rob it on the way? An African-American man inquired. The venue is isolated. It should be easier on the road, right? Because the seller delivers directly. We can't afford to provoke the precious metals company, but the championship venue is an outsider, most certainly Asian. Upon hearing this, the group eagerly rubbed their hands together, perceiving the championship venue as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, he was being targeted. On the afternoon of the third day, the championship venue welcomed its second batch of silver, valued at $13 million and weighing 19 tons. The owner was addicted to purchasing silver, a fact that the employees, including Ding Jiechi, failed to comprehend. Asset allocation is generally diverse. No one risks everything on silver, nor would Zhang Jing, but he intended to expand the secret silver space. Surveying the 2 cubic meters of silver piled in the stable, Ding Jiechi sighed, "Brother Zhang, you seem rather foolish. I can't believe I'm assisting you. We are both quite dim-witted. No wonder we make a pair." Zhang Jing chuckled. After their last dinner together, despite not going to a hotel, their romantic relationship was solidified as he planted a kiss on his girlfriend's forehead, saying, "It's been tough. Let me take you back to school." "No need. I'll return with Xiaoqing." Chu Xiaoqing, standing nearby, was astonished by the mountain of silver. Her mind struggled to comprehend why anyone would obsessively hoard silver. She had heard of iron, but never of hoarding silver. "Jiechi, please check into the July slave ship situation when you return to school. The more detailed, the better," Zhang Jing instructed. Ding Jiechi understood immediately that the slave ship was Zhang Jing's next target, nodding her head before departing with Chu Xiaoqing. With no one else around, Zhang Jing placed his palm on the silver mountain. "Do you wish to consume 4 tons of high-purity silver to upgrade the secret silver space to 2 by 2 by 2 meters? Yes, no?" He selected yes without hesitation. The 4 tons of silver transformed into a silvery stream, swiftly vanishing. The secret silver space visibly expanded from 1 by 1 by 1 meters to 2 by 2 by 2 meters in an instant. What a thrill! Zhang Jing placed his hand atop the remaining silver, and the system prompted once more. "Do you wish to consume 8 tons of high-purity silver to upgrade the silver space to 3 by 3 by 3 meters? Yes, no?" It was evident that the consumption of silver grew exponentially. The first time was 2 tons, the second 4 tons, and the third 8 tons. Choosing yes again, the secret silver space expanded to 3 by 3 by 3 meters. With 19 tons of silver delivered and initially 2 tons remaining, totaling 21 tons after using 12 tons. Zhang Jing attempted to use the remaining 9 tons, but it did not respond. Clearly, he needed to gather 16 tons for the secret silver space to increase to 4 by 4 by 4 meters. To reach 5 by 5 by 5 meters, 32 tons of silver were required. In all, Zhang Jing was astonished by such a staggering increase. Considering the exceptional practicality of the secret silver space, it seemed like a remarkable value for the investment. At the entrance of the stable, Zhang Jing encountered Katie, who appeared to be hesitating to speak. "Are you waiting for me?" Zhang Jing inquired, pausing. "Boss, I don't want to feed the horses. Could you sponsor me for tennis?" Katie Lou Samuelson earnestly explained, "I have achieved good results and possess considerable talent. I thought your main profession was treasure hunting, and tennis was merely a facade," Zhang Jing replied, intrigued. "Treasuring hunting is a necessity. Tennis is my destiny. If someone sponsors me, allowing me to focus on training, I am certain I can achieve great results. How much do you need?" "Considering my debts, 2 years of training, hiring a coach, renting training facilities, and other expenses, approximately $350,000 to $450,000 USD. Miss Katie, I'm quite surprised. We have just met. Do you think that's appropriate?" "I know this is sudden," Katie explained. "Tennis has a golden age. I am 21 this year. If I train for 2 years and compete, achieving good results, I could earn various endorsement fees for over a decade. You would certainly not regret it." Zhang Jing pointed out the harsh reality. The prerequisite was good results, which had a very slim probability, and he believed she understood this better than he did. This world is vast, with many geniuses. It is highly likely that hundreds of thousands could go to waste. "I have great talent for playing," Katie insisted. Zhang Jing smirked, sarcastically asking, "Then why has no one invested in you?" "Because they are all fools." "So, the crux was that not investing in her made one a fool?" Zhang Jing shook his head, completely disinterested, and turned to leave. "Your girlfriend is truly disappointing." Katie made a bold statement, addressing Zhang Jing's back. "No height. No Section 51. A minor setback, there's no significant issue." Some individuals attempted to pilfer my silver, Zhang Jing stated. 2 trucks were involved. But the number of assailants is uncertain. Should we engage them, conceal ourselves, or contact law enforcement? Why should we hide? Katie countered, her gaze fixed on Zhang Jing. And why involve the authorities? Barbie echoed. Dylan added, some confrontations are unavoidable. We should make it unequivocally clear that Rose Red Winery and Champion Horse Farm are not to be trifled with. This will give pause to anyone contemplating malicious acts in the future, forcing them to carefully weigh the potential consequences. They're all fierce individuals. Then we fight. Zhang Jing's eyes swept over the group. I possess 3 automatic rifles. Who among us is adept with firearms? I am, Katie declared, raising her hand with confidence. My proficiency in tennis translates to marksmanship. Count me in as well, interjected Jamie, the African-American farmer. Surprisingly, Dylan was the 3rd to volunteer. I've practiced skeet shooting before. As a hobby, he explained, addressing the group's curiosity about his limp. Under the moonlight, Zhang Jing feigned retrieving 3 automatic rifles and 6 magazines from the truck bed, distributing them to Jamie, Dylan, and Katie, respectively. Zhang Jing, Feller, and Barbie were armed with pistols. Haifa, the 16-year-old equestrian and nutritionist, took 4-year-old Dylan and Barbie's 3-year-old son from Dylan's arms. Head to the northernmost part of the horse farm, Zhang Jing instructed. It's the safest location. Haifa nodded and departed with the 2 children. Boss, is it all right if I take command? Jamie asked Zhang Jing. Be my guest. Jamie, a former soldier specializing in assisting commanders with operational planning, explained, their target is undoubtedly the silver, and they are likely well informed about Champion Horse Farm's layout. They will most likely enter through the abandoned East Gate, which is quieter and closer to the stables. So, what is your plan? Dylan inquired directly. The main house offers excellent defensive positions. We can ambush them there. Sounds simple. Simplicity equals efficiency. Splitting up at night is dangerous, and we must not underestimate our adversaries. Jamie cautioned. Zhang Jing concurred. The 7 individuals piled into a pickup truck and hastily made their way to the stone main house, concealing the pickup behind the house. They ascended to the 2nd floor, overlooking the east side of the property, and waited in silence. 3 minutes later, the perpetually locked east gate was quietly opened from the outside. 6 masked individuals, wearing gloves, effortlessly severed the iron lock with bolt cutters. They entered the horse farm with a swagger, as if they owned the place. Unlike petty thieves who would be timid and wary, these individuals exuded confidence. 2 box trucks followed, stopping just inside the gate. It was clear that the 6 individuals in the lead were the primary force, responsible for clearing the path for the trucks. The east gate was less than 50 meters from the main house. The 6 individuals, spaced 5 or 6 meters apart, advanced towards the house under the moonlight. Zhang Jing realized that these individuals were professionals. Amateurs would have rushed forward in a disorganized manner. These individuals, however, were more dispersed, maintaining a greater distance between them. Knowing that they could not be allowed to succeed, the silence of the night was shattered by a volley of gunfire. Zhang Jing, Barbie, and Feller provided general cover with their pistols, while Jamie, Dylan, and Katie focused on precision shots. The lead assailant immediately fell, and the others turned to flee under the cover of darkness. The east gate was only 50 meters from the main house, well within the effective range of the AK-47s. Moreover, how could anyone outrun bullets? Dylan's skeet shooting skills, combined with the cold moonlight, ensured that none of the 6 assailants escaped. They were all down within 10 seconds. The 2 box trucks sped away, their drivers having fled as soon as the shooting started. That's supposed to be an abandoned house. A middle-aged African-American thug yelled into a walkie-talkie. Why were there people lying in wait? It turned out that the thugs had obtained information about the horse farm from the silver transport driver before entering, and they knew that the main house was abandoned. They never imagined that there would be people lying in wait there in the middle of the night. Let's head back. A voice responded from the other truck's walkie-talkie. Back at the main house, everything had gone perfectly, except for the fact that the automatic rifles were illegal. However, without the automatic rifles, it would have been difficult to quickly neutralize the 6 assailants. Zhang Jing was certain that the pistols had not even grazed the thugs. It was all thanks to the automatic rifles. After a few moments of contemplation, Zhang Jing called his lawyer, Shen Mingming. We had a home invasion at the horse farm. 6 people are dead, killed by 3 automatic rifles. Are we in trouble? Zhang Jing asked. Shen Mingming, awakened from a sound sleep, took a moment to process the information. Where did the automatic rifles come from? I found them on the road. Who fired the shots? 3 of my employees. Then you're fine. Call the police and an ambulance. And don't say anything else. Shen Mingming instructed over the phone. The police and judges aren't fools. Doing so would only complicate matters. Are you sure? Zhang Jing asked. Still concerned. Will they go to jail? The thugs broke into the horse farm at night. You and your employees have unlimited rights to self-defense. Your employees won't even be summoned by the police. Possessing automatic weapons is another matter, but as long as you have money, you won't go to jail. Zhang Jing was relieved. He had expected a lot of trouble. It turned out that there were two separate cases. Dylan, Jamie, and Katie were not in trouble for killing the intruders with automatic weapons. They could have used cannons or missiles for all it mattered. However, Zhang Jing would have to explain where the automatic rifles came from in a separate case. Sleep was impossible for the rest of the night. The horse farm was swarming with police cars and ambulances. Mr. Zhang, a tall, thin police officer named Joe Taylor, approached Zhang Jing. Was anyone injured at the horse farm? No, we were very lucky, Zhang Jing replied, feigning distress. I almost suffered a terrible loss. These individuals appear to be professional and organized, Joe Taylor warned. Be careful of retaliation. Thank you for the warning. You're welcome. No offense intended, Joe Taylor shrugged. The town hasn't been this lively in a long time. Zhang Jing chuckled. At that moment, Katie approached from the direction of the stables, looking anxious. She pulled Zhang Jing aside and warned him in a hushed voice, Boss, a lot of the silver is missing. It's less than half of what it was during the day. I know. You know? Katie asked, surprised. There was a lot more silver during the day. I know. Zhang Jing repeated. All right, if you say so. Zhang Jing praised. You were great tonight. You protected the horse farm. It's a little cold tonight, Katie said, sniffing. I will always be great. Section 52. The July slave ship at dawn. Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing arrived at the horse ranch. They embraced deeply, with Ding Jieqi repeatedly apologizing. I am truly sorry, Brother Zhang. I had not realized the risks associated with such a large accumulation of silver. It is not as much as you think. There is only 9 tons, Zhang Jing affirmed. 9 tons? Ding Jieqi's expression turned bewildered. 2 plus 19 does not equal 21 tons? Indeed, that is correct, Zhang Jing confirmed. I have already utilized the rest. Regardless, I am just glad that you are safe. Ding Jieqi embraced Zhang Jing once more. On my way here, I checked online, and I found that Whitefish Town has a sheriff, a clerk, and only 5 police officers. Chu Xiaoqing interjected, her arms crossed. Since we have the means, why not relocate to a safer area closer to Seattle? Ding Jieqi pondered the suggestion. However, Zhang Jing shook his head, declaring that his sole objective was to earn money to upgrade the mithril warehouse. During their conversation, the cold weather did not deter the fiery-dressed veterinarian, Lucy, who drove up in a second-hand white Chevrolet sedan. Boss, madam, is anyone injured? Lucy inquired with concern. No, Zhang Jing reassured her, but it's quite chilly. Please dress warmly next time. Lucy instinctively zipped up her jacket. As Ding Jieqi linked her arm with Zhang Jing's, they strolled into the ranch while continuing their discussion. According to the information Chu Xiaoqing gathered from the library, the July slave ship was sunk by the Navy on June 23, 1855, in the Florida Strait. The Florida Strait, located between the Florida Peninsula, Cuba, and the Bahamas, connects the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic Ocean. It stretches 480 kilometers long, 80 to 240 kilometers wide, and has a depth of 500 to 800 meters. The data indicates that it was merely an ordinary slave ship, devoid of high-value items. No one is searching for it, nor has anyone attempted to salvage it. Does that sound somewhat troublesome? Ding Jieqi asked. Indeed, if you wish to recover anything, you would need to rent a specialized salvage vessel equipped with deep-sea sonar systems and salvage robots, manned by professional crews. At a daily rental fee of 200,000 yuan, Zhang Jing halted in his tracks, astonished. He once thought that a yacht rental costing several thousand yuan a day was extravagant, even considering those who rented yachts foolish. Little did he know that the rental cost for a specialized salvage vessel could reach an astounding 200,000. Is this merely a matter of perspective? He mused, recalling how he previously hesitated to spend more than 50 yuan on a hostel. Is there an accurate coordinate for the sunken ship? Zhang Jing's thoughts were simple. If there were coordinates, he could rent a boat, sail there, and retrieve the items without delay. No, Ding Jieqi shook her head. There were countless slave ships traversing that route over the past century, and many have sunk. It would be highly improbable to locate it. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhang Jing realized the challenges were more numerous than he had anticipated. Brother Zhang, what exactly are you searching for? Ding Jieqi suggested. If its value is below 8 million yuan, it may not be worthwhile, likely resulting in a loss. A statue, Zhang Jing replied. Rumored to depict a woman's form through a delicate veil, extraordinarily perfect. A female statue? Ding Jieqi paused, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Does it have wings? This question left Zhang Jing momentarily stunned. Why would it have wings? Like a ubiquitous Cupid? Or perhaps a cherubic figure? He noted that the collected information made no mention of wings and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Ding Jieqi remarked, if that is the case, it is unlikely to hold much value. In the mid-19th century, numerous stone statues from Europe were shipped to the newly formed United States. For instance, in the 1850s, the renowned Italian sculptor Giovanni Strazza created a magnificent statue of the veiled Virgin using marble. It is pure and intricate, capturing not only the veil but also the gentleness of the wind in its craftsmanship. Its exquisite artistry is almost unbelievable, yet it does not hold an 8 million yuan value. After a brief pause, Ding Jiechi continued, moreover, Raphael Monti sculpted a piece titled Charity in 1847 from marble. Can you imagine 3 blossoming maidens, adorned with floral crowns, gently bowing, their bodies enveloped in veils dancing in the breeze? They are nearly perfect, and a mere glance could evoke deep affection. To summarize, Ding Jiechi concluded, during that period, sculptors, whether famous or obscure, favored creating representations of women draped in veils, resulting in a plethora of similar works. Her analysis left Zhang Jing feeling uncertain. After all, the lead he possessed was fragmentary, and Su Huang had merely been captivated at a glance, failing to examine closely. The greater likelihood was that it was merely an insignificant piece crafted by an unknown sculptor, purchased by a plantation owner for ostentation. None of this holds value, and neither does that, Zhang Jing countered defiantly. What female statue is truly valuable? The goddess of war. Ding Jiechi replied assuredly. All the styles I previously mentioned are imitations of the goddess of war. Zhang Jing's heart raced. Where is it? Is it missing? No. It resides in the Louvre Museum. Ding Jiechi's words pierced Zhang Jing's heart like a dagger, leaving him feeling cold and desolate. After careful consideration, Zhang Jing decided to temporarily abandon the idea. The costs of salvage were exorbitant, and the probability of success was too low, rendering the endeavor unfeasible. Later that afternoon, the Whitefish Town Police Department held a press conference. Case 1. Illegal intrusion into private property, with the assailant's motives clearly aimed at acquiring 21 tons of 9 tons of silver. The police disregarded how Zhang Jing had foreseen the ambush or the weapon used to eliminate the assailants, announcing no charges would be filed. According to the castle doctrine, property owners possess an unlimited right to self-defense against intruders. Case 2. Illegal possession of an automatic rifle, a criminal offense for which Zhang Jing would face prosecution. The severity of the illegal weapon charge could vary, but Zhang Jing and Shen Mingming had already coordinated their testimonies. The gun was found, and their acknowledgement of guilt was sincere, expressing a willingness to accept a fine. If incarceration was still a possibility, they would spend a considerable sum on bail. After all, in the 200-plus years since the nation's founding, the likelihood of wealthy individuals serving time is less than 1 in 1,000 compared to the poor. The death penalty is even rarer. This was a matter of course. Laws were crafted by the affluent, resulting in a plethora of regulations. Each law, when examined individually, may appear fair, yet they are influenced by other laws, with preconditions upon preconditions. Ordinary individuals find it incomprehensible. The wealthy may not fully understand it either, but they can afford to hire exceptional lawyers to navigate the legal intricacies on their behalf. For instance, Zhang Jing was merely charged with illegal possession of an automatic rifle. What of illegal possession of a cannon? Private ownership of cannons is permissible, provided they are not too advanced. The lines are somewhat blurred. The distinction between a standard rifle and an automatic one lies in the rate of fire, range, and a more stringent registration system. When the opportunity arises, Zhang Jing resolved to purchase 2 antique cannons to place at the winery and the horse ranch, ensuring protection against all malevolent spirits. Section 53. The strongest on the surface with fond memories of the kind lady, Zhang Jing drove into the quaint town and headed straight for the gun shop. The plump woman behind the counter was engrossed in her phone, but upon seeing Zhang Jing, her face broke into a genuine smile, more welcoming than that of a long-lost relative. Thank you. Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude. I spent the night in the stable, and without your alert, I might not have survived. Not at all, she replied. Whitefish Town is far too tranquil, lacking any excitement. You bring joy and conversation to all of us. The tall, lanky police officer Joe Taylor had mentioned something similar the previous night. Zhang Jing was a source of amusement in their otherwise quiet lives. My shooting skills are rather poor, Zhang Jing lamented to the lady. Is there a powerful weapon that requires little aiming? With a flourish, the woman produced a weapon from beneath the counter. Behold the M500 revolver, twice as powerful as a desert eagle. It can fell even a large wild boar with a single shot. And a mere graze on a person can be fatal. Zhang Jing was astonished. Is that a half-meter-long revolver made of plastic? May I hold it? The lady gestured for him to inspect it, assuring him it was unloaded. The grip was made of composite material, and even so, it felt weighty, around 2.5 kilograms. If you seek security, she introduced, this will undoubtedly provide it. With a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, it fires powerful rounds akin to those used in a Bereft rifle, earning it the nickname hand cannon. Due to its immense power, unlike typical revolvers that hold 6 rounds, the M500 can only accommodate 5. As she spoke, she placed several bullets on the counter, roughly the height of an adult's palm. How much? Zhang Jing inquired. The gun is just 1,999 yuan. And bullets are only 1 yuan each. Quite a bargain, isn't it? Price was not a deterrent for Zhang Jing. I'll take 2 guns and 500 rounds each for practice. The lady beamed at his generosity. Once she packaged the revolver and recorded the sale, Zhang Jing asked, "Is there a fast-firing automatic weapon that delivers great power without the need for precise aiming?" From behind the counter, as if from a magician's pocket, she produced a formidable weapon approximately 1 meter in length. This is a replica of the AA-12 automatic shotgun, the most potent handheld weapon on Earth. It comes equipped with high-explosive shells, cluster munitions, and armor-piercing rounds, catering to your diverse needs. Is it even better than the AK-47? Zhang Jing questioned skeptically. The lady scoffed. The 47 pales in comparison. It fires 5 high-explosive mini-grenades per second. Who could withstand such a barrage? Isn't this a prohibited weapon? Zhang Jing ventured. Of course. She praised his insight. You're quite astute. Had you disclosed my sale of automatic rifles, this would not be here before you. What about its accuracy? Zhang Jing inquired. The lady shook her head. It lacks precision. The projectile spread can cover an entire area, especially in close-range shooting. There is no issue with accuracy. Everything in front will be obliterated. Zhang Jing found this intriguing, aligning with his requirements for a powerful weapon that did not necessitate aiming. Yet he felt his wallet might suffer. What is the price for one? He asked hesitantly. Fear not. She reassured him. Illegal weapons are always more affordable. Despite its imposing appearance, it costs the same as the revolver, 1,999 yuan for the gun alone, and with the grip and sight, just 4,999 yuan. The sight was pricier than the weapon itself. Having seen videos online, Zhang Jing was puzzled by the logic. Yet, something felt amiss. And he chose Section 54. The courtroom Wang, sensing its master's discontent, the stout little yellow dog, affectionately named Clever Bean by Zhang Jing, let out a rather unmelodious bark. Zhang Jing, already in a foul mood, snapped at the dog. Wang, what? Did you intend to inform the lady owner? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Do you dare to believe I might serve dog meat hot pot tonight? Katie spoke disparagingly. This matter must remain unknown to Ding Jiaqing, for the consequences would be unimaginable. Clever Bean, slightly intimidated, tucked its tail between its legs and lowered its head with a soft whimper. He, the horse trainer, Aegis, strode in wearing riding boots. Smiling as she approached. There's an event tonight. Would you bring your dog along? Why must I bring the dog? There are always some individuals who, in their idleness, engage in peculiar hobbies such as dog racing, perhaps leading to new acquaintances through their pets, lacking funds to salvage statues in Florida. And with the cold of Alaska rendering treasure hunting impossible, Zhang Jing, awaiting his court hearing due to the illegal possession of an automatic rifle, had no other engagements and simply acquiesced to Aegis's invitation to join her at the St. Fort Racecourse. The Street Fort Racecourse sprawled over an expanse exceeding 1,000 acres. A remarkable establishment engaged in a myriad of business ventures, including the rental of its grounds. Upon their arrival, Zhang Jing and Aegis found a group of affluent young men gathered, discussing the upcoming races. Their imposing vehicles lined up nearby. Accompanying them were nearly all howling hounds, slender-legged, slim-waisted, streamlined racing dogs. Most were accompanied by attractive companions, and one could easily surmise that the evening would unfold with numerous enticing escapades. Good evening, Miss Aegis. Good evening, Mr. Jack. Good evening, Miss Aegis. Good evening, Mr. Ford. Welcome to St. Fort Racecourse. Like socialites, nearly everyone recognized Aegis. Today, she introduced a new acquaintance to the crowd. This is Mr. Zhang Jing, the proprietor of the Rose Wine Estate and Champion Racecourse, as well as my employer. The crowd turned to Zhang Jing, offering polite and sincere smiles. As for Clever Bean, it was entirely overlooked. None had ever encountered a purebred Chinese rural dog, and thus did not recognize it. Not only did the guests disregard it, but even the yellow dogs of its kind regarded it with disdain. This not only displeased Zhang Jing but vexed Clever Bean even more. For it was a purebred dog with a unique lineage. The reality was somewhat unfortunate. At merely 3 months old, Clever Bean could only observe, unable to compete with the professional racing dogs. As per tradition, Aegis stood before the crowd, announcing, each participant must contribute 1,000. The race will span 2,000 meters. And the champion takes home the entire prize pool. Familiar with the routine, someone approached to distribute numbered dog vests while collecting checks or cash from each dog owner. In this scenario, one could only earn if they finished first. All other placements offered no monetary reward. Moreover, finishing first yielded little profit. Considering the race's length of 2,000 meters, running multiple times would be akin to risking the dogs' lives. The primary motivation was simply a group of wealthy young men seeking distraction and entertainment. Before the race commenced, all racing dogs were lined up, their leashes removed, held in place by their owners. The electronic lure began its sprint, and at the sound of the whistle, the participants released their dogs simultaneously. Like arrows released from a bow, the various racing dogs surged forth. 2 kilometers may appear lengthy, yet for racing dogs. The first place was achieved in a mere 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Clever Bean gazed longingly. It too yearned to race, but alas, its short legs and tender age rendered it incapable of competing. At this moment, a white gentleman in his 30s approached to greet Zhang Jing. "Hello. Your dog appears quite special." Zhang Jing assumed this to be mere pleasantries and replied casually, "Indeed, it is rather unique. I am Ryan. Do you require a dog trainer?" Ryan introduced himself. "I have trained over 300 racing and hunting dogs." Oh, Zhang Jing expressed interest. "What are your fees?" "For 2 hours of training each day. It is 50 yuan per hour," Ryan explained. Zhang Jing glanced at Clever Bean. It was worth little in meat, yet it was a reward for its special lineage. Hence, investing in training seemed entirely worthwhile. Having made up his mind, Zhang Jing stated, "It does not excel in racing. Its strength lies in tracking. I wish to train it as a combination of a hunting dog and a police dog." "That is my specialty," Ryan replied. Their partnership was solidified with a handshake. Time swiftly passed, and it was now the court session. In the courtroom, facing the aggressive prosecution, Zhang Jing firmly asserted that the firearm was found. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the defendant's seat, Shun Mingming ardently defended him. "I am convinced this is divine intervention," she declared, impeccably dressed, her hair slicked back, and with righteous fervor. "It is God protecting Mr. Zhang. Without the 3 automatic rifles, he may have already fallen victim." "What does this have to do with God?" The judge pondered, feeling perplexed. "Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury," Shen Mingming continued, "Mr. Zhang has aided many unfortunate souls. Among them are a retired African-American veteran, indebted students, a father and daughter without support, a girl pursuing her tennis dreams weighing only 40 kilograms, and even spent 3,000 yuan to rescue a sick horse destined for slaughter." The defense attorney listened, appearing somewhat bewildered. Kindness had little bearing on legal matters. Generally speaking, if one is guilty, even if they have cared for 100 orphans, they would still face incarceration. The reality was that the judicial system here differed from that of Longhua. In this courtroom, there was a jury, also known as a temporary citizen tribunal. The jury is classified into grand and petite. The grand jury, comprised of 23 members, primarily determines whether charges should be brought against the defendant, while the petite jury, consisting of 6 to 12 members, typically decides if the defendant owes compensation in civil cases. Each jury serves for a term of 4 weeks, with members hailing from diverse backgrounds and varying ages and ethnicities. To put it plainly, the jury has 2 principal responsibilities. First, to ascertain whether the defendant's criminal actions are substantiated, the greatest authority. Second, the judge imposes sentencing based on the jury's findings. Theoretically, as long as the defendant's plight is compelling enough, or if the defense attorney is sufficiently persuasive, incarceration or compensation may be avoided. Sometimes, a murderer is acquitted, and this is often tied to the jury's influence. Take, for instance, the infamous Simpson murder case. Why did Simpson ultimately evade legal consequences despite overwhelming evidence? He was acquitted of 2 counts of first-degree murder for the stabbing of his ex-wife and her boyfriend. This was largely due to his attorney convincing the jury that Simpson could not be the murderer, as he could not fit his hands into the gloves used under Section 55. A spectacle for the onlookers. These matters bear no relevance to the case, argued the prosecutor's counsel. A hefty African-American woman in the jury raised her hand. "Excuse me. We would like to hear the testimony of those individuals mentioned by the defendant's lawyer." "Defendant, is that acceptable?" the judge inquired of Zhang Jing. "This is rather abrupt." "They did not come today," Zhang Jing explained. The judge decreed, "A phone call will suffice." Thus, Zhang Jing provided a number, and the judge dialed Jamie's number using his own phone. "Hello, sir. The court is currently adjudicating the case against Mr. Zhang Jing regarding illegal possession of an automatic rifle. May I ask you a few questions?" This was unexpected. Jamie was unaware that Zhang Jing was appearing in court today. "What is your full name?" "Jamie Fox." "Can you swear that the testimony you are about to give is true?" "Yes, I can swear to God," Jamie affirmed confidently over the phone. The defendant's counsel claimed that the automatic rifle was merely found, a manifestation of divine will. "Do you concur?" "I do not concur," Jamie replied. "When my friends and I were desperate and struggling to find work, God did not assist us. It was Zhang Jing who provided us with jobs and housing, not God." The courtroom fell silent, the audacity of his statement resonating deeply. Yet the judge, unyielding, pressed further. "Restaurants, supermarkets, and factories are not particularly difficult to find work in. Why do you suggest otherwise?" "I am African American and 49 years old. These 2 factors make it exceedingly challenging for me to secure employment." The courtroom was rendered speechless once more. The judge then dialed Ruth's number. Hello, the court is currently deliberating on Mr. Zhang Jing's illegal possession of an automatic rifle case. May I ask you a few questions? Please proceed. What is your full name? Ruth Zhang. The judge frowned. Are you the defendant's wife? No. I am a student at the State Technical College, 20 years old. My parents divorced when I was young, and I grew up in a violent household. I was deceived by my boyfriend and owe the bank 20,000 on my credit card. Mr. Zhang Jing helped me pay off my debts and provided me with part-time work. Otherwise, I do not know how I would have persevered. Is there a problem with me taking his surname? None whatsoever, the judge mumbled. Next, the judge called Dylan. I was originally a mechanic, but after injuring my leg, I lost my job due to my disability. I have a 4-year-old daughter. The mother of my child was deported. It was Mr. Zhang Jing who offered me some lighter work, allowing me to care for my daughter. After 3 consecutive calls, the judge ended the conversation, visibly moved. Zhang Jing had taken in the vulnerable and the needy. The jury, too, was touched. Some were reduced to tears. Unanimously convinced that the automatic rifle was indeed found by Zhang Jing, thus declaring him not guilty. At the courthouse entrance, waving goodbye to Shun Mingming, Zhang Jing turned to embrace Ding Jieqi, who was waiting nearby. How did it go? Ding Jieqi inquired with concern. Zhang Jing smiled, not guilty. Wonderful. You lucky fellow. Quipped Chu Shaoqing, like a pesky fly. Disregarding Chu Shaoqing, who was akin to a mere apparition, Zhang Jing invited Ding Jieqi, let me treat you to lunch. French cuisine? No. Zhang Jing grimaced. The portions are too small and the service is too slow. Ding Jieqi laughed heartily. The theg is not lacking in Chinese restaurants. And the 3 decided to dine at a Chinese eatery run by a family from Putian. The meal included sweet and sour ribs, steamed perch, scallops with vermicelli, stir-fried greens, century egg tofu, and fragrant rice. Compared to French cuisine, the prices were reasonable and the flavors delightful. Halfway through the meal, Chu Shaoqing, acting rather strangely, suddenly pinched Zhang Jing's arm and remarked, you should build some muscle. It would better protect the vineyard and the racetrack. With chopsticks in hand, Zhang Jing instinctively glanced at Ding Jieqi. Ding Jieqi cautioned Chu Shaoqing, this is my boyfriend. Please refrain from being overly concerned, and do not get too touchy. Chu Shaoqing replied nonchalantly, Zhang Jing is a treasure hunter. While he has the time, he should build some muscle to protect himself, and you, what's wrong with that? Chu Shaoqing, Ding Jieqi reiterated, you like muscular men. Do not try to turn my boyfriend into your ideal. I mean well, Chu Shaoqing countered, without muscles, one can easily be at a disadvantage. The 2 women engaged in a theatrical dispute, while Zhang Jing chuckled. After lunch, Zhang Jing escorted them back to school. Expecting a routine day, but trouble awaited. A tall, well-defined man suddenly swung his fist at Zhang Jing from the side. Zhang Jing could evade, but Ding Jieqi, walking alongside him, would be struck. In a stroke of misfortune, Zhang Jing could only raise his arm to block, absorbing the punch squarely on his bicep. The school gate was bustling with passers-by, and the area quickly cleared. As Zhang Jing contemplated whether to draw his revolver, Chu Shaoqing stepped in front of him and shouted at the large man, Wuda, what are you doing? That night, were you with this person? The young man named Wuda questioned, pointing at Zhang Jing. It turned out Wuda was the boyfriend Chu Shaoqing had labeled as daddy. After nearly 2 months, he had just received his visa and immediately flown in from the Dragon Country. Chu Shaoqing was at a loss for words. Indeed, she had been with Zhang Jing that night. However, there was a reason for it. She had initially intended to check on Ding Jieqi, ensuring there were no other women in Zhang Jing's room. Having encountered a hefty tattooed man in the elevator who had pursued her into the corridor, she was frightened and overwhelmed, which led her to drink copiously from Zhang Jing's wine bottle. As a result, she became quite inebriated. Coincidentally, Wu Da's late-night call came in, and seeing the name Daddy saved in Zhang Jing's phone, he answered, fearing the other party might be anxious. Thus, the misunderstanding ensued. I have already explained, Chu Shaoqing insisted. It was a misunderstanding. Do you understand? Put yourself in my shoes. Would you believe it? Wu Da retorted. Chu Shaoqing felt hopeless. Ding Jieqi stepped forward. You called my boyfriend. It has nothing to do with Chu Shaoqing. I can attest that it was a misunderstanding. Wu Da did not recognize Ding Jieqi and dismissed her. You all conspired to deceive me. That was genuinely a misunderstanding, Zhang Jing, whose arm throbbed with pain, explained. Chu Shaoqing prefers muscular types. I am not her type. Zhang Jing's silence only fueled Wu Da's fury. How do you know she likes muscular men? Very few people are aware of that. I heard it from someone else. Do you believe me? I believe you're lying. Wu Da charged at Zhang Jing again. There was no need to resort to firearms. Zhang Jing engaged in a scuffle with Wu Da, but due to physical prowess and size, Zhang Jing found himself at a disadvantage. It was not until 2 police officers rushed over that the two were forcibly separated. Help me, Zhang Jing. As Wuda was about to be taken away in a police car, Chu Xiaoqing's heart softened, and she pleaded. After all, they were compatriots. She quickly approached the officers, explaining, "This is a misunderstanding. We are friends, and we were just play fighting, not actually fighting." "Are you certain?" one officer queried Zhang Jing. "I am certain." Doubts lingered. Despite Wu Da's towering height of 1.8 meters, he would face harsh consequences, while Zhang Jing would be safer due to his outdoor work, resulting in a darker complexion. Given the circumstances, the officers had no choice but to release Wu Da. However, Wu Da was not grateful. As soon as the handcuffs were removed, he swung his fist at Zhang Jing again. The two officers crossed their arms, watching with amusement. This was becoming complicated, just as Zhang Jing prepared to brace himself. Chu Xiaoqing dashed forward, positioning herself in between. Wu Da's punch struck Chu Xiaoqing squarely, knocking her unconscious. The scene was excessively dramatic, entertaining a crowd of onlookers. Section 56, a series of twists and turns after a long night at the hospital. On the way back to the winery, Ding Jiaqing felt quite cheerful. "Brother Zhang, starting Friday, I have a month off, and I'll be at the winery every day. Do we get a holiday for Christmas?" "Indeed, that is splendid news," she replied. "What is so splendid?" Chu Xiaoqing, with her head wrapped in bandages, weakly retorted from the back seat. "With Jiaqing around, won't that affect your revelries?" Initially, Ding felt sympathy for Chu Xiaoqing. Why hadn't Wu Da dealt with her more decisively? As they chatted along the way, they arrived at the racetrack by 10 at night. Too wary to stay in the haunted house, they opted for the stables. Each stall was impeccably clean, with a layer of hay laid down and blankets placed atop, making it comfortable enough to sleep. In the early hours of the morning, while deeply asleep, Ding's phone buzzed incessantly. Having learned from past experiences, Zhang Jing awoke startled, fearing another midnight ambush, only to find it was Su Zheong. "Zhang Jing," he said, his voice intermittent due to the long distance. "The Japanese are relentless in their pursuit for that gold seal. They are pressing me from all sides, and some insiders are applying pressure as well." By the end of the conversation, Su Zheong sounded aggrieved, stating that if he didn't comply, he would face suspension and loss of pay from the school. Previously, the Japanese had caused trouble for Zhang Jing and Barbie, and Zhang had shifted the blame onto Su, who publicly claimed possession of the seal. Little did they know that mechanical company's influence was formidable enough to topple even an associate professor. Considering Su Zheong had a chronically ill wife, reliant on expensive medications not covered by insurance, Zhang Jing felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility. If Su lost his job, his wife's condition would worsen rapidly. "Enough," Zhang Jing said, unable to harbor anger. "Give me 3 days." After hanging up, he transferred 30,000 yuan to Su Zheong without explanation, an act of financial freedom, not pity for his ill wife. The pressing question remained, could Zhang Jing endure the mounting pressure? Regardless, he had to shoulder the responsibility and ensure Su Zheong retained his position. The following day, Zhang Jing sought out Barbie, who was assisting Cindy in the winery. Fail and Jamie were also present in the expansive 600 acres of the vineyard, which included 300 acres of orchards and an 800-square-foot workshop equipped with numerous facilities. Even if they were only experimenting with wine production, Cindy required assistance. Pulling Barbie aside, Zhang Jing explained, "I need to publicly announce that I possess the gold seal. It originally belonged to Zaya Sanjiwan." Barbie, concerned, replied, "What if the police come knocking?" Zaya Sanjiwan was a tenant who had attempted to assault Barbie, leading to her retaliatory actions. Driven by greed, she took the gold seal and, fearing it would implicate her in murder, discarded it into the lake. "The police want to extract any information from me," Zhang Jing assured her. "You will be safe." "No, boss," Barbie implored, "I can't take that risk. I have a 3-year-old son to think about." Seeing the desperation in Barbie's eyes, Zhang Jing had to consider her feelings as well. He resolved not to force anyone into a corner, lest they meet a fate similar to Zaya Sanjiwan's. After thorough contemplation, Zhang Jing decided to seek help from Wen Li, a powerful ally who could potentially deflect the pressure from the Japanese. Truth be told, Zhang was reluctant to approach Wen Li, feeling intimidated. Dressed in formal attire, Zhang Jing arrived at the entrance of the 1032 estate at 9:50 a.m. 15 minutes later, he met Wen Li in the estate's reception hall. She wore a beige sweater and black trousers, exuding an air of elegance. Wen Li inquired slowly, "What brings you here?" Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Jing retrieved the gold seal from his pocket and placed it delicately on the center table. "This is the seal of the Idis, crafted by Han artisans." Some say the artisans, fearing they might lose their way home, painstakingly inscribed a maritime map onto the seal. After several minutes, Zhang Jing elaborated on the details surrounding the gold seal. Wen Li, visibly moved, instructed her assistant Li Xing, who was waiting at the door, to fetch a magnifying glass. Moments later, the magnifying glass arrived. Holding it carefully, Wenli scrutinized the seal, easily identifying a line resembling an electrocardiogram wave. Complemented by the jade's intricate patterns and subtle golden flecks, indeed reminiscent of the maritime route from Mumbai to Japan. As if admiring a treasure. Wenli examined it for an extended period before setting it down, murmuring to herself, Zhang Jing, could he possibly be the ancestor of that old ghost from Yokohama? Indeed. Li Xing replied respectfully from the side. How delightful, Wenli remarked, her spirits evidently lifted. Who would have thought that an ancestor's relic would come into my possession? Half an hour later, Zhang Jing departed the 1032 estate, having secured Wen Li's assistance with a minor stipulation. The seal would be publicly exhibited in Longhua for a year. Wen Li acted swiftly, hosting a party the following day to unveil the gold seal to the public. Meanwhile, at a Japanese izakaya near Pike Place, 6 young men gathered over drinks, with one notably occupying the center position, indicating his high status. Minister, someone addressed the prominent figure, equivalent to a department manager overseeing specific affairs. The speaker was Shibasaki, a 30-year-old from Yokohama Sangue Company, whom Zhang Jing had previously encountered. Clad only in a white shirt and a suit jacket on a frigid day, Shibasaki introduced. The gold seal has suddenly appeared in the possession of the owner of the 1032 estate. Was it in the western region of Longhua? Su Zheong has posted numerous photos online. It cannot be a forgery, Shibasaki asserted confidently. Then why has it suddenly relocated to Seattle? Ida Shiming interjected. Shibasaki, sensing he had made a grave mistake, bowed deeply. My subordinates have some conjectures, but no concrete evidence. It wasn't Shibasaki's timidity, rather. It was the imposing presence of Ida Shiming, the son of the president of Yokohama Sangue Company and a descendant of Ida Zhang Jing, under his command. While the pay was generous, the demands were exceedingly high. What conjectures? There's a treasure hunter named Zhang Jing who arrived in Seattle last August. He lacks any backing or influence. He's an ordinary individual. However, he has a chance of acquiring the seal, especially since he knows Su Zheong and the owner of the 1032 estate, making it plausible he might be the one stirring up trouble. Huh, Ida Shiming scoffed. While the old lady of 1032 is formidable, this person is not to be underestimated. Find a way to ensure he receives a fitting lesson. Understood, Shibasaki replied obediently. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, trouble was brewing. At that moment, he and Ding Jiaqing were in the clean and tidy winemaking workshop, conversing with the enthusiastic winemaker Cindy. The orchard needs pruning, aeration, and fertilization. We require 10 temporary workers, Cindy fervently explained to Zhang Jing. If we neglect these tasks, next autumn's yield will plummet and affect the quality of the grapes. Taking in Cindy, who had long chestnut hair and brown eyes, radiating a strong sense of justice. Zhang Jing couldn't help but chuckle. Leave the orchard be. The grape yield and quality for next year are matters of fate. Boss, Cindy implored. If we don't manage the vineyard meticulously, we won't secure good grapes next year. Without good grapes, there is no possibility of crafting fine wine. Why bother when you're not even the winemaker? Zhang Jing retorted bluntly. The business model of Rose Red Winery is about satisfying tourists. You just need to pretend to know how to make wine. But, no buts, Zhang Jing interrupted. What is the point of cultivating good grapes if you can't produce quality wine? Cindy hung her head. She clearly couldn't. Or else she would be earning a meager $600 a week. The shabby yet functional business strategy was Ding Jiaqing's idea. After all, producing quality wine was exceedingly challenging. It was better to abandon the endeavor entirely and save money. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing suggested gently, why don't you step outside and wait for me? I'd like to have a word with Miss Cindy. Once Zhang Jing left, Ding Jiaqing softly inquired, Cindy, do you have any thoughts? I want to craft exquisite wine. But I fear disappointing the boss's expectations. Ding Jiaqing spoke candidly. You wish to explore opportunities for learning, correct? Cindy nodded in affirmation. A fine wine requires aging in oak barrels. It takes at least 3 years to begin with, during which substantial financial and emotional investment is necessary. Furthermore, there is a possibility that after 5, 6, or 7 years, upon mastering the skills, you might choose to leave for another opportunity. Can you empathize with Brother Zhang's predicament? Ding Jiaqing inquired. Cindy, deep in thought, nodded. She understood that it would be foolish not to transition after acquiring the skills. In Longhua, there is a saying, only the one who ties the bell can untie it. Ding Jiaqing advised Cindy. If you seek ample support, you must demonstrate sincere commitment. I will speak to Brother Zhang on your behalf. My sincerity? Cindy questioned, pointing to herself. Ding Jiaqing affirmed. You have met Katie, the tennis player. Brother Zhang supports her endeavors, which require an investment of over 400,000 USD over 2 years. Katie has committed to a 15-year contract. Enduring rigorous training with a revenue split of 1-9. The insight dawned on Cindy. She realized that only by fully dedicating herself could she achieve genuine mentorship. After contemplating for a while, Cindy steeled herself. I am willing to sign a 15-year contract, accepting the high penalties for breach. Could the salary be adjusted slightly? After all, a weekly wage of $600 is rather insufficient. This year's salary will be $800 per week, and next year it will increase by $100, contingent upon sales performance. Along with additional bonuses, Ding Jiechi replied. Touched, Cindy stepped forward to embrace Ding Jiechi, declaring, I will strive to become an exceptional winemaker as swiftly as possible. Section 57. The strongest woman's heart. At the entrance of the winery, Ding Jiechi found Zhang Jing and relayed her conversation with Cindy. This differs from our previous assumptions. Zhang Jing cautioned. Since Cindy wishes to strive, why not grant her the opportunity? Ding Jiechi encouraged. What if she succeeds? Zhang Jing, however, was skeptical. The surrounding small wineries in Seattle were plentiful, and those that thrived typically possessed a signature product. The Rose wine originally belonged to this category of small wineries. With a change of ownership, they would lose not only the winemaker but also their flagship product. It would be wiser to focus on managing our video account and take our time. Visitors will inevitably increase, he suggested. Ding Jiechi, soft and sweet, implored, Brother Zhang. Just give Cindy a chance. Unable to resist the adorably serious demeanor of Ding Jiechi, Zhang Jing relented. He then located Barbie in the tavern and instructed her to redraft Cindy's employment contract, recruiting temporary workers to manage the orchard. This is not what we initially envisioned, Barbie questioned. Indeed, Zhang Jing replied with a hint of resignation. If Cindy desires to put in the effort to make good wine, let her pursue it, after all. It's merely a matter of burning over $200,000 in a year. Barbie set down her mouse and stood up earnestly. Boss, I saw online that the owner of Manor 1032 has announced possession of that golden jade. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I am deeply grateful. I will work diligently. Zhang Jing shook his head internally. He did not seek to earn goodwill, but rather was driven by monetary gain. As he prepared to leave, Barbie called out from behind, Boss, do you know I was a real estate agent? Yes, Zhang Jing turned back, acknowledging her strong work capabilities. I had a lucrative opportunity one intended to keep to myself and never meant to share with anyone. You needn't disclose it to me. Zhang Jing spoke earnestly, advising against leaving anyone with no options, for desperation could provoke even the most docile of creatures. It has been many years. I may never accumulate enough capital. Rather than let others seize it, I would prefer to use it to repay you, Barbie explained. What profitable opportunity? Zhang Jing inquired, curiosity piqued. Barbie returned to her computer, accessed the real estate company's website, and entered 84 Avenue, revealing 2 properties for sale. The least expensive was priced at $18 million, while the other stood at $25 million, both genuine mansions. She then opened the street view, pointing to the $25 million luxury estate beside an even larger manor, explaining that this property was not for sale, yet could potentially be acquired for $7 million. For a brief moment, Zhang Jing felt as though Barbie had lost her mind, perhaps due to a miscalculation that morning. From an aerial view, the $25 million mansion appeared as small as a cup, whereas the estate Barbie indicated was roughly 6 times that size. Moreover, it was situated in the upscale 84 Avenue area, adjacent to Lake Washington. How could it possibly be $7 million? This estate, built in 1935, spanned 23 acres, equivalent to 11 standard football fields, originally costing $7 million in 1935, which would translate to approximately $90 million today. Barbie elaborated, detailing the estate's numerous structures, including a villa, tower, 58 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, 15 half-baths, 3 bomb shelters, a 2,000-square-foot banquet hall, 3 tennis courts, 2 golf courses, 1 indoor basketball court, and 1 enormous outdoor swimming pool. 7 years ago, when I entered real estate, the owner listed it for $70 million, but there were no takers due to the age of the property, which would require considerable renovation. There was an offer of $40 million, but the owner declined. I previously checked online, and the current owner is the second. He purchased it in 1985 for $20 million. Zhang Jing interrupted, what is the annual maintenance cost for such a property? Property tax and insurance are significant, roughly around $1,400,000 annually, with basic maintenance around $500,000, Barbie replied. Zhang Jing inhaled sharply. That was quite staggering. $1,900,000 could buy 4 luxury sports cars. Yet, even so, how did Barbie muster the audacity to suggest purchasing it for $7 million? Please, continue, he urged. Barbie magnified the map, indicating the land between the estate and Lake Washington. A curious fact, although the estate is adjacent to the lake, it does not directly border it. There is a plot of 700 square meters, more than half of which is submerged, belonging to another owner. Zhang Jing blinked, sensing a crucial detail. This parcel had previously been on the market, with the owner quoting $3 million, but its awkward location and submerged area rendered it unattractive to wealthy buyers while being unaffordable for the less fortunate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jing examined the map, understanding the implications. The grand estate faced east, with its back garden oriented west, although it was the backyard. It offered the most significant view since it overlooked the lake. If they acquired the 700 square meters and erected an unattractive structure, it would undoubtedly devalue the grand estate. Do you have the contact information for the owner of that land? Zhang Jing asked, suppressing his excitement. Barbie nodded confidently. If we secure it, I'm not a miser. I promise you $100,000 upon acquiring the estate, with money being a powerful motivator. Barbie was invigorated and sprang into action. Investing required funds, and with less than $3 million available, Zhang Jing turned to Ding Jikiki, who was still in the winery. Overcome with excitement, Zhang Jing pinched Ding Jikiki's plump cheek. We have 9 tons of silver. Contact the buyer and sell it. But brother Zhang, we just bought it. It hasn't appreciated yet, she protested. No matter, let us sell it temporarily and buy it back later. A lucrative opportunity awaits. What opportunity? Ding Jikiki inquired, intrigued. Zhang Jing recounted the entire situation, leaving her astonished. Will this affect your reputation? She asked. The key is that I have no reputation to begin with, Zhang Jing countered. Ding Jikiki reached for her phone to contact the precious metals company. After hanging up, she stated, we need a vehicle to deliver the silver to the precious metals company located next to the Target warehouse. The Target warehouse in Issaquah? Yes, indeed. With only 30 kilometers separating Whitefish Town from Issaquah, Zhang Jing decided to make the trip himself. With silver's density at 10.49 GCM, 1 cubic meter weight 10.49 tons, and the space for the silver measured 3 by 3 meters, easily accommodating the 9 tons. After 6 robbers had recently perished at the racetrack, Ding Jikiki suggested, it would be safest to hire a security company for the escort. I can manage. You focus on your tasks. Just be cautious. Remember, life comes first. And money is secondary, she reminded him. Zhang Jing nodded and walked from the winery to the racetrack, retrieving the 9 tons of silver from the barn before driving away in his pickup truck. After traversing 7 kilometers of gravel road through the town, he parked in front of the gun shop, missing the familiar presence of Aunt Susan after a few days. As always, Aunt Susan was behind the glass counter, engrossed in her phone, seemingly absorbed in a soap opera. What can I help you with today? She asked, glancing at Zhang Jing before returning her gaze to the screen. I wasn't planning to make a purchase, but since you asked, do you have any bulletproof vests? Aunt Susan set her phone aside and ventured into the back storage area, soon emerging with the requested items, a domestically produced bulletproof vest with ceramic inserts and a stab-proof suit, both high quality and cost-effective. Available together for only $299. Is it illegal to wear this? Zhang Jing queried. Do you have a criminal record? Aunt Susan retorted. No. Even if I did, I would be the victim. Then you're fine. The law prohibits felons from purchasing bulletproof vests, but you're free to wear one. Discarding his lightweight, long gray down jacket, Zhang Jing donned the bulletproof vest, weighing approximately 4 to 5 kilograms, and found it quite comfortable. Finally, he put his jacket back on and placed $300 on the counter, receiving a steel coin in return. I have heard that the prize for the champion horse in the Seattle Cup, to be held at the end of March next year, has increased to $1.5 million. Aunt Susan inquired of Zhang Jing whether his champion horse would participate. Of course, isn't the prize $1 million? He replied. A wealthy benefactor has generously donated an additional $500,000. Zhang Jing felt quite pleased, as it sounded very enticing. I will place my bets on your horse to win. Aunt Susan remarked, her spirits buoyant. Gambling in moderation brings joy, but excessive wagering can lead to ruin, Zhang Jing cautioned. Aunt Susan appeared to be well-versed in the ways of betting. Before the finals, there will be 4 elimination races, and only the finest steeds will advance to the final round. If your horse performs admirably, I shall wager more. If not, I shall still offer my support. It was late December, with Christmas just 3 days away, leaving ample time ahead. General and Undying were intensifying their training, while Haifa and another male jockey introduced by Aegis also required time to develop. Specific circumstances would be addressed later, and should the performance be commendable, Zhang Jing would likewise increase his bets. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Jing bid farewell to Aunt Susan and drove his pickup towards Yisich to deliver silver, unaware that danger was silently approaching. Section 58. A perilous moment of courage traversing the internal roads of a quaint town, he merged onto the interstate highway, a smooth path stretching 30 kilometers toward Yisich. Yet, misfortune struck. Shortly after departure, a private vehicle collided with him from behind. The pickup truck was a second-hand affair, and Zhang Jing was not particularly distressed by the minor damage. He had no intention of seeking reparations and continued driving. unaware that the other party was signaling him to pull over. Glancing into the rearview mirror, Zhang Jing complied, exiting his vehicle even before the other car had fully halted. Two Asian youths emerged, one of whom, a short man with a strikingly shiny head, confronted Zhang Jing. "Are you attempting to flee?" "Flee?" Zhang Jing was taken aback. "You rear-ended me, and I chose not to press charges." As he spoke, he noticed both youths were armed, their holstered firearms unmistakably visible. The glint of their Glock handguns indicated they were ready for action, with bullets already chambered. The absence of a manual safety on the Glock meant that if they chose to, Zhang Jing's life could be extinguished in an instant. His mind raced. Recalling the firearm that Zhou possessed, though it was the same model, it was not loaded. What did this imply? For the first time, Zhang Jing was engulfed in profound terror. What crime was a highway gunfight? In a fleeting moment of realization, he detected a mocking smirk at the corner of one youth's mouth. Without hesitation, he drew his M500 revolver and pulled the trigger. A deafening crack echoed as a fist-sized hole materialized in the chest of the short man. The second youth, stunned by the rapid demise of his companion, instinctively fired 2 shots at Zhang Jing. Pain surged through him as the bullet struck, yet he pressed on, retaliating with a second shot that obliterated the remaining youth's skull. The M500's formidable power was no exaggeration. It rendered one close to death and ensured instant demise upon contact. Yet, the pressing question remained: what to do next? Trembling, Zhang Jing dialed his lawyer, Shen Mingming. "I have just shot 2 strangers on the road from Bayou Town to Isich. What should I do?" Shen Mingming, engrossed in a game with his blonde secretary, instinctively retorted, "Why did you kill them?" He urged Zhang Jing to recount the events in detail. "I was driving normally when they rear-ended me. They insisted I pull over, and upon seeing their weapons drawn, I acted first." Shen Mingming, now perplexed, questioned, "How did you know their guns were loaded?" "Let us not dwell on that now," Zhang Jing shouted into the phone. "I don't want to go to prison." "All right," Shen Mingming quickly instructed, "put down the gun, call the police, and remove your clothes. I will come immediately." After hanging up, Zhang Jing observed the passing cars, many of which were already calling the authorities. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, he calmly relinquished his handgun and proceeded to the back of the pickup. Lifting the waterproof cover to reveal 2 tons of silver, which he transferred into the truck bed. He then called the police while stripping down to his shorts, presenting himself as utterly harmless. This was his first experience with taking a life, and not just one, but 2, as he endured the immense psychological strain. A familiar face arrived first, Officer Joe Taylor from Bayou Town, accompanied by his colleague Eddie Hutt. Upon seeing the 2 tragically deceased youths, Joe Taylor was momentarily dumbfounded. "They attempted to rob me of the silver," Zhang Jing stammered, his teeth chattering from the cold and fear. "They shot at me, but fortunately, I was wearing a bulletproof vest." Joe approached the pickup, lifting a corner of the waterproof cover to reveal the silver ingots within, then moved to the bodies, intending to check for signs of life. It was unnecessary. One had a gaping hole in his chest, while the other's head was shattered beyond recognition. Noticing the M500 revolver on the ground, Joe's expression shifted. The shooting of 2 individuals was a significant incident. Soon, more police vehicles and reporters arrived on the scene. As a hefty officer approached with handcuffs, Zhang Jing's anxiety surged. He had no desire for incarceration. "Wait," Joe interjected. "Mr. Zhang is innocent. The deceased attempted to rob him." The officer hesitated, scrutinizing Zhang Jing before lowering the handcuffs. Zhang Jing retracted his hands, unwilling to be shackled. Just then, Shen Mingming arrived. His mood lifted upon learning about the 2 tons of silver in Zhang Jing's truck, which would facilitate a more straightforward defense. "How did you manage this?" Shen Mingming queried, bewildered that Zhang Jing emerged unscathed from a 2-against-1 confrontation. "I remained vigilant," Zhang Jing explained. Shen Mingming gave him a thumbs up. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Grateful, Zhang Jing thanked him. His counsel had significantly mitigated potential risks. For instance, calling the police might prevent officers from arriving and indiscriminately firing upon him and shedding his clothes. Though Chili assured them he bore no concealed weapon, averting a similar fate. He also expressed gratitude to Aunt Susan for suggesting the bulletproof vest. Without it, he might have succumbed to the 2 gunshots. Ultimately, Zhang Jing's survival hinged on his own decisiveness and courage, including the swift transfer of 2 tons of silver, which he hoped would be interpreted as a defensive act against the assailants. Why did such misfortune befall him? Had he forgotten to pay homage to Chingo? It wasn't even Qing Ming yet. "This is your revolver," Joe Taylor said, handing the black-handled, silver-bodied M500 back to Zhang Jing. "Thank you," Zhang Jing replied gratefully. "I'm fortunate you were the first to arrive. Otherwise, I might have faced harsher consequences from other officers." "Unlikely," Joe reassured him. "When I arrived, you were unarmed and stripped down. What can I do for you?" Zhang Jing inquired. being a small police station with only 5 officers and limited budget. Could you possibly donate some funds? It would help us provide Christmas gifts for the children. You're quite direct. Joe shrugged. No problem, Zhang Jing agreed. I will arrange for a donation of 10,000 meters to the Bayou Town police station. Well, Joe exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. The 7-kilometer gravel road to the championship racetrack is patrolled at least twice daily. Zhang Jing had not anticipated such benefits from his donation. Feeling as though he had struck a fortunate deal, as others disregarded him, Zhang Jing asked Joe, "Am I free to leave now? You have a significant amount of silver in your vehicle. I will escort you." "Thank you." "No, thank you," Joe replied. The public budget for Bayou Town's police station is minimal. Salaries, vehicle maintenance, building upkeep, and fuel rely heavily on donations from a few residents to survive. Zhang Jing nodded. His perspective transformed. Did not the salaries of police, firefighters, educators, and civil servants suffice without property taxes? Section 59, Serendipitous Encounter with a Fan simultaneously. Within a secluded chamber of a Japanese tavern in Pike Place Market, Shibasaki stood with deferential humility. "I merely instructed you to discipline Zhang Jing, not to commit murder," rebuked Ideitara, his voice laced with exasperation. "To commit homicide and then be vanquished in turn. Are your subordinates imbeciles or mere dolts? Have you considered the potential for a thorough police investigation?" "There was no intention of homicide," Shibasaki responded, bowing once more, a semblance of grievance in his tone. Zhang Jing proved too formidable, employing high-caliber firearms to dispatch them. Ideitara was rendered momentarily speechless before inquiring, "Will you be implicated?" "Assuredly not," Shibasaki replied, his posture exhibiting utmost reverence. "Consider the matter concluded." "Concluded?" Shibasaki echoed, uncertainty coloring his inflection. "Indeed, it can only be concluded," Ideitara exclaimed, audibly slamming his hand upon the table. "The Mitsukoshi Corporation possesses extensive commercial interests within the United States. Should we become entangled, are you cognizant of the ramifications? My sire would flay me alive. He has more than one son, you know. Is that truly the end of it?" Shibasaki surreptitiously glanced at his employer, inwardly elated at the prospect of indolence. "Zhang Jing is a treasure hunter, as am I," Ideitara decreed, resolving to obstruct him at every conceivable juncture. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, the purported assailants were of Japanese extraction, nor was he acquainted with the existence of Ideitara. News of his triumph over the would-be robbers permeated the town, becoming common knowledge. Upon returning from delivering the bullion, Zhang Jing was accosted by Susan, the proprietor of the gun shop, her eyes gleaming with incredulity. They orchestrated a vehicular collision, masquerading as bystanders, possessing the element of surprise. "How did you manage it?" "Fortune smiled upon me," Zhang Jing responded gratefully. "I am indebted to your M500 revolver and ballistic vest. Otherwise, I would have surely met my demise. It appears I must augment my inventory of M500s and ballistic vests." She mused. "The townsfolk are certain to seek them out. Provide me with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. I intend to hone my skills. I may not be so fortunate next time." "Certainly," she replied, beaming. 15 identical ballistic vests as well. I intend to furnish each of my employees with one." Susan's countenance radiated joy, her smile threatening to encircle her head. With his newly acquired equipment, Zhang Jing returned to the vineyard. Aegis, the equestrian trainer, Ryan, the canine handler, Barbie, the manager, Ruth, the veterinarian, Irina, the video editor, Ding Juchi, Chu Xiaoqing, Cindy, the winemaker, F, the farmer, Jamie, the farmer, Haifa, the jockey and nutritionist, Dylan, the mechanic, Andy, a recently hired jockey of diminutive stature, and the 2 children, accompanied by Smart Bean, the small yellow dog, awaited Zhang Jing's arrival at the vineyard's entrance. Alighting from the pickup truck, Zhang Jing extended his arms, proclaiming, "I am unharmed." Ding Juchi, her eyes glistening with tears, embraced Zhang Jing, confiding, "You frightened me terribly, Zhang Dage." The solemn atmosphere was disrupted by Chu Xiaoqing, who interjected enviously, "Juchi, your boyfriend is remarkable." The phrase "your boyfriend is remarkable" serving as an in-joke. Ding Juchi cast a cautionary glance at Chu Xiaoqing. After exchanging greetings and distributing the ballistic vests, Zhang Jing sought solace in the stables. General, Indestructible, and Superstar, the 8-month-old foal, rested peacefully in their stalls. Unburdened by onlookers, Zhang Jing mentally replayed the close-quarters exchange of gunfire with the false assailants. Had his reaction been tardy, had he not donned the ballistic vest, had his sidearm been of weaker caliber, he would now be reposing in a mortuary freezer. Overcome by trepidation, his hands trembled, and perspiration soaked his garments. Sensing their master's somber mood, the 3 horses remained tranquil, refraining from agitation. After composing himself for half an hour, Zhang Jing lavished affection upon the trio of equines before proceeding to the vineyard's rear boundary, where a narrow stream flowed adjacent to a hillside. A portion of the slope belonged to the vineyard, while the remainder constituted a public forest preserve. Establishing a makeshift firing range, Zhang Jing retrieved his half-meter-long revolver, loaded with palm-sized cartridges, intending to vent his pent-up emotions. Bang! Smoke billowed, accompanied by a deafening report, the recoil surpassing that of a desert eagle. During the confrontation with the false robbers, Zhang Jing had seized the initiative, but the initial shot had left his arm numb, precluding a second. Had his arm possessed sufficient fortitude, he could have sustained continuous fire, mitigating the peril. As anticipated, after discharging 4 rounds, his arm was bereft of sensation. Though he had perceived himself as formidable, he remained deficient in strength. His prior altercation with Wu De had proven disadvantageous, but lacking mortal danger, he had dismissed it. This incident served as a stark reminder of the necessity for physical conditioning. Should the regimen prove arduous, he would remind himself of its benefits, self-preservation, and the pursuit of future contentment. The day following the encounter with the assailants, Barbie, attired in upscale professional attire, piloted Ding Jiechi's newly acquired Audi A8 coupe toward the Everett district to meet with the proprietor of parcel number 1048, a 700-square-meter plot. Prior to this meeting, she had tendered an offer of $2.3 million via email, mirroring the protocols for real estate transactions in China. Barbie's modus operandi typically involved an initial telephone or email offer. Upon establishing mutual interest, she would enlist legal counsel for a formal meeting with the seller. The attorney's role encompassed drafting and vetting the contract. Typically, legal representation was enlisted only after a preliminary agreement had been reached. Meetings were rarely convened absent a basic accord on price. Barring unforeseen complications, Barbie anticipated securing the land, which was deemed undesirable by affluent individuals, unaffordable by ordinary citizens, and possessing little intrinsic value. In essence, Zhang Jing's acquisition of Barbie constituted a propitious find. Individuals who have taken a life often undergo profound psychological and intellectual growth, becoming more rational, composed, and adaptable. Empirical evidence suggests that unapprehended murderers are more likely to achieve professional success. Barbie exemplified this phenomenon, managing the vineyard and equestrian facilities with remarkable efficiency. Her inherent capabilities and acumen were undeniable, as demonstrated by her masterful negotiation tactics. Were it not for her 3-year-old son, Zhang Jing would have been unable to secure her services for a mere $800 per week. Dylan's circumstances were analogous. A skilled mechanic, adept at skeet shooting, lawn maintenance, and roof repair, he would have been unattainable at a weekly wage of $600 had he not possessed a minor leg impairment and custody of his 4-year-old daughter, Dylan. Simultaneously, Zhang Jing, accompanied by Ding Jiechi and Chu Xiaoqing, embarked on a shopping excursion to downtown Seattle to procure gifts in anticipation of the approaching Christmas holiday. The presents were relatively simple: toys or chocolates for children, wine or chocolates for adults. The rationale behind the suitability of confectionery as a gift, while fruit was deemed inappropriate, remained obscure. Zhang Jing also intended to acquire exercise equipment, necessitating a visit to the city center. However, the trio arrived late, finding the Precker fitness equipment store shuttered. Economic downturns had resulted in numerous store closures, exacerbated by the proximity of Christmas. The number of homeless individuals had also increased, including disoriented vagrants clad in blankets, their hair matted. Many attractive young women were also among the displaced, bereft of assistance. The pickup truck continued onward, departing the city center and traversing 10 kilometers before stopping at a Whole Foods market in Bellevue. Here, amidst the haven for the affluent, where patrons were impeccably groomed and attired, Zhang Jing encountered an unexpected fan. Section 60, the Christmas feast. Zhang Jing observed a young woman clad in a gray hoodie and matching long pants. Her short hair framing a face with sharp features, standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, exuding a distinct androgynous style. "Who are you?" Zhang Jing inquired, puzzled. "My name is Li Yi," she replied, holding a tray of prepared food. "I saw your report in the news about how you bravely fought off 2 robbers. That was remarkable." "Just luck," Zhang Jing responded, a hint of fear still lingering, hoping such incidents would not recur. "Where do you live?" Li Yu asked. If she were a Westerner, such a question might seem like a prelude to vengeance. However, Zhang Jing harbored no such apprehensions. "I reside in Bayou Town, which is over 40 kilometers from here. I've been there. There are many vineyard-style farms." "Indeed. And you?" "I live at a boxing gym nearby." "Are you a boxing coach?" Zhang Jing asked, surprised. "No, I am a professional mixed martial artist, training abroad." "Wow." Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had intended to purchase equipment to train his strength, but had not anticipated meeting an expert. With a wealth of thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Jing introduced, "This is my girlfriend, Ding Jiaqing, and this is Chu Xiaoqing. You have two girlfriends? Li Yi exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Zhang Jing's unexpected revelation left both Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing equally bewildered. Is there a problem with your comprehension? Zhang Jing clarified. Ding Jiaqing is my girlfriend, while Chu Xiaoqing is a friend. Ah, I see, Li Yi said, extending her hand toward Ding Jiaqing. My apologies for the misunderstanding. Ding Jiaqing shook her head, signaling it was no trouble, and discreetly glanced at her boyfriend, their unspoken bond evident. If you're alone, come to the Rose Winery and celebrate Christmas with us, she invited Li Yi. Li Yi tilted her head in contemplation. I believe I have seen news about the Rose Winery and the Chinese community. The former owner, along with his lover and illegitimate child, were found hacked there, and later, the bank seized the property, which was purchased by brother Zhang. Indeed, Ding Jiaqing reminded her. Would that be an inconvenience for you? Not at all. We have more than 10 people. It was a perfect match. After gathering gifts and food, including a free-range turkey and a winter holly tree from Yiwu, they filled the back of a pickup truck and set off towards Bayou Town. Upon returning to the winery, Barbie, who was 70 kilometers away in Everett, brought good news. They had successfully purchased a 700-square-meter plot for $2.49 million. Barbie could not return just yet. As the Christmas office holiday lasted a day and a half, she wanted to finalize the transfer and pay taxes before the break to secure the deal. With joyful tidings, Zhang Jing felt elated, walking with a spring in his step as he joined others in decorating the Christmas tree in preparation for the festivities. Embracing local customs, he seized this opportunity to foster closer relationships with everyone. As for his employees, they either had money, promising futures, or a pleasant work atmosphere. Zhang Jing offered little in terms of financial incentives, and the prospects seemed dim. Thus, he focused on nurturing camaraderie. In the evening, Barbie excitedly entered the stable. And even before she crossed the threshold, the rich aroma of turkey infused with sage, onion, and lemon wafted towards her. The innocent laughter of her 3-year-old son and 4-year-old Dylan echoed as the two children played hide-and-seek beneath a beautifully adorned Christmas tree. Haifa, Katie, Fei Lei, Jamie, and the others were busy preparing the meal. And there was Zhang Jing, standing by the fireplace, adding logs to the fire, while a stranger stirred the pot with a ladle. Boss, Barbie exclaimed, dressed in professional attire, her aura brimming with energy, as she handed Zhang Jing an A4 sheet. It's done. As Zhang Jing took the document bearing the official seal, a broad smile spread across his face. The hardest part was over. With this ownership certificate in hand, they had already achieved half of their goal. Well done. Take a break and we'll eat soon. Barbie nodded. Turning to embrace her son with one arm, while holding Dylan with the other, her face radiant with maternal warmth. Li Yi was taken aback by Barbie's commanding presence and hesitantly asked Zhang Jing, is she also your employee? Barbie manages the stable and winery. Impressive, Li Yi praised. Is everyone here? The winemaker Cindy is absent, as is the horse trainer Ijizi, and the dog trainer Ryan is a temporary worker who is also away. However, everyone else is here, Zhang Jing replied, glancing at the lively gathering. How cool. You couldn't tell you were wealthy at the supermarket earlier. Zhang Jing chuckled in response. And now? Still can't tell, Li Yi shrugged. I want to build strength. Zhang Jing articulated his reason for seeking out Li Yi. Do you have any effective training methods? What does it mean to be strong? Li Yi countered. Everyone perceives strength differently. I can perform 5 consecutive M500s, Zhang Jing stated. His goal clear, his hands steady and unshaken. Do you train regularly? Zhang Jing shook his head. Start with a 2-kilometer run daily. Then gradually increase to 5 kilometers after 2 weeks, Li Yi advised professionally. 4 pull-ups, do 3 sets of 5 reps, with a minute's rest between sets. Gradually increase to 10 reps per set in 10 sets. Although it's merely strength training, reaction time is equally essential. Consider purchasing a throwing machine to practice evasion. That sounds simple, Zhang Jing mused, puzzled. It's not inherently difficult. Li Yi chatted casually, but the challenge lies in persistence, training diligently, rain or shine, day after day. Zhang Jing took note of Li Ye's words as they commenced the Christmas Eve dinner. The centerpiece was a 16 to 17-pound roasted turkey, which Haifa and Katie had spent the afternoon preparing. After cleaning it, they pierced the skin and evenly coated it with honey, cooking wine, and various spices, allowing it to marinate for 3 hours. They then stuffed the turkey with sage, onions, diced carrots, tomatoes, and lemons before placing it in the oven, starting at a low temperature and gradually increasing to medium-high until fully cooked. In addition to the turkey, the feast included smoked ham, gingerbread, Christmas pudding, bread, Yule log cake, salmon, fried shrimp, and creamy mushroom soup. Given the large gathering, these were served in generous portions, especially the ham, which featured an entire hind leg from a free-range pig, roasted to a golden hue and glistening with a honey glaze. creating a stunning visual impact. The flavor was tender and sumptuous, a delightful fusion of color and taste. Accompanying the exquisite dishes were fine wines. Zhang Jing selected 2 types of alcohol, whiskey and sparkling wine, each priced above 30 yuan. The whiskey was potent at 40 degrees, while the sparkling wine was a sweet 9 degrees. The winery also offered red and white wines, providing 4 choices for the table. Additionally, there were 2 beverages, apple juice and mango juice, favorites among the children. As the video account operators, Ukrainian girl Irina and Chu Xiaoqing poured wine for everyone. Zhang Jing then raised a toast. I would like to extend my gratitude to Miss Haifa, Miss Katie, Mr. Jamie, and Mr. Fei Lei for preparing our Christmas Eve dinner. After a brief pause, he added, I also appreciate Miss Barbie, Mr. Dylan, Mr. Andy, Miss Irina, Miss Ruth, and everyone for their hard work. I am truly grateful. And thanks to Dylan and Davy for their cuteness, bringing us much joy. There was applause at the mention of Davy, whose name humorously echoed that of the unreliable man responsible for Barbie's child. Not forgetting Li Yi, Zhang Jing introduced, this is our new friend, Li Yi. She is a mixed martial arts athlete and a fellow countryman. Li Yi felt a touch of shyness as a little yellow dog named Smart Bean barked at Zhang Jing, clearly expressing its discontent at being overlooked. Zhang Jing chuckled, my apologies. I almost forgot to thank Smart Bean, our loyal companion, who brings us so much joy. Laughter erupted among the group, enveloping the room in warmth and camaraderie. Section 61. Private warehouse. The Christmas Eve dinner lasted until 10 in the evening. Zhang Jing specially prepared red envelopes for everyone. Most received 600, while Barbie received 800, equivalent to an additional week's salary. The 2 children also received 200 each, and both Chu Xiaoqing and Li Yi received 600. Ding Jiaqing received a bit more, amounting to 6,000. The following day, Christmas, the race course was closed for 2 days. Zhang Jing originally intended to sleep until the sun was high in the sky, but was awakened at 6 by Li Yi pulling back the covers. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Jing exclaimed in anger. You pledged to build your strength yesterday. Have you forgotten so soon? Dressed in gray sportswear, Li Yi crossed her arms and questioned him. The morning temperature was a mere 0 degrees, causing Zhang Jing to shiver as he reluctantly threw on some clothes. The race course spanned 5 acres, an oval-shaped track, where he jogged 2 laps. Without the means to perform pull-ups, he began with 30 sit-ups, rested for a minute, and then completed another 30, totaling 90 after 3 sets. Upon finishing, Zhang Jing felt as if his body no longer belonged to him. Not bad, Li Yi praised. If you maintain this daily, you'll surely be able to fire 5 rounds with the M500 in a year, with energy to spare. Zhang Jing lay on the ground, too exhausted to speak. Indeed, nothing worthwhile comes easily. Ignoring Zhang Jing's fatigue, Li Yi performed 50 push-ups on the spot, then ran 3 laps around the track, followed by another 50 push-ups. Impressive indeed. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqing approached, standing beside him at the edge of the racecourse. Isn't 6,000 too much for the red envelope you gave me last night? Not at all. Keep it, Zhang Jing replied casually. How could it not be excessive? Ding Jiaqing countered. Everyone else receives only 600 a week, and 6,000 could employ a worker for 10 weeks. This is a significant amount for me. Zhang Jing chuckled, recognizing her performance. She was quite the actress, unaware that her facade had already begun to crack. An Oscar was owed to her. Moreover, Zhang Jing discovered that Ding Jiaqing could not cook at all. She had not lifted a finger during dinner the previous night. A true drama queen. Consider it your compensation, Zhang Jing said nonchalantly. For all the things you do. 6,000 might not even suffice for someone else. Ding Jiaqing understood Zhang Jing was alluding to money laundering and silver trading. What about the property deed for 1047 Avenue 84? She curiously inquired. Barbie plans to purchase the 23-acre estate at 1049 Avenue 84 for $7 million, Zhang Jing explained. It's a luxurious area on the east shore of Washington Lake. Ding Jiaqing grasped the implications immediately. Are you buying it outright? Zhang Jing nodded and elaborated. This requires a psychological warfare strategy. If they refuse to sell, I'll construct the most unsightly building on the land at 1047, obstructing the lake view of the estate at 1049, reducing it to an ordinary residence. Is this Barbie's idea or yours? Ding Jiaqing probed. It's Barbie's idea. She was a real estate agent and understands the underlying factors, Zhang Jing affirmed. I support her approach. It's a lucrative opportunity. Could there be risks? Ding Jiaqing expressed concern. What if you push them too far? Zhang Jing shrugged. Conservatively estimating, there could be a profit of 20 million. Temptation is hard to resist. Ding Jiaqing tacitly approved of Zhang Jing's actions, recognizing it as a clever strategy for rapid ascent. While others merely stumbled upon opportunities, he actively created them. Impressive indeed. Thanks to Barbie, without her, such an opportunity wouldn't exist. Curious about Barbie, Ding Jiaqing asked, She possesses remarkable capabilities. Why does she accept an 800 weekly salary? She wants to keep her son David close while working, Zhang Jing replied. Then why inform you of such a profitable opportunity? Well, Zhang Jing hesitated. Perhaps it's because I'm exceptionally charming. Ding Jiaqing laughed softly. Standing at 178 centimeters and weighing 160 pounds, Zhang Jing appeared decent enough. Though his looks were rather ordinary, only 7 out of 10. Had it not been for their mutual understanding, Ding Jiaqing would never have been persuaded by him. Do you have some leverage over Barbie? She blurted out, then immediately shook her head in denial. No, she respects you greatly and is very dedicated. She doesn't want to be coerced into working. Stop guessing, Zhang Jing interjected. It's simply that my charm is overwhelming. Otherwise, why would such an exceptional girl like you be my girlfriend? Ding Jiaqing blushed and shot him an adorable eye roll. The holiday was brief, passing in a hurry. The racecourse returned to normalcy, as Ijeezy resumed training the horses in preparation for the Seattle Cup at the end of March. Cindy returned to the winery, striving to become a genuine winemaker. Lee went back to the boxing gym, continuing her training career. Katie returned to Seattle to resume her tennis training, with plans to dedicate 2 years to practice, aiming to compete in the World Tennis Open in her 3rd year, targeting the 4 Grand Slam tournaments. Currently, Barbie's primary task involved spreading rumors about the plan to erect an unsightly building on the 700-square-meter lot at 1047 Avenue 84. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing also locked themselves in their rooms, diligently working to earn academic credits. Even Huang Go Tsongming Do had a job, undergoing 2 hours of professional training daily. Zhang Jing, too, remained busy, rising early each day to exercise, while dividing his remaining time among Dilong, Cindy, Fei Lai, Ijeezy, and Barbie. The focus was on the 3 horses, as the prize money for the upcoming competition at the end of March was quite substantial. Zhang Jing spent each night in the stable, sharing breath and fate with them. This disciplined routine continued until after the new year, when a long-unheard call from Kangxi invited Zhang Jing to a private warehouse auction. The mention of a private warehouse evoked memories of the film Lord of War, where the protagonist, Nicolas Cage, concealed his illicit work from his family by maintaining a shipping container warehouse filled with cash, firearms, and fake passports. Generally speaking, the treasures auctioned from private warehouses were few and far between. It was commonplace for debts to be forgotten, and significant assets were unlikely to be abandoned. However, exceptions existed. For instance, if an individual were incarcerated or isolated for more than 6 months without paying rent, their warehouse would be auctioned off. Who should I contact? Zhang Jing inquired over the phone. 4755 Northeast Commercial Road, Seattle. Be there by 9 a.m. tomorrow. The auction for 10 delinquent warehouses starts at 9:30, and registration is on site. The next day, Zhang Jing arrived punctually at 4755 Commercial Road. The large courtyard resembled a character, filled with containers of various sizes, some stacked 2 or 3 high. How's the winery? Kangxi greeted him. Without a winemaker, Zhang Jing shrugged. We're currently at a standstill, losing money daily. Kangxi changed the subject, pointing to the long line forming for registration. Let's queue up. Zhang Jing nodded and joined him. Lacking the elegance of Christie's, the warehouse auction rules were almost rustic in their simplicity. No asset guarantees or membership recommendations were required. Anyone present at the auction could pay a deposit of 100 yuan to compete with other treasure hunters. Same old rules, shouted a bald man in a brown jacket and jeans, holding a pen and a clipboard, facing the crowd of treasure seekers. Section 62. His molasses. The host's gaze swept across the numerous participants. They had 5 minutes to assess the items within the warehouse, provided they did not cross the threshold. After capturing the auctioned items, cash settlement was immediate, no delays, no debts, and once purchased, the items were the buyer's responsibility, win or lose. The warehouse had to be cleared within 2 days, leaving no trace behind. Failure to do so would result in a deduction from the cleaning deposit. Zhang Jing understood. In essence, this was a gamble between treasure hunters, more accurately, junk removers, and the warehouse company. The warehouse company exchanged potential treasures for free junk removal, while the treasure hunters sought the possibility of striking it rich through the disposal of refuse. Similar to the situation in Dragon Country, large refuse had nowhere to be discarded, and the costs of hiring vehicles and labor were exorbitant, thus leading to auctions. Even if an item was auctioned for 1,000 yuan, the warehouse company incurred no loss, as they saved on cleaning expenses. The host spoke rapidly, as if pouring out beans, and opened the first warehouse's roll-up door before stepping aside to allow bidders to inspect. Fortunately, Zhang Jing stood at a distance from the warehouse entrance. Inside were a broken wooden stool, a tattered cardboard box, a minimalist clothes rack, and a few dust-covered garments. The crowd shook their heads. Whether a treasure could be found was dubious, and merely cleaning this garbage would take considerable time. The auction started at 1,000 yuan, with each bid increasing by no less than 500 yuan. In the end, a Latino young man acquired the pile of refuse for 1,001 yuan, cheerfully claiming it was his luck. Perhaps he could become wealthy. Truly, what a nonsensical notion. As expected, upon entering to rummage through the contents, he found only a room full of trash, performing free labor for the warehouse company. Next came another warehouse, approximately 12 square meters in size. It was relatively spacious, yet contained only 12 well-sealed cardboard boxes, neatly stacked against the wall. Generally speaking, a clean and orderly warehouse has a higher probability of harboring valuable items compared to a cluttered one. Everyone was intrigued, though the boxes were securely closed, making it impossible to discern their contents. Zhang Jing was equally curious. His golden finger revealed 5 meters of metal, only revealing some used paper fasteners and clips floating within the boxes. Clearly, the boxes contained paper documents, though Zhang Jing could not ascertain their nature. Without knowledge of the documents, their value remained uncertain, leaving only circumstantial analysis. The 12-square-meter warehouse incurred a monthly rent of approximately 900 yuan, indicating the documents were likely useful. Otherwise, the owner would not rent the space. Furthermore, the issue of reselling the documents could not be overlooked. What might be poison to one could be nectar to another. Should they hold particular value to certain individuals, they might fetch a handsome price. Most importantly, there were only 12 boxes, all clean, requiring no cleanup or garbage truck. If the documents proved useless, discarding them would be straightforward. Other treasure hunters speculated that the boxes might contain brand-name shoes, while some foolishly guessed they held antiques. There were also pessimists who conjectured the boxes were empty. The 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the bald host raised a blue folder to commence bidding, starting at 1,000 yuan, with increments of no less than 1,000 yuan. Despite the absence of any identifiers on the boxes, the enthusiasm was palpable, and the bids quickly soared to 100. Zhang Jing raised his bid to 110. A hefty African-American man provocatively gestured at Zhang Jing, raising the bid to 150. No one else responded, prompting Zhang Jing to increase his bid to 160. Although the crowd was enthusiastic, few dared to bid. While they vocally speculated about potential antiques within the boxes, no one truly believed it. 200. The African-American man declared. The bidding became a duel between Zhang Jing and him, with Zhang Jing countering at 210. 300. The African-American man insisted, convinced the boxes might contain valuable sneakers. 310. Zhang Jing responded. 400. The African-American man exclaimed. 800. Zhang Jing called out. 900. The African-American man inadvertently blurted out a bid, only to realize he had overstepped, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Observing the African-American man, Zhang Jing suspected he might be intentionally causing trouble, so he increased his bid to 910. If the man followed suit, it would indicate a personal grudge. Fortunately, the man refrained from bidding further, allowing Zhang Jing to successfully acquire the small warehouse. With cash in hand, Zhang Jing exchanged the money with the seller and entered the small storage area, opening the cardboard boxes. Indeed, they contained only documents and manuscripts. He casually flipped open one, revealing calculations and hand-drawn diagrams resembling mathematical materials. Closing the roll-up door, he proceeded to the next warehouse. This space was filled with office supplies, including printers, desks, chairs, and filing cabinets. The crowd stood outside, scrutinizing every detail among the clutter in an effort to assess the potential value of the small warehouse. Ultimately, it sold for 2,300 yuan. Zhang Jing abstained from bidding, deeming the effort to manage such items too time-consuming. The fourth warehouse revealed high-end fishing gear. Anyone familiar with fishing knows that such equipment is not inexpensive, and this warehouse contained several sets. The auction atmosphere erupted, and bids soared to 3,500 yuan. Zhang Jing again opted out, finding the hassle of managing it unappealing. The fifth warehouse was merely trash. Whoever bid on it would be unfortunate, incurring costs while also cleaning up for the warehouse company. The sixth and seventh warehouses were not trash, but for Zhang Jing, they were nearly equivalent. After wasting an entire morning, he had failed to uncover any hidden gems. Returning to his purchased small warehouse, Zhang Jing, concerned about his limited education and the possibility of missing out on a fortune, resorted to his usual method, snapping some pictures and sending them to Su Zheong, along with the customary 300 yuan appraisal fee. Late into the night, Su Zheong, who had yet to sleep, received Zhang Jing's images and wore a perplexed expression. As an expert in ancient literature and artifacts, he found himself at a loss with the complex mathematics and formulas, leading him to forward the images to a friend for assistance. This friend, a vice professor in the mathematics department at Zhejiang University, examined the images and became increasingly astonished. Zhang Jing remained unaware of the document's surprising content. Exiting the warehouse company's premises, Zhang Jing assumed everyone would return to their respective homes. Kangxi suggested they have lunch before departing. And conveniently, there was a Panda fast food restaurant nearby. The two entered, finding the lunchtime crowd substantial. Hello, what would you like? A white female server in a red jacket, black apron, and black cap greeted from behind the glass counter. This was Zhang Jing's first experience with American-style Chinese fast food, and faced with the dazzling array of dishes, he could only point. He ordered oil-braised eggplant, orange chicken, broccoli, and hot and sour soup, along with fried rice, totaling 14 yuan. Kangxi chose similarly, adding a pork chop for a total of 17 yuan. They sat across from each other by the window, and Kangxi remarked, "The hot and sour soup is quite good, warm and comforting on a day like this." Zhang Jing suspected that Kangxi had other matters at hand. He was in no rush to speak, and neither was Zhang Jing. Tasting the hot and sour soup, Zhang Jing found it acceptable, though the flavor was not entirely authentic. It was clearly tailored to suit foreign palates. Overall, it was after a few casual exchanges, Kangxi revealed the reason for today's meeting with Zhang Jing. There is a luxurious property in Fangna Bay, with a bank auction price set at 2.8 million. I have studied this matter. It is at least 600,000 below the market value. If we collaborate to acquire it and undertake some simple renovations, we could approximately earn 300,000. I wonder how others perceive these figures. Zhang Jing's immediate reaction is one of competition. Section 63, Ida Temple Ming betting 2.8 million on a 300,000 wager. Has the industry become this intensely competitive? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jing shook his head. He possessed ample funds. After selling 9 tons of silver, he had recouped $12 million. Originally, his bank account held $3 million, which was typically allocated for payroll and daily expenses. Recently, he had expended $49 million on a significant land purchase, and about 30,000 for Christmas, leaving a balance of 360,000. His total cash reserves amounted to $48 million. Such funds were crucial. Should the owner of Manor number 1049 suddenly yield, Zhang Jing would need to access his money immediately, thus he had to politely decline Kangxi's invitation. After finishing a quick meal, he settled into the driver's seat of his pickup truck when Su Zihong's call came through. I had someone assess the materials you provided. The content pertains to enhancing the precision of boring machines. Although it involves mechanics, there is a mathematical aspect as well. Zhang Jing, unfamiliar with the term boring machine, cut straight to the heart of the matter. What is it worth? Somewhat valuable. Is the documentation complete? There are 12 boxes the size of a microwave. I'm uncertain about the completeness. Su Zihong cautioned, these are valuable items. If you engage in a transaction, you might attract the attention of the authorities, such as for espionage. Espionage? Zhang Jing echoed, perplexed. Corporate espionage, Su Zihong clarified. With a chuckle, Zhang Jing replied, "Are you attempting to frighten me?" "Forget it," Su Zihong advised Zhang Jing. "Don't take unnecessary risks." "Do you have buyers?" "Yes." Receiving a confirmed answer, Zhang Jing drove away from the fast food restaurant's parking lot. He stopped midway in a secluded area, transferring the documents from the boxes into a hidden space, then ignited the fuel tank to create a spontaneous fire. The entire process was executed flawlessly, though it was regrettable to lose a second-hand pickup truck. Following this, he dialed emergency services, handled the aftermath, and proceeded directly to the airport. In the evening, he boarded a flight to Hong Kong. 16 hours later, he arrived at Hong Kong International Airport, just as dawn broke. After leaving behind 12 boxes of materials, he received $400,000 equivalent in Hong Kong currency, then boarded another flight to New York, subsequently purchasing a ticket for Tacoma International Airport. The entire process flowed seamlessly, like spring water, leaving no trace. After 2 days of air travel and a day to adjust to the time difference, Zhang Jing emerged from his warm cocoon, aware that he could not afford to pause in his quest for wealth. Today, he was to participate in a warehouse auction. The location was still 4755 Northeast Business Road in Seattle, where nearly 10,000 warehouses of varying sizes were situated. 1 in every 10 Americans owned a self-storage unit, serving as a supplement to their limited living space. This hinted at a lucrative business, spawning thousands of warehouse rental companies. Additionally, due to the consistent financial losses incurred by clearing delinquent warehouses, a new profession of treasure hunters had emerged. Having experienced an auction previously, Zhang Jing was aware that warehouse companies would announce auction details online a week in advance. If there were no city restrictions, similar sales occurred almost daily, encompassing private storage units, airport luggage, and shipping containers, among others. Kangxi was also present, and upon seeing Zhang Jing, excitedly remarked, You missed out the other day when I auctioned a Qing Dynasty Water Guardian statue. One of the dragon's 9 offspring, typically found by the water's edge, is commonly made of stone, substantial and heavy, a remarkable piece. Congratulations! I hope today proves to be a lucky day for both of us. Thank you. Is this your dog? Kangxi inquired, glancing down at the clever dog named Smartbean. Smartbean, speak, Zhang Jing commanded, shaking the leash. Bark. Smartbean, wearing a muzzle, looked up at Kangxi and barked once. Kangxi chuckled. This dog seems quite perceptive. Indeed, it calls you uncle, Zhang Jing teased. As they chatted, they queued to pay the deposit. And soon the auction commenced. The first warehouse was unveiled, revealing a motorcycle clearly visible beneath the dust cover. The specific make was obscured, even its wheels were shrouded. It resembles a Harley, someone speculated. Immediately, another countered, it could just be an ordinary motorcycle. Otherwise, why would it be left here to gather dust? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Kangxi conjectured it wouldn't happen to be a domestically produced electric scooter, would it? Zhang Jing was taken aback. He had indeed guessed correctly. A digital display indicated that within 5 meters, the three-dimensional outline of the motorcycle revealed it lacked an engine. Its structure resembled that of an electric scooter, mimicking a motorcycle's design. However, the silhouette beneath the dust cover appeared strikingly cool, undeniably misleading. The starting bid was set at $500, with increments of no less than $50. 1,000, shouted a redneck, believing that a louder call would confer some advantage. All eyes turned toward him. Typically, treasure hunters refrained from driving up prices maliciously, as they were all ordinary individuals needing to make a living unless, of course, the item had been unveiled. If the motorcycle concealed beneath the dust cover turned out to be a Harley, 1,000 would hardly suffice. As expected, others quickly joined in. And after several rounds of bidding, the price escalated to 3,000. Zhang Jing raised his bid to 3,003. The others continued to pursue. And should Zhang Jing refrain, it would appear peculiar. 5,000. The crowd collectively regarded the eccentric who had bid 5,000, a tall, lanky Asian man named Ida Temple Ming, who provocatively tilted his chin toward Zhang Jing. Confused, Zhang Jing had no recollection of him. This bid should not intimidate the other treasure hunters. After 3 rounds, the price reached 6,005. Zhang Jing added 300, bringing the total to 6,008. In a bid to provoke, Ida Temple Ming raised it to 7,000. With many models of Harley motorcycles, 7,000 was not a premium price, but covered a range of intra-level models. A somewhat familiar heavy-set African-American man then added 50 to the existing 7,000. Zhang Jing fell silent, choosing not to raise his bid further. He merely wished to express his stance without intent to purchase. Kangxi, watching intently, discreetly cautioned Zhang Jing in Mandarin. This place is fraught with pitfalls. It's better to miss out than to engage in a bidding war where the risk outweighs the potential reward. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, Ida Temple Ming successfully secured the first warehouse for $9,700. With a long face, he couldn't resist taunting Zhang Jing by tilting his chin once more. Zhang Jing crossed his arms, observing as Ida Temple Ming unveiled the blind box. $10,000 is no small sum. Everyone awaited the revelation, watching as Ida Temple Ming pulled back the dust cover. As anticipated, it was simply a cheap, plastic-style electric scooter. Ida Temple Ming's expression soured, and the scene was almost comical. For the following few warehouses, Zhang Jing merely tested the waters with his bids, having no genuine intention to buy. Yet Ida Temple Ming persistently caused disruptions. This meant that even if Zhang Jing truly wished to acquire something, he would face malicious interference. To safeguard his interests, Zhang Jing had no choice but to retaliate. The familiar heavy-set African-American man had his sights set on another warehouse filled with assorted boxes and miscellaneous items. Conventionally, it was likely another loss for the warehouse company, but the man's intuition suggested there was treasure within, prompting him to raise the bid to $900. With no further competition, Zhang Jing added $10 to the bid. Upon seeing Zhang Jing's offer, Ida Temple Ming, adhering to his contrary nature, raised it to 1,000. Zhang Jing shrugged, indicating his withdrawal. The heavy-set man, frustrated, added another $10. Seeing Zhang Jing not raise his bid, Ida Temple Ming declared he had lost interest, dismissing the room of junk as unworthy of his attention. Consequently, the heavy-set man ended up spending $110 on the warehouse. Clearly enraged, he had no choice but to endure, as no rules had been violated. The heavy-set man, possessing a good-natured temperament, was not the only one to remain calm. Section 64. Asset disposal. In the next warehouse, a pair of Caucasian father and son were determined to win. Employing the same strategy, Zhang Jing raised the starting bid, and Ida Siming, who had ample funds, promptly added 100. A portion of McDonald's chicken nuggets costs merely 6 yuan, thus 100 is not a trivial sum. Provoking the ire of the Caucasian duo. Bang! A fist the size of a sandbag struck Ida Siming's face, leaving him dazed and retreating repeatedly. You. And you. The assailant turned, pointing at Zhang Jing. You have grievances with each other. Do not involve us. Kangxi stepped between Zhang Jing and the hulking figure, exclaiming, Bro. Do not engage. After a brief commotion, the auction resumed. Do you have a conflict with that Japanese individual? Kangxi inquired of Zhang Jing. Not at all, Zhang Jing replied, casting a glance at the flustered Ida Siming. He is merely a lunatic. In the subsequent warehouses, Zhang Jing remained uninterested, while Kangxi secured the 14th warehouse. There must be valuable items here. Once the auction concludes, we shall return to open the blind boxes. As he spoke, Kangxi skillfully retrieved a lock from his coat pocket. Securing the roll-up door before continuing to the next auction, Zhang Jing did not dishearten Kangxi. He had spent 700 on a disordered warehouse, which contained nothing but a heap of expired door lock samples behind some worn cardboard boxes. Truly, it was all rubbish. The notion of becoming wealthy overnight is unrealistic. It felt like a slap in the face as the host led everyone around to the 15th warehouse. This was a small storage unit, 2 meters wide and approximately 4 meters long, similarly cluttered with debris and some old clothing. Within the 5-meter range of the Golden Finger, 2 vintage-style rifled-less pistols lay concealed in a wooden box in the corner. The pistols lacked grips, not because they were absent, but rather because they were not metallic. This was indeed promising. Starting bid at 50,000 yuan, the host announced. After several rounds, a middle-aged woman called the price up to 300,000 yuan, at which point no one else was willing to increase their bid. Zhang Jing added 5,000 yuan. The middle-aged woman, who had bid 300,000, glanced at Zhang Jing and raised the price to 310,000. Zhang Jing exerted his influence, pushing the price to 400,000 yuan. The woman, unwilling to engage in a fierce competition, shrugged and relinquished her pursuit. Kangxi produced a lock and presented it to Zhang Jing, asking whether to open it now or after the auction. Zhang Jing opted to secure the roll-up door and continue with the auction. Aspirations are beautiful, yet reality can be harsh. The subsequent warehouses were filled with trash, leaving the warehouse company to handle the cleanup. Boss approached a bright-eyed, messy-haired African-American woman. Do you need assistance with the cleanup? I charge very little and have a pickup truck to haul away the garbage. Treasure hunters often double as garbage collectors. And this woman was indeed a true cleaner, seeking a place to dispose of waste. Follow me. Returning to the purchased small warehouse, Zhang Jing unlocked the iron lock. Contrary to common perceptions, the African-American woman was diligent, swiftly moving debris and rubbish outside. Zhang Jing walked directly to the far corner of the warehouse and lifted the wooden box containing the pistols. The dust within the warehouse was overwhelming. So Zhang Jing stepped outside to open it, revealing 2 well-preserved revolvers resting quietly on a piece of blue velvet. The grips appeared to be ivory, although yellowed with age. They did not seem inexpensive. Surprisingly, beneath the pistols lay over a dozen postcards, complete with stamps. Before the internet became prevalent, postcards were quite common, primarily sent by friends and classmates as handwritten greetings, which felt warm. Removing the pistols, he took out the postcards. The handwriting was somewhat erratic, indicating the writer's deteriorating health. The topmost postcard contained a message that read, Winnie, I deeply regret the irreparable wrongs I have committed against you. I am destined for hell. Wishing you all the best. Bowen, dated March 3rd of this year. Examining the other postcards, Zhang Jing gleaned further information. This was a tragic tale. The sender and recipient had once been lovers, deeply infatuated, but were later forced apart. Yet, it was puzzling. What could be so irreparable about a breakup that the man would bear guilt for a lifetime? Considering the writer's shaky handwriting, Zhang Jing surmised that Winnie might be gravely ill or even deceased. Otherwise, she would not have abandoned 2 seemingly valuable antique pistols. Damn it. Kangxi approached, scolding, interrupting Zhang Jing's reading. I bought a warehouse of junk, and I can barely be bothered to deal with it. A few 100,000 yuan is merely pocket change to you. Zhang Jing offered words of comfort. It seems you have stumbled upon something valuable. Kangxi pointed at the wooden box. What is it? Zhang Jing opened the box for Kangxi to see. By the gods! Kangxi exclaimed, they are indeed 2 antique pistols. 40 minutes later, Zhang Jing and Kangxi arrived at the antique shop in Pike Place Market with the antique pistols. The shop's assistant, Will, a stout man with dark brown hair, approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighing around 200 pounds, was idly playing with his fingers. Welcome. What do you have for sale today? Zhang Jing placed the wooden box on the counter and gently opened it. Will, unfamiliar with antique pistols, called upon his father, a bald and burly man. It appears to be a French cavalry pistol, a custom-made version for the wealthy. The burly man donned gloves and examined the pistols closely before declaring, I am not too familiar with this. He gently set the pistols down and called for an antique firearms expert. The expert arrived 20 minutes later, an elderly man with a beard resembling a broom. around 60 years old. Upon seeing the pistols, the expert immediately identified them as a late 18th century French cavalry pistol. The principal difference between a cavalry pistol and a standard pistol lies in its length, with the former typically designed for increased effective range. The expert put on gloves and scrutinized the cavalry pistol closely, noting that it was a custom version adorned with a lion's head motif at the butt, likely belonging to a particular family crest. How much is it worth? The shopkeeper inquired directly, considering it is a custom piece with ivory grips. I estimate each to be valued between 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Zhang Jing felt disappointed. It was far too little. In the realm of commerce, the shopkeeper displayed no sympathy, swiftly countering, Mr. Zhang, how about 4,000 yuan each? The expert had provided the market price, but the pawnshop operated in a secondary market, which naturally could not offer full price. However, the bald man's cut was excessively harsh. After some haggling, they settled on 4,700 yuan each. Do you feel this is insufficient? Kangxi probed as they exited the pawnshop. Zhang Jing nodded. It is woefully inadequate. 9,400 yuan barely covers a week's salary. Let us collaborate on purchasing property. Kangxi extended another invitation. That luxurious estate is being auctioned tomorrow. We could acquire it, renovate it, and the profits would far surpass those from the warehouses. Zhang Jing shrugged. It is not that I am unwilling to collaborate, but rather that my ambitions exceed my means. Parting ways with Kangxi, Zhang Jing returned to Whitefish Town with Smart Bean, passing through Bellevue, where he spotted a grand villa with two A-frame signs at the entrance. Against a red background, white letters proclaimed, estate sale, public auction. Resolutely, he pressed the brakes and pulled over to the roadside. Section 65, Seizing Opportunities in Asset Liquidation and Public Auctions. This household found itself in the unfortunate situation of having an elder pass away, prompting the children to dispose of the elder's belongings and real estate. The term dispose of differs from auction, leading to some initial confusion. Typically, one would assume that personal effects would attract little interest. However, to my surprise, several cars were parked outside, with more than 10 buyers present, creating quite a bustling scene. Upon approaching, I observed a lawn filled with items for sale, including 2 bicycles priced at 120 yuan, a writing desk for 30 yuan, a student desk at 25 yuan, an oil painting of the Great Wall priced at 35 yuan, and an antique grandfather clock from 1959 for 400 yuan. Additionally, there were televisions, printers, desk lamps, globes, various artistic trinkets, speakers, bookshelves, books, a safe, chairs, a garment steamer, candlesticks, and an array of tools in the garage, all meticulously cleaned and displayed for sale, even including cutlery and kitchenware. Zhang Jing surveyed the offerings keenly, hoping to uncover a hidden gem to earn a little money for his employees. Finding nothing of interest indoors, he proceeded to the garage. The garage had doors on both sides, allowing for cross-ventilation, and the backyard beyond also hosted items for sale, such as an inflatable swimming pool and a swing-style bench, along with potted plants. As he paused in front of a flower bed, a clever yellow dog wearing a muzzle barked up at him. Zhang Jing regarded the dog thoughtfully. Your dog is quite special. What breed is it? A middle-aged woman in her 40s approached and asked. It's a rural dog, Zhang Jing replied. The woman, merely being polite, pointed to the flower bed made of potted plants and inquired, do you like flowers? Zhang Jing nodded and praised, they are well cared for. My father loves plants. The woman introduced, and he has purchased quite a few books on the subject. Zhang Jing, with audacity, asked, I would like to buy both the flowers and the house. How much is this property? The woman's eyes lit up, realizing the financial capability often associated with Asians, and was pleasantly surprised by Zhang Jing's decisiveness, stating, we plan to sell it for 2.6 million yuan. The term we referred to the children of the deceased, intending to sell everything and divide the inheritance. What is the indoor area? How large is the front and backyard? Without including the 2 parking spaces in the garage, the indoor area is 475 square feet, with the front yard at 1,022 square feet and the backyard at 1,295 square feet. Converting these figures gives approximately 230 square meters for the indoor space, about 95 square meters for the front yard, and around 120 square meters for the backyard. Uncertain of the price's fairness, Zhang Jing said, let me make a call to check. Please do, the woman replied courteously. Zhang Jing called Barbie, asking her to describe the property's address, size, renovation status, and price in front of the homeowner. Boss, Barbie reported, after a comprehensive analysis, the house is neither too expensive nor too cheap. It is at a standard market price, with no hidden bargains. Understanding, Zhang Jing discussed with the homeowner, we will not negotiate on the 2.6 million. Leave behind any unsold furniture and appliances. They agreed swiftly. The homeowner extended her hand without hesitation, as this was a liquidation, Those items were merely trifles that could take a week or two to process. So it was more convenient to sell them as a package. They signed the contract that afternoon and proceeded with the transfer of ownership and tax payment, delegating the matter to Barbie. After a week of quiet anticipation, they received the keys. Zhang Jing returned with the clever dog. He opened the front door, walked through the living room and kitchen, and headed directly to the flower bed in the backyard, moving aside the pots of flowers. Beneath lay a cement slab approximately 3 square meters in size, lowered by about 5 centimeters from the surrounding ground. The clever dog leaped on the cement surface. "You better not make a mistake," Zhang Jing warned the dog sternly, "or dinner will be dog meat." Finding a crowbar in the garage, Zhang Jing pried at the edges of the slab, discovering it could be lifted. He uncovered the cement slab to reveal a narrow downward passage approximately 6 meters deep. Zhang Jing stepped inside, finding a cramped space reminiscent of a cellar, where 4 exquisitely crafted metal boxes lay quietly on the ground, uncertain of their contents. He collected them all into a secret space and replaced the cement cover, returning the potted plants to their original positions. Just then, the doorbell rang in the front yard. He quickly restored the potted plants, jogged through the living room, and opened the door. To his surprise, a fair-skinned, sweet-faced blonde girl with blue eyes and a slender frame stood outside, holding a box of chocolates. "Hello, new neighbor. I'm Lindsay Moore, and I live next door to your left." Zhang Jing glanced at the adjacent villa, a beautiful 2-story frame house belonging to a wealthy family. "Thank you. I was just about to head out, so I want to invite you in," he replied, accepting the chocolates from her hand. Lindsay Moore, slightly embarrassed, waved her hand dismissively. "No problem." After driving back to the winery, Zhang Jing isolated himself in the eerie house's room, extracting one of the metal boxes for examination. After considerable effort, he managed to open it, revealing many transparent sealed containers the size of crayons, tightly wrapped around a light brown powdered solid. Clearly, these light brown substances were beyond Zhang Jing's comprehension. When faced with difficulties, he sought expert advice. Zhang Jing donned gloves, took a small sample of the solid, and photographed it to send to Su Zheong. Following the usual protocol, he informed Su of the 300 yuan appraisal fee, requesting a direct transfer. In the dead of night, Su Zheong had just settled into bed when he received the photograph and was left bewildered. An expert in historical artifacts and ancient relics, he also dabbled in meteorites. Yet Zhang Jing seemed to regard him as a universal authority. For the sake of the monetary reward, Su Zheong donned his reading glasses to scrutinize the photograph. Having inferred something due to his wife's medication, he was still uncertain. Instructing his wife briefly, he donned a thick coat and left his dormitory to knock on a colleague's door in the medical department. "Old Wang, can you help me determine if this is the basic raw material for the targeted drug sorafenib?" The medical professor known as Old Wang took the phone, glanced at the image, and nodded affirmatively without close inspection. "Yes, this is sorafenib. It is very valuable, but due to patent issues, unauthorized transactions are illegal and heavily penalized." "Thank you, I understand." Su Zheong began to leave. "Wait," the medical professor called after him. "Your wife is ill, and medication can be pricey. Don't hesitate to ask if you need emergency funds." After taking back his phone, Su Zheong deleted the image, assuring, "I want to engage in illegal activities. Rest easy." Zhang Jing soon realized that the metal box contained the basic raw materials for the targeted drug sorafenib, a precious and life-saving medication. Alarmed, he promptly deleted any chat records with Su Zheong, fearing incomplete deletion. He first submerged his phone in water, then smashed it piece by piece before soaking it again, repeating the process until it was thoroughly destroyed. The 4 boxes of raw materials were extraordinarily valuable, and Zhang Jing pondered how the previous owner had acquired them. Exercising utmost caution, upon leaving the eerie house, he found Barbie at the winery and instructed, for the Bellevue house, arrange for partial renovations and then list it for sale. "Understood," she replied. At this moment, 4-year-old Delin, sporting 2 twisty pigtails, giggled as she walked in hand with 3-year-old David. Upon seeing Zhang Jing, they sweetly called out, "Hello, Uncle Zhang Jing." "Hello to both of you," Zhang Jing replied, gently patting their little heads, finding them utterly adorable. Reflecting on past promises made to DeLong, and considering the previous night's events where he had defended the ranch by eliminating 6 adversaries, he turned to Barbie and inquired, "How is the school district for the Bellevue house?" The property prices in that area are all above 2 million. It's an expensive market with high property taxes. However, the funds are well allocated for education and security, and it boasts many esteemed teachers. The school district is among the best in Bellevue. Zhang Jing felt perplexed, pondering the allocation of property tax funds. "Do you have any insights?" Every year, prior to the payment of property taxes, the authorities send a letter detailing the proportions of expenditures on education, public safety, municipal maintenance, and remittances. Is it possible for them to manipulate these figures? Zhang Jing inquired further. I understand your concerns, Barbie elucidated, and indeed such occurrences have transpired. For instance, when the authorities need to purchase a chair, they might spend 300 instead of the necessary 30. According to legal stipulations, governmental purchases are required to be publicly announced in newspapers to ensure transparency and public oversight. However, they exploit this by publishing in obscure newspapers with negligible circulation in remote areas, or even establishing their own press to issue publications that are never sold to the public. Zhang Jing raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. Barbie shrugged in resignation. Such high-level matters are beyond my control. One must simply tend to one's own affairs. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Jing resolved, I shall not sell the house. I will keep it for Dylan's education. Barbie's mouth fell agape in astonishment, utterly taken aback. I have to embark on a long journey. The vineyard and the horse farm will be entrusted to you. Originally, my account held 6.88 million, of which 2.6 million has been spent, leaving a balance of 4.28 million. This amount is insufficient to purchase manor number 1049. I must ensure I have ample resources at hand, for traveling is inevitable. Section 66, Yukon River Horse Ranch. Haifa and Andy galloped on horseback, while I just stood at the edge of the ranch, her alabaster chin slightly raised as she observed them. So engrossed was she that she failed to notice Zhang Jing's approach. After a period of acquaintance, as Ding Jiaqin had remarked, Ijus, albeit a perfectionist, possessed remarkable horse training skills and displayed utmost professionalism. Zhang Jing now understood that Ijus had come to work at the Champion Ranch solely due to Wenli. There was no other conceivable reason. He recognized his own lack of qualities that might attract others, especially given his connections with Ding Jiaqin and Chu Shaoqing. Whenever they were around, Ijus would often forego meals at the ranch and avoid social gatherings. One might wonder if the trivialities of adolescence could still linger in the mind. Had they truly not moved past their youth? When did you arrive? I just finally noticed Zhang Jing. Just got here. How are General Lan Can't Die doing? Can't Die has a rapid sprint, reaching speeds close to 67 kilometers per hour. General boasts excellent stamina and commendable speed. Star possesses a harmonious blend of both endurance and velocity. They are all fine horses. Did General Lan Can't Die have a chance of making it to the Seattle Cup finals? I just replied with unwavering confidence, absolutely. Excluding any external disturbances, they will certainly reach the finals. What are the plans after the Seattle Cup? Zhang Jing inquired. The 4 crown races from May to July, including the Kentucky Derby, 2,000 meters, the Preakness Stakes, 1,900 meters, and the Belmont Stakes, 2,400 meters. How rare is a 4 crown winner? Zhang Jing asked, intrigued. I just elaborated thoughtfully. The last time a 4 crown winner emerged was in 2015, before that in 1978, and prior to that in 1948. Zhang Jing was taken aback. It had taken 37 years between the last 2 winners. Such occurrences are indeed rare. I just gazed at Star, who was leisurely strolling nearby, contemplating that perhaps when it turns 3, it might take on this challenge. Star is a stallion, Zhang Jing queried. If it becomes a 4 crown winner, how much could its breeding rights fetch per instance? 200,000 meters. I just chuckled. I can hardly dare to dream of a 4 crown winner. Let us just hope for the best. Zhang Jing was astonished. Should that come to pass, wouldn't he need to hire bodyguards for the racehorse? After a brief conversation, Zhang Jing reminded her, I must leave for a while. I'll leave the horse training in your capable hands. If you have the chance to visit Manor 1032 next time, please remember to take me along, I just requested earnestly. Of course, Zhang Jing readily agreed, concerned that she might slack off or lack motivation. Ding Jiaqin was at school, and Zhang Jing sent her a text to notify her of his plans. That afternoon, he completed his shopping at the supermarket and made an online reservation for a small aircraft. Zhang Jing prepared to search for the elusive gold river, which Katie's grandfather had spoken of. 50 years prior, Katie's grandfather had serendipitously discovered a 10-pound nugget of gold in a tributary of the Yukon River. This fortunate find led him to marry a beautiful woman, thus giving rise to Katie's story. The following morning, he flew directly to Alaska's capital, Anchorage. Upon arrival, his immediate impression was one of cold. The temperature felt well below -10 degrees Celsius, prompting continuous sneezing. After an hour, he located his pre-checked smart bean and, accompanied by his dog, followed the signs to the parking lot. It seemed it had recently rained, leaving a thick layer of ice on the sidewalk, forcing people to walk on the roadway instead. Hello, are you Mr. Zhang? A middle-aged Caucasian man with a fair complexion approached to greet him. I am Charles, the pilot. That's me, Zhang Jing confirmed. We're heading to the aircraft now to fly directly to our destination. Zhang Jing had previously rented a C-47 transport aircraft from World War II, a propeller-driven antique. It would fly northeast for 700 kilometers at a cost of 8,000 meters, a chartered round trip. This was a necessary investment, unavoidable. As the tributary Katie's grandfather had visited had no roads, one could only travel by air or water. The journey was smooth, and they quickly reached their destination. Zhang Jing was taken aback to find his rented aircraft parked in a desolate area. "How can we take off from here?" he asked pilot Charles. "This is how we fly," Charles explained. "The terrain where you're headed is quite challenging. Although the C-47 is a bit old, it requires minimal conditions for landing." If the pilot was willing to fly, Zhang Jing was equally inclined to board. Moments later, the plane began its slow acceleration down the runway. The uneven ground caused vibrations akin to a car racing over the lunar surface, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. The entire aircraft trembled with odd noises. Fortunately, the discomfort did not last long, and they ascended smoothly. After merely 70 minutes, the C-47 began its descent, scanning for a landing site. Below lay rugged mountains, uneven snow-covered plains, and clusters of large trees, presenting quite a challenge. "My God," Charles exclaimed, "this is more difficult to land than I imagined. Mr. Zhang, do you know how to parachute?" "I'd rather not," Zhang Jing inwardly cursed, reminding himself to patiently seek a landing spot. "I can drop you at the nearest village. It's less than 80 kilometers from your coordinates." "That won't do," Zhang Jing refused. While 80 kilometers might seem close in a city, it was a substantial distance in the wilderness without roads. Ultimately, Charles chose to land on the ice, a process more thrilling than the flight itself. Zhang Jing feared the aircraft might crash upon landing. Fortunately, being an antique, the plane's power was not overwhelming, and the layer of snow on the ice provided some resistance. After exiting the cockpit and standing on the ice, pilot Charles curiously asked, "Mr. Zhang, what brings you out here at this time?" "I just went through a breakup and am feeling down," Zhang Jing replied. Charles remained silent for a moment before advising, "Be careful." "I will be cautious," Zhang Jing assured him. Charles added, "I meant to be careful of others. They might harbor ill intentions simply because you're dressed well." "Does it sound like a movie?" Charles chuckled. "Don't belie Section 67. A silver sister falls from the sky. The air was dry and biting cold, with the temperature feeling as low as -20 degrees upon contact with the face. Thanks to advancements in technology, Zhang Jing was not clad like a penguin. He wore a gel jacket merely 3 millimeters thick, long pants, and beneath it all, just a cashmere autumn shirt and long johns, keeping his body temperature around 28 degrees. The quality was excellent, and the price was quite reasonable, with the entire ensemble, including shoes, gloves, and hat, costing 3,000 yuan. Considering its ability to withstand temperatures as low as -96 degrees, Zhang Jing readily purchased 2 sets. Money could be earned again. But losing one's life meant losing everything. Aside from his face, the rest of his body felt relatively comfortable. Taking a deep breath of the frigid air, Zhang Jing stowed away his motorcycle and began to trek across the ice, step by step. The ice was about 14 to 15 centimeters thick, covered by a layer of fresh snow. The river was not particularly deep, around a meter or more. As long as there was metal at the riverbed, it would surely not be overlooked. However, things did not proceed smoothly. After trudging across the ice all day, he had not found even a single piece of gold, but instead found his clever dog, Smartbean, to be the happiest. Freed from the leash and muzzle, Smartbean bounded across the icy surface like a carefree child, barking joyfully and rolling about. "I don't want to stew dog meat tonight." Zhang Jing called out to the dog, "Hurry up and hunt." With a yelp, Smartbean darted into the woods. Zhang Jing located a suitable spot for the night, a stone by the riverbank that sheltered him from the snow and the wind. He first gathered stones to build a fire pit, then collected dry branches from fallen trees. The dry wood had washed down from upstream over time, plentiful and easy to find. His axe was stored in the secret silver space, as he had prepared thoroughly with all necessary tools and supplies before setting out. Once these tasks were completed, Smartbean returned, proudly carrying a white grouse in its mouth. This significantly lifted Zhang Jing's spirits. He patted the dog's head, praising, "Once I find gold this time, I'll find you a mate." Mentioning a mate made Smartbean's eyes sparkle as it turned and sprinted off again. Zhang Jing paid no mind. Smartbean was a clever and agile country dog with a special knack for handling dangers. At this moment, Zhang Jing pondered whether to braise the wild grouse or make a soup. Regardless of the choice, water was necessary. Fortune struck again when, while chiseling ice to fetch water for cleaning the chicken, he discovered a number of fish in the ice hole. With the secret silver space at his disposal, he quickly retrieved a fish. Section 68. The kind-hearted old man. The elderly man cautiously opened Zhang Jing's backpack, revealing a few items such as food and clothing, no firearms. After confirming there was no threat, he set down his hunting rifle and asked in a neutral tone, "What brings you here?" "Searching for gold," Zhang Jing replied. "Have you found any?" I walked along the riverbank and found nothing. You should have come in the summer. Zhang Jing did not argue. May I leave now? Put on your clothes and come in for a cup of tea. Zhang Jing donned his jacket, picked up his backpack, and hurriedly followed the old man's footsteps. The house was approximately 60 to 70 meters from the riverbank, if not for the snow dogs. The old man would have been oblivious to Zhang Jing's passage in front of his door. What is your name? The old man inquired. Zhang Jing. From Longhua? Yes. Everyone calls me Lao Dai Jin. You may call me that as well. After a few exchanges, the two arrived at the front of the house. Upon pushing open the door and entering the small living room, Lao Dai Jin prepared a cup of red tea for Zhang Jing. It has been a long time since someone visited me. The last stranger was here a year and a half ago. Was the experience not dreadful? Zhang Jing probed cautiously. Lao Dai Jin's expression shifted. How do you know? Earlier by the river, you seemed a bit overly anxious. I feared I might mistakenly harm a good person. This rationale was compelling, leaving Zhang Jing with no grounds for rebuttal. At that moment, Zhang Jing noticed a wire moving in the adjacent room, being manipulated by someone tying it to the ceiling fan light in the bedroom, as if intending to commit suicide. Feeling bewildered, Zhang Jing inquired, Do you live here alone? I have a daughter. Could you invite her to join us for tea? Zhang Jing urged, his anxiety concealed beneath a calm demeanor. She suffers from depression. Strangers could exacerbate her condition. Zhang Jing reiterated, I have heard that depression can be quite tormenting and may lead to suicidal tendencies. Should you not check on her? Indeed. The daughter had suicidal inclinations, and spurred by Zhang Jing's warnings, Lao Dai Jin hastened to open the door, only to find his daughter attempting to take her life. The wire was already around her neck, and Lao Dai Jin rushed to support her. When Zhang Jing beheld Lao Dai Jin's daughter, he was struck by her imposing stature, standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing around 250 to 60 pounds, while her height was comparable to Katie's. Her physique was leagues apart. Help me, Lao Dai Jin pleaded, struggling to lift his daughter. Zhang Jing dashed forward, exerting his strength to assist in raising the woman. After a considerable effort, both Zhang Jing and Lao Dai Jin successfully saved her, though the woman was emotionally distraught, crying and shouting uncontrollably. Tears and snot streaming down her face. The sedatives had run out, and Lao Dai Jin was in disarray, fearing she might bite her tongue. Zhang Jing, unaware of the severity of depression, recalled the song sung by Chu Xiaoqing and began to sing She Must Have Magic in English. She must have magic, pulling me in. Unaware of the cliff's edge, let me experience the disparity of love and hate. Love is a brilliant firework, as if genuine magic exists. Miraculously, the woman soon calmed down. A year and a half prior, during the summer, 6 strangers had suddenly arrived here. This is a sorrowful tale. Milika, Lao Dai Jin's daughter, witnessed her mother being murdered by evildoers, dying in Milika's arms. Although those 6 villains were ultimately killed by Lao Dai Jin, Milika subsequently fell into a severe depression. 69. The laughter of geese on the following afternoon, old Dai Jin and his daughter, Milika, accompanied by a group of dogs, arrived at the racetrack. Thank you for offering me a job. Old Dai Jin expressed his gratitude while shaking Zhang Jing's hand, allowing him the opportunity to care for Milika close to the hospital. Zhang Jing gestured towards Barbie, introducing her as the manager of the winery and racetrack, who would arrange work and accommodation for him. The two exchanged brief greetings. Brother, Milika gently tugged at Zhang Jing's arm. May I hear that song once more? Zhang Jing stood at 178 centimeters and weighed 160 Jin, while Milika towered at 190 centimeters and weighed approximately 260 Jin, creating a stark contrast as she stood beside him. Zhang Jing glanced at old Dai Jin, seeking confirmation. Thank you. If it's not too much trouble, old Dai Jin implored. I'll take Milika for a stroll around the racetrack. The racetrack was situated behind the 6-row dormitory at the entrance, encompassing about 5 acres of muddy ground. Upon their arrival, they found Haifa and Idris chatting beside the racetrack, while the male rider, Andy, was controlling a horse in motion. Seeing Zhang Jing approach with the large girl, both Haifa and Idris were taken aback. Haifa waved her hand in greeting and inquired, Boss, who is this? Milika. She just joined the racetrack, Zhang Jing replied, introducing Haifa as a jockey and Idris as a horse trainer. Hello, little one, Haifa said, looking up at Susan from a 60-degree angle and extending her hand. Welcome to the champion racetrack. Milika appeared somewhat timid, retreating slightly behind Zhang Jing. The scene was rather comical, a large figure intimidated by a smaller one. Zhang Jing encouraged, Milika, Haifa will be a good friend. Her barbecue is particularly delicious. At that, Milika extended her hand to Haifa, but it was a fleeting touch, as if they had been shocked. Over the next 2 hours, Milika and Haifa gradually became acquainted and forged a friendship. That night, Zhang Jing found himself restless, plagued by sleeplessness, and eventually jolted awake from a nightmare. In summary, He felt uneasy about the 20 tons of silver he had acquired. Weighing the pros and cons, he resolved to consult Wenli, who had previously mentioned her willingness to assist him with the inheritance of a study. Zhang Jing had mockingly questioned her capability at her age, but she had proven her worth, demonstrating that even her residual energy was akin to that of a volcano. In the spirit of courtesy, Zhang Jing called his assistant, Li Xing, to schedule a visit with Aegis before departing. He had previously promised to take Aegis to the estate at 1032 Avenue 84. Upon receiving permission, he changed his attire and set off. Unlike his previous visits, this time Zhang Jing opted for casual wear, donning a comfortable navy jacket, jeans, and black sneakers. Aegis, initially dressed formally, decided to switch to a more relaxed outfit at a roadside clothing store to match Zhang Jing's style and color. Despite their casual attire, they were mindful of their timing, avoiding the earlier mistakes of arriving at breakfast or lunch hours. At precisely 9:30, Zhang Jing rang the doorbell of the estate. They met Wenli at 9:45. "Good day, ma'am," they greeted as they entered the parlor. Wenli, not in her youth, appeared relatively spry as she reclined on the sofa, cradling a blue cat, and languidly asked, "When did you two start seeing each other?" "Aegis is a horse trainer." Zhang Jing explained, "She is not my girlfriend." "Did you sleep together last night?" Wenli seemed a bit hard of hearing. Ahem, Zhang Jing coughed slightly to remind her. "I have a girlfriend. You've met her, Ding Jiaqi." Just a jest, Wenli waved Aegis over, signaling her to sit beside her. "How is your grandmother lately?" Zhang Jing found himself at a loss for words, having no choice but to stand. Aegis, bubbling with joy, flitted to Wenli's side, chattering animatedly about the endless tasks at St. Buddha racetrack. At her age, Wenli still clung tightly to power and wealth, needing to learn to let go. Aegis felt a twinge of discomfort, as her grandmother epitomized the relentless pursuit of material wealth, even at 70. That said, Aegis's own materialistic tendencies were undoubtedly influenced by her grandmother. After a few awkward exchanges, Wenli ushered Aegis out. "You wait outside for a moment. I need to speak with Zhang Jing." Aegis complied and exited. "What is it you wish to discuss?" Wenli turned to Zhang Jing. He glanced at his assistant, Li Xing, who, in his 40s, bore a ruggedly masculine expression reminiscent of Zhao Wenjue. "Go ahead, I'm all ears," Wenli said, appearing at ease. "I discovered approximately 20 tons of silver in the large forest along the Yukon River in Alaska, near the borders of Maple Leaf Country. Each piece is about the size of a pencil case, with varying weights." Wenli turned to Li Xing, instructing, "Look into this." As Li Xing departed, only Zhang Jing, Wenli, and the blue cat remained in the parlor. With a curious glint in her eyes, Wenli scrutinized Zhang Jing. "I've heard you're planning to benefit from soft power? What do you mean by soft power?" Zhang Jing inquired, perplexed. 1049 estate, Wenli languidly reminded him. Zhang Jing firmly countered, "I am a treasure hunter. I cannot overlook such an opportunity bestowed by the heavens, especially when it is legal." Wenli chuckled, finding amusement in his response. "You've only recently arrived in Seattle. How did you uncover this hidden loophole?" "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, section 70. The manipulative woman?" As far as the silver is concerned, Zhang Jing can manage it himself. "Do you have any means to handle some basic materials for targeted drug production, specifically sorafenib?" Li Xing, struggling to comprehend, inquired, "Sorafenib?" "Yes. How did you come by such a thing?" "It was an unexpected find during a treasure hunt." "How much do you have?" "About 100 G. 100 G. Li Xing's eyes widened in disbelief. "How much do you plan to sell it for?" "I am unaware of the price." Their exchange was rapid. If it weren't for Wenli, Zhang Jing would have never trusted Li Xing or confided in him so freely. "It needs to be delivered to Xiangjiang. Regardless of the final sale price, you will receive 70%. I will deliver it myself," Zhang Jing asserted confidently. Li Xing was startled and, concerned that Zhang Jing did not grasp the gravity of the situation, warned him seriously, "With 100 Gene, it is difficult to ensure your associates 1T betray you. If caught during transportation, you will likely face severe consequences, possibly spending a lifetime in prison." Zhang Jing, not one to jest with his life, replied, "I can ensure safe delivery." Observing Zhang Jing's determination, Li Xing promised, "If you can deliver it to Xiangjiang, you shall receive 90% of the final sale price." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. After spending an hour at the 1032 Manor, he drove a pickup truck with Igz back to Bayou Town. While traversing the gravel road, they encountered a police car coming from the opposite direction. A tall and slender officer named Qiao rolled down the window and greeted them warmly. "Long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see. I heard the Champion Racecourse plans to participate in this year's Seattle Cup. Is that true?" "It is indeed true. Generalissimo will compete in the 3,200 meters, and Deathless will participate in the 1,600 meters." "That is fantastic. Xiao exclaimed. I will definitely be at the racetrack to cheer for Generalissimo and Deathless. Thank you, Zhang Jing replied politely. I worry they may not achieve good results. Results are not what matters. Bayou Town has never participated in the Seattle Cup, and this is a monumental achievement. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Jing first dropped IGZ off at the racecourse before returning to the winery. In the haunted house's living room, after replacing the old furniture, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing sat on the couch, clutching cushions, leaning against the fireplace, and watching two broke girls, filled with humorous dialogues and some risque jokes. At some amusing scene, both burst into uncontrollable laughter. Brother Zhang. Ding Jiaqing waved to Zhang Jing. Come here, it's hilarious. Zhang Jing sat beside his girlfriend, joining her in watching the television. In the show, the second female lead, Caroline, was originally a wealthy heiress but fell from grace when her father was imprisoned for orchestrating a Ponzi scheme. She possessed nothing but a horse, and it was because of that horse that Caroline found herself in dire straits. The story was comical, yet laced with poignancy and heartache. As time passed, the outdoor chill contrasted with the warm indoor atmosphere, and Ding Jiaqing gradually dozed off in Zhang Jing's embrace. Zhang Jing too succumbed to drowsiness, and they nestled together. The following weekend, Zhang Jing took Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing to school before heading straight to the airport with a backpack, though he possessed a secret silver space. Being empty-handed could raise suspicions. Approaching the airport, worried about the in-flight meal, he passed by McDonald's and purchased 2 buckets of fried chicken to stow in his backpack. Although they were fast-growing chickens and the streets were filled with overweight individuals, the taste was delightful. It was said that the world's leading scientists on taste and flavor worked for several top-tier food companies. Previously dismissed as mere rumors, it now seemed quite plausible. However, the aroma of fried chicken proved too enticing for security to allow through. How embarrassing. Had it been 2 buckets of milk, Zhang Jing might have managed to negotiate. But 2 buckets of fried chicken were excessive and too greasy. He contemplated using his secret silver space but hesitated due to the crowd and prying eyes. At that moment, a handsome young man approached, speaking in Cantonese, dragging a suitcase behind him. Need any help, brother? He asked Zhang Jing. Sure. Zhang Jing handed him a bucket of fried chicken. I'm Guayu, he said as he accepted the chicken. I was just feeling hungry. It must be fate that we crossed paths. Zhang Jing made it clear. Although I appear very manly, I am not what you think. Guayu paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You misunderstood. I may look delicate, but I am indeed a real man. Without further ado, as others began boarding, they squatted nearby, savoring the chicken, managing to board just 3 minutes before the flight. Zhang Jing had booked an economy class ticket, while Guayu had a business class ticket. Pulling Zhang Jing aside, Guayu generously offered, since you treated me to fried chicken, let me treat you to an upgrade. Zhang Jing was pleasantly surprised by this stroke of luck and readily agreed. The flight would have a 3-hour layover in Tokyo and would arrive in Xiangjiang 19 hours later. Upon landing, Zhang Jing checked into a hotel, resting for a night before embarking on a life of indulgence, shopping, sightseeing, clubbing, horse racing, and culinary exploration. On the 10th day after his arrival, he traveled to the countryside, renting a charming seaside villa that blossomed in the spring. On the 12th day, he summoned Li Xing to finalize the transaction of 4 boxes of serafinib. Li Xing arrived within half an hour, and upon seeing the 4 metal boxes, he reacted as if he had encountered extraterrestrial beings, exclaiming, "This is impossible. How did you manage this?" Everyone has their own means of survival, Zhang Jing replied unabashedly. The 100 gene are all here. I'm in a hurry to return. Are you really in such a hurry? Li Xing murmured. Why spend over 10 days in Xiangjiang? Zhang Jing retorted in surprise. Were you following me? Li Xing evaded the question, tilting his head in contemplation, and after a while, he ventured to ask, did you bribe the airline? How many members do you have? How much are they worth? Unable to respond, he abruptly changed the topic. The price might be higher than you imagine. Under normal circumstances, buyers are willing to pay only 600 yuan per gram. Zhang Jing was astonished. Isn't that still high? Li Xing's expression remained unchanged, as though he had weathered countless storms. 5 milligrams of serafinib sells for 120 to 140 renminbi per dose. 1 gram equals 1,000 milligrams, which at 120 renminbi equates to 24,000 RMB per gram, translating to approximately 3,600 yuan per gram. Zhang Jing chuckled. Li Xing, you're calculating the terminal price. That's what it costs the patients. If we trace it back, the manufacturers must profit, the hospitals must profit, and the middlemen must profit, all while taxes are levied at each stage. Imagine, a farmer sells a pound of apples for 7 or 8 dimes, yet it costs 7 or 8 bucks at the supermarket. If it were 600 yuan per gram, I would be quite content. However, from your tone, it seems the figure is far beyond that. What is the current situation? Zhang Jing asked Li Xing. The items you found are different. To be precise, they can reverse source. Zhang Jing's heart raced. It was akin to receiving an aircraft engine that normally couldn't be replicated, or would take 10 to 20 years to reproduce. But suddenly, there was an operational engine, with all data clearly marked, all processes meticulously documented, and every part showing how to manufacture it. In such a case, its value would be entirely different. Zhang Jing eagerly inquired, "So, how much is it worth?" 370 million yuan, Li Xing explained. "This figure is not what I desire, but rather what they are willing to offer. Thanking you for bringing hope to countless patients. You have done a good deed." After deducting the 10 commission and the 9 tax, there remained 300 million, truly echoing the adage that all opportunities for overnight wealth are inscribed within the law. If the original owner were to discover this, they would certainly not be lenient. Fortunately, as the intermediary, Li Xing would bear the brunt of any trouble, and the original owner would likely first seek out Wen Li. However, seeing Li Xing's composure, Zhang Jing felt reassured. With no further matters to attend to, he boarded a flight out of Xiangjiang that same day, still seated in economy class. Fortune smiled upon me this time, as I found myself seated beside a strikingly beautiful woman, a true gem, a model with exquisite features, tall stature, and cascading waves of long hair. "What do you do for a living?" the enchanting model inquired of Zhang Jing. "I raise horses," he replied. "That sounds like a wonderful occupation," she remarked, though the superficial compliment belied her true sentiments. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, after a prolonged silence of over 10 minutes, the woman posed another question to Zhang Jing. "Have you ever encountered a heartbreaker?" Recollections of his ex-girlfriend, Xiao Jing, flooded his mind, and he nodded affirmatively. "Don't be disheartened." She awkwardly comforted him. "The more you date, the less it will hurt." "Why is that?" Zhang Jing asked, his mind wandering as the conversation drifted. "You become accustomed to the pain," she replied. Zhang Jing chuckled inwardly. Her words had a certain sharpness to them. Seeking to alleviate the monotony, he inquired, "How do you avoid marrying a scoundrel?" "With anything in life, practice makes perfect. Just date a few more boyfriends, and you are bound to find a good one," she answered. Zhang Jing found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was there a flaw in her reasoning? It seemed erroneous, yet somehow, it also felt valid. Section 71. The mixed journey. Upon returning to Seattle, Zhang Jing first sought out Ding Jiaqing at the University of Seattle. The location, being in the city center, raised concerns about safety, as it was rife with homeless individuals, street delinquents, drug dealers, and professional escorts. After a fortnight's absence, Zhang Jing spotted Ding Jiaqing from a distance. She opened her arms and rushed towards him for a heartfelt embrace. The duration of their hug prompted a teasing remark from Chu Xiaoqing, who followed behind, jesting. "Are you two glued together?" Yet, both Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing had grown accustomed to Chu Xiaoqing's antics. "When did you return?" Ding Jiaqing inquired with genuine concern. "Just got back," Zhang Jing replied. "You should have informed me beforehand. I would have picked you up from the airport." He gently embraced his girlfriend, feeling a warmth in his heart. Chu Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at the display of affection, feeling as though she were being force-fed romantic gestures. As they stood at the school entrance, surrounded by a throng of people, the trio made their way to a nearby CAF and settled at a table. Ding Jiaqing initiated a conversation, asking, "How was Hong Kong, Brother Zhang?" "It was enjoyable. I visited many places, and it was livelier than Seattle," he responded. Suddenly, Chu Xiaoqing interjected, "Did you go to Clover nightclub?" "I did," Zhang Jing readily admitted, describing the abundance of scantily clad women, overpriced drinks, and energetic music. The atmosphere shifted as he explained, "I met a new friend on the plane, and he took me there. We merely indulged in drinks. Nothing else transpired." "No worries." Ding Jiaqing reassured him with optimism. "You don't need to explain." Zhang Jing turned to Chu Xiaoqing and inquired, "How's Wuda doing?" Wuda was Chu Xiaoqing's ex-boyfriend, a fitness coach, and Zhang Jing intended to poke fun at her, thinking it unreasonable to eat from another's plate while simultaneously smashing their pot. "He's still in Seattle." "Doing well." Chu Xiaoqing's expression faltered slightly. Zhang Jing teased, "He seems quite infatuated with you. Have you considered cohabitation?" Chu Xiaoqing fell silent. "Brother Zhang," Ding Jiaqing interjected. "Xiaoqing has already broken up with Wuda. He exhibited violent tendencies and has stalked both of us several times." Zhang Xiaoqing's situation was unfortunate, and Zhang Jing felt it unnecessary to press further. In the afternoon, they procured food and beverages. After Ding Jiaqing's classes concluded, the three of them drove back to the vineyard. With Christmas approaching, Zhang Jing donated 10,000 to the town's police, and Zhou promised to patrol irregularly. On the gravel road leading to the vineyard, they encountered a patrol car once more. Given that the town's police department consisted of only 5 individuals, including the secretary and the mayor, Zhang Jing was greeted by the tall, slender officer, Zhou. "Zhang, long time no see," Zhou greeted, lowering his window. "Barbie mentioned you were on vacation abroad." "Indeed," Zhang Jing replied casually. I just returned. Any noteworthy news in the police department? Zhang Jing's intent was to inquire about potential business opportunities, but Joe brought unexpected news. Actually, there is, Joe explained. Just last night, Nick Torkas arrived in Seattle. And we've been instructed to remain vigilant. Who is that? Zhang Jing assumed it to be someone significant. Nick Torkas is a member of the Maple Leaf Country's Mixed Air-Sea Transport Brigade, having recently retired. His father was murdered at the Ottawa estate a year and a half ago, and he appears to be seeking revenge. The accumulating coincidences suggested he was indeed after old Zhang Jing, and Zhang Jing realized he could also become embroiled in trouble. By the way, Zhang Jing asked Joe, what is this Mixed Air-Sea Transport Brigade? It sounds unimpressive, but it is actually the strongest special forces unit in the Maple Leaf Country, often deployed in chaotic regions. Zhang Jing internally cursed upon hearing that. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Joe resumed his patrol, and Zhang Jing returned to the vineyard, where he found old Zhang Jing laboring in the brewing workshop. Old Zhang Jing had been assigned to work under Cindy by Barbie. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang Jing, but you must leave my estate, Zhang Jing stated directly. The older man, confused, asked for clarification. Zhang Jing continued, I encountered the town sheriff outside. He informed me that Nick Torkas arrived in Seattle last night. Who is Nick Torkas? Old Zhang Jing inquired, bewildered. What does that have to do with me? Nick Torkas just retired from the Mixed Air-Sea Transport Brigade. He is the son of the Ottawa Mining Company owner. Many harbored suspicions, but old Zhang Jing denied any connection, asserting, the incident at the Ottawa estate has nothing to do with me. The police investigated at the time. Otherwise, I would be in prison. Zhang Jing was resolute in his decision to dismiss him, stating, I don't want to attract trouble. With the owner's insistence, old Zhang Jing had no choice but to leave the estate. Can I take Milika with me, along with the 8 sled dogs? He pleaded. Zhang Jing nodded in acquiescence. Old Zhang Jing set aside his work and went to find his daughter, Milika. She was in the greenhouse picking tomatoes with Dylan for dinner when she heard her father wanted to take her away from the estate, and her demeanor instantly soured. In just over 10 days, she had grown accustomed to, enjoyed, and relished her joyful life with Haifa, little Dylan, David, Phalai, and Jamie. Her emotional turmoil manifested in tears and snot. Old Zhang Jing, his eyes brimming with tears, felt pity for his daughter, who had already lost her mother and was now being forced to leave her new friends. Just as old Zhang Jing attempted to pull Milika away, Zhang Jing's conscience weighed heavily on him, and he spoke brusquely. Those 8 sled dogs will require considerable care if Miss Milika wishes to stay and attend to them. That is permissible. Old Zhang Jing averted his gaze from Zhang Jing and comforted his daughter. Daddy will be away for a while. You'll be fine here. Don't throw a tantrum. Milika stifled her sobs, but was reluctant to part with her father. She stepped forward to embrace him, softly reminding him to return soon. Old Zhang Jing nodded slightly and departed. As Zhang Jing watched old Zhang Jing's hunched figure fade into the distance, he felt a pang of regret for having to act so. To ensure a peaceful night's sleep, he had no choice. Clearing his mind, Zhang Jing sought out Ijizi. It was mid-February, and the Seattle Cup finals were slated for the end of March. Prior to the finals, there would be 4 preliminary races, meaning General and Still Alive would soon grace the racetrack. Big Star cannot participate yet due to its age, Zhang Jing inquired of Ijizi. Will General and Still Alive win the preliminaries next month? Ijizi responded, I sold the racing car last week, avoiding the question. And I've also sold my necklace and earrings. Zhang Jing was perplexed. General runs 3, 200 meters, while Still Alive runs 1, 600 meters. I want to bet on their victory. Don't take such risks, Zhang Jing cautioned Ijizi. Be careful not to lose everything. Ijizi declared, if I lose everything, I'll continue training horses for you. If I hit the jackpot, a mansion and yacht will not be just a dream. This audacity was commendable yet ill-advised, as most gamblers faced grim outcomes. That evening, Zhang Jing extended an invitation to Ijizi for a party, insisting she could not refuse. Don't leave, it's settled. Ijizi protested, you can't be so domineering. Despite her words, she half-heartedly agreed to stay. Due to her ongoing conflicts with Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing, she had refrained from attending the estate's parties and gatherings. But this time, she felt somewhat compelled to remain. Section 72. Spinning like water. Evening party. Everyone believed the gathering was a celebration of the great general and indestructible preparing for their expedition, unaware that Zhang Jing was actually celebrating the sale of 100 kilograms of targeted pharmaceutical raw materials, netting an astonishing 300 million euros. The main course for the party featured roasted lamb skewers from a single black-headed sheep. The chef, Haifa, was ably assisted by others as they skillfully prepared the meal, skinning, cutting, skewering, roasting, and handling the offal, creating a lively atmosphere filled with joy and laughter. Suddenly, while heating water and scrolling through his phone, the jockey Andy exclaimed in astonishment, There's a police shootout in downtown Seattle. Instantly, everyone, including Zhang Jing, rushed over to witness the unfolding drama. The scene was captured from above by a television helicopter broadcasting live. A pickup truck and an SUV were careening down the street, speeding and exchanging gunfire. Four police cars chased them, while a police helicopter hovered above, urging the suspects to stop and surrender. It was more thrilling than a movie, invoking a sense of fragility about life as bullets struck passing vehicles, causing a series of collisions. Wow! The television host shouted nervously from the helicopter. The pickup truck seemed to gain the upper hand as the SUV lost control and veered off the road. The pickup began its escape. The live broadcast continued for about 13 minutes, with police cars pursuing and blocking from the ground, while the helicopter remained vigilant above. To everyone's disbelief, the pickup truck managed to elude capture, disappearing into an underground parking lot. It was an eye-opener. In the video, the two vehicles fired indiscriminately, showing utter disregard for bystanders and even the police. "So cool," exclaimed 4-year-old Dylan. "That looks like my dad." Milika's comment silenced the group. Zhang Jing, perplexed, turned to the 19-year-old giant Milika and asked, "How do you know?" "I can feel it," she replied. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as they acknowledged the unreliability of such instincts. Haifa reassured Milika, "That's not your father. Besides, the pickup escaped safely. He's out of harm's way. So don't worry." Milika nodded and returned to help with the lamb. Though young, Haifa was a culinary expert, transforming the sheep into 5 distinct dishes: skewers, lamb offal soup, braised lamb, hot pot, and stewed lamb head. The aroma from the stewed head and braised hooves was intoxicating, leading to a near altercation between Zhang Jing and Chu Xiaoqing over the singular lamb head. "Stop!" Ding Jiaqing exclaimed assertively, claiming it. "It belongs to Chef Haifa. As she is the head cook, it also belongs to Miss Milika, as she handled the most ingredients, and let us not forget Miss Dylan and Mr. David, for their sheer adorableness." Haifa felt bashful, Milika blushed, and the 4-year-old Dylan and 3-year-old David giggled incessantly, eliciting kind-hearted laughter from everyone. No lamb head? No problem. The skewers, soup, braised dishes, and hot pot were all delightful. Lamb paired with white wine was divine. 1 bite of lamb, 1 sip of wine, and it was a taste worthy of the gods. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, Zhang Jing approached Igz with a hint of concern, softly asking, "Will you abandon the champion racetrack in the future?" Igz, with her striking golden hair, paused momentarily before shaking her head. "I might have in the past, but not now. The great general and indestructible have great potential. If they win, I earn a 10 cut. Industry rules dictate that prize money is not solely the owner's. Trainers receive 10, and jockeys, 5. Zhang Jing felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. Igz was starkly pragmatic, driven by profit, quick to seize opportunities, and equally quick to depart when there was none. Ironically, she was a talented horse trainer, a stroke of luck for Zhang Jing, as more skilled trainers often looked down upon the champion racetrack. Observing Ding Jiaqing mingling merrily with the others, Igz seductively suggested, "After the party, you could drive me home, and we can find a place to share another drink." "Don't be ridiculous," Zhang Jing retorted. "Ding Jiaqing is not your enemy. You are classmates." "I don't have the same relationship with her as you do with Chu Xiaoqing," Igz replied with an annoyed expression. Curious, Zhang Jing inquired, "What was the reason for your earlier fight?" "It's a long story. Let's not dwell on it," she replied dismissively. Zhang Jing was left speechless. "What are you two discussing?" Ding Jiaqing approached with a warm smile. Igz provocatively retorted, "I hope your boyfriend will drive me home later, and then we can find a place to drink together." Zhang Jing raised his hands in feigned innocence. Ding Jiaqing, recognizing Igz's attempt to provoke her, extended an olive branch, saying, "Next Saturday, Chu Xiaoqing and I are going paragliding. Would you like to join us?" "Not interested," Igz replied, surprised by the invitation, gazing up at the sky with a haughty demeanor. Though she secretly wished to join, she did not want to strain her relationship with Ding Jiaqing, especially with the Seattle Cup preliminaries fast approaching, leaving her unable to participate. After the party, the aftermath was a sea of trash. Feilai, Jamie, Igz, Andy, and Zhang Jing were all inebriated, lost to the world, and in various states of disarray. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing had also indulged excessively. Haifa, who had abstained from alcohol, remarked to Milika, who remained sober as well, "Some people just can't hold their drink." Dylan, slightly better off, had only consumed half a bottle of wine and volunteered to help with the cleanup. Milika, who struggled with severe depression, had begun to integrate into the racetrack community and join the cleanup efforts. After tidying up, Dylan hobbled back inside, carrying a large quantity of straw, which he laid thickly against the wall. The men took one side, while the women took the other. Zhang Jing, cuddling his beloved yellow dog, Smart Bean, fell asleep amidst the straw until dawn, miraculously feeling warm and comfortable despite the chill. Boss, the following morning, Haifa had prepared breakfast, and she remarked to Zhang Jing, "In the future, we should avoid drinking at parties. If it weren't for Miss Milika's help last night, Dylan and I would have struggled to drag you all into the straw." "Indeed," little Dylan chimed in. "You're all so heavy, I couldn't lift you at all." Thankfully, Sister Milika was there to assist. Milika, at 19, was affectionately referred to as sister by little Dylan. Zhang Jing and Igz, unfazed by the situation, received grateful acknowledgments from Falai and Jamie. "Thank you, Miss Milika. We're quite heavy, and it must have been difficult to move us. If you ever need our help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask." Milika, bashfully resembling a shy little girl, quickly waved her hands, insisting, "No need for thanks, it was a simple task." Breakfast, prepared by Haifa, was rich in Lebanese flavor, large flatbreads, vegetable soup, and pan-fried meat. All generous portions that were both filling and delicious. After finishing breakfast, Barbie handed the ledger to Zhang Jing. As he perused its contents, he noted the rigid expenditures. For instance, a medium-sized excavator had directly deducted 50,000 euros. Additionally, a set of organic fertilizer processing equipment cost 30,000 euros, along with veterinary equipment, greenhouses, and more. 2 adult horses consumed an average of 40 kilograms of food daily, including oats, carrots, apples, honey, eggs, cereals, and hay. The 1-year-old star horse also ate a considerable amount, roughly 14 to 15 kilograms daily, and regularly required calcium, various vitamins, amino acids, and trace elements, all of which were quite costly. Then there were the expenses for the winery, which also drained funds rapidly. Over the past month, maintaining the orchard cost over 80,000 euros, covering pruning, soil aeration, pest control, and purchasing organic fertilizer. Cindy had spent over 20,000 euros on 2 auxiliary winemaking devices and reserved 125 oak barrels for 60,000 euros. Additionally, labor costs approached 10,000 euros weekly. Section 73. Despicable tactics. Rapidly flipping through the account books, Zhang Jing turned to Barbie and inquired, "What do you wish to convey?" "Expenditures exceed revenues," Barbie cautioned earnestly. "Every expenditure is a drain, with no income generated. Prolonging this situation could lead to perilous consequences." Zhang Jing remained undisturbed, casually stroking the mane of the renowned stallion while engaging in conversation. "Irina works diligently, releasing 2 videos exceeding 10 minutes daily. She has garnered 12,000 fans in the Dragon Country and 30,000 on YouTube. The lack of visitors is primarily due to the cold weather. There is no need to worry about the racetrack," Zhang Jing stated nonchalantly. "Both the general and survivor will soon yield profits." Barbie scrutinized Zhang Jing, asking, "Boss, are you truly unconcerned about potential bankruptcy?" "Rest assured," Zhang Jing replied dismissively, affectionately pressing his face against that of the star. "It is somewhat challenging for me to declare bankruptcy at this juncture." Barbie was internally astonished by his audacious demeanor. Aware of Zhang Jing's penchant for treasure hunting, had he unearthed something valuable during his recent excursion? Unaware of Barbie's musings, Zhang Jing inquired, "Is there any news regarding the 1049 estate?" Contrary to common belief, maintaining a property in Seattle can be burdensome due to high holding costs, which include property taxes, insurance, and maintenance, each expense being rather steep. If Zhang Jing were indeed to erect an unsightly structure behind the 1049 estate, obstructing its lake view, property values would plummet, potentially affecting surrounding properties as well. "No," Barbie shook her head. Zhang Jing, unwilling to prolong matters, recognized that the Seattle Cup was imminent, with a series of competitions following. Leaving no time to squander, he resolved to take a step back, visit the owner of the 1049 estate, and offer 20 million. If they decline, directly engage a construction firm to build a middle finger structure. Barbie nodded, promptly setting out to execute his directive. For the next 3 days, Zhang Jing remained at the racetrack, observing the training sessions of Igz, Haifa, and Andy with the horses. It was evident that Igz was quite satisfied with the general's endurance and survivor's speed. However, whenever Zhang Jing expressed his intention to take the general for a ride, Igz vehemently intervened. The rationale was that Zhang Jing's weight could potentially fracture the bones of a horse accustomed to lighter riders, a rather feeble argument. Haifa and Andy also attempted to dissuade Zhang Jing, as did Irina, who was filming nearby, along with veterinarian Ruth. It was indeed peculiar that the owner had never ridden his own racehorse. Footsteps approached from behind, and Barbie, clad in a beige blazer, beige slacks, and brown high heels, an embodiment of professionalism, walked over. "Boss, the owner of the 1049 estate has rejected the 20 million offer. I have already contacted a construction company and paid a 50,000 deposit. They will commence work within 3 months and complete the middle finger structure in 8 months. 8 months for a middle finger structure? Zhang Jing retorted. There is much preliminary work to be done. We must wait for the structural design, sewage design, and main design to be completed before submitting for approval. Once approved, the construction company will begin work. They do not operate on weekends and work no more than 8 hours a day. 8 months is the fastest timeline. Zhang Jing felt resigned. Dealing with bureaucracy had revealed its rigidity and inflexible nature. Even constructing a non-residential building required adherence to residential standards. Prepare for both contingencies, Zhang Jing instructed. We must proceed with the ugly building while also ensuring the 1049 estate owner and surrounding property owners are aware of our intentions. Barbie nodded. I have already tasked my former real estate colleagues with disseminating information. Zhang Jing regarded Barbie, her golden hair, deep-set eyes, and high-nose bridge, complemented by subtle makeup, presenting a strong professional image. He had often marveled at his good fortune in acquiring such talent, as if blessed by the goddess of fortune. Barbie's phone chimed with an incoming call. The conversation was brief, lasting less than a minute. Upon hanging up, Barbie's eyes sparkled. The owner of the 1049 estate has accepted the $20 million offer. Can we retrieve the deposit paid to the construction company? Zhang Jing inquired. Contemplating, Barbie shook her head. It may not be possible. Not to worry. The cost will be borne by the owner, Zhang Jing declared firmly. Let us now offer the 1049 estate owner $10 million. This new figure appeared quite audacious and rather sinister. Yet, recalling the crude oil scandal and the virtual currency debacle that had left many investors in the Dragon Country in dire straits, along with debts exceeding hundreds of billions owed to foreign banks, Zhang Jing felt no pangs of conscience. These funds would not diminish. Debts would be settled even if it required borrowing or selling property. Additionally, the fallout from a certain real estate company scandal had compelled the Dragon Country's banks to pay out hundreds of billions, all of which would also need to be compensated. Thus, Zhang Jing felt no guilt in quoting this price. Furthermore, the acquisition of the 1049 estate would be viewed as an investment, which inherently carries risks of loss as well as gain. There are no guarantees of profit. Barbie was taken aback by the extent of Zhang Jing's price reduction yet understood that the owner had no real alternatives. A vast estate of 23 acres would be undesirable without a lake view. If the unsightly structure was constructed, the owner would find themselves unable to sell, burdened by hefty annual holding costs. Barbie initiated the call to quote the new price. Upon receiving the revised offer, Zhang Jing could hear Barbie's voice rising with the owner's furious response even from a meter away. Covering the phone's microphone, Barbie relayed, "He wishes to meet with you." Zhang Jing agreed to the meeting, directing him to the Rose Red Winery, replacing the phone to her ear. Barbie confirmed the meeting's location and time, Rose Red Winery at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Concerned about potential complications, Zhang Jing summoned mechanic Dylan, African-American Jamie, and Chinese Fei Lai to provide security, all donning bulletproof vests beneath their outer garments, with M1911s concealed within. Barbie, always equipped with a small revolver, was also outfitted with a bulletproof vest. At precisely 1 o'clock, a blue BMW arrived at the winery. Zhang Jing anticipated a group of burly men armed with Gatling guns. Instead, only a woman emerged, a familiar face from Bellevue, the neighbor whose backyard had once yielded targeted pharmaceutical materials. Zhang Jing had once received a box of chocolates from her. "Is it you?" Lindsay Moore exclaimed, examining Zhang Jing in surprise. The sun-kissed, sweet-faced blonde with blue eyes and a slender figure was indeed unmistakable. "Why are you employing despicable tactics to pressure my grandfather into selling the 1049 estate? Labeling it as despicable is rather juvenile. You did not come here to quarrel, did you?" Zhang Jing countered. "Not at all," Lindsay replied earnestly. "What would it take to persuade you to relent? There exists no possibility of relinquishment. Could you possibly increase the offer?" Lindsay tentatively proposed, "Say, 18 million? "I have not quoted 7 million, Zhang Jing responded candidly. "That would be an act of compassion and consideration. Would your grandfather extend such kindness to me?" Lindsay paused, momentarily taken aback. Given Zhang Jing's Asian heritage, it seemed that in this era of political correctness, every individual of his descent was inherently deemed culpable. If it were her grandfather, he would have no qualms about exploiting Zhang Jing to the bone, as it was neither illegal nor unwelcome. The thought flitted through her mind as she challenged. "So you believe you have my grandfather cornered?" Contemplating, Zhang Jing nodded. "See, I have already contemplated the consequences. Observing the streets of Seattle. The affluent thrive while the impoverished languish. It is no shame to earn a living legally, I assert with unwavering conviction. Firstly, you shall sell your properties. Secondly, you may resort to hiring assassins. Yet, such actions are futile, for I have an heir." When Li has cautioned against provoking a cornered adversary, and Zhang Jing is equally prepared, donning a bulletproof vest and keeping his silver-plated firearm loaded. Furthermore, he refrains from venturing out unnecessarily, spending his days at the racetrack. Having not achieved the desired outcome, Lindsay Moore finds herself both exasperated and resigned. Ultimately, this is a business matter rooted in finances. Who would willingly oppose money? Concerning the small parcel of land between Manor 1049 and Lake Washington, his grandfather had contemplated purchasing it over a decade ago. However, negotiations faltered due to a discrepancy of 10,000 yuan with the seller. His grandfather was convinced that the land, deemed undesirable, would remain unsold, thus prolonging the seller's agony in hopes of exhausting them. Little did he foresee that it would become a critical vulnerability, now manipulated by others, leaving him filled with regret. Section 74. Wealth can compel even the most stubborn of entities. The term vital point signifies a fatal weakness. Unless one resorts to self-destruction, there exists no alternative. Self-destruction is unfeasible, especially when a transaction promises a sum of 10 million. After all, a mere takeaway meal costs 20 yuan. A box of McDonald's chicken nuggets is merely 6 yuan, and a brand new Ford F-150 is priced at just over 50,000. In conclusion, 10 million yuan constitutes a substantial fortune. Following a discussion with her grandfather, Lindsay Moore reluctantly consented to the transaction. Zhang Jing, feeling apprehensive, instructed D. Long, Barbie, and the lawyer to proceed to Manor 1049 to finalize the sales agreement. By that evening, the deal was sealed, and Zhang Jing transferred the funds into an escrow account. Subsequently, he terminated his contract with the construction company and listed the lands of 1047 and Manor 1049 for pre-sale on the real estate company's website, packaged at a price of 50 million yuan. Although the asking price was somewhat elevated, buyers could negotiate, as long as they dared to bargain. Zhang Jing was willing to sell. He did not forget his promise to Barbie, transferring a bonus of 100,000 yuan to her. Zhang Jing also had no intention of visiting Manor 1049 for the time being. Selling it without the hassle of living there seemed more profitable and less labor-intensive. After nightfall, Zhang Jing confined himself to the study of the ominous residence, seated at his pearwood desk, pen in hand, contemplating how to manage the 290 million yuan residing in his bank account. Two options emerged. 1. To purchase silver to augment the capacity of his secret space. 2. To acquire a salvage ship and venture into the Florida Strait in search of the statue that captivated at first glance. After careful deliberation, Zhang Jing leaned toward enhancing the capacity of the secret space. Renting a salvage vessel would cost 200,000 yuan per day, amounting to 73 million if rented for a year, a rather exorbitant sum. As the Seattle Cup qualifiers approached, the lanky police officer Joe found himself particularly busy. Enthusiastically reaching out to each household, he organized a cheering squad. Perhaps due to the prolonged monotony, the townsfolk were fervently engaged, participating enthusiastically. At that moment, Joe and a group of townspeople were at the police station tallying supplies. 50 whistles, 10 banners, 200 matching vests, and 20 colorful flags. Are 50 whistles too few? Inquired the gun shop lady, concerned about whether the momentum might be diminished. No, Joe assured, apprehensive that the general and the horse never die might face defeat too embarrassingly, thus opting for a more subdued approach. Isn't this too ostentatious? If we lose in the first round, it would be quite humiliating. A 13 or 14-year-old boy worriedly asked. Joe explained, this marks the first time Whitefish Town participates in the Seattle Cup. It is truly a cause for celebration, not a source of shame. The townspeople's enthusiasm placed considerable pressure on the championess stable. Each night, Zhang Jing found solace only in the rhythmic breaths of the horses, the thundering of their hearts, and the gentle caresses of their manes, allowing him to sleep peacefully. On the third Saturday of February, the Seattle Cup qualifiers took place simultaneously at two venues, with the General and Never Die competing at the Sanefo racecourse. To avoid excessive attention and potential envy, Zhang Jing opted not to purchase directly but instead rented two horse transport vehicles. Departing at 7, he set off with the General and Never Die towards Sanefo racecourse, taking precautions against unforeseen events by having a used pickup truck lead the way, followed by another at the rear, proceeding slowly. As they passed through the town, Zhang Jing was taken aback by the residents' fervor. Over 40 cars awaited, half waving the town flag, which depicted a fish, while the other half brandished the American flag in a rather exaggerated display, as if preparing to conquer some distant land. We're all set to go? Joe greeted enthusiastically. Zhang Jing, feeling somewhat pained, wondered if this was too extravagant, fearing disappointment among the townsfolk. Not at all, Joe replied, thumping his thin chest proudly. We're ready for a party tonight, regardless of the outcome. It's all about participation. This is a historic moment. Though Joe claimed indifference, it was evident he hoped that General and Never Die would not underperform, as that would bring him greater joy. Zhang Jing approached the tall, slender figure and embraced him, declaring, tonight's refreshments are on me. Joe's spirits soared. The convoy set off, with 10 cars leading the way, the horse transport taking center stage, while over 30 followed behind. The procession was a single-file line, adorned with waving flags, creating a grand spectacle. Zhang Jing never anticipated that his most illustrious moment would stem from the glory of 2 horses. However, he soon encountered an even more ostentatious procession, similarly festooned with flags and blaring music, reminiscent of a village dragon boat race. Upon arriving at Sanfo racecourse, the scene was one of bustling crowds and a sea of vehicles. Fortunately, the racecourse spanned over 1,000 acres, featuring 2 professional racing tracks, one dirt and one grass. The spectators stood along the track's perimeter, directly observing the races without tiered viewing platforms. The racecourse staff and the residents of Whitefish Town had claimed prime viewing spots along the track, standing in 2 rows, proudly displaying banners and flags, exuding an atmosphere of triumph regardless of the outcome. A total of 25 horses raced over 3,200 meters, while 29 raced 1,600 meters. The number of participating horses was limited, with 7 competing in each round to enhance the viewing experience. This arrangement also allowed for more races, entertaining a larger audience and increasing influence, while providing ample opportunities for betting companies to attract wagers. The odds for the general and never die to win the first round were both set at 1-1-7, with the second place at 1-1-3, and no odds for other placements. The betting companies were astutely calculated, ensuring a profit. As the owner, Zhang Jing expressed his support by wagering 1,000 yuan on both general and never die to win the first round. Agus, Andy, and Haifa led the horses to the temporary stables. Never die was scheduled for the second round, allowing for some additional rest. As time passed, the first round was about to commence, with 7 jockeys in position. On the opposite side of the track, an electronic board displayed the horse numbers, names, trainers, jockeys, weights, and the odds provided by 2 different betting companies, facilitating the audience's understanding of each horse's status. At 9:30, the race began promptly. With the sound of the starting gun, all the horses surged forth, having previously watched races from a distance in Hong Kong. This time Zhang Jing experienced the action up close, with dirt splattering onto his face as the horses thundered past. In 1,600 meters, all 7 horses completed the race within 1 minute and 50 seconds, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. 20 minutes later, the second round commenced, with Andy riding Never Die. At 34 years old, standing at 155 meters and weighing around 90 pounds, Andy was neither the shortest nor the tallest among the jockeys. Agus introduced him as a staff member at the racecourse, explaining to Zhang Jing that although Andy was considered a lesser jockey, he possessed the heart of a champion. Never Die was a sick horse that Zhang Jing had acquired for 3,000 yuan, barely clinging to life. Ding Jiechi proposed a shock treatment method to restore it to health. Purchased at the age of 9, it was now 10 and had given birth 5 times. Before the race began, Barbie approached Andy and quietly instructed, "The boss wants you to fall off the horse, make it look genuine, but do not get hurt." That would contradict the spirit of the competition. Andy instinctively resisted, questioning the ration section 75. Surprising strength, over 2,000 spectators turned their gaze towards the starting gate. Zhang Jing shared their apprehension, worried that Andy's fall might appear too staged, leading to an embarrassing spectacle. "Brother Zhang, do you think Dead No More can advance in the first round?" Ding Jiaqing asked excitedly, tilting her fair chin in the same direction as Zhang Jing. The first and second places would advance directly, while the remaining horses would not face immediate elimination. Next Saturday, at St. Fo's racetrack, the same 7 horses would compete again, with the top 2 moving on. Akin to a resurrection race, this was their last chance, which made Ding Jiaqing quite concerned. "Absolutely," Zhang Jing replied confidently. "I'll place a bet for it to take first place in the 1,000-meter race." "Uft," came the derisive voice of Chu Shaoqing nearby. "I'll bet 10,000 that Dead No More takes first." Zhang Jing was at a loss, wondering when the silly girl had placed her bet. Otherwise, he would have encouraged her to wager even more. The second round was already set behind the starting gate, and the residents of Whitefish Town held their breath, all eyes fixed on the starting line. Zhang Jing felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Andy might rebel against the plan. Thankfully, with a clang, the starting gate swung open, and Andy fell from his horse within 2 seconds, appearing as though a collision had occurred. However, fate had other designs, and a remarkable scene unfolded. After falling, Dead No More surprisingly did not stop. It continued to run, initially lagging at the back, but surging to 3rd place midway through the race. This was nothing short of astonishing. The crowd was left speechless, and the residents of Whitefish Town erupted into cheers. Their plans to blow whistles transformed into fervent shouts of encouragement. The excitement surged, and they felt an overwhelming urge to rush onto the track and run alongside the horses. Other spectators were equally astonished, Although the horse was unburdened by a rider, common wisdom dictated that only jockey-controlled horses could achieve peak speed. As the race progressed past the halfway mark, Dead No More overtook the second horse, igniting the arena with fervor. When Dead No More took the lead, everyone recognized its extraordinary potential. Dylan, Milika, Ruth, Jamie, Falai, Igz, Ching, Ding Jiaqing, and the townsfolk were all in a frenzy. Barbie, arriving beside Zhang Jing with an awkward expression, was the only one aware that Zhang Jing originally intended for Dead No More to conceal its prowess, waiting for the resurrection race when odds would increase, to truly shine. After all, running a racetrack was quite costly. Zhang Jing was also taken aback. Dead No More's competitiveness exceeded his expectations, which was indeed a positive sign. In 1 minute and 45 seconds, Dead No More crossed the finish line first, igniting an explosion of cheers throughout the crowd. However, due to a violation of race rules, Dead No More was not officially considered the winner. No one cared about that detail. Had there been a jockey, Dead No More would have likely run even faster. Ding Jiaqing's palms were red from clapping, her voice hoarse as she turned and embraced Zhang Jing, and they shared a deep kiss. That's incredible, Ding Jiaqing stammered. Dead No More is so brave. It possesses a powerful heart. Chu Xiaoqing, who had intended to celebrate with Ding Jiaqing, was instead hit with a dose of PDA. Others also embraced one another in celebration. The townsfolk could hardly contain their excitement, eager to return home and celebrate with a grand feast. Zhang Jing and Qiao approached, their faces flushed. My heart can barely take this excitement. It's been ages since I felt this way, Qiao exclaimed. Thank you. I was worried about letting you down, Zhang Jing replied courteously. You and Dead No More have not disappointed us. However, I want to ask if your previous offer to cover tonight's party drink still stands. Of course, Zhang Jing affirmed. Qiao teased, I was worried you'd go bankrupt. Everyone will be drinking tonight. The prices were reasonable. A can of light beer cost just over $1, regular beer $2 to $3 per bottle, and premium brands $5 to $6. 2-liter bottles of quick sale wine were under $10, while ordinary quality cost just over $10. The same went for whiskey. With over 200 residents, elderly, women, children, and adults, each drinking 100 bottles, Zhang Jing would not face bankruptcy. 2 rounds of races remained in the morning. In the 4th and final round, Igz pointed to the racetrack, saying, Look at number 25. It's rumored that horse is valued at over $1.7 million. Zhang Jing squinted in that direction, spotting a female jockey on a well-muscled, proportionate horse with a shiny coat, quite striking. The horse was fast, leading from the start and maintaining its position to the end. Number 25 will be Dead No More's strongest competitor, Igz asserted, with no room for doubt. Zhang Jing felt the pressure. Number 25 seemed to radiate energy, an endless supply of strength, coupled with its graceful physique and expansive stride. Don't worry. Zhang Jing reassured the trainer, Dead No More has not let us down. It is exceptional in its own right. As Zhang Jing noted, despite number 25's superior performance, both tourists and journalists gravitated towards Dead No More for photographs, as the horse thrived in the limelight, posing enthusiastically. Hello, a young woman with fair skin, numerous freckles, and a hint of baby fat, dressed in jockey attire approached them. I'm Jennifer, the rider and owner of number 25. Zhang Jing felt a stir of surprise, thinking to himself that this young woman must be quite wealthy. Accompanying Jennifer was a short young man. After a brief pause, Jennifer continued, This is my husband, Nair. Zhang Jing extended his hand to shake theirs, introducing himself as the owner of horse number 7. He gestured towards Ding Jiaqing and Igz, saying, This is my girlfriend Ding Jiaqing and our trainer Igz. Turning to watch Dead No More posing for photos, Jennifer praised, Your horse is splendid. It has an impressive competitive spirit. Quite rare. It was evident that Jennifer had a deep affection for horses, particularly for Dead No More. Seizing the moment, Ding Jiaqing invited, Ms. Jennifer, after the race. We would love for you and Mr. Nair to visit our champion racetrack. I'm quite busy lately and can't spare the time, Jennifer politely declined. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the couple departed. Why invite them to the racetrack? Zhang Jing inquired of Ding Jiaqing. Dead No More is already 9 years old and has had 5 foals, while General is 13 and has sired 7 or 8. After this race, we can't let them remain unbred, can we? Star has been pregnant for 9 months and another 9 months. It will be capable of breeding, Zhang Jing explained. However, Star lacks performance and pedigree, meaning its offspring will likely be average. Zhang Jing reminded Ding Jiaqing that good horses and breeding rights do not come cheap. I have a plan. Perhaps I can manage without spending a dime. We shall see. She replied. After the morning races concluded, the lunch hour arrived. At 2:10 p.m., a 3,600-meter race was scheduled. At noon, Mrs. Maley, the 72-year-old owner of St. Fo's Racetrack and Igz's grandmother, invited all the horse owners and trainers to a communal lunch. The buffet-style gathering included 54 horse owners and over 30 trainers, totaling more than 100 attendees. Each horse owner was accompanied by a partner. While most trainers worked at 2 or 3 racetracks, resulting in a smaller number of trainers compared to owners, Ding Jiaqing stood beside Zhang Jing, introducing him to the attendees. At that moment, Mrs. Meili approached, holding a glass of champagne, and struck up a conversation with Zhang Jing. Your horse's performance is astonishing. I heard that no more is from the neighboring Jordan racetrack. Is that true? Section 76. Things are going awry upon mentioning the purchase of Not Dead Yet. Zhang Jing's mood soared to euphoric heights. His expression feigned a sense of tragic empathy. At that moment, the horse was gravely ill and would have been sent to the slaughterhouse. The current situation took him by surprise. Kindness begets kindness. Zhang Jing offered a polite, albeit insincere smile. You must be Miss Ding, Meili remarked, glancing at Ding Jiaqi. Aga spoke highly of you. Indeed, you are youthful and beautiful. Hello, Mrs. Meili. Thank you for your lunch party, Ding Jiaqi greeted politely. No need for thanks, the elderly woman replied amiably. I wish you success in your horse racing endeavors. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Meili moved on to attend to other guests. Soon, a dashing man in his 60s approached Zhang Jing. Not Dead Yet looks splendid. Are you planning to sell it? Zhang Jing probed cautiously. How much do you intend to offer? 40,000 meters, came the response. It can reach the finals. Far exceeding 40,000, Zhang Jing countered. After all, who could predict the outcome? He shook his head in refusal. Even if the old man offered 400,000, Zhang Jing would likely not sell. Their bond was too profound, having spent their days and nights together. At 2 o'clock, someone harbors considerable resentment toward you, Ding Jiaqi whispered. Zhang Jing turned his head to observe another elderly man, bald and portly, who appeared to bear a grudge. He was the owner of Jordan Racetrack. Nail approached to greet him, saying, I heard you acquired Not Dead Yet for merely 3,000 meters. That is quite a steal. In that situation, it was not a steal. Zhang Jing corrected. A steal does not involve purchasing a sick horse. This is God's reward for kind-hearted individuals, Jennifer remarked appreciatively of Zhang Jing's compassion. Speaking of kind-hearted individuals, Nail deftly shifted the topic. Jennifer and I are planning to establish a racing club. Membership requires a significant contribution to the cause of human justice. Ding Jiaqi was about to interject but was preempted by Zhang Jing, who stated, I certainly do not qualify for membership, as I merely exploit social resources, devoid of any connection to justice. Mr. Zhang is too modest, Jennifer chimed in, her freckled face beaming. If you are willing to save a sick horse, you would surely be inclined to assist those in dire need. Zhang Jing felt a deep aversion. He despised donations, believing that spending money on drinks for the townsfolk was far more meaningful, as they genuinely cheered for Not Dead Yet. At 10 o'clock the following morning, Jennifer, oblivious to Zhang Jing's thoughts, formally extended an invitation, welcoming him to the estate at 1042 Avenue 84. As the luncheon concluded and they departed from the racetrack restaurant, Zhang Jing strolled across the grass with his girlfriend, perplexed by the directness of foreign invitations. Brother Zhang, Ding Jiaqi explained, the so-called human justice cause is often hypocritical. You will understand once you attend tomorrow. The afternoon was splendid, with clear skies. The number of visitors had increased since the morning, and the most captivating sights were the diverse array of women's hats, often more striking than the races themselves. Observing both horses and people proved to be an engaging endeavor. At 2 o'clock, Haifa rode General in the first round, on a 3,200-meter turf track. Not Dead Yet sprinted with remarkable speed, while General excelled in endurance, thus being scheduled for the long-distance race. Haifa mounted the horse, maintaining a slight bend in her knees, appearing less as though she were seated and more as if she were crouched atop the horse. As the starting gate opened, the 7 horses surged forth. The races were gender-neutral, as were the riders. Originally a horse nutritionist, Haifa, due to her youth and slight weight, transitioned into a champion jockey. Amidst the cheers, the 7 horses dashed past, completing the 3,200 meters in under 4 minutes. General finished 4th, failing to qualify directly. Both he and Not Dead Yet would need to return to St. Fort Racetrack next Saturday to compete for the final qualification opportunity. Despite this, the residents of Whitefish Town remained jubilant. Once all 4 races concluded, the convoy made its way home. Passing a Walmart, Joe and members of the cheerleading squad entered to procure party supplies and beverages. The food was rather simple, 2.5 slabs of beef totaling over 700 pounds. They bought 60 bottles of 2-liter quick sale wine at $7 each, 60 bottles of 500-milliliter whiskey at $9 each, 40 cases of beer, 20 cases of juice, and 20 cases of a functional drink named Ghost Claw. Additionally, they acquired 10 outdoor barbecue gas cylinders at 20 meters each. The party was set to take place in the police station courtyard, with grills, tables, and chairs already arranged. Upon returning to town, they immediately entered celebration mode, reveling until 10 o'clock at night. In the aftermath, a chaotic scene was left behind. Di Long, Haifa, Milika, Ding Jiechi, Chu Xiaoqing, and 7 non-drinking women remained to clean up. It was a laborious task. Once the area was tidied, Ding Jiechi divided the leftover food and drink among Di Long, Haifa, Milika, and the others to take back to their dormitories and homes. Milika, has Mr. Jing been calling you recently? Ding Jiechi gently inquired as they arrived at the stables. Concerned for Milika, who suffered from depression, everyone tended to her. Even the usually boisterous Barbie displayed unexpected tenderness. Amidst the nighttime chorus of barking dogs, Milika shook her head. No, I don't know where he is now. That is all right. Ding Jiechi reassured her. If you wish to go out or need anything, just let me know. Thank you. I am fine at the racetrack. I don't need anything. Ding Jiechi nodded and resumed her seat in the car, where her boyfriend was already slightly inebriated in the back seat. Chu Xiaoqing, in the passenger seat, complained, your man is bound to drink himself to death. Today, not dead yet, performed exceptionally well, much to Zhang Jing's delight. Brother Zhang, she chimed. Didn't you once say you wouldn't marry unless they were from a prestigious university? What happens when fate intervenes? Ding Jiechi replied. Driving along the stable's internal concrete road, engaging in conversation while adhering to her standards, I fear regret. What about Zhang Jing's ex-girlfriend? What is she up to now? Chu Xiaoqing prodded, encouraging her to check his phone while he slept. That's not right, Ding Jiechi admonished. If you want to look, do so without involving me. As the car came to a halt at the stable entrance, they helped Zhang Jing back to his resting place. Chu Xiaoqing picked up his finger to unlock the phone and began to browse freely. Chu Xiaoqing, how could you invade someone's privacy? That's impolite and unethical. Ding Jiechi softly criticized her friend, feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity. Chu Xiaoqing was unperturbed, first heading to Facebook, but finding nothing of interest. She then opened WeChat, scrolling through without success. Just as she was about to exit WeChat, a new message arrived from an unfamiliar contact named Backpacker Hostel owner Sun Ting, accompanied by a photo. Chu Xiaoqing's heart raced, suppressing her emotions as she forwarded the image to herself and deleted the message. What's wrong? Ding Jiechi inquired with concern. It's nothing. Chu Xiaoqing replied, locking the screen. Zhang Jing seemed reliable. There were no ambiguous messages. His chat history was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. Ding Jiechi felt a sense of relief, while Chu Xiaoqing's heart raced wildly. Section 77. The supportive partner the following day. Zhang Jing and Ding Jiechi drove the rarely used champagne-colored Lamborghini to Manor 1042, much like Manor 1032, which exuded an unparalleled luxury. The estate's grounds were meticulously maintained, deserving of grandiose descriptions. In the guest parking area, a plethora of extravagant vehicles was lined up as attendees arrived punctually. The Nail couple was graciously welcoming guests at the villa entrance. Observing others, most were youthful, dressed impeccably, presenting a polished and tidy demeanor. Fortunately, Ding Jiechi was there. Zhang Jing had opted for a minimalist morning makeup routine, his hair styled flawlessly, and donned a light gray casual suit that radiated charm and vitality. Ding Jiechi, with her long hair elegantly tied back, wore a loose white sweater complemented by a fitted gray wool skirt, exuding both grace and modernity. Welcome. Nail extended his hand toward Zhang Jing. Thank you for the invitation, Zhang Jing replied, lightly shaking Nail's hand. Ding Jiechi and Jennifer exchanged cheek kisses, engaging in courteous pleasantries. Approximately 15 or 16 individuals followed the Nail couple into the Manor's reception room, where servers presented coffee and fragrant tea. Jennifer announced, my husband and I are planning to establish a horse racing club. Each of you has horses registered under your names. The club will offer professional care services and provide information on racing events worldwide, including registration and international transport of horses. A young man interjected, please. Just tell us the conditions for joining the club. That's why we are here. Jennifer beckoned a server and received a map, which she spread on the coffee table. Despite Zhang Jing's academic shortcomings, he quickly recognized it as a WKL map. The situation is straightforward, Jennifer explained. Some individuals owe significant debts and lack the means to procure weapons. Thus, they are offering urban areas as collateral, in support of a just cause. I propose that we collectively purchase several key districts in the city center. She pointed to the map. Here, in Dnipro, WKL's third largest city, pre-war population was 1 million. It is not only a crucial technological and industrial hub, but also a transportation nexus. What is the current state there? Someone inquired. The conflict remains stagnant, Jennifer confidently reassured. I have insider information that this situation will not persist for long. Could we be overpaying? After all, It is quite chaotic there. The price for each street is clearly marked, and it is only 1/20th of the pre-war value, Jennifer emphasized. This is not opportunistic looting. It is a contribution to a noble endeavor. The conversation flourished, with attendees passionately discussing the proposal, and due to Jennifer's credibility, trust in her grew. Zhang Jing felt overwhelmed. He would never spend money on abandoned streets, nor would he allow his finances to become instruments of violence against strangers. Ding Jiaqi, equally stunned, silently glanced at Zhang Jing, and both resolutely decided against participation. As concerns emerged, Jennifer turned to Zhang Jing and inquired, with a starting investment of 10 million, how much do Mr. Zhang and Miss Ding intend to contribute? Ding Jiaqi responded directly and calmly, her tone unequivocal. We are not interested in investing in commercial real estate and will not invest a single penny. Jennifer countered, what does Miss Ding believe is worth investing in within WKL? Resolute in her decision to decline, Ding Jiaqi replied, unless it involves agricultural land, specifically plains traversed by rivers, and the price cannot exceed 1,000 meters per acre. Ding Jiaqi's single statement posed three formidable challenges. First, WKL has legal stipulations. Foreigners, stateless individuals, and legal entities are prohibited from acquiring statutory capital shares, stocks, or membership rights as owners of agricultural land. In simpler terms, it means foreigners are categorically forbidden from owning agricultural land. Second, the land must be a plain with a river flowing through it. Third, the price must not exceed 1,000 meters per acre. Impressive. Zhang Jing mentally commended Ding Jiaqi for her wit and quick thinking. These demands were insurmountable for even the most skilled negotiator. Yet, Jennifer appeared unfazed, confidently asserting, the land along the Dnieper River, in the region of Ravisk, is agricultural and the price is yet to be discussed, but I assure you it will not be exorbitant. Starting at 100 million meters. Regarding the legal restrictions, Jennifer smirked, such limitations will be lifted within 24 hours. All transactions will be processed in one day, and the laws will be reinstated the following day. Zhang Jing felt a sense of déjà vu. It seemed as though this situation was tailor-made for someone. He and Ding Jiaqi exchanged glances, both intrigued. Some opportunities are rare and fleeting. Once missed, they may never return, yet financial constraints loom large. As anticipated, others expressed disinterest in agricultural land, citing insufficient funds. The atmosphere remained lively for 2 hours, culminating in Jennifer distributing confidentiality agreements to each participant, warning that disclosing any details from today's discussions would incur severe legal repercussions. Lunch commenced, and they departed the estate by 2 in the afternoon. Zhang Ge, what are your thoughts? Ding Jiaqi asked from the passenger seat on their return journey. I need to research more. I've heard that region is rich in black soil, but I'm uncertain about the situation along the Dnieper River. We must also consider the ongoing conflict. Indeed, the black soil is valuable, Ding Jiaqi elaborated. But its location is critical. It lies at the nexus of WKL's northeast, east, southeast, south, and southwest, all of which are embroiled in conflict. Hence, it is being sold at a loss. As Zhang Jing drove, he engaged in thoughtful conversation, weighing the risks and opportunities. How much capital do you possess? Ding Jiaqi inquired, expressing concern. Less than 300 million meters. Ding Jiaqi's heart raced. She had no idea Zhang Jing was so affluent. Could it be a result of their last trip to Hong Kong? Was it a treasure found? Impressive, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. I need to work harder to keep up with you. Ding Jiaqi was already remarkable. For instance, at the last party, when Zhang Jing and Chu Shaoqing competed for a lamb's head, she distributed it among Haifa, Milika, Dilly, and David, earning their approval. She garnered the respect of all staff at the winery and racetrack, including Igizi. Moreover, she maintained her composure in front of Jennifer, Mrs. Mariv, and Winley, exhibiting clarity of thought. Most importantly, Ding Jiaqi possessed a kind heart. When Zhang Jing returned from Alaska, he sought to enjoy 20 tons of silver without arousing suspicion. He initially considered exploiting the unfortunate old Dai Jin and his depressed daughter, Milika. It was Ding Jiaqi who reminded him to act with integrity, resulting in Milika being cared for at the racetrack. With such a treasure by his side, along with his own talents, Zhang Jing's fortunes were bound to flourish. Aegis, adorned in a gray trench coat and blue jeans, was ferociously berating Andy and Haifa upon their return to the stables. It was a reckoning. She lambasted Andy for his accidental fall from the horse, deeming him irredeemably inept, and chastised Haifa for securing only 4th place, failing to unleash the full prowess of General and proving unworthy of being a jockey. Aegis's palpable fury caused Milika, Dylan, and Feller to maintain a respectful distance. Acknowledged as the ultimate authority on all equine matters, from training to competitions, Aegis held sway. Barbie functioned as the manager, overseeing procurement, finances, and strategic planning. Zhang Jing, nominally the owner, remained largely uninvolved, entrusting Aegis with decisions regarding generals and immortals' performance metrics, race entries, and overall management. Her authority extended to reprimanding jockeys, as evidenced by the allocation of prize money, 10 for the trainer, 5 for the jockey, and none for the stable hand. Furthermore, Aegis was entitled to a commission from the sale of general and immortal, a customary practice enshrined in their contracts. However, both Andy and Haifa harbored grievances, having been instructed by Zhang Jing to deliberately underperform. Zhang Jing's rationale was simple: a mediocre initial showing would inflate the odds. Yet, Immortal, with its indomitable spirit, defied expectations by winning despite the jockey's dismount, much to Zhang Jing's chagrin. General, on the other hand, behaved predictably and was more easily managed. Spotting Zhang Jing and Ding Jieqi approaching, Aegis brandished her metaphorical sword, dismissing Andy from the stables and relegating Haifa to stable duties, intending to seek new jockeys. Andy and Haifa wore dejected expressions. Zhang Jing offered them a reassuring glance and implored Aegis to reconsider, citing the possibility of redemption in horse racing. "I am their trainer," Zhang Jing asserted, "and I understand General and Immortal. Their subpar performance is solely attributable to the jockey's incompetence. Aegis, I share responsibility for this. Grant them another opportunity." "You share responsibility?" Aegis seized upon this admission. Indeed, Zhang Jing confessed. "Prior to the race, I wagered $1,000 on each of General and Immortal to win, which placed undue pressure on Andy and Haifa. Next Saturday," Aegis warned, "is the final chance for the Seattle Cup this year," dismissing the others with a wave. Zhang Jing confided in Aegis, "I sought to ascertain the true potential of General and Immortal. I have analyzed all the racehorses, and if the jockeys are competent, General and Immortal have an 80% likelihood of reaching the finals and a 15 to 20 chance of respectively securing the 1,600 and 3,200 finals championship." After some quick calculation, Zhang Jing posed a provocative question. "Considering the betting odds offered by various bookmakers, how can we maximize our profits?" Aegis recoiled. "This is antithetical to the spirit of athletic competition. If exposed, we would be reviled." Zhang Jing retorted dismissively, "Spare me the pretense of innocence." Aegis abandoned her facade, stating matter-of-factly, "I admire your willingness to exploit any means for financial gain. I, too, appreciate your mercenary nature." Their shared avarice forged an unlikely bond. Aegis already had a plan in mind. Immortal possesses an insatiable competitive drive and formidable strength. By allowing it to consistently excel, we create an opportunity to secure a substantial payout by strategically orchestrating its defeat at a critical juncture. General's initial performance was underwhelming, but it possesses latent potential. By maintaining its facade of mediocrity, we can capitalize on its 20% chance of winning the finals to achieve a monumental upset. Zhang Jing was intrigued, but hesitated. "Is it legal?" "It may contravene the spirit of sportsmanship, but it is not illegal. However, exposure would result in our banishment from all competitions." Zhang Jing inhaled deeply and vowed, "I relish a challenge." "As do I," Aegis affirmed resolutely. Beginning that weekend, Immortal maintained its existing training regimen, while General's training intensity increased by 20. Given its exceptional endurance, a slight increase in speed would significantly enhance its potential as a dark horse. Aegis resolved to stake her entire fortune on the two horses. Zhang Jing, equally determined, wagered $500,000, reasoning that he had nothing to lose. In the ensuing days, Aegis remained in a state of heightened tension. Zhang Jing was equally preoccupied, rising early to engage in strength training and spending his days scouring warehouses and attending auctions in the hope of discovering valuable items. Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing attended classes from Monday to Friday, remaining inseparable. Their constant companionship led Ding Jieqi to notice Chu Shaoqing's recent absent-mindedness. "Is Wuda causing you trouble again?" Ding Jieqi inquired one afternoon in their school dormitory. Chu Shaoqing, lost in thought, failed to hear her. "Chu Shaoqing," Ding Jieqi exclaimed. "What?" Chu Shaoqing startled. "What's been going on with you lately?" Ding Jieqi asked curiously. "What's on your mind?" "Nothing," Chu Shaoqing replied, regaining her composure. "I was just contemplating how to separate you from Zhang Jing." Ding Jieqi rolled her eyes. "You'll never understand Zhang's qualities." "Jieqi," Chu Shaoqing said earnestly. "Why won't you heed my advice? Why are you always targeting Zhang?" "I'm not targeting Zhang Jing. I simply don't want you to be hurt." Ding Jieqi chuckled. "What harm could come to me?" Chu Shaoqing decided to reveal all. "Last Saturday night, Zhang Jing was intoxicated, and I unlocked his phone. You said his phone was clean. Someone sent him a recovery report." "Who sent it?" Ding Jieqi asked calmly. "What kind of recovery report?" "Who is Sun Ting?" Chu Shaoqing countered. Sun Ting is a 45-year-old hostel owner. Zhang spent 2 years in Xinjiang, living at her hostel for a year and a half. She's a playful person with a great personality, never embarrassed around anyone. Ding Jieqi asked her friend, "What about it?" Zhang Jing contracted genital warts. The Xinjiang First People's Hospital issued a recovery report, which was sent to the hostel. The hostel owner forgot about it until Saturday, when she forwarded the report to his phone, even teasing Zhang Jing about his promiscuity. Ding Jieqi laughed heartily. You haven't met Sun Ting. She's a real prankster. She once forged someone's signature and ended up in detention. She's a troublemaker. If that's the case, Chu Shaoqin asked, perplexed, why did you check his room? Put yourself in my shoes, Ding Jieqi countered. If I didn't check his room, if I didn't care about his well-being, would I be a good girlfriend? My goal is marriage, Ding Jieqi asserted firmly. Not just playing around. Chu Shaoqing remained unconvinced and dialed Zhang Jing's number, placing the call on speakerphone. Where are you? Is something wrong? Zhang Jing, who was attending an auction, moved to a quiet area to answer the call. Have you ever had genital warts? Are you crazy? Your whole family has genital warts. Zhang Jing retorted angrily before hanging up and returning to the auction. See, Ding Jieqi shrugged. In Zhang's eyes, you're like a lunatic. Before coming to the United States, Ding Jieqi had known Zhang Jing for a year and a half, becoming familiar with his character and admiring his past relationship. Thus, upon learning of his breakup, she immediately offered her support, eventually realizing her aspirations. However, at that moment, Ding Jieqi was suddenly reminded of when Li's words at the party, deep affection does not endure. The literal interpretation of deep affection does not endure suggests that the more profound the love, the less likely it is to last. Conversely, it can be understood that love requires a degree of appropriate distance and freshness. Considering Wen Li's transcendent status and rich life experiences, as a junior, Jieqi naturally regarded her words as profound truths, leading her to form an important decision in her heart. Being a person of action, Jieqi resolved to take immediate steps. She picked up her phone and composed a message to her boyfriend. Brother Zhang, my mom mentioned the transfer to another school when she visited. And I thought she was just joking, but it turns out she actually arranged for my transfer. Zhang Jing, unaware of Jieqi's long-term thoughts, felt a sudden panic upon reading the message. He abruptly withdrew from the auction, forfeiting the deposit, and hurried to the entrance of Seattle University, dialing Jieqi's number. Jieqi, he inquired with concern, what's going on? My mom said Seattle University has a poor ranking, so I must transfer. She genuinely intends for me to move to a better school in Xinjiang, so I'm not lying, she replied. Zhang Jing sighed in relief. I'm at the south gate of the school. Where are you now? I'm packing my bags in the dormitory. My flight is in 2 hours. Brother Zhang, please head back first. I'll contact you once I've arranged everything. Due to Jieqi's various attentions towards him, such as her care for his old wallet, worn coins, and room checks, Zhang Jing was reassured that Jieqi would not leave him. Without further hesitation, he decided to return first. The second-hand pickup truck was not particularly expensive. He had previously bought 2. After burning one, Barbie purchased 2 more, thus Zhang Jing had a vehicle to drive. Upon returning to the ranch, he encountered Aegis leaving work in the small town. You don't look well, Aegis remarked as she lowered her car window. My girlfriend is leaving Seattle, and I feel an emptiness inside, he confessed. Aegis chuckled, seemingly carefree. Why endure the hardships of love? Look at my grandmother. She married 5 husbands throughout her life and remains single now. Then there's my grandfather, who married 3 women, only to realize later that he preferred not to marry at all, keeping a young starlet by his side instead. There are countless examples like this. Would you like to hear more? Zhang Jing, skeptical of such a bleak perspective on love, urged, please provide another example. The founders of operating systems, once thought to be the model couple, ended up going their separate ways, Aegis replied, leaving Zhang Jing speechless. Take it easy, Aegis consoled him. If you wish to have children, I can lend you half of my contribution, and you can find someone else to carry the child. Technology has rendered partners unnecessary. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Aegis laughed heartily as she departed. See you tomorrow morning at St. Fo's Ranch. Section 79. Candidates for the Golden Statue. The horse-drawn carriages continue to traverse the route from Whitefish Town to the St. Fort Racecourse in a grand procession, bolstered by enthusiastic supporters. Following the initial round of races, a larger audience and more media outlets have gathered at the racecourse to witness the competition. This event features a fierce showdown between the horses that survived last Saturday's eliminations, where only the top 2 from each round advance, leaving the rest hopelessly eliminated from contention for the Seattle Cup this year. The horse Never Die has become a sensation due to its previous stellar performance, attracting considerable attention from betting companies with intriguing odds. For instance, the odds for Never Die to finish first are set at 1.07, while the odds for second place are 1.3, and for elimination, they're 1.7, unlike the gambling methods employed by the Hong Kong Jockey Club. The Seattle Cup betting features a structured system where experts analyze the horses and set the odds to entice the average bettor. For example, the odds for Never Die to be eliminated are quite high, suggesting that a 1 wager could yield a return of 170, with a profit of 0.70. The betting companies are optimistic about its chances of winning. Zhang Jing placed a staggering bid of 1 million yuan on Never Die to secure first place. Such an extravagant wager naturally drew the attention of the betting firms, prompting them to dispatch representatives to observe the race. As the race commenced, Never Die took to the track from the third lane. This time, Andy did not fall off. Instead, he took an early lead, maintaining a strong position until the end. As Never Die surged across the finish line first, Zhang Jing's anxiety subsided, as he feared the betting companies might resort to unscrupulous tactics. With Never Die advancing, they received a prize of 5,000 yuan, distributed as follows. IGZ received 500, Andy 250, and the remainder belonged to Zhang Jing. However, this was merely a small sum compared to the significant stakes involved in betting. With 1 million wagered, a return of 70,000 was relatively low, and the risks were considerable. In a striking turn of events, at 2:10 in the afternoon, the horse General also entered the first round. Following a mediocre performance the previous Saturday, the odds for General contrasted sharply with those for Never Die. The two betting companies offered similar odds, 1.7 for first place, 1.3 for second, and 1.07 for elimination, indicating a lack of faith in General securing the top spot, as higher odds were set to lure bettors. While Never Die displayed a fierce competitive spirit, General appeared steadier, influenced more by its rider. Zhang Jing inquired at noon whether General could achieve second place. IGZ, having scrutinized the competitors' past performances, suggested that one of the other 6 horses demonstrated formidable strength, making a bet on second place a safer choice. Haifa, a 17-year-old refugee, confidently asserted that General would indeed secure second place. Zhang Jing nodded, contemplating that if conditions permitted, a slight underperformance could mislead others into believing General's victory was fortuitous. This request posed a challenge, as mistakes are intolerable in the racing arena. After a brief moment of contemplation, Haifa affirmed his commitment. Upon exiting the horse-drawn carriage, IGZ turned to Zhang Jing and inquired if he would place a bet. Zhang Jing hesitated, noting that the current odds were still too low. Infrequent large bets might attract the betting company's scrutiny. IGZ suggested registering numerous shell companies in places like the Cayman Islands or Panama, enabling him to place bets online without drawing attention. Zhang Jing contacted Barbie, who remained at the racecourse, entrusting her with the task of registering no fewer than 50 shell companies. Adept at such endeavors, Barbie promptly flew to Hong Kong, vowing to execute the plan flawlessly. At 2:10, as the crowd watched with bated breath, Haifa expertly guided General in the first round. The horse's swift speed momentarily dazzled onlookers, who could only track its progress on the large screen. The race commenced well, with General maintaining second place initially, but after a misstep, Haifa found the horse slipping to third and fourth before regaining second place 2 minutes later. In a nail-biting finish, General surged ahead by a third of a horse's length, crossing the finish line and advancing successfully. Yet, both General and Haifa appeared to be exerting their utmost effort, displaying signs of exhaustion. In particular, General had its tongue lolling and saliva flying. Zhang Jing and IGZ exchanged a glance, surprised that both General and Haifa still held potential for the coveted golden statue. With the 5,000 yuan prize secured, IGZ took 10%, the rider 5%, and the remainder was allocated to the horse owner. With 2 more rounds of racing ahead, Zhang Jing and IGZ remained until the very end to assess their competitors. However, IGZ pointed out potential complications in the final round, analyzing that the horse Big House had delivered an impressive performance, clocking in at 3 minutes and 38 seconds for the 3,200 meters, currently the best time among all competitors. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhang Jing invited IGZ to a party in town that evening. She declined outright, citing her distaste for inferior quality alcohol. Frustrated by her stew Section 80, only seeing the sesame, the matter is not concluded. Upon returning to the racetrack, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the scene. Smart Bean and 8 playful snow sled dogs frolicked nearby, embodying a harmonious atmosphere. Zhang Jing discovered Milika and her father, old Daijin, at the entrance of the storage shed behind the stables. The elderly man, clad in worn cowboy jeans and a brown jacket, appeared not to have aged a day. Instead, he exuded vitality after a considerable time apart. Long time no see, Zhang Jing greeted him, his mind racing to shed his troubles. He deliberately inquired, "Are you planning to take Milika away?" "Not just yet," old Daijin replied, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes deepening with worry. "The issues remain unresolved." Zhang Jing, wishing to avoid foul language in Milika's presence, led old Daijin aside. "This isn't a charity." He gritted his teeth. "Just 40 minutes ago, Nick Tokus and his crew nearly intercepted my pickup. Had it not been for a passing police car, I might have met my end." This situation won't last long. Old Daijin explained with a pained expression. I've called in an old buddy. The trouble will soon be smoothed over. Zhang Jing, feeling discontent, retorted. Why do you seem so relaxed? Dealing with Nick Tokus requires 2 expensive pieces of equipment, likely costing around $600,000. Huh. Am I indebted to you for favors or for money? Zhang Jing mocked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I owe you a favor, old Daijin responded, his expression grim. I'll likely never have the chance to repay that $600,000. In exchange, I promise to do something for you without limits. Without limits? Zhang Jing echoed in disbelief. Does that include murder? Indeed, old Daijin affirmed. Contrary to conventional wisdom, such a promise is typically reserved for critical moments. However, Zhang Jing did not share this belief. He doubted old Daijin's commitment to uphold any promise and questioned whether anyone would. The best course of action was to utilize the promise beforehand. Don't scold me. Zhang Jing thought of himself as someone who only sees the sesame seed and not the vast watermelon, a trait he has always possessed. His mind raced as he realized his amiable nature left him devoid of bitter enemies. The only person he found truly bothersome was Chu Shaoqing, whose incessant chatter and meddlesome nature were exasperating. Should I eliminate her? He mused. That would be absurd. There was also that disdainful Japanese man, whose face resembled that of a horse, who had been hostile towards him during several warehouse auctions. Should he consider ending him as well? With this in mind, Zhang Jing turned to old Daijin and requested, hand me your phone. Reed Daijin complied, passing the device to Zhang Jing. After ensuring there were no recording devices on old Daijin, Zhang Jing got straight to the point. Eliminate Martha Black. She is a public figure and frequently appears on television. After her demise, you can collect the payment in cash from Hong Kong within 7 days, and from that point onward, we shall owe each other nothing. You seem quite experienced, old Daijin remarked, perplexed. I wish to avoid trouble. What do you have to fear when you are alone? Old Daijin replied, glancing affectionately at his daughter, Milika. I should be the one exercising caution. Zhang Jing chuckled, recalling a past treasure-hunting expedition in the western region, where a sudden flood swept away 4 of the 7 members of their group, including himself. The remaining trio clung perilously to a steep cliff, awaiting rescue. The risks of treasure hunting were daunting, yet the dangers of hiring a hitman were far greater. How could Zhang Jing not be cautious? How did you find yourself at odds with a celebrity? Old Daijin inquired, intrigued. I don't know her. Then why resort to murder? For no reason. I simply wish not to squander your promise. Old Daijin felt a wave of frustration. In normal thought processes, such a significant promise is typically held for critical moments. The idea of killing a stranger seemed to reflect Zhang Jing's erratic thinking, yet money afforded him the power to act as he pleased. After discussing further details, old Daijin bid farewell to Milika and departed the racetrack before nightfall. Once old Daijin was gone, Zhang Jing felt no pangs of conscience over contemplating the murder of a stranger. He bore no fear, nor did he feel any guilt. The reason was simple. If Martha Black were to be killed, it would undoubtedly be Chu Shaoqing's fault. Due to Chu Shaoqing's penchant for television, Zhang Jing had inadvertently become acquainted with Martha Black, a foul-mouthed, redneck woman whose political views were vehemently anti-Asian, particularly against the people of Longhua. Her character was despicable and repugnant. Far from feeling pressured, Zhang Jing found joy in the situation, even popping open a bottle of expensive champagne to celebrate prematurely. Meanwhile, Idazumi had no inkling that he had narrowly escaped becoming Zhang Jing's target. That evening, as was his custom, he visited his favorite izakaya, entering a private room. At 31 years of age, standing at 7 meters tall and weighing 70 kilograms, he was a loyal sycophant, bowing to the demands of life. His companion, Chizaki, respectfully closed the door behind him. What has Zhang Jing been up to lately? Idazumi inquired, making his way to the upper tatama mat to sit. Horse racing. And he has even made it onto television. It appears quite glamorous. Is he performing well? His racing results are impressive. Idazumi, feeling irritated, asked, how much would it cost to acquire a decent racetrack? Roughly $10 million. Yen or dollars? Dollars. Idazumi winced slightly at the thought of spending that much. With a budget of $10 million, find a racetrack with good conditions. Whatever Zhang Jing does, I want to counter it. Chizaki felt a pang of distress. This was reminiscent of the notorious young masters of ancient times. After dismissing Chizaki, Idazumi summoned 2 voluptuous women, one black and one white, to commence his lavish evening. Idazumi reveled in his indulgence, as did Zhang Jing, while old Daijin grappled with a headache. Initially, he was bewildered by Zhang Jing's desire to kill an unfamiliar elderly woman until he researched and discovered that Martha Black was a far-right figure. Not only was she extreme right, but the entire state of Tennessee mirrored her sentiments, as evidenced by the demographic data revealing a racial composition of 79. 2 white, 16. 5 African American, 2. 2 Latino, 1. 0 Native American, 1. 1 mixed race, and 0. 3 Asian. In such a uniquely structured society, vehemently opposing Asians and artificially creating conflict would undoubtedly be beneficial for garnering votes. He then flew directly to Nashville, the capital of Tennessee. Waiting in a park littered with needles for about 10 minutes, Zhang Jing met with 2 companions, both in their 50s, portly, and seemingly prosperous. Engaging in casual conversation, the 3 men sat together, and Zhang Jing recounted the task at hand. Just 600,000. I think robbing a bank would be more reliable. Shanam. It's not the 1990s anymore. Banks and armored trucks are no longer easy prey, Zhang Jing cautioned. Shanam, which phonetically resembles Shannon, carries a pleasant connotation, suggesting liveliness. Yet it was a popular name for boys. The man named Shanam was bald, stout, greasy, and perpetually clad in worn denim, utterly devoid of any charm. Murder is certainly easier than robbing a bank, another older man chimed in. The old methods still apply. First, stake out the target, then plan the execution. Rolando was correct. Zhang Jing concurred. This was not a trivial matter, and it was better to proceed with caution. Rolando, also in his 50s, slightly oily, wore a name that implied popularity and a certain renown in the vicinity, though in reality, he was no more esteemed than Zhang Jing or Shanam. The trio then began to strategize their execution plan. Public records could reveal Martha Black's workplace, situated outside the state government building alongside a 6-lane east-west thoroughfare. Due to the considerable risk involved in tracking, the trio employed a method of ambush, first determining the direction in which Martha Blake exited the state government building. They then ascertained the intersection where she frequently turned to indulge in coffee. In essence, they were waiting patiently, utilizing the most rudimentary means to pinpoint Martha Blake's daily trajectory. The aim was to find an opportune moment to commit murder, a process that would not be swift, but rather a meticulous and patient endeavor. Of course, one could not discount the possibility of extraordinary luck. Indeed, on this occasion, Zhang Jing experienced remarkable fortune. Typically, Martha Blake was accompanied by bodyguards. However, for days later, by sheer happenstance, Zhang Jing discovered that Martha Blake had dismissed her bodyguards and, alone, drove for half an hour into an open suburban community nestled among the hills. The scenery was picturesque, with variously styled villas hidden behind towering trees. Zhang Jing spotted Martha Blake's white Cadillac parked in the front yard of one residence. After a moment's hesitation, he notified his 2 friends, parked the car by the roadside, and scaled the wall to enter the villa's courtyard. A few minutes later, Zhang Jing crept along the base of the villa's wall until he reached the rear corridor. From there, he could glimpse the interior of the living room through a window. He quickly peered inside before retreating behind the wall. Pressed against the wall, Zhang Jing could hardly believe his eyes. What had he just witnessed? Seizing the moment, he retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and carefully extended it to capture the scene within. Martha Blake, in her 60s, was performing an exotic dance reminiscent of a siren, while a muscular young African-American man sat naked on the sofa, moving rhythmically. After filming for over 40 seconds, Zhang Jing sent the video to Zhang Jing with a note. This is Martha Blake herself. Is she worth 600,000? Should we proceed with the killing? Zhang Jing, engrossed in his own affairs, was equally astonished upon viewing the video. He promptly responded to Zhang Jing. She is indeed worth it. No need for murder. Exclusively provide this to me. And if you have more footage, you shall receive greater rewards. Without further ado, Zhang Jing continued to send more provocative and eye-catching videos to Zhang Jing. 20 minutes later, Zhang Jing returned to his vehicle, astonished at how effortlessly this task had unfolded. With a chuckle, he started the car and departed, heading straight to the airport to collect his payment. Zhang Jing received 3 segments of video, the first lasting 43 seconds, the second 94 seconds, and the third 332 seconds, all in high definition and captured from 2 angles. The 2 soft figures were quite unappetizing in appearance. The young African-American man seemed to be a professional, showing no hesitation, while Martha Blake was vocally engaged in the act, evaluating the videos in his possession. Zhang Jing resolved to sell them at a premium, aiming to recoup at least $80,000 in costs. Initially, he had promised Zhang Jing 600,000. But given Zhang Jing's exceptional effort in directing what resembled a short film, Zhang Jing felt remiss if he did not offer him 80,000. The question remained, who would be the buyer? The answer was singular Professor Su Zheong from Xizang University. Section 81, Another Chance Encounter. Seeking a buyer in the pre-dawn hours of Xinjiang, Su Zheong, roused from a hazy slumber, inquired into the phone, "What kind of antique is it?" "Not an antique." Came the reply, "Something fresh, just out of the oven. Masha Blake's artistic short film." Su Zheong, a retiree rehired to support his wife's medical expenses, was weary from teaching all day. To be awakened in the middle of the night for a short film pitch? Anyone else would have received a torrent of abuse. But Zhang Jing was different. He patiently inquired, Is she well known? She's frequently on television in the States, but virtually unknown in China. Look her up online. The short film is boundary-pushing, high definition, and lasts a full 7 or 8 minutes. It cost $800,000 to produce. I won't sell for less than $1 million. Or I'll keep it for my own private enjoyment. Don't reveal the source to anyone. With that, Zhang Jing hung up. Su Zheong was taken aback by the film's exorbitant cost, jolting him awake. A quick online search revealed the subject's credentials, leaving Su Zheong speechless. No wonder it cost $800,000. 5 minutes ago, he'd thought it ridiculously overpriced. Now, he felt it was a bargain. After all, he was an associate professor with connections. At 1 a.m, he made a call. Zhang Jing, leaning against the fence by the racetrack, watched Andy and Haifa ride. Less than half an hour later, he received a call back from Su Zheong. After a brief exchange, they agreed to meet for the transaction in Vancouver City, 200 kilometers to the north. As a matter of habit, Zhang Jing intended to back up the video, but fearing the insecurity of email, he opted for a physical air gap, saving it to a computer hard drive that was disconnected from the network. It might be a futile effort, but he couldn't take any chances. Finding the racetrack mechanic and hardware maintenance worker, Zhang Jing handed a cell phone and $1,000 to Dylan, who had a disabled leg. Deliver this phone to Vancouver. I'll give you the exact location later. Dylan, without hesitation or question, simply agreed. Meanwhile, Dai Jin was en route to Hong Kong. Zhang Jing called Barbie, who was in the process of registering a shell company there, instructing her to withdraw $800,000 USD worth of Hong Kong dollars from the bank. Rent a car. Put the money in the trunk, park the car near the airport, and let Dai Jin retrieve it himself to avoid leaving a paper trail. One who treads the riverbank often gets their shoes wet, and Zhang Jing hoped that day would be long in coming. Dai Jin receiving the money constituted black money, and he would have to find a way to launder it, which was none of Zhang Jing's concern. He hoped Dai Jin would eliminate Nick Taukas of the transportation brigade soon, so Zhang Jing could relax and enjoy the unadulterated joy of 20 tons. If it weren't to eliminate future troubles, Zhang Jing wouldn't give him $80,000, even if Dai Jin knelt and called him father. Not to mention $80,000. Even $8,000 was uncommon for an average American family to have in savings. It pained him to give it away. After completing his tasks, Zhang Jing left the racetrack at noon, having promised Katie he would attend her match at the Isherwood Sports Center that afternoon. A training match, a friendly. En route. Stopped at a long red light, Zhang Jing unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Oh! A surprised exclamation came from beside him. A white Chevy hatchback had its passenger window rolled down. What a coincidence! Zhang Jing turned to see the woman from the plane. Indeed, it was a coincidence. The two had spent 15 or 16 hours together on the flight, yet didn't even know each other's names. The reason was that the woman simply didn't find Zhang Jing attractive. Had they not been seated together and bored, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all. In this chance encounter, all Zhang Jing could do was offer her an elegant and polite smile. As the light turned green, Zhang Jing floored the accelerator, the engine roaring as he sped away. Zhang Jing's lack of pursuit displeased Zhou Manmiao, who watched the pickup truck depart and sneered, "Loser. Do you know him?" The driver, also a beautiful woman, possessed an air of refinement, reminiscent of a scholarly family from the Republican era. "No, he was just seated next to me on the flight here. If you don't know him and he didn't offend you, why insult him?" Yang Jieshu glanced at her friend, Zhou Manmiao, who retorted, "I greeted him, and he completely ignored me. So rude. The light was green. How was he supposed to greet you?" Dropping the subject of the loser, Zhou Manmiao changed the topic, candidly stating, "I came here to find a rich boyfriend, not to watch boring tennis. People who have time to watch tennis are usually financially well off." "Really?" Zhou Jing's eyes lit up. Liang Jieshu cautioned, "The key is to maintain a ladylike image. Don't use vulgar language or appear money-hungry. Men dislike materialistic women." Hypocritical. Zhou Manmiao, as on the plane, continued her candid remarks. Men like young, beautiful women, yet they hypocritically accuse women of being too materialistic. Liang Jieshu was speechless. Which was one of the reasons they were friends. Zhou Manmiao always spoke directly, without artifice. At the Isherwood Sports Center, Katie, who was 182 meters tall, wearing a light gray tracksuit and sporting a white baseball cap, was waiting in the parking lot when Zhang Jing arrived. "Boss, I didn't expect you to come." Katie seemed a little shy. Zhang Jing wasn't fooled. It wasn't as if he'd just met her. The shy act was likely an act, though a convincing one. Zhang Jing bluntly reminded her, "I prefer you as you were." In an instant, Katie straightened up, her tone casual, "To continue receiving your financial support. I'll be sure to win spectacularly today." Huh. Just as he thought, women were all drama queens. Following Katie back to the tennis center's locker room, her French coach was there. "My sponsor, Mr. Zhang Jing," Katie introduced. "My coach, Ms. Swiatek." Swiatek, also wearing a white baseball cap, was equally tall and appeared energetic. Katie's 2-year training expenses were approximately $400,000, three-quarters of which was Swiatek's coaching fee. Even more impressive, Katie was just one of 6 students Swiatek was simultaneously coaching. The reason she was so highly regarded was that she had once achieved a world-class 33-match-winning streak, demonstrating her strength. Zhang Jing extended his hand. It's an honor. I've watched every one of your matches. Swiatek shook Zhang Jing's hand, directly exposing the lie. Katie said you don't like tennis. Zhang Jing didn't falter, responding smoothly. That's because Katie doesn't know me. Is that so? I thought you were close. Swiatek, in her 40s, seemed much older, as if she could see through everything. After a few meaningless pleasantries, Zhang Jing left the locker room, looking forward to the upcoming match. Section 82. The beauty of the Republic of China. The tennis court, with a seating capacity for 1,000 spectators, was scarcely populated, with no more than 15 individuals present. Zhang Jing instantly spotted Zhou Mansha, marveling at the coincidence. Zhou Mansha, too, recognized Zhang Jing, her anger flaring up as she hastily approached him, demanding, "Are you following me?" Zhang Jing remained calm and composed, meeting her gaze directly. "I arrived before you." Zhou Mansha's beautiful face contorted with frustration, struggling to find a retort as she grappled with the misunderstanding. At that moment, Liang Jieshu stepped in to intervene, introducing herself. "I am Liang Jieshu. May I ask how to address you?" Zhang Jing was taken aback by her striking appearance, fair skin, tall stature, large eyes, and a delicate face, all adorned in the elegant attire reminiscent of the Republic of China, exuding an air of sophistication that felt almost time-traveling. After a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Jing introduced himself. "Zhang Jing. Are you a foreign student?" she inquired. "No, we must have met somewhere before." She pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her face. Zhang Jing clarified, "Aside from our brief encounter on the road, this is our first meeting." Zhou Mansha interjected, pulling Liang Jieshu aside. "How could you possibly know him? Let us move to the other side to watch the match." This was merely a minor episode. After approximately half an hour, the match commenced at 2:10. It was a friendly game, also referred to as an open training session. Katie took to the court first, donning a sun hat, a sporty white skirt, and a fitted tank top, looking sharp and ready. As the match began, Katie maintained a relentless offensive, her opponent either scrambling to reposition or struggling to keep up. It was evident that tennis demanded both stamina and quick reflexes. After winning 6 consecutive games, Katie triumphantly claimed the first set. The match was played in a best-of-3 format, and after a brief intermission to switch sides, the second set commenced. True to Katie's earlier promise of winning in style, she dominated the second set as well, leaving her opponent so frustrated that she smashed her racket and walked off the court. "Yes," Katie exclaimed with glee. She first embraced her coach and then, like a whirlwind, rushed towards Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing, overwhelmed by her enthusiasm, stood up quickly, fearing she might unintentionally crush him. In a heartfelt hug, Katie, with her striking blue eyes sparkling, asked excitedly, "Boss, am I amazing?" The term amazing served as an unspoken code between them. Zhang Jing had no intentions of entangling himself with Katie, as Ding Jiaqing was merely temporarily away from Seattle. Determined to dampen Katie's spirits, he remarked, "Your opponent was rather weak. There's no need for pride." Unfazed, Katie retorted, "In the fourth match, I will win spectacularly." Seated across from them, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha observed the interaction, concluding that they were likely a couple. Liang Jieshu engaged in conversation with her friend, while Zhou Mansha felt a pang of jealousy, lamenting how a seemingly ordinary man could have such an impressive and beautiful girlfriend. "Jealousy can cloud your judgment," Liang Jieshu cautioned. "Perhaps he is indeed exceptional. I can't shake the feeling that I've seen Zhang Jing somewhere recently." "Where have you been lately?" Zhou Mansha countered. "I attended a friend's birthday party on Friday and was at the St. Fort racetrack on Saturday." "Wait." Liang Jieshu's eyes widened. "He seems to be the owner of the racetrack." "Impossible," Zhou Mansha gasped, feeling as though she had narrowly missed an immense fortune. Zhang Jing claimed he was merely feeding the horses. Liang Jieshu shook her head resolutely. "He truly is the owner of the racetrack, as his horse Unbeatable made a profound impression by finishing first even after the jockey fell off in the first race." "Isn't racing primarily a sport for the wealthy in America?" Zhou Mansha asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Liang Jieshu bluntly shattered her friend's fantasy. "You, being from Hong Kong, should know the value of a racehorse better than I do." "This isn't over," Zhou Mansha declared, suddenly invigorated, her gaze fixed on Zhang Jing across the court, her expression fierce. "That man shall be mine." "Let it go," Liang Jieshu advised. "He has a girlfriend and clearly shows no interest in you. Besides, after a long flight, you don't even know his name. That's quite presumptuous." This isn't my fault. Zhou Manxia fumed internally, who told him to be so low-key. Your aggressive approach won't work. Liang Jieshu understood her friend well, knowing her lavish spending habits required a wealthy boyfriend to sustain her lifestyle. How about this? There's a race at St. Fort on Saturday. Join me and create a chance encounter. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with horse racing to ensure you have something to discuss. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, he was being set up by the women. By the time Katie completed her fourth match, it was already past 5 in the evening. As he prepared to leave the stadium, he was intercepted in the empty parking lot by Idatari Narumi and his sycophant, Chaichi. Initially, Zhang Jing did not recognize Idatari Narumi, having only made a memorable impression during a disruption at the auction warehouse. Upon learning his name, everything fell into place. The gold-embroidered jade piece currently on display in Longwu bore the name Idatari Zhongjing. Take a look at this. Idatari Narumi, standing at 6 feet tall with bright eyes and a proud demeanor, presented an A4 sheet of paper to Zhang Jing. Examining the contents of the paper and then regarding Idatari Narumi, Zhang Jing silently commended the man for his wealth. He had successfully acquired Jordan Racetrack, spanning 500 acres and housing over 70 horses. Impressed, Zhang Jing intended to depart, but Idatari Narumi stopped him once more. With a hint of a classic rogue's charm, he boasted, I heard that Unbeatable was born at Jordan Racetrack, which you snagged for 3,000. I'll buy it back for 60,000. Intrigued, Zhang Jing lingered, devising a strategy. Instead of a purchase, how about a wager? Wager on what? Idatari Narumi countered. Does Jordan Racetrack have a horse that can advance? Yes, in the 1,600-meter dirt race. Zhang Jing nodded. Let us race to see which horse crosses the finish line first. If I lose, Unbeatable is yours. If you lose, your horse becomes mine. Idatari Narumi's eyes sparkled with interest. However, Chaichi interjected, Unbeatable left a lasting impression during its first outing. The jockey fell yet it still won. Are you sure you want to be so reckless? Chaichi, appearing fiercely loyal, warned, this could be a trap. A trap? Zhang Jing retorted. You all suddenly appeared to block my path, while I just learned about your acquisition of Jordan Racetrack. When would I have time to set a trap? Besides, I know nothing about horses. This wager is about bravery. If you're afraid to accept, then don't flaunt your courage in front of me next time. Idatari Narumi, being astute, recognized the logic in Zhang Jing's words. There was no time for deception. Rather than a mere horse race, it was indeed a test of courage. After contemplating for several seconds, he concluded that he was not lacking in bravery. With a determined nod, he proclaimed, I accept. Section 83. Believe in the light. Zhang Jing was indeed acting on a whim, indulging in the thrill of the moment. Yet he held faith that his lucky streak would not betray him. Most importantly, he believed in the notion of survival and in IGZ. Both he and she were dedicated and would not disappoint their benefactor's expectations. Especially the idea of survival. Perhaps a horse that had once tasted death would run with all its might, driven by a fierce competitive spirit. Almost as if to slap its former owner in the face, Chaichi and Ida Siming instructed their lackey to summon someone to draft a contract. I shall write the contract for you. Professionally, they declared. Meanwhile, Zhou Munsa, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached in her high heels to strike up a conversation. Aren't you a model? Zhang Jing inquired. Before modeling, I worked as a secretary at the Guam Micro Motor Company in Hong Kong. Drafting contracts is my forte, she replied. Zhang Jing chuckled. I wouldn't have guessed. You. Then, here's 100 as your fee. 100? Who do you think you're insulting? Zhou Munsa retorted, her irritation barely concealed. Had it not been for Zhang Jing's status as a wealthy bachelor, she would have fired back with greater intensity. She forced a polite smile, appearing demure and soft. Ida Siming was indifferent to Zhou Munsa, but when he spotted Liang Jieshu, who exuded the charm of the Republic era, he felt as if he were frozen in place. Liang Jieshu's physique was not particularly remarkable, nor was her beauty striking. However, her vintage grace was captivating, causing Ida Siming to instantaneously feel the stirrings of love. In an instant, he transformed into an eager suitor, approaching her with a bow. I am Ida Siming, son of the president of Yokohama Sankai Corporation. Liang Jieshu was taken aback. This seemingly naive young man was, in fact, the heir to a prominent company known for its engineering machinery. Hello, Mr. Ida Siming. She greeted politely. Hello, he replied, his excitement palpable. Would you consider being my girlfriend? No, Liang Jieshu shot back without hesitation. Are you married? Ida Siming asked, crestfallen. Zhang Jing observed closely. Liang Jieshu's rejection was unwavering. Ida Siming's disappointment was genuine. His infatuation with her was serious. I just broke up with my ex-boyfriend. Liang Jieshu unexpectedly revealed. Oh, Zhou Munsao interjected, stepping between them. You have no hope of pursuing my friend. Her great-great-grandfather was Liang Xichao. Her great-grandfather was Liang Mingqing. and her great-grandmother was Su Wayne. The Liang family forbids her from marrying foreigners. Zhang Jing was astonished, realizing the depth of Liang Jieshu's heritage, which explained her profound vintage charm. Moreover, this family decree was quite commendable. No wonder Liang Jieshu possessed such a distinctly pure Chinese appearance, devoid of any mixed heritage. Ida Sai Ming was oblivious to Liang Xichao's identity, but understood the implication of forbidden, causing him to pound his chest in frustration. For the next hour, Zhou Munsa meticulously drafted 2 betting contracts, leaving no detail overlooked. Zhang Jing and Ida Sai Ming affixed their signatures and fingerprints. With the contracts in effect, they agreed to meet on Saturday for the outcome. Before parting, Ida Sai Ming lingered with Liang Jieshu. Zhang Jing handed 100 yuan to Zhou Munsa, praising her professionalism. Zhou Munsa cast a pleading glance at her friend. Liang Jieshu quickly understood and interjected, "Mr. Zhang, let's forego the payment. Please treat us to dinner instead." Zhang Jing glanced at Katie, who had been waiting patiently, and since it was indeed dinner time, he acquiesced. Nearby the stadium, several restaurants beckoned. Zhou Munsa expressed a desire for Thai cuisine, and the 4 entered a restaurant adorned with a curry-themed decor. "Welcome," greeted the owner, a Thai man with a warm demeanor and a friendly face. Zhang Jing's gaze drifted past the owner to a large Buddha head displayed behind the bar. "Please, take a seat," the owner gestured, noting the restaurant's emptiness due to a slow business day. "I am a devout Buddhist," Zhang Jing said earnestly. "May I pay my respects to the Buddha head?" "Of course," the owner stepped aside. Zhang Jing joined his hands in prayer, murmuring incantations, bowing deeply, and then kneeling to prostrate himself fully on the ground, performing a traditional homage. Katie was bewildered. She knew Zhang Jing held no particular faith. If he did, it would be in the deity of wealth. What was happening now? Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa exchanged glances, believing his display of reverence to be sincere. After his supplication, the 4 settled by the window, with the menu in Zhou Munsa's hands. "Mr. Zhang, can you handle spicy food?" she inquired, her previously haughty demeanor replaced by politeness. "I can tolerate sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy," he replied. Encountering unexpected resistance, Zhou Munsa swiftly placed their order. Due to the lack of patrons, the owner promptly brought out their dishes: tom yum goong, spicy and sour seafood soup, curry fish cakes, curry chicken, grilled crab, grilled shrimp, and curry crab mango rice, a total of 6 plates. As the meal was served, Zhang Jing called out to the owner, "That Buddha head seems to carry the weight of many worldly tribulations. May I be so fortunate as to purchase it?" The owner hesitated. Zhang Jing joined his hands in prayer, assuring him that price was not an issue. "That is an ironwood-carved Buddha head," the owner explained. "An appraiser claims it is over 100 years old. I have been contemplating selling it. If you can offer 10,000 yuan, it is yours." Zhang Jing shook his head. "For a believer, the Buddha head is priceless. You must have a reason for selling it. I need to pay next month's rent." "Business is slow," the owner lamented. Zhang Jing reached into his pocket, retrieving 3 neat stacks of green bills, gently placing them on the table. "I lack the courage of the Buddha to sacrifice for others, but I can assist you within my means to help you temporarily weather this storm." Staring at the bundles of cash, the owner could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. "The pawnshop only offered me 3,000 yuan. That's all right." Zhang Jing replied with a tone of compassion. "May good people enjoy peace throughout their lives and receive the rewards they deserve for their hard work." The owner broke down, hiding his face as he wept uncontrollably, and Zhang Jing successfully acquired the Buddha head. Silence enveloped the table. Recalling Zhang Jing's sponsorship for her basketball games, Katie became increasingly convinced of his benevolence. The pawnshop's offer of 3,000 suggested that the Buddha head was worth no more than 5 or 6,000. Yet Zhang Jing had offered 30,000. Liang Jieshu too believed in Zhang Jing's goodness, even thinking he possessed the purest soul in the world. The one most affected by this display was Zhou Munsa, who felt both shameful and insignificant, akin to a fool. As Zhang Jing's gaze swept over the 3 women, he sighed inwardly. He did not wish to be perceived as a paragon of virtue. Moreover, this was merely a misunderstanding. His motives were not altruistic, but rather financial. Yet, he had no choice but to maintain this facade he would endure for the sake of the Buddha head. Section 84. The foolish son of the landlord. Upon returning to the racetrack, darkness had already fallen. Zhang Jing first transferred an equivalent of 100,000 Hong Kong dollars from Su Zihong's account at the Nanyang Bank. The short film had sold this afternoon for a staggering 1 million Hong Kong dollars, and according to their prior agreement, Su Zhang would receive a 10 commission on the sale, an amount deemed fair, especially when compared to the standard 30 typically charged by professional intermediaries. Zhang Jing then dialed Su Zihong's number. "It seems you never consider the time when you call." Su Zhang yawned on the other end. "I just acquired a Buddhist head, made of ironwood. At first glance, it appears to be a carved piece. but I suspect its structure resembles a Kongming lock, seamlessly integrating with the facial features of the statue. Under normal circumstances, the statue's abnormalities would remain undetected. However, Zhang Jing's keen eye, aided by a 5-meter metal detector, uncovered its hidden intricacies. Otherwise, he would never have spent money to procure it. Please take more photos and videos and send them to me via WeChat, he instructed. After hanging up, Zhang Jing meticulously captured the statue from every angle and sent the images and videos to Su Zheong, patiently awaiting a response. This wait extended for 4 days until 2 strangers appeared at the racetrack's entrance, one elderly and one young, resembling a master and apprentice. Coincidentally, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa also arrived at the champion racetrack for the first time, leading to an unexpected encounter among the 4 at the entrance. Professor Wang, what brings you here? Liang Jieshu approached the elderly man, who was in his 60s and donned thick reading glasses, with surprise. Professor Wang Xingshui took a moment to respond, finally recognizing her after 3 years. It turned out that Liang Jieshu was a former student of Wang Xingshui's wife. You're an expert in mortise and tenon structures. What brings you to champion racetrack? Liang Jieshu inquired. A friend mentioned that the owner has acquired a mortise and tenon structured Buddhist head, so I came to take a look, he replied. Both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa were taken aback, recalling the events of the previous evening. Moments later, Zhang Jing spotted the 4 guests near the racetrack's fence. Surprised to see Liang Jieshu and Wang Xingshui acquainted. Wang Xingshui was introduced to Zhang Jing by Su Zheong as an expert in mortise and tenon structures, accompanied by his young male student, approximately in his 20s. The Buddhist head was stored in a secure silver chamber. Zhang Jing pretended to return to the stable to retrieve it and presented it to Wang Xingshui. However, Wang did not take it but instead began to examine it curiously from all angles. After a moment, he posed a question to Zhang Jing. How did you deduce that it was a mortise and tenon structure? I previously visited a large Luban lock measuring 5.3 meters at the Shandong Pavilion. As a professional treasure hunter, I tend to scrutinize Buddhist heads more closely and noticed that this one appeared different, though I couldn't determine its exact structure. Zhang Jing was aware of the valuable contents within, but was hesitant to force it open, fearing he might damage them. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa stood quietly to the side, realizing for the first time that Zhang Jing was not only the owner of the racetrack but also a professional treasure hunter. Yundi, come take a look. Wang called to his student, who was slightly handsome and somewhat effeminate, stepping forward to examine the Buddhist head. After a moment, he shook his head, indicating he did not understand. Please PLA Section 85. The Gaming Tycoon, Mosquito Circle. The following Saturday marked another day for the Seattle Cup qualifying matches. Having already completed 2 rounds, the event had garnered significant attention through various media channels, and with it being a Saturday, many families were in attendance. The tickets were priced at a steep 10,000 yuan. Upon arrival, Yi Shiming seemed to be awaiting Zhang Jing, playfully tapping the horse-drawn carriage and boasting. Thank you for sending the horse my way. Zhang Jing retorted, I fear your face may swell too much later. Yi Shiming burst into laughter. I fear you may end up in tears. Just as he finished, Yi Shiming's demeanor shifted instantly. He stood upright, adopting a well-behaved expression as he greeted the elegantly dressed Liang Jieshu. Good morning, Miss Liang. Were you two arguing? Liang Jieshu inquired with curiosity. Not at all. Yi Shiming earnestly denied it, casually draping his arm over Zhang Jing's shoulder and enthusiastically declaring, Zhang Jing and I are good brothers. Horse racing is merely a hobby. There is no argument, no conflict. We'll chat next time. Goodbye. Liang Jieshu offered a slight smile, radiating a beauty that could captivate a city. Yi Shiming felt his legs weaken, and Zhang Jing's heart raced. Zhou Munsa, impeccably dressed, extended a paper bag towards Zhang Jing, appearing both demure and considerate. I brought you breakfast. The horse racing veterinarian, Lu Si, the breeding manager, Fei Lai, the jockey and nutritionist, Haifa, the jockey Andy, the trainer, Ijizi, and tennis player Katie all turned their gazes towards Zhang Jing. At that moment, a shared question lingered in everyone's mind. Where was Ding Jiaqing? In front of everyone, Zhang Jing did not spare Zhou Munsa's feelings and accepted the paper bag with gratitude. The atmosphere became slightly awkward, prompting Zhang Jing to wave them off. Send the horses to the stable. Don't just stand here. The jockeys, veterinarian, and trainer departed. Among the crowd, Katie's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Munsa. Without much thought, she discreetly approached her and whispered sternly, Bitch, don't entertain unrealistic fantasies. To her surprise, Zhou Munsa was equally fierce, defiantly replying, I will replace you. You've misunderstood. Katie smirked. I'm not the boss's girlfriend. The real one is someone else. Zhou Munsa was taken aback, having encountered Zhang Jing several times. She still had not discerned who the actual main partner was. Unaware of the covert clash between the 2 women, Zhang Jing spotted Nail and Jennifer, The couple. After leaving Manor 1042, Zhang Jing and Ding Jiaqing discovered that Jennifer was the eldest daughter of the founder of Mosquito Circle. Having developed a passion for equestrianism since childhood and marrying the Egyptian jockey Nail 4 years ago, only Zhang Jing was aware that Mosquito Circle had developed games such as Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia, Splinter Cell, Far Cry, and the Watch Dogs series. Since the Dragon Kingdom prohibited the cracking and downloading of single-player games last year to protect intellectual property rights, companies like Mosquito Circle had been reaping substantial profits. It was astonishing that such a freckled woman with a hint of baby fat was connected to a major tycoon, enabling her to treat the law lightly and purchase foreign lands at will. Due to their special status, Nail and Jennifer were quite popular, surrounded by a throng of admirers. Noticing Zhang Jing's gaze, Liang Jieshu gently introduced, "That's Nail and Jennifer. Jennifer is the eldest daughter of the founder of Mosquito Circle, a prominent family in Seattle." "How impressive!" Zhou Munsa exclaimed enviously. "Is she a horse owner too?" "She owns horse number 25, a brown quarter horse valued at 1.7 million yuan. And she is also a jockey." Zhou Munsa expressed her eager desire to meet her. "They have their own circle. Outsiders cannot penetrate it." Liang Jieshu dashed her friend's unrealistic hopes. As she spoke, both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa's eyes remained fixated on the Jennifer couple. Upon seeing them approach, they instinctively held their breath. "Long time no see." Nail extended his hand towards Zhang Jing from afar. It hadn't been long. They had last seen each other the day after the first round of the competition, conspiring on matters of ill intent, which was precisely half a month ago. Given Nail's warm demeanor, Zhang Jing felt inclined to engage in the land acquisition plans, sharing a common interest, and stepped forward with enthusiasm. "Long time no see." Unexpectedly warm. Nail shook Zhang Jing's hand and pulled him into an embrace. Overall, since marrying Jennifer, Nail's material life had improved, and he had acquired more wealth. Yet it did not reach 100 million. Zhang Jing possessed that, at least 100 million yuan to purchase farmland, which was quite impressive and worthy of respect. Jennifer, with her slight baby fat and faint freckles, appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a high school student, though she was not much older, likely around 25 or 26. Searching the crowd, she inquired with concern, "Why haven't I seen Miss Ding?" "She is currently in the Dragon Kingdom," Zhang Jing replied, subtly avoiding the matter. "I look forward to having coffee with her and discussing horse racing." Jennifer's tone was light and conversational. Her impression of Ding Jiaqing was quite favorable, stemming from their last encounter when Ding had firmly rejected investment in commercial real estate and posed 3 challenging questions regarding land purchases. Although Jennifer ultimately triumphed and cleared all obstacles, it was Zhang Jing who proved to be the wealthiest patron among all guests that day. Jennifer's father may have been wealthy, but that did not necessarily translate to her personal wealth. It merely indicated her status, without 100 million yuan to her name. Thus, in her eyes, Zhang Jing stood as a lofty mountain, as she did in Zhang Jing's. "Thank you, and I wish horse number 25 good luck today." Zhang Jing responded politely. After a brief exchange, the couple departed. As expected, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa were left astonished, their expressions revealing their surprise at the genuine warmth and courtesy displayed by the Jennifer couple towards Zhang Jing. What did this signify? Zhou Munsa's heart raced. She vowed to win Zhang Jing over, no matter the cost. As for Miss Ding, she was conveniently in the Dragon Kingdom, providing her an opportunity. Liang Jieshu, however, was more curious about Zhang Jing, pondering what it was that made Jennifer and Nail treat him with such deference. Was it wealth? Status? Background? The morning competitions consisted of only 2 rounds, with the first round commencing at 9:10. Not Dead Yet and Yida Shiming's horse number 17 competed in the same round. Jennifer's horse number 25 would run in the second round, dubbed the Death Group, with a formidable horse valued at 1.7 million. Due to its popularity, not only the residents of White Fish Town cheered for Not Dead Yet, but tourists and television stations also held it in high regard. Who else could remain in first place even after the jockey fell off? With a sharp whistle, the starting gate swung open, and the race began. 7 horses flashed by like lightning, with Not Dead Yet maintaining its competitive spirit, refusing to lag behind. As they reached the halfway point, it confidently held the lead. Section 86. Resuming old pursuits. Time was fleeting. The race concluded in under 100 seconds. During this brief interval, everyone held their breath, culminating in a resounding cheer. Not Dead Yet surged ahead, finishing first by a margin of 2 lengths. Zhang Jing raised his fist in triumph. Perhaps due to being a dark horse, Not Dead Yet exhibited tremendous tenacity, crossing the finish line and, upon deceleration, rearing its front hooves to showcase its remarkable physique. Irina, positioned with 5 cameras at fixed angles to live stream the horse race, watched as Not Dead Yet burst across the finish line with an invincible force, tears of excitement streaming down her face, perhaps out of deep empathy. This stirred some fans to join her in weeping, sympathizing with her refugee status, and they clamored for Zhang Jing to raise her salary. The next moment, when they witnessed Irina and Zhang Jing embracing passionately, many threatened to unfollow him. Fortunately, it was a brief embrace. Over 10,000 viewers tuned into the live stream, only to be met with another infuriating scene. Zhang Jing embraced the alluring veterinarian Lucy, tennis goddess Katie, and the serious trainer Agnes. The chat room was rife with jealousy, filled with various snarky comments. However, the viewers soon discovered an amusing twist when the equally stunning and model-like Zhou Munsa attempted to embrace Zhang Jing, but was met with merely a handshake. The atmosphere shifted to silence as they observed the classically beautiful Liang Jieshu. It became evident that some individuals had the power to captivate hearts with a single glance. This brief stillness was soon shattered as the chat room erupted with gift spamming. Zhang Jing, a tall and slender policeman named Qiao, approached, overwhelmed with excitement. His voice hoarse and eyes glistening with emotion. Initially, neither he nor anyone else had anticipated that Not Dead Yet would reach the finals. Thank you all for your support. Zhang Jing graciously expressed, it is precisely because of your encouragement that Not Dead Yet has drawn sufficient motivation to achieve such commendable results. Qiao nodded repeatedly, taking charge, announcing, tonight's town party is on me. Zhang Jing, in a bold display, declared, tonight's celebration is courtesy of Not Dead Yet. Its winnings are ample for the festivities. There was another matter that left Qiao in a quandary. Many townsfolk, both adults and children, wished for a photograph with Not Dead Yet. This is no problem. Zhang Jing readily agreed. After the finals next Saturday, we can accommodate 40 to 60 people each day over 4 days. Qiao knew Zhang Jing was easygoing and kind-hearted, and expressed his gratitude profusely. The award ceremony followed, where jockeys, trainers, and owners posed for photographs, after which they received a prize of 10,000 meters. The process was live-streamed, and amusingly, Irina, during her broadcast, received tips that amounted to several hundred more than the race's prize money. The focus then shifted. Irina, equipped with her live-stream gear, followed Zhang Jing to the stables to find Ida Sai Ming. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa, unfamiliar with others, accompanied Zhang Jing to the stables. Upon locating Ida Sai Ming, they found him gently caressing the mane of horse number 17, his expression one of deep affection and reluctance to part. Regrettably, horse number 17 had not qualified for the finals. Upon seeing Zhang Jing approach, the 26-year-old Ida Sai Ming, standing approximately 6 feet tall with bright, expressive eyes and a notably elongated face, wore an expression of displeasure. Would you like a bit more time to bid farewell? Zhang Jing asked, arms crossed and voice laced with mockery. Sensing Zhang Jing's palpable malice, Ida Sai Ming released horse number 17, his spirit ignited, declaring, I will definitely win back Goose. It turned out that horse number 17 was named Goose, which Zhang Jing disdainfully deemed an unfortunate name for such a fine steed. From now on, it shall be called half Jean Ergua too, Zhang Jing decisively proclaimed, adding, since my girlfriend isn't home, I have the naming rights. Ida Sai Ming was infuriated. While over 10,000 viewers watching the live stream erupted in laughter, realizing Zhang Jing was a master of provocation. On the other side of the globe, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing were also watching the live stream late at night. Upon hearing Zhang Jing's quip about having no naming rights, Ding Jiaqing muttered to herself, when I return, I'll change that name. Half Jean Ergua 2 is too unappealing. Prince sounds much better. Chu Xiaoqing's focus diverged. She fixated on Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa, fuming. How outrageous. You just left, and Zhang Jing already has 2 new loves. Ding Jiaqing remained silent but noticed that Zhang Jing maintained his distance from Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa, while also observing Zhou Munsa's gaze toward Zhang Jing, which was filled with invasive intent. Returning to the St. Bofiai racetrack, Zhang Jing's renaming of Goose incited Ida Sai Ming's fury. Let us wager again, Ida Sai Ming proclaimed, refusing to back down, his demeanor somewhat disgruntled. Minister, that is not advisable. Chai Chi-Chi, acting as an assistant, provided a rational perspective, advising against the risk, suggesting they cut their losses. Zhang Jing had deliberately provoked Ida Sai Ming, and as Chai Chi-Chi interfered, Zhang Jing's gaze purposefully drifted to the vintage beauty Liang Jieshu, enticingly stating, I've heard that beautiful women are fond of men with courage. Haha. Zhang Jing's acting was so transparent that Ida Sai Ming burst into laughter. It seems you have me all figured out. Just don't let your face hurt too much when you lose. What will you wager? Zhang Jing asked fearlessly. Dinden Racetrack has a 3,200-meter grass race this afternoon. Ida Sai Ming inquired. I have a horse in the race. You have one too, right? Zhang Jing nodded. Ida Sai Ming decisively stated, let us bet on the shortest time. If I win, I get Goose back. If you win, the horse is yours. Zhang Jing turned to Zhou Munsa. Miss Zhou, could you please draft the contract? Of course. Zhou Munsa replied sweetly. Thus, a new betting agreement was reached between Zhang Jing and Ida Siming, all broadcast live. With over 10,000 viewers opting to stay up all night, determined to witness the upcoming race. Lunchtime arrived swiftly, the clock striking 2:10 p.m. The wager regarding the Champion Racetrack and Dinton Racetrack had become widely known, thanks to Ida Siming's deliberate promotion, providing ample entertainment and conversation for the public, thus heightening excitement for the race. Before the race commenced, concerned about the pressure on the jockeys, Zhang Jing sought out Haifa, urging her not to dwell on the wager. With a whistle, the gates swung open, and the horses surged forth. As Zhang Jing felt the weight of anticipation, the 53-year-old Old Daijin and his companions, Shannon and Roland, remained equally tense, holding their breaths. They were situated in a secluded farm, 50 kilometers east of Whitefish Town, over 100 kilometers from downtown Seattle. Old Daijin, clad in camouflage, concealed himself less than 50 meters from the main house of the farm. His two companions, Shannon and Roland, also in disguise, were hidden on a hill 800 meters away, having remained hidden for a day and a night. Shannon climbed to the top, where two long-range rifles lay before him. He gently caressed one of them, a familiar bereft, specifically the M107A1, the latest version, with an effective range of 2,400 meters. This high-caliber rifle was primarily designed for vehicles and, equipped with an 8x scope, cost over 30,000 meters. However, if the rifle was so affordable, why did Old Daijin need 600,000 meters for his equipment? The answer lay in another long-range rifle, the M200, developed by the Shan Tactical Company. To discuss the cost, due to its illegal status, it approached 300,000 meters, with a normal price of 200,000 meters. The exorbitant price stemmed not only from its function as a sniper rifle, but also from being a complete weapon system, accompanied by revolutionary ammunition and a portable computer. This computer could store all ballistic data and automatically calculate adjustments for current conditions. In other words, even a novice, unfamiliar with wind speed, direction, humidity, or atmospheric pressure, could achieve high precision with proper use. For those already skilled, it could fire high-power bullets with rapidity akin to an automatic rifle. Roland held a digital reconnaissance system binocular, valued at 60,000 meters, and included their communication devices and automatic weapons, all of which were costly. Two vehicles approached, each carrying 4 occupants. Identification is being verified. Target confirmed. The front passenger seat of the lead car is occupied by none other than Nick Taukas himself, currently engaged with his mobile phone. Nick Taukas, the 35-year-old scion of Ottawa mining, beardless, with a resolute countenance, robust physique, and piercing gaze, remained steadfast in his conviction that Old Daijin was responsible for his father's demise. The rationale is straightforward. His father orchestrated the assassination of Old Daijin's wife, Milika's mother, in a desperate bid to secure a semblance of normalcy and safeguard his daughter's future. The 53-year-old Old Daijin has been compelled to arm himself, enlisting the aid of old comrades. After a day of arduous waiting, Nick Taukas has finally arrived. Section 87. Affluence truly reigns supreme, the Hound acknowledged. The Hound, identified as Daijin, was in close coordination for the ambush, now able to visually confirm the two approaching vehicles. Prepare, Roland commanded as the vehicles neared Old Daijin. 3, 2, 1, fire. Shannon engaged the bereft, targeting Nick Taukas. Hit confirmed, Shannon reported calmly. Approximately 2 seconds later, Old Daijin deployed a portable, small grenade launcher, firing 6 40mm grenades at the target from 20 meters away. The resulting explosions coalesced into a continuous roar. Rear vehicle, survivor on the right rear, Roland reported. Shannon, from 800 meters, provided a covering shot with the M2000. As the smoke dissipated, Roland, through his binoculars, confirmed the absence of further threats and communicated, Hound, sweep the area. Daijin, setting down the grenade launcher and wielding an AK assault rifle, emerged from a half-meter deep foxhole, slowly approaching the vehicle wreckage. After a thorough inspection confirming no survivors, he discovered an unusual, large item that had remained intact amidst the explosions, lying askew on the roadside. After a moment's hesitation, Daijin photographed the item with his phone. Subsequently, the trio retreated. The waiting had been protracted, but the act of elimination was swift, concluding in under 2 minutes. A time frame within which the 3,200-meter race at the St. Racetrack hadn't even concluded. Amidst the cheering crowd, the first horse crossed the finish line in the first race of the afternoon, clocking in at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Ida Siming's steed was among them, achieving a final time of 3 minutes and 46.5 seconds, securing second place and advancement. General secured second place in the second round, trailing the lead horse by a length and a half, with a final time of 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Despite successfully advancing, Zhang Jing lost the wager. Ida Siming exclaimed in elation, leaping skyward, and approached Zhang Jing tauntingly. Does your face sting? Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha exchanged glances, their expressions conveying resignation. They had hoped for Zhang Jing's victory, but the outcome was contrary to their desires. Zhang Jing remained silent, the sensation of the sting known only to him, his thick skin impervious to such feelings. Returning the stakes to Ida Siming, Zhang Jing led his entourage back to Whitefish Town, where they reveled in a party with the 200 townsfolk until the late hours. The betting agencies acted with alacrity, publishing the final odds the following morning, offering closely aligned and similar valuations. For the 1,600-meter race, Undying was given odds of 1, 1, 7 for first place, 1, 1, 3 for second, and 1, 1, 0, 8 for third. Evidently, despite Undying's valiant performance, the odds were not in its favor against Jennifer's number 25 horse. Consequently, the odds for first place were set somewhat high, a $1 bet yielding 1.70 if successful. The least favored horse boasted odds of 1.3 for first place, a $1 bet paying out $3 if it won. In the 3,200-meter race, General was particularly undervalued, gleaning odds of 1.3. A 50 million wager, if successful, would yield 150 million. His heart pounding vigorously, Zhang Jing summoned Haifa and Aegis. You've analyzed the other racehorses. In the 3,200-meter final next Saturday, does General have a likelihood of securing first place? Zhang Jing inquired directly. Haifa glanced furtively at Aegis, intimidated by her, as she could be formidable when roused. General is more dependable than Undying, Aegis affirmed categorically. One is flamboyant, the other reserved. If Haifa has no issues, I believe General will be the dark horse. Zhang Jing turned to Haifa. Boss, Haifa began, voicing her thoughts. Have you been concealing General's true potential for a substantial wager? Yes and no, Zhang Jing reassured her. Simply allow General to unleash its full speed in the final. Disregard everything else. Haifa nodded. Dismissing Haifa with a wave, Aegis probed Zhang Jing. How much do you intend to wager? I'm not as reckless as you, Zhang Jing responded steadily. I'll only stake 1/3 of my cash. Aegis was unaware that 1/3 equated to 100 million, a revelation that would have left her reeling, refraining from disturbing their equestrian practice. Zhang Jing departed the racetrack and phoned Barbie, who was still in Hong Kong. Good morning, boss, Barbie greeted over the phone. Zhang Jing issued his instructions directly. The final odds have been released. Place a 50 million wager on General for first place in the 3,200-meter race, and 50 million on Undying for first place in the 1,600-meter race. Distribute the bets across both betting agencies as much as possible. Barbie responded apprehensively in agreement. Also, Zhang Jing added, recalling the silver. Purchase 92 tons of silver in Hong Kong. 92 tons? Barbie queried, suspecting she had misheard. Yes, 92 tons. With silver prices remaining stable at 680,000 per ton. 92 tons would amount to 62.56 million, entirely within budget. Boss, Barbie couldn't help but interject, aren't the young models and starlets more alluring? What's the purpose of acquiring silver? Upon terminating the call, Zhang Jing located the two experts, one elderly and one young, in the stables, accompanied by Dylan and Jamie. They were still laboring to open the Buddha head, seemingly at a loss. Perhaps we should enlist the assistance of firefighters? Zhang Jing suggested with blunt candor. Provoked. A spark ignited within him, and Wang Xingxue dislodged a mortise and tenon component from the apex of the Buddha head. Subsequent progress was smoother, and in under 10 minutes, the Buddha head was disassembled into over 100 mortise and tenon components. This also revealed the treasure concealed within, a standing Buddha statue, seemingly crafted from bronze. With eyes slightly closed, right hand raised, palm forward, left hand lowered, palm also forward, and feet resting upon a lotus pedestal, standing approximately 20 centimeters tall. It appeared exceptionally impressive, no, exceedingly valuable. Wang Xingxue, donning gloves, lifted the Buddha statue, scrutinizing it from every angle, surmising it to be a bronze artifact from the Tang dynasty. Zhang Jing's spirit soared, and he photographed and recorded the statue, forwarding the media to Su Zheong. As per custom, he also transferred a 300 renminbi appraisal fee, along with a 10,000 RMB confidentiality fee, reiterating that this was in no way motivated by sympathy for Su Zheong's chronically ill, bedridden wife. Zhang Jing was no paragon of virtue. Wang Xingxue reassembled the mortise and tenon Buddha head, inquiring of Zhang Jing, do you intend to sell this Buddha head? No. Zhang Jing promptly declined. Wang Xingxue nearly choked on his own blood, having assumed from Zhang Jing's tone that he was considering a sale. Zhang Jing was not so naive. Any artifact was most valuable when complete. For instance, the land behind number 1047, seemingly dispensable, neither appealing nor easy to relinquish, was in fact the linchpin of the 1049 estate. Feigning to extract 2 stacks from his pocket, he gently placed them before Wang Xingshui, courteously stating, "My gratitude. This is the remuneration we agreed upon." With the task concluded and the payment received, Wang Xingshui and his disciple departed the racetrack. Zhang Xian courteously escorted the pair to the racetrack entrance, where they were greeted by a new arrival, Ri Daijin. The old man appeared pitiable, his spirit flagging. As he beseeched Zhang Jing, "Could you offer me employment?" Employment was a pretext. Proximity to his daughter was his true motive, as Milika was old Daijin's lifeblood. What of that fellow from the transportation brigade? He met his demise yesterday afternoon. Zhang Jing suppressed his elation, confirmed, affirmed. And his accomplices? All deceased. Remarkable. Zhang Jing gave old Daijin a thumbs up, assuring himself that he could now serenely relish the bounty of 20 tons of silver. 16 tons had been expended, expanding the mithril space from 333 meters to 444 meters, leaving 4 tons currently stored in the stables. "You're a treasure hunter," old Daijin stated, producing his phone. "This photograph may be of assistance to you." Holy crap. Zhang Jing's eyes widened instantly. It was a dragon, seemingly fashioned from bronze as well. The first impression was that it was a counterfeit, approximately 2 meters tall and resembling a stone lion. Yet, how could it be casually lying by the roadside? Niktokas held it in high regard, with 8 individuals and 2 vehicles escorting it. Daijin introduced it. Logically speaking, something of uncertain authenticity should not warrant such investment. Yet Zhang Jing trusted his instincts. Furthermore, given the abundance of wealth, he unabashedly proposed a new arrangement. "I will take it off your hands. I shall pay you a deposit of 1 million meters worth up front, and upon successful acquisition, another 1,000,000 meters worth as the final payment." As per the usual protocol, he would personally retrieve the cash from Hong Kong. A model of Victoria's Secret caliber could be hired for merely 20 to 50 meters worth, while a cup of Häagen-Dazs would cost 5 meters. A decent house in Whitefish Town was priced at 500,000 meters. Zhang Jing boldly initiated the conversation with a figure of 2 million. Old Daijin initially contemplated rebuking Zhang Jing, thinking, "Is wealth truly impressive?" However, the words remained unspoken. The offer was indeed irresistible. Old Daijin did not enter the winery, but turned around and promptly set off to execute the plan. Section 88 of the Avatamsaka Sutra. As Zhang Jing wielded his banknotes to impress old Daijin, the west was cloaked in the stillness of midnight. In the dead of night, Su Zheong donned a coat and sat at his desk, scrutinizing the images of the Buddha statues previously sent by Zhang Jing. In a world replete with countless Buddha figures, this particular one bore no distinctive features, save for 4 lines of scripture that might hold a clue. Supreme, profound, subtle Dharma. Difficult to encounter for countless eons. I now see, hear, receive, and hold it, wishing to understand the true meaning of the Tathagata. As an associate professor with a wealth of acquaintances, including erudite Buddhologists, Su decided to forward the photograph in hopes of gleaning some insights. He then consulted a calligrapher to authenticate the script. This process was painstakingly slow, and approximately 10 hours later, at the stroke of midnight in Seattle, Zhang Jing received a call from Su Zheong. "The authentication fee is 3,000 RMB, Su lamented over the phone. "I consulted 4 friends before confirming its identity." "Not a problem," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly, for he found himself in a position of financial abundance and readily agreed. The 4 lines of scripture inscribed on the lotus pedestal were the opening verses pinned by Empress Wu Zetian for the Avatamsaka Sutra. "What is an opening verse?" Zhang Jing queried, puzzled. "It is akin to a prologue," Su explained, "and there is a historical anecdote behind it." "Could it be a legend?" Zhang Jing speculated. "It is not a legend," Su insisted earnestly. "Everything I tell you is corroborated by ancient texts." "What anecdote?" Zhang Jing pressed on. Wu Zetian was well-versed in Buddhist doctrine, particularly enamored with the Avatamsaka Sutra, which she believed had been inadequately translated at the time. Consequently, she dispatched envoys to ancient India to procure the sutra and invited the esteemed master Shi Tian de Tang to translate it. Upon her initial reading of the newly translated sutra, she experienced a profound epiphany and composed an opening verse that has been passed down through the ages. Zhang Jing erupted into laughter, incredulous. "You can't be suggesting that this Buddha statue was worshipped by Wu Zetian." Su, maintaining a serious demeanor, informed him that numerous manuscripts pinned in Wu's own hand had survived. "I consulted 2 esteemed calligraphers, and they confirmed that those 4 lines of scripture were indeed pinned by the Empress herself." Astonished, Zhang Jing pondered. Su's tone shifted to one of gravitas. "That is a national treasure. It should be donated. Is there a possibility it could be a forgery?" Zhang Jing countered, sidestepping the query. How could it end up in the hands of a Thai individual? During Wu Zetian's reign, The Tang dynasty was at its zenith, with an Annam commissioner stationed in the south, making its drift to Thailand entirely plausible. What is its worth? Zhang Jing inquired with concern. A national treasure cannot be measured in monetary terms, Su responded earnestly. Zhang Jing chuckled, thinking of Su's age and his wife's expensive imported medications, yet feeling a twinge of sentimentality. Without further deliberation, he abruptly ended the call and transferred 700 renminbi for the authentication fee. Unable to sleep, he examined the Buddha statue closely. Had Wu Zetian, over 13 centuries ago, also scrutinized this very statue in the dead of night? Regardless of future financial challenges, Zhang Jing resolved he would never sell it. When the time was ripe, he would establish a private museum, charging a modest entry fee of 10 RMB per visitor. A sudden crack echoed as a grass stem snapped underfoot. Zhang Jing concealed the statue in a silver-lined space and produced an M1911 handgun, lightweight, rapid-firing, and formidable. Just then, a shadow appeared at the stable's entrance, indistinct yet unmistakably belonging to Chu Xiaoqing. Relieved, Zhang Jing quietly tucked away the firearm and inquired, "Has Jiechi returned?" "Not yet. She has many classes to attend and cannot spare the time," the shadow replied. "Then what brings you here?" Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. "I came to check on those two vixens, to see if they are in your bed," Chu Xiaoqing responded, referring to Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manxia. Disregarding Chu's eccentricity, Zhang Jing chose to go for a run, his mind racing with thoughts as dawn approached. He jogged until daybreak, emerging drenched in sweat. At 6:30 in the morning, he encountered a geef at the stable entrance, who pulled up in a striking light blue Aston Martin, sporting dark sunglasses and exuding an air of nonchalance. A geef, whose name translates to Aegis, had flowing golden hair and a personality driven by financial gain, embodying the essence of a capitalist. A gifted trainer, he took his work seriously, arriving early to prepare for the Saturday finals. "I have some explosive news," a geef announced, parking in front of Zhang Jing. "What is it?" Zhang Jing queried. "Someone has unscrupulously purchased the 23-acre estate at 1049 Avenue 84, valued at a staggering 40 million renminbi, he stated. "That must be a rumor," Zhang Jing dismissed, unperturbed. "It is not a rumor," a geef asserted with conviction. "The owner of 1049 directly told the neighbors. My grandmother lives on Avenue 84. Zhang Jing feigned a smile. Little did he know that a geef's expression revealed admiration, as he remarked, "I admire that buyer. They acquired a 40 million property for merely 10 million. That's quite impressive. If only I could marry him." Imagining a marriage with a geef conjured various idioms in Zhang Jing's mind. A den of thieves, colluding for mutual benefit. A cabal of officials and businessmen. What if the buyer is a 70-year-old man? Zhang Jing teased. "What does that matter?" A geef retorted without shame. "If I could marry him, I would inherit his fortune." Seeing a geef's earnestness, Zhang Jing felt a strange sense of appreciation for her forthright nature. With no other business at hand, Zhang Jing cautioned. "Chu Xiaoqing is at the stable. You must not quarrel." "What about Ding Jiechi?" a geef inquired. "She hasn't returned," Zhang Jing replied. A geef laughed heartily. "She is quite bold for allowing you to roam free." Zhang Jing's expression darkened as a geef pressed the accelerator and departed. Jogging back to the stable, he found hot water for a shower before breakfast. He was grateful for Haifa, a 17-year-old refugee from Lebanon who served as a stable hand and nutritionist, also responsible for preparing breakfast. He also appreciated 19-year-old Milika, who, despite her struggles with depression and weighing 260 pounds, was always eager to assist Haifa with vegetable harvesting and meal preparation. Breakfast consisted of 20 half-pound baked flatbreads, a large pot of vegetable soup, and a basin of ham. Everyone's breakfast was gathered here, often with leftovers that were not wasted but instead fed to the dogs. 8 Siberian Huskies and 1 clever dog named Doe received a diet primarily of fish and meat paste, purchased in bulk for around 8 RMB per meal, affordable and easy to care for. Occasionally, they were also fed various amino acids, calcium powder, and coarse grains meant for the horses. They too had their duties. Trainer Ryan was responsible for instructing them in guarding the premises, with remarkable results. Of all the dogs, Doe exhibited the most exceptional training, excelling in tasks such as searching, overcoming obstacles, long-distance running, swimming, and rescue operations, consistently responding promptly to commands. Ryan even expressed a desire to purchase Doe for 2,000 RMB, leaving Zhang Jing both amused and exasperated. Section 89. Preparing intensely gathered around the table. The atmosphere was lively and the conversation abundant. Andy, age 34, standing at 155 meters and weighing 45 kilograms, casually inquired, "Boss, can I wager my entire fortune on Never Die to secure first place in the finals?" This topic garnered significant attention, and all eyes turned to Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing retorted, Do you have confidence in yourself? Andy expressed his concerns. The 25th horse is formidable. Even the betting companies are favoring it. In truth, the betting companies also held Never Die in high regard, as High FA noted. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer such low odds of 1-7 for the winner. So, what are you betting on? Andy asked High FA. Taking a deep breath, High FA replied with unwavering determination, I have 500 yuan. And I am betting it all on General for the win. Zhang Jing felt a surge of concern. High FA had been working for months, living frugally, saving every penny. Yet, her weekly salary was only 200 yuan, which explained her modest savings. As both a jockey and a horse nutritionist, her remuneration was grossly inadequate, especially given her status as a refugee, which Zhang Jing exploited without remorse. Feeling a pang of guilt, Zhang Jing offered, I'll lend you 30,000 yuan. Wary of being misconstrued as benevolent, he added with a harsh tone, if you win, return it immediately. If you lose, your weekly salary will be halved until the debt is cleared. You are young. You will eventually repay. High FA discreetly stuck out her tongue, but did not refuse. To ensure fairness, Zhang Jing scanned the room, asking, is there anyone else who needs a loan? Boss, D Long raised his hand. I'll also lend 30,000. Repay immediately if you win, and gradually if you lose. Zhang Jing nodded, appearing unconcerned about finances. Anyone else? I'll lend 30,000, said the Chinese descendant. Fei Lai. I do too, added Jamie, the African employee. Me as well, chimed in Aegis. Andy also raised his hand. The beautiful winemaker, Cindy, looked around. Seemingly the only one not borrowing, and tentatively suggested, I could also borrow 30,000. Zhang Jing nodded in agreement. Can I borrow too? Asked the timid Milika. I want to bet on General for the win. Zhang Jing generously consented. The veterinarian, Lucy, and video operator, Irina, both enrolled in technical college and only present on weekends, also requested 30,000. At this moment, it was evident, even to a fool, that Zhang Jing was financially robust. He then turned to Chu Shaoqing, asking, what about you? Chu Shaoqing shook her head, which stirred a hint of unease in Zhang Jing. After breakfast, the group dispersed to attend to their respective duties. Zhang Jing, too, was busy, driving out to participate in a warehouse auction. Although most items in private warehouses were mere junk, he hoped to unearth a hidden treasure. It was evident that few could forget their wealth. After 4 days of accompanying runs without earning a penny and encountering the vexatious Ida seeming daily, Saturday arrived in a flash. Before dawn, Zhang Jing rose early and approached the stable of Never Die, embracing its large head and whispering, First. As long as you can win first place, he promised, I will personally give you a bath for a week. I will not go back on my word. Sensing its owner's profound affection, Never Die emitted a joyful neigh. Zhang Jing then moved to the stable of General, a 12-year-old horse purchased for 350,000 yuan. Undeniably a splendid specimen. Majestic, tall, elegant, powerful, and possessing a long stride, it had many virtues, albeit it was aging and past its prime. Gently stroking its mane, Zhang Jing encouraged. You are the chosen one, destined for greatness. You will surely be the champion. General displayed a gentle disposition, with humble eyes, nuzzling against its owner affectionately. Superstar, still under a year old, was ineligible to compete, but Zhang Jing did not neglect it, offering a comforting embrace. Hearing footsteps approach, he turned to see Chu Shaoqing. Are you nervous? She asked Zhang Jing. The anxiety was undeniable, his heart a tangled mess, yet he could not show it too starkly, fearing it might affect the pre-race morale of Never Die in general. You are doing great, Chu Shaoqing said, for the first time complimenting Zhang Jing, but then added, however, the class divide is an insurmountable chasm. It is better for you and Ding Jiaqi to forget each other. Class divide? Zhang Jing chuckled at her. Indeed. It exists, intangible yet real. A sense of superiority prevails among those in higher echelons. Zhang Jing fell silent. Was not class merely a reflection of power? He could possess it too. After a brief exchange, Chu Shaoqing turned to leave the stable, driving off in her Bentley. As an ordinary person with considerable social exposure, Zhang Jing was acutely aware of class distinctions. For instance, in the appraisal industry, esteemed professors often disdain interaction with lower-tier treasure seekers. Su Zheong was an exception, as he was in dire financial straits. Similarly, local politicians, unless seeking publicity, rarely wished to engage with the common folk. Ordinary individuals were often likened to grass or leeks, mere tools for harvest, milestones for advancement. Not only were they ignored, but even a glance could evoke impatience. If a politician smiled at you, it was undoubtedly a feigned gesture. Sadly, this was a universal reality, inescapable no matter where one went. What could be done about this situation? One must believe that light exists in the world and that solutions outnumber difficulties. With the treasure-seeking system in place, Zhang Jing felt assured he had a plan. Just then, footsteps were heard approaching again. It was slightly light outside. Aegis arrived earlier than usual, stating, "I ran into Chu Shaoqing on the way. Is she all right?" "She's fine. You came too early today." "I couldn't sleep," Aegis replied, tucking her golden hair behind her shoulder. Feeling anxious as her entire fortune was riding on General and Never Die, Zhang Jing nodded in understanding, admitting he too had spent the night in restless dreams. As more individuals gathered, it became clear they all shared the same unease. Once everyone had arrived, Zhang Jing turned to Fei Lai. "You stay at the stable today and care for Superstar." Fei Lai lowered her head, feeling a tinge of regret. "Jamie," Zhang Jing addressed the only African employee. "You will be responsible for guarding Never Die, ensuring no strangers approach." "Understood." "De Long, you will protect General, likewise prohibiting any unfamiliar individuals from coming near." "Received." "Andy and Hai Fa, as jockeys. You two cannot stray from your horses. Even during meals and restroom breaks, there must always be two individuals guarding General and Never Die together." Zhang Jing had invested 50 million yuan on each horse for first place. Caution was paramount. For what if the betting companies resorted to underhanded tactics? Perhaps Zhang Jing was overly cautious, but prudence was never a fault. "Lucy, stay alert. I hope you won't be needed during the race." Lucy acknowledged. "Cindy and Milika, you'll run errands. Go wherever needed." Both nodded in agreement. "Irina, focus on your job. Fans are our lifeblood. Ensure the video is well captured." Irina nodded affirmatively. Aegis required no reminders. She was well aware of her responsibilities. Section 90. Frustrating online users as the horse transport vehicle traversed the quaint town. The lanky officer Joe, the portly matron Susan, and numerous townsfolk awaited its arrival. This time, there were no shouts of cheer, nor was their music resonating through the air. An unusual silence enveloped the scene. After a month of anticipation, today marked the fourth and final race. And no one could have predicted that two horses from the champion stable would reach the finals. Repeated surprises had ignited excitement in the town. And this occasion was no exception, with the crowd both anxious and hopeful. Officer Joe approached Zhang Jing's pickup truck, reflecting that General Ink and T-Dai were the heroes of Whitefish Town. Regardless of the outcome today, they would become legends. It was evident that Joe remained skeptical, perhaps even fearful, believing that either General or T-Dai could clinch the championship. This sentiment resonated with the majority of the townsfolk, as both horses had already delivered numerous shocks and miracles, leaving them hesitant to harbor extravagant hopes. "I believe they will be champions," Susan asserted, her tone robust and resolute. Observing her, Zhang Jing invited, "Please take the passenger seat." Susan hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. "I thought your passenger seat was reserved for pretty ladies." The convoy embarked slowly, with over 20 vehicles leading, the horse transport in the center, and more than 30 trailing behind, all heading towards St. Fort Racetrack. Fortuitously, the preliminary rounds had taken place at two different tracks, and the final venue was determined by a draw to be at St. Fort, sparing them the need to acclimatize to a new location. During the journey, Zhang Jing opened up to Susan, directly expressing his hope that she would join him in his endeavors. The conversation turned pleasant, as Susan expressed her willingness to embark on a new venture and enter the political arena. Arriving at the destination by 7:50, they believed they were early. However, journalists and eager tourists had arrived even earlier, drawn by T-Dai's exceptional prior performances and burgeoning popularity. Many had spontaneously printed photos of the horse, raising them high and loudly wishing for T-Dai to achieve great results today. Reporters seized advantageous positions, documenting the descent of T-Dai in general from the transport into the stables. Throughout this process, Irina and her assistant Milika were live-streaming with 7 mobile broadcasting devices across platforms including YouTube, MetaCafe, and Dailymotion. These accounts were registered under Zhang Jing's identity, with Irina overseeing their operation. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa were also present, offering their blessings to General Ink and T-Dai. Nail and Jennifer, too, exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Jing, noting that T-Dai would be competing alongside their number 25. As competitors, there was no animosity. The overall atmosphere was fair. A different scenario unfolded when Ida Siming approached Zhang Jing with 2 new betting contracts, enticing him with the proposal of another wager. The morning featured 2 races. T-Dai was to compete in the 1,600-meter dirt race, followed by General in the 3,200-meter turf race 2 hours later. Ida Siming had a horse in the 3,200-meter final. The notion of betting again referred to a wager between his horse and General. "What are we betting on?" Zhang Jing inquired amidst the clamor. "I'll take a loss. Winning the last bet has inflated Ida Siming's ego. I'll wager my Jordan racetrack and over 70 horses against your winery and 3 horses," he declared. The Jordan racetrack also operated a tourism project. And out of the 70 horses, more than half were used for tourist rides valued less than a cow, while a small fraction were breeding stock for sale. Only 3 or 4 horses were truly capable of competing professionally, with perhaps 1 or 2 being of high quality. The real asset was the 500-acre tract of land that Jordan racetrack occupied, located only 20 kilometers from Seattle. Ida, audacious and wild, seemed intoxicated by his recent victory. Upon receiving the betting contract, Zhang Jing scanned it, noting it was identical to the previous 2, complete with details on breach of contract, victory criteria, and settlement timelines. Zhang Jing turned to the sycophantic Chaichi, who accompanied Ida, questioning why he did not dissuade Ida from such reckless behavior. Chaichi, astute and academically accomplished, recognized Zhang Jing's attempts to provoke. He had indeed tried to intervene, but to no avail. As predicted, Zhang Jing's words incited Ida, who erupted in anger. "You underestimate me." Zhang Jing retorted, "I fear you cannot bear the loss. You are the one afraid of losing, aren't you?" Ida coolly countered, realizing that the winery and racetrack constituted Zhang Jing's entire fortune. Zhang Jing, however, was indifferent to the winery and racetrack. His true concern lay with the 3 horses, as he had formed a deep bond with them through nightly companionship. "Under unchanged conditions, I'll wager $3 million for the 3 horses," he announced. This sum, in dollars rather than yen, met with Ida agreement. Thus, under the watchful gaze of over 130,000 viewers on the streaming platforms, Zhang Jing and Ida formalized their wager. Was this not too reckless? Agnes cautioned from the sidelines. The wager excluded employees and the 3 horses, allowing Zhang Jing to remain in high spirits. "If I lose the racetrack and winery, I shall simply procure better ones." Agnes wore a puzzled expression. "Are you quite wealthy?" The adage wealth does not return to one's hometown holds true even in America, and Zhang Jing unabashedly affirmed his affluence. Agnes, whose ambitions were aligned with wealth, was drawn to him, especially as he had connections with Wan Li. She was merely a minor character, yet she was unreserved about her aspirations, hinting at her desire to bear his child, proclaiming her worth. Zhang Jing shook his head, as he harbored feelings for Ding Jiaqing, who, despite her seeming cunning, was genuinely considerate of her partner. In contrast, Agnes, while capable of bearing children, could easily find herself embroiled in divorce, leading to significant financial loss. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Munsa exchanged silent, incredulous glances as the dialogue between Zhang Jing and Agnes unfolded, fully exposed to the live stream. Indeed, the broadcast room erupted in chaos, with a cacophony of praise, criticism, and various opinions. User A exclaimed, "A good man from Dragon Country, truly loves Ding Jiaqing." User B scoffed, unashamed, too free-spirited. User C lamented, "How can he disregard such a beautiful and alluring woman?" User D speculated, "Could Zhang Jing be a boy?" The comments varied widely. Irina, embodying the spirit of the customer as king, endeavored to enhance Zhang Jing's image. However, she too faced backlash, as viewers questioned whether she had ever bowed before Zhang Jing. Ultimately, Irina shed a few tears to rectify the atmosphere of the live stream. Fans then expressed interest in seeing the elegant Liang Jieshu, prompting Irina to arrange for Liang and Zhou to step into the spotlight. As a refined young lady, Liang Jieshu, experienced and knowledgeable, effortlessly engaged with the 7 broadcasting devices, delivering eloquent remarks that garnered applause and tips. Yet, some astute viewers recognized Zhou Munsa and uncovered her modeling background, noting her infatuation with Zhang Jing. Initially, the comments were benign, but soon viewers began to speculate whether Zhou had experienced any past pregnancies, inciting her ire. Section 91. Running without rest. Having completed his trivial tasks, Zhang Jing returned to the edge of the racetrack, standing alongside the townsfolk in quiet anticipation of the race's commencement. At that moment, a white man clad in a gray suit approached him with a somewhat unsteady gait. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Jeffrey, and I am an employee of the Pecker National Lottery Company's Seattle branch." "Greetings," Zhang Jing replied politely. In a conversational tone, Jeffrey casually inquired, "Many are placing their bets on Undying and the General for first place. What are your thoughts?" "I share that belief," Zhang Jing responded with conviction. "Do you not think that the chances of horse number 25 taking first place are higher?" Zhang Jing, while maintaining his gaze towards the starting gate, continued his conversation with Jeffrey. "What are you implying? Someone has spent a considerable sum to bet on your 2 horses securing first place in both events, and Pecker National is concerned about potential foul play." Zhang Jing interjected, "Before the race begins, all horses undergo drug testing. There is no basis for your suspicions. Do you truly believe that Ms. Jennifer would deliberately lose?" "Not at all," Jeffrey quickly refuted. "I simply find it perplexing. Horse number 25 appears stronger." As the race was about to commence, Zhang Jing had no desire to engage in further trivialities with Jeffrey. There would be no cheating. It was all a matter of pure strength. He took a deep breath, focusing intently on the starting gate. Simultaneously, countless eyes were fixed on the starting gate, with innumerable cameras trained upon it. 2 tracks, having undergone 3 rounds of qualifiers, had selected 9 of the finest steeds to present a visual spectacle for the audience. A sudden whistle pierced the silence, and the 9 horses surged forth. Zhang Jing focused intently on the jockey of Undying. Andy, his fists clenched tightly, his heart momentarily forgetting to beat, his mouth and nose forgetting to breathe. The ground trembled increasingly as the horses flashed past just 10 meters before him. Horse number 25 took an early lead, while the commentator's voice echoed through the air, noting that horse number 19 was trailing by half a length, and horse number 7, Undying, was temporarily in 4th place. Tension enveloped the crowd, the vast arena hushed, save for the commentator's voice. Horse number 25 maintained its lead, when suddenly the commentator's tone shifted to one of excitement. Horse number 7, Undying, began to accelerate. Oh, Makar, it's forcing its way past horse number 35, who now finds itself precariously on the outer track. Horse number 19 was overtaken, with just 200 meters remaining. The commentator was exhilarated, as Undying surged ahead, surpassing horse number 25. The moment to witness history had arrived. 200 meters could be covered in mere seconds, and the commentator's words raced forth, "Slow down. It's the finish line." Horse number 25 and horse number 7 surged neck and neck toward the finish line, without needing the commentator's cue. The crowd had already witnessed the spectacle on the big screen. A small group erupted in cheers, while the majority remained silent, anxiously awaiting the results. There can only be one first. The judges were analyzing the high-definition footage. In a mere 2 minutes, the verdict was announced. Undying had won by a slender margin of 5 centimeters, triumphing in the Seattle Cup 1600 dirt race. Upon the announcement, the cheering from the supporters of Whitefish Town crescendoed, while tourists applauded for Undying. Yet, some remained silent, unmistakably having lost their bets. Zhang Jing heard countless congratulations ringing in his ears. Regardless of everything else, the prize was a staggering one: $5 million. Previous races had yielded sums of either 5,000 or 10,000, which felt trivial in comparison. But $5 million was a significant amount. Following this, the awards ceremony commenced, featuring flowers, horses, jockeys, trainers, owners, and organizers posing for photographs. Then came the journalists for interviews. Mr. Zhang, a bespectacled male journalist, squeezed forward. Does Undying's victory over horse number 25, valued at over $7 million, imply that Undying is now worth more than $7 million? No, Zhang Jing replied. The triumph of Undying was largely due to fortuitous circumstances. Mr. Zhang, a petite white female journalist, interrupted. I have heard that Undying was a sick horse you purchased from Den Racetrack, destined for the slaughterhouse. This was true, Zhang Jing admitted. At that time, I never anticipated it would achieve such success. I merely wished to care for it. After this race, will you consider selling Undying? Another journalist inquired. No, Zhang Jing replied swiftly. It will never be traded. I love it, just as one loves a girlfriend. Mr. Zhang, do you have confidence in another upcoming race? Zhang Jing did not shy away, endeavoring to answer as many questions as possible. At this moment, Nair, Jennifer's husband, approached, with Jennifer still clad in her jockey attire. Congratulations, Neo extended his hand. Undying is remarkable. Thank you. Horse number 25 is impressive as well, Zhang Jing replied. Congratulations. Jennifer stepped forward, extending her hand. Before the race, I thought my horse would take first place. Zhang Jing found himself at a loss for words, merely shaking her hand. Mr. Nair, Ms. Jennifer, a journalist posed, the unexpected defeat of horse number 25 has surprised everyone. Do you have anything to say? Undying is a fine horse, Jennifer stated. It has an excellent trainer, Miss Agnes, who possesses remarkable talent, and a superb jockey, Andy. Zhang Jing seized the opportunity to excuse himself, answering a phone call to evade the journalist's inquiries. Boss, congratulations, Barbie called from Hong Kong. Zhang Jing was in high spirits, noting that Undying's odds of winning were 70% of 50 million amounted to a substantial 35 million. Once he had calmed his excitement, Zhang Jing instructed, do not halt the silver acquisition. Complete the task and return swiftly. Noticing 2 beautiful women approaching, Zhang Jing promptly ended the call. Zhou Mansha's eyes sparkled as she approached Zhang Jing, exclaiming, congratulations. Undying is exceptional. Thank you, Zhang Jing replied modestly. It was unexpected, merely a slight advantage. Elated for her friend Zhou Mansha, Liang Jieshu offered. I'm hosting a small gathering at my home tomorrow with just a couple of friends. Would you care to join us? taking in Liang Jieshu's fair complexion. Tall stature, large eyes, and exquisite features. Even in jeans, she exuded a vintage charm. Zhang Jing felt an instant attraction. However, he regrettably had prior commitments. He was scheduled to meet Wenli in the morning and finalize the acquisition of a property. He gently declined her invitation. Liang Jieshu shot a discreet glance at her friend. Her intentions clear. I have done my best. Yet Zhou Mansha was undeterred, suggesting, the day after tomorrow works too. Feeling reluctant to decline a second time, Zhang Jing acquiesced. By coincidence, Liang Jieshu's residence was not far from the house Zhang Jing intended to reserve for Dilin's studies, which was also where he sought to find the raw materials for targeted medication. Section 92. The steel wire of the matchmaker is not sturdy enough. Congratulations. Ida Temple Narumi has been drawn to Liang Jieshu, expressing her congratulations to Zhang Jing. Thank you, Zhang Jing replied politely. I also hope your horse performs well in the 3,200-meter race. I will, Ida Temple Narumi asserted confidently. I will win your vineyard and racetrack. Liang Jieshu, observing the exchange between Zhang Jing and Ida Temple Narumi, curiously inquired, what conflict lies between you two? This guy, Ida Temple Narumi pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Jing. He took away the ancestral treasure of the Ida family, which eventually ended up in Longhua, causing the Ida family to lose it forever. What do you mean by took away? Liang Jieshu asked. It is a hereditary jade ornament, brought to the United States by a trader 60 years ago. My family has been searching for it all these years. Just before the recent Christmas, we finally found a lead, and then it suddenly appeared in the hands of an associate professor at Xizang University. We traced it back to Xizang, only for it to suddenly reappear in the possession of the owner of the manor at 1032 Avenue 84. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha were taken aback. So, who does it actually belong to? It undoubtedly belongs to the Ida family. Ida Temple Narumi declared firmly. What does this have to do with Brother Zhang? Zhou Mansha, sweetly addressing Zhang Jing, chimed in. Although there is no direct evidence, Ida Temple Narumi explained. Zhang Jing knows both the associate professor from Xizang University and the owner of 1032, and given his role as a treasure hunter, it is almost certain that my family's ancestral treasure was lost to Longhua because of him. I understand, Zhou Mansha analyzed. Your ancestral treasure was brought to the United States by a trader, lost for 60 years, and now that item is in Longhua. Ida Temple Narumi nodded. Exactly. That is unreasonable, Zhou Mansha asserted. Your family lost something for 60 years. Why should others not be allowed to find it? Why should they not be allowed to trade it? Moreover, all of this is merely conjecture without any evidence. Ida Temple Narumi, exasperated, retorted, my subordinate, Chaichi, encountered Zhang Jing in a pawnshop and expressed his willingness to pay a high price to acquire it, yet he sold it to the owner of 1032 instead. That is a flimsy argument. Anyone can sell to whomever they please. Why should they only sell to you? Zhou Mansha countered vehemently. Furthermore, that item now belongs to the owner of 1032. It is utterly meaningless for you to pursue Brother Zhang. Ida Temple Narumi was infuriated. He knew it was futile to confront Zhang Jing, yet he could not provoke Wenli, so he chose to vent his frustration elsewhere. Stop, Zhang Jing interjected. Let us settle this with a wager. With that, Ida Temple Narumi stormed off. Both races were scheduled for the morning, transitioning from the 1,600-meter dirt track to the 3,200-meter grass track. As the clock struck 11:10, the race commenced punctually, with the sound of a whistle. 7 racehorses surged forward, with Haifa guiding the general on the 6th track. Unlike the first race, Zhang Jing felt much more at ease, having already secured significant winnings. The 3,200-meter race was a test of endurance for both horse and rider. Thanks to Igeezi's training, the general showcased remarkable stamina, its strength solidified, and its speed improved. Given that it was originally a 350,000-meter horse, the chances of it winning were substantial. The general led the pack, and the commentator expressed disbelief, noting it had never led before. The 29th horse, Big House, closely trailed behind, and expectations were high. The 11th horse was currently in 3rd place, with its rider seemingly pushing forward. The commentator was puzzled. The race had just begun, and there seemed to be no issues. The 11th horse belonged to Denton Stables, and before the race, Ida Temple Narumi had insisted vehemently that it must not lose to the general. As they reached the halfway point, the commentator's tone grew anxious. The general maintained a lead over the highly favored 29th horse, Big House. Could there be a dark horse emerging today? Many spectators were skeptical, for the general had previously performed mediocrely, barely passing the preliminaries. Meanwhile, Big House's performance had been outstanding, capturing everyone's attention, and betting agencies believed it had a high probability of winning, with odds at 1.07, while the general's odds stood at 1.3. As they approached the final 500 meters, Big House surged ahead, narrowing the gap to the general. It seemed inevitable that the championship would belong to Big House. Haifa crouched on the horse's back, glancing at the rider of the 29th horse, gripping the reins tightly as the general began to accelerate, growing faster. This scene left the audience, horse owners, and betting agencies in astonishment, all craning their necks in disbelief. "Oh my," the commentator exclaimed, "the general still has energy to sprint." Was I the only one who thought it had already exhausted its strength? All the racehorses were now in full sprint. The general, having led from the start, pulled ahead of the second place by 1 body length, then 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths, before breaking through the finish line. Silence fell. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone was stunned by the general's astonishing performance. A loud cheer erupted. The tall, slender police officer, Xiao, could not contain his excitement and embraced Zhang Jing. Aunt Susan also joined in, planting kisses on Zhang Jing's forehead and cheek, leaving 2 lipstick marks. Zhang Jing, unperturbed by the unexpected affection, smiled broadly, ready to reunite with others behind him. The townsfolk embraced their family and friends, celebrating. "Congratulations!" Ijeezy hugged Zhang Jing. "Your 2 horses have secured the championships in both Seattle events this year, a historic first." "A historic first?" Zhang Jing asked uncertainly. "Indeed," Ijeezy affirmed. "This is the first time in the history of the Seattle Cup. Such an achievement has never occurred before." Zhang Jing laughed, "And congratulations to you. Do you have enough money to buy a yacht now?" "Absolutely, and there is enough left over for a luxury car," Ijeezy replied, clearing his throat. Zhang Jing suddenly turned serious. "Now, about that loan, 30,000. Ijeezy burst into laughter. "Why should I repay what I borrowed based on my own merits?" Zhang Jing nearly spat blood in disbelief. At that moment, the couple, Jennifer and her husband, approached with radiant smiles. "Congratulations, Zhang Jing. You truly deserve the title of champion." "Thank you," Zhang Jing replied. Acknowledging the couple's status, he praised Ijeezy. "This is all thanks to Miss Ijeezy. I feel somewhat superfluous at the racetrack." Following this event, Miss Ijeezy will undoubtedly rise to prominence in the United States. Jennifer, friendly and approachable, extended her hand to Ijeezy. Ijeezy cast a grateful glance at Zhang Jing. Given her standing, it was far beyond her reach to be in the same circle as Jennifer and her husband. Reaching out to shake hands with Jennifer, Ijeezy humbly remarked, "Luck played a larger role than skill, both the champion horse and I will strive to improve." Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mansha exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. "You have long sought a wealthy boyfriend. The matchmaker has arranged for you a man of both wealth and status on the flight, yet you failed to seize the opportunity. Do you regret it?" Liang Jieshu teased. Zhou Mansha, who had previously felt a pang of heartbreak, now felt an overwhelming surge of determination. Her fists clenched and her jaw set. She vowed to herself that no matter what, she would win Zhang Jing's heart. Section 93. Is the wallet at risk? Some rejoice, while others lament. The dark horse signifies that many have lost their bets, with some even facing bankruptcy. Following this is a grand press conference featuring the key players: the general, Undying, Andy, Haifa, and Aegis. Zhang Jing refrains from immediately confronting Ida Temple, as such actions would only reveal his petty nature. The town revels in jubilation, celebrating until dusk. At midnight, after consuming only a modicum of alcohol, Zhang Jing secludes himself in the haunted study, determined to seek his next target, the statue one can't help but love, also known as the July slave ship. He clicks on the treasure-hunting clue he has received, Su Huang. In 1855, it was the most exquisite statue I have ever seen. It's hard to fathom how the ancients could carve such a perfect female form from stone. Just one glance, and I was enchanted. I fell in love with it. My descendants, I apologize for the lack of details due to the passage of time. But I only remember that it sank with the July slave ship in some waters off southeast Florida. Further specifics are hazy, as the situation was dire at the time. But it is truly magnificent, unparalleled, and wondrous. If possible, please do find it. Previously, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing had uncovered that the July was sunk by the navy of that era in the Florida Strait. Due to its age, no precise coordinates exist. The strait stretches approximately 500 to 600 kilometers east to west and 200 kilometers north to south, encompassing a vast area, making the search for a ship that sank 167 years ago akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Zhang Jing resolves to attempt this endeavor by renting a salvage ship with a crew. With a firm decision, Zhang Jing reviews his assets on paper. He owns 5 properties: a vineyard spanning 600 acres, a horse farm of 20 acres, a 700 square meter mansion in the Bellevue area on 84th Avenue, a 23-acre estate, and a $2 million residence in the Clyde Mountain community. He almost forgets about the 500-acre den and horse farm he recently acquired. Thus, he tallies a total of 6 properties, keeping the horse farm and vineyard intact while selling off others for cash. He possesses 4 tons of silver stacked in the stable. Initially, his cash surplus amounts to approximately $5 million, with the targeted pharmaceutical raw materials selling for $300 million, undying netting $35 million, and the general yielding $100 million. The horse racing winnings are distributed in 2 installments, each champion yielding $5 million, totaling $3 million. As per contractual and industry norms, trainer Aegis receives 2 10% shares, totaling $300,000. Andy and Haifa each receive 5%, amounting to $75,000 each. Zhang Jing, however, retains the lion's share of $55 million. Naturally, he must also provide a small bonus to the veterinarian. His recent significant expenditures include $10 million for the purchase of manor number 1049 and 62, $56 million for 92 tons of silver. After deducting these major expenses, Zhang Jing still has approximately $367 million in cash. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Jing feels a surge of exhilaration. The following day, Zhang Jing retrieves the wooden Buddha head and bronze statue from the hidden silver storage. Unbeknownst to him, Wenli has learned of the statue and calls on Friday to express her desire to see it. Before heading out, Zhang Jing collects all outstanding debts, even urging the 4-year-old little Dylan to settle up. Due to their trust, everyone invested in undying in the general, resulting in substantial profits, leaving them all in high spirits. Dylan, Jamie, and Feilai have all enjoyed considerable earnings. Notably, Haifa, being a jockey herself, earned $75,000 from the prize and an additional $67,000 from betting on the general. After half a year of diligent work, living frugally on a weekly wage of $200 with a meager $500 in savings, she has suddenly transformed into a small fortune, her smile unwavering. Among the staff, the highest earner is undoubtedly Aegis, who has pocketed $300,000 solely from bonuses. After settling accounts, Zhang Jing calls Dylan over and instructs him to head to the East Coast to rent a deep-sea salvage ship, targeting the Florida Strait to locate a sunken vessel. Dylan takes a moment to register the magnitude of the task before responding affirmatively. Once the details are conveyed, Zhang Jing departs the horse farm. Initially intending to drive a luxury vehicle, he opts for the pickup truck instead, wary of safety. Unlike the casual demeanor he displayed when first meeting Wenli, Zhang Jing manages his time meticulously, ringing the doorbell at 9:30 a.m. and meeting Wenli in the manor's reception area at 9:45. He picks up the prepared magnifying glass, and Wenli leans in to examine the 4 lines of scripture engraved on the lotus pedestal of the statue. The supreme and subtle Dharma, difficult to encounter in hundreds of thousands of eons. I now see it, hear it, and receive it, wishing to understand the true meaning of the Tathagata. Such beautiful lines. Wenli exclaims in admiration. For centuries, countless individuals have attempted to modify these verses, but no matter how they alter them, the Empress's rendition remains the finest. Clearly enamored, Wenli praises the craftsmanship, noting the elegance and vitality of the characters. Where did such a treasure come from? Wenli inquires, lifting her gaze to Zhang Jing. It was purchased for $30,000 at a Thai restaurant called Yizage, Zhang Jing briefly explains. $30,000? Wenli bursts into laughter. You are indeed fortunate. Zhang Jing forces a strained smile. Why is Wenli so delighted over his good fortune? To return in glory, like a richly adorned figure in the night. Wenli muses. With such a remarkable piece, wouldn't it be wise to send it back to the Dragon Country for a year-long exhibition? Absolutely not. Zhang Jing promptly declines. I relish the thrill of possessing it privately. The truth is, he worries about its safe return, which is highly improbable. He seeks an excuse to hold on to it. As Su Zhang stated, it belongs to the national treasures. Do you intend to sell it? Wenli asks. Zhang Jing shakes his head, asserting confidently, I am not in need of money. Indeed, Wenli smiles slightly, recalling her recent sale of 100 pounds of pharmaceutical raw materials. With the general and undying each winning their respective races, you must have garnered a considerable amount. So money is not a concern. Zhang Jing eyes Wenli warily, sensing an underlying motive. It feels as though she wishes to claim all the hard-earned money he has acquired. You are a treasure hunter. Do you know where the most treasures lie? Wenli queries. This question is simple. Zhang Jing could answer it with ease. The ocean. Exactly. Wenli, in her advanced years, gives Zhang Jing a thumbs up. It is the ocean. Have you considered purchasing 2 or 3 salvage ships? Zhang Jing's jaw drops in astonishment. 2 or 3? 2 or 3 is the bare minimum. 1 for exploration, 1 for salvage, and 1 for icebreaking. With $367 million in hand, Zhang Jing's confidence swells as he inquires. What would the pricing be? The exploration vessel is the least expensive, costing around $300 to $400 million. Wenli replies casually, while the salvage ship is pricier. At 4 to 500 million, the icebreaker is somewhat more costly, at 5 to 600 million. Zhang Jing feels a lump form in his throat. With his inflated wealth, he can only afford a basic exploration vessel? No, no. He shakes his head vehemently. Do not attempt to swindle me out of my money. Wenli gently counsels him, just because you do not require them now does not mean you won't in the future. Considering the lengthy manufacturing time of 3 to 4 years, purchasing early would be a wise choice. Good heavens, do you operate a shipyard? Zhang Jing asks, half-jokingly. To his surprise, Wenli nods earnestly. Since we are acquaintances, I can offer you the best prices and quality. All the necessary equipment will be included. Thank you. But I prefer to rent a salvage ship if needed. I do not wish to purchase one, Zhang Jing firmly insists. Wenli seems to have him figured out. Not arguing further, but her confident smile suggests she feels victory is within her grasp. Section 94. The most singular person leaving the 1032 estate. Zhang Jing drove north on 84th Avenue for approximately 2 kilometers, halting outside the 1049 estate, its entrance resembling a residential community gate. There, awaiting him, stood Lindsay Moore, a weak-complexioned, fair-haired maiden of comely mien, with azure eyes, a slender visage, and an elegant, willowy figure. Donning black leather trousers and a white jacket, she presented a striking figure. Zhang Jing approached, offering a cordial greeting. Good morning, Miss Lindsay Moore. I did not anticipate seeing you here. Such minor affairs as property conveyance are generally handled by an intermediary or solicitor, without the seller's personal attendance, he remarked. I wish to cast my gaze upon the individual who usurped my grandfather's patrimony, Lindsay Moore declared with solemnity, her gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Jing. To indelibly etch his visage in my memory. Zhang Jing stroked his nose, musing that to an uninformed observer, Lindsay Moore's expression might be misconstrued as one of profound affection. This is merely a conventional transaction, Zhang Jing cautioned, wary of Lindsay Moore's potential for impulsive behavior. There is no personal animosity between us. Lindsay Moore remained silent, turning to stride through a pedestrian gate in the imposing iron barrier, entering the estate's grounds. Surveying Lindsay Moore from behind, Zhang Jing observed that her flawless physique could incite ardor in any man. Mindful of past incidents of false accusations, unjust convictions, and incessant litigations, Zhang Jing called out to the woman, your presence is not required. I can proceed on my own. Lindsay Moore retorted sardonically. Are you apprehensive that the interior has been vandalized? I repose my trust in you. Zhang Jing paused, then added, and in your family. That such an act would not be perpetrated. Assuredly not, Lindsay Moore affirmed emphatically, for we shall reclaim it from your possession. Your prospects are slim, he countered. It has already been listed for sale with a real estate firm. I am amenable to a discounted price, and a transaction will soon be concluded. Zhang Jing evinced no empathy, asserting, nothing surpasses the allure of money. Lindsay Moore, incensed, turned and departed abruptly. As Zhang Jing watched Lindsay Moore drive away in a BMW coupe, he mused on her demeanor, wondering about her profession. Turning his attention to the 1049 estate, he noted that, befitting a 23-acre property, it was not devoid of occupants. 10 gardeners and domestic staff, of African, Latin American, and Asian descent, stood in a line just inside the gate, awaiting the arrival of the new proprietor. Given his intention not to retain the 1049 estate for an extended period, he saw no need to familiarize himself with them. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce approached and halted a score of meters away. A female chauffeur alighted from the driver's seat and opened the rear door. Zhang Jing recognized the occupant, the housekeeper from the 1032 estate, a woman of approximately 60 years, her hair already silvered, who spoke fluent Mandarin. Her presence was generally unobtrusive. In contrast to Wenli's assistant, Li Xing, who left a more vivid impression. Good morning, Mr. Zhang, the housekeeper greeted him courteously. Zhang Jing surmised that the elderly gentleman was a dedicated and conscientious steward, without whom he would not have followed Wenli's career. Does the dowager have a matter to discuss? Zhang Jing inquired politely. No, the housekeeper demurred. I am here on personal business. Please proceed, Zhang Jing responded affably. The elderly housekeeper inquired, are you in need of a housekeeper? As Zhang Jing prepared to decline, the housekeeper, as if divining his thoughts, added, an adept housekeeper can enhance the value of an estate. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jing concurred. A residence exceeding a certain value could only be sold to a select few, who often placed greater emphasis on intangible assets, such as a competent housekeeper. Contrary to common perception, traditional housekeepers did not accompany the owner but remained with the property. Thus, even if Zhang Jing sold the estate, the housekeeper would remain, awaiting the next owner. To ensure a favorable sale price, Zhang Jing nodded in affirmation. Have you brought the individual with you? Indeed. The housekeeper inclined his head slightly and gestured to the woman awaiting near the automobile. The female chauffeur was, in fact, the new candidate the housekeeper was introducing to Zhang Jing. L.A. Binoche, the housekeeper announced. She is 25 years of age and a graduate of. Zhang Jing, however, was oblivious to the elderly man's words, his gaze and thoughts solely focused on the woman. Never before had Zhang Jing encountered a woman who so seamlessly blended beauty, competence, principle, reliability, loyalty, and propriety. Is this professionalism personified? He mused. Simply extraordinary. The elderly housekeeper presented Zhang Jing with a curriculum vitae. L.A. Binoche, 25 years of age. Born in Lyon, France, she graduated from the University of Michigan's Ann Arbor School of Music before undergoing 3 years of professional butler training in England. Unlike conventional resumes, L.A. Binoche's was remarkably comprehensive, including details of her parents' occupations, general background, romantic history, medical reports, and criminal record checks. Her father was a theater manager and director, while her mother was a university literature professor and actress. Regarding her romantic entanglements, she had been involved with Bino T. Markemol, a fellow student, 6 years prior for a period of 1 year. For years prior, she had been involved with Ender Hall, a diving instructor, for 8 months. 2 years prior, L.A. had been involved with the actor O.S. Carrick's for 6 months. She was currently unattached. Her medical report indicated that she was healthy, free from infectious diseases, drug use, and pregnancy, and had no history of abortions. Her criminal record check revealed no criminal record for herself or her parents. In contrast to the chaotic pasts of many, L.A. Binoche exemplified Western virtues. Placing the resume aside, Zhang Jing looked up at the elderly housekeeper and inquired curiously, "Where did you find Miss L.A.? An old friend teaches at a vocational college in London and recommended L.A. Binoche to me." "Thank you," Zhang Jing praised. "Her resume is impressive. What is her remuneration? Would a weekly wage of $1,500 be acceptable?" The elderly housekeeper ventured. "Slightly exorbitant," Zhang Jing readily agreed. The elderly housekeeper expressed his gratitude and drove away. Zhang Jing turned his gaze once more to L.A. Binoche, still captivated by her extraordinary beauty. How could one inspire such immediate trust solely by appearance? First glance trust applied not only to men but also to women. Upon seeing L.A. Binoche, one was unlikely to entertain any untoward thoughts. Her striking beauty and reassuring demeanor were exceptional. And this singularity prompted Zhang Jing to readily agree to the weekly wage of $1,500. As Zhang Jing and his new housekeeper took possession of the 1049 estate, Lindsay Moore had traveled less than 6 kilometers, driving her automobile to the Bellevue-Clyde Hill middle-class community. After a series of turns, she halted before a charming 2-story villa, located in close proximity to her own residence, less than 100 meters away. It was also a mere 100 meters from the fire sale asset Zhang Jing had acquired for $2.6 million. Perhaps by some quirk of fate. Most of the properties Zhang Jing acquired had been the site of deaths, often of a gruesome nature. Liang Jieshu emerged from the house and greeted Lindsay Moore, who had just alighted from her vehicle. "Why did you take so long?" Judging by their tone and actions, the two women were clearly well acquainted. Lindsay Moore responded with exasperation. "I merely wished to cast one more gaze upon that odious Asian and indelibly etch his visage in my memory. I, too, am of Asian descent." Liang Jieshu remarked with a hint of resignation. Realizing her faux pas, Lindsay more affectionately embraced Liang Jieshu's arm. "My dear, I was not referring to you. Is there no hope of regaining the estate?" Liang Jieshu inquired solicitously. "None," Lindsay Moore replied, her heart heavy with resentment. "I cursed that despicable man to collide with a lamppost." Upon returning to the living room, Zhou Manmiao, clad in a silk negligee that revealed a generous expanse of décolletage, was present. Unaware of the preceding events, Zhou Manmiao inquired curiously, "If one does not wish to sell, can one be compelled to do so? Does the constabulary not intervene? The matter is somewhat complex." Lindsay Moore and Liang Jieshu are close friends, and thus they are acquainted with Zhou Manmiao. She explained that individual purchased the parcel of land behind the 1049 estate, which lies directly between the estate and the lake, and has threatened to construct an unsightly building that would obstruct the estate's view of the lake. Zhou Manmiao, who was singularly focused on marrying a wealthy man and not particularly astute, inquired, "What does it matter? He can build whatever he likes. It's not the end of the world if we can't see the lake." Liang Jieshu clarified for her friend. A mansion worth tens of millions without a lake view is equivalent to merely an ordinary residence. No one would invest millions in a commonplace home. Lindsay Moore nodded, exasperated, and remarked, "The annual property tax and insurance amount to $1.4 million. Considering basic maintenance, the annual holding cost totals $2 million. With that sum, one could purchase a decent house in a middle-class neighborhood. Hence, my grandfather had no choice but to sell, Holding on to it would only lead to further loss. A 40 million estate can only be sold for 10 million. Zhou Miao was taken aback, pondering who this astute individual was. An Asian man. She recalled seeing him on television. Lindsay Moore seethed with indignation. His 2 racehorses just won 2 championships at the Seattle Cup yesterday. What incredible luck. Liang Jieshu. Zhou Miao. Unaware that the 2 women knew Zhang Jing, Lindsay Moore casually remarked, "Wasn't it said that a new friend would be joining us today? Where is he?" Zhou Miao instinctively replied, "He'll be here tomorrow." At that moment, Zhou Miao's mind was consumed by thoughts of Zhang Jing. She had initially believed that owning a vineyard, a racetrack, and 2 champion racehorses was the pinnacle of success. She never anticipated that he was also the proprietor of a mansion worth tens of millions. If she were to miss out on such a remarkable man, it would be a regret she would carry for 3 lifetimes. Liang Jieshu observed her friend. Noticing that Zhou Miao alternated between clenching her jaw and displaying a fierce expression, as if she had resolved to make an important decision. The expensive map, revised, Zhang Jing was oblivious to these matters. He spent a day casually exploring his 23-acre estate. He left 50,000 meters yuan with the housekeeper, Leia, for the temporary maintenance of the manor, and then returned to Whitefish Town. On his way, he passed a bulk grocery store, purchasing gifts of chocolate and champagne for his visit to Liang Jieshu's home the following afternoon. Adhering to local customs, he chose these items as his tokens of appreciation. Upon returning to the horse farm, night had already fallen. Haifa and Milika were outside the 6-unit dormitory, with Haifa reclining on a bench and Milika sprawled on the ground. They lay side by side, gazing at the stars while engaging in conversation. Seeing Milika reminded Zhang Jing of her aging father, Reed dying. And he pondered the fate of the bronze dragon statue. After 20 days without news, he wondered if it had indeed vanished with the 1 million deposit. Shaking his head at the thought, he reassured himself that Milika, who was only 19 and weighed 260 pounds, was Dying's lifeline. He would never abandon his daughter. The night passed in silence. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Zhang Jing drove away from the horse farm, navigating toward the city for 40 kilometers to the middle-class community of Bellevue Clyde Hill. He passed by his own house, purchased for 2.6 million, without a glance. If it weren't for the need to provide education for Dilling, he would have sold it at a loss. Every house had seen death, and fate could not be so cruelly coincidental. Liang Jieshu stood at the door, dressed in light beige cotton long pants and a loose-fitting, light brown long-sleeve top. Her long black hair secured with a red hair tie. Zhang Jing was pleasantly surprised to find her waiting. He did not see Zhou Miao, which was a small surprise. Parking his pickup truck at the entrance, he approached Liang Jieshu with the prepared gifts. "Thank you for the invitation," he said, handing over the gifts. "Thank you." Liang Jieshu replied, slightly bowing as she accepted the offerings. "Could you possibly give Miao a chance?" "I have a girlfriend," he responded. "Isn't it true that you have already broken up?" Liang Jieshu questioned, her expression puzzled. "We merely parted ways. We did not formally break up." Liang Jieshu sighed with resignation and stepped aside, inviting him in. As they passed through the living room door, Zhang Jing curiously asked, "Miss Liang, your ancestors were of noble lineage. Why do you not live with your extended family?" "You mention ancestors," Liang Jieshu smiled and explained. "My grandfather was the 3rd son of my great-grandfather. The inheritance and societal standing belonged to the eldest son, while the other children ventured out to establish their own lives. As for my parents and me, we have no remaining family, living like ordinary people. The reason we adhere to ancestral traditions is out of respect for our grandparents' teachings." "That sounds rather harsh," Zhang Jing replied. Upon entering the living room, he noticed the cozy interior, clearly reflecting a feminine touch, adorned with oil paintings and ceramic crafts. Zhou Miao was in the kitchen, where she hesitated over 3 cups of red tea, holding 3 small pills in her hand. Hearing Zhang Jing's voice from the living room, she steeled herself and dropped 1 pill into each cup. When Zhang Jing saw Zhou Miao, she had her hair elegantly pinned up and wore a light blue long dress, her shoulders exposed, indicating she had made an effort to look presentable. She approached with a tray of tea, her voice soft and inviting. "Brother Zhang, please enjoy the tea." Zhang Jing did not disdain Zhou Miao. He appreciated her honesty in seeking a wealthy partner, much like Ijizi, who openly acknowledged her self-serving nature and unwavering pursuit of profit. Zhou Miao displayed no pretense. Today, she arranged this meeting for her friend. Liang Jieshu, perceptive to the situation, said, "You two catch up. I'll make a quick trip to the nearby supermarket." "No hurry," Zhou Miao gently urged. "Finish your tea first." "All right," Liang Jieshu agreed without a second thought. And Zhang Jing remained unguarded. Although Ding Jiaqing often warned, "Do not drink beverages offered by strangers. Be cautious even with acquaintances," he dismissed such concerns. Lifting the delicate porcelain cup, Zhang Jing sipped the tea, remarking on its rich flavor with a hint of sweetness. "This red tea is delightful." Zhou Miao smiled faintly. rising to retrieve a plate of cookies from the kitchen. They chatted while enjoying their tea, creating an atmosphere of pleasant camaraderie. However, this facade was soon to be shattered. As Zhang Jing attempted to leave, he suddenly felt dizzy, his vision blurring as ethereal figures approached him. The ensuing chaos felt instinctual, as if he were entrapped in a surreal dream. Originally, he had planned to have lunch at Liang Jieshu's home and then head to Hong Kong in the afternoon. When Zhang Jing regained consciousness, it was midnight, and he found himself in bed, having missed the flight. The moonlight filtered through the window, revealing two delicate arms draped over his chest and long, fair legs entwined around his waist. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, but upon closer inspection, he recognized Liang Jieshu on his left and Zhou Manao on his right. Feeling as though he were trapped within a sandwich, he lay on his back, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with exclamations of disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, he gently maneuvered his arms and legs to extricate himself from the entanglement. Moving cautiously, he found his clothes amidst a pile of alluring garments and dressed quickly, opting to head to the airport first, prioritizing his financial ambitions over romantic entanglements. Zhang Jing was unaware that as he closed the door behind him, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manao simultaneously opened their eyes. Confronted by Liang Jieshu's furious stare, Zhou Manao, aware of her misstep, buried her face in her chest. "You should have informed me," Liang Jieshu exclaimed, her voice laced with anger. "I'm sorry," Zhou Manao replied weakly. "I felt my presence was too insignificant. I couldn't let this opportunity slip away. While I do not harbor animosity towards Zhang Jing, I do not hold affection for him either. Have you considered the consequences if I were to call the authorities?" "Please don't," Zhou Manao pleaded. "I have worked hard to study and am the boss. The Fairly Ocean Exploration Company possesses a distribution map of shipwrecks within the Florida Strait, along with precise coordinates, available for the sum of 490,000 meters. They stipulate that reselling and disclosure are strictly prohibited." Zhang Jing, perplexed, inquired for clarification. "What does that mean?" "Salvage vessels and exploration ships serve distinct purposes. Should one wish to rent a colossal multifunctional salvage ship, the daily rental fee amounts to 300,000 meters. Conversely, a standard salvage vessel is priced at 200,000 meters per day, accompanied by a skilled salvage crew. Is purchasing the map more economical?" "Indeed, boss. Acquiring the map proves to be the more prudent choice." "Then let us proceed with the purchase," Zhang Jing declared resolutely, emboldened by the wealth in his pocket. "I am already in Miami. The daily cost of 200,000 meters is not trivial." Zhang Jing steeled himself, proclaiming, "It is either to live greatly or to die magnificently." Section 96. Labor discontent on the salvage vessel. Dylan introduced Zhang Jing to Captain Mike Waters, the owner of the ship, who claimed that Mr. Waters possessed extensive salvage experience. "Mr. Zhang, this is Mike Waters," Dylan said. The middle-aged, bearded white man extended his hand for a shake. "Sir, what are we looking for?" the bearded man inquired. "The July slave ship," Zhang replied. "There are no precious metals on the slave ship," Mike Waters cautioned Zhang, indicating it might not be profitable. "I understand. I just need to locate it. Do you have any good suggestions for me?" Zhang asked. "None," Mike Waters shrugged. "You provide the direction, we handle the salvage." The salvage vessel also belonged to the Phil Marine Exploration Company, which had a computerized map of underwater shipwrecks. Zhang spent 490,000 on what seemed like an exercise in solitude. "It's just how it is. They have the resources you lack," Zhang pointed to the screen. "Starting from the most recent wreck." "Understood," Mike Waters responded, commanding the crew to set course for the target location. The most recent shipwreck was approximately 40 kilometers southeast of Miami. An hour and a half later, the salvage vessel arrived above the target site. They first deployed the robot, and all seemed well until the underwater environment turned pitch black, visible only within the illuminated range of the searchlights. The process was slow. Whether it was deploying the robot or exploring the wreck, there were no signs of fire or explosion, and Zhang eventually gave up and moved on to the next wreck site. The July ship had been sunk by the Navy, which was crucial information. Mike Waters instructed the robot operator to retrieve the robot, a process that took an hour. They then proceeded to the next location, during which the crew enjoyed coffee and snacks. Upon arrival at the new site an hour later, they began lunch, followed by a 1-hour break before resuming work, slowly lowering the robot. The afternoon yielded no results. As evening approached, the winds and waves picked up, prompting Captain Mike Waters to suggest returning to port for shelter. The following morning, the weather remained unfavorable. By afternoon, conditions improved, and Zhang insisted on setting sail, although Mike Waters and the crew were somewhat reluctant. Zhang insisted on departing, incurring a docking fee of 5,000 yuan. That day ended with no discoveries. The third day mirrored the first two. Dylan observed his boss. Glued to the screen is the robot Submerged, vigilant for any signs. The salvage company was solely responsible for the recovery. Finding items and analyzing the wrecks were the employer's responsibilities. Additionally, the crew offered no input or shared salvage knowledge. Days passed, and Zhang transformed from a handsome young man in Chapter 97. When the time comes to act, Zhou Manmiao trembled in fear, hiding behind Zhang Jing. A moment later, Captain Mike Water approached with his first mate, questioning, "Why did you incapacitate my crew?" "Captain Mike Water," Zhang Jing retorted angrily, "your crew intended to assault my friend. I did not expect your incompetence both in work and character. This matter is far from resolved. I will pursue legal action until this individual receives the punishment he deserves." Mike Water glared at Zhang Jing with malice, harboring unspoken prejudice against him from the very beginning. He warned, "You would do well to reconsider your actions, otherwise, you will live in perpetual fear. You cannot escape the law." Zhang Jing seethed internally, refusing to back down. "There are only 4 of you, one of whom is a weakling," Mike Water threatened ominously. "In these treacherous waters, it is not uncommon for people to go missing. Before they disappear, your 2 female friends will be well treated." Zhou Manmiao clutched Zhang Jing's arm, and he could clearly feel her trembling. Liang Jieshu also appeared frightened. There was ample time aboard the ship to obliterate everything. Unperturbed by the threats, Zhang Jing feigned a movement with his right hand, revealing a revolver. With Mike Water's horrified gaze upon him, he decisively fired 3 shots. The first bullet struck Captain Mike Water directly in the heart, creating a gaping hole. The second shot missed its mark, hitting the first mate's shoulder and severing his arm at the elbow, while the third bullet killed the first mate. Regret it? He thought. Absolutely not. Afraid? Not in the slightest. This was not his first kill. Grateful for his caution, Zhang Jing retrieved a recording pin he had on him. It was operational. He switched it off and tucked it away in a hidden compartment. He took out another pin, activated it, and slipped it into his pants pocket. Once Zhang Jing completed his fluid motions, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao emerged from their shock. "Brother Zhang, you recorded that, didn't you?" Zhou Manmiao asked, astonished. Zhang Jing nodded. Liang Jieshu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears in her eyes. This would at least prove their act was one of self-defense, significantly reducing the likelihood of imprisonment. Dylan had been dining in the ship's restaurant, and upon returning, the worst-case scenario had already unfolded. The crew stood in disbelief at the sight of their captain and first mate slain. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, the salvage boat finally docked at the nearest Layton Island. Layton Island is a slender isle at the southernmost tip of Florida. Upon disembarking, Zhang Jing was promptly handcuffed by the police. Unfortunately, he spent 5 days in the police station, only released by Shun Mingming on the morning of the 6th day, with a bail set at $500,000. "Why did it take so long?" Zhang Jing inquired. "The judge is a liberal," Shin Mingming explained. "This time, we can only rely on the jury. Fortunately, you have the recording. When is the trial?" "In 10 days. "Thank you. You're welcome. I will return to prepare for the defense." After bidding farewell to Shin Mingming, Zhang Jing turned to Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao. "It's all right now. You 2 can return to Seattle." Zhou Manmiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, her small hands wringing together. "I am yours now. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Though it sounded absurd, Zhang Jing recalled a famous individual from 50 years ago and his first wife. The husband sought a divorce citing incompatibility, while his wife, a submissive woman, would only say, "I leave it all to my husband." Eventually, she became a nun. In today's society, one cannot say with certainty, but at least 99% of the time, a single night's sleep does not lead to such scenarios. With this thought in mind, and Zhou Manmiao earnestly assisting in reviewing underwater footage, Zhang Jing, a polite individual who had undergone 9 years of compulsory education yet struggled in mathematics, refrained from uttering harsh words. He turned to Liang Jieshu. "And you?" "I'm fine for now," Liang Jieshu replied, still unable to meet his gaze, opting to stay with Manmiao. The goddess seemed to possess a remarkable shyness, Zhang Jing mused, suspecting that the bloodstains on his body were likely hers. As for Zhou Manmiao, he dared not think further. He had heard the modeling industry often harbored many unspoken rules. Dylan opened the car door, and just as Zhang Jing prepared to leave, a tall young man, approximately 6 feet tall with bright, large eyes and a slender face, approached him with a cheerful smile. It was Ida Temple Ming, accompanied by his sycophant, Chai-Chi. "To think you could come out after shooting the captain and first mate. You must have spent quite a sum on bail," Zhang Jing assessed, observing Ida Temple Ming, a frivolous character with a hint of madness. Not wishing to worsen relations or be entangled in endless disputes, Zhang Jing retreated. "Denton Racetrack. Take the racehorses you like for free. If you can offer a fair price, I might even sell you Danjiao Racetrack." Ida Temple Ming, taken aback, paused for several moments before asking in confusion, "Why?" This is a one-time opportunity. Consider wisely. Zhang Jing's demeanor suggested he was not one to be trifled with. I'll buy? Ida Temple Ming exclaimed joyfully. How much do you plan to sell it for? Denton Racetrack is only 20 kilometers from Seattle. And with a vast area of 500 acres, including numerous buildings and a professional racetrack, Zhang Jing offered it for $30 million. Ida Temple Ming stomped his feet in disbelief. You're talking about a straight 20 kilometers. But it takes at least 30 minutes to drive to Denton Racetrack from the city. And the price is unreasonable. I wouldn't pay even half of $30 million. Then how much will you offer? Zhang Jing appeared annoyed. You have one chance to negotiate. Ida Temple Ming conferred with his assistant Chaichi in hushed tones, finally offering. 18 million. 20 million. Go see manager Barbie to finalize the transaction. Zhang Jing intended to use the additional $1 million to reward his staff, especially Barbie, who deserved recognition for her contributions. Previously, he had given her a bonus of 100,000, which felt insufficient. Ida Temple Ming was taken aback by Zhang Jing's generosity and left elated. Zhou Monmu was puzzled. Denton Racetrack was highly professional with complete facilities, so why sell it? Although Ida Temple Ming had not explicitly stated it, he clearly wished to reclaim Denton Racetrack, following Zhang Jing to Florida. Liang Jieshu explained, it's better to sell it than to attract unnecessary trouble. Zhang Jing looked at Liang Jieshu in surprise and praised, your analysis is quite unique. At that moment, Liang Jieshu blushed deeply at the compliment, her cheeks turning crimson. She had not been like this before. Could it be a change brought about by their growing intimacy? 2 hours later, Dylan, Zhang Jing, Liang Jieshu, and Zhou Monmu returned to the Old Boy Golf Resort in Miami. The area was lush with palm trees. The sky was azure, and the grass was vibrant green, tranquil and beautifully serene, albeit slightly pricey. Locked within the hotel room, Zhang Jing calculated the expenses incurred during the salvage operation. The sunken ship's coordinates had cost $490,000. The rental boat for 28 days amounted to $20 million, and including the $500,000 in bail, the total loss was $6,590,000. Monetary loss was trivial. It was quite disheartening. After all, he was the protagonist and should have been able to find solutions effortlessly. In the evening, Zhou Monmu, clad in a palm-patterned dress, knocked on the door with her leg adorned in a flip-flop. Her long, raven hair was tied back, and she politely asked, could you accompany us for a stroll on the beach? Glancing past Zhou Monmu, Zhang Jing noticed Liang Jieshu was also outside. He too desired to take a walk to clear his mind and nodded in agreement. The day had been warm, but the evening was pleasantly cool. Walking beneath the palm trees along the beach, a gentle breeze wafted through the air, filled with the scent of the ocean. As they strolled and conversed, they unknowingly drew closer to one another. Section 98, Resolute Indebtedness, Slight Revision. Unable to leave Miami for the time being, Zhang Jing awaited the court proceedings. On the 9th day ashore, he entered the bathroom, only to discover someone in the bathtub. Zhou Mianmiao, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, was languidly posing. When did you arrive? Zhang Jing inquired, perplexed. I've been here for a while, she replied, lifting her long legs and sensually licking her red lips. Turning away, Zhang Jing closed the bathroom door and washed himself before exiting. Zhou Mianmu was left astonished. The following day, they appeared in court. Given that the judge was decidedly liberal, Zhang Jing had to rely on the jury to avoid imprisonment, a strategy that Shen Mingming was also diligently pursuing. They played the sympathy card, portraying Zhang Jing as an ordinary individual forced to defend his female companion against aggression, coupled with recorded evidence of the violent and threatening language from the bearded captain. Shen Mingming tirelessly dismantled the various verbal traps set by the liberal judge. After 5 hours, the jury found Zhang Jing not guilty. The judge's expression was grim, but he had no choice but to declare Zhang Jing innocent. That afternoon, Zhang Jing reclaimed his bail of 500,000 US dollars and departed by evening. He traveled from the southeast to the northwest, arriving at Tacoma Airport at midnight. Upon exiting the airport, he was struck by the cold, the temperature hovering around 6 or 7 degrees. In stark contrast to the summer warmth of Florida, both Zhou Mianmiao and Liang Jieshu wrapped their arms around themselves. Appearing quite chilly, Zhang Jing retrieved a jacket from his backpack and offered it to Liang Jieshu. Zhou Mianmiao looked on with a pitiful expression, sighing internally. Zhang Jing, grateful for the space in his hidden compartment, feigned pulling a jacket from his bag to give to her as well. This seemed only fair. Had they been strangers, he would have been indifferent to their plight, but they were different. They had shared intimate moments. Under the influence of medication, although he had been in a daze, some memories remained, primarily the vivid recollections of light and color. The pickup truck still awaited in the parking lot, and Zhang Jing drove both women back to Clyde's home. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Mianmiao called out, Brother Zhang, stay for a cup of tea before you go. Liang Jieshu, standing beside her, offered no objections, tacitly agreeing. Zhang Jing acquiesced, enjoying tea before departing. He returned to the stables at midnight, where only the one-year-old star awaited him. The general was currently at Kentucky, participating in the Kentucky Derby, a prestigious race with a prize of $1,400,000. The trainer, AG, the veterinarian, Ruth, jockeys Andy and Haifa, video operator Irina, and young Milika and Jamie were also in Kentucky. Back at the stables, only the vintner Cindy, manager Barbie, Chinese employee Falai, and mechanic Dylan remained. Zhang Jing lay down at the entrance of Star's stall, sleeping soundly until dawn, rising at 6 to begin his strength training. At 7, Reed Dine arrived. They had not seen each other for 2 months, and Zhang Jing had several times suspected he had absconded with the $1 million deposit. Observing the older man, Zhang Jing inquired, "How's the bronze dragon?" The bronze dragon was locked away in the evidence room of the police station in the Isagar district, and there was no clever way to extract it. The only option was a direct heist. However, the bronze dragon was too large to escape the police pursuit. WVE confirmed this over 2 months. It's impossible to make a clean getaway. The key issue is that it is to be transferred to the Seattle Art Museum in 3 days. Time is running short. Gazing into old Dying's eyes, Zhang Jing asked, "For you, is it easier to rob the police station or the museum?" "The police station sounds terrifying," old Dying analyzed. "But it's actually quite lax and easy to breach." Zhang Jing retorted with a chuckle, "You don't think I'm a villain? For money, some would dare to sever the governor's skull." Old Dying replied lightly, "Besides, we're merely stealing an antique. Many artifacts in the Alliance are also looted from the Dragon Kingdom. You're not a villain, and neither am I." Zhang Jing nodded. Observing old Dying's composed demeanor, he asked, "What is the plan?" "Steal the item, take hostages, and flee to the city, utilizing the multiple exits of an underground parking garage to shake off the police. The primary issue is that the bronze dragon is too large to conceal." Zhang Jing's mind raced. Old Dying often remarked how large the bronze dragon was, but it was only 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, easily fitting into a pickup truck. The hidden compartment measures 6 by 6 by 6 meters, ample enough to accommodate both the vehicle and the bronze dragon. In the underground parking lot, I can handle the pickup truck and the bronze dragon. Can you ensure all cameras are disabled? How will you manage that? Old Dying mused aloud, "There is no way to hide it. It's too big. I have my methods. Can you disable the cameras?" Old Dying, uncertain of Zhang Jing's confidence, nodded. "I can sabotage the parking lot's surveillance a day in advance. It won't be repaired in time. Then we strike tomorrow," Zhang Jing decided. "Are you serious?" Old Dying cautioned, "If you get caught, you'll definitely implicate me. I don't want to go to prison." Zhang Jing solemnly replied, "I wouldn't gamble with my freedom." After staring into Zhang Jing's eyes for a long 7 or 8 seconds, Old Dying, still skeptical, resolved to give it a try. "Tomorrow at 10:40 a.m. We'll enter through the north door of the Hilton Hotel's underground parking and exit through the east door. You'll have about 30 seconds to handle the car and the bronze dragon. See you tomorrow," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly. Shortly after Old Dying left the stables, a champagne-colored Lamborghini departed. Exiting the small town, he drove along the interstate, the engine roaring as he traveled 40 kilometers to Bellevue, in the affluent neighborhood of 84th Avenue. Zhang Jing returned to the manor at 10:32, where he met Wen Li in the breakfast room. Arriving just in time for breakfast, he surveyed the table laden with shrimp dumplings, turnip cakes, char siu, steamed dumplings, and fish congee, a sumptuous spread. "You're here early. Do you have something on your mind?" Wen Li inquired leisurely. Having experienced the painful process of salvage, Zhang Jing resolved to acquire his own salvage vessel and cautiously asked, "Is it possible to purchase a salvage boat without money?" "Sit down and eat first," she replied. Gratefully, Zhang Jing complied and took a seat to her right. The server brought bowls, chopsticks, and forks, and he devoured the meal heartily. Wen Li, with a smaller appetite, watched as Zhang Jing consumed his food voraciously, akin to a whirlwind, leaving little behind. "Salvage boats, icebreakers," Wen Li listed with familiarity. "How much do you have now?" "Having recently sold the Danchao farm, my cash reserves have multiplied," he replied. "I possess 386 million US dollars, with 100 million set aside for July. So, only 286 million then," Zhang Jing acknowledged. "Selling the 1049 manor would yield even more." "Are you willing to sell 1049? Wen Li asked with a smile. Zhang Jing, puzzled, wondered why she would hesitate. That property had incurred a property tax of $750,000 and insurance of $650,000 in April, along with maintenance costs. It was simply unaffordable. "How much tax did you pay in April?" "I spent the entire month in Florida, and Barbie hired an accountant to assist with the taxes. Property tax, land tax, income tax, over $3 million in total. Be cautious. Even with over 300 million, Paying such taxes raises red flags. The tax authorities particularly scrutinize the wealthy, especially those like you who accumulate wealth rapidly. My income is mostly in Hong Kong dollars, and my funds are in banks in Southeast Asia, with little in Citigroup. Zhang Jing explained. That you hold a green card, technically, even earnings in Hong Kong dollars fall under the jurisdiction of the U.S. tax authorities. It's best to find someone to hold your assets safely. Zhang Jing noted Wen Li's advice and shifted the topic back to boats. Someone will come to discuss that matter with you. The financial aspect is easily resolved. Don't worry. Wen Li's voice was soft. Yet the reassurance in her words was comforting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, section 99. Seeking shelter, Wen Li remarked that things moved swiftly, and indeed they did. No sooner had they departed from room 1032 than an unfamiliar call came through. The caller identified himself as a salesman from the Daju village shipyard, a name that unmistakably hinted at a shipbuilding company from the Dragon Country, as there were no village units in the Alliance District. The name bore a slight resemblance to the Wadayaku Vocational and Technical Training Institute, both exuding an air of prestige. After a brief exchange, they arranged to meet at a nearby hotel CAF. Zhang Jing had once stayed at that hotel. He had thought the sounds during the night were merely firecrackers, only to later learn they were gunfire from a robbery that resulted in the death of a security guard. With a slight acceleration, the powerful vehicle roared, and they arrived shortly thereafter. The CAF was nearly empty that morning, and Zhang Jing settled by the window, affording him a view of the hotel's garden in the rear. Within a quarter of an hour, a man and a woman arrived. The man was an assistant, while the woman bore a resemblance to a certain influential figure, tall, with short hair and clad in a fitted suit. She emanated a strong, androgynous presence. After a brief introduction, the woman introduced herself as Sujio. The speed of your arrival is impressive, Zhang Jing inquired. Have you prepared the necessary materials? No, Sujio replied, shaking her head. The elderly lady indicated that they required a deep-sea exploration vessel, a salvage ship, and an icebreaker. However, they needed more specific information since salvage vessels varied greatly in type, such as pile-type salvage, airlift salvage, depth requirements, and onboard equipment specifications. This is not a cultural relic recovery team. We do not need an all-encompassing salvage operation, Zhang Jing clarified his needs, insisting that it was certainly not a pile-type salvage vessel he sought. I require a robust craft capable of breaching sunken ships. It must possess sufficient power to sever steel plating and the gentleness necessary to retrieve porcelain from the seabed. Sujio understood immediately. Recognizing the audacious nature of the treasure hunt, she inquired further, what is the required salvage depth? Below 500 meters, Zhang Jing contemplated. Every additional meter will increase the cost by 3%. If possible, I hope to aim for 2,000 meters. Sujio felt a surge of alarm and cautioned, Mr. Zhang, 2,000 meters is not cost-effective. The hull will need to be elongated, necessitating additional deep-sea lifting gear, which is both expensive and impractical. 500 meters is quite sufficient. What would be the approximate cost for a vessel capable of 2,000 meters? Zhang Jing asked with concern. Based on your specifications, the displacement would be approximately 18,000 tons, with a length of 190 to 210 meters and a width of 32 to 36 meters. The hull would cost around 140 to 160 million yuan. Such a large vessel would require 2 to 3 deep-sea robots and all requisite onboard and salvage equipment, amounting to approximately 250 million yuan. The cost of precision instruments rivals that of firearms, and the total would exceed 400 million yuan. What about a deep-sea exploration vessel? Zhang Jing inquired. Would you consider a second-hand multi-purpose survey vessel? Sujio suggested. It has been decommissioned from the military, and while some equipment has been removed, it could be retrofitted to meet deep-sea exploration needs. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Jing shook his head. I want a new one. There are no issues with quality, and it can be delivered quickly at a more favorable price. Sujio, observing Zhang Jing's determination, guessed the underlying reason and remained tacitly understanding. Then let us proceed with a new vessel, she continued, describing a deep-sea survey ship with a standard hull type, a full-load displacement of 500 tons, measuring approximately 89 meters in length and 25 meters in width. It would be equipped with 2 deep-sea sonars, 1 fixed and 1 towed, 2 specialized auxiliary survey boats, 1 remotely operated underwater vehicle, and an entry-level supercomputer with software developed in collaboration with Qingfu Institute. The estimated cost would be between 250 and 300 million yuan. Sujio elaborated further on the details concerning salvage vessels and icebreakers, while Zhang Jing found himself at a loss. In such circumstances, The best approach would be to engage a professional procurement team to employ a bidding method to select the shipyard offering the best quality at the lowest price. However, he feared that cleverness might backfire, leading to wasted funds on inferior products. Miss Su, Zhang Jing opened up. I am uncertain if choosing your company is the right decision. Nor do I know if you possess the capability. Can you provide me with a compelling reason to select you? Su Jia was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhang Jing's forthrightness. Clearing her throat, she mimicked Wenli's slow manner of speech, saying, I do not know whether entrusting the Su family legacy to Zhang Jing is right or wrong. Please help me discern. Zhang Jing, surprised, replied, You are Wenli's granddaughter. He nodded, acknowledging the resemblance while already having made up his mind. I require quality, Zhang Jing insisted. I would rather pay more than settle for subpar work. Not a problem, Su Jia assured him. We will provide you with design plans and equipment lists within 6 months. As their conversation neared its conclusion, Su Jia inquired, Do you need our assistance in recruiting crew members and technicians? They may not be the best, but they will certainly be the most suitable for your needs. What do you mean by suitable? Zhang Jing asked, perplexed. Beyond professional knowledge, they will undergo a systematic and specialized training process, including psychological counseling, lasting 3 to 4 years. This could work, Zhang Jing replied politely. But would it be a burden for you? That comes at a cost, so it won't be a hassle, Su Jia clarified. Unlike Wenli, Su Jia displayed a purely business-oriented demeanor. It was straightforward. One gets what one pays for, and there was no cause for concern. They then discussed payment terms. A month prior, Zhang Jing had felt affluent, but now he found himself in a tight financial situation. Due to his connection with Wenli, Su Jia, though professional, offered considerable concessions. Typically, an initial payment of 200 million yuan would be required for the design plans. As construction progressed, additional payments would be made, 200 million in the 8th month, another 200 million in the 14th month, followed by an additional 200 million in the 20th month, with the final payment due upon delivery of the vessel. Due to Zhang Jing's financial constraints, an alternative arrangement was proposed. 286 million yuan would be deposited into a supervised account jointly monitored by both parties. Although the funds would belong to Zhang Jing, they could not be diverted and could only be utilized for the shipbuilding expenses. Clearly, 286 million yuan would be insufficient, compelling Zhang Jing to devise ways to generate more funds for the account, designated for shipbuilding. It was a source of pressure, yet it was a necessary undertaking. The ocean harbored the greatest treasures, and the future applications for the vessel were numerous. Renting a ship was unreliable, and commissioning one at the last minute was impractical. Therefore, he resolved to see this through, and as such, he must collaborate with old Dai on a perilous venture tomorrow. As their work discussion concluded, Zhang Jing realized it was noon. He invited Su Jia to join him for lunch, which she graciously accepted. Their meal was enjoyable, and they engaged in pleasant conversation. Post-lunch, Zhang Jing traveled 6 kilometers to the Clyde community at the southern end of Avenue 86, seeking out Liang Jieshu's residence. Upon hearing the roar of the sports car, Zhou Manmiao, spotting Zhang Jing through the glass window, squealed with delight, rushing out to greet him like an exuberant little fox. Big brother Zhang, you're here. It was evident that Zhou Manmiao was genuinely thrilled, every fiber of her being radiated joy. I'm taking you out to have some fun, Zhang Jing invited. Sounds great. What about Jieshu? She asked, glancing at Dainyu, who could only accommodate 2 passengers. Zhou Manmiao hesitated, torn between her desire to monopolize the outing and the consideration of swapping Jieshu's Chevrolet. Zhang Jing chuckled. I didn't realize you were so sentimental. He winked, teasingly prompting. Are you sure you want to bring Liang Jieshu? Would she even agree to it? To his surprise, Zhou Manmiao insisted on bringing Liang Jieshu along and promptly turned to head back inside. Zhang Jing felt a slight astonishment. The first time she had partaken in something without conscious awareness had led to confusion, but this time was different. Following her into the wooden villa's living room, Zhang Jing found Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu whispering together. After a moment, the two emerged side by side. Zhou Manmiao appeared composed, while Liang Jieshu blushed a deep pink. Big brother Zhang, can we avoid public places like restaurants or shopping malls? Zhou Manmiao implored earnestly. Zhang Jing had initially intended to invite Zhou Manmiao to perform a charade, knowing she would not refuse, but he hadn't expected her to involve Liang Jieshu, who surprisingly agreed. Although it was common to see a 7-seater vehicle ferrying multiple street girls at once. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 100. Taking the Bronze Dragon, a promise kept. Zhang Jing steered Liang Jieshu's Chevrolet hatchback directly towards the Hilton Hotel near the Pike Place Market Space Needle. He navigated the car into the underground parking garage. then ascended via elevator to the ground floor to check in. Zhang Jing had spent his first night in Seattle at this very hotel, across from the ill-fated apartment previously rented by Ding Jieqi and Chu Xiaoqing. He promptly reserved a king's suite and ordered a selection of victuals and libations to be delivered, giving the impression of impending revelry. Upon arriving at the 17th floor suite, Zhou Manyao seemed composed, while Liang Jieshu's cheeks remained flushed, her hands fidgeting uncertainly as she sat by the window. Zhang Jing was acutely aware of the gravity and peril of their mission. Without his 2 years of treasure hunting experience in Xinjiang, he wouldn't have dared such a feat. However, daring was one thing, success was another. He couldn't afford to rush in blindly. He needed to meticulously plan every detail, considering every possible outcome. With this in mind, Zhang Jing unpacked the food he had brought and poured the wine. Liang Jieshu's mind was a maelstrom of thoughts, anticipating the events that might unfold after the meal, and contemplating how to respond. Fortunately, she had come prepared with a safeguard. Zhang Jing's thoughts were equally turbulent, as he needed the women to remain in the room until noon the following day to corroborate their presence at the hotel should the authorities inquire. Though he felt a pang of guilt towards Ding, he had no choice but to proceed, lest their deception be exposed. Thus, he would have to endure some hardship. After the repast, of which they partook sparingly, Zhang Jing removed his T-shirt as Liang Jieshu drained the last of her wine. This sudden action startled Liang Jieshu, who rose from her chair and retreated towards the bed, where she reclined against the headboard. It seemed she would be the first, assuming she had brought a prophylactic. Zhang Jing turned to retrieve the brown bag from the television cabinet. Liang Jieshu accepted the bag and produced her safeguard, an eye mask, which she donned before settling into quiet acquiescence. Subsequent events omitted. The following morning, Zhang Jing timed his departure precisely, taking the elevator to the underground parking garage. Rewinding 20 minutes, a modified, counterfeit-plated Dodge pickup truck stormed into the Bellevue Police Department's precinct. 2 figures, masked with grotesque visages, dark sunglasses, clad in bulletproof vests and helmets, and wielding dual-magazine AK-47 rifles, calmly exited the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets ensued, followed by the command to drop weapons and lie prone, with the assurance that only money was sought, not lives. The robbers even employed voice changers and amplifiers. Some complied, while others resisted. Resistance was met with a volley of bullets, and even hiding behind vehicles proved futile as steel core rounds pierced the metal, resulting in 2 fatalities, a display of ruthless efficiency. The police, being only human, were paralyzed by fear. The robbers herded them together, shackling them in a circle, with 2 officers pinned in place by landmines beneath their feet. Rest assured, the robbers consoled, these are antiquated mines, easily disarmed, provided you don't act foolishly. 1 robber controlled the hostages, maintaining vigilance, while the other coerced the remaining 6 into loading the bronze dragon onto the pickup truck. The entire operation transpired in under 3 minutes. The pickup, laden with the bronze dragon, sped onto the highway, seemingly heading towards the countryside, but in reality, making for the city center. Bellevue's law enforcement was, of course, more substantial than this initial show of force. As the robbers began their escape, they were immediately pursued by a multitude of police vehicles. Anticipating this, the robbers scattered a series of miniature landmines, causing minor explosions that crippled police cruisers and civilian vehicles alike, effectively blocking the road. Upon reaching the 502 bridge, the robbers encountered tire shredders prepositioned by the authorities. The modified Dodge pickup plowed through them undeterred. The tire shredders proved ineffective, and the Dodge continued its course unhindered, showing no signs of slowing. Inevitably, helicopters appeared overhead, 3 in total, 1 police and 2 from news stations. The police loathed the presence of the press, fearing global embarrassment. To avoid disgrace and to justify their taxpayers' investment, they planned a large-scale roadblock, employing trucks at an intersection ahead of the fleeing robbers. Given the robbers' high speed, the police had little time to react. Just as they managed to maneuver a large garbage truck into position, 2 of its tires suddenly burst. From another direction, 2 well-meaning civilians attempted to assist by using their vehicles as impromptu roadblocks, only to have their tires shot out. 1 vehicle ground to a halt, while the other, driven by a particularly determined individual, continued forward despite the damage, only to have its driver fatally shot from afar. Time was of the essence, and the robbers' pickup truck sped through the intersection. The interception had failed. Further attempts at interception proved futile, and the robbers' pickup truck plunged into the Hilton Hotel's underground parking garage. After a series of violent maneuvers, the pickup was abandoned in a designated spot, and within seconds, the robbers switched to a waiting sedan and continued their escape through the east exit. Zhang Jing was parked just 3 spaces away from the abandoned pickup in Liang Jieshu's Chevrolet hatchback. Leaving the vehicle, he strode towards the Dodge pickup and, along with the bronze dragon, vanished into the mithril space. Just when everything seemed to be proceeding smoothly, having checked the parking garage minutes earlier and found it temporarily deserted, an unexpected figure emerged. A woman in her 40s, bald, dressed in what appeared to be professional attire, stood 5 meters away, her face contorted in disbelief. She had witnessed the vehicle's sudden disappearance. Zhang Jing stared at the woman, contemplating whether to eliminate her. Sensing the Asian man's potential hostility, the woman, driven by instinct, scrambled into her black Camry, started the engine, and attempted to flee. However, haste often leads to mistakes, compounded by the cacophony of sirens. The woman first mishandled the reverse gear, colliding with objects on either side, then stomped on the accelerator, crashing violently into a wall. The glass shattered, the A-pillar buckled, and the vehicle fell silent. Zhang Jing rushed forward to assess the woman's condition, discovering her slumped over the steering wheel, bleeding profusely from a head wound. Her breath shallow and labored. "I saw it. You're a deity," the woman whispered weakly, gazing at Zhang Jing through the shattered windshield. "I have a terminal illness. I won't live more than 2 months. Please, take care of my children. I beg you." The situation was undeniably melodramatic. Though the woman's death wasn't directly caused by him, he was undeniably implicated. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Jing nodded in assent. "Content." The woman closed her eyes and exhaled her last breath. Having committed his first transgression and lacking experience in such matters, Zhang Jing, driven by the need to eliminate all traces, vanished the Camry and its occupant into the mithril space. Almost simultaneously, a police cruiser entered the underground parking garage through the north entrance. From the moment the robbers had entered to the arrival of the police, no more than 30 seconds had elapsed. With a screech of tires, 2 officers exited the vehicle, ordering Zhang Jing to raise his hands, kneel, and lie prone. Zhang Jing calmly complied, slowly raising his hands and lowering himself to the ground. The officers rushed forward and violently handcuffed his hands behind his back. Chaos reigned outside, with numerous police cars, ambulances, and civilian vehicles disabled by the robbers' use of miniature landmines, small enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, incapable of causing fatalities, but devastating to tires. "It's you," a plainclothes, middle-aged Caucasian man, appearing competent and seasoned, approached and scrutinized Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing recognized the man as well. He had been present at the scene of the 2 robbers' deaths on the Whitefish to Isegm Road. "It is," Zhang Jing acknowledged, raising his handcuffed hands. "May I inquire as to the reason for my detention? Why are you in the hotel's underground parking garage?" Zhang Jing remained composed. "Why shouldn't I be? A group of robbers just passed through the hotel's underground parking garage. Did you see them? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, section 101. The ruthlessness of the murderer. Fortunately, Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu were called in, as their presence allowed Zhang Jing to easily clear his name. After checking out, they headed home. Passing by a boutique used car dealership filled with exquisite luxury vehicles, Zhang Jing made a U-turn. "Brother Zhang, why are we here?" Zhou Manmiao inquired playfully, surveying the array of beautiful cars. "Each of you may select a car under 100,000 yuan. Consider it my gift to you," Zhang Jing replied. 100,000? Zhou Manmiao gasped, shaking her head. "I can live quite comfortably without such extravagance." "Neither do I want one," Liang Jieshu added. "My income is sufficient for a modest lifestyle, and besides, we are not that close to accept such valuable gifts from you." Zhang Jing understood that Zhou Manmiao worked as a model, often facing the challenges of low income at events like car shows and anime expos. He was uncertain about Liang Jieshu's profession. Drawing from his experience with Ding Jiechi, Zhang Jing confidently stated, "If you refuse, I shall bestow these gifts upon others." With that simple remark, both women acquiesced. Ultimately, Liang Jieshu chose a second-hand black BMW i8, while Zhou Manmiao opted for a second-hand gasoline Porsche sports car. Since they were used cars, their prices remained below 100,000 yuan. What began as 1 car transformed into 3 for the return journey. "Brother Zhang." Having just acquired luxury vehicles, Zhou Manmiao exclaimed in delight, "Hurry and get in." Liang Jieshu also turned her gaze towards Zhang Jing, standing in the yard. Zhang Jing was eager to enter, yet he felt an even stronger urge to return home and see the precious treasure he had acquired firsthand. "You both should rest. I have matters to attend to at the racetrack. Until next time," he said as he walked towards the garage, driving away in his Lamborghini. Watching him depart, Zhou Manmiao felt a sense of injustice. "How are we any worse than Ding Jiechi?" "This is in ancient times," Liang Jieshu retorted. "Surely you don't think a single night can secure a lifetime? I have never harbored such lofty aspirations. Hence, I brought you along to enhance our prospects." Zhou Manmiao replied with a chuckle. Liang Jieshu rolled her eyes. Zhou Monmu laughed heartily, recognizing Liang Jieshu's cunning nature. Although she feigned annoyance, her body spoke the truth. Previously, Zhang Jing had underestimated women, but after meeting Ding Jiechi, he no longer dared to do so. In many instances, women were more astute and formidable than men. Or else the phrase "the most venomous heart belongs to a woman" would not exist. Upon returning to the racetrack, Zhang Jing headed straight to the stable, where he found no one else present. From the secret silver space, he retrieved a pickup truck and a bronze dragon. The truck was unremarkable, but the bronze dragon left Zhang Jing awestruck. Even as an amateur in antiquities, he was overwhelmed by the sight of this ancient artifact. The bronze dragon stood approximately 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, featuring 2 sharp, protruding fangs, robust hind legs, and powerful forelimbs. Its body was adorned with dual wings and intricate patterns of ancient craftsmanship. The bronze material and the sculpture's overall grandeur were breathtaking, stirring a sense of fervor within him. Instinctively, he took out his phone to capture images and sent them to Su Zhang for appraisal. However, he feared that even the mere image of such a priceless treasure could incite a frenzy, leading to various coercive demands and unwarranted accusations. Just as with the Buddha statue, where Su Zhang's casual inquiry resulted in widespread dissemination of IMAG Section 102, Eudoxio resolutely clinging to the verdant hills, my roots firmly anchored in the fractured rock. Enduring countless trials and tribulations, I remained steadfast, undeterred by the winds from all directions. The poem Bamboo and Stone by Ban Jiao aptly describes Zhang Jing's current predicament. He cannot afford to slacken his efforts for even a moment, lest he be toppled by financial woes. Though Zhang Jing possesses a considerable fortune, with 286 million earmarked for ship down payments and 100 million reserved for land purchases, these two expenditures have nearly drained his liquid assets, compounded by a staggering loss of 6 million in Florida and over 3 million in taxes just paid in April, along with various miscellaneous expenses. Zhang Jing now finds himself in a state of near poverty, with his available wealth dwindling to less than 1 million. While this may seem substantial, the scale of his commitments is vast, and the expenses are considerable. Despite recently acquiring a bronze dragon, it remains illiquid. Many lives have been lost over it. And even if the dragon were returned to its homeland, it would attract scrutiny. Thus, he must remain vigilant and resume work after a brief respite. This time, he is not at a private storage facility, but rather at an auction for abandoned luggage left at the airport. Zhang Jing drives a pickup truck from the horse ranch, accompanied by his clever companion, and together they embark on a journey of approximately 25 kilometers to Tacoma International Airport. The auction takes place at the entrance of a cluttered warehouse, where over 100 suitcases await bidding. The process mirrors that of private storage auctions. Registration: a deposit of 100, grouped in sets of 10, with no opening of the suitcases allowed, though close observation is permitted. Bidding proceeds with cash exchanged for goods, and once purchased, there are no regrets. In typical circumstances, suitcases, much like private storage units, rarely contain valuable items. As expected, after a day of diligent searching, Zhang Jing's efforts yield minimal results. He spends 70,000 on a suitcase containing a Gucci backpack worth approximately 1,000, a meager reward for his troubles. Undeterred by the challenges, Zhang Jing returns the next day and the following, but by the 4th day, he finds nothing of worth. He decides to participate in a warehouse auction instead, where he might occasionally encounter valuable items. It is here that he runs into Kangxi, exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about recent endeavors. Kangxi, weighing around 200 pounds and of average height, appears somewhat portly, yet in this gathering, he is considered relatively slim. After some time apart, Kangxi shares that he has just returned from New York, where he spent more than 50 days. Was it for warehouse section 103? As the racer departed from the private warehouse, Zhang Jing instructed the African-American woman, Eudoxia, to drive herself back to the racetrack, as he had 2 engagements that afternoon. First, he intended to visit his sponsored tennis player, Katie, who had been training at the Bellevue Sports Center. Several times, Katie had playfully implored Zhang Jing to watch her practice, and while he had previously been disinclined, today happened to align perfectly with his route. Within the sweat-drenched training facility, Katie donned a tennis cap, a white-fitted top, and a white skirt, complete with modesty shorts underneath. Her appearance was simple yet elegant. As she engaged in a practice match with another player, Zhang Jing approached her French coach, Swiatek, and greeted her with a nod, acknowledging her efforts. Swiatek, a former tennis player herself, had once set a record with 33 consecutive victories in world-class competitions, commanding an annual fee of $150,000 USD to coach. Notably, she juggled the training of 6 students simultaneously. Upon glancing at Zhang Jing, Swiatek recognized him as the affluent owner of Seattle's Stars, the General and the Indestructible. However, she held a certain disdain for him, harboring the belief that Katie was merely his plaything. Otherwise, why would he sponsor her? In stark contrast, Katie was the most talented, diligent, and tenacious among her 6 students, with a promising future ahead. Swiatek felt a sense of injustice for her prodigy, urging Zhang Jing to cease his perceived exploitation of her. Zhang Jing felt a surge of frustration, but before he could clarify his position, the practice session concluded, and Katie sprinted towards him like a fledgling returning to the nest. She stood tall at 182 meters, her figure slender yet athletic, with a delicate face, large expressive eyes, and naturally curly brown hair cascading around her blue irises. As a tennis player, she possessed considerable strength. A collision with her could easily topple someone if she were to embrace too forcefully. Fortunately, she tempered her strength, and Zhang Jing, standing at 178 meters, was spared from being bowled over. "Boss, thank you for coming to watch me play." Katie beamed with joy radiating from every cell of her being. Under normal circumstances, it resembled a child seeking parental praise for a job well done. Yet, Zhang Jing could not forget her earlier insult directed at Ding Jiaqing, where she had mocked no chest, no rear, and provocatively questioned, "Want to taste the life of a future 4-time champion?" Thus, he felt compelled to address her with a more sinister tone. "You'd better train hard and help me earn a substantial income. Otherwise, Coach Swiatek may find herself visiting you in a Mexican red light district in the future." Katie playfully stuck out her tongue. The first time he had uttered such a threat had genuinely startled her. As she learned more, she realized it was merely a scare tactic. After a brief exchange, Zhang Jing took his leave. As he walked away, Swiatek, unable to contain her indignation, remarked, "He just threatened you. I will testify against him and have him imprisoned." "No." Katie quickly interjected, attempting to halt Swiatek from making a phone call. "It was just a joke." "Katie, you are still too young," Swiatek insisted. "That was no jest." "It truly was just a joke," Katie explained. "Boss is not as fierce as he seems. He is actually quite kind." "Kind?" Swiatek was skeptical, recalling Zhang Jing's ominous tone that had sent chills down her spine. Katie clarified, "The indestructible was once a sick horse, destined for slaughter, but boss purchased it for $3,000 to care for it, and now it is the champion of the Seattle Cup at 1,600 meters. It is a divine intervention." The racetrack mechanic, who has a slight leg disability and a 4-year-old daughter, was taken in by boss when he could not find work. There was also an instance when we dined out, and the restaurant owner was on the brink of collapse. Boss spent $30,000 on an item worth only $3,000. And then there's me. I sought support from many, but no one helped until boss sponsored my tennis. "Is he truly so good?" Swiatek questioned. Katie nodded emphatically. "He is genuinely wonderful." Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, Katie and Swiatek conversed as he left the sports center, heading straight to the airport. Su Zheong was arriving that evening, and Zhang Jing wanted to ensure he was there to greet him, especially since he was accompanying a patient. It would not do to miss them should the flight arrive early. Just as he departed Bellevue, a call came from Zhou Minya, who expressed a desire for Zhang Jing to accompany her on a shopping expedition. Not wanting to appear insensitive, he tactfully declined, implying with a mere 2 words, "Not possible." After hanging up, Zhou Minya sat on the fabric sofa, her expression one of dejection. After a week without contact, being rebuffed for shopping made her wonder if he truly had no feelings for her. For them? Liang Jieshu, seated across from her, was equally perplexed by the situation. Could it be that her proactive nature had led to her being undervalued? Zhou Minya's imagination ran wild, contemplating this as the only explanation. Liang Jieshu, despite her poise, felt quite agitated, reproaching, "You should have informed me when you slipped him the drug. Would you have agreed if I had consulted you?" Zhou Minya retorted. Liang Jieshu fell silent. Knowing she would not have consented, she earned her own living and did not require a man's support. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Liang Jieshu opened the door to reveal her neighbor and friend, Lin Sai, with a sun-kissed complexion, sweet features, and striking blue eyes. She was the epitome of a stunning Western beauty. Today, she wore sequin pants and a fitted top, always exuding a cool demeanor. "Your garage houses 2 fine cars. When did you acquire them?" Lin Sai exclaimed. The cars were indeed impressive, but they were not purchased by Liang Jieshu herself. After a moment of awkwardness, she stepped aside and invited, "Please, come in." As they were close friends, Lin Sai treated the place like her own, heading straight to the refrigerator to grab a cold water bottle, before resuming the conversation about cars. "You should have consulted me when buying a car," Lin Sai asserted, displaying an air of expertise. Liang Jieshu acknowledged that seeking Lin Sai's counsel for a car purchase was wise, given her background as a racer. While her competitions were not of the F1 caliber, she possessed profound knowledge about vehicles, from engine specifications to their advantages and disadvantages. Zhou Minya and Liang Jieshu exchanged silent glances. The topic felt awkward, as Lin Sai harbored a grudge against Zhang Jing. making it impossible to disclose that the cars were gifts from him. Fabricating a lie seemed equally unwise, prompting Zhou Minya to forcibly redirect the conversation. What have you been up to these days? I have a race in June, so I need to practice driving and familiarize myself with the track. Plus, I'm filming videos to earn a little extra, Lin Sai replied. Don't overexert yourself, Liang Jieshu consoled. A balance of work and rest is essential for achieving good results. I wish I could relax, Lin Sai expressed with frustration. But just thinking about Zhang Jing makes my liver ache. He used despicable means to seize my grandfather's estate, the very place where I grew up. Zhou Minya and Liang Jieshu were at a loss for words. Lin Sai's denunciation of Zhang Jing left them conflicted. Should they defend him or remain silent? It was a rather uncomfortable predicament. Forget it, Lin Sai waved her hand dismissively. Let us not discuss the jerk. Let us go for a drive. Despite being a racer in a spectator sport, she was still professional. Lin Sai drove wildly, yet thrillingly and safely, and the three harmonized effortlessly. Section 104, Warring States Bronze Artifacts at Tacoma International Airport. As dusk settled at 6 o'clock, Zhang Jing finally awaited the arrival of Su Zheong. Su Zheong, aged 64, possessed a slightly plump physique and stood at an average height, adorned with a pair of thick glasses. Alongside him was his wife, Lin Jiangming, 62 years old. Slender in build, and having retired 7 years ago due to illness, appeared older than her peers and required a cane for support as she walked. Hello, Zhang Jing. Lin Jiangming greeted warmly. It's been a long time. Zhang Jing had previously encountered Lin Jiangming at a hospital while collecting meteorite iron in the western frontier, accompanied by Su Zheong. Her unexpected courtesy left a pleasant impression, exuding an inexplicable charm. Hello, Auntie Lin. Zhang Jing stepped forward to take the luggage from Su Zheong. I apologize for the trouble of bringing you both here. It's quite all right, Lin Jiangming replied with a light-hearted demeanor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to experience rural life. She expressed her interest in their surroundings, stating, Seattle is rather mundane. The countryside has its own charm, with vast open spaces and fewer people. Curiously, she inquired, I heard from Lao Su that you own 2 champion horses? Indeed. They are currently competing in Kentucky and will return next week. I adore horses, Lin Jiangming said, her spirits lifting. I can hardly wait to see them. The rapport between Zhang Jing and Lin Jiangming blossomed, leaving Su Zheong feeling somewhat uneasy, as he worried that his wife, being 40 years younger, might captivate Zhang Jing's attention. As they strolled towards the parking lot, the trio climbed into a pickup truck and set off. Soon, Su Zheong and Lin Jiangming were confronted with sights unseen in their homeland, street tents and scantily clad women loitering in the streets. They anticipated chaos. But what followed was merely an appetizer to the main course. Upon reaching a gas station, Zhang Jing pulled the pickup in to refuel. Just as he steadied the vehicle, a gunshot erupted. An African-American man fired a handgun at a Lincoln car, only to be met with a barrage of gunfire from the opposing party wielding an Uzi. Zhang Jing's heart raced as he quickly accelerated to escape. Su Zheong and Lin Jiangming were left stunned, having arrived only to witness the spectacle of gunfire. How can it be so chaotic? Lin Jiangming asked in astonishment. Zhang Jing awkwardly reassured them. This is an isolated incident. It doesn't happen every day. He feigned comfort, knowing such events were alarmingly frequent, and today had simply been an unfortunate encounter. By 7:30, they returned to the horse ranch, where the dormitories had been tidied in advance. The ranch entrance featured a row of 6 units, each a 1-bedroom apartment, with one remaining vacant for Su Zheong and his wife. After retrieving the bronze dragon from the stable, Zhang Jing invited Su Zheong over. Upon first glimpse of the bronze dragon, Su Zheong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His body trembling with excitement akin to severe Parkinson's. Nervously donning white gloves, Su Zheong stammered, Where did this come from? I purchased it. How much did it cost? For lives. Su Zheong, nearly pressing himself against the bronze dragon, murmured, It's worth it, incredibly so. Exceedingly valuable. Zhang Jing, observing Su Zheong's fervor, inquired, What is its origin? I cannot say for certain, Su Zheong replied, circling the bronze dragon. If it's authentic, judging by its style, it should date back to the Warring States period, perhaps even the Shang or Zhou dynasties. The craftsmanship is exquisite. The form is dignified and beautiful. Splendid. Does the Dragon Kingdom possess similar bronze artifacts? Zhang Jing asked curiously. None, Su Zheong lamented. Not only do we lack such items, but even comparable ones. The Louvre houses a piece, though it is neither as grand nor as exquisite as this. Typically, Zhang Jing would inquire about the price next. But anticipating Su Zheong's request for donations, he refrained. Yet Su Zheong, unbidden, insisted, Zhang Jing, this bronze divine dragon is a sacred artifact. It must be returned to the Dragon Kingdom. It must not remain abroad. At this juncture, Su Zheong began to weep. overwhelmed by the thought that the Dragon Kingdom lacked such a bronze treasure while it existed elsewhere. Zhang Jing, initially prepared to retort, softened upon witnessing Su Zhang's profound sorrow and refrained from scolding him. Please ensure it is returned, Su Zhang pleaded, tears streaming down his face. Nearly kneeling before Zhang Jing, Zhang Jing prevented him from kneeling, unable to accept such humility from Su Zhang. After contemplating for a few seconds, he vowed, I assure you it will return to the Dragon Kingdom. Su Zhang wept tears of joy. This matter must remain confidential, for lives were lost, one person is missing, and over 20 were injured in the pursuit of this bronze dragon. We cannot afford to be careless. We must keep our lips sealed even in dreams. Zhang Jing solemnly cautioned. It is the bronze divine dragon, Su Zhang reminded him. Zhang Jing nonchalantly replied, let it be the divine dragon then. Having clarified the general situation of the divine dragon, Zhang Jing anticipated a peaceful night's rest, but was unexpectedly jolted awake at 2 in the morning by a phone call. Zhou Mianmiao, on the other end, lamented that her car had been stolen. Her voice tinged with distress. Concerned for her safety due to their past encounter, Zhang Jing donned his clothes and drove the pickup truck away from the ranch, arriving at the suburban community where the two women resided 40 minutes later. In a humorous twist, Zhang Jing arrived before the police, spotting the two women dejectedly standing at their gate. As he stepped out of the pickup, the tearful Zhou Mianmiao rushed towards him. Big brother Zhang, the car you gifted me has been stolen, she sobbed, trembling in despair, looking genuinely pitiable. Do not cry, Zhang Jing replied dismissively, attempting to console her. As long as you are unharmed, everything else can be replaced. I will buy you a new one tomorrow. Having witnessed gunshot wounds, gaping chest wounds, and shattered skulls, the theft of a car seemed trivial by comparison, and Zhou Mianmiao ceased her tears. Moments later, the police arrived, albeit slowly, as there were no fatalities or shootouts. They gathered a brief account of the incident and issued a report for insurance purposes. As the night drew to a close around 4 in the morning, Zhang Jing prepared to leave when Zhou Mianmiao grasped his arm. Without uttering a word, she simply gazed at him. Is anyone hungry? Is there something to eat? Zhang Jing opted to stay a little longer. Zhou Mianmiao's face brightened at his response, and Liang Jieshu, nearby, appeared equally relieved. Cooking a grand meal at 4 in the morning is rare, yet the three of them busied themselves in the kitchen until 6, preparing a bountiful spread. They gathered around the dining table, enjoying toasted bread, scallion pancakes, corn cakes, juice, and an array of delightful dishes while engaging in lively conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. At the table, Zhang Jing suddenly found himself at a loss for how to address Liang Jieshu. Miss Liang felt too formal, while Jieshu seemed overly familiar. Brother Zhang, you may call me Jieshu or Xiao Jieshu, she suggested, sensing his discomfort. Xiao Jieshu, what do you do for a living? I write short romance novels and also pen love scripts. Ah, a talented writer, Zhang Jing acknowledged. What a pity that your ancestry does not trace back to the firstborn, relegating you to common status. Section 105, The Fight After Breakfast. Zhang Jing faced the most daunting challenge, how to legalize the bronze dragon. The simplest approach would be to open a private warehouse and take the dragon out, but the law stipulates that stolen items must be surrendered without compensation. Since this straightforward method was unviable, a more intricate plan was required. He considered sending the bronze dragon to Mexico or Canada, purchasing it from someone else's hands, ideally passing it through 2 or 3 transactions for insurance. To achieve this seamlessly, he would need Wen Li's assistance. Without delay, he bid farewell to Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianmiao at 9 a.m. and made his way to the estate at number 1032, 6 kilometers away. By 9:30, he met Wen Li. Engaging in casual conversation, Wen Li opened with a question about his young girlfriend, inquiring if they had broken up. Zhang Jing clarified that she had only temporarily departed. Wen Li's expression shifted to one of realization. She concluded it was indeed a breakup, lamenting a good helpmate lost. Zhang Jing was at a loss, sensing the elderly lady's comprehension was somewhat lacking. Wen Li inquired if he had matters to discuss. With Li Xing present and the butler stationed outside, Zhang Jing hesitated to divulge anything. Wen Li waved them away, signaling it was time to speak. The bronze dragon stolen from the Bellevue Police Department is in my possession, he revealed. Wen Li was taken aback, staring at Zhang Jing in disbelief. He nodded affirmatively. As she scrutinized him anew, a look of admiration crossed her face. You possess courage and determination. I was right about you. Zhang Jing, feeling a tinge of discontent, questioned whether there was a legitimate way to retrieve it. There are many methods. You can send it to Hong Kong, right? She asked. Yes, he replied. Wen Li, already impressed by Zhang Jing, grew increasingly fond of him. The fact that he had successfully transported 100 pounds of pharmaceutical materials to Hong Kong showcased his capability, suggesting he had established a reliable smuggling route. After laundering the dragon, if he intended to sell it, She reminded him that she could offer a better price than anyone else. Due to Su Zhong's introduction, Zhang Jing realized the bronze dragon was invaluable, worth more than the lives of 100 men, and resolutely shook his head. It would not be sold. Wen Li maintained a confident demeanor, suggesting that trading it to her could offset the cost of a survey vessel, which was essential for exploring sunken ships and creating 3D images of the seabed, valued at approximately 250 to 300 million US dollars. Despite the allure, Zhang Jing declined, knowing that the bronze dragon was beyond monetary evaluation. More importantly, he cherished the dragon, finding it majestic and imposing. He was unconcerned that Wen Li might become irate. He understood her character was vast and deep. However, if he ever considered selling, even for a lesser amount, it must be to Wen Li, as he would not be a thankless, ungrateful individual. After departing from No. 1032 and settling into his pickup truck, Zhang Jing found himself at an impasse. Regardless of whether it was the golden jade, the Empress statue, or the bronze dragon, he was unwilling to liquidate any of them. Had it not been for the fortunate discovery of 100 pounds of pharmaceutical materials, he would have been unable to even afford the initial cost of a boat. Was he to rely solely on picking up undervalued real estate or gambling on horse races for profit? Clearly, that was not feasible, even with the general immortal at his disposal. He could not amass several hundred million USD. The prospect of uncovering undervalued real estate seemed unlikely, especially since Barbie, a former real estate agent, had identified the significant flaw in the number 1049 estate. Such a bargain was unparalleled. He pondered why no one had made an offer on the 1049 estate yet. It seemed illogical. Despite the current economic downturn, the wealthy were growing wealthier. Why were they not purchasing property? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhang Jing arrived at the entrance of the 1049 estate. Upon arrival, his expression soured immediately as he spotted Lindsay Moore, who was live streaming at the estate's gate with 2 tripods and 2 phones. Lindsay was engrossed in her broadcast, oblivious to Zhang Jing's approach from the side. "Friends," she began, dressed in a stylish uniform reminiscent of racing attire. Her peculiar affinity remained a mystery. "Before I turned 18, I passed by this giant rock daily. Now, the 1049 estate has been taken from me through vile means. I can only pass by and gaze. Section 106. A familiar 3-year covenant. Revised locale. Alas." Zhang Jing's brow was lacerated by the lunatic. Inside the parlor of estate number 1049, Rhea was applying iodine, a process fraught with pain. Lindsay Moore stood by, gloating. "Presuming that because you vanquished 2 robbers with valor, you were impervious to pain, unlike herself." "Madwoman," Zhang Jing retorted with ire, "were it not for intervention, would you have preferred a fatality?" Lindsay Moore merely pursed her lips. "In any event, it would not be I. Do you fancy yourself superior to those brigands?" Zhang Jing exclaimed, incensed. "I was merely indulging you." Lindsay Moore was acutely aware that during the altercation, Zhang Jing had been mostly parrying, refraining from inflicting mortal blows, whereas she had exploited every advantage with ruthless abandon. A modicum of culpability gnawed at her. "Return the estate to my grandfather," Lindsay Moore insisted obstinately, "lest I commence a daily broadcast at its gates." "Procure the funds to purchase it," Zhang Jing declared, unwavering in his principles. "We lack 40 million, she retorted. "Then apply yourselves diligently to your vocations, accumulate the funds gradually, and I shall await your acquisition," Zhang Jing responded. Lindsay Moore was consumed with vexation, as if amassing 40 million were a trifling endeavor. Antiquities would suffice, as would paintings, sculptures, gems, or precious jade, Zhang Jing remarked with a chuckle. Scrutinizing Lindsay Moore from head to toe, admiring her physique, and jesting, "You alone could offset 10,000 annually." Anticipating an outburst, he was taken aback when she simply departed, abandoning the estate. Subsequent to Lindsay Moore's departure, Rhea, the elegantly poised housekeeper, entered, bearing a tray laden with a cup of tea and 2 platters of assorted biscuits. "The tea is Indian red tea, and the biscuits are of my own making. Having recently endured strenuous activity and a heated exchange, a thirst and hunger were quite welcome." Rhea, maintaining her composure, ventured a question for the first time. "Sir, do you contemplate relinquishing the estate?" Rhea possessed a cascade of chestnut brown hair that grazed her shoulders. Her countenance, an epitome of comeliness, was accentuated by luminous, expressive eyes. Her most remarkable attribute was her distinctive aura, which exuded comfort and trustworthiness, precluding any inclination towards frivolous behavior. Even Ding Jiechi would find solace in Rhea's presence. It was not that Rhea was aesthetically challenged. Quite the contrary, she was strikingly beautiful. Her uniqueness lay in her ability to instill an immediate sense of loyalty, reliability, and competence. Harboring a wealth of thoughts, Zhang Jing extended an invitation. Its acquisition was predicated on profit margins. It is already listed on real estate websites. When the time comes, You shall accompany me in my departure. Rhea Binock shook her head. I shall remain, awaiting the subsequent proprietor. The Rose Red Winery also requires a housekeeper, Zhang Jing vowed. Your weekly remuneration shall not be diminished. Zhang Jing firmly believed that treasure hunting was not limited to inanimate objects, but could also encompass living beings. Rhea was undoubtedly a priceless treasure, although her optimal placement and utilization remained uncertain. Rhea once again shook her head, elucidating, my professional ethos, instilled through my education, dictates that a housekeeper remains with the property. Observing Rhea, Zhang Jing conceded that persuasion was futile. The question arose, a conundrum. Was Rhea more valuable, or would the financial gain from the estate sale be more substantial? On the surface, the latter appeared more lucrative, promising a staggering $20 million, a sum that eclipsed the wealth of 99 of households in the United States. Yet, an inner voice whispered that Rhea possessed even greater value, surpassing his expectations of Katie. In the most favorable scenario, Katie would secure 4 Grand Slam titles or emulate her mentor by achieving a 33-match winning streak, subsequently attaining fame, mentoring prodigies, securing endorsements, and engaging in live commerce, amassing wealth beyond measure. In short, Katie's trajectory was predictable. Rhea, on the other hand, possessed seemingly limitless potential. Sir, Rhea inquired, voicing a question that had lingered in her thoughts. How were you able to overcome 2 robbers, contrary to expectations? I was driving a pickup truck, Zhang Jing explained simply. The truck bed was laden with silver, and I maintained a vigilant state of alertness. Remarkable, she remarked. Most individuals would be incapable. Zhang Jing chuckled. You would not happen to admire me to the point of affection, would you? Unlikely, Rhea replied with composure. I possess ample loyalty, but I shall not harbor affection, let alone love, for the estate owner. Zhang Jing approved of this response and resolved to reside at the estate for a few days, postponing his departure. Hastening the delivery of the bronze dragon god to Hong Kong would likely astonish Wen Li. Prudence dictated a measured approach, while also affording a few days of respite. Meanwhile, Lindsay Moore arrived at a middle-class neighborhood in Iseg, where her grandfather resided. An elderly Caucasian man, in his late 80s, was no longer in his prime. Incapable of prevailing in arguments with Zhang Jing or engaging in protracted legal battles, the energetic Lindsay Moore served as his spokesperson. Lindsay Moore was not only adept at argumentation but also skilled in combat, proving to be a formidable adversary. Grandfather, I have just met Zhang Jing. Having come from estate number 10419, Lindsay Moore announced, settling beside the old man. Regrettably, we cannot prevail against that Asian, the distinguished old man advised his granddaughter. Perhaps an opportunity exists, Lindsay Moore replied, her spirit seemingly lifted. I recall that you possess a collection of ancient Dragon Kingdom armor. Is it still extant? That is not ancient Dragon Kingdom armor, the old man corrected his granddaughter in a deliberate manner. It is Japanese armor, acquired during my youth from a retired soldier for $800. Whether it is from the Dragon Kingdom or Japan is inconsequential, Lindsay Moore retorted dismissively. Where is it located? Perhaps it presents an opportunity to reclaim the estate. What do you imply? That scoundrel has a penchant for antiques. The old man shook his head, expressing his skepticism. It is merely a broken suit of armor. Even if it were an antique, it would be worth no more than a few $1,000s. It is in the basement. Search for it. Lindsay Moore dashed into the basement like a whirlwind. Amidst the clutter, without meticulous searching, she discovered it standing in the corner, adorned on a wooden frame and draped with a dust cover. The virago, endowed with strength, embraced the wooden mannequin, weighing over 70 pounds, and hoisted it directly into the pickup truck. Upon returning to the basement, she also retrieved a saber. 2 hours later, Lindsay Moore once again confronted Zhang Jing. Why have you returned? Zhang Jing inquired, scrutinizing the weak complexioned, blue-eyed, slender-faced, and lithe-limbed blonde, who appeared sweet yet possessed a violent streak. You have an affinity for antiques, and I have brought you a gift. Zhang Jing jested, a gift for me? Dream on. Lindsay Moore retorted with disdain. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jing encountered the antique brought by Lindsay Moore at the entrance of the estate villa. Regardless of others' perceptions of the armor and saber, Zhang Jing's initial reaction was one of astonishment. They resembled stage props, ostentatious in their presentation and excessively garish in their coloration. Pointing to the props, Zhang Jing inquired with a chuckle, you do not expect to exchange this pile of junk for my estate, do you? Lindsay Moore, a race car driver with a purported IQ of 170 and a reaction time of 95, was not unintelligent and would not intentionally humiliate herself. Consider this a deposit, Lindsay Moore declared with resolve. Grant me 3 years, and I shall undoubtedly amass sufficient funds. On this day, 3 years hence, I shall return to purchase this estate. Lindsay Moore was earnest, her gaze unwavering. Zhang Jing could not suppress his laughter. What are you laughing at? Lindsay Moore demanded, incensed. Nothing, nothing, Zhang Jing replied, struggling to suppress his mirth. I must have an expert appraise the props you have brought before making a decision. Section 107. Toyotomi Hideyoshi, revised locale, an hour later. Dylan drove Su Zheong from the horse farm to the estate. In comparison to the past, the convenience was unparalleled. Gloves and magnifying glasses were perpetually ensconced in Su Zheong's pockets. Upon disembarking, he commenced his examination. Without any histrionics, Su Zheong meticulously scrutinized the armor and saber for a full half-hour, examining every inch of the armor and blade. At this juncture, Zhang Jing had come to realize that Lindsay Moore had not brought props, as Su Zheong would not have devoted so much time otherwise. Finally, Su Zheong set down the magnifying glass and removed his gloves. Su Zheong first glanced at Lindsay Moore, then turned to Zhang Jing, and in his native dialect asked, "Can this foreigner understand our language?" "No," Zhang affirmed. The battle sword was undoubtedly a weapon once wielded by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and the armor's main body was likely the same. However, the hem was questionable and probably a later addition. Zhang Jing's heart raced. "Are you certain? If it's a bargain, I could purchase it boldly. If it's expensive, it would be wise to have it appraised again. If it's genuine, how much is this set worth?" Zhang inquired with concern. "Much like your Buddha statue. Its worth does not exceed $5 million, yet for certain individuals, its significance is immeasurable and transcends monetary value." Zhang Jing understood the concept of one's poison is another's nectar. This suit of armor and the accompanying sword were dispensable to him, yet for others, they were invaluable treasures. Lindsay Moore, who had been lingering nearby, interjected with irritation, "Can you not speak in English?" At the entrance of the manor, Su Zheong and Dilong departed first, while Zhang Jing regarded Lindsay with a contemplative gaze. There exists a common wisdom. Greed may lead to a short life, while murder does not. Thus, during the theft of the bronze dragon, 4 perished and many were injured, yet Zhang felt no remorse, even now. The body of that unknown woman remained within the secret silver space. Zhang Jing faced 2 choices, to deceive Lindsay Moore and abscond with her armor and sword, or to disclose the truth and engage in a fair exchange. Choosing the first option would entail both deception and greed, potentially leading to dire consequences. The second option would result in a loss of some wealth, yet he would rest easy at night. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang opted for the latter. There was no need for deceit. This is Toyotomi Hideyoshi's battle sword. The armor's main body is likely the same, but the hem is probably not, he stated. Lindsay Moore, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Who is Toyotomi Hideyoshi?" He was a prominent figure during the Warring States period in Japan, a ruler and politician who invaded the land of the rising sun. At that time, the land of the rising sun, Korea, was a vassal of the Ming dynasty, and even its name was derived from the Ming founder. The Wanli Emperor dispatched troops to Korea and defeated Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who was also one of the 3 great leaders of Japan's Warring States era. Lindsay Moore's head spun. She understood not a word. In any case, Zhang Jing emphasized, "This person is quite famous in Japanese history. What is the land of the rising sun? Is it extinct?" Lindsay Moore tilted her head in inquiry. No, Zhang Jing retorted hastily. "Don't say such things. That country still exists, to the north, and the south is, well, you know." Lindsay Moore remained perplexed. "Toyotomi Hideyoshi is Japanese. Why do you reference both a Korean and an ancient emperor of our land? What is the connection?" "The value," Zhang pointed to the armor, explaining, "is why I mention this. The people of our land desire it, Koreans yearn for it, and the Japanese cherish it even more." Lindsay Moore's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is it truly that valuable?" Zhang nodded affirmatively. "The armor and sword could be worth around $5 million. "Oh my goodness!" Lindsay exclaimed, overjoyed. "It is worth so much. $5 million equates to 2 grand luxury homes in a middle-class community," which explained her exuberance. However, Zhang Jing, feeling displeased with her glee, extended his hand, requesting a fee for appraisal, $10,000. Upon hearing this, Lindsay became momentarily dazed, taken aback by the exorbitant appraisal fee. "That was a top expert," Zhang pressed. "Hurry and pay. You wouldn't want to default on this, would you?" Despite her seemingly affluent appearance, Lindsay had no money, as her wealth was tied up with her grandfather. Thinking quickly, she countered, "Did you not say it was worth $5 million? In 3 years, I will return and pay you $35 million to buy back the manor." The mention of 3 years made Zhang want to laugh, derisively suggesting, "I could sell you off piece by piece. Would that suffice?" "Do not underestimate me," Lindsay retorted proudly. "I am a race car driver. I can earn money faster than you think." Zhang was taken aback, realizing that she was indeed a race car driver. Her attire had led him to believe it was merely for a live stream. Shaking off his surprise, Zhang rejected her proposal, stating, "The expert's quote of $5 million is the market price. I can only offer you $3 million, and it will be a direct transfer." Isn't a mortgage a better option? Why cash? Lindsay countered. Horse racing is perilous. I fear you may not live to see the third year. Lindsay was taken aback, then retorted with anger. Even if you die, I will not. Then take the money and return to me in 3 years, if the house still exists by then. It was evident that Zhang Jing did not wish to wait 3 years. Moreover, he needed to secure the funds to relish Toyotomi Hideyoshi's armor and sword. Should he delay, and someone else offered a higher price, Lindsay might retract her agreement, leaving him empty-handed. The negotiation resembled an argument, with price discussions requiring recalibration. At one point, Lindsay even called her grandfather for strategy advice. Ultimately, Zhang Jing settled on a payment of $3 million to Lindsay Moore. The manor was a gamble. It was not easy to sell, and if it still stood in 3 years and Lindsay had sufficient funds, he would consider selling it to her. When Lindsay departed, night had fallen, granting Zhang Jing the opportunity to closely examine the armor and sword in the manor's grand hall, alone and in silence. Su Zheong had verified their authenticity, and the transaction was complete. Yet Zhang Jing still struggled to believe that such ornate armor was indeed genuine. At first glance, he had thought it mere props. To ascertain its true value, he resolved to summon another expert the following day. For this task, he would enlist the assistance of the young manager at Parker's pawn shop, who knew nearly all the industry experts. At 9 o'clock that evening, a trainer named Aegis from Kentucky unexpectedly called. On the phone, her voice was fraught with anxiety. Haifa has been taken by immigration officials. If Zhang Jing recalled correctly, tomorrow was the day of the race, and this news struck like a bolt from the blue. Haifa, a Lebanese national, had entered the United States illegally. Being apprehended at such a critical juncture must have been a result of a competitor's betrayal. Should he seek revenge? The answer was a resounding no. Much like the legal acquisition of Manor 1049, though the means were dubious, it was entirely lawful. Importantly, this was not a matter of shame. Foreigners would seize any opportunity to exploit the citizens of his land, and Zhang felt no guilt whatsoever. Competitors in horse racing operated under similar principles. Their tactics were unscrupulous, yet legal. Having processed these thoughts, Zhang Jing reassured Aegis, let the general withdraw from the race. I will hire an immigration lawyer to retrieve Haifa. Unlike the Seattle Cup, where the general and Not Dead Yet bypassed preliminaries and directly entered the finals, the two would race alongside 13 other horses in a 2,000-meter mud track final. Thus, a jockey could not simultaneously ride 2 horses. There was no time to find a substitute, and to achieve a good result, both horse and rider needed to develop a rapport, even sharing meals and sleeping arrangements. Therefore, the only option was to withdraw. Aegis was reluctant but had no choice. She could only hope that Not Dead Yet would perform admirably. Section 108. The sword and blade expert the following day marked the event of the Death Cannot Die competition. Yet Zhang Jing found himself unable to watch the live broadcast due to the arrival of guests, experts in Japanese armor and swordsmanship introduced by the shop's assistant manager. Interestingly, the 2 specialists, one from Japan and the other from Korea, were of similar age, appearing clean and well-groomed, devoid of any greasiness. Zhang Jing had preemptively retrieved the armor and the sword from his space, placing them in the reception room for the two to appraise together. The housekeeper, Leia, served fragrant tea and coffee to the guests while Zhang Jing observed their work, feeling a palpable sense of anxiety, for Su Zheong, a renowned expert in Dragon Country artifacts, was not particularly versed in foreign antiquities. After some time, the Korean expert, Yuan Haishao, inquired about the provenance of the battle sword. Zhang Jing could only shake his head in response, unable to provide an answer. Yuan Haishao continued, stating that if he was not mistaken, the sword was likely the work of the renowned 19th-century swordsmith, Kato Seiichi. Zhang Jing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Just yesterday, Su Zheong had claimed it was a sword once wielded by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a figure from the 16th century, existing 3 centuries prior to the sword's actual creation. Maintaining his composure while his mind raced with thoughts, Zhang Jing asked, "What is its worth?" Yuan Haishao, with a steady and authoritative tone, explained that Kato Seiichi was a famous swordsmith from early 19th century Japan, and given its nearly 2-century history, its value is substantial. How substantial? Zhang Jing, ever preoccupied with monetary value, pressed for specifics. Yuan Haishao raised 5 fingers solemnly, declaring 50,000 USD. Zhang Jing was taken aback. He had initially thought the figure to be 500,000 USD based on Yuan Haishao's serious demeanor. Sensing Zhang Jing's shock at the high price, Yuan Haishao quickly added, 50,000 USD is the market price, but I am willing to purchase it for 40,000 USD. Zhang Jing then turned to the other expert, Mr. Yoshihara, an authority on ancient Japanese armor. Mr. Yoshihara, what do you think of the armor? Zhang Jing inquired. Mr. Yoshihara, equally well presented, responded. The main body of this armor is likely from the early 19th century, while the hem and the horned helmet are modern reproductions. Zhang Jing pressed further. What is its value? Mr. Yoshihara also raised 5 fingers, gravely stating, 5,000 USD, with both experts deeming the weapons and armor to be of little worth. Zhang Jing felt a twinge of doubt. Had Su Zheong misjudged their significance? However, Mr. Yoshihara soon added, though it is modern armor, the craftsmanship is commendable, and I would be willing to purchase it for 5,000 USD. Observing Mr. Yoshihara's earnest gaze, Zhang Jing grew increasingly cautious. While they claimed the items were of little value, both expressed a desire to acquire them. After bidding farewell to the reluctant experts, Zhang Jing resolved to seek the opinions of a broader audience online. Unlike the Bronze Dragon, the provenance of the weapons and armor was legitimate, allowing them to be showcased openly. Utilizing a 4K camera, he captured detailed footage of the armor and sword, which he then sent to video operator Irina for posting on various platforms, inviting the scrutiny of nearly 200,000 online viewers. At that moment, Irina was at Churchill Downs in Kentucky, diligently working on a video. The stars of the show were, of course, the Great General and Death Cannot Die. The withdrawal of the Great General due to the jockey's inability to compete had garnered sympathy from many viewers. Upon receiving Zhang Jing's footage, Irina observed Death Cannot Die racing on the track, and to everyone's excitement, it remained formidable. Driven by an indomitable spirit, it surged ahead, overcoming competitors through sheer willpower. In a matter of seconds, Death Cannot Die overtook 6 horses, crossing the finish line as a dark horse. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jing received a call from IGZ bearing good news. Death Cannot Die had clinched the championship, not only securing a prize of $1 million but also bringing pride to the championship racetrack and the 200,000 fans who supported it, thereby countering the detractors who reported illegal immigration in Haifa. This was a resounding victory, prompting the townsfolk to gather at the Rose Winery to celebrate with jubilant spirits. Fei Lai, Barbie, Dilong, Cindy, and Yu Doxio were bustling about, with Su Zheong and his wife Lin Jiangming also lending a hand. By 2 p.m., when Zhang Jing returned to the Rose Winery, a few old regulars were still enjoying their drinks, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Boss, Barbie greeted him with a smile. This morning, aside from the townspeople, we had some visitors as well. If all goes as expected, tourists will continue to stream in, and we'll need to increase staff by at least 2. You can make that decision, Zhang Jing replied, entrusting her as the manager. True to her words, over the next 3 days, the winery and racetrack welcomed a steady influx of visitors, ranging from 30 to 100 each day, including residents from the greater Seattle metropolitan area, Bellevue, Issaquah, and Tukwila, as well as some international tourists. On the 4th day, as the Great General triumphantly returned from Kentucky, the total number of visitors and reporters soared to an unprecedented 700. Due to the lack of hired help, Zhang Jing had to call upon housekeeper Leia, as well as Liang Jieshu and Zhou Man Miao, for assistance. They toiled from dawn till dusk, and after sending off the last guest, Zhang Jing slumped exhaustedly at the round table, panting heavily. Zhou Man Miao was even worse off. She had barely sat down before dozing off. Su Zheong and Lin Jiangming, having spent the day working hard, were already in their dormitory sleeping soundly. Fei Lai, Yu Doxio, Cindy, and Dilong were busy cleaning up, while Barbie was busy tallying the day's earnings from both wine and food sales. Liang Jieshu gently placed a glass of warm water in front of Zhang Jing, remarking, "There were so many people today. The Great General is indeed remarkable." Though the Great General was impressive, it was regrettable that Haifa was still detained by immigration authorities, preventing the Great General from participating in the upcoming competitions. Death Cannot Die had not returned. It had gone directly to Maryland to compete in the Preakness Stakes, with a grand prize of $1 million for the top horse. Intriguingly, Death Cannot Die would be the only mare in the race. After a taxing day, Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude to Liang Jieshu for her and Zhou Man Miao's invaluable help, promising, "I will be flying to Hong Kong tomorrow, and when I return, I will treat you all to a meal." Coincidentally, Liang Jieshu chimed in that Man Miao would also be heading to Hong Kong the next day. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that both would be on the same flight. Half an hour later, Barbie completed the tally for the day's revenues. The total was 37,000 USD, with an average spending of $53 per person. Excluding labor costs and deducting the expenses for food and drinks, the profit was precisely half. Zhang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, and Liang Jieshu shared his astonishment. The profit of $18,500 minus labor costs meant Zhang Jing netted 17,000 USD. How could it be so much? Zhang Jing inquired. The stock of wine was a major selling point, Over 30% of families purchase 2 bottles, Liang Jieshu explained. Zhang Jing felt a twinge of discomfort upon realizing the situation with the stocked wine was not sustainable. He resolved to focus on treasure hunting instead, preparing for his flight to Hong Kong the next day, unaware that an unexpected twist awaited him in the night. Section 109. The aspiration of Tongli the following day. As the sun shone brilliantly and the gentle breeze caressed the air, the roosters crowed and dogs frolicked. Zhang Jing, preparing to fly to Hong Kong, unexpectedly welcomed 2 guests at the winery. With ample time at hand, he decided to meet with them in the tavern. The first guest was a dapper young man, impeccably dressed, radiating vitality. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am the assistant to Hollywood director Jamie Thompson, and we intend to hire the general for a Western action film." Zhang Jing, intrigued by the prospect of financial gain, inquired about the remuneration. The assistant, taken aback, reminded him that participating in a film directed by the illustrious Jamie Thompson was a dream for countless individuals. Having the general on board would elevate the film's profile without any cost. Why should there be a fee? "Leave," Zhang Jing barked, dismissing the audacity of such an expectation in broad daylight. The housekeeper, Leia, escorted the guest out. Next came a second visitor, another young man, also Caucasian, in his 20s, dressed casually in a red sweatshirt and pink trousers, exuding a certain aspiration reminiscent of Tongli. "Are you also a director's assistant?" Zhang Jing queried. "My name is Marcus Raphael, a novice director who just graduated a year ago. I currently have no works to my name, but I wish to invite the general to star in a low-budget film." And, after a brief pause, Marcus summoned his courage and added, "I plan to seek an investment of $200,000. Do you have the script?" Zhang Jing did not outright refuse. After all, exceptional talents are rare, and a little patience could yield rewards. "I do." Marcus promptly presented the script he had prepared, offering it respectfully to Zhang Jing. The tavern fell silent as Zhang Jing perused the script. It was indeed a low-budget film with a straightforward storyline, set in 1930. It narrated the tale of a wealthy merchant's daughter who unexpectedly becomes pregnant, only to encounter a scoundrel unwilling to take responsibility. Due to her beliefs, she cannot consider abortion. The merchant, ashamed of his daughter's premarital pregnancy, enlists the help of a pastor to find her a husband. The pastor fulfills his duty by matching her with a humble farmer, and within an hour of their meeting, they wed in the church. As Zhang Jing reached the end of the script, he felt an uncontrollable emotion swell within him. He slowly raised his gaze toward Leia, standing beside him. At last, he recognized her potential. Turning back to the aspiring director, he asserted with undeniable authority, "Miss Leia will be the leading lady. If there are no objections, we can finalize the collaboration now. I will invest, and you will work." Marcus, who had entered with his head down, followed Zhang Jing's cue and directed his gaze toward Leia. Instantly, their thoughts aligned. Marcus firmly believed that this low-budget film would achieve success due to Leia's involvement. One need not spend every day with her. Her mere presence was enough. She was beautiful, competent, reliable, loyal, and pure. These qualities combined made her almost divine. "Mr. Zhang," Leia interjected, "I am a housekeeper." "You are indeed a housekeeper, yet you can also take on the role of an actress, much like Katie. What do you think about signing a 15-year contract as your agent? Perform, accept endorsements, star in films. And we will share the income in a ratio of 1 to 9, 1 for you, 9 for me." Leia doubted her ability to become an actress, questioning, "Is it truly possible?" "Absolutely," Marcus affirmed. "You are even more perfect for the leading role than I originally envisioned. Success is assured." Zhang Jing turned to Marcus, cautioning him not to dream too grandly. "You two must sign an agency contract with me. For the next 15 years, whether in film, screenwriting, or planning, 90% of your earnings will belong to me." "No," Marcus retorted confidently. "I will undoubtedly become a great director in the future. I simply lack works at the moment. Otherwise, I would already be accomplished." "Then be gone," Zhang Jing replied bluntly. The finances belonged to Zhang, and the perfect leading lady was also his. Marcus Raphael was inconsequential. Zhang Jing had many options, while Marcus had nowhere else to turn, hence his appeal. Ultimately, he had to concede. Assessing Marcus, Zhang Jing feigned retrieving an M500 from behind him and placed it on the table. "We shall sign the contract, but let me be clear, should you betray me, I will ensure you meet your maker. You must also promise to give me films to direct." Marcus trembled as he made his request. "Not a problem. While I may not have billions in capital, 200,000 is manageable." The next 2 hours were consumed with signing the contract, and unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing now had 4 artists under his wing. Katie, the tennis player; Leia, the naturally talented housekeeper; Marcus Raphael, the aspiring director; and Cindy, the principled winemaker. Though they were all novices, they presented an impressive ensemble. With no further business at hand, Zhang Jing first drove Liang Jieshu home before heading to the airport with Zhou Mianmiao. Since they were on the same flight, it made sense to travel together. The journey would be less tedious with conversation. As for the events of the previous night, neither mentioned them, treating them as though they had never occurred. This time, Zhang Jing had purchased a business class ticket while Zhou Mianmiao was in economy, a difference in price of fourfold. He paid to upgrade her seat, and they engaged in pleasant conversation throughout the flight. It turned out that Zhou Mianmiao had returned to play a supporting role in a Hong Kong horror film, with only a few scenes totaling less than 20 seconds of screen time. The pay was minimal, but the opportunity was rare. Otherwise, she would not have wanted to squander the cost of the ticket. While Zhang Jing was airborne, the ancient Japanese armor and battle blade had finally piqued the interest of some discerning individuals after several days of speculation. Interestingly, this attention was not due to the video's popularity. Videos related to the general and the immortal had garnered significant views, while those showcasing the armor and blade received little attention. The reason for the newfound curiosity was attributed to the experts, Yuan Haishao, a Korean specialist, and Yoshihara Kin, a Japanese expert. Both had recognized the exceptional quality of the blade and armor during their assessments, their inner excitement masked by calm expressions. After their departure, they sought out reliable contacts, intending to capitalize on Zhang Jing's discovery. Yoshihara Kin approached an old acquaintance, Date Temple Narumi, while Yuan Haishao reached out to a wealthy magnate from Korea. Section 110. Unshackling thoughts. After 20 hours of floating through the skies, I finally descended at the Hong Kong airport. Brother Zhang, where are you headed? Zhou Mianmiao inquired with genuine concern as we exited the terminal. I will first find a place to stay in Central. I have some matters to attend to in the coming days. You should attend to your own affairs, Zhang replied. Very well, Zhou Mianmiao said. Adhering to the principles of capital, she resolved to be amiable and unobtrusive, avoiding entanglements with other men, and proactively shared her itinerary. I will be in Sha 10, which is not far. Feel free to call me anytime if you have the chance. All right, Zhang assured her. Parting ways temporarily, Zhang hailed a taxi and made his way to the Dahua Hotel in Central to rest for a day and adjust to the time difference before embarking on his activities. The magnificent bronze dragon, a colossal artifact, could not have simply appeared in Hong Kong. Zhang was uncertain if anyone was trailing him, necessitating a FAA day of sufficient complexity. He indulged in horse racing, nightlife, gourmet dining, and fishing. By the 7th day, he found himself at Madame Tussauds Wax Museum, where he unexpectedly spotted Ding Jiaqing walking closely alongside a young man, with a heart inclined towards the light. Zhang's first instinct was to assume the young man was her brother, despite her never mentioning having one. Trusting his instincts, he refrained from interrupting and discreetly exited the museum. As he turned, he failed to notice his intentionally aged wristwatch tracing a low arc, inadvertently catching on the wrist of a child's wax figure. After leaving the museum, Zhang rented a cargo van and drove directly to Tsiangquano, then called Li Xing, a resolute 40-year-old with a striking resemblance to Zhao Wenjua. Was known for his formidable work capabilities, which had earned him the position of assistant to Wen Li. Remarkably, Li Xing arrived in just 40 minutes, further convincing Zhang that someone was indeed following him. Upon their reunion, Li Xing remained curious. The bronze dragon isn't hidden in the cargo van, is it? Zhang nodded affirmatively. Li Xing was astounded upon discovering the dragon within the van, exclaiming, "What a magnificent piece!" After expressing his admiration, Li Xing turned to Zhang, saying, "You are destined for greatness." "Please, no," Zhang replied. "Too many lives have been lost over this. Let us remain discreet and handle this with care." Li Xing chuckled, shaking his head. "Madam was right. You are young yet lack vitality. What have you been through?" Zhang understood why he seemed aged. His parents had abandoned him during their divorce when he was merely 5 years old, leaving a deep imprint on his heart, which he seldom pondered. Additionally, his experiences IAPI call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 111. Personal assistant. At that moment, Zhang Jing was unaware of Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianmiao's troubles. He had just arrived at the racetrack. He first visited the star, the general, and smart being. Regardless of the tempest outside, seeing them brought him immense comfort. This was precisely why Zhang Jing relished sleeping in the stable. It was particularly soothing and reassuring. "Boss," Dilong approached to greet him. "On the second day of your trip to Xiangjiang, a person from the Korean peninsula visited the racetrack, claiming he wished to meet you. On the third day, Ida Temple Ming also came by. Did they mention anything?" "Nothing significant." Dilong shook his head. Unperturbed by their inquiries, Zhang Jing shifted the topic. "How has the visitor count at the winery been lately?" "An average of 50 to 60 visitors daily. Many have commented that the distance is rather far, and it would be preferable if it were closer." Zhang Jing chuckled. I can't exactly relocate the land. After inquiring about the current state of the racetrack, he asked, D-Lin is starting kindergarten in the second half of the year, right? In 3 months, D-Long replied. There's a house in the Bellevue, 86th Avenue, Clyde Hill community. It was previously owned by an elderly person who has passed away, and the children sold it off. I happened to pass by and purchased it. That community has a kindergarten, which is considered quite good nearby. If you don't mind the fact that the previous owner has passed, it could serve as a place for D-Lin's education. Barbie was already aware of this. D-Long, hearing this for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. His expression frozen, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears clearly moved. Zhang Jing despised sentimentality. He waved dismissively and said, I don't stay in houses where someone has died. Which is why I only sleep in the stables. That house can sit idle. You should find Barbie to sign a rental agreement and get the documents for registration as soon as possible. Thank you, boss. D-Long bowed earnestly. With no further matters to discuss, Zhang Jing turned to leave the stable, but he paused at the door as D-Lin came running towards him. Brother Zhang, have you seen my father? Gazing at D-Lin, the quintessential girl of Dragon Kingdom descent, with her short hair, large eyes, and a cherubic face, she looked quite adorable. He remembered when D-Long first brought D-Lin over. She did not present as well and was rather fearful of strangers, somewhat timid. After all, D-Long, being a manly figure, didn't he even style his daughter's hair? However, with more women around the racetrack, D-Lin had blossomed. Her demeanor brightening with more smiles and burgeoning confidence. She had become the delight of the racetrack and the winery, and Zhang Jing cherished her. Yet, there was a poignant issue. D-Lin lacked a mother. It wasn't that she had no mother, it was that her mother was absent, having been deported by immigration authorities. Reminded of his own tragic childhood, Zhang Jing could not bear to see D-Lin without her mother and turned back to find D-Long. D-Long was still in the stable, surprised by Zhang Jing's sudden return, hastily wiping the corners of his eyes, evidently having just cried. I will have Barbie extend a job invitation to your wife. You should have her find an agency in the country to process a work visa, so you can reunite as a family sooner. She came to the Alliance District as a tourist, but previously, due to illegal overstaying, she couldn't apply for a work visa, D-Long replied, touched. A work visa won't suffice. A tourist or student visa certainly won't either, Zhang Jing asserted, producing a potent solution. Then let us pursue an investment visa. I will cover the expenses. You can discuss this with Barbie. She has many ideas. Let D-Lin see her mother sooner. Boss, D-Long had been holding back, but tears streamed down his face, a release of long-suppressed emotions. Zhang Jing patted D-Long's shoulder and departed the stable. He sought out Barbie, who was at the tavern, where 7 or 8 tourists were engaged in lively conversation over drinks. The atmosphere was relaxed. Among them were 2 newcomers, a young man and woman, seemingly under 20. Working as servers. Are they new partners? Zhang Jing inquired about the 2 newcomers. Mason and Vinny, both from Texas, recruited online, Barbie introduced. Mason made a favorable impression. He was a clever, diligent young man. Vinny, a girl's name, symbolized conquest. Their names were intriguing, perfectly antonymous. Zhang Jing then recounted D-Long's situation to Barbie. With her extensive experience and knowledge, she suggested, register a company under D-Long's wife's name, focusing on providing domestic services and car rentals. Transfer the gardeners and maintenance workers from Manor 1049 to the service company. That way, you'll have 10 employees. Additionally, you can rent out your 3 luxury cars to the service company at a premium. This operation could easily exhaust $1 million within 2 years, besides paying employee wages. The remainder will ultimately return to your bank account. What if Manor 1049 is sold? Zhang Jing asked Barbie, seeking her counsel. Barbie shrugged. Boss, why don't you live in Manor 1049? Is the stable truly that enticing? Before heading to Xiangjiang, Zhang Jing would have dismissed this suggestion. The costs of maintenance, insurance, and property taxes for Manor 1049 were steep, and his conservative mindset led him to believe he didn't deserve to reside in such a grand estate. Now, however, he began contemplating the feasibility of this notion. After all, he was a wealthy individual with $100 million in his account, entirely capable of affording Manor 1049. Without the need for self-deprecation, overcoming his mental barriers, Zhang Jing cautiously inquired, can the racetrack be relocated there? Of course, Barbie replied confidently. We just need to dismantle the golf course at the manor to build the racetrack. You don't play golf, do you? Zhang Jing chuckled. Golf? Not a chance. You handle the renovation of Manor 1049 and relocate the racetrack there. Will the winery still be operational? Barbie asked. Absolutely, Zhang Jing asserted with unwavering conviction. You can assist with the management. Cindy is determined to brew excellent wine. Let her continue her endeavors. And we can consider purchasing adjacent land to expand our grape planting area. Barbie, concerned about discouraging the boss, subtly reminded him, brewing wine is challenging, and selling it is even harder. Zhang Jing chuckled lightly. You Haven Tea witnessed the frenzy of livestream sales. Otherwise, you'd understand why I specifically hired Irina to manage the video account. As long as we have quality products, the General, Star, Smart Bean, tennis player Katie, housekeeper and actress Leia, Little D. Lin, and veterinarian Ruth can all become proficient sales ambassadors. For the moment, there was no need to elaborate to Barbie. Zhang Jing encouraged, let us boldly proceed, allowing Cindy to strive tirelessly. She has dreams, and I have the means. Feeling invigorated by his words, Barbie's confidence soared. By the way, Zhang Jing suddenly remembered. Choose a car for yourself, not exceeding $100,000, and it's on me. This was due to stinginess. $100,000 could procure many second-hand luxury vehicles, with ample new options available. Second-hand cars included Lincoln, Cadillac, Porsche, and BMW i8 models with mileage under 50,000 kilometers. Boss, I love you, Barbie declared immediately. Barbie, aged 31, stood at 1.7 meters tall, with shoulder length. Silky blonde hair and striking features, she was a capable professional woman with a 4-year-old son. Her boyfriend was from the Dragon Kingdom, and she had been abandoned while pregnant. Zhang Jing chuckled, understanding that this was merely her way of expressing fondness, not indicative of a romantic relationship. At that moment, 2 patrons entered the tavern, 1 male, 1 female. The young man was strikingly handsome, at least an 8 out of 10, surpassing Zhang Jing in attractiveness, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall. The woman was even more stunning. Clad in a purple, form-fitting dress, with cascading waves of long hair, resembling a personal assistant to a man. Section 112. The chaotic notice a young man stood at the entrance of the tavern, surveying the surroundings for a moment before approaching Zhang Jing. You are Mr. Zhang, aren't you? Zhang Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, my name is Lu Zhubin, the young man said, a smile gracing his face as he extended his hand. I wish to purchase your set of Japanese armor and accompanying sword. Zhang Jing shook his hand, replying, You learned about it from Yuan Haishao, didn't you? I intend to have it appraised by an expert again, so I am not selling it at the moment. Don't you want to know its value? Lu Zhubin asked confidently. Intrigued by Lu Zhubin's self-assurance, Zhang Jing inquired, What do you propose? Lu Zhubin raised a finger and spoke gravely, $100,000. Previously, the Korean expert Yuan Haishao had made an exaggerated display, holding up 5 fingers, leading Zhang Jing to mistakenly believe he was quoting $50 million, when in fact it was merely 5,000. Lu Zhubin, too, created an illusion. Zhang Jing assumed he was indicating 10 million, only to discover he meant 100,000. Are they all just actors playing their parts? Zhang Jing chuckled, glancing at Barbie. This does not concern you. Take your bonus and buy a car. Barbie, equally theatrical, exclaimed. Thank you, boss. $100,000 is a substantial sum for me. Lu Zhubin's expression darkened. He was astute enough to perceive the sarcasm. That is merely a modern artifact. How much do you wish to sell it for? He inquired. Did he not sense the futility of his question? Zhang Jing, initially harboring doubts about the authenticity of the items, was now convinced of their genuineness, especially after Lu Zhubin's remarks. The question arose, what price would satisfy Zhang Jing? Lindsay Moore had readily sold her items to Zhang Jing because she, being American, lacked any historical sentiment, and upon agreeing on a satisfactory price, she parted without hesitation. However, Zhang Jing was different. His knowledge of history included the renowned figure Toyotomi Hideyoshi, who had indirect ties to the Ming dynasty. The actual market value of the armor and sword was merely $3 million. But the sentimental and historical significance meant Zhang Jing would not consider anything less than $10 million. Therefore, if he were to sell, his psychological price would be $20 million. Lu Zhubin was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. If you wish to buy, that is the price. Not a cent less, Zhang Jing asserted resolutely, preferring to keep the items for himself. Fuming, Lu Zhubin departed, his expression contorted, with his female assistant trailing behind. Terrified to breathe. Back in the car, Lu Zhubin's anger intensified. He felt Zhang Jing had played him for a fool, accustomed to being elevated by others. He found this insult intolerable and resolved to retaliate. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, Lu Zhubin was plotting mischief when a call from Ida Temple rang in. I have something to tell you. Ida's tone was mysterious over the phone. What is it? Zhang Jing asked. There is a Japanese armor expert living in Seattle named Yoshihara, who wishes to join forces with me to take advantage of your situation, Ida Temple revealed. Zhang Jing chuckled. I declined. As a person of high morals, I disdain associating with him, Ida Temple continued. Zhang Jing felt nauseated. Don't you want to know what advantage he seeks? Ida pressed. Zhang Jing unveiled the secret. That armor was used by Toyotomi Hideyoshi. What else do you know? Ida inquired. Isn't that sufficient? Just this fact alone makes it worth $5 million. But I won't sell it, Zhang Jing responded cheerfully. No, you know a fair bit, but it's merely the surface. First, thank me, and I will share more. Thank you. Zhang Jing replied curtly. Ida was taken aback. What about your insistence? Your dignity? Zhang Jing hung up, uninterested in further conversation, firmly resolved not to sell. Nearly 3 to 4 seconds later, Ida called back, seemingly unable to contain his secret. That armor and sword were collected by a wealthy individual in Korea 70 years ago and later brought back to America by a soldier. Now, they are in your possession. So it was originally a trophy of war? Zhang Jing speculated. History is too long, who knows? Ida replied nonchalantly. Sell it to me. Price is not an issue. You know, my father is exceedingly wealthy and not afraid of being taken advantage of. Zhang Jing found the mention of money rather disheartening. You bring me the chaotic notice in exchange, and I'll give you $10 million on top of it. Ida hung up in a fit of rage, cursing Zhang Jing for his high demands, which even his wealthy father could not meet. To compare the armor and sword to an AK-47 rifle while equating the chaotic notice to a mere express delivery was to highlight the vast disparity in their values. Ignoring Ida Temple, Zhang Jing returned to the study in the ominous mansion. Smartbean trotted in, settling at Zhang Jing's feet, appearing quite obedient. After 3 months of training for 2 hours daily, coupled with rewards from the Golden Finger, Smartbean had grown increasingly formidable. The room was filled with autobiographical journals. And as the custodian of this study, Zhang Jing felt compelled to contribute by recording recent events. With nothing else to occupy him, he sat at the pearwood desk, documenting the occurrences of the past while ensuring to omit any mention of the bronze dragon, lest it attract unwanted scrutiny. The pen scratched across the paper. And after an indeterminate time, Zhang Jing paused, struck by a brilliant idea. The treasure hunting system had already undergone an upgrade. The next upgrade required the completion of 6 recording tasks, and thus far, none had been fulfilled. Was there a shortcut available? He opened the treasure hunting system to review the recorded clues, which still pointed to the July slave ship and the statue. Without a salvage vessel and no intention of renting one, the difficulty was too great, so he deleted that option. There were numerous treasure hunting clues in the study, and he attempted to record a new one. This time it was simpler, yet it required a trip to Kenya, which he dismissed. Trying again, he found another clue that required a journey to South America, also deemed too challenging, so he eliminated that as well. One more attempt yielded a clue requiring a visit to Montana to search for dinosaur fossils, which he also discarded, for Zhang Jing had a better plan in mind. He called for Eudoxio. Moments later, Zhang Jing met her in the living room of the Vineyard Mansion. Standing upright, Eudoxio inquired, Boss, you called for me? Zhang Jing placed several magazines and a pencil on the coffee table and invited her. Shall we play a game? What kind of game? Eudoxio pondered, her instincts suggesting it was not an adult game, as Zhang Jing seemed uninterested in women of African descent. This globe is made of pure gold. Zhang Jing indicated the globe on the table. Hide it and leave me clues in the magazines, and I shall seek it out. Eudoxio's eyes widened upon entering. She had seen the golden globe, but had never imagined it was pure gold. However, she wondered what the significance of this game was. Section 113, the second upgrade with a mind teeming with thoughts, Eudoxio boldly declared, clutching a pure gold globe as she departed from the haunted house. After a brief absence of 7 or 8 minutes, she returned, leaving behind a clue in a magazine. Zhang Jing flipped through the pages, discovering a new treasure hunting lead. Eudoxio, a golden artifact hidden within the Rose Winery. Seek further clues to obtain the precise treasure location. Observing Eudoxio, a smile crept onto Zhang Jing's face. This was indeed possible. Eudoxio, where have you hidden it? He inquired with a teasing tone. She tilted her head, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Since it's a game, you should find it yourself. Zhang Jing chuckled, commanding his clever dog, Smart Bean, go search for it. If you fail, I'll steal you for dinner. Woof. Smart Bean barked in protest. Do not worry, Zhang Jing promised. I previously mentioned I would get you a female dog. Next time, it shall be yours. Only then did Smart Bean rise to leave. Eudoxio watched in astonishment. Boss, you can actually converse with the foolish dog? Smart Bean is a purebred farm dog, a rare breed, Zhang Jing reminded her. All right then, she conceded, acknowledging that the wealthy tend to favor rare varieties. Let us continue our game. Zhang Jing handed her the inkstone originally placed in his study. You go hide it. With that, Eudoxio departed the living room, cradling the inkstone. Not long after she left, Smart Bean brought forth the golden cage ball that Eudoxio had previously hidden, dropping it at Zhang Jing's feet. Eudoxio, a yellow artifact concealed within the Rose Winery. Treasure hunting task completed. This was effective. It allowed for task cheating. and Zhang Jing felt the tide of fortune rising. He continued to engage in the hunt. The host completed 6 treasure clue tasks, prompting an upgrade of the treasure hunting system. Upgrade complete. New treasure rewards added. 1. A stone entry of 3 inches, distance of 5 meters. 2. A young pangolin obtained through a special opportunity. Next upgrade, complete 12 treasure clue tasks within 12 months. As the notification concluded, a tiny pink creature, no larger than a child's palm, appeared before him. To ponder, does North America even have pangolins? It was unknown before, but now it seemed they did. The key aspect was the stone entry of 3 inches, meaning one could see 1 centimeter into the stone. Despite the maximum distance being limited to 5 meters, it was still remarkable. Waving off Euduoxio, Zhang Jing resolved to wield this newfound ability with prowess, aiming to earn as much as possible and acquire land before July, or more precisely, before flying to WKL. After a night of rest to adjust to the time difference, he awoke the next day, only to be roused by Smart Bean's barking. With a thud, Smart Bean dropped a large black plastic bag beside Zhang Jing. Simultaneously, his phone buzzed incessantly. With one hand he answered Barbie's call while the other unfastened the plastic bag. "Boss," Barbie spoke rapidly. "A group of DEA agents has arrived at the winery, armed with a search warrant." Zhang Jing was unfamiliar with the DEA, and upon opening the plastic bag, he was taken aback to discover 6 or 7 pounds of illicit substances used in bread making. It was evident that someone had framed him, and the DEA was likely a police force of some sort. Naturally, Zhang Jing was oblivious to the nature of the illegal substance, but the swift deduction that Smart Bean would not have delivered it without reason and that law enforcement would not arrive unprovoked was clear. The winery was a considerable distance from the stables, and time why indeed, Ida Saraneru asserted with conviction. "In Boston, I was once high school classmates with that scoundrel. A fellow even more conceited than myself. It is hardly surprising that if you refuse him, he would slander you." He harbored affections for a female classmate who was already in a relationship. Soon after, her boyfriend was arrested for drug possession, allowing him to win her over. However, once she became pregnant, he coerced her into an abortion, far more despicable than I could ever be. Yet, Ida Saraneru shifted the conversation, cautioning, "You must not seek revenge against him. His father, in his youth, wielded considerable influence, navigating both the underworld and legitimate circles. He later cleaned up his act and ventured into the entertainment industry, where his family holds a significant share, particularly in the realm of Korean entertainment and variety shows. A few years ago, that tragic young actress who lamented that she was inferior to a mere object of desire was one of their artists. It was a captivating tale, one that Zhang Jing had never encountered before, broadening his horizons. Section 114. The lovely ostrich. Cognizant of Ida Saraneru's caution, Zhang Jing demurred from immediate retaliation against Lu Zhubin, as its blatant nature would draw immediate suspicion. Instead, Zhang Jing, ever the strategist, resolved to target Lu Zhubin's patriarch before dealing with Lu Zhubin himself. This seemingly whimsical notion held a certain safety, unlikely to arouse suspicion while still achieving retribution. He lauded himself for his ingenuity. To avoid future complications, he decided to sell the armor and sword, and with a prospective buyer already present, Zhang Jing inquired of Ida Saraneru, "How much would you offer for the armor and sword?" $5 million. You know that's the highest price," Ida Saraneru replied candidly. Zhang Jing was aware of this, but he also considered the historical significance and sentimental value, which, to the right person, would far exceed that. "I'm looking to sell it for $20 million. Ida Saraneru demurred, stating that it was not worth that much and cautioning that insisting on such a price might tempt someone to resort to theft. Zhang Jing was nonplussed. "I plan to pan for gold in Alaska in July. Want to join me?" Ida Saraneru invited. Zhang Jing declined, citing other commitments. July marked the date agreed upon with the Jennifer couple for WKL, where black soil was available at $1,000 per acre, with purchases starting at $100 million. It was an opportunity Zhang Jing could not miss. Besides, Alaska was desolate, sparsely populated, and dangerous. One trip was enough. He never wanted to return. After seeing Ida Saraneru off, Zhang Jing entrusted the pangolin, no larger than an infant's palm, to the care of the African-American girl, Yadosha. He then took Smart Bean and drove his pickup truck to the Clyde Mountain middle-class community on 86th Avenue. The community boasted a pleasant environment. With natural rock formations and trees, the houses spaced comfortably apart. Following the winding concrete road, he arrived at Liang Jeshu's house. As soon as he got out of the car, a captivating woman rushed over. Absence makes the heart grow fonder, as Zhou Ma Miao embraced Zhang Jing in a passionate kiss. After a minute, perhaps longer, they separated. Had the setting been different, things might have escalated. "Big brother Zhang," Zhou Ma Miao said sweetly, "I missed you so much." Zhou Ma Miao was characterized by her directness, in personality, emotions, and speech, never one for subtlety. "Is little Jia home?" Yes. Entering the wooden villa, Liang Jieshu, with a checkered apron tied around her waist, was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Liang Jieshu had fair skin, a tall and slender figure, and a well-proportioned physique that was admirable even from behind. What's for lunch? Zhang Jing asked Liang Jieshu from behind. Liang Jieshu startled, but upon seeing Zhang Jing, she greeted him with a smile. Big brother Zhang, when did you arrive? Initially, she had addressed him as Mr. Zhang, then on a few occasions as Zhang Jing. But now she called him Big Brother Zhang, which sounded very intimate. Instead of answering the question, Zhang Jing stepped forward, fixed his gaze on Liang Jieshu's beautiful eyes, and slowly leaned in, intending to kiss her. Liang Jieshu hesitated for a second, but did not refuse, and they shared a soft kiss. Less intense than the one with Zhou Manmiao, but with a unique flavor. Zhang Jing discovered that by freeing his mind and releasing his inhibitions, he could experience such joy. At lunch, Zhou Manmiao produced a bottle of whiskey, hinting at an afternoon of driving or riding. Zhang Jing understood her intentions and, in good spirits, said, I have something to do this afternoon. I'll take you with me. Where to? Liang Jieshu asked with concern. Do we need to prepare anything? 84th Avenue. No need to prepare anything. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao assumed that Zhang Jing was taking them to visit the 1049 Manor in the afternoon, which made them both happy. No longer as casual as before, Zhang Jing first called Li Xing to make an appointment, as when Li needed to nap. The meeting time was set for 2:30 p.m. After lunch, they rested until 2:00 p.m., and then the three of them set off. At this point, Liang Jieshu realized something and, sitting in the passenger seat, asked, Big brother Zhang, are we going to see that important person? Indeed, a very important person. Zhang Jing reassured her. An old lady. Just follow me, and don't feel constrained. At the entrance of the 84th Avenue 1302 Manor, the guards only allowed them in after confirming with a phone call because of the two unfamiliar faces. Observing the interior of the manor, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao were both stunned. This was 84th Avenue, the pinnacle of luxury residential areas, with a yard comparable to a football field. As far as the eye could see, there were precious flowers and trees. How much must all this cost? The pickup truck slowly moved forward, reaching the villa entrance in 2 minutes, where Li Xing was waiting. The two ladies can rest in the reception room, Li Xing said, looking at Zhang Jing. You come with me to the backyard. Zhang Jing sighed, realizing that when Li did not intend to meet Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao. Giving Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao a reassuring look, Zhang Jing followed Li Xing through the villa and found Wen Li on a rocking chair in the backyard corridor. She looked sickly. How is your health? Zhang Jing asked with concern. Tell me about your business. What's the situation with those two girls? Wen Li asked slowly. Zhang Jing had already come to terms with it and introduced them without blushing or panicking. They are my girlfriends. Finally, you've seen the light. Wen Li said in a good mood. Love may seem beautiful, but it actually consumes a lot of energy and time. It's quicker and easier to just buy it directly and save yourself the trouble. Thinking back to the earlier days, Wen Li had asked herself if she had taken girls to the bathroom, saying it was convenient, fast, and enjoyable, and easy to change people. Now that she thought about it, it made sense. The older generation was indeed wiser. Wen Li interrupted Zhang Jing's reverie. Why did the Narcotics Bureau raid your winery yesterday? Someone deliberately framed me with about 6 or 7 pounds of drugs. My dog discovered it in advance, so I avoided disaster. Can you handle it yourself? Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. Then what do you want from me? Wen Li asked. Didn't you say you liked antiques? Zhang Jing ingratiatingly said, I recently acquired a good piece. The armor and sword used by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, originally left in the Korean peninsula and brought to the United States by soldiers during the Korean War. Are you planning to sell it? Yes. I'm not interested in Japanese things, but someone might be. Go back and wait for news. Bring those two girls over. I want to talk to them. Zhang Jing agreed and returned to the reception room, where Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao were drinking tea. Considering that he had always only asked from Wen Li without ever giving anything in return, Zhang Jing decided to give the Empress Buddha statue to Wen Li. The 20-centimeter high Buddha statue was in the mithril space. Zhang Jing pretended to go back to the car to get it and then brought it to Wen Li. Old lady. This is for you, Zhang Jing said, bringing the Buddha statue to Wen Li with his two girlfriends. I wish you a speedy recovery. Oh. Wen Li was surprised. Are you willing to part with it? Yes, Zhang Jing said generously. I don't feel bad at all. Actually, he felt a little bad. Wen Li smiled and took the Buddha statue, wait in the front yard. I'll talk to them for a while. Zhang Jing agreed and left, leaving Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao behind. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao returned to the front yard, each holding a red envelope. With nothing else to do, Zhang Jing took his two girlfriends away, back to his house 6 kilometers away, and began a life of bliss in broad daylight. Because Liang Jieshu was too shy, she wore an eye mask throughout, willingly playing the ostrich. Zhou Manmiao was more daring, allowing Zhang Jing to enjoy high-intensity pleasure. Everything was going well until someone knocked on the door. Section 115. Eradicating troubles from the source. This is Liang Jieshu's abode. A knock at the door jolts her from her slumber, and she hastily removes her eye mask, only to find Zhou Manmiao savoring her food with a look of pure delight. Keep it down, Liang Jieshu urges, quickly donning her garments and tying her hair back with a scrunchie before dashing downstairs. To her surprise, it is the ever-cool Lindsay Moore who stands at her door. Have you already gone to sleep? Lindsay inquires, scrutinizing Liang Jieshu's disheveled appearance. I just woke from a nap, she explains. Lindsay raises an eyebrow, perplexed by the fact that it is already 5 in the afternoon and wonders how one could sleep for such an extended period. As she speaks, Lindsay confidently strides into the living room, plopping herself onto the sofa. I plan to visit Manor 1049 tomorrow to see Zhang Jing. To get a refund? Liang Jieshu tentatively asks. Lindsay hesitates, but ultimately nods. There's really no need for that, Liang Jieshu clarifies. In our culture, once a purchase is made, we do not renege on it. After all, Zhang Jing has not expressed any grievances. How do you know Zhang Jing has not said anything? Lindsay counters. Liang Jieshu, with keen insight, replies, has he reached out to you? Has he called you? Lindsay shakes her head. Then it is settled, Liang Jieshu shrugs. Once a transaction is finalized, people generally do not regret it. Even if they do, they wouldn't go back on their word. Just then, a creaking sound reverberates from above, followed by Zhou Manmiao's muffled sounds of exertion. Liang Jieshu's expression darkens. Although the house is wooden, it should not emit such noises under normal circumstances. Has the battleground shifted from the bed to the floor? Lindsay, no longer a naive girl, comprehends immediately, raising her right index finger to point at the ceiling. What is happening up there? With an air of embarrassment, Liang Jieshu explains, Zhou Manmiao is upstairs mopping the floor and tidying up. No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhou Manmiao let out another series of muffled sounds. Lindsay, with a sardonic smile in her blue eyes, gazes at Liang Jieshu. All right then, Liang Jieshu concedes with a shrug. She and her boyfriend are using my house for their rendezvous. I thought people from our country were more reserved, Lindsay muses. Turns out we are quite similar. Liang Jieshu feels unjustly accused. She considers herself modest, while it is Zhang Jing and Zhou Manmiao who are excessively passionate, as if they wish to consume one another. By the way, Lindsay inquires with curiosity, what level of model is Zhou Manmiao? Liang Jieshu shakes her head, stating, she is merely an independent model without agency affiliation, so she doesn't have a rank. Then her boyfriend must be wealthy, Lindsay comments, having seen Zhou Manmiao's new car in the yard. Is Zhang Jing rich? Liang Jieshu affirms with a nod. After a brief chat, Lindsay departs, still resolved to seek out Zhang Jing the following day. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, who had indulged in a late-night revelry, Lindsay plans to visit him, and he does not retire until midnight. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, the butler, Leia, calls from the manor to inform Zhang Jing that a guest has arrived. The newcomer, a promising young director named Marcus Raphael, is filming a low-budget movie that requires settings such as a manor, vineyard, and stable, exactly what Zhang Jing possesses, thus saving on rental costs. The crew is currently shooting at the manor, and Leia, encountering the guest, passes the call to Zhang Jing. The Clyde Mountain community lies a straight 7 kilometers from Manor 1049, a mere 20-minute drive. In the expansive east-facing reception room of the manor, Zhang Jing meets the guest. He is a striking middle-aged man of average height and build, exuding vitality and energy. His most distinctive feature is his silver hair, which does not appear dyed, suggesting a natural youthful white. Hello, Zhang Jing greets him. I am Zhang Jing. Chen Shuhang, the man replies. After a brief handshake, Chen Shuhang gets straight to the point. Mr. Li informed me that you possess a set of armor and accompanying sword used by Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Mr. Li? Zhang Jing realizes he is referring to Li Xing. Li Xing, Mr. Li. He chastises himself for failing to address Li Xing appropriately. After a brief exchange, Zhang Jing leads Chen Shuhang to a storage room on the first floor, where he retrieves the armor and sword from a secret silver space. He then invites Chen Shuhang to inspect the items. The storage room, while containing cleaning supplies, towels, and carpets, appears tidy yet raises doubts about Zhang Jing storing such valuable items there. Shaking off his cluttered thoughts, Chen Shuhang focuses on the armor displayed on a wooden rack. Equipped with gloves and a magnifying glass, he examines the armor and sword for 4 or 5 minutes before turning to Zhang Jing with a firm tone. They're genuine. They indeed belong to Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Zhang Jing, harboring curiosity, asks, how can you ascertain that? I find them rather unconvincing. The craftsmanship is not exceptional, the design exaggerated, and the colors vivid, characteristics typical of medieval Japanese armor. The name Hashiba is engraved on both the armor and the blade, as Toyotomi Hideyoshi was originally named Hashiba Hideyoshi. Additionally, There are black and white photographs of the armor and sword, which date back approximately 80 years and are still printed in history textbooks in Korea. They were originally owned by a wealthy Korean who lost them during the Civil War 70 years ago. What price can you offer? Zhang Jing inquires, maintaining his customary straightforwardness. Qin Shuhang explains, Koreans might pay a bit more, given how they glorify their history. I can only offer $5 million, but I can provide an additional promise. What promise? Zhang Jing asks with curiosity. It will not leave the dragon country. Zhang Jing is somewhat surprised to find that Qin Shuhang possesses a sense of sentimentality. The question arises, what should Zhang Jing do? To sell or not to sell? The situation is clear. Idate Temple Narahiko is willing to pay $5 million. And so is Qin Shuhang, making it impossible to ask for a higher price. Yet, Zhang Jing is resolute. He will not sell for less than $20 million. To avoid harassment from the Korean Lu Zhubin, Zhang Jing decides to rent the items instead. With determination, Zhang Jing asks Qin Shuhang, would you be interested in renting them? Qin Shuhang looks momentarily stunned. This proposition was not something he anticipated. How will the rent be calculated? $1, for a term of 1 year, with further discussion later. Qin Shuhang is left speechless, unable to comprehend Zhang Jing's intentions, given the item's value. Aren't you concerned? You were referred by Li Xing. If anything goes awry, I will hold him accountable. Zhang Jing expresses complete confidence. Qin Shuhang nods. May I inquire about the reason for renting? The Koreans are quite bothersome. You will need to publicly declare that you purchased them from me. If you agree, once the contract is signed, you can take these antiques with you today. Agreed. Qin Shuhang readily consents. The items will be sent for exhibition in the Dragon Country until the end of the rental period. Liang Jieshu, who is proficient in organizing contracts, is called in via phone. At that moment, the butler Leo approaches and gently knocks on the door. Mr. Zhang, Miss Lindsay wishes to see you. Zhang Jing recalls Lindsay more vividly. Their last encounter involved a confrontation at the manor's entrance, nearly leading to a disastrous outcome. Section 116. For scenarios momentarily. Zhang Jing encountered Lindsay at the entrance of the villa. Her demeanor was perpetually cool, with hair sleekly combed against her scalp in alternating hues of white and black. She donned a sequined outfit paired with form-fitting leather trousers and short black leather boots. Zhang Jing crossed his arms, scrutinizing the woman as he inquired. You're not here to challenge me, are you? I'll return your money. Take your armor and sword. On what grounds? Zhang Jing asked incredulously. I've heard from others, Lindsay replied, her expression imbued with pride, that set of antiques isn't worth $5 million. I can afford you a chance to reconsider. Surprised, Zhang Jing retorted. Who told you that? From friends and social circles. They say a fool spent $5 million on a pile of junk. I suspect that fool must be you, Lindsay remarked, exuding a tone of resignation. It was evident that this was merely a fabrication deliberately spread by Lu Zhubin, a psychological tactic aimed at undermining him. Zhang Jing reassessed Lindsay, unexpectedly finding her to possess a sense of integrity. Curiously, he queried, is this your idea, or your grandfather's? Mine, Lindsay replied, the money remains on my card. Zhang Jing found amusement in the situation, deliberately provoking Lindsay, that antique is worth $5 million. I profited immensely and shall certainly not return it to you. Lindsay, already conflicted, found her mood lifting at Zhang Jing's insistence on the artifact's value. Don't claim I didn't give you a chance, she reiterated. You simply failed to appreciate it. Best hurry to make some money, Zhang Jing remarked impatiently, your presence gives me a headache. Lindsay glanced at the scar on Zhang Jing's brow, a mark from her own doing, feeling a sense of pride. After bidding farewell to Lindsay, Zhou Manmiao arrived 10 minutes later, ready to draft the contract that would take effect upon signing. After sending Qin Shuhang off, Zhang Jing turned to Zhou Manmiao, urging, this matter must remain confidential. The contract details should not be disclosed to anyone. Understood, Zhou Manmiao playfully replied, I shall be on my best behavior. Despite their battle lasting until midnight the previous night, Zhang Jing still felt a surge of interest, as if the more he consumed, the more delectable it became. While Zhang Jing and Zhou Manmiao engaged in philosophical discourse, Qin Shuhang disseminated news and images on his social media, revealing his acquisition of a set of ancient Japanese armor and a battle sword. Within half an hour, Sada Temple Ming learned of the news from his assistant, Chai Chi. Feeling regret as a national treasure slipped through his fingers. Almost simultaneously, Lu Zhubin became aware of the information. His expression co-section 117. Azure Waves next came the second container, a 40-foot size. The auctioneer, a bald man with little inclination to speak, instructed someone to cut open the padlock, allowing the treasure hunters to view the goods directly. Before their eyes lay an entire container of furniture, meticulously wrapped and appearing to be of decent quality. Zhang Jing and Kangxi showed little interest, while Ida Temple Ming expressed a desire to bid. The auction commenced at 3 000 meters, and the price quickly soared to 30,000 meters, primarily driven by Ida Temple Ming and a brown-haired woman, who clearly had an eye for quality furnishings. Ultimately, Ida Temple Ming conceded defeat, remarking that he did not wish to contend with a woman. The third container contained cables, a commodity well known for its value, causing the price to escalate to over 40,000 meters. The fourth container, hailing from Japan, finally piqued Zhang Jing's interest. Upon opening it, he was greeted by restaurant equipment, including a sushi display case, Japanese-style screens, and distinctive tables and chairs. Zhang Jing's attention was drawn to a stone that appeared to be a decorative piece for a restaurant. Unlike the warehouse, the auction for the container began at 3,000 meters, and with the rising shipping costs, the actual freight would exceed that amount. As the auctioneer's words faded, Zhang Jing was the first to bid, raising it by 2,000. A plump middle-aged Caucasian man, who had operated a restaurant for 2 years and recognized the value of such equipment, quickly followed with an additional 600. An African woman then added 400, bringing the total to 6,000 meters. Zhang Jing raised the bid again by 2,000, pushing the total to 8,000, presenting a formidable challenge. 15,000 meters. Came a voice from the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze towards a slender Caucasian man, appearing to be around 40. The 15,000 meter bid startled the other treasure hunters. If Zhang Jing remained silent, the container would be his. Without hesitation, he added 2,000 more. The slender man, not easily deterred, also raised the bid by 2,000. The back and forth continued, and soon the total reached 30,000 meters, leaving even the auctioneer taken aback. While the goods appeared valuable, these items were only suited for a Japanese restaurant. Was it possible that both bidders owned such establishments? Kangxi nudged Zhang Jing's arm, cautioning him that it was not worth it. He felt that the possibility of future gains hinged on this container. Zhang Jing, radiating an enigmatic confidence, raised the bid to 40,000 meters, as the auctioneer had surmised. The slender man was indeed a Japanese restaurant owner. Upon reaching the price, he deemed it unworthy and chose to withdraw. The container belonged to Zhang Jing. He did not conceal his excitement, vigorously signaling his payment, then called out to his competitor, the slender man. I will only take the decorative stone. You can have everything else for 30,000 meters. The slender man pondered for 2 to 3 seconds before acquiescing. Both Kangxi and Ida Temple Ming were taken aback. Was it truly just for a beautiful stone, weighing around 40 to 50 pounds? Zhang Jing carried it out of the container and into the sunlight. What makes this stone so special? Kangxi inquired with curiosity. Previously, I've found meteorites and jade stones in the West Xinjiang region. Within this stone, there could be something valuable. Zhang Jing replied with fervor. Jade? Gemstone? Kangxi asked in surprise. Perhaps, maybe, Zhang Jing speculated. Ida Temple Ming interjected, expressing skepticism, asserting that this was merely an ordinary stone with a low likelihood of containing jade. Most likely, it would be a disappointment. Where can we have it assessed? Zhang Jing asked. Ida Temple Ming recalled a jade shop in the Pike Market that could help. Without waiting for the afternoon, Zhang Jing immediately withdrew his deposit, abandoning the remaining auction. Both Ida Temple Ming and Kangxi, intrigued, also forfeited their deposits. And the three set off. 20 kilometers into the city, they located the unremarkable jade shop tucked away in a market. Upon entering, they found the shop modest. Approximately 13 to 14 square meters, with an Asian owner in his 50s or 60s, exhibiting a darker complexion reminiscent of South Asian descent. What can I assist you with? The owner inquired politely. Zhang Jing got straight to the point, asking if they could cut the stone. Certainly, came the affirmative reply. What is the cost? He asked. Free. The owner responded. With this assurance, Zhang Jing returned to the entrance, retrieving the stone from his vehicle. The owner examined it closely, shaking his head, declaring it was not a jade raw stone. Kangxi suppressed a laugh, while Ida Temple Ming struggled to contain his amusement. Unfazed, Zhang Jing placed 100 meters on the counter, stating, I will pay to have it cut. The owner scrutinized the stone once more, using a lamp to find the cutting point. Zhang Jing indicated the top of the stone, directing, cut from the top, just a little at a time. The shop owner readily agreed. The cutting took place in a specialized workshop, surprisingly clean and not as dusty as one might expect. The machine roared to life, the blade spinning at high speed while water sprayed down. Zhang Jing recorded the cutting process on his phone, and after a little over 20 seconds, the first piece was sliced off, approximately 5 millimeters thick and the size of an A4 sheet. As anticipated, it revealed nothing. Ida Temple Ming, somewhat gleeful, remarked that aside from the stone, it was still just a stone. What a loss. At that moment, the shop owner illuminated the cut surface with a focused flashlight, and Ida Temple Ming's previous words fell silent. They all saw it. Beneath the light, there was a hint of green. The owner, incredulous, exclaimed that it truly contained something valuable. Cut again, Zhang Jing urged. The owner looked at Zhang Jing and proposed, I'll buy this stone from you for 200,000 meters. A confident smile graced Zhang Jing's face as he replied, please continue cutting. As the machine whirred back to life, soon another layer of stone was removed, revealing a stunning blue lake. The owner's lips quivered uncontrollably. He was utterly astonished to find it was the finest icy jade. Observing its color, they noted the vibrant, pure green, evenly saturated and translucent under the flashlight, with depths resembling a dark abyss. Upon closer inspection, the interior displayed no cracks or blemishes. When tapped, it produced a clear, melodious sound, truly magnificent. Most importantly, the piece was sufficiently large. Despite a 1 centimeter thick outer layer, its quality was impeccable. Turning to Zhang Jing, the shop owner stammered, congratulations, this is premium icy jade, the kind I cannot afford. Kangxi and Ida Temple Ming were rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. Such extraordinary luck. Zhang Jing inquired about its estimated value. Between 2 million and 20 million meters, the owner replied. How can there be such a wide range? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. If the entire stone is uniform, it would be worth 20 million meters, but there is always the possibility of cutting it poorly in other areas. Understanding. Zhang Jing expressed his gratitude, intending to leave with the stone. If you plan to sell it, the shop owner called after him, I can introduce you to buyers. What is the cost? Zhang Jing inquired. Free, came the cheerful response. Zhang Jing readily left his contact information, returning to his vehicle to send the recently recorded video to Irina for uploading to various video platforms. The roots of his knowledge remained somewhat shallow, necessitating the assistance of the vast internet community. Among them were many talented and kind-hearted individuals. This was no exaggeration. Even when ordering takeout, minor issues rarely prompted negative reviews, as the general quality was quite high. At that moment, Irina was in Maryland, with the upcoming Pirelli Championship race looming tomorrow. Next week, she would fly to Eastern Europe, and Zhang Jing planned to bring her along as a translator. Section 118. Rise and counterattack. After all, in a small city with a population of merely 4.7 million, the circle of acquaintances is limited, and those who need to be informed quickly receive the news. Shortly after leaving the jade shop and passing over the 502 bridge, Zhang Jing received a call from his first prospective client, arranging to meet at a boutique hotel CAF the following morning at 10 o'clock. With the remainder of today reserved for rest and a race scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow, a 10 o'clock meeting was deemed appropriate. As Zhang Jing continued to drive, he took in the scenic beauty outside. The 502 Lake Bridge, stretching approximately 2 kilometers, never failed to captivate him with its shimmering waters and the picturesque landscapes on both banks. Driving at a leisurely pace was a wonderful way to relieve stress. However, as he casually glanced in the rearview mirror, it took him a couple of seconds to process the sight of a white Cadillac that had been tailing him since it exited the Pike Market. Lingering about 10 meters behind, he swiftly stashed the jade stone resting in the passenger seat into a concealed space and pressed the accelerator to gain speed. Under the impression that he had successfully shaken off the white vehicle, he was taken by surprise when, just after descending the bridge and passing the outskirts of Clyde Mountain, he noticed a black Chevrolet SUV shadowing him. Initially, Zhang Jing suspected it was the jade shop owner attempting to rob him. But it was evident that this was not the case. There had not been enough time to orchestrate such a pursuit. While he contemplated how to address the situation, he was forced to halt at a red light, impeded by the vehicles ahead. At the same time, the Chevrolet SUV, parked 3 cars back, also came to a stop. And a calm, cold-eyed Asian man emerged from the passenger seat, striding directly toward Zhang Jing. Determined not to be a sitting duck, Zhang Jing turned the steering wheel left, brushing against the tail light of the car in front, and maneuvered into the gap between 2 lanes, forcing his way forward. With only 2 vehicles separating him from the road ahead, and amidst the chorus of honks and curses from other drivers, he navigated his way out and turned left onto 84 Avenue. Just when he thought he had escaped danger, a box truck that had been parked at the roadside suddenly angled across the road, blocking his path less than 100 meters ahead. 2 middle-aged men emerged from the truck's cabin, their gaze fixed on Zhang Jing's pickup. It was abundantly clear that someone intended to end his life. Having faced life-and-death situations before, Zhang Jing resolved to fight back decisively. He ruled out using the AA-12 replica assault shotgun due to its excessive destructive power, which would leave no survivors in the vicinity. The M500 revolver, while formidable, was also unfit for the current scenario due to its recoil, which even the strongest of men would struggle to manage. Zhang Jing had trained extensively to handle the revolver, yet he recognized the limitations it imposed. In this moment of crisis, the AK-47 presented itself as the most effective option. Given the spacious concealed compartment, he not only carried the AA-12 and M500 but also had two variants of the AK-47 at his disposal, one legal and one illegal. To avoid unnecessary legal complications, he opted for the modified legal AK-47. In a split second, he made his decision, leaped from the vehicle, and opened fire without hesitation, casting aside any notions of mercy or concern for the bystanders. The two assassins, taken aback by Zhang Jing's ferocity, quickly attempted to dodge while returning fire, transforming the ambush into a chaotic gunfight on the highway. Realizing they could not eliminate Zhang Jing in the short term, the two hitmen retreated into the crowd after emptying their magazines. Spitting onto the road in disdain, Zhang Jing returned to his pickup, placed the jade stone back in the passenger seat, and set down his rifle. As he removed his clothing and dialed his lawyer, he awaited the police. His disrobing was not a sign of eccentricity, but rather a reflection of hard-earned experience, knowledge gleaned through the blood and tears of countless predecessors. In minor theft cases, police response is typically slow, but a gunfight on the highway warrants immediate attention, with officers arriving within 7 to 8 minutes to find Zhang Jing sprawled on the ground, clad only in shorts. In such a scenario, even if the officers wished to open fire, they would hesitate to do so. Instead, they proceeded to cuff Zhang Jing, securing him before cordoning off the scene to collect shell casings and interview witnesses. Naturally, Zhang Jing became a subject of inquiry. A short-haired African-American female officer questioned him about the street battle. Zhang Jing smirked derisively and retorted, "Do you not recognize me?" The officer, amused, responded, "Should I?" To which Zhang Jing confidently asserted, "If you do not, then you are not a good officer." At that moment, a young male officer approached and reminded his superior that this gentleman had previously defended himself against two robbers on the road to Isaac while transporting 2 tons of silver. Zhang Jing was also known as the general and the owner of the Deathless Horse, an affluent individual. "Do not be shy. Wealth is indeed remarkable," Zhang Jing boasted. "I have a jade stone in my vehicle worth $10 million. The female officer had already noticed the stone in the passenger seat, and upon closer inspection of its cut, acknowledged its beauty. Learning of its value, she found herself wishing she were a decade younger. Contemplating the prospect of pursuing this striking man, curiosity piqued, the female officer inquired, "Did someone attempt to steal your stone?" "Not at all. I just acquired it," Zhang Jing explained. "I noticed I was being followed on the 502 bridge, and 2 groups of assassins were lying in wait along my route home, clearly orchestrated with meticulous planning." At that moment, a reporter arrived, snapping photos of Zhang Jing. Shen Mingming also appeared. After a few persuasive words, Zhang Jing was released from his cuffs. The swift resolution was due to several factors. No innocent parties were harmed, the firearms used were legal, he was the victim. And Shen Mingming informed the female officer that Zhang Jing resided at Manor 1049. In light of varying circumstances, the United States does not rely on land sales for revenue, but rather on property taxes. Manor 1049 incurs an annual property tax exceeding $700,000. Which funds local education and public servant salaries, including those for police officers. This has fostered a troubling phenomenon where African-American communities not only suffer from poor public safety but also lack quality schools. In contrast, affluent and middle-class neighborhoods enjoy better safety and educational opportunities. This disparity contributes to the generational wealth gap, where African-American and Latino communities become increasingly impoverished, while white and Asian populations grow wealthier. The stark contrast is evident on the streets, and Zhang Jing has a foreboding sense that civil unrest is imminent. However, such matters were of little concern to Zhang Jing. He relished the freedom of this place, where self-defense rights were robust and wealth allowed for indulgence. Donning his clothes, he inquired of the female officer, "Am I free to leave now?" She replied affirmatively, handing him a report, stating he could not depart the country just yet and must remain available for the investigation. "I must fly to Eastern Europe next week," Zhang Jing expressed his discontent, reminding her that his flight was already booked. The woman shook her head, dismissing his concerns as she returned to her duties. Zhang Jing was left dumbfounded. He entrusted Shen Mingming to handle the ensuing matters, including the vehicle damage issue, before driving back to Manor 1049. Upon arriving, he called Nail, Jennifer's husband, an Egyptian whose grandfather immigrated to the United States and engaged in real estate development, leading to a wealthy lineage, and who fell in love with Jennifer due to their shared passion for equestrian pursuits. In Section 119, is there an undercover agent? Nair and Jennifer also have a residence on 84th Avenue. At this moment, they have just finished lunch and are watching television, coincidentally catching a breaking news segment on a cable channel. Since the incident occurred just a few kilometers away, they are watching intently and soon see Zhang Jing Wang, disheveled with his shirt off and hands handcuffed. Naya chuckles, teasing. Was he robbed? Jennifer finds it peculiar. She recalls the news of Zhang Jing's retaliation against 2 robbers before Christmas but is unaware of the current circumstances. By the end of the segment, they learn of a gunfight on the highway, with no injuries reported, only damaged vehicles. Turning off the television, Jennifer curiously asks her husband Nair if Zhang, dubbed not dead, can still secure first place in tomorrow's Belgian championship. Nair shakes his head, expressing more concern over where Zhang acquired 100 million euros. This situation is indeed strange, and Jennifer is intrigued by what could lead to such a rapid accumulation of wealth. Nair jokingly suggests drug dealing, while this remark is not entirely erroneous. Without the acquisition of targeted pharmaceutical raw materials, Zhang would have struggled to make ends meet, which presents an entirely different narrative. During their conversation, Nair's phone chimes. It is Zhang calling. On the line, Zhang explains the reasons he cannot fly to Eastern Europe, and they conclude he need not go in person but can send a trusted associate instead. After a brief exchange, Zhang calls Dilong, deciding to send him and Irina on his behalf for the business trip. Hanging up, he restarts his car and drives past the estate's entrance, where in the symmetrical front garden, the ambitious new director Marcus Raphael is filming. A crew of 7 or 8, including photographers, makeup artists, lighting technicians, and costume designers, are simultaneously playing supporting roles. Leia is among them, receiving guidance from Marcus alongside the male lead, learning how to enhance their performances. Zhang watches from the periphery, greatly admiring Marcus's abilities. Nearly everyone else is an amateur, while he is the most professional and dedicated, diligently instructing the actors on each action and expression. After observing for over 10 minutes, Zhang veers back to the villa's living room to rest, reclining on the sofa, intending to take a short nap. He is interrupted by a barrage of phone calls. The first is from Lindsay Moore, whose words are laced with sarcasm, wishing Zhang a prompt disconnection. Zhang remains unperturbed, considering Lindsay akin to a child craving attention. Next is Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu, expressing various concerns and inquiries about his well-being. Barbie, Dilong, Jamie, Felai, Yadaxio, Andy, and Katie also send greetings via Facebook, to which Zhang responds individually. Just as he thinks he might finally rest, another call comes in. You really know how to stir trouble, comes the familiar voice of Chu Shuqing. Are you hurt? No. Zhang replies, how is Ding Jiaqin in Hong Kong? He probes cautiously. Chu Xiaoqing retorts, why do you call her by her first name? Time and distance have dulled their feelings, Zhang responds. Is it inappropriate to call her Jiaqin? Have you found someone new? She questions. 2, Zhang admits, recalling an elderly lady's words about the convenience of paying for peace of mind. And they share the same bed. Pervert. Scoundrel. Chu Xiaoqing scolds, furious. How can you betray Jiaqin's trust after such a short time? Zhang had known Ding Jiaqin for a year and a half before arriving in Seattle. She was the reason he came. Initially, everything seemed fine until Zhou and Liang seized the opportunity to intervene, leaving matters unclear. After hanging up, Zhang regains his composure and realizes something is amiss. Ding Jiaqin is in Hong Kong, and Chu Xiaoqing must also be there. It is midnight, and the recent events should not have reached her. A chilling thought crosses his mind. Could there be a spy close to him? Upon further reflection, given Ding Jiaqin's intellect, it is indeed plausible. Yet, what purpose would it serve? At that moment, a seemingly unrelated figure enters Zhang's mind, none other than Princess Nadal. To be fair, Princess Nadal is not exceptionally beautiful. Far from a beauty queen, but she possesses both intellect and cunning. In both overt and covert manners, she has undertaken numerous bad deeds and significant undertakings. The critical question arises, does the king not realize that his queen is a woman of intricate thoughts and varied methods? Of course, he is aware. Yet he opted not to choose a beauty queen as his wife. As midnight falls in the Dark-Light Mountain community, Zhang is deep in slumber when Ijeezy suddenly calls from Maryland, stating that Not Dead has a mild fever and cannot participate in the upcoming race. Not Dead is on a strong trajectory, potentially achieving a quadruple crown, and this situation could lead to a lifelong regret. Similar to athletes, people can get injured, and horses can fall ill. This is a commonality. Maintaining a proper mindset, he sleeps soundly until dawn. After breakfast, Zhang cradles Zhou Manmiao in his arms, taking a few intimate close-up shots to post on Facebook and WX, wishing to evaluate whether Ding Jiaqin possesses true wisdom or is merely superficial. Liang Jieshu, however, is shy, refusing to take intimate photos or share publicly. Since they have a client meeting at 10 o'clock, Zhang departs at 9:40, leaving 2 stacks of cash on the dining table as an unspoken agreement. Zhang has never explained the reason behind leaving money. Both women understand intuitively. Watching Zhang leave, Liang Jieshu picks up a stack of cash, scoffing, what is this? It's quite good, Zhou Manmiao replies happily, placing the money in her handbag. I finally sold myself for a good price, and it's a long-term deal. The novelty rarely lasts beyond 7 years, and women will eventually age, Liang Jieshi reminds her. Why think so far ahead? Zhou Manmiao counters. Everything is fine now. I like him, and he likes us. Liang Jieshi finds herself at a loss for words to rebut. She neither dislikes nor particularly likes Zhang. After the muddled events unfolded, they have formed a stable relationship, primarily because Zhang treats them well. It feels reminiscent of ancient times, where one marries first and feelings develop later. Section 120. New task. Zhang Jing was unaware of the conversation between the two women. 10 minutes later, he met his client in the parking lot of a boutique hotel. The client, a man from Hong Kong, appeared to be in his 40s, slightly overweight, and of shorter stature, yet exuded an air of vitality. Hello, Mr. Zhang, the man greeted politely, introducing himself as Jiang Jiufu, a dealer in jade. As long as your goods are of high quality, I can offer a reasonable price. Zhang Jing extended his hand for a handshake, responding courteously. Shall we proceed to examine the stones? Certainly, Jiang Jiufu replied briskly. That would be best. The stones were located in the trunk of Zhang Jing's car. He opened the rear door, and Jiang Jiufu approached with a flashlight to inspect the goods. After a while, he inquired, how much do you intend to sell them for? Unfamiliar with the process, Zhang Jing spoke candidly. I will seek quotes from 3 clients and sell to the highest bidder. Jiang Jiufu nodded, understanding Zhang Jing's approach. After a brief contemplation, he said, although I haven't seen everything, it is sufficiently large. I can offer 5 million yuan. Do you have a cutting machine? Zhang Jing generously suggested. We could make another cut from the other side. The stone was thick at the bottom and narrow at the top, resembling an irregular barrel, with one side already cut open, revealing a lake of azure. Despite a slightly thick outer layer, the quality was excellent and visually appealing. Jiang Jiufu was taken aback by Zhang Jing's boldness. Should the other side yield nothing but stone, the price would plummet. However, if it proved equally stunning, the price would double. Half an hour later, Jiang Jiufu arranged for a cutting machine to be delivered. The machine was quite large, akin to a classroom desk, and was powered by the hotel's electricity. A group of onlookers, both black and white, gathered with keen interest. After the machine roared to life, a thin layer of stone was removed, and without the need for a flashlight, the jade's vivid green became visible. Jiang Jiufu proactively raised his offer to 12 million yuan. Zhang Jing felt that this price was reasonable, but he did not immediately agree and instead invited his client to lunch. After their meal, he politely saw Jiang Jiufu off. Departing from the boutique hotel, Zhang Jing drove 50 kilometers back to the Rosewood Winery. Due to its non-public operation, the 600-acre vineyard appeared desolate, with no one present in the winery. Zhang Jing made his way to the brewing workshop. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by a delightful melody. The woman's arms and legs danced joyfully as the drums began to play, and the stage descended into a lively chaos. The simple lyrics and upbeat rhythm created a cheerful ambience, filling the air with a sense of whimsy and delight. Zhang Jing felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the music. As he ventured forward, he spotted the African-American woman, Yudaxiyo, mopping the floor to the left of the workshop entrance, singing happily as she worked. She was characterized by her cheerful disposition and emotional stability. With a robust physique and a penchant for sports, she was quite attractive, boasting a head of lovely messy braids. You sing beautifully, Zhang Jing complimented her. Yudaxiyo paused her cleaning and excitedly embraced Zhang Jing, exclaiming, Boss, it's so wonderful to see you well. Zhang Jing returned the embrace gently, feeling a sense of warmth. Are you adapting well to working at the winery? He inquired. Absolutely, Yudaxiyo responded affirmatively. I truly enjoy my current job. Zhang Jing nodded, probing further. Why were you unable to find work elsewhere? I had incurred credit card debt with the bank twice and served 3 months in prison, which severely impacted my credit score, she explained. Realizing that Yudaxiyo was a person with a tarnished record, Zhang Jing understood why she was willing to engage in laborious work despite the difficulties in securing employment. After a brief conversation, he ventured deeper into the workshop, where he found the winemaker, Cindy, peering into a large fermentation tank. 2 newcomers, Mason and Winnie, were also present. Hello, Miss Cindy, Zhang Jing greeted. With July approaching, are you prepared for the grape harvest? Cindy looked down at him from her elevated position and replied, What if I said I wasn't? That's fine. Zhang Jing shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not relying on winemaking for income. Cindy huffed lightly. Don't underestimate people. Zhang Jing chuckled, dismissing her retort, and decided to seek out Su Zheong for a conversation. Wait, Cindy called after him. He turned back. What is it? The woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for your willingness to support my winemaking endeavors. Originally, her employment was merely a formality, but it unexpectedly evolved into something genuine. Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively as he departed. As he walked away, Winnie and Mason exchanged glances filled with curiosity. Is the boss a second-generation wealthy heir? One asked. He is the son of a wealthy heir, Cindy replied confidently. After a brief exploration, Zhang Jing left the brewing workshop and returned to the ominous villa, entering the study. Since he could not leave the United States for the time being, he decided to search for dinosaur fossils in Montana. He noted the new treasure hunting leads and opened the task introduction. Zhang Luo, on June 1, 1812, Congress passed James Madison's proposal to declare war on Britain, with the real aim of occupying Canada and expanding the territory of the United States. As a militia member, I crossed the Columbia River in early October 1812 with a group of about 3,000 men, establishing a position on the cliffs of Kingston Heights overlooking Saskatchewan. On the night of October 12th, the British Army launched an attack, and due to inadequate preparation, many comrades fled before even engaging in battle. I, too, was terrified and fled without firing a shot. Key points. Fleeing process. Crossed a small river. My foot got caught on a beast's skull at the riverbed. At the time, I didn't think much of it, but later reflected that its shape was unusual, resembling a dinosaur skull. The introduction contained a wealth of information but little useful content, which he summarized succinctly. Kingston Heights, night, blind flight, small river, suspected dinosaur skull. Leaving the desk, Zhang Jing approached a wall of photographs, stopping in front of Zhang Luo, 1785 to 1855. Due to the invention of the camera, he was the only one among several generations of Zhang descendants to have a photograph, albeit a very blurry one. Zhang Jing found it amusing that this ancestor had fled without firing a single shot. How cowardly must he have been? Nevertheless, one could understand from history that whether it was the war to expel British colonizers or the American Civil War, the intensity of battles tended to be relatively low, akin to mere skirmishes without a fierce clash. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Jing resolved to sell the jade and immediately set off to search for the suspected dinosaur skull. The next day, the horse trainer, Ijizi, the jockey, Andy, the veterinarian, Ruth, the video operator, Irina, the African-American Jamie, and the daughter of old Dai Jean, Milika, returned from Maryland. It was a joyous occasion, as the female jockey, Haifa, successfully returned through the efforts of immigration lawyer Shen Mingming and her colleagues. After exchanging warm embraces, Zhang Jing gently patted the head of Not Dead, who was now 10 years old, while General was already 13. Not Dead might still run for another year or two, but General was truly nearing the end of his prime. As expected, Ijizi suggested, to prevent injuries and maintain their value, it's best for General and Not Dead to retire and produce foals. A champion stable cannot consist of only 3 horses. Zhang Jing nodded thoughtfully. Previously unaware, he learned that if a racehorse suffers a fracture, it must be euthanized. If one leg breaks, the other 3 will soon follow suit with problems. Hanging them up for recovery is not feasible due to their skeletal structure, which is slender yet powerful, giving them a somewhat disposable quality. Thus, it would be beneficial for the stable's profitability. Although their physical capabilities had surpassed their peak, they were still in the prime age for breeding, with 3 foals in 2 years being entirely feasible. Given their past achievements, as long as the stallion was not subpar, they could fetch a good price. However, the champion stable, being limited in numbers, would not consider selling them externally for the time being. As the group dispersed after discussing business, Ijizi brought up a personal matter. I heard you and Ding Jiechi have broken up? Zhang Jing laughed heartily. Who did you hear that from? It had been some time since her last visit to the stables. It was evident to me, requiring no confirmation from others. Aegis wasn't alone in this sentiment. It was a common perception among the stable's denizens. Zhang Jing neither confirmed nor denied it, seeing no need to offer explanations to anyone. Aegis, assuming the truth, emitted a prolonged sigh. She was, in truth, quite commendable, possessing loyalty and affection for her friends. Her flaws lay in her calculating nature and guarded demeanor, which contrasted sharply with the innocent and amiable facade she presented to outsiders. Zhang Jing chuckled softly. In his estimation, the flaws Aegis described were, in fact, virtues. A touch of calculation wasn't detrimental, nor was a guarded nature. They served as shields for self-preservation. Changing the subject, Aegis gracefully swept a strand of golden hair behind her ear, a gesture imbued with sensuality. Shall we find a place for drinks this evening? I've already acquired 2 new companions, he replied. Aegis paused momentarily, then responded with a carefree air, then you wouldn't object to a third, would you? Without hesitation. Zhang Jing shook his head. A degree of separation fosters appreciation. I wouldn't want the stables to lose its sole equestrian trainer. Zhang Jing was earnest. He had come to terms with the situation and embraced a more playful attitude. Women more beautiful than Aegis were plentiful, easily found on any street. There was no need to graze where one worked. Section 121. Like a bucket while Zhang Jing conversed with Ijizi about Ding Jiaqing, far away in Hong Kong. Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing were discussing Zhang Jing as well. Chu Shaoqing, pointing at a Facebook photo posted by Zhang Jing, exclaimed in indignation. How could he be seen embracing a seductress? You can tolerate this? Tolerance was hardly the issue. Ding Jiaqing, with a hint of softness on her face, merely glanced at the image, her mind untroubled, as this was entirely expected. But you haven't given up on Zhang Jing, Chu Shaoqing pressed, discontented. Is this kind of indulgence truly wise? Ding Jiaqing shook her head. This is not indulgence. I simply do not wish to discuss it. What if he falls deeply in love with someone else? Chu Shaoqing asked, her concern evident. The crux of the matter lies here, Ding Jiaqing said, indicating the woman in Zhang Jing's embrace. Though she may appear alluring, she is a graduate of the University of Hong Kong, a woman of intellect. The other, named Liang Jieshu, is also a highly educated individual from a prestigious literary institution in Longqing. Both possess beauty and intelligence. I require 2 to 3 years to enhance my own education and capabilities. Then we shall see what unfolds. Chu Shaoqing, perplexed, scrutinized her friend. How do you know so much? A secret, Ding Jiaqing replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Yet Chu Shaoqing, buoyed by curiosity, proposed, May I pursue your brother? He is so handsome. I find it hard to sleep. Help me make a trip to Seattle tomorrow, she added. Zhang Jing suspected that Ding Jiaqing had an informant in his midst, yet he remained unaware of who it might be, which made it difficult for him to dismiss anyone casually. Unbeknownst to him, she was merely fishing for information to celebrate IGZ's academic success, as well as the achievements of General and Survivor. The racetrack prepared for a party starting in the afternoon, with drinking commencing around 4 o'clock. Outside the stable, a gathering of over 10 individuals, including Su Zheong, Lin Jiangming, Barbie, IGZ, Haifa, and Andy, reveled until the evening hours past 8. Zhang Jing became inebriated once more, while Di Long abstained from alcohol, recognizing the necessity for at least one person to remain sober and vigilant. Di Long, a former mechanic with a penchant for shooting clay pigeons, possessed sharp shooting skills and was a figure of trust. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Zhang Jing set out to meet another potential client interested in purchasing jade, driving his pickup truck away from the racetrack. The rendezvous was scheduled at a boutique hotel located at the intersection of 86th Avenue and 84th Avenue. The client was an Asian woman in her 30s, her long black hair cascading down her back, clad in a blue dress and beige high-heeled shoes. Her complexion was fair, her features attractive, though she carried a bit of extra weight and was not particularly tall. In simple terms, she was a well-maintained, slightly plump woman of shorter stature. Hello, I am Zhang Jing, he greeted in Mandarin as he entered the parking lot. The woman, looking bewildered, replied, I am a Malaysian Chinese and do not speak Mandarin. Do you speak English? Zhang Jing switched to English, introducing himself as well. I am Bo Paney, one of the raw materials procurement managers for Meiduo Jewelry, she said, extending her hand. Zhang Jing shook it gently before opening the passenger door to reveal a stone the size of a bucket resting on the seat. Bo Paney took out a flashlight from her handbag and inspected the stone closely for 3 to 4 minutes. Turning back to Zhang Jing, she inquired, What price do you intend to sell it for? What can you offer? Zhang Jing countered. $12 million, she stated, matching the quote from Jiang Jiufu. Zhang Jing's suspicion arose. He doubted any collusion but chose to remain noncommittal. I need to think it over. I'll get back to you, he said, declining to feel pressured. Wait, she called as Zhang Jing prepared to leave. Let us have lunch together. With time not yet reaching 10 o'clock, they agreed to meet at noon. Zhang Jing drove off, first stopping by a Whole Foods supermarket to purchase fruits, vegetables, and meats, before heading to Liang Jieshu's residence. Upon his arrival, he found Zhou Mianmiao and Liang Jieshu nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. Big brother Zhang, Zhou Mianmiao greeted warmly, embracing him enthusiastically. Liang Jieshu, more reserved, offered a gentle hug, saying softly, Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare lunch. I'll help, Zhang Jing volunteered. His culinary skills were neither exceptional nor poor, but he could certainly assist. Zhou Mianmiao joined in, and the three collaborated in preparing a simple meal consisting of pan-fried pork chops, steamed ham, boiled greens, boiled corn, bread, and freshly squeezed juice. After they had eaten their fill, when both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianmiao assumed they would be driving out in the afternoon, Zhang Jing interjected. I have a lunch appointment with a client. You two can enjoy yourselves. What was the meal we just had, then? Zhou Mianmiao asked, puzzled. Dining with someone you cherish is a delight, Zhang Jing said with a touch of sentiment. Dining with a client is merely a formality. His words brought joy to Zhou Mianmiao, who responded with a warm French kiss. At precisely noon, Zhang Jing returned to the boutique hotel parking lot, where Bo Paney awaited him. To his surprise, she had changed her attire, previously clad in a blue dress and high heels. She now wore a beige long-sleeved top adorned with a cartoon Mickey Mouse, paired with light denim jeans and white sneakers. Even her lipstick had transformed from a vivid red to a soft pink. She appeared much younger now. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they traversed the hotel lobby and descended to the second-floor restaurant via the elevator. The dining establishment exuded elegance, with a refined ambience and soft music creating a pleasant atmosphere. Guided by the staff, they settled at a table by the window. Zhang Jing pushed the menu toward Bo Paney. "You order," he suggested. However, she returned the menu to him, prompting Zhang Jing to order dishes he knew Ding Jiaqing favored: fish soup, foie gras, red wine chicken, asparagus soup, shrimp jelly, and tomato thyme cod, hastily selecting 6 items to hand to the waiter. "Would you like to drink?" the waiter queried. "No alcohol. Do you have watermelon juice?" Zhang Jing inquired. The waiter hesitated briefly before nodding in affirmation. "Chilled, please." "Start with a liter," Zhang Jing specified. Throughout the ordering process, Bo Paney's gaze lingered on Zhang Jing. Ignoring her probing stare, he asked, "Do you enjoy watermelon juice?" "It's fine," she replied, suggesting, "Wouldn't tea champagne pair better with the meal?" "Drinking and driving don't mix," Zhang Jing replied, appearing considerate. "You have other engagements this afternoon, don't you?" Bo Paney could find no retort to that. "Is the acquisition price for that jade ultimately your decision, or does it require further approval?" Zhang Jing shifted the conversation. "Let's not discuss work at the dining table," Bo Paney smiled. Her tone light as she suggested they converse about something more relaxed. Zhang Jing, wary, felt the need for caution. Not only should girls protect themselves, but boys must also safeguard their own interests. "Are you married?" Bo Paney inquired. Zhang Jing shook his head. Her interest piqued, she continued. "What are your requirements for a girlfriend?" After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jing shook his head once more, admitting, "I've never thought about it." "What about you?" Bo Paney, with a shy smile, enumerated her preferences, at least one. 8 meters tall, somewhat handsome, fair-skinned, large eyes are best, but smaller ones are acceptable. Must be humorous, share mutual interests, and have a career. Do you think these requirements are too high? Zhang Jing felt a twinge of discomfort. Indeed, they were not overly demanding, yet 4 of them would disqualify him. He fell short in height, complexion, looks, and humor. Such men are quite common, he feigned nonchalance. Especially in the United States, being an immigrant country, the options are abundant. "I once thought so too," Bo Paney remarked earnestly, "but perhaps my luck in love is lacking. I have yet to meet a man who meets all those criteria. There exist men in this world who, quite frankly, hold little regard for women in their 30s. Contemplating this, Zhang Jing engaged in light conversation with the woman, pondering the possibility of his appearance the following day. Bo Paney shook her head, expressing her reluctance to wait any longer. "If you are willing, we could explore the realm of romance," she suggested. Zhang Jing felt a sudden jolt in his heart, yet maintained a calm demeanor as he explained, "I stand at less than 1.8 meters, have dark skin, lack a sense of humor, and tend to be confrontational. I am undoubtedly not suitable for you." "What is your height?" the woman inquired. To avoid any unnecessary complications, Zhang Jing kindly fabricated a minor detail, stating, "I am just under 1.78 meters in shoes." In truth, his bare height was 1.78 meters, and with shoes, he measured approximately 1.8 meters. "That's barely sufficient," Bo Paney remarked earnestly. "Skin can be cared for, and humor can be cultivated." "No," Zhang Jing interjected, "not only am I devoid of humor, but I also have a penchant for being confrontational. While I could consider a business partnership, friendship is truly incompatible." "For instance?" Bo Paney pressed. Zhang Jing sighed internally, unwilling to dampen her spirits, yet feeling compelled to clarify. "I am financially secure and have no shortage of women. Unless the woman is exceptionally remarkable, I do not entertain the idea of marrying someone 3 years my senior." "What do you mean by exceptionally remarkable?" Bo Paney, disregarding the age factor, inquired with a glimmer of hope. "She must be at least 1.7 meters tall, weigh no more than 50 kilograms, possess measurements of 85, 65, 90, and hold dual Master's degrees from a university ranked among the top 100 in the world." Bo Paney's expression darkened as she realized her own measurements were 75, 85, 90, resembling that of a barrel. Furthermore, her height, weight, and educational qualifications fell short of the standards, and with her age considered, she found herself lacking in every criterion. The blow to her self-esteem was indeed devastating. Section 122. The horse exchange agreement having skipped lunch, the meeting ended in discontent, and business prospects dimmed. Zhang Jing felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. He could have employed his charms to sell the jade stone at a handsome price and subsequently dismissed by Paney. How straightforward. With a commitment to not waste his efforts, Zhang Jing packed the food to take back to room 1049, where he encountered Barbie. who was busy with the relocation of the horse farm. Ukrainian girls Irina and Milika were also present. Milika, the daughter of old Zhang Jing, stood at an impressive height of 1.9 meters and weighed 260 pounds, serving as a video operations assistant. Irina's role involved video shooting, writing promotional content, and managing 5 video accounts, with a dedication to daily updates to gain more followers. "Good afternoon, boss," Irina greeted, admiring the estate's beauty. Observing Irina, Zhang Jing noted her striking appearance and amiable nature. At 23, she stood at 1.67 meters, with brown hair and a lovely figure. Having entered the United States as a refugee. Crucially, Zhang Jing realized that recruiting her for managing the video accounts was a misstep. Viewers were clamoring for her to be their girlfriend, with scant interest in the video content itself. With a mind brimming with thoughts, Zhang Jing hopped out of the car to greet her. "Good afternoon. I have a piece of jade here. You film it while I introduce it." Hoping to quickly find a prospective buyer. "Sure." Irina promptly began her preparations. The location was chosen to be the estate's reception room, where 7 devices would operate simultaneously, 5 for live streaming and 2 for video recording. 2 minutes before going live, Irina warmed up the audience, interacting with fans. Though the comments quickly became chaotic, this was due to the opulence of the reception room and the expansive yard outside. Fan A commented, "Is Xiaoyi being kept?" Fan B inquired, "Is it a weekly salary?" Fan C lamented, "My heart is shattered." Fan D declared, "I'm unfollowing." Initially, such reactions stemmed from fans collectively questioning whether Irina had been intimate with Zhang Jing. Now, Irina had learned to handle the situation with composure, repeatedly stating that there were no hidden rules. This was merely work, and squeezing out a few tears to pacify the audience. Once the fans' emotions stabilized, the camera shifted to Zhang Jing and the Jade Stone. The live stream was met with boos. No one was interested in Zhang Jing, only in the beauty. Even female fans were disinterested in him. They wanted to see Milika. This situation nearly infuriated Zhang Jing, as it was his video account. Irina and Milika were merely employees, not the stars of the show. Reluctantly enduring the jeers and mockery, Zhang Jing introduced the Jade Stone's origin, weight, and dimensions, announcing its availability for sale and welcoming private offers. Immediately, a flurry of private messages arrived with offers, though it was clear they were jesting. And even genuine offers were hard to discern. It all felt like a futile endeavor. After concluding the live stream, a call from Kangxi invited Zhang Jing to attend a property auction hosted by the bank the following day. Zhang Jing declined, stating he needed to prepare for the search for dinosaur fossils. His target was the Kunstan Highlands, a remote and uninhabited mountainous area near the border, necessitating extensive preparations, including food, camping gear, tools, video recording equipment, and transportation. He initially planned to start preparations in the afternoon, but unexpectedly, Jennifer arrived with a box of cookies. Jennifer, the eldest daughter of the founder of Ubisoft, was a socialite from Seattle. Zhang Jing, accompanied by his housekeeper Leia, received her with utmost seriousness. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I hope my sudden visit isn't a bother." At the estate's entrance, Zhang Jing accepted the gift from Jennifer, shaking his head. "Not at all. Welcome." He assessed Jennifer. She stood approximately 1.65 meters tall, with a hint of baby fat and a round face adorned with freckles, appearing shy and youthful. The path from the estate entrance to the villa was over 100 meters long. Zhang Jing invited Jennifer to ride in the transportation vehicle, but she declined, explaining, "This estate is older than my grandfather. I wish to walk and take a look." Zhang Jing acquiesced. As they walked along the concrete path, he strained to engage her in conversation. At that moment, he naturally thought of Ding Jiaqi. She would have excelled in navigating such a scenario. Noticing the film setup in the garden, Jennifer inquired, "Are they filming a movie here?" A small-budget film requires the estate and horse farm as settings. "The crew is shooting at Champion Horse Farm today." "Sounds delightful," Jennifer replied. Often, small-budget films can capture a sense of authenticity, while those so-called blockbusters are truly tedious and pointless. Were anyone else to say this, Zhang Jing might have perceived it as sour grapes. But not with Jennifer. Her father was a genuine tycoon. She spoke from a place of genuine sentiment, sharing her honest feelings. Continuing their conversation, they arrived at the main villa, and Zhang Jing invited Jennifer into the main guest hall for coffee, signaling friendship and warmth. Typically, guests would only sit in the reception room. Once seated, Leia served freshly ground aromatic coffee before stepping aside to await their needs. "Thank you," Jennifer said as she accepted the coffee. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the interior of the guest hall. The 10-meter-high ceiling and approximately 200 square meters of space featured marble Roman columns, high-end furniture, and a vintage style. Though the decor was somewhat dated, it still exuded luxury. "Did you really acquire this estate for just $10 million? Jennifer asked incredulously. The tale of Zhang Jing purchasing room 1049 for $10 million was well known, and his reputation in this regard was not particularly favorable, until now. Jennifer was the only neighbor to visit. The rumor is true, Zhang Jing acknowledged readily. I purchased the land of 1047. It lies between the lake and the estate, compelling the previous owner to sell 1049. Whose idea was that? Jennifer inquired, curious, given that he had only recently arrived in Seattle. It was one of my employees' suggestions. However, Zhang Jing emphasized, this was a decision I approved and endorsed. If anyone wishes to cast blame, the responsibility rests solely on my shoulders. Jennifer smiled. I'd like to discuss General Ank and T-Die with you. What? Do they intend to race again? Jennifer asked. Miss Aegis suggested they retire. A smile spread across Jennifer's face. What if my horse, number 25, is paired with both General Ank and T-Die to produce foals? We could each have one. Number 25 was the name of Jennifer's racehorse, and it had been her ranking number in previous competitions. Zhang Jing found himself momentarily perplexed. This would be a strong pairing, Jennifer explained. Acquiring a foal from a famous horse isn't inexpensive, and the price for breeding renowned horses is also considerable. Zhang Jing nodded in understanding and asked, in that case, who gets to choose the foal first? How about we flip a coin? Jennifer suggested with a wink. I need to call Miss Aegis, Zhang Jing said. Lacking knowledge about horses and without Ding Jiechi present, he had to rely on the horse trainer. Please do, Jennifer replied, appearing at ease in the hall. Zhang Jing stepped out to call Aegis. After hearing the proposal, Aegis expressed strong agreement, believing it to be a splendid idea to obtain genetically superior foals, thereby increasing the likelihood of producing champion horses. Returning to the hall, Zhang Jing extended his hand to Jennifer. Shall we draft an agreement? No need, Jennifer smiled gently. I trust your integrity, Mr. Zhang. This sounded somewhat sardonic to Zhang Jing, who felt he had little integrity and was solely focused on money. Nonetheless, he insisted. Business must be conducted with a formal agreement. Very well, Jennifer readily agreed. Zhang Jing then summoned Zhou Manmiao to draft the agreement, delineating both parties' responsibilities, obligations, and legal liabilities. Writing the agreement would take some time. Jennifer inquired, are your people prepared for the WKL trip the day after tomorrow? Yes, they are my employees. What about the funds? Jennifer probed. $100 million is ready and can be transferred to the designated account at any time. Upon hearing Zhang Jing mention $100 million again, Jennifer couldn't help but feel her heart race, finally voicing her curiosity. Mr. Zhang, where did you earn all that money? In the land of the free, inquiring about the origins of one's wealth is considered a matter of significant privacy. Sensing Jennifer's insatiable curiosity, Zhang Jing casually remarked, I am a treasure hunter and have stumbled upon a few valuable items. With this mystery unraveled, Jennifer felt a wave of relief wash over her. She continued the conversation. When I arrived, you seemed about to head out. Is there something on your agenda? Am I taking up your time? Not at all, Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly, gesturing dismissively. I am merely preparing for my next treasure hunt. I can still purchase equipment tomorrow. Where are you going? Jennifer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would it be troublesome if I joined you? Zhang Jing chuckled, surprised by Jennifer's adventurous spirit, but ultimately declined. To Kunston Heights, where the mountains are steep and the forests dense. It's remote, making it impossible to bring anyone along. I plan to go alone. Jennifer did not feel disheartened. After much conversation, Zhou Manmiao successfully drafted the agreement, which was devoid of any issues, and they proceeded to sign it, thus putting it into effect. Section 123. The gold mine. Upon returning to her residence, Jennifer displayed a confident smile, triumphantly extracting the contract from her handbag. Zhang Jing agreed? Nail inquired. Jennifer nodded affirmatively. Yes, Nail exclaimed, waving his hands in excitement. We struck gold. The 25th can still participate in the race, while General An can't die cannot. On this point, Aegis had previously advised Zhang Jing to seek some compensation, such as the right of first choice for any foals produced. The 25th would only need to mate twice. And after a year, there would be foals to claim, all while continuing to race and earn prize money. Conversely, General An can't die would endure a lengthy gestation period, requiring specialized care and nutritional support, which was rather disadvantageous. However, Zhang Jing believed in not being overly calculative and thus refrained from making additional demands of Jennifer. He also held a firm belief that good deeds would be rewarded. After bidding farewell to Jennifer, Zhang Jing commenced his procurement of equipment: tents, sleeping bags, clothing, shoes, socks, water, food, magnesium sticks, signal guns, inflatable kayaks, mountain motorcycles, gasoline, batteries, mirrorless cameras, drones, gasoline generators, knives, axes, saws, traps, fishing rods, bait, pots, bowls, seasonings, and tissues, among other necessities. He even procured parachutes and underwater breathing apparatuses. In his space of stored weapons, he found ample supplies and decided to purchase an additional crossbow. After spending more than a day gathering these items, just as Zhang Jing prepared to set off, two guests arrived for a visit. Chu Shaoqing surveyed the grand living room of Manor 1049, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, this is the manor that the race car driver mentioned, the one you snatched away. How cool." Zhang Jing was left speechless, pondering her conversational skills. Clad in a navy blue gown and black leather shoes, Chu Shaoqing produced a vintage watch from her hand as if performing a magic trick. "Someone asked me to tell you, don't lose it next time. Not every time can you be fortunate enough to retrieve it." Zhang Jing donned the watch as he inquired about Ding Jieqi's activities in Hong Kong. "Aside from attending classes, I'm learning to cook for someone," Chu Shaoqing remarked while surveying the living room. "Good luck. I'm off now." After bidding farewell to Chu Shaoqing, Zhang Jing's next guest, also hailing from Shenzhen, awaited him in the reception room with two colleagues, having been there for over 10 minutes. Apologizing for the delay as he strode into the reception room, Zhang Jing expressed, "I was held up, my apologies." "No problem," replied Wang Hao, the procurement manager of the Emperor Jewelry Company, introducing his colleagues. Observing Wang Hao, who appeared to be around 40, of average height and build, with an air of seasoned experience, Zhang Jing wasted no time and got straight to the point. "You wish to purchase jade. How did you come by this information?" "Through a live stream. I was watching late at night, and Miss Irina is quite beautiful," Wang Hao responded. Zhang Jing nodded. "The jade rough is in the vehicle. Please follow me." The jade rough lay within the pickup truck, and one of the three men, an expert, scrutinized it with a flashlight for 7 to 8 minutes. Following that, the trio conferred for another 5 to 6 minutes, culminating in Wang Hao presenting an offer of $15 million. Zhang Jing couldn't afford to deliberate for long. Irina and Dylan were set to depart for WKL the next day, making this an opportune time for financial transactions. Every penny counted. It could secure a piece of land by the Dnieper River, fertile black soil, and convenient transportation. Such an opportunity was rare. Resolute, Zhang Jing extended his hand, stating, "I require Hong Kong currency." Wang Hao reciprocated the handshake, sealing the transaction. After settling the payment and exchange of goods, Zhang Jing finally had the chance to retrieve the watch he had left on the wax figure's wrist, which had surprisingly been returned by Ding Jieqi. Without any explanation, what could it possibly mean? The following day, at dawn, Zhang Jing, accompanied by his clever companion, departed the manor in the pickup truck, heading east for 800 kilometers to Helena, the capital of Montana, where he would rest for the night. On the third day, he continued his journey eastward and slightly northward. The first 100 kilometers were on a well-paved 4-lane highway, followed by a 2-lane road, and ultimately, a rugged dirt path. After traversing over 400 kilometers, he reached a small town named Ophi Section 124. The heart of the basin. It is no wonder that they owe the bank a mere 10,000 meters. The so-called mining equipment consists of a second-hand mini excavator and a homemade rotary washing device. Here, Zhang Jing encounters Gary and his family, which includes 3 sons, 2 daughters, and his wife, a total of 8 members. Remarkably, he has 2 wives. As guests arrive, Gary claps his hands and instructs his sons to spring into action, setting the machinery in motion. The eldest son, approximately 17 or 18 years old, operates the excavator, scooping a load of soil into a funnel. The second son, around 15 or 16, starts the water pump, causing water to flow through the funnel and into the rotary drum. An amusing scene unfolds as Gary ascends a metal ladder to a higher platform, activating a lawn mower. Indeed, it is a lawn mower. The washing machine comprises 3 components, a funnel, a drum, and a spray system. The spray pipe stretches across the 3-meter-long drum, while the funnel supplies earth containing gold particles from the side. The drum lacks power and cannot operate independently, so Gary has attached a lawn mower beside it to drive the drum's rotation. As the lawn mower begins its work, the perforated surface of the drum commences its gold washing task. It is hard to believe that this primitive equipment was financed through a loan by Gary's family, which challenges Zhang Jing's perspective. Although rudimentary, the setup quickly yields a small nugget of gold in the sluice. At that moment, the machine halts, prompting Gary to investigate the cause. It turns out to be an old problem primarily linked to the lawnmower. Due to excessive vibrations, it tends to detach from the drum after some time. The drum halts due to insufficient friction. Having observed this, Zhang Jing realizes that washing 15 grams of gold per week is inadequate to service the loan or sustain this large family. Their production capacity is inferior to that of a family workshop, and the 200 acres of land hold minimal value. The land, despite its vastness, is unsuitable for cultivation due to excessive gravel, uneven terrain, and its remote location. If it weren't for the prospect of some gold, it would hold little appeal. especially considering the annual taxes on the land. The pivotal question arises, should Zhang Jing proceed with the purchase? The answer is affirmative. This is a haven for metal detection. As he walks toward the entrance, he has already discovered numerous valuable items. How much do you intend to sell it for? Zhang Jing inquires of Gary. 350. No, 300,000 meters. That's the price I paid, and all the equipment comes with it, Gary explains, his family anxiously watching Zhang Jing. Eager to finalize the sale, Zhang Jing counters. How about 270,000? Fearing Zhang Jing might change his mind, Gary promptly extends his hand forward. The deal is struck, and Zhang Jing calls Barbie to come and handle the transaction, leaving his vehicle behind as he ventures on foot into the dense and remote mountainous area. As July begins, the mountains become increasingly populated with mosquitoes. The wild male mosquitoes are generally larger than the common female ones, and snakes occasionally make an appearance. Having prepared adequately beforehand, these challenges pose no problem. Zhang Jing is grateful for his clever companion, who ensures that their journey is far from dull and filled with joy. Before the sunset, as one man and his dog traverse a 3-meter-wide stream, Zhang Jing decides to set up camp nearby. Given that it is summer, the water level may rise dramatically, so he maintains a safe distance from the shore to facilitate easy access to water while avoiding flooding. After pitching the tent and constructing a simple earthen stove, his clever companion returns with a wild duck from a successful hunt. The fishing net set in the small river also yields some fish. After cleaning them, he heats oil in an iron pot, adds some red chili peppers, and then the duck pieces for a quick stir-fry. A splash of creek water, along with some green onions and fish chunks, is added, and everything is boiled vigorously for 10 minutes. The final dish may not be exquisite, but it certainly boasts a delightful flavor, rich and aromatic. His clever companion drools in anticipation. Patience, Zhang Jing says, placing half of the food in a bowl on the ground to wait 10 minutes before eating. His clever companion obediently circles its food bowl, resisting the temptation of the meal. After relishing the delicious food, the man and his dog snuggle together under the stars, listening to the chirping of insects, a moment of pure tranquility and happiness, especially for his clever companion, who, in the middle of the night, captures a young moose and insists that Zhang Jing prepare a midnight snack. Zhang Jing, exasperated, rewards it with 10 corn kernels. After a secure night, upon rising the next day, Zhang Jing steps out of the tent and is immediately taken aback. Beside the makeshift stone stove, his clever companion presses its paw onto the head of an adorable little black dog, barking to announce breakfast. Where could this little dog have come from in the wild? Initially, Zhang Jing instinctively thinks it might be a bear, but upon closer inspection, he confirms it is not, as there is a distinct difference between dogs and bears. Where did you find it? Zhang Jing queries his clever companion. With a bark, it seemingly conveys that it picked it up, a notion Zhang Jing struggles to comprehend. Given the dog is a purebred with a special BA Section 125, beneath the water on the third day, having confirmed that no one had returned, Zhang Jing began his descent into the valley in the morning. By noon, he reached the center of the basin, arriving beside a winding creek. Consulting his map, he noted that the creek stretched long, connecting one end to Montana and the other to Saskatchewan and Maple Leaf Country. It was approximately 4 to 5 meters wide, with a depth not exceeding 1 meter, the water crystal clear and flowing gently. Behind the Kingston Highlands lay this solitary creek, which, without a doubt, was the very one mentioned in Zhang Luo's diary. During my escape, I crossed a creek, and my foot became ensnared by the skull of a wild beast at the riverbed. At the time, I did not ponder much, but later reflected that its form was unusual, resembling a dinosaur skull. How large must a dinosaur skull be to ensnare an adult's foot? Zhang Jing's anticipation grew. He retrieved his kayak and inflated it, gently drifting down the creek, surrounded by dense foliage on either bank. Zhang Jing focused intently on the riverbed, hoping to discover the elusive dinosaur skull. It proved to be a challenge, as the skull was neither metallic nor stony, making it impossible to locate without keen eyesight. After gliding for about 2 hours, as Zhang Jing remained absorbed in his search, his clever companion suddenly barked twice, leaping into the water and frantically swimming toward the shore. Turning to look ahead, Zhang Jing was nearly startled into losing his senses. 1 kilometer ahead, the river narrowed, a thick mist rising, and the kayak's speed was rapidly increasing. In an instant, he stuffed the young Black Panther into his backpack and stowed the kayak into his silver space. But he found himself unbalanced in the turbulent waters, swallowing several mouthfuls of water. Fortunately, he had his trekking pole, which helped him stabilize himself amidst the swift current. He was grateful for his companion's warning. Otherwise, he would have surely plunged into the abyss. Climbing ashore, after a brief respite, Zhang Jing's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The dinosaur skull might just lie beneath the waterfall. Significantly narrowing his search, He cautiously approached the side of the waterfall, peering down to gasp at the considerable drop, exceeding 50 meters. Should he fall? The impact with the water could easily render him unconscious. After replenishing some food, Zhang Jing set off again, intending to navigate around to the base of the waterfall. He camped on a highland before nightfall, avoiding the low-lying shape, as the rain at night posed a slight risk of mudslides. After a safe night, Zhang Jing circled back to the base of the waterfall by noon the next day. His first impression was one of comfort. A delightful sensation enveloped him. As though in section 126, titled Meteorite, Mr. Zhang received a call, greeted by the sweet voice of Jennifer. Initially intending to lodge a complaint, he recalled the advice of Ding Jiaqing, remain calm and avoid impulsive actions. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and instead of voicing his grievances, he remarked, nothing much. I just unearthed some gold and wish to share my joy with you. Jennifer responded, thank you for considering me a friend. But I am married and Nail is not home, so I cannot accept any invitations. Zhang sensed that Jennifer had ulterior motives, recalling her earlier desire to embark on an adventure with him, and he ended the conversation awkwardly. Seated in the excavator's cabin, Zhang contemplated his next steps. Fortunately, he had refrained from acting rashly. After all, he was a treasure hunter, and every move had to be financially motivated. The pressing question was how to transform this situation into profit. Extortion? Demanding money? No, that was too base, not only illegal, but also a last resort. Suddenly, a four-wheeled terrain vehicle approached, interrupting Zhang's thoughts. Hello, I am Terry Perkins, said a man in his 50s. Are you the new landowner here? Zhang assessed the weathered man and noticed a gun holstered at his waist, angled downward with the safety engaged. I have 500 acres of land, also a gold mine. If you are interested in purchasing it, I would be grateful. Zhang was puzzled. What could a place like this possibly have in terms of gold? The term mine did not refer to a traditional mine or cave, but rather to any patch of earth from which gold particles could be extracted. Recognizing a rare opportunity, Zhang did not outright refuse. He mounted his motorcycle and followed the older man to his property. Unlike the Gary mine, Terry's domain featured a quaint wooden cabin, modest in size, likely comprising a single bedroom and a combined kitchen-living area. The cabin and its surroundings were meticulously cared for, resembling a garden adorned with a fence. Fruit trees, flowers, stone paths, chicken coops, duck houses, and dog kennels. Nearby stood a small signal tower, elucidating how Zhang had received messages from Irina. May I take a ride around on my motorcycle? Zhang inquired. Certainly, Terry replied. With permission granted, Zhang rode his dirt bike around the Perkins property, seemingly leisurely enjoying the scenery while covertly assessing the underground gold content. The engine roared until an unfortunate tumble left him with a scraped face, prompting him to return to Terry. Upon hearing the motorcycle's return, Terry awaited him at the gate, and upon seeing Zhang's injuries, he offered, I will fetch you some iodine and bandages. No need, Zhang called out, stopping him. Why are you selling this place? It is evident that you have invested much time and effort into maintaining it. The small waterfall to the north adds to its natural beauty. Terry turned towards the cabin, his tone laden with complexity as he replied, my wife is ill. It was clear that Terry cherished his wife dearly, as he had poured his affection into the land as well. The meticulous care evident in the surroundings required countless hours of labor and dedication. What price are you asking? Zhang inquired. Would 150,000 be too steep? Terry asked uncertainly. In comparison, Gary's 200 acres of land, lacking both a house and careful maintenance, had sold for 270,000. Hence, Terry's asking price did not seem exorbitant. It was essential to note that land and property values here could not be compared to those in Seattle. Akin to contrasting the prices in a bustling metropolis with those in a rural county, a vast chasm separated by both distance and value. After a brief contemplation, Zhang initially intended to negotiate downwards but hesitated, fearing a pang of conscience. He finally settled on, how about 155,000? Terry, initially dejected, looked up, uncertain. Really? Of course. Zhang replied gratefully. Thank you for your dedication to this land, and I wish your wife a swift recovery. The older man was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he grasped Zhang's hand, expressing his gratitude profusely. With the transaction complete, Zhang called Barbie to inform her of the need for a title transfer. Before parting, Terry insisted on gifting Zhang 2 bottles of homemade honey wine. Unable to decline such warmth, Zhang accepted the bottles and rode back on his motorcycle to the place where the Gary family processed gold. The campsite, complete with tents, pickup trucks, and other belongings, awaited him. The intelligent pup immediately approached, intrigued by the honey wine. Zhang firmly admonished, do not consume food or drinks given by strangers. As he spoke, he poured out the contents of both bottles, ensuring the glass was disposed of properly to avoid any hazards. Though stung by the reprimand, The pup acknowledged the warning. Zhang, having raised the dog himself, affectionately patted its head and rewarded it with a generous meat cut. The black panther cub, lacking teeth, could only indulge in milk. After tending to his facial wounds and enjoying dinner, Zhang resumed his gold mining endeavors. With each nugget unearthed, his bank account swelled, fueling his motivation. He worked tirelessly until the early hours, exhausted but fulfilled, before finally yielding to sleep. The following day, Terry Perkins transferred the 500 acres of land to Zhang. Accompanied by his wife, he departed in a pickup truck with a trailer, heading towards the capital city. Upon receiving the keys, Zhang refrained from displaying excessive joy. He continued mining for 4 days until the title transfer was finalized with Barbie. Only then did he return to the spot where he had previously fallen. He first paid homage to the deities before commencing excavation. Digging down 3 meters, he encountered a large boulder. This boulder, approximately 2 meters in diameter and about 1 meter thick, required further expansion of the pit. As he painstakingly cleared the boulder inch by inch, he soon uncovered a metallic surface, the very object he had been searching for. Zhang had no intention of lingering. Despite Terry Perkins' efforts to beautify the area, he felt no attachment to it. His prompt decision to pay, even at a higher price, was solely for this meteorite. Using the excavator to enlarge the pit, the object gradually revealed itself over time. To his astonishment, it lay within the pit, measuring approximately 3 meters by 5 meters by 2 meters, its surface irregular, adorned with pits and a net-like pattern. It was immensely heavy, immovable, yet could be stored in his secret space. Clearly, this was the core of a dead planet, a remarkable find. Zhang understood that while it was rare, larger specimens existed. He was aware of 2 significant ones in the Dragon Kingdom. One, known as the Silver Camel, had been unearthed over 120 years ago, measuring 42 m by 85 m by 37 m, weighing approximately 30 tons, and housed in the Xizang Museum. The other, named Spirit Stone, had a history of over 1,400 years. Located outside the north gate of the old town in Lingstone County, appearing as neither iron nor stone, its color pale and its sound resonant. With a volume of about 4 cubic meters, weighing around 7 tons, Zhang resolved to remain humble, neither boastful nor self-deprecating. Regardless, the meteorite before him held significant value. With a heart full of anticipation, he decisively departed. Section 127. Compensating for losses within the walls. Bang, bang, bang. A Caucasian young man was forcefully ramming his shoulder against Liang Jieshu's living room door, each impact seemingly more violent than the last. Zhang Jing had just returned from Montana. As he parked his pickup truck outside the yard, the scene unfolding before him left him utterly bewildered. Just as he was about to call to inquire about the situation, the man burst open Liang Jieshu's living room door. This was immediately followed by the high-pitched screams of Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao, punctuated by 2 distinct gunshots. The unidentified man bolted from the house, with Lindsay Moore hot on his heels, pistol in hand. She fired 2 more shots, striking the man in the back, felling him in the yard. Zhang Jing stood dumbfounded outside the yard. Lindsay Moore, clad in a sequin top and leather pants, looked incredibly dashing. Her striking figure evoked a sense of Charlie's Angels. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao emerged from the living room, visibly shaken. They promptly called the police and an ambulance. Lindsay Moore, still holding the revolver, noticed Zhang Jing and confronted him. "Are you with him?" "Just passing by," Zhang Jing explained. "My property is also in this community." Lindsay Moore knew that Zhang Jing lived next door to her, but not permanently. Because of Lindsay Moore's presence, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao wanted to embrace Zhang Jing, but were unable to. The reason was that Lindsay and Zhang Jing were at odds, and they were caught in the middle. With one being a friend and the other a boyfriend, they were difficult to do, and could only pretend not to know each other. "What happened here?" Zhang Jing asked Lindsay. "My friend lives here," she replied. "That scoundrel who got shot was harassing her." Zhang Jing was rendered speechless. Few could resist Liang Jieshu's beauty, especially in the land of the beautiful scenery with a very high obesity rate. She was like a flower under the spotlight. Upon learning the truth, Zhang Jing complimented Lindsay. "You were amazing and very brave." Lindsay responded with a hint of smugness. "I showed mercy during our last fight. Otherwise, you wouldn't have just ended up with a broken eyebrow, but would already be dead." Zhang Jing couldn't help but chuckle, knowing that Lindsay hadn't been armed at the time. "What's the story with the injury on your face?" Lindsay asked, feigning nonchalance. "I wasn't wearing a helmet while riding my bike." "Serves you right," Lindsay retorted, her tone unrelenting. "You're lucky you didn't die." Accustomed to her sharp tongue, Zhang Jing glanced at the yard and said, "You've killed someone. If you need a lawyer, give me a call." "Huh?" Lindsay scoffed. "Are you going to use your lawyer to send me to prison?" The woman was too sharp-tongued. Just then, the community police arrived, and Zhang Jing used the excuse of having something to do to leave. 2 hours later, Zhang Jing returned, and Zhou Manmiao shrieked with joy, throwing herself into Zhang Jing's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Liang Jieshu was in a similar state, equally tearful. Zhang Jing comforted them. Thank goodness Lindsay was here. It was because Lindsay was Liang Jieshu's friend and happened to protect Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao. Otherwise Zhang Jing would not have been so good-tempered with her. Lindsay was taken away by the police and had not yet been released. Liang Jieshu was worried, saying that her pistol was of illegal origin. Sensing some minor trouble, Zhang Jing called the Chinese-American super lawyer Shen Mingming, asking for his assistance. Zhang Jing was already aware of Shen Mingming's fees, a starting price of $20,000 per case. Recalling his first case against the Eastern Europeans, Ding Jiaqi had said that the lawyer was 8,000, but she had actually subsidized 12,000 in the middle. Expensive as it was easy to use, very efficient, very powerful. And the key was that it could solve problems quickly. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Jing looked at Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao. If you're scared, come back to the 1049 ranch with me. Zhou Manmiao was delighted. No need. Liang Jieshu politely declined. Brother Zhang, you can come over and visit whenever you have time. Studying Liang Jieshu's beautiful eyes and face, Zhang Jing understood her feelings. Although it was already a fact, she could not accept common knowledge. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. From dusk till dawn, perhaps the quality of the wooden house was poor. The wooden boards were getting more and more loud. As long as it moved, it squeaked nonstop. Super embarrassing. After breakfast, Zhang Jing left his girlfriend's house and returned to the 1049 ranch 6 kilometers away, today at 9:30 a.m. to visit Jennifer and her husband. The visit was to express gratitude. Because of their relationship, Zhang Jing had successfully purchased 110,000 acres of fertile black soil on the banks of the Dnieper River for 1,000 per acre, totaling 110 million. The extra 10 million was money he had only after selling the emeralds. Recently, there were many places to spend money, investing 200,000 and filming a movie in 100,000 for Katie to play ball. The purchase of Toyotomi Hideyoshi's armor and sword cost 3.5 million. The relocation of the horse farm and the renovation of part of the 1049 manor was budgeted at 200,000. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao first had a second-hand car each, 100,000 each, and later Zhou Manmiao's car was stolen and bought a new car for 200,000. Barbie gave a bonus of 100,000 and bought her a car for another 100,000. Dylan's wife applied for investment immigration, 1 million. 2 pieces of land were bought in Montana, one for 270,000 and one for 155,000. These were the entire expenses that Zhang Jing could report. And others included the maintenance of the manor, employee salaries, winemaking to maintain the orchard, horse breeding, and so on. Winemaking had always been a blood transfusion, such as winemaker Cindy ordering 500 225-liter oak barrels at 650 each, totaling 325,000. If he didn't know Cindy, Zhang Jing would even suspect that she was a spy sent by the barrel merchant. Lavish spending had left Zhang Jing with less than 1 million in his bank account. Returning to 1049, Dylan and Irina were waiting at the entrance of the villa. You've done a great job, Zhang Jing praised. Bonus of 5,000 each. Irina was 23 years old this year, 1.67 tall, brown hair, big where it should be, thin where it should be, Ukrainian. She entered the flower flag country as a refugee, and because she was employed at the horse farm, her refugee status had been lifted. Looking closely at Irina, she was very beautiful. No wonder Nair was moved by her. It was normal for men to like women. The point was that Nair was a married man. And the evidence was already in Zhang Jing's hands. 5,000 could buy 5 fruit 13ths, a good purchasing power. Dylan and Irina bowed slightly to express their gratitude. Waving them away, Zhang Jing looked at the butler Leia, who was waiting beside him. Looking at Leia, unlike Katie, Zhang Jing had high expectations for her deep down. Katie's future could be seen to the end, at most 4 Grand Slams, 33 consecutive wins in world-class competitions. While Leia was different, her temperament was too special. In Zhang Jing's mind, she would influence an era in the future, or even higher achievements. He didn't want to show it too obviously. So he asked in a lukewarm tone, "Are the gifts ready?" "Yes." Leia replied respectfully, respecting Zhang Jing in her heart, no matter what the means. Being able to afford the 1049 manor was very powerful. As she spoke, she handed Zhang Jing a plain-looking gift box. Taking the square gift box, Zhang Jing was curious. "What's inside?" "Apple pie I baked this morning. There are 6 in the box, and 2 more in the kitchen. If you haven't had breakfast, Leia looked forward to it. Please try it." Obviously, Leia wanted Zhang Jing to try her baked apple pie. Zhang Jing attached great importance to Leia's status in his heart. And although he had already eaten breakfast, he could still eat a dessert. Walking through the large living room, one in front and one behind, they came to the kitchen, where 2 apple pies were buckled under the net gauze, and ate them in large bites. A little sour, a little sweet, and the aroma of baked bread. It tastes great, Zhang Jing praised. If I could, I would like to eat it once a week. Would it increase your workload? Happy to be appreciated. Leia said loudly that it would not. With a gift in hand, Zhang Jing departed from his residence, driving his sleek black Lamborghini to the estate located at 1042 Avenue 84. The quest for treasure began. The coveted prize need not be artifacts, gold, or cash, but could also encompass cherished chat records. Zhang Jing vowed to reclaim the 10,000 yuan prize he had just expended. Section 128. Significant transactions. The distance was not far, merely 1.5 kilometers to Manor 1042. Upon confirming the visiting information, the attendant opened the grand gates of the estate, allowing Zhang Jing to enter. Similarly, Manor 1042 boasted a spacious front yard, albeit considerably smaller than that of Manor 1049. Following the S-shaped concrete path for approximately 40 meters led to the entrance of the main residence. This 2-story white edifice was adorned with numerous towering white Roman columns, standing 8 meters high, exuding an air of sophistication reminiscent of a Senate building. After all, this was the abode of a magnate who had just disbursed a staggering $110 million. The Nail couple awaited Zhang Jing at the entrance, a gesture of courtesy. If they were to discover that someone's bank balance had dwindled to below $1 million, their expressions would surely be quite entertaining. Good morning, Mr. Nail and Miss Jennifer, Zhang Jing greeted, extending a gift. This is a freshly baked apple pie from my housekeeper, quite delectable. Thank you, Jennifer replied, accepting the gift. I adore apple pie. Its sweet and tangy flavor is delightful. Welcome. Mr. Nail extended his hand in a polite gesture. Observing him, Zhang noted that he stood approximately 1.6 meters tall, weighing around 50 to 55 kilograms, with large eyes and a slender face of Egyptian descent. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he was indeed affluent. His grandfather and father were real estate magnates. Nail had a passion for equestrianism, which had led to his connection with Jennifer, who shared the same enthusiasm. Zhang Jing shook Nail's hand, saying, I heard from Dylan that the land acquisition has not gone smoothly. Thank you for your mediation. Not at all, Nail replied amiably. This is a joint endeavor between my wife and me. We shall not disappoint the support of everyone involved. The term everyone referred to the other attendees of an earlier gathering who had collectively invested in urban commercial property, purchasing an entire street to rebuild post-chaos. Please, take a seat, Jennifer invited. In the parlor, the attendant served fragrant tea, with Zhang seated to one side while the couple occupied the opposite. Zhang began by expressing his gratitude, acknowledging that navigating the upper echelons of society was a game best played with guidance. Following some pleasantries, Nail extended an invitation. Mr. Zhang, would you care to join our equestrian organization, Club 25? We hold regular gatherings and offer commercial investment opportunities. Club 25 shared its name with a renowned racehorse, reputed to be valued at $7 million. Membership came with a prerequisite, as Jennifer had previously mentioned, to contribute to the cause of justice. Of course, it would be my honor, Zhang Jing readily agreed. His remarkable capabilities had already been established. Having such a distinguished individual join the club would undoubtedly benefit the Nail couple. It was a mutually advantageous arrangement. However, it remained uncertain whether the Nail couple's smiles were genuine or merely polite facades. Zhang Jing's smile was undoubtedly insincere, for he had previously invited Jennifer to Manor 1049, treating her with great respect as a friend. In contrast, today, he found himself merely a guest in their parlor. What did this signify? They scheduled the first event for club members on the Saturday of the 3rd week in July. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing took his leave. Nail, with a genial demeanor, offered, allow me to escort you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang did not decline, nor could he. At the entrance of the villa, beside a luxury sports car, Nail appeared hesitant, ultimately stating, Mr. Zhang, it would be prudent for you to dismiss that girl named Irina from WKL. Why? Zhang feigned ignorance. She performs quite well. No, Nail explained. She is from WKL, and with your extensive land acquisitions in her country, she may harbor feelings of resentment. I fear she could become a traitor. It was a valid point. One could empathize with Zhang's potential discontent if the roles were reversed. Zhang did not outright reject the notion, responding, Thank you for your warning. I shall consider it. After bidding farewell to Nail, Zhang Jing swiftly proceeded to visit Wenli. Arriving precisely at 10 o'clock a.m., although she was his second visitor of the day, his timing remained courteous. Goodbye, Wenli. He greeted her as she strolled in the backyard, now able to stand and walk. Thank you for the Buddha statue you gifted me, Wenli said slowly upon seeing Zhang. It has greatly improved my health. The statue in question was a modest 20 centimeters tall, concealed within an ironwood head of Buddha, inscribed with 4 lines of poetry by the Empress on a lotus pedestal. It had been presented to Wenli by Zhang before his departure from Manor 1032. Without dwelling on previous gifts, Zhang Jing swiftly shifted to the crux of the matter. I have acquired a piece of meteoric iron, which I estimate few can afford. Wenli's eyes sparkled with interest. Are you intending to sell it to me? Zhang nodded. Where is it? Wenli inquired with curiosity. Let me see. It is secured in a safe location, weighing over 10 tons, measuring approximately 3 meters by 5 meters by 2 meters. Li Xing, standing nearby, nearly stumbled. Wenli, equally astonished, exclaimed, how could such a large piece of meteoric iron exist? I have researched it, Zhang explained. It is likely the 5th or 6th largest iron meteorite in the world. It is certainly worth collecting. Wenli, intrigued, asked, do you accept barter? Indeed, Zhang responded affirmatively. For the exchange, I propose a building. Wenli spoke slowly, appearing fatigued. She gestured for Li Xing to approach. Li Xing, exhibiting high professional standards, stepped forward to present the details. It is located near the Hong Kong Gold Central and Wan Chai MTR stations, adjacent to the Hong Kong Police Headquarters and Convention Center. It overlooks Victoria Harbor and spans 138 square meters. The building consists of 26 stories, reaching a height of 95 meters, with a total floor area of 32,000 square meters and 110 underground parking spaces. Currently, it has an occupancy rate of 80, with an average monthly rent of 200 Hong Kong dollars per square meter, primarily leased to international automobile companies, insurance firms, and multinational corporations. Zhang, intrigued, inquired, what is its market price? 1 billion Hong Kong dollars, Li Xing replied. A billion seemed exorbitant. Converted, it amounted to less than 3 billion US dollars. However, the current real estate market was dismal, with prices plummeting and properties failing to sell. For instance, the splendid 1049 Manor, encompassing 23 acres, had received no offers. Rental prospects were similarly bleak. Zhang had a general understanding of the location Li Xing mentioned, which was excellent, yet an occupancy rate of only 80 indicated a sluggish market. While friendship and transactions could coexist, both Zhang and Wenli were adept at distinguishing between the two. Sensing the deal was unfavorable, Zhang politely declined. Li Xing looked to Wenli for direction. After pondering for 5 or 6 seconds, Wenli slowly articulated. The total cost for the 3 ships you commissioned is approximately 3 billion US dollars. You have already paid 286 million. The expenses can be balanced against the Bronze Dragon. Without hesitation, Zhang declined again. The Bronze Dragon held greater significance in his heart than the meteoric iron. Let us temporarily set aside the Bronze Dragon for negotiation, Zhang suggested. If we deduct 314 million from the building's value, I still owe the Su family 700 million for the ship's final payment. After sufficient contemplation, Wenli accepted the final arrangement. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang inquired about a lingering doubt. Once the ships are completed, are you not concerned that I may be unable to afford them? Payment must be settled before delivery. Wenli replied slowly. There will be no losses. Zhang, being from the south, had heard a humorous anecdote in the market about a store owner who had agreed to send goods to Indian clients with payment to follow in installments. It was a situation where the Indian clients would feel embarrassed not to honor their commitments. Wenli, however, was astutely aware of the realities. Even with Zhang, a familiar acquaintance, the principle remained. Payment must precede delivery. The meteoric iron was scheduled for delivery in Hong Kong in half a month, coinciding with the transfer of the building's ownership, with Wenli assuming responsibility for any associated transfer taxes. This involved numerous contracts. So Zhang summoned Zhou Manmiao and lawyer Shen Mingming for assistance. Wenli required no additional help as Li Xing was a capable assistant, adept at drafting contracts and knowledgeable about legal matters. Delegating the mundane tasks to his subordinates, Zhang joined Wenli for lunch. It is truly remarkable how the affluent approach their dining experiences, with meticulous attention to the temperature of the dishes and a prescribed pace for serving each course. The art of drinking is no less intricate, distinguishing between pre-meal and post-meal beverages, with the latter further categorized into white spirits and liqueurs. While such practices may seem cumbersome, they are ultimately rewarded with an abundance of exquisite and delectable food, accompanied by equally delightful libations. This leaves Zhang Jing with the impression that Wenli's home is akin to a veritable mountain of culinary delights and a flowing river of fine wines. Section 129. Does he like me? In the evening, Zhang Jing accompanied Zhou Manmiao back to the Clyde Hill community. Upon noticing Lindsay Moore's car parked outside Liang Jieshu's yard, he dropped her off and departed. As Zhou Ma Miao watched Zhang Jing's car fade into the distance, she remained in shock. Today she discovered that Zhang Jing was wealthier than she had ever imagined, staggeringly so, to the point of disbelief. He owned 3 custom-made technological vessels, totaling an astounding $3 billion US. Additionally, there was a building adjacent to Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong, valued at $27 billion US, comprising 32,000 square meters and standing 95 meters tall. Just these 2 possessions made her feel dwarfed. After standing in contemplation for a while, Zhou Ma Miao finally composed herself and entered the yard, knocking on the living room door. Is Brother Zhang busy with work at this late hour? Liang Jieshu inquired with concern. Zhou Ma Miao, feeling weary, nodded and replied, there are many contracts and agreements. He drove me back and has already returned. Liang Jieshu nodded knowingly. Aware that Lindsay was at home, Zhang Jing had to leave, as otherwise, it would lead to bickering or worse. Inside the living room, Lindsay Moore was in high spirits, sipping beer and swaying her slender waist. Upon seeing Zhou Ma Miao, she excitedly exclaimed, Darling, you won't believe what I experienced at the police station today. What? Zhou Ma Miao asked. Distracted. That Asian lawyer was incredibly effective. He managed to get the police to release me in just half a day. Quite impressive. The lawyer's fees must be exorbitant, right? Zhou Ma Miao queried. Upon mentioning the lawyer's fees, Lindsay's expression turned awkward. Zhang Jing hired the lawyer. I couldn't afford it. He even paid the 30,000 USD bail. Both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Ma Miao understood that Zhang Jing was willing to hire a lawyer and cover Lindsay's bail because he was concerned for them. Yet Lindsay, with a conflicted expression, asked, Do you think Zhang Jing likes me? Liang Jieshu and Zhou Ma Miao exchanged glances. To an outsider, this explanation seemed plausible. Yet, they wondered why he would spend so much money otherwise. But I don't have feelings for him, Lindsay mused aloud. I only like handsome guys or warm-hearted men. Although Zhang Jing is wealthy, he is not my type. Liang Jieshu and Zhou Ma Miao silently exchanged a relieved glance. It was a relief that there were no feelings involved. Unaware of their conversation, Zhang Jing returned to Manor 1049, retreating to the opulent master bedroom on the 3rd floor. The room was tastefully decorated, comprising a bedroom, study, walk-in closet, and bathroom, the latter featuring a large bathtub suitable for swimming. After addressing some iron meteorites, he needed to manage other unique items. With a thought, 85 gold bars appeared on the bed, each weighing a pound, totaling 85 pounds. Given their illicit nature, Zhang Jing was uncertain of their value. They were undoubtedly expensive, yet likely would not fetch their original worth. With less than $1 million USD in his bank account and a debt of $700 million US to Wan Li, Zhang Jing felt impoverished. As if he would squeeze oil from a mosquito, only to lick it afterward. Desiring to be an upright individual, he contemplated turning in the black gold but was hindered by his circumstances. Consequently, he stored the items in a secret silver space and gradually succumbed to sleep. The following day, he received a letter from the Bellevue Police Department regarding his involvement in a street gunfight in June, notifying him of the lifting of his travel ban from the United States. The police had yet to identify the assailants. All license plates we API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 130. 1,000 miles of warmth after bidding farewell to old Dai Jean. Ijizi made a phone call, and Nail arrived with No. 25 foot. As per their prior agreement, the thoroughbred No. 25 foot, valued at a staggering €1.7 million, was to be paired with General and Survivor to produce offspring, one for each family. Leaving the winery, Zhang Jing drove to the neighboring horse farm, where he happened to see Nail leading No. 25 foot down from the transport truck. Good morning, Mr. Nail, Zhang Jing greeted politely. Good morning. Nail responded, engaging in casual conversation. I heard you plan to relocate the horse farm to the 1049 estate. Is that true? It is true, Zhang Jing nodded. This place will soon transform into a vineyard or perhaps a winery. Nail smiled warmly. Mr. Zhang is a treasure hunter. What piques your interest in winemaking and horse breeding? Winemaking and horse breeding are merely means to provide employment verification and financial statements to the immigration office when my temporary green card expires in 2 years. Zhang Jing replied succinctly. The current situation has taken an unexpected turn, transforming fiction into reality. Entertainment, Zhang Jing added, after handing the horse over to the veterinarian. Nail and Zhang Jing walked side by side to the racetrack fence, surveying the 5-acre racing ground. Their conversation soon shifted back to Irina. Have you dismissed that WKL woman? Nail inquired. I cannot dismiss her, Zhang Jing replied gently. She manages my video account, consistently attracting 4,000 to 5,000 followers each month. Her work is impressive. That is a minor issue, Nail insisted. Perhaps someone else would do better. Beware of betrayal. Zhang Jing understood Nail's implications. If he were to dismiss Irina, Nail would then appear before her in a heroic manner, indirectly coercing her compliance. As for betrayal, Zhang Jing was not overly concerned. He and Irina shared a bond akin to the 3 strongest relationships in the world, having sat together as classmates for a brief month. Mr. Nail, Zhang Jing stated firmly. Irina is quite important to me. I cannot sever that connection. Seeing that Zhang Jing was resolute, Nail could only fall silent, mentally marking someone for exclusion and deciding to impose a consequence upon Zhang Jing. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, that evening he received 2 large boxes of weapons from old Daijin, resembling oversized suitcases. Inside were 3 guns, with the majority being auxiliary equipment. On the 6th day after receiving the weapons, Zhang Jing flew to South Korea. Upon landing in Seoul, he rested for 12 hours, and the next day rented a modern hatchback. In the morning, he enjoyed spicy cabbage in the Yunpyeong district, followed by spicy radish at noon in the Daebong district, and finished with spicy kelp in the northern part of the city in the evening. At night, he drove to the Giro district, finding a secluded spot to dispose of the weapon boxes. Communication was delicate. He could not use text messages or Facebook, as they would serve as evidence. Instead, he utilized a disposable email account that did not require real name verification to send the address to old Daijin. Upon receiving the address, old Daijin, residing nearby, arrived within 10 minutes to collect the 2 weapon boxes, along with the gold bars tucked inside. Daijin was astounded, realizing that Zhang Jing could truly deliver the weapons. This accomplishment required immense soft power. With the weapons in hand, old Daijin felt emboldened to embark on a grand endeavor. Zhang Jing did not stray far. His car was parked alongside many others. From a distance, he observed old Daijin and his companions retrieving the weapon boxes. Section 131. The malevolent capitalist gazing at the massive iron meteorite in the carriage. Li Xing was rendered speechless by astonishment. Here lay the ownership certificate for the Wanong building, leasing contracts for 37 companies, and details from the property management company. Li Xing handed a folder to Zhang Jing, stating that it had already been transferred to one of your shell companies, with all the documentation enclosed. Thank you. Zhang Jing replied, accepting the folder. Not at all. Li Xing congratulated him. I wish you joy in becoming a landlord in Hong Kong. Currently, the building only has 80% occupancy, generating monthly rental income of less than 30 million Hong Kong dollars. Zhang Jing had already calculated that the average internal rent was 1,200 Hong Kong dollars per square meter per month, with a total area of 32,000 square meters, leaving approximately 20% vacant, equating to around 30,072,000 Hong Kong dollars. Annually, this amounted to 368 million, after deducting management costs and taxes. A minimum profit of 320 million Hong Kong dollars could be anticipated, a staggering profit. Noticing Zhang Jing's buoyant mood, Li Xing remarked, the old lady encourages you to keep striving. Across the bay in Central, the towering 400-meter Guijin building collects annual rents of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars. Without prompting, Zhang Jing knew that if one stood at the shores of Victoria Bay, the striking 400-meter Guijin building would dominate the skyline. If Central is the heart of Hong Kong, then Guijin building is the epicenter. Its location, size, and height are unparalleled. Even the 95-meter Wantong building, situated near Victoria Bay, pales in comparison. Where is the Qinglong Shenlong now? Zhang Jing inquired. It is still in Hong Kong. In about 3 to 4 months, it will undergo a magnificent transformation. Should you decide to sell, consider the old lady first, came the reply. Zhang Jing shook his head, asserting that Qinglong Shenlong would not be sold. After a brief exchange, Zhang Jing took a taxi to the Wantong building. The structure, with its glass curtain wall, resembled an open textbook, blending into the backdrop of towering edifices. Yet, here in Hong Kong, the world's financial hub, real estate is precious. While office spaces in the heart of the Magic City rent for less than 500 per square meter, this building commanded a rate of 1,200. Without pretense or ostentation, Zhang Jing soon met the building's management head, a middle-aged man named Wang Hexian, with a prestigious university education and ample management experience. He led a team of 30 and had managed the Wanong building for 4 years, earning the tenants' admiration. Zhang Jing noted that the facilities were commendable, with orderly parking, clean surfaces, diligent housekeeping, and responsible security. Quite impressive. Having no further business, Zhang Jing boarded a flight that evening, transiting through Tokyo, and reached Tacoma International Airport 19 hours later. In the airport parking lot, after 9 days, his pickup truck remained. Returning to Manor 1049, he found the horse farm had relocated. Barbie had converted the 2,000 square meter banquet hall into a stable, a remarkable transformation. In the dead of night, Zhang Jing assumed the stable was deserted, only to discover Ruth reclining on a bench, sound asleep. It was mid-July, and Ruth's attire had become increasingly extravagant. Her low-cut t-shirt and shorts that barely exceeded her underwear made it hard to believe she was a veterinarian. Clever Bean lay at Ruth's feet, with a now much larger pangolin resting atop him, and a young black panther squeezed in beside them. The three animals appeared to be inseparable companions. Upon seeing his owner, Clever Bean wagged his tail but refrained from barking. Zhang Jing gently patted the dog's head, choosing not to disturb Ruth's rest, and greeted the trio, General, not dead yet, and Superstar, with warm embraces. A sleeping bag materialized in his hands, and he laid it at the stable door, quickly succumbing to sleep within 10 seconds. Having slumbered in deserts, forests, gold mines, haunted houses, hostels, and 5-star hotels, he found the stable to be the most reassuring, grounded, and comfortable of all. As dawn broke, Zhang Jing was roused by the sound of horses neighing, signaling Haifa's arrival for feeding. Noticing him, the 17-year-old Haifa apologized. "Boss, did I wake you?" "No worries," Zhang Jing replied, rising to assess her. "You seem to have gained some weight?" Haifa blushed. Once an illegal immigrant living in constant fear, she was now a refugee legally residing in Seattle, allowing her to relax and naturally put on some weight. "I'll manage my diet and strive to become an excellent jockey," she declared shyly. Zhang Jing, half joking, announced, "From today, your weekly salary is raised to 600. Work diligently." Haifa now considered herself a small fortune, with over 100,000 US dollars in her bank account, part of it from racehorse winnings and the rest from successful bets. Previously, her weekly salary had been a mere 200, the lowest in the entire racetrack and even throughout Seattle. Now, with her raise, she leaped joyfully. At that moment, the horse trainer, Igz, dressed in a white chiffon blouse and light denim jeans with smooth golden hair tied back, strode over confidently, handing Zhang Jing a resignation letter. Upon reading the letter, Zhang Jing was not surprised, as Igz was known for her self-serving nature. If a better opportunity arose, she would not hesitate to abandon the champion racetrack for greater fortunes. Yet he felt a pang of disappointment, tinged with reluctance. "Where do you plan to go?" he asked hoarsely after taking the letter. Igz tilted her head slightly, her blue eyes fixed on him. "What are you saying?" Zhang Jing blinked, momentarily lost, before hastily opening the resignation letter, only to find that it was Andy who was resigning. "Damn it," he muttered, startled. Andy's departure was not ideal, but fortunately, it was not Igz. Trainers were significantly more crucial than jockeys, and with Haifa still on the team, the racetrack would not falter. Setting aside the resignation letter, Zhang Jing curiously asked, "Did Andy leave because of your grandmother?" "He was poached by the owner of horse number 25, Igz replied with a smirk. "Didn't he see that coming, did you?" Zhang Jing felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He often criticized Igz for her materialistic tendencies, yet he was not much better, always treating Jennifer and her husband to lavish meals, unaware that they were undermining him. What went wrong? The answer was painfully evident. It was likely Nail's retaliation for Zhang Jing's refusal to dismiss Irina. Beautiful women can bring calamity, indeed. Igz quipped. "I just bought a yacht and am hosting a party on Friday evening. Will you join?" Originally, he had no plans, but now he found himself inclined to attend, concerned that Igz might be poached as well. Not wanting to disrupt Igz's work, Zhang Jing departed the stables and encountered the ambitious director, Marcus Raphael, and the housekeeper, Leah, at the entrance of the villa. Marcus remained characteristically distinct, thin as a rail, clad in a yellow top and bright red trousers, adorned with ear studs. "Good morning, boss," he greeted. "Good morning," Zhang Jing inquired. "How is the film progressing?" "We just wrapped filming the day before yesterday. It will take a month to edit, with a release planned for September, but no cinema is willing to screen it." Zhang Jing had never considered that a $200,000 film could make it to theaters. He suggested, "Upload it to YouTube for paid viewing. If it scores above 8.0, continue shooting new projects. If the ratings drop, take a break for a while." The pressure weighed heavily on Marcus Raphael as he bowed his head, accepting the directives of the malevolent capitalist. Section 132. Spinning like a torrent, Marcus departed ahead of schedule, and Zhang Jing turned to his housekeeper, Leah. "How do you find the filming experience?" After some time honing her craft, Leah had gradually come to enjoy acting, nodding affirmatively. "I appreciate such opportunities, but acting remains a hobby. My primary role is still as your housekeeper." Zhang Jing never imposed his will upon others. Leah was still in a phase of uncertainty, but he believed that with time, she might find clarity. "I've been away for 9 days. Has anything noteworthy occurred at the estate?" Zhang Jing inquired of the housekeeper. "Miss Lindsay Moore visited once, and a gentleman named Lu Zhubin from Korea also came looking for you." "Lindsay is inconsequential. She's merely a lunatic," he dismissed. Liu Zhubin was likely back in Korea mourning his father's untimely demise, completely at a loss as to why his father had fallen victim to gun violence. The winery was framed for producing subpar goods, and assassins had waylaid individuals on the street. In typical circumstances, one would seek revenge for grievances. But Zhang Jing held a different perspective. He believed in eradicating trouble at its roots to avoid collateral damage, targeting the significant threats rather than the inconsequential ones. The key was to remain inconspicuous. Even Liu Zhubin himself would not suspect Zhang Jing. As for Liu Zhubin, patience was paramount. Revenge had to be executed meticulously while ensuring one's own safety. After parting ways with Leia, Zhang Jing dialed Barbie, instructing her to list 2 gold mining properties in Montana for sale. He then contacted Dylan, requesting the transfer of the study from the haunted house to Estate 1049. With no other pressing matters, Zhang Jing called Ida Sherming to arrange a midday meeting over drinks, hoping to glean any quick money-making schemes he might have. Outwardly, Zhang Jing appeared prosperous, yet his pockets were nearly empty, burdened by a shipbuilding debt of 700 million USD. The urgency to generate income was palpable. The call went unanswered until it was automatically disconnected. Were Zhang Jing blessed with a vision beyond the ordinary, he would have seen Ida Sherming soundly asleep amidst a throng of women. Next, Zhang Jing reached out to the portly Kangxi, who answered promptly. "What have you been up to lately, my friend?" Zhang Jing inquired politely. "Last week, I acquired a property from the bank," Kangxi explained, "and I'm currently undertaking minor renovations." "I'm on the verge of financial despair," Zhang Jing lamented. "Is there any way to earn quick money?" This morning's news reported a 17-ton meteorite discovered in Hong Kong. If one could locate a piece, it would suffice for a lifetime, Kangxi suggested. However, the chances of replicating such a find are exceedingly slim, Zhang Jing countered. "Do you have any more reliable methods?" Sensing Zhang Jing's urgency, Kangxi asked with concern, "You haven't fallen into gambling debt, have you?" "No," Zhang Jing clarified. "Winemaking is exceptionally costly, and maintaining Estate 1049 is far from inexpensive. If it becomes unbearable, you could consider a loan," Kangxi advised over the phone. "Or perhaps sell off some assets at a discount." Zhang Jing had initially contemplated selling Estate 1049, but alas, there were no offers. With rising interest rates, even the affluent preferred to deposit their money in banks rather than invest in properties. Fortunately, the location of Estate 1049 was advantageous, and with the racetrack relocating nearby, Zhang Jing found comfort in residing there. However, the estate's numerous structures conjured an air reminiscent of a haunted house. The estate encompassed a vast 23 acres, featuring 58 bedrooms, 43 bathrooms, 15 half-baths, 3 air raid shelters, 3 tennis courts, 2 golf courses, 1 indoor basketball court, a garage, and various storage rooms. The grand banquet hall spanned 2,000 square feet. The first floor of the banquet hall had been converted into a stable, while the second floor now served as staff quarters. Built in 1935, the estate was likely owned by someone with many children. Zhang Jing contemplated whether he should demolish some of the structures. With only one of the 2 main villas occupied, was it sensible to keep the other merely for ghosts? The 3 spire towers bore a resemblance to a medieval castle. Perhaps retaining one as a novelty while dismantling the other 2 would be prudent. An ancient proverb states, "A small house with many inhabitants is inauspicious. A large house with few occupants is equally so." There must be wisdom in that assertion. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Jing vowed that once he acquired sufficient wealth, he would refurbish Estate 1049, ideally installing a state-of-the-art security system akin to that of Estate 1032 and hiring professional chefs. As if sensing Zhang Jing's fervent desire for wealth, an unfamiliar call came through. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I am Guo Liang, head of the Guo Group's micromotor investment department in Hong Kong. Are you willing to sell the Wantong building?" This inquiry arrived swiftly and unexpectedly. Zhang Jing considered the building's value, approximately 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, yielding an annual rental income of 320 million Hong Kong dollars, with a return rate of 3.2. The profit margin was not particularly high. Saving in the bank seemed more favorable. It was essential to note that Zhang Jing was a treasure seeker, not a landlord. Should the price be right, he would certainly consider selling, including the Montana gold mining properties. "What price can you offer?" Zhang Jing asked Guo Liang over the phone. 95 billion Hong Kong dollars. Came the reply. 105 billion net. Would that be excessive? Zhang Jing probed. "Deal. I am outside Estate 1049, Guo Liang affirmed. Soon after, Zhang Jing met Guo Liang, who presented himself as a dashing, refined gentleman, standing over 6 feet tall. The sight was enough to leave young women breathless. Once in the reception area, Leia served coffee and discreetly exited. Zhang Jing, intrigued, asked Guo Liang, "How did you come to know that the Wantong building is under my name?" On the day of the transfer, many, including the Guo Group, We're already aware of the ownership change. We only approached you now after careful consideration, Guo Liang elucidated. Zhang Jing understood. The buyer was wary of risks, concerned about the investment turning sour. With mutual interests, Zhang Jing summoned Zhou Man Miao and Barbie to draft a contract, clearly delineating the payment methods for signatures. The transaction unfolded swiftly. Zhang Jing received a deposit of 1/5 of the total price, and then entrusted Zhou Man Miao and Barbie to fly to Hong Kong to handle the transfer on his behalf. 25 hours later, he received the remaining 4/5, signifying the completion of the transfer. Calculating at the current exchange rate, his $13.38 billion USD equated to Hong Kong dollars, an amount he had never possessed before, prompting him to worry that the bank might abscond with his fortune. With that thought in mind, Zhang Jing immediately contacted Su Jiao, transferring 700 million USD to settle the shipbuilding debt. With 538 million USD remaining, he instructed Barbie to place orders with several large silver mines in Longwo for the purchase of 896 tons of silver. The first consumption of 2 tons of silver yielded a 1 by 1 by 1 meter secret silver space. The second consumption of 4 tons expanded the secret silver space to 2 by 2 by 2 meters. This process continued with further consumptions of 8 tons, 16 tons, 32 tons, and 64 tons, resulting in a current secret silver space of 6 by 6 by 6 meters. Following this, the consumption of 128 tons, 256 tons, and 512 tons would culminate in the total of 896 tons, successfully enlarging the secret silver space to 9 by 9 by 9 meters. Due to fluctuations in exchange rates and silver prices, the current market price for silver stood at 570,000 USD per ton, totaling 5.1 billion USD for 896 tons. In the wake of this series of transactions, Zhang Jing's 13.38 billion USD dwindled to a mere 28 million USD in equivalent Hong Kong dollars. On the phone, Barbie, sounding exasperated, reminded him, "Boss, last year, the total silver production worldwide was only 23,000 tons. Our bulk order may drive prices up. It's merely 1/25." Zhang Jing replied dismissively, "This matter is not urgent. Take your time. Start with 128 tons, then proceed to 256 tons. Directly liaising with the mines might yield better prices." "Boss," Barbie inquired, voicing her curiosity, "what is the purpose of acquiring such vast quantities of silver?" "Do more and speak less. Your weekly salary will increase by 100 USD, Zhang Jing retorted. He recalled promising 1 year prior to raise Barbie's salary by 100 each week in the following year. "You are the boss. Your word is law," Barbie conceded. "I shall get to work immediately." Section 133. Edward's treasure, a sum of 28 million remains at Zhang Jing's disposal, as long as he avoids reckless behavior and gambling. This fortune, equivalent to a considerable amount in Hong Kong currency, should suffice for his lavish indulgences for a long time. The first matter at hand was to summon his butler, Leia. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Leia inquired, her voice calm and melodious. "I require the recruitment of a Sichuan chef, a Cantonese chef, a Western cuisine chef, a French chef, a pastry chef, and a dessert chef. 6 individuals should adequately satisfy my culinary cravings, correct?" Leia silently admired Zhang Jing's wealth, acknowledging that her team would soon expand. Furthermore, Zhang Jing continued, "The estate possesses an excess of residences. We need to demolish a portion. Please engage a designer to undertake this task and ensure the estate is streamlined and functional." Leia assented once more. The second matter required Zhang Jing to drive his black Lamborghini to Clyde Community, where he sought out Liang Jieshu. Like a refined lady from a scholarly lineage of the Republic of China, Liang Jieshu possessed fair skin, a statuesque figure, large expressive eyes, and a delicate visage. Exuding an impressive aura, gently embracing the goddess, Zhang Jing extended an invitation. "Aegis is hosting a soiree on her yacht this evening. Would you care to join me?" Liang Jieshu, familiar with Aegis and favorably impressed, knew her prowess in horsemanship as well as her classic Western beauty, blonde hair, fair skin, and an enviable figure. "Has she invited anyone else from the stables?" Liang Jieshu inquired. Zhang Jing shook his head. "I cannot attend," Liang Jieshu analyzed. "My presence would place her in an awkward position. Why then do you wish to bring me along?" She countered. "Because I like you," Zhang Jing replied. Liang Jieshu's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently pushed him away. "Brother Zhang, it would be best if you attended the party alone. I shall await your return at home." After departing Clyde Mountain, Zhang Jing stopped at a Target store to purchase 2 bottles of champagne. He then carefully timed his arrival at the Pike Market Yacht Dock by 5 o'clock that evening. Aegis's yacht was moored there. "There." Aegis waved to him from the bow of one of the vessels. As he approached, Zhang Jing observed that Aegis's yacht was approximately 25 to 26 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width, resplendent in white, and quite aesthetically pleasing. "Your gift." Zhang Jing presented the champagne upon boarding the yacht. Accepting the gift, Aegis expressed her gratitude. We shall set sail for some fun and return by tomorrow morning. In July, the daytime temperature hovered around 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, while the night dipped to only 13 to 14 degrees. Wasn't it rather chilly to be out at sea? Despite this thought, Zhang Jing did not decline, intrigued by the nature of Aegis's party. Who else is joining us? He inquired. 3 friends of mine. They are in the cockpit, Aegis replied. As she spoke, she disembarked, untied the mooring ropes, and retracted the gangway, allowing the yacht to glide away from the dock. Once inside the cabin, the temperature was significantly warmer. Zhang Jing removed his jacket to reveal a gray t-shirt underneath. Aegis walked over to the sofa, removed her light sundress, revealing a black bikini beneath, and turned to Zhang Jing. There is a small heated pool on the foredeck, if you wish to take a dip. You may change into something suitable. I did not bring swim trunks, he replied. On the streets of Seattle, it was common to see women in form-fitting skirts and crop tops during the day, but bikinis were a rarity. At night, however, one might encounter bikini-clad women in high heels, enticing passers-by. Thus, Aegis's attire did not astonish Zhang Jing. He had seen it all before. Of course, Aegis's physique was unparalleled. Her curves were sumptuous, her skin radiant, and she embodied a high level of sophistication. I have prepared some for you. On the lounge chair beside the pool, find a room to change. I will check on the cockpit, and, once we reach our destination, we shall commence dinner. Aegis instructed casually. Following her directions, Zhang Jing made his way to the foredeck, where, as Aegis had described, a small heated pool awaited, measuring approximately 3.5 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Under the setting sun, a handsome Caucasian man reclined comfortably within. Hello, Zhang Jing greeted the man in the pool. I'm Zhang Jing. Have we met before? They had never crossed paths, but Zhang Jing sought to bridge the gap. I'm Keelan's, the man waved back. I once watched the General Land Can't Die at St. Foy stables. They were fantastic, but I lost a considerable amount of money. Zhang Jing felt a twinge of awkwardness. Managing a polite smile as he picked up the dry swim trunks resting on the adjacent lounge chair. With no one around, he quickly changed and stepped into the pool. The water temperature was pleasantly warm, around 30 degrees. Zhang Jing moved with natural ease, leaving Keelan's astounded. I heard that Asians are typically reserved. Why are you the exception? One becomes like those one associates with. Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly, relishing the warm water. Unbeknownst to him, while he was shielded from view, the yacht's cockpit, situated on the second level, allowed the other 3 guests to observe him clearly. Aegis, didn't you say he was quite conservative? One of the women, an equal to Aegis in allure, asked in surprise. Why is he so different from what you described? Aegis was equally taken aback, realizing the magnitude of Zhang Jing's fortune. Regaining her composure, Aegis remarked, I've already lured him here. The rest is up to you to seize the opportunity. Zhang Jing was not merely an estate owner and horse farm proprietor. He also owned a winery. These 3 aspects alone rendered him irresistibly appealing. Unable to resist the temptation, Aegis agreed to entertain 2 of her friends. Half an hour later, the yacht arrived at a secluded camping area across from Seattle Bay, dropping anchor 20 meters from the beach. It was then that Zhang Jing encountered the other 2 companions, who appeared to be replicas of Aegis in beauty, with minimal differences among them. All possessed fair skin, golden hair, perfect physiques, and lustrous skin. Krista, Angeli, Aegis introduced them. This is Zhang Jing. Due to his difficulty in recognizing faces, compounded by their similar appearances, Zhang Jing mentally noted the distinctions. Krista had fuller lips and donned a patriotic bikini, while Angeli sported thinner lips and a Mickey Mouse bikini. Hi, Krista greeted with a charming smile, extending her hand toward Zhang Jing. I've watched every match of Can't Die in the General. Krista was exceedingly courteous, her smile genuine. Zhang Jing shook her hand, replying, Thank you. Is there a chance I might see them again? Krista inquired eagerly. That is easily arranged, Zhang Jing generously invited. You are welcome to visit Manor 1049. His invitation, though initially a mere formality, was taken to heart by Krista. I heard you are a treasure hunter? Angeli, clad in her Mickey Mouse bikini, expressed her intrigue. I too have a passion for treasure hunting. It is said that Edward Teach treasure is hidden in Lake Champlain. While the Great Lakes are well known, few are aware of the 6th largest lake, Lake Champlain, situated on the border between New York and Vermont, stretching approximately 172 kilometers in length, averaging 22 kilometers in width. With a maximum depth of 122 meters, a splendid sanctuary. Edward Teach, notorious in the mid-18th century as a formidable pirate in North America, inspired many cinematic characters. The term Edward Teach treasure is a popular search online, as the chaos of war and turmoil led to his infamous reputation for greed and ruthlessness, resulting in numerous stolen riches that ultimately vanished. Zhang Jing, unable to suppress his excitement, licked his lips, expressing a particular fondness for golden and white treasures. Section 134. The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger. After a brief introduction, dinner commenced. The yacht was equipped with a well-appointed kitchenette, and the main course consisted of roasted beef and a vegetable salad. The beef was merely ordinary marbled beef, not of exceptional quality. Yet it was evident that Aegis had taken great care in selecting the ingredients. The vegetable salad was a medley of various vegetables, lightly dressed with a mildly sweet cream. The beverages served were whiskey and Riesling. Amidst the pulsating music, Aegis presented a bottle of 40-degree whiskey to Zhang Jing, ensuring each person had their own. Given the previous attack on the road, Zhang Jing hesitated to indulge, but he recognized that abstaining would render him socially awkward. An idea sparked in his mind. He accepted the bottle, tilted it back, and took a generous swig, seemingly drinking it, while in reality, he secretly stored it in his mithril space. Good whiskey, Zhang Jing exclaimed, tipping the bottle back again. Clad in a floral bikini, Krista raised her bottle to clink with Zhang Jing's, her voice sultry as she remarked, "You look quite handsome while drinking. I adore men who can hold their liquor." Not to be outdone, Angeli, donning a Mickey Mouse bikini with slightly thinner lips, chimed in, clinking her bottle with Zhang Jing's, exclaiming, "Cheers." Zhang Jing, fully aware of the chaos that money could bring, recognized that this was innocent and certainly not a flaw. It was simply human nature, akin to a man's attraction to youthful beauty and long legs, such as the essence of societal evolution. Moreover, due to differing upbringings, Krista and Angeli were not only devoid of subtlety, but also refreshingly direct. Ding Jiechi had repeatedly cautioned against consuming drinks from strangers or accepting food from unknown individuals, advising against mingling with acquaintances at parties. Regardless, such reckless behavior often led to dire consequences, resulting in a foggy memory and an aversion to future gatherings. This warning applied universally, encompassing both men and women, for even the most muscular of men were not immune to peril. Initially, Zhang Jing dismissed Ding Jiechi's warnings as alarmist. But having personally fallen prey to such a pitfall, he was fortunate it was merely Zhou Man Miao involved. Had it been a man, he shuddered at the thought. Returning to the present, Zhang Jing clinked bottles with Angeli. Meanwhile, Kaloons was equally attentive to Aegis, his intentions quite apparent as he attempted to intoxicate her. Clearly underestimating her resilience, he continued pouring drink after drink, yet she remained steadfast. An hour later, with the exception of Zhang Jing, who was still upright, everyone else lay scattered across the floor and sofas. Should Zhang Jing harbor ill intentions, this would be the prime moment to take advantage. Neither women nor men would be spared. However, Zhang Jing felt a sense of reverence. A visceral fear rooted in statistics indicating that the likelihood of contracting AIDS abroad was approximately 15 times greater than in one's homeland. For instance, a renowned female author who ventured abroad decades ago fell victim to such a fate. That was 70 years prior, and now the thought was even more daunting. Turning off the music, Zhang Jing approached the sofa, seizing Angeli by the ankle and dragging her onto the floor. He reclined beside her, crossing his legs, intending to rest. His mind wandered to the treasure of Edward Teach, and he slowly succumbed to darkness until an unusual noise jolted him back to reality. Looking towards the source of the sound, he spotted a harpoon moving slowly outside the cabin door. The harpoon could not move of its own accord. It was evident that Section 135 Burlington. Upon disembarking, Zhang Jing drove 16 kilometers back to the 1049 Manor, where he encountered a young African-American woman named Eudoxia Yao at the villa's entrance. She was facing away, unloading boxes of books from a pickup truck, while softly singing Michael Jackson's Beat It. Eudoxia, who had previously worked as a cleaner, was well endowed, though not conventionally beautiful, presenting a rather solid appearance. Her resilience was evident. Yet her past struggles with credit card debt and incarceration had rendered her unable to secure stable employment. After listening quietly for a moment, Zhang Jing realized for the first time today that Eudoxia had a commendable singing voice. At that moment, Dylan emerged from the house and greeted Zhang Jing with a cheerful "Good morning, boss." Zhang Jing replied, "Good morning. Be careful not to damage anything, and remember, no women are allowed in this study." Dylan nodded submissively, acknowledging the instruction. Having been unaware of Zhang Jing's presence until now, Eudoxia quickly chimed in, "Good morning, boss." Zhang Jing engaged her in conversation, expressing his fondness for Jackson's music and praising her performance. Flattered by the compliment, Eudoxia eagerly offered, "If you like, I can sing another song." Zhang Jing, however, had Edward Teach treasure on his mind and replied, "Next time, after I return from Burlington." In the living room, Zhang Jing handed a pen and a magazine to Dylan, inquiring, "Have you ever heard of Edward Teach treasure?" Dylan shook his head in confusion. "Then search for it. There is plenty of information online. Jot down some key points in this magazine." Dylan complied, and, after searching on his phone, discovered a wealth of information. Determined to fulfill Zhang Jing's request, he meticulously extracted over 3,000 words of vital details. As he flipped through the magazine, a notification from his golden finger device appeared. You have obtained a fragment of a treasure hunting clue, now recorded. The host needs to gather more information to supplement the incomplete clue to acquire the precise treasure hunting location. Upon opening the recorded clue, the details unfolded. Dylan, Edward Teach, born in 1720 in Bristol, England, lived during a period of turmoil, during which the English government tacitly permitted armed merchant ships to attack and rob passing foreign vessels. Young Teach served as a sailor on such a ship. In 1750, when the English Queen ordered the cessation of attacks on merchant ships, Teach found his way to the Americas, embarking on his pirate career. It is said that shortly after establishing his own crew, he drank with several notorious pirates. Discussing their aspirations, some pirates expressed desires to amass wealth and retire to South American colonies, while others aimed to bribe governors in North America for prestigious positions. However, Teach declared his ambition was to become the most renowned pirate in history. Although this dream seemed ludicrous to others, he progressively turned it into reality. Whenever he encountered prey on the high seas, he relentlessly pursued his ambition, engaging in bloody plundering after Teach's death. The treasure he buried became the target of many searches, yet it remained elusive. Captains of merchant ships he had plundered knew he must have hidden a vast fortune, but its location remained a mystery. Indeed, the search for Edward Teach's treasure began immediately after his demise. When Teach died, the Navy searched his ship and found only 145 bags of cocoa beans, 11 barrels of wine, 1 barrel of indigo, and 1 sack of cotton, with no gold or jewels in sight. From that moment, countless tales emerged regarding the whereabouts of Teach's missing treasure, prompting treasure hunters to seek out any items or locations associated with him. Years later, it became apparent that Teach was exceedingly cunning. He left no hints or clues, let alone a treasure map. Moreover, shortly before his death, he proclaimed that only the devil and he himself knew the location of his hidden treasure. 27 years ago, after the flagship of Teach's pirate fleet, the Queen Anne's Revenge, sank over 2 centuries ago, a diver finally located its remains. Situated 200 meters off the coast of North Carolina, eager individuals flocked to the site, hoping to unearth a fortune, yet this desire remained unfulfilled, its realization uncertain. Rumors also suggested that Teach's treasure lay within Lake Champlain, though the origin of this claim has long been lost to time after reviewing the information. Zhang Jing gave Dylan a thumbs up. Over 3,000 words. You wrote nonstop for over 4 hours. Impressive. I need to step out for a while, Zhang Jing instructed Dylan. Assist Barbie in managing the horse ranch and winery. If any issues arise, refrain from calling me. We will discuss them upon my return. Dylan acknowledged with a nod. As Zhang Jing was about to leave, he was intercepted by Igz at the manor's entrance. Her newly purchased black Maserati blocked his pickup truck. With a subtle smile, Igz said, Krista and Angeli have asked me to help arrange a meeting with you. Zhang Jing remained seated in the driver's seat, expressing his disinterest. I do not wish to marry. Let them enjoy a period of indulgence. We can discuss it when I return. I have to leave for a while. Where to? Igz inquired with curiosity. To seek Edward Teach's treasure. Igz was momentarily speechless. Do you truly believe in that? It is merely a rumor. Perhaps it is but an illusion. Zhang Jing replied lightly. I have the means, so there is no pressure. I will consider it a journey. Thank you for last night. You saved us, Igz expressed sincerely. You are braver than I imagined, and more exceptional. The word exceptional was laced with irony, subtly mocking Zhang Jing for having done nothing, as he had been the only sober person at the time, with the opportunity to act freely. After a brief conversation, Zhang Jing took some Smarties and drove to Clyde Mountain, where only Liang Jieshu was home. He shared lunch with her, and in the afternoon, the atmosphere was tranquil. Had Zhou Wanmiao been present, the scene could have been described as a tempest. With only Liang Jieshu, however, it was a different ambience, akin to gentle rain nourishing the earth. By evening, they arrived at the airport, landing in Burlington in the late hours. Burlington is the largest city in Vermont, akin to the northeastern provinces of Longhua, with a population of less than 45,000, situated on the eastern shore of Lake Champlain. To the south, 400 kilometers away, lies the United States' largest city, New York, home to over 8.6 million residents. After resting for a night at an airport hotel, Zhang Jing purchased a green 3-wheeled motorcycle, the kind reminiscent of World War II, and wandered about the city. With a population of under 45,000, the city center was compact, lacking skyscrapers and primarily consisting of multi-story buildings with reddish-brown exteriors. The area had a significant elderly population and numerous restaurants. while the yachts at the lakeside dock were mostly modest in size. Overall, it evoked a sense of desolation, decay, tranquility, and a sunset's gentle embrace. Section 136. Asset sale. Passing by a quaint CAF at the corner, where tables were set outside, a few patrons were leisurely engaged in conversation. Zhang Jing parked his motorcycle by the roadside and, accompanied by Smart Bean, settled at an empty table, intending to address his breakfast needs. A waiter approached for orders, and Zhang Jing requested only 2 items, a mocha and a slice of pizza, along with 3 pieces of steak. The mocha exuded a rich aroma of chocolate balanced by a creamy texture, devoid of excessive bitterness, making it quite delightful. The pizza was also palatable, filled with salami, green chilies, cherry tomatoes, and cream. The steak, however, was rather unremarkable, chewy in texture. He kept 1 piece for himself and offered 2 to Smart Bean. As he enjoyed his meal, a rather unremarkable young man, cradling a blue accordion and dressed in a brown coat, approached. He paused beside the CAF entrance, tossed his hat to the ground, and began to play You Will Never Walk Alone, the anthem of Liverpool Football Club. Although he played only the melody, Zhang Jing could discern a profound emotion in it, embodying a philosophy of enduring hope and faith amidst adversity, and striving to remember the struggles during times of prosperity. After finishing breakfast and settling the bill, leaving a generous tip of 5 yuan, Zhang Jing stood before the young man. The man appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, standing at 1.7 meters tall, slender in build, with a face that bore an unfortunate resemblance to a crumpled newspaper, somewhat reminiscent of a steam bun. A closer inspection revealed that his brown coat was worn and had holes under the armpits, all indicating that his art did not afford him a comfortable living. Reaching into his pocket, Zhang Jing retrieved a 100 yuan note and gently placed it into the man's hat. The young man, surprised by the generous donation, bowed deeply in gratitude. You play quite well, Zhang Jing complimented. It's very pleasing to the ear. Thank you, the man replied. Well, what would you like to hear next? I can play for you. Zhang Jing waved his hand, indicating he did not wish to continue, and subsequently departed on his tricycle motorcycle, heading to a supermarket to procure a tent, food, tools, inflatable kayak, and other essentials, planning to circle around the lake. In truth, all these items were already available in his secret space, but he chose to purchase them again to maintain a facade of reasonableness. Much like one who wishes to conceal their age, a long-lived individual must engage in various disguises. Zhang Jing, too, sought to render his actions as rational as possible. After leaving the supermarket and returning to the parking lot, Zhang Jing's expression darkened upon noticing someone amusing Smart Bean. The dog, tied to the motorcycle, was Waggy. Section 137. The album with tumultuous emotions concealed beneath a stoic facade. Zhang Jing set down the album and meticulously surveyed the house from top to bottom before finally approaching the cellar. Could you provide me with details about this residence? The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, not anticipating the formidable presence of his first client. Considering the affluence often associated with Asians, he quickly nodded. This house has been inhabited by my parents, and I grew up here. I left after high school. Zhang Jing patiently endured the lengthy preamble. The house itself boasts a history of over 200 years, having undergone various expansions and renovations by successive owners, which has kept it in excellent condition. The main structure encompasses an area of 260 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. Additionally, there are 2 garages, a sauna at the rear, and a bomb shelter. The exterior and roof were recently restored, and the water filtration system is new. The house is equipped for winter heating, using either wood or electricity. Surrounding the property are 7 acres of woodland, adjacent to Shangpu Lake, though access requires the construction of steps. As the man continued his elaborate description, Zhang Jing feigned attentive interest. Once the monologue concluded, he cut to the chase. What is the asking price? The seller, parched from his extensive explanation, contemplated. We originally intended to sell the house and land for 700,000 yuan, and if you do not negotiate, all furnishings will be included. Zhang Jing was uncertain whether this price was exorbitant, but it felt steep. The primary concern was its distance from the city, 60 kilometers away, with a population of merely 45,000, evoking a sense of profound loneliness in such a remote locale. As for the 7 acres of woodland, its value was negligible, perhaps 20,000 yuan at most. Feigning contemplation for several seconds, Zhang Jing extended his hand, insincerely stating, I relish solitude. Barbie was acquiring silver in Xiangjiang, and over the next 2 days, Zhang Jing personally managed the transfer of ownership. Upon returning to the well-preserved stone house, which now entirely belonged to him, he felt no particular attachment to the structure and proceeded directly to the spacious backyard, where the sauna was located. The sauna was divided into 2 sections. the latter being the entrance to the bomb shelter. After pushing open the door, a staircase descended before him. Producing a flashlight, Zhang Jing ventured into the depths, followed closely by his companion, the intelligent being. Approximately 5 meters down, they arrived at the bomb shelter, which was reasonably sized, around 20 square meters. The moment of truth arrived. Aside from some wooden shelves and due section 138, the catacomb space as the sun ascended high in the sky. Zhang Jing finally found the time to open the album that had instigated a bloody incident. It contained no confidential material, merely gruesome photographs of American soldiers scalping indigenous people, 52 images in total, preserved well and relatively clear. It puzzled him why a man and a woman, aware of the album's contents, had not sought to purchase it from the original owner beforehand. Unable to fathom the story behind it, Zhang Jing contemplated how he might sell the album at a good price, a sentiment encapsulated in the phrase, "What is poison to me may be honey to others." To Zhang Jing, it was merely an ordinary album, while for someone in need, it was priceless. Smart Bean barked once, indicating hunger. Apologizing, Zhang Jing retrieved 2 feeding bowls for it, one filled with fresh water and the other with steak. After breakfast, he returned to the air-raid shelter in the backyard, where his intuition suggested there were clues to be found. What could these clues be? The interior of the shelter had already been emptied and cleaned, and given the presence of his intuition, he could ascertain that there were no traps. Another morning slipped away, and in his frustration at the lack of leads, he considered detonating the shelter in a fit of rage. On a whim, he remembered the 3 AA-12 shotguns in his backpack, reputed to be the most formidable handheld firearms on Earth, with each bullet functioning as a miniature grenade. Within his storage, he also had 3 types of compatible ammunition: armor-piercing steel core rounds, high-explosive rounds, and incendiary rounds, each shaped like thick crayons, with 500 of each type on hand. Untouched until now, he left behind 100 high-explosive rounds and 100 incendiary rounds, and just as he was about to return to the entrance to detonate them, someone rang the doorbell from outside. Hastily concealing all the ammunition, Zhang Jing approached the front door once more. "Is there something you need?" he inquired from behind the gate. Addressing 2 white male police officers. "Where is Mr. Brad?" one of the officers asked. "I am the new owner," Zhang Jing reminded them. "We received a report about a young couple that has gone missing," inquired the portly officer. "You are the only residents within a few kilometers. Have you seen them?" "No." Zhang Jing shook his head in denial. Upon opening the door, the previously silent slim officer suddenly demanded, "We need to come in and search." Zhang Jing was unperturbed, gazing at the slim officer through the gate. "Do you have a search warrant?" Not a chance, he thought. Recognizing the officer's attempt to intimidate, some individuals were easily frightened. And a mere bluff could yield results. If it succeeded, it would be a win, and if not, there would be no loss. After a fruitless exchange, the 2 officers departed. Watching the police car drive away, Zhang Jing returned to the backyard, laying out the high explosive and incendiary rounds within the shelter. Unable to uncover any clues, he resolved to try an explosion instead. He placed a bucket of gasoline next to the ammunition, using an oil-soaked cloth as a fuse. After igniting it, Zhang Jing sprinted to the front yard to take cover, followed by a dull explosion. Upon returning to the backyard, he was greeted by flames erupting from the shelter's entrance, making it impossible to approach. After waiting an hour for the temperature to cool, Zhang Jing stood at the entrance of the shelter and astonishingly felt wind. His heart raced, blood surged with excitement, and he descended slowly, soon witnessing the aftermath of the explosion. The center of the shelter had formed a web-like pattern, with cracks sprawling in every direction. Wind whistled through the fissures, creating an impression that a more significant collapse could occur at any moment. Now, all that remained was a final push. Zhang Jing stepped back 4 or 5 paces and fired steel core rounds from the AA-12 into the ground of the shelter. The earth shattered like broken glass, revealing a bottomless chasm. The shelter measured approximately 20 square meters, with an entrance of about 15 square meters. The depth was unfathomable, and a strong wind blew from below. He tossed a spotlight flashlight into the void. It fell freely, colliding with something after several seconds, producing an echo, and the light extinguished. Unwilling to accept the darkness, he repeated the process with a second and third flashlight, each yielding the same result. Returning to the surface, Zhang Jing grabbed a stone and tossed it in, eliciting a more substantial echo, accompanied by the sound of water. Should he descend? The answer was affirmative, yet Zhang Jing recognized the need for assistance. Should a lunatic enter and sever the safety rope from above, it would spell disaster. He called upon his companions, Di Long, Jamie, Fei Lai, Irina, Milika, Liang Jieshu, and Zhou Mamiao. The following day, the 7 arrived, driving 2 pickups loaded with an array of exploration supplies from Burlington. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, They promptly began preparations to explore the catacombs. First, they secured a safety rope and lowered 10 powerful flashlights, illuminating the catacomb as if it were daylight. Simultaneously, they lowered 5 cameras to capture images from various angles. Each safety rope was 100 meters long and about the thickness of chopsticks. Composed of nylon on the outside and a steel core within, capable of bearing a load of 1,000 kilograms. The 2 ropes descended together, reaching an obstacle after about 40 to 50 meters. This time, they could see clearly. Directly beneath the catacomb stood a robust stalagmite, towering high. Should someone fall, there was a high likelihood of impalement. The flashlights and cameras were pulled up, and the 8 began to analyze the footage. Initially, there was little of interest. But upon reaching the stalagmite, they observed another expansive space below, seemingly vast, with the flashlight beams failing to reach the end, fading into darkness further away. The stalagmite itself was submerged in water, appearing to have formed naturally after the catacombs' collapse. The unknown was the most terrifying aspect, and with this newfound knowledge, Zhang Jing's fear diminished significantly. "Boss, let me go down first," offered the Chinese-American Fei Lai, eager to take the lead. Zhang Jing shook his head. "No risks. We must proceed step by step. Let's set up the ladder and safety net for a secure descent." Everyone agreed, and they proceeded to procure new supplies: welding machines, steel bars, cutting machines, large expansion screws, drilling machines, more food, blankets, and other essentials for a prolonged operation. Long, Jamie, and Fei Lai took turns descending to drill holes into the catacomb walls, using 2 20-centimeter-long expansion screws to secure a platform. They also installed a semicircular protective barrier with a diameter of 60 centimeters. Importantly, while Long, Jamie, and Fei Lai worked in the catacomb, they were required to be secured with at least 3 safety ropes, with a safety net below. The kind of scenario where a safety rope would snap and lead to a fatal fall, as seen in movies, was simply not plausible. It was not that foolish. Though Zhang Jing often embraced risk, he loathed unnecessary danger. In situations that could be controlled and prevented, safety would be pursued to the utmost. Even if Long wished to fall, success was impossible. There was plenty of time. They took their time drilling holes and installing the ladder, much like a telecommunications tower that extended downward. With more hands, the workload was manageable. The men handled the heavy lifting while the women prepared food and procured supplies. After 4 days, the safety ladder was finally installed to the bottom of the underground chamber. However, the final step of the ladder remained 7 to 8 meters from the stalagmite's top. Adhering to their principle of maximizing safety, they first constructed an iron ladder on the surface, then slowly lowered it with a safety rope, ultimately securing it with screws to the end of the ladder against the catacomb wall. Now, even a child could safely descend the ladder to the depths of the catacomb. They then began to lay down cables, surrounding the stalagmite's top with 8 high-powered spotlights, each with a range of 50 meters. Thus, the once mysterious and terrifying underground space became remarkably illuminated. Section 139. Information leak. Zhang Jing stood atop the stone pillar, surveying the surroundings. Although there was a 5-square-meter space beneath his feet, it was far from level. Not only was it uneven, but it was also quite perilous. The overhead cavern loomed like a lid, and below lay an underground river. "Is it possible to set a ladder into the water?" Zhang Jing inquired of his companion. Long. "No," Long replied. "I measured it earlier. The water is over 40 meters deep." "Then we shall construct a rope ladder," Zhang Jing insisted. Prioritizing safety above all, he decided to drop 3 rope ladders in 3 directions. If one were to break, the other 2 would remain intact. Long believed 2 would suffice, but Zhang Jing was the boss. They then spent an entire day crafting the 3 ladders, completing them on the surface before installing them below. Once everything was in place, Zhou Mamiao handed Zhang Jing a report. "Brother Zhang, the tests are complete. The water is safe and drinkable, devoid of harmful substances." Zhang Jing nodded, indicating that this confirmed the underground water was fresh. Otherwise, it would have long since soured. After dinner, Zhang Jing and Long returned to the air raid shelter, first lowering the kayaks, 10 of them, to be precise, before cautiously descending the reassuring ladders to the sunlit summit of the stone pillar. They took a moment to rest before boarding the kayaks via the rope ladders. At that moment, a notification from his device appeared. "Treasure hunting clues have been updated. Explore underwater for potential discoveries." The prompt was timely, yet it necessitated the purchase of equipment, such as a submersible robot. Zhang Jing hesitated to plunge directly into the depths. The thought of being swept away by an underwater current was daunting. He was not inclined to emulate movie protagonists who, regardless of peril, always emerged unscathed and often with romantic conquests. Long began to paddle, and the kayak glided forward. After approximately 70 meters, they reached the edge of the rock wall and circumnavigated it, covering a distance of about 2 to 3 kilometers. There was ample space. However, aside from the overhead passage, there were no exits or entrances here. If there were, they would surely be submerged. "Boss, there's nothing here," DeLong cautioned. Zhang Jing, brimming with determination, instructed him to procure a submersible robot to ascertain the underwater situation. "Boss, what are we searching for?" DeLong asked. "Treasure," Zhang Jing replied. "Edward Teach's treasure?" DeLong's voice lacked conviction. Nothing of significance could be achieved overnight, yet without the courage to at least attempt, what hope was there for treasure hunting? Upon returning to the surface, they found the night sky adorned with a brilliant moon and stars, and Zhou Manmiao thoughtfully prepared a late-night snack. Zhang Jing anticipated a tranquil evening akin to the previous nights, but unexpectedly, a swarm of police officers arrived in the middle of the night, including the 2 white officers he had encountered before, the stout and the slender. Being awakened in the dead of night is never pleasant. Yet this time they bore a search warrant, allowing them legal entry into the villa. "Search away," Zhang Jing remarked fearlessly. "Convictions require evidence, and without a body, a conviction is impossible." As expected, the police promptly discovered the air raid shelter and insisted on investigating further. Thus, a contingent of 16 or 17 officers rummaged through the premises until dawn. DeLong and Jamie departed at first light, traveling 400 kilometers to New York to procure the submersible robot and diving equipment. Zhang Jing, however, found himself at ease, indulging in culinary delights, gaming, fitness, and marksmanship practice. Each day was blissful. However, this tranquil interlude was short-lived as rumors began to circulate in Burlington. The gist was, at 1214 Brook Road, Holly Hill, an extremely deep underground space has been discovered, possibly linked to Edward Teach's treasure. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly the police who had leaked this information. Any rumor connected to Edward Teach's treasure would be amplified, prompting eager treasure hunters to race over. Initially, Zhang Jing had worried that prolonged solitude would lead to melancholy. Now, however, the villa's entrance had transformed into a bustling marketplace, with journalists among the throng. Naturally, Zhang Jing paid no heed to the crowd. Should anyone dare intrude, he would not hesitate to defend himself. Yet, when DeLong and Jamie returned with the submersible robot and diving gear, the journalists captured the moment, sending the public into a frenzy. Typically, news headlines were dominated by political affairs, with entertainment news following closely. Celebrity scandals and relationship changes often filled the gaps. However, all of that was overshadowed by the revelation of Edward Teach's treasure. The journalists were relentless, snapping numerous photos of the villa and digging deeply into Zhang Jing's past. They unearthed sordid tales of the acquisition of Manor 1049, the general and the resilient horse rancher, the Rose Wine Estate, and the shooting of 2 assailants on the highway, culminating in the deaths of the captain and first mate of a salvage vessel. Recently, a young couple's disappearance had also drawn scrutiny. The public, in a state of curiosity, saw some adventurous souls flying in from around the globe to Burlington, then renting cars to reach 1214 Brook Road, Holly Hill. The influx was so overwhelming that rental companies quickly ran out of vehicles. What Zhang Jing had once deemed a desolate area was now teeming with tents, transformed into a lively market. In just a few days, the situation had escalated, leaving Zhang Jing somewhat flustered. What if over 2,000 people surged into the villa? Contemplating this for a brief moment, he devised a brilliant strategy, diverting their attention. He dialed Li Xing. Li Xing was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Jing's call. "I heard you found Edward Teach's treasure. Is that true?" he inquired. "Just a rumor," Zhang Jing denied, "but I wish to inquire about something." "What is it?" "I've heard that some casino moguls in California are indigenous people. Is this true?" "Indeed," Li Xing confirmed, "in some places, casino licenses are only granted to natives as a form of compensation. I have some old photographs I wish to sell for a good price. They may be of interest to them," Zhang Jing explained. "What kind of photographs?" "Bounty notices." The term bounty notices was merely a euphemism. Early bounty notices for indigenous people were notoriously gruesome. Li Xing was taken aback, praising Zhang Jing's ingenuity, but cautioned many would prefer not to see those photographs circulate. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Jing shook his head. "I intend to use this news to draw away the crowd outside. It must be sold to the casino owners." Soon after, a phone number was sent to Zhang Jing's device. He promptly made the call, and after a brief conversation, the other party readily agreed to visit within 12 hours. However, they arrived in just 7 hours, 3 bulletproof X5 vehicles entering the villa's front yard in succession. Zhang Jing met the guests in the living room, 2 young individuals, a man and a woman, accompanied by a group of bodyguards waiting outside. They initially appeared unassuming, yet their presence exuded an air of sophistication and grace, making one feel as though they were basking in a refreshing spring breeze. The man was not brash, and the woman was not sharp, They left a favorable impression at first glance. Section 140. Amusement Park. Francis Sop, a young man, and Mammon Silk, a young woman, caught Zhang Jing's attention, evoking a profound curiosity within him. He audaciously inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Sop, what is your profession?" "I am a pentathlete," he replied. "Ah." Zhang Jing thought to himself. Thanks to Ding Jiaqing, he understood that the pentathlon consists of fencing, swimming, shooting, cross-country running, and equestrianism. No wonder they appeared so striking. Not only was he affluent, but he was also a prodigy. "And Miss Silk?" Zhang Jing continued. "Forgive my insatiable curiosity," with a smile that bloomed like 100 flowers. Silk replied, "I am a musician." Zhang Jing felt a deep admiration. In comparison to these individuals, he felt like mere dust, ensuring they bore no hidden recording devices. He took the album from Liang Jieshu and presented it to them. As Sop opened the album, the first page elicited little response, but as he turned to the second, his expression became increasingly uneasy. By the third, fourth, and fifth pages, he transformed into a volcano ready to erupt, while Silk was reduced to tears. Sensing the moment was ripe, Zhang Jing stated, "I have been informed that the price offered to the authorities is considerably higher. Considering we were once united 5,000 years ago, I shall grant you a singular opportunity to make an offer. However, if I find the price unsatisfactory, I hope you will refrain from pressing further. I do not wish to engage in any frivolous games, as they might lead to unpleasantness." Silk and Sop exchanged glances. Realizing Zhang Jing was more astute than they had anticipated, he had laid the groundwork thoroughly, offering them but a single chance to bid. If the offer was agreeable, they would proceed. If not, they would part ways directly. "We need to discuss this," Silk requested. "Of course," Zhang Jing nodded. The two retreated to the entrance, whispering their deliberations for about a minute before returning. Sop spoke, "Mr. Zhang, we can offer you 20 million Southern Exploration Casino chips." The Southern Exploration Casino does not refer to a single establishment, but rather a consortium of casinos, primarily concentrated in California, with a presence in Seattle. Zhang Jing was taken aback. It felt akin to a sledgehammer striking tofu, an impressive sum. Consider that many notorious bounties only reach a cap of 20 million, which is indeed a significant amount. Deep down, Zhang Jing's baseline was 20,000 per chip, totaling 52 chips for 1.04 million, sufficient to recoup his investment in real estate. Given the current circumstances, he felt quite satisfied. Sop and Silk remained oblivious to Zhang Jing's inner thoughts. Otherwise, it might have infuriated them. However, they too possessed their own cunning, hoping Zhang Jing would ultimately lose his wager. This was not mere hyperbole, it was the mindset of almost every gambler. Once they acquired the chips, they were bound to take a gamble, and invariably, they would lose everything. Satisfied with the price, Zhang Jing extended his hand. And Sop breathed a sigh of relief, fearing rejection. Their hands clasped, sealing the agreement. The next step was to await the arrival of the chips, which would take some time. During lunch, Silk curiously asked Zhang Jing, "The news claims you have killed over 6 people. Is this true?" "Preposterous," Zhang Jing vehemently denied. "It is mere slander. I have only killed 4, and that was in self-defense. Otherwise, why would I be here dining with you? And what of Edward Teach's treasure? Is it real?" Sop inquired with curiosity. "I hope it is," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly, though the probability was quite low. Zhang Jing was responsible for entertaining the guests, while Dylan and Jamie were working in the backyard, operating a submersible robot to search the lake's bottom. As previously measured, the underwater depth exceeded 40 meters, and the area was larger than it appeared, resembling a pyramid, narrow at the top and wider at the base. Fortuitously, the robot discovered a fissure. Hidden 5 meters beneath the water's surface, the fissure extended downwards into the unseen depths, with a width of only about 60 centimeters. Too narrow for a hand to fit through. It was evident that this fissure was a source of fresh water, prompting Dylan to make another trip to New York to purchase a mini-submersible, intending to traverse the fissure. Before Dylan returned, Sop and Silk delivered the chips. Expecting a substantial quantity, Zhang Jing was surprised to find only 2,000 chips, each valued at 10,000 Southern Exploration Casino dollars. They were small circular tokens, with a brown patterned outer rim and a white center, feeling akin to ceramic. "Is this not susceptible to forgery?" Zhang Jing inquired with curiosity. Sop shook his head. The Southern Exploration Casino employs 3 anti-counterfeiting technologies: photolithography, fluorescent encryption, and dynamic coding. They are quite secure and can be used as currency in many places throughout California. Impressed, Zhang Jing readily handed the album to Sop, after which the group departed. Once the guests were sent off, the focus shifted. Not wishing to draw too much attention, Zhang Jing asked Dylan to hold a press conference. Reporters had gathered at the villa's entrance, surrounding Dylan, who stood atop a chair. besieged by questions from the media and the curious onlookers. Sir, a cable news reporter pressed forward. Has your boss found Edward Teach's treasure? Is the rumor true? Have you already located the treasure? How much gold and silver is there? Is your boss a murderer? Why doesn't Zhang Jing come out? Is he afraid to face the victims' families? With an overwhelming barrage of inquiries, Dylan found it impossible to respond. He declared loudly, "We have made a significant discovery. The items have been traded to the Southern Exploration Alliance. If you are curious as to what it is, please go to California for interviews." The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the reporters, like frenzied bees, clamored for information. What is it? Is it Edward's treasure? Dylan explained, "I cannot disclose specifics. But it is of considerable value and now belongs to the Southern Exploration Alliance." Recalling the 3 recently departed armored X-5 vehicles, some astute reporters promptly turned to leave, followed by many more. By evening, most had departed, yet a few stubborn souls chose to linger. With the night watch arranged, Zhang Jing finally felt safe enough to rest. Surrounded by over 2,000 individuals, an overwhelming situation. If they had rushed in, gunfire would have been inevitable, yet now, the crisis had subsided. The next day, work resumed. Laying solid foam flotation barrels on the water's surface, centered around the stalagmites and extending towards the fissure. Each flotation barrel measured 1 square meter, interlocking to cover an area exceeding 20 square meters, providing a stable platform. With ample resources at hand, by the time Dylan returned from New York that evening, over 500 square meters had been laid out, wide enough to run upon, support weight, and enjoy. Regrettably, the water was too cold for a refreshing swim. Yet, with the power of wealth, Zhang Jing had transformed the enigmatic and daunting underground space into a veritable amusement park. Section 141. When in Rome. Do as the Romans do on the platform constructed atop the buoyancy barrel, a new machine was assembled. Subsequently, DeLong lowered the newly acquired miniature robot, the size of a microwave, and immediately commenced a new exploration by placing the robot into a fissure. Unlike drones, this device was cable-controlled, with a diver dragging a lengthy data line. Powered by a battery, it could operate for 40 minutes. Through the screen of the controller in DeLong's hand, the underwater situation became vividly clear. After acclimating to the controls, the robot ventured into the crevice. At this moment, the golden finger provided a prompt. Treasure clues have been supplemented. There may be something within this fissure. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zhang Jing focused intently on the underwater imagery. The robot resembled a fish wielding a lantern, bravely navigating through the dark aquatic environment, skillfully avoiding various obstacles. Unbeknownst to them, 15 minutes had slipped by. DeLong reminded, "Boss, we need to retract the robot. The battery is down to half, and the data line is insufficient." Zhang Jing wished for the robot to continue its journey. Yet the circumstances dictated otherwise. Retrieving the robot, the question arose, what should they do next? The answer was singular: sacrifice. The robot clearly observed the winding and convoluted interior of the underwater fissure, fraught with obstacles. If a human were to enter, the probability of peril was high. Emphasizing a key point, the golden finger hinted that this fissure was related to the treasure of Edward Teach. A headache ensued. With no other options, Zhang Jing resolved to heed his mentor's advice. If one does not understand that 100 plus 100 equals 200, it is best to draw 100 vertical lines, then another 100, and count them one by one. Looking at DeLong, Zhang Jing instructed, acquire more of these robots, modifying them into self-destructing devices to expand the underwater fissure space. His statement stunned the audience. DeLong, Jamie, Phalai, and Irina exchanged incredulous glances. DeLong, with a hint of caution, reminded, "Boss, the price of a miniature robot is $20,000 each. The underwater conditions are complex, as are the geological circumstances. If we are to explode, we should use small explosives judiciously, requiring numerous robots." Zhang Jing felt at ease. After all, 20,000 was trivial compared to a life. If 500 units aren't sufficient, then procure 1,000, he declared. "We have ample time. Let us proceed with caution. My only requirement is to continue until we reach the fissure's exit." The audacity of the boss shocked everyone. Such a venture would bankrupt an ordinary treasure seeker in no time. Much like entrepreneurship, the advantages of ample funding were evident. One could afford to fail multiple times without fear. DeLong nodded in agreement. The following day, Zhang Jing departed with Liang Jieshu, Zhou Monmiao, and Phalai, leaving DeLong, Jamie, Irina, and Milika to continue their efforts. Milika, the daughter of old Dai Jin, was 20 years old, standing at 1.9 meters and weighing around 230 pounds. Her role was to assist Irina in filming videos and writing promotional material. This treasure-seeking endeavor was being recorded in its entirety, and the final video would be released at an opportune moment. At 4 in the afternoon, they landed in Seattle. Phalai took a taxi back to Whitefish Town. while Zhang Jing drove Liang Jieshu and Zhou Monmu back to Clyde Hill. He then proceeded directly to a casino named Tulip, which was also part of the Southern Exploration Alliance. Upon entering the casino, it felt reminiscent of an arcade, albeit larger, with various gambling machines filling the vast hall, akin to a large shopping mall with several floors. Following the signs, Zhang Jing arrived at the chip exchange counter, which resembled a bank, with a row of staff seated behind bulletproof glass. "Hello," a Caucasian woman greeted him through the glass. "Would you like to exchange chips or cash?" "Cash," Zhang Jing explained. "I have 2,000 chips of $10,000 each, totaling $20 million. "How much?" the woman asked, thinking she had misheard. 2,000 chips of 10,000 each. As Zhang Jing placed his heavy handbag on the marble counter and unzipped it, revealing numerous high-denomination chips. Seeing through the glass, the woman called for a supervisor. The supervisor, an indigenous middle-aged man with a substantial beer belly, confirmed the authenticity of the chips and curiously inquired, "Where did you acquire such a quantity of chips?" "They were traded to me by a man named Francis Soap." The indigenous supervisor nodded, suggesting, "Would you like to gamble for a while?" "Not gambling," Zhang Jing firmly stated. "I want my money exchanged." His unusual behavior attracted the attention of a crowd nearby, with some expressing admiration and others jealousy. "Please exchange these chips for cash for this gentleman," the indigenous supervisor instructed the woman behind the glass. The woman asked Zhang Jing whether he preferred cash or a direct transfer to his bank card. "Cash is too extravagant. Please transfer the $20 million to my bank card," he confirmed before departing. As Zhang Jing drove away, the indigenous supervisor made a phone call. Soon, the news reached Francis Soap, far away in California, that Zhang Jing had managed to leave the casino without losing a single cent, shattering his expectations. Unaware of others' thoughts, Zhang Jing stopped at a supermarket to purchase some food before heading back to Clyde Hill. After being away for half a month, the house had gathered dust. Liang Jieshu was responsible for preparing dinner, while Zhou Monmiao and Zhang Jing took on cleaning duties. It is important to clarify that while Zhou Monmiao was Zhang Jing's girlfriend, Liang Jieshu was merely a friend. However, Liang Jieshu's shyness was notable, lacking the awareness to adapt to local customs. This is Seattle, where it is commonplace for 2 men to accompany 7 or 8 female companions on a yacht, if one is willing to spend. Even a regular salary can easily attract 4 or 5 women off the street after payday. Not only do men indulge, but women also partake freely. For instance, the Kardashian sisters could assemble a championship-worthy NBA team from the players they have dated, with the 4th sister, Kendall, having the most extensive list of boyfriends. Her first was the African-American player, Russell. Kendall frequently attended Russell's games, which eventually led her to date another player, Clarkson, an Asian athlete. However, their relationship did not last long, and soon Kendall was involved with NBA star Griffin, who shockingly abandoned his wife and children for her. Griffin, once a formidable player, saw his career decline rapidly after entering a relationship with Kendall, leading to his trade from the Clippers to the Pistons. As Griffin's star waned, Kendall moved on to Simmons, who similarly ended his relationship to pursue Kendall. During their time together, Kendall often attended Simmons' games, only to witness his performance plummet. Their relationship ended shortly after, followed by rumors of her involvement with Kuzma and then Booker, with multiple breakups along the way. Kendall's situation is but a singular example. It reflects a broader societal trend where teenage pregnancies are not uncommon, and even middle school pregnancies are increasingly overlooked. The parties mentioned earlier, where classmates and seniors invite you to join, often ensnare new international students who feel a thrill and a sense of belonging. However, the next morning, they are left with an aversion to ever attending another party. This phenomenon is not limited to women. Muscular men are equally pursued. So why should Liang Jieshu feel shy? One must adapt to the customs of the land. Section 142. Allow him to cause trouble for others nevertheless. Zhang Jing maintained a certain moral compass and refrained from indulging in complete debauchery. He did not take advantage of the 2 beautiful women introduced by Igizi, nor did he summon a streetwalker into his vehicle. Soon, dinner was prepared. Braised prawns, steamed sea bass, sauced beef, garlic lettuce, hand-torn beets, and boiled peas. A simple spread of 6 dishes, with the beef already cooked and the other 5 easily manageable for Liang Jieshu. After feeding his clever dog, he washed his hands and sat at the dining table, exclaiming with exaggerated delight, "It smells so good. My appetite is whetted. You truly excel, Xiaojie." His exuberance brought a smile to Liang Jieshu as she took her seat across from him. Zhou Mianmiao settled beside Zhang Jing, and at that moment, he realized it was unwise for them to continue living together. He suggested, "Mianmiao, would you like to move into my building, next to Linsai?" Zhou Mianmiao inquired. Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhou Mianmiao agreed. Sensing the inconveniences of cohabitation, though they were only 100 meters apart in the same community. Just as they were about to begin their meal, the doorbell rang. Liang Jieshu went to answer it, returning shortly with a resigned tone. Lin Sai is at the door. Zhang Ge, could you please hide upstairs? Zhang Jing felt overwhelmed. Lin Sai and trouble seemed synonymous. Liang Jieshu had known Lin Sai far longer than she had known Zhou Mianmiao, and Zhang Jing didn't want Liang Jieshu to feel caught in the middle. He took his clever dog upstairs. Afterward, Liang Jieshu welcomed Lin Sai into the house. Oh, you knew I was coming? Lin Sai exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the 3 sets of chopsticks laid out. Liang Jieshu, feeling awkward, invited Lin Sai to sit down. Fetching knives and forks from the kitchen, Lin Sai chatted casually. I just returned from a competition in Burlington. Did you hear about Zhang Jing discovering Edward's treasure there? The news has been everywhere. Of course, we saw it. Zhou Mianmiao replied nonchalantly, but that's fake news. Lin Sai continued. The reports also claim Zhang Jing shot and killed 2 robbers, as well as the captain and first mate of a salvage boat. He was even searched by the police for the suspected murders of 2 young people. What do you make of that? Zhou Mianmiao, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Jing, bluntly asked, what does that have to do with you? Lin Sai shrugged. I ran into Zhang Jing and his dog in downtown Burlington, and then what? Liang Jieshu inquired. Embarrassed, Lin Sai confessed. I confessed my feelings to him and failed. Cough, cough. Liang Jieshu spluttered. You confessed to Zhang Jing. Zhou Mianmiao echoed her surprise. Yes, Lin Sai admitted candidly. I realized I had developed feelings for him. Stop. Zhou Mianmiao quickly interrupted. With Zhang Jing having killed so many, he must be difficult to get along with. You should find a white boyfriend instead. Let him cause trouble for others. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jing, who was presently savoring a steak in his bedroom, still warm from its secret silver space, 3 hours later, as he finished dinner, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The ensuing hours were filled with the 3 of them until dawn, when they finally succumbed to sleep. The next day, as the sun rose high, the tribal chieftain and casino owner publicly revealed Zhang Jing's old photographs to the media. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the community, and Zhang Jing, being the discoverer of the photographs, also gained notoriety. As the saying goes, fame invites trouble. Soon, a group of 4 or 5 rednecks on Harley motorcycles arrived at the entrance of Manor 1049, splattering red paint. Zhang Jing was groggily awakened by a phone call from Leia. Upon returning to the estate, 3 workers were busy cleaning the entrance while Leia was in negotiation with the police. Such discussions proved futile, as the officers were unwilling to expend effort over trivial matters. Once the police departed, Leia approached Zhang Jing, expressing her concern. I feel this won't be the last time. It's all right, Zhang Jing reassured her. How is the film editing coming along with Marcus? Almost finished, Leia replied. It should be ready for release on YouTube in a few days. Do you want to review it? No need, Zhang Jing said. Just have Irina contact me to specifically promote it through an episode. Leia agreed. What about the pricing? Zhang Jing asked the butler. He believes 5 million is appropriate. 5 million? Zhang Jing questioned. Isn't that too expensive? Leia, being inexperienced with film production, shook her head in uncertainty. At that moment, Marcus arrived in a red Volkswagen Beetle, pulling up beside them. Congratulations, boss. You've unearthed a collection of astonishing old photographs. Marcus, donned in a somewhat feminine outfit, appeared in high spirits. How's my film? Zhang Jing inquired. The final edits will be completed in the next couple of days, but I anticipate a low viewership. A low viewership is inconsequential, Zhang Jing cautioned Marcus. However, if the rating falls below 8, I cannot overlook it. Marcus nodded, understanding the implications of Zhang Jing's words. Below 8, and he would be out of a job. Above 8, and they would remain good friends. Confirming the film's selling price at $5 and the upload scheduled for the day after tomorrow, July's last day, Zhang Jing retreated into the manor. The estate had transformed into a construction site, with demolition work ongoing to restore its essence as a residence. In the backyard, the golf course was being converted into a racetrack, where General and Survivor were leisurely strolling along the edge. Interestingly, Zhang Jing had severed ties with the Nail couple due to Nail's entanglement with his knight, Andy. In retaliation, Zhang Jing had chosen not to attend the inaugural meeting of their horse club, signaling a definitive rift in their relationship. As for the evidence he held regarding Nail's harassment of Irina, he decided to bide his time for the most opportune moment to leverage it for maximum benefit. On the other side of the racetrack, Haifa was practicing her running skills, a top-star performer, preparing for its first competition at the Seattle Cup in late March of the following year. The golden-haired Ijizi noticed Zhang Jing from a distance and approached with curiosity, asking, "How much did you sell that album for?" $20 million, Zhang Jing replied. Ijizi appeared momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "You must be joking. You think that's a lot?" "I think so too, but to them, it may just be pocket change. Zhang Jing reminded her not to underestimate others. The news said the buyer owns a casino. Igz reflected, reconsidering, that doesn't seem too far-fetched. She playfully added, I no longer wish to train horses. Would you take me as an apprentice? I could serve tea and warm your bed. Zhang Jing playfully tousled Igz's hair, saying, I know what you're thinking, but that's not happening. You know what I'm thinking? Igz shot back with a playful eye roll. Zhang Jing pointedly remarked, stop thinking about putting a green hat on Ding Jiaqing. That was your intention at the last party. Wasn't it? Igz burst into laughter, neither confirming nor denying his accusation. Section 143, a wave of praise upon returning to the manor with Clever Bean. Zhang Jing felt an unsettling chill, as if vengeful spirits were lingering nearby. Reflecting on the fact that every property he had purchased turned out to be haunted, he wondered if it was a peculiar fate. Shaking off his disordered thoughts, Zhang Jing entered the study. The study, approximately 50 square meters in size and 5 meters high, exuded a vintage charm. Every detail of the decor had been meticulously crafted, offering a sense of understated luxury, though it did appear somewhat antiquated. Stepping onto the soft carpet, which barely reached his ankles, Zhang Jing seated himself at the pearwood desk. As a custodian of tradition, he felt compelled to document his daily life, particularly his recent trip to Burlington, ensuring a record for future generations. The sound of his pen scratching against the paper filled the air, and he lost track of time until he was interrupted by the joyous sounds of animals outside. It turned out that Clever Bean was frolicking on the grass with slightly older Black Panther cubs and pangolin pups. As their guardian, Zhang Jing felt a sense of neglect, having never truly cared for them. Previously, it was Barbie who looked after them, but she was now in Hong Kong, leaving them in the temporary care of Leia. Opening the window, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying the delightful sense of fresh grass and earth. However, the noise of machinery in the distance was quite bothersome. With this in mind, Zhang Jing called Barbie, instructing her to have the 3 horses return to the championship stables to avoid startling them and affecting Leia's pregnancy. At noon, Leia knocked on the door, reminding him that it was lunchtime. Sir, today's meal has been prepared by all the chefs, each contributing 3 signature dishes. Zhang Jing decided it was better to share joy than to enjoy solitude, so he called upon Zhou Manmiao, Liang Jieshu, Aegis, and Haifa to join him for lunch. Every time Zhou Manmiao visited Manor 1049, she was awestruck, and this occasion was no exception. The garden, the fountain, the various sculptures, even the carpets and stone bricks, all evoked a sense of opulence. Brother Zhang, Zhou Manmiao said, clutching his arm, may I take some photos to share on social media? Zhang Jing, indifferent to the request, replied, there are no secrets here. Feel free to take as many as you like. With a delighted smile, Zhou Manmiao leaned up on her toes to plant a kiss on Zhang Jing's cheek. Aegis observed with keen interest, while Haifa maintained a modest demeanor, eyes cast downward. Leia seemed oblivious, as if the scene before her were merely air. Liang Jieshu's cheeks flushed slightly. This was not their first meeting, but the veil of secrecy had been lifted, making it feel somewhat public. Zhang Jing remained silent, neither confirming nor denying anything, and led the way to the dining room. 6 chefs and 2 attendants stood in a row, already awaiting their arrival. This meal was particularly significant, as it was the first prepared by the newly hired chefs for their master. Zhang Jing, being from the Dragon Kingdom, had 2 Dragon Kingdom chefs among the 6. One was a chef specializing in Sichuan cuisine, renowned for his authentic dishes. He prepared a trio of fish dishes, chopped chili fish head, sour fish soup, and braised fish. The other was a Cantonese chef, who presented white-cut chicken, roast goose, and roasted suckling pig. The French chef contributed oysters, foie gras, and grilled steak, while the Italian chef offered baked ham, creamy chicken, and pan-seared tuna. The baker prepared croissants, black truffle bread, and plain rye bread. The pastry chef crafted strawberry tarts, apple tarts, and crepes. Leia also brought champagne, produced by a certain Yu. Before the lavish spread before them, everyone was astonished, including the well-traveled Aegis, who exclaimed how wonderful it was to have wealth. Despite the abundance, Zhang Jing felt unsatisfied and signaled to Leia, suggesting that 2 vegetable dishes would enhance the meal. Leia promptly instructed the chefs to prepare them. The lunch stretched over 2 hours, and in the afternoon, he sent the 3 horses back to Whitefish Town. 2 days later, Zhang Jing's first film investment, Love in the Rain, was uploaded to YouTube, priced at 5 million yuan, with access for a year post-purchase, but no downloads allowed. Typically, without promotion, such a small film would garner little attention. However, with around 200,000 followers on his video account, over 1,000 accounts were purchased within 2 hours of upload. Zhang Jing, Leia, and the novice director Marcus were not concerned about these numbers. What mattered most was the ratings. At Clyde Mountain, in Liang Jieshu's living room, Zhang Jing held a tablet, watching Love in the Rain for the first time to align with audience sentiments. Zhou Manmiao leaned against his left shoulder, while Liang Jieshu rested against his right, creating a warm atmosphere among the trio. The film, lasting 100 minutes, depicted the plight of a wealthy merchant's daughter who encounters a scoundrel and unexpectedly becomes pregnant. The scoundrel vanishes, unwilling to take responsibility. Due to her beliefs, she cannot terminate the pregnancy, prompting her father to enlist a pastor to find a rural young man who, despite his shyness and humble background, accepts the pastor's arrangement and marries her in a church ceremony within an hour of meeting. The beginning was captivating, and the storyline continued to engage without violence or melodrama, appearing simple yet irresistibly intriguing. The plot and setting were commendable, but the true highlight was Leia. Each frame she graced brought Zhang Jing joy. Her innocent gaze and beautiful features radiated loyalty, reliability, and trustworthiness, akin to a delightful cocktail with multiple layers. As the film concluded, Zhang Jing turned to Liang Jieshu and inquired, "How many stars would you give it?" 5 stars, she affirmed confidently. He then asked Zhou Manmiao, who expressed, "Brother Zhang, I believe Miss Leia may become a superstar. She might leave you at any moment." Zhang Jing reassured her, "No worries, I am well prepared. I have signed a 15-year contract with her, with a 90-10 revenue split and a breach penalty of 1 billion yuan. 1 billion. Zhou Manmiao gasped. Not just her, but Katie and Marcus are on the same contract as well. Brother Zhang, I feel you are a talent scout, Liang Jieshu remarked, pleased. You can recognize both horses and people. Please don't flatter me too much, Zhang Jing replied. Otherwise I might fall for you and Manmiao. Zhou Manmiao chuckled, while Liang Jieshu blushed. At that moment, while Zhang Jing chatted with Zhou Manmiao, it was late at night in Hong Kong, where Ding Jieqi and Chu Shaoqing had just finished watching Love in the Rain. Goodness, Chu Shaoqing exclaimed, Leia is a housekeeper? How can a housekeeper act so brilliantly? Ding Jieqi replied nonchalantly, Leia's charm is unique. That's nothing. The real talent is Brother Zhang. He knows how to recognize and utilize talent. 10 Leias would not compare. Chu Shaoqing found the situation amusing, remarking, Zhang Jing sleeps every night with those 2 enchantresses, and you're not worried? I share some responsibility for that, Ding Jieqi sighed. Besides, he does have his limits. He doesn't pursue every woman. You know? I know, Ding Jieqi affirmed. As time passed, the viewership for Love in the Rain soared, exceeding 10,000 within 6 hours. Leia, Marcus, and the 7 crew members were at the manor, monitoring the back-end data. The initial rating started at 10, then dropped to 9, before stabilizing at 9. 2. With the assurance that the ratings would not decline, the group erupted into jubilant cheers. Section 144. The new play script. The story is not yet over as the night descends and the sun sets in the west while rising in the east. One can catch glimpses of Love in the Rain on a certain platform. With promotional activities having commenced a day in advance, initial sales were modest, as only a few fans were willing to purchase it. After all, at 5 yuan, it was considered rather expensive, akin to the price of a breakfast. In the United States, it sells for $5, while in China, it remains at 5 yuan. The price is consistent across both markets. Although deemed pricey, the number of purchasers steadily increases over time, driven by an overwhelming wave of positive reviews. Each viewer is captivated by Leia's unique charisma, and with a commendable male lead. The story's pacing is commendable, leading to widespread admiration for Love in the Rain. Not content with merely witnessing Leia on screen, fans eagerly delve into previous videos, where Leia made brief appearances. At the time, her presence went unnoticed, but upon review, every frame featuring her is now a source of delight. Viewers flood the comment sections, urging Irina and Milika to promptly arrange a 3-hour exclusive interview with Leia. Regrettably, Irina and Milika are preoccupied with their treasure-hunting endeavors in Burlington, leaving them unable to accommodate such requests. On the day following the film's release, Idasumi and Kangxi coincidentally arrive at Manor 1049. Not for anything else, but to capture a photograph with Leia to share on their social media. Paying them no mind, Zhang Jing calls Marcus to his study. This is an excellent low-budget film, Zhang Jing praises. Given the current situation, it seems quite feasible for me to recoup my investment. Marcus feels a surge of excitement. Thank you for your kind words, boss. This is all due to your leadership. I merely perform my duties. Huh. Zhang Jing chuckles. Where did you acquire such peculiar intonations? Miss Leia is learning Mandarin, and I am as well, Marcus replies. I read online that one should credit their leader for success. Enough with the pretenses. Zhang Jing retorts seriously. Your achievements are yours alone. No one can take them from you. What do you plan to film next? Another pure romance set in contemporary urban life. I already have the script. And the budget? Zhang Jing inquires. Marcus holds up 3 fingers. This time, the budget is a bit higher, It requires 300,000 yuan, and we will need to use the manor as a filming location. Ha. Zhang Jing had anticipated a budget of 3 million. Do you have the script with you? Marcus respectfully presents the script, placing it on Zhang Jing's desk with both hands. Upon opening the script, Zhang Jing notes that it follows the same old formula, merely repackaged. The female lead is a wealthy beauty working at her family's car dealership, portraying a typical office clerk. The male lead is a poor boy from the countryside, who gradually wins the female lead's heart through a series of heartwarming stories in both work and life. As with previous works, the creativity is not particularly novel, demanding a high level of skill from the writer, director, actors, and crew. Closing the script, Zhang Jing states, "This time, let's expedite the shooting process, aiming for a swift completion and release." Marcus acknowledges and prepares to depart. At noon, he invites Kangxi and Idasumi for lunch, which is prepared by 6 chefs, naturally. It is a splendid feast, with vegetables comprising half of the meal. Surveying the table laden with delicacies, Kangxi remarks, "Being wealthy is wonderful, even the food is so abundant. What have you been busy with lately?" Zhang Jing inquires during their conversation. Kangxi's expression sours. "I'm flipping houses, renovating them, and then selling them. I've been working like a dog and recently lost 50,000 yuan. Occasionally, I attend warehouse auctions. I waste most of my time," Idasumi introduces. "I work in the afternoon, drink in the evening, and play until 3 in the morning, sleeping until noon. That's why I missed your call last time." Zhang Jing feels a twinge of jealousy, and Kangxi shares the sentiment. "This is how life should be lived. Is it true that you found Edward's treasure?" Idasumi asks with curiosity. "Such legendary treasures are not easily uncovered," Zhang Jing replies, in good spirits. "However, that photo album turned out to be quite profitable. A trip to Burlington was more than worth it." Both Kangxi and Idasumi have seen reports about the photo album on the news. Kangxi asks, "How much did the casino whale shell out?" Zhang Jing holds up 2 fingers. 200,000. Kangxi exclaims in astonishment. "Impossible," Idasumi interjects. "Don't measure the whale with your standards. It must be 2 million yuan. 2 million. Kangxi's eyes widen in disbelief. "Is that true?" Zhang Jing refrains from specifying the exact amount, mindful of the potential jealousy it may incite. "Do you recall the meteor shower of 2013? Idasumi asks. Zhang Jing shakes his head, admitting that he did not possess a mobile phone or computer at that time. Kangxi nods. "I saw photos online. Countless meteors streaked across the night sky, seemingly falling in the western part of Australia. I plan to try my luck. Are you coming along?" Idasumi entices. "A rare 17-ton iron meteorite has appeared in Hong Kong. Perhaps we will have similar fortune." Kangxi's interest is piqued as he turns to Zhang Jing. "Are you going?" "You all go ahead. I'm still occupied with the underwater excavation in Burlington," Zhang Jing replies. "I will join you once my affairs are settled." After lunch, Kangxi and Idasumi take their leave, while the viewership of Love in the Rain continues to soar. In the ensuing 7 days, over 90,000 purchases are recorded on YouTube, generating sales exceeding 450,000 yuan, with the platform taking a 50 cut, leaving Zhang Jing with 225,000 yuan. On the other platform, sales surpass 130,000, amounting to over 650,000 yuan, with Zhang Jing receiving approximately 46,000 yuan after conversion. Within 7 days, he recoups his investment, and all subsequent sales yield profit. Filmmaking is merely a side endeavor. Treasure hunting is his primary profession. Suddenly, as D. Long calls, Zhang Jing hastily returns to Burlington. Irina meets him at the airport, and at dawn's darkest hour, they arrive at the villa at 1214 Brook Street. Upon arrival, Zhang Jing swiftly enters the excavation site, where D. Long and Jamie await him on the floating platform. "What is the current status?" Zhang Jing inquires directly. The robot has explored to the fissure's end, which extends approximately 3 kilometers. The fissure has widened, theoretically allowing for a dive, D. Long responds. Zhang Jing feels a surge of excitement, yet knows better than to rush into danger. He spends time reviewing the underwater footage from the past few days. The video reveals that D. Long has performed admirably. In one particularly dramatic instance, an underwater robot was seen dragging a long line of explosives, collapsing a significant amount of rock. Subsequently, D. Long employs smaller explosives to test the stability of the underwater rock, resulting in small stones falling but no major hazards, indicating that it is indeed safe for human diving. D. Long, however, does not mention his slight disability in his left leg. The underwater environment presents him with at 11 o'clock a.m., Zhang Jing drove to the Burlington City Yacht Marina. Near a lakeside restaurant, Zhang Jing encountered the same unremarkable man, aged around 25 or 26, with an accordion and a face like a crumpled newspaper, busking on the roadside. Parking his car, Zhang Jing approached the man and proposed. Care to join me for lunch? Jeff Agues remembered Zhang Jing. Owing to Burlington's small population of fewer than 45,000, of whom 95 were Caucasian, 499 were African American, and 001 belonged to other ethnicities. Zhang Jing was the only Asian he had seen in the last 6 months. As conspicuous as a crane in a flock of chickens. With gratitude, Jeff Agues accompanied Zhang Jing into the restaurant, facing the window with a picturesque view of Lake Champlain, where some waterfowl gracefully skimmed the water's surface. After the waiter took their orders, the food was promptly served. Orange chicken, grilled steak, fried fish, pasta, and beer were among the offerings. The generous portion of grilled meat was ample for 2 men. After a few rounds of drinks and sampling the dishes, Jeff Agues introduced himself. I'm Jeff Agues, from Texas. You must be the Mr. Zhang mentioned in the news. Burlington is somewhat like Northeast China, while Texas is akin to the Cantonese-speaking region of southern China, separated by approximately 2,000 kilometers. That's me, Zhang Jing said, taking a bite of steak. But don't trust the news. It's all fabricated, fake news. Jeff Agues nodded in agreement. Zhang Jing had given him $100 and treated him to lunch. Clearly a kind person, contrary to the vicious image portrayed in the newspapers. If Zhang Jing were a murderer, Jeff Agues wished that all 8 billion people on Earth were murderers. You're from Texas? Zhang Jing inquired curiously. Why are you making a living in Burlington? My girlfriend cheated on me with my best friend, leaving me disheartened. Zhang Jing wasn't surprised. Jeff Agues, with his unremarkable appearance and crumpled face, was already fortunate to have a girlfriend. The infidelity seemed almost inevitable. Taking another large bite of steak, Zhang Jing asked, Do you have a criminal record? Jeff Agues paused. Knife and fork in hand. I assaulted the treacherous couple and served a year in prison, which also resulted in overdue student loan payments. Zhang Jing nodded, understanding his difficulty in finding employment. What did you do for a living before you went to prison? My girlfriend, 3 other friends, and our university classmates and formed a band, performing in various bars. I wouldn't have guessed, Zhang Jing remarked between bites of meat. I thought band members typically had long hair, nose piercings, and extensive tattoos. Jeff Agues shook his head, indicating that he didn't fit that stereotype. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, which amounted to $65, including a 20 tip, Zhang Jing prepared to leave when Jeff Agues jogged to catch up. I have 2 new songs, lyrics and music included. Would you be interested in buying them? Zhang Jing hesitated, not immediately dismissing the offer. Sing them for me. Jeff Agues complied, opening his accordion and clearing his throat before beginning to sing. Zhang Jing leaned against his pickup truck, listening quietly, while Jeff sang. Zhang Jing thought of Yudoxi Yao. In comparison, Jeff's singing was awful. After the 2 songs were finished, Zhang Jing asked, How much are you asking for them? $40,000. Jeff Agues looked at Zhang Jing with hopeful eyes. Zhang Jing scrutinized Jeff Agues, whose unforgettable crumpled face left a lasting impression. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jing shook his head. Jeff Agues felt dejected. Just as he was about to give up, Zhang Jing suddenly said, Let's put the songs aside for now. I can offer you a weekly salary of $600 to go to Seattle and work as a gopher for Marcus in a film crew. Jeff Agues was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Who's Marcus? And why would I work as a gopher in a film crew? Zhang Jing explained. Marcus is a director under contract with me. Let him take a look at you. Perhaps you could get a role. Your unconventional looks could be an asset for playing villains. Zhang Jing was uncertain but wanted director Marcus to assess Jeff's potential. Jeff Agues was thrilled by the opportunity and immediately expressed his gratitude to Zhang Jing. I need to learn how to scuba dive. Do you know any instructors? Zhang Jing asked. Yes, I do, Jeff Agues replied readily. There's one nearby. No need to drive. I'll take you there. At the yacht marina. Jeff Agues explained that the person he had in mind lived on a boat. Miss Edgar. Jeff Agues called out from the mooring. My boss wants to learn how to scuba dive. Edgar, a name signifying nobility and candor, often contrasts with the bearer's appearance, like Reed Dakin, whose name sounds promising but who is actually a greasy old man. True to form, Edgar, a woman in her 40s with Latin American features, stood about 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 80 kilograms. Zhang Jing, at 1.78 meters and 80 kilograms, was shorter than her. Edgar appeared robust, with every inch of her skin seemingly brimming with strength, her expression stern and unapproachable. Hello, Miss Edgar. My name is Zhang Jing, and I'd like to learn how to scuba dive, Zhang Jing said, looking up at the woman on the boat. Edgar disembarked and scrutinized Zhang Jing. You're the one from the newspapers, the wealthy man who found Edward's treasure. Similar to Whitefish Town, Burlington, as the largest city in the state with a population of fewer than 45,000, was a place where news, both significant and trivial, spread quickly. It was no surprise that Edgar recognized Zhang Jing. Rumors, Zhang Jing retorted habitually. It's all fake news. I'm a good person, just a little bit wealthy, not a tycoon. Having repeated the lie so often, Zhang Jing had begun to believe it himself. He was a good person. Edgar, indifferent to Zhang Jing's character, quoted her rate, $100 per hour, materials not included. Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat. It was like children learning the piano, costing 300 yuan per hour, equivalent to a blue-collar worker's daily wage. Accepting the terms, Zhang Jing immediately began his scuba diving lessons, while Jeff Agues departed for Seattle. The lake water was frigid, with an air temperature of 23 to 24 degrees Celsius and a perceived water temperature of less than 20 degrees Celsius. This was ideal, as the temperature of the underground water was similar. He wondered if the underground fissures were connected to Lake Champlain. True to her word, Edgar was conscientious, personally guiding Zhang Jing underwater. On his first attempt, they reached a depth of 10 meters. But the first day was limited to 1 hour to allow for acclimatization and prevent eardrum perforation, as Edgar was the instructor and Zhang Jing the student. He had no choice but to obey. The second day involved 1 hour in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. The third day increased to 3 hours, and the fourth day to 4 hours. On the fifth day, the diving depth was significantly increased, challenging 30 meters. The results were promising. Zhang Jing was a natural at scuba diving, making rapid progress. By the seventh day, Zhang Jing could dive to a depth of 40 meters and remain there for half an hour without fatigue. Additionally, the duration of a standard oxygen tank varied depending on the individual and the depth of the dive, typically lasting between 30 and 15 minutes. At a depth of 40 meters, Zhang Jing could use an oxygen tank for approximately 23 minutes, a precise figure obtained through repeated measurements. Burlington, being situated on Lake Champlain and having a yacht marina, naturally had scuba diving equipment for sale. Scuba sets and oxygen tanks were common items. Zhang Jing made a frenzied purchase of 3 scuba sets and 30 oxygen tanks. He transported these items in his pickup truck and, when in a secluded location, stored them in his mithril space. Returning to 1214 Brook Branch Road in Holly Mountain, he immediately prepared to dive. Section 146. The journey begins and ends unlike the bottom of the lake. This was merely a fissure. The underwater environment was oppressive, yet the water remained relatively clear. Thanks to meticulous preparation and a keen awareness of the underwater conditions, Zhang Jing traversed the 3-kilometer fissure in just half an hour with the aid of a booster. He changed his oxygen tank once along the way, experiencing neither surprise nor peril. Upon emerging from the fissure, he reached the exploratory endpoint of Dillon. However, this was not the terminus. It merely signified the end of the fissure, as there was still no air or space. Continuing to swim forward for another kilometer, he discovered that the underwater expanse suddenly opened up under the beam of his strong flashlight. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him, disappearing in an instant. Just as he was recovering from the initial fright, another shadow flashed by from behind, startling Zhang Jing, who could not help but think of the terrifying specters from horror films. Resolutely, he drew his M500, only to remember that firearms were of no use underwater. Thus, he hastened to ascend, finally breaking the surface. Here lay another subterranean chamber, significantly smaller, around 700 to 800 square meters. Featuring a man-made island, Zhang Jing's sudden appearance startled over a dozen beavers, who promptly dove into the water to escape. He breathed a sigh of relief. Those earlier shadows were likely just beavers, not monsters or the legendary water ghosts. The so-called man-made island was actually a beaver lodge constructed from wood, more aptly named Beaver Island. The presence of beavers signified good fortune for Zhang, as their existence indicated the availability of air and an exit. Activating the booster, he swam towards the island, grasping the edge made of branches and debris. Within a 5-meter radius, he spotted metal about 1 meter beneath the center of Beaver Island, obscured by a multitude of twigs and branches. What to do in this situation? Regrettably, Zhang had to dismantle the beaver's home. This was not a compensation situation. It was a forcible dismantling. Finding manual disassembly too slow, considering the 6 or 7 square meters of debris, Zhang decided to employ incendiary devices. He retrieved a kayak from his secret space and paddled 7 or 8 meters away from Beaver Island, just as he intended to use the AA-12 for targeting. He reconsidered and paddled back to the island's edge. He had not noticed that 2 unblinking baby beavers were still nestled on the island. It was not out of kindness that he spared them, but rather because there was no need to incinerate them. The concept of karma is elusive. It cannot be seen or touched. Under certain circumstances, one may act without regard, reminiscent of Zhang's experience robbing the Bronze Dragon in the Hilton Hotel's underground parking lot, where he had no choice but to eliminate an innocent bystander. Yet here, with food, drink, and air available, there was no imminent danger, allowing Zhang to proceed with caution. He He carefully placed the baby beavers into the kayak and unleashed a torrent of incendiary devices upon the beaver lodge. The incendiary devices proved highly effective, likely containing white phosphorus. Despite the dampness, they ignited the branches and debris of Beaver Island, and soon the flames grew more intense. At that moment, Zhang noticed several small heads peeking out from the opposite stone wall, pitifully gazing at their home. Without a doubt, that location was the beaver's exit. After half an hour, as the debris above water burned away, Zhang leisurely paddled closer. The submerged debris could not be burned away, and manual removal was too cumbersome. So he stowed it in his secret space with his left hand while tossing it aside with his right. Clearing the clutter revealed a battered wooden chest approximately 50 by 50 centimeters in size, alongside scattered gold coins already visible underwater. Leaning over the kayak's edge, Zhang reached into the water and pressed his hand against the chest. The golden finger emitted a signal. Finding clues to Edward's treasure will yield a reward. This chest is an important clue. Zhang felt a pang of disappointment. It was merely an important clue, not Edward's treasure. He stowed the wooden chest and scattered gold into his secret space, but as he took them out on the kayak, a delightful surprise occurred. The kayak began to sink. The weight of the gold was overwhelming, and in less than a second, he swiftly stowed it back into his secret space, leaving only the chest. Yet, the kayak continued to submerge, indicating that the dilapidated chest also contained precious metals. Thus, he had no choice but to store it in his secret space. Planning to examine the treasure clues once he surfaced, after consuming a steak to replenish his strength and drinking a can of energy drink, Zhang rested briefly before paddling to the location where the beavers had previously surfaced. He donned his scuba gear and leaped back into the water. Indeed, there was a cave below, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Considering that beavers could only hold their breath for about 15 minutes, and generally swam no farther than 800 meters, Zhang opted for caution. He preferred to return via the same route, even if it was longer, as he was familiar with the terrain. Upon returning to the kayak, he left 2 mountain bikes in the spot where the chest had stood, knowing that the beavers could soon gather wood to rebuild their home. After releasing the 2 baby beavers, Zhang submerged once more, activating the booster for his return journey. However, an unexpected predicament arose. As Zhang traversed the dim underwater passage, he encountered a submersible the size of a microwave. Dylan, seeing his boss on the monitor, felt a moment of relief, only for the camera to suddenly shake and lose image. Zhang choked on a mouthful of water as a boulder the size of a tricycle plummeted from above. Had he not spotted the robot and paused for 2 seconds, he would have surely met his demise. Intending to store the obstructing boulder in his secret space, more stones began to crash down before he could approach. Faced with this perilous situation, retreat was the only option. He cranked up the booster to maximum power, leaving behind a trail of bubbles as he vanished from sight. The beavers scattered in fright once more, not anticipating the return of the human who had invaded their home. Zhang felt equally helpless. He had set out in good spirits, but found himself unable to return. Meanwhile, Dylan and Jamie were horrified, having not foreseen the impending boulders. They quickly dispatched another robot into the water to assess the situation. The underwater scenario was far worse than they had imagined. A boulder was lodged in the middle, with minimal gaps above and below, making swimming through impossible. In such circumstances, the only solution was to employ explosives to clear the stones. The underwater robot had a backup, and there were also reserves of explosives. Soon, a small explosion occurred underwater, but the effects were underwhelming. Subsequent attempts yielded similar results. They dared not use excessive force for fear of triggering a large-scale collapse. The reality was that Dylan's explosions had already destabilized the upper section of the beaver lodge, causing a continuous cascade of falling rocks. The beavers fled in panic, while Zhang was equally terrified. Initially, had he waited for the fissure to stabilize, Zhang could have gradually removed the stones with a secret space, allowing for a safe passage. Yet Dylan, unaware of Zhang's unique advantage, was anxious about his boss being trapped and thus hastily attempted to blast the obstructing boulders again and again. Given that a chest measuring 50 by 50 centimeters could be brought through, along with the beavers dragging in numerous branches and debris, Zhang surmised that the path the beavers had escaped through was not perilous. He decided to follow suit and escape alongside the beavers. Noticing that 2 baby beavers had been abandoned by their mother, he casually stuffed them into his pockets before plunging into the water. Moments later, he entered the beaver tunnel, swiftly fleeing the impending cave-in. Section 147. Treasure inventory. Indeed, the safest paths are those frequented by animals. Not only are they secure, but they are also remarkably convenient. After swimming a mere 50 meters, Zhang Jing found himself in a more expansive space and ascended vigorously, emerging onto the surface of Lake Champlain. He raised his gaze to the rocky cliffs, the very spot where they had been driven away during their rainy camping trip. concerned for Delong's anxiety. He dialed Milika before even stepping ashore. With no signal underground, Delong was in a state of desperation, while Milika, stationed above ground, was responsible for various tasks alongside Irina. Upon learning that Zhang Jing had escaped to safety, Milika was overwhelmed with joy and quickly relayed the good news to Delong and Jamie underground. Delong, frantic and restless, contemplated blasting the obstructive boulders but hesitated to exert too much force for fear of a collapse. He was also worried that Zhang Jing might be deprived of air inside, causing him to remain in constant motion, akin to an ant on a hot skillet, drenched in sweat. The moment he learned of Zhang Jing's safety, a tremendous weight lifted from his heart, leaving him feeling utterly drained as he sank onto the floating platform. Jamie, an African-American, was in a similar predicament. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing, soaked and crawling ashore in the desolate wilderness, retrieved a battered box and opened it. Lo and behold, it was filled to the brim with gold, each piece roughly the size of a whetstone, neatly arranged within. Notably, atop the gold lay a tightly bound pouch made of animal fur. Upon opening it, he discovered yet another smaller pouch inside. Similar to a nesting doll, this was done for waterproofing purposes. Finally, after unveiling the third layer, he beheld the greatest prize of his journey, a piece of parchment made from sheepskin. Upon contact, his golden finger provided a prompt. Edward teached treasure. The treasure hunting clues were supplemented, granting him an accurate location to seek the treasure. The prompt urged him to promptly proceed to the designated site to claim his reward. A three-dimensional map materialized, meticulously detailing the treasure's coordinates and oceanic depths. Upon examining the map, Zhang Jing's mouth twitched involuntarily. The treasure was not far off. In fact, it was quite near, over 1,200 kilometers south of New York, 900 kilometers east of Miami, and 400 kilometers southwest of the British territories of Barbados. Such proximity meant that flying from Burlington would take less than 2 hours, and renting a boat from Miami would also be feasible. However, the reason for Zhang Jing's facial twitch was that the treasure lay at a staggering depth of 6,000 meters beneath the sea. While ascending 6,000 meters into the sky is a trivial feat, descending to such depths is exceedingly challenging, if not nearly impossible. Unfolding the sheepskin parchment, which was the size of an A4 sheet, he scanned the clear handwriting. The inventory listed: gold, 320,000 pounds, silver, 1,300,000 pounds, gems, 1,750 pounds, antiques. Priceless. 1 pound is approximately equivalent to 453.6 grams. While Zhang Jing could tolerate the quantities of gold and silver measured in pounds, gems too. The final line of the inventory contained a message from Edward to the treasure seekers. Do not dream of obtaining without labor. Even if you possess the map, you will not find my treasure. Edward Teach. Beneath the signature was the map, which barely revealed the treasure's location within the depths of the Barbados Sea. Stowing away the map and gold, Zhang Jing felt no disappointment. Although the 6,000-meter depth surpassed human limits, he possessed his clever beans and pea. And perhaps his golden finger would reward him with a deep-sea companion upon its next upgrade. The clever bean had previously discovered silver by the tributaries of the Yukon River and later found raw materials for targeted drug production in the backyard of a property sold in Clyde Hill. The pea, a young pangolin, despite its size, would eventually become a valuable treasure-seeking assistant. Thus, Zhang Jing was undeterred. Fortune would inevitably favor him. Returning to the old villa, he resolved to leave entirely, sending valuable equipment back to the 1049 estate and listing the house for sale with a realtor. After discovering the underground layer, he constructed a staircase leading to it. The house, purchased for $700,000, was listed at $1 million and was sold the same day to a local tycoon. Upon receiving the funds, Zhang Jing promptly rewarded Delong with $12,000. Jamie $8,000, Irina $5,000, and Milika $5,000. That evening, the five of them drove 3 pickup trucks 400 kilometers to New York. The following morning, they sought a shipping company to send the 3 trucks and various equipment back to Seattle. Once the shipping arrangements were completed, they hailed a taxi to the airport, where Delong, Jamie, Irina, and Milika returned to Seattle. The 2 beaver pups rescued from the lake were entrusted to Irina's care. They were small enough to fit in a pocket and did not require separate shipping arrangements. Zhang Jing purchased a ticket to fly to Perth, a city in Western Australia, to meet with Kangxi and the leaders of the Yadar Temple. Having reaped considerable rewards in Burlington, Zhang Jing indulged in a luxurious business class ticket, 4 times the cost of economy class, priced at $4,900. Boarding the plane at 2 in the afternoon, he found that the business class was located to the left of the boarding gate, near the cockpit. Upon settling into his designated seat, Zhang Jing dutifully fastened his seatbelt. By coincidence, just as he sat down, Sujio, someone he had previously encountered, took the seat beside him. Zhang Jing remembered her. Not only because she was Wen Li's granddaughter, but also due to her striking appearance. She resembled a modern-day spring brother, androgynous, tall, with short hair and a fitted blazer, exuding a strong aura of professionalism, likely around 27 or 28 years of age. "Hello," he greeted, acknowledging a person of considerable stature. "Long time no see." "Indeed." Su Jiu replied with a polite smile that did not quite reach her eyes. "Your shipbuilding payment has been settled. Quite impressive. I'm curious. What has made it so lucrative?" Zhang Jing scrutinized Su Jiu, puzzled. "You don't know? Should I?" Su Jiu retorted. Zhang Jing chuckled inwardly, surprised that Wen Li and Li Xing had kept their lips sealed, displaying a commendable sense of discretion. His thoughts were rich and varied, and he casually remarked, "I unexpectedly earned a bit of pocket change." Su Jiu nodded, understanding that Zhang Jing would not elaborate further, as she would not pry for more details. "What about my ship?" Zhang Jing shifted the topic. "I thought you weren't concerned," Su Jiu replied, her mood light as she chatted. "You never asked nor visited the shipyard." "Never mind," Zhang Jing shrugged off the topic, considering it a non-issue. As long as Wen Li was alive, he had no fear of being swindled. Otherwise, he would have to deal with her husband, grandson, and ancestral portraits. "It hasn't been entirely smooth," Su Jiu explained. "Incorporating cutting-edge technology has taken considerable time. As of now, your deep-sea robot remains on paper." "What about the ship?" Zhang Jing inquired. "The keel has been laid for the survey vessel, and the development of various applications is progressing well. It should be delivered to you in 3 years. The salvage vessel may take 4 years. The icebreaker, which requires the utmost technical prowess, will also need 4 years. The 300 crew members are recent graduates. Training has already commenced for 6 months, with 100 to be ready in 3 years and 200 in 4 years." Zhang Jing had no objections regarding the shipbuilding timeline. Unlike oil tankers or cargo ships, his 3 vessels would all feature high technological content and advanced equipment. Even the software utilized on board would need to be rewritten from scratch. "Do crew members really require 3 to 4 years of training?" Zhang Jing queried, perplexed. "Ordinary crew members typically undergo training for 6 to 12 months, Su Jiu explained. "However, your ship contains many advanced devices, and 3 to 4 years is already the maximum speed achievable, especially considering the inclusion of specialized training programs." The so-called specialized training referred to psychological counseling, with a hint of brainwashing involved, fostering loyalty to both the crew and their duties. "That sounds arduous," Zhang Jing commented politely. "Not at all," Su Jiu replied in a formulaic manner. "You pay, and we provide the service. It's a fair trade." During their conversation, the plane began its takeoff roll, and once they reached the cruising altitude, the captain's voice resonated over the intercom. "We have a serving military personnel on board, and we will be providing complimentary upgrades as a token of gratitude for their service to the nation." Section 148. Lark Winery. Zhang Jing sat aboard a Delta Airlines flight, where, conversely, the fortunate recipient of a complimentary upgrade was a soldier from the United States. A moment later, a casually dressed young Caucasian man, appearing to be in his late 20s, moved from economy to business class. The man stood approximately 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 90 kilograms. His skin a deep shade of purple-black, exuding a sense of physical strength, yet his expression remained tranquil, his gaze humble akin to that of an old ox. Zhang Jing couldn't shake the feeling that he saw a reflection of old Dai Jin in him. Logically, old Dai Jin was in his 50s, bald and portly. Thus they should have shared little resemblance. Yet, Zhang Jing sensed numerous similarities between them. As per the flight attendant's guidance, the man took a seat beside Zhang Jing, separated only by the aisle. Once the attendants had departed, Zhang Jing extended his fist in greeting, saying, "Hello, buddy. My childhood dream was to be a soldier too." The man paused, surprised that a wealthy individual would initiate conversation with him, and offered a light fist bump in return. At that moment, Zhang Jing flipped his palm to reveal a spherical chocolate, presenting it with a smile. "Here, for you. I'm Mike," the man introduced himself. Sensing Zhang Jing's goodwill as he extended his right hand, "Pleased to meet you." The name Mike, whether translated as or, was ubiquitous, connoting innocence, kindness, and good fortune. "Zhang Jing," he replied, shaking the man's hand. Mike, embodying a simple joy, inquired, "Did you fulfill your childhood dream of becoming a soldier?" Zhang Jing reclined comfortably, shrugging his shoulders with a hint of resignation. "No, my abilities couldn't support that dream." "That is unfortunate," Mike sympathized. "Indeed, it is unfortunate. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encountered a deceptive woman. My life thus far has been nothing short of disastrous." "A deceptive woman?" Mike echoed, intrigued. "Yes," Zhang Jing lamented, "a deceitful woman. I was cheated on." Su Jiu, seated by the window, turned to suppress a chuckle, amused by Zhang Jing's candidness. "Well, I consider myself luckier, Mike said, opening his phone to show Zhang Jing. This is my wife. We have 3 children. Upon receiving the phone, Zhang Jing was surprised to see that Mike's wife was of African descent. The woman appeared to have a mixed heritage, not excessively dark, and was quite attractive, notably adorned with 3 earrings in her left ear. After a brief glance, Zhang Jing returned the phone, complimenting, "You have a wonderful wife." After a layover in Melbourne, Mike disembarked the plane. Zhang Jing and Su Jiao continued their flight, which would last a total of 32 hours. Fortunately, they were in business class, allowing them to recline and rest, making the journey bearable. Before disembarking, Zhang Jing curiously asked Su Jiao, "Are you in Perth for business?" "Yes," she replied. "There are 2 vineyards in the west, 1 winery, a farm, and a ranch, which has led to quite a few complications." Su Jiao spoke lightly, but Zhang Jing immediately sensed something amiss and cautiously probed, "How large is the ranch, and how many cattle and sheep do you raise?" "It spans 24,000 acres, housing over 900 Wagyu cattle, but no sheep." Zhang Jing's heart raced. 24,000 acres equated to approximately 14.57 million mu. If the vastness of Australia's western region rendered land inexpensive, then the value of over 900 Wagyu cattle was indeed considerable. This clue confirmed that the Su family had owned the 14.5 million mu ranch for quite some time, as Japan had long ceased exporting Wagyu for breeding. Decades ago, there had been a brief period when frozen semen and eggs were sold to Australia, but that was quickly prohibited. Su Jiao mentioned that her ranch contained over 900 Wagyu, with each valued at around 200,000 Australian dollars, totaling more than 180 million Australian dollars. Given the size of the ranch, along with the farm, vineyard, and winery, it was reasonable to assume that the scale was significant. As if reading Zhang Jing's thoughts, Su Jiao remarked nonchalantly, "A 24,000 acre ranch isn't particularly large, nor is a 120,000 acre farm. There's a fellow who bought 6,000 square kilometers of land ages ago for grazing and wheat farming, yet he's still isn't the largest landowner." Zhang Jing's eyes widened. 6,000 square kilometers. "Yes." Su Jiao nodded. "Approximately 1.48 million acres." Zhang Jing had initially felt quite proud of his 600-acre winery and 110,000-acre fertile land, but now he was humbled, realizing that he must remain modest and refrain from ostentation, lest he inadvertently provide others with an opportunity to belittle him. "If you have time, come visit me at Su's Lark Winery," she invited. "Lark Winery?" Zhang Jing repeated. "What a melodious name. Does it hold any particular significance?" "Not that I know of." Su Jiao shook her head. "It was named by my great-grandfather, likely chosen whimsically after a few drinks." Zhang Jing smiled and accepted the invitation. "I need to stay in downtown Perth for a day. If possible, I shall depart a day later." "All right," Su Jiao agreed readily. "I'll send you the address." The plane landed at 3 p.m. local time. After parting ways with Su Jiao at the airport, Zhang Jing hopped into a taxi, heading straight to a car rental agency. Given that his destination was the uninhabited expanse of the Midwest, approximately 600 to 700 kilometers away, a vehicle was essential. Due to the distance and the absence of roads in certain areas, a pickup truck was indispensable, specifically a Ford F-150, sturdy and reliable, capable of withstanding rough terrain without concern for damage. Gasoline was also a necessity, in unfamiliar territory. He couldn't rely on finding a gas station and certainly couldn't push a car. Other essentials included a motorcycle, food, bottled water, tents, and clothing. With Perth's daytime temperatures around 20 degrees Celsius in August and dropping to 5 to 10 degrees at night, he required both warm and light clothing. Perth, being the 4th largest city in Australia with a population of 2.02 million, boasted all the necessary amenities. Zhang Jing easily procured all his items, during which he noticed a significant presence of individuals of Chinese descent in the city. By 9 p.m., he checked into the Crown Hotel located in the city center, an excellent location, not only central but also adjacent to the Swan River. After a quiet night, the following day, Zhang Jing set off towards Lark Winery, located about 120 kilometers northwest of Perth in a town named Goomalling. After checking out, he took the elevator down to the basement level, where the brand-new black pickup he had purchased the previous evening awaited him. At that moment, Zhang Jing was unaware that his new vehicle would soon become a wreck. In the underground parking lot, following the directional arrows, Zhang Jing intended to exit when, at a right-angle turn, he slowed down to navigate. Suddenly, a white Maserati roared in from the side, crashing violently into the rear bed of his pickup. The force of the impact caused the pickup to spin 180 degrees, colliding again with the Maserati's rear body. The airbags deployed, and Zhang Jing quickly exited the vehicle. At that moment, a middle-aged Asian woman, appearing to be in her 40s or 50s, slightly overweight yet well-maintained, stepped out of the Maserati driver's seat, dressed in high-end attire. Instinctively, Zhang Jing recognized her as affluent. "Why did you slow down?" she shrieked hysterically. Zhang Jing was taken aback. Of course, one must slow down at a right-angle turn. Moreover, even had he not slowed down, the woman would have encountered an accident, having evidently mistaken the brake for the accelerator, resulting in her rapid speed and the ensuing heavy collision. "Let the police handle this," Zhang Jing thought, dismissing any argument with her as he took out his phone to call for assistance. "You should report it too," the woman insisted, unwilling to concede. "I hope your insurance is sufficient, or you might as well prepare to sell your house." Her emotions were still running high, and her reasoning was clouded. Remaining calm, Zhang Jing continued with his call to the police. Moments later, they heard the sound of sirens, likely a police car passing by, when suddenly the woman changed her stance. "Don't call the police. Let's settle this privately." "How do you propose we resolve this?" Zhang Jing inquired. "You sell me your car. Nothing else is your concern." Zhang Jing, having just purchased the vehicle the previous evening for 60,000 Australian dollars, readily agreed. The woman returned to her vehicle, retrieved her handbag, which contained a checkbook and a pen. With a swift motion, she penned a check and handed it to Zhang Jing. Upon receiving the payment, Zhang Jing composed a handwritten vehicle transfer agreement for the woman. However, the matter was not yet concluded, as the transfer of ownership still needed to be processed. Thus, an entire morning slipped away unnoticed. Section 149, the test tube. After purchasing a new pickup truck, Zhang Jing proceeded as agreed to the Lark Winery. Only then did he realize that the woman from the accident seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps a public figure. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhang Jing found the Lark Winery, which was hidden behind a small hill. As he drove along, the population dwindled, and the landscape expanded into farms, ranches, plantations, and vineyards. One might assume that kangaroos were renowned for their minerals, but it seemed more like an agricultural nation. The winery was open and accessible, leading along a 6-meter-wide concrete road directly to several charming white buildings. The combination of white walls, red tiles, fountains, cherubs, gardens, and lush trees exuded a Mediterranean charm, creating a visually pleasing atmosphere. Su Jiao approached with a woman, and unlike her usual attire, today she donned a casual gray tracksuit, appearing much more relaxed. "Welcome," Su Jiao greeted, her smile seemingly forced. "Did you have a smooth journey?" "Yes," Zhang Jing replied, studying Su Jiao. "Thank you for the invitation. This place is beautiful." "Beautiful is a stretch, it's just spacious. It may look refreshing, but staying too long can become tiresome," Su Jiao remarked. Zhang Jing smiled but inwardly disagreed with her assessment. What was poison to one could be sweetness to another, and this place was certainly not lacking. With a hint of awkwardness, Su Jiao turned to the woman beside her. "Yang Ru, please escort Mr. Zhang to his room. Dinner is at 6. The woman named Yang Ru nodded slightly in acknowledgement and invited Zhang Jing to follow her. Zhang Jing thanked her and walked alongside Yang Ru to a white building located about 40 meters to the left of the main house of the winery. Initially, he had not paid much attention, especially since Yang Ru was dressed in work attire, a navy blue blazer, a knee-length skirt, and black shoes. As they approached the guest room, Zhang Jing noticed Yang Ru's beauty. She appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with exquisite features that scored a perfect 9 out of 10. Notably, she wore no makeup, making her far more attractive than many heavily made-up women he encountered on the street. "Miss Yang, are you of Dragon Country descent?" Zhang Jing initiated the conversation. "Yes," Yang Ru replied sweetly. "I immigrated at 19, having lived in Melbourne before moving to Perth." Connecting the dots, Zhang Jing surmised that Yang Ru likely came from a middle-class background. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the means to study abroad. And she was probably not a wealthy second-generation heir, given her employment with Su Jiao. "What do you do, Mr. Zhang?" Yang Ru inquired as they walked. "I am a treasure hunter." Yang Ru looked slightly surprised, as treasure hunter seemed rather implausible, yet being invited by Su Jiao indicated Zhang Jing held a significant position. She speculated that treasure hunter was likely a side endeavor, implying he was a high-ranking individual from a wealthy family. The 40-meter distance was not far, and after a brief conversation, they arrived at the White House. Yang Ru opened the door and gestured for Zhang Jing to enter. The entryway was a small foyer of about 4 square meters, adorned with a 2-meter-long leather bench. Yang Ru retrieved 2 pairs of new slippers from a nearby cabinet and placed them on the carpet. Zhang Jing changed into the slippers and stepped onto the soft carpet leading into the living room. The interior also reflected a Mediterranean design, enveloping him in comfort. Notably, from the foyer onward, Zhang Jing sensed to maintain temperature throughout the house, thanks to a concealed temperature control system working behind the ceiling and baseboards, an indication of subtle luxury. "Mr. Zhang," Yang Ru inquired, Would you like me to show you around? This house has 3 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom. Zhang Jing politely declined. No, thank you. I'll explore it myself. This was a single-story building, similar to the horse ranch accommodations, featuring 6 suites in a row. In contrast, the horse ranch lodgings consisted of 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, while here, the guest rooms boasted 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 3 bathrooms. Very well, Yang Ru conceded. Would you prefer tea or coffee? I can brew something for you. How kind of you, Zhang Jing replied casually. If you have black tea, I would love a cup. Certainly, please wait a moment. With that, Yang Ru entered the kitchen. Before long, she returned to the living room and gently placed a cup of black tea in front of Zhang Jing, politely stating, Dinner is at 6. See you then. Goodbye. He replied, watching her depart. Zhang Jing then carried the teacup to the kitchen and poured it into the sink. Having fallen for a trick once before with Zhou Man Miao, he was cautious about consuming drinks from strangers. He assessed the kitchen, noting the standard 4-burner stove, countertop, range hood, and cabinets, feeling a bit petty for his heightened vigilance. Opening the refrigerator, he found some vegetables, pre-packaged foods, bottled water, and drinks. Taking out a well-packaged bottle of water, he opened it and took a generous sip. Next, he retrieved a box of pre-cooked fried chicken legs from the refrigerator and placed it in the microwave to warm it up, intending to satisfy his hunger. Meanwhile, Yang Ru approached Sujio, respectfully reporting, I added the small pill to the tea. Sujio remained silent, producing a glass test tube from her pocket and handing it to Yang Ru. After receiving the tube, Yang Ru returned to Zhang Jing's quarters, finding him enjoying the chicken in the kitchen, leaving her slightly taken aback. Miss Yang, is there something you need? Zhang Jing inquired curiously, holding the chicken leg. Nothing urgent. Yang Ru replied calmly. I came to check if you need anything. Su Zong mentioned you are an esteemed guest and should be well taken care of. You're too kind. Zhang Jing said, raising the chicken leg. This is delicious, and the guest room is lovely. I am very satisfied. Yang Ru forced a stiff smile. I'm glad you like it. See you later. As she left, Zhang Jing pondered whether it was normal for her to enter without knocking. When dinner time arrived, Sujio presided at the head of the table, and the meal was abundant and delicious. Having already consumed 2 large chicken legs, Zhang Jing opted for a light meal. And after dining, he expressed his intention to depart. Was my hospitality insufficient? Sujio inquired. Not at all, Zhang Jing clarified. 2 friends are waiting for me in Leverton. I want to arrive early to avoid making them anxious. Work? Sujio probed. Yes, we are heading out to search for iron meteorites. Sujio nodded. Noting that Leverton lay 600 kilometers northeast of the winery, the last town before entering the uninhabited region. Good luck, Sujio replied thoughtfully. I will arrange gasoline and provisions for you. Zhang Jing graciously accepted her kindness, even though he had ample supplies in the silver space. Soon, a 200-liter barrel of gasoline was loaded onto the pickup truck and secured carefully. Additionally, there were various non-perishable food items, such as biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water. If the aforementioned items were standard necessities, the spare tire, tow strap, portable radio, batteries, flashlight, magnesium rods, sleeping bags, golf clubs, and handguns indicated that Sujio had not only been considerate in her preparations but had also planned ahead. It was no wonder the Su family thrived in business, as they demonstrated genuine concern and diligence towards their clients. Section 150. The motorcyclist. Before darkness enveloped the vineyard, Zhang Jing embarked on his journey eastward. Given the vast expanse and sparse population, there was but a singular road leading northeast. At 11 in the evening, upon reaching a small-town gas station, Zhang filled his tank and resolved to rest until dawn. He was not alone in his respite. A group of fellow travelers, numbering 7 or 8, gathered around a barbecue, singing and strumming guitars in the dead of night, the atmosphere vibrant and jovial. Though it is generally perilous to engage in such revelries at a gas station, the proprietor seemed unperturbed, even renting out grills and small gas canisters to the patrons. Greetings, stranger, called out a young man with uneven teeth and a face dotted with blemishes, extending a warm invitation. Come join our barbecue party. Zhang, harmless in demeanor, merely smiled and declined, stating, thank you, but I wish to sleep. Such gatherings often culminate in chaos, with the potential for indiscretions among both genders. Wishing to avoid any contagion or the necessity of consulting a physician, it was best for Zhang to steer clear of unfamiliar parties, even those involving casual acquaintances. At that moment, a cadre of 6 robust motorcyclists, their engines roaring and headlights blazing, approached. Each member bore distinctive traits: a bald head, a bushy beard, and a commonality of being heavily built and tattooed. They halted beside the barbecue, appraising the group of young revelers, their expressions akin to wolves eyeing sheep. revealing a desire that extended to both women and men. This sudden shift in dynamics startled Zhang as well as the 8 young people, who had transformed from predators to prey in an instant. "Hello there," boomed the leader, a hefty man weighing over 300 pounds. "Mind if we join your party? We'll bring the drinks." The 8 youths were taken aback, acutely aware that these newcomers were no ordinary company. Refusal seemed ill-advised, yet acquiescence could lead to dire consequences. Zhang stifled a chuckle, opting to remain uninvolved and planning to depart. However, the winds of fate are often unpredictable. The imposing figure turned his gaze toward Zhang, his eyes glinting with malice. "Where do you think you're going?" he demanded sternly. Foreseeing potential escalation, Zhang discreetly activated the small camera hanging from his chest, glancing back at the burly man. "Where I go is my own business, and it is not within your purview." The man paused, then erupted into laughter alongside his companions. "You'd best come sit down," he threatened brazenly, "or you'll get a taste of my fist." Restricting one's personal freedom is unlawful, Zhang cautioned, as is threatening another's safety. "Unlawful?" The hefty man chuckled, shaking his head. "There are no laws here. If there were, we would be the ones to enforce them." Zhang steeled himself, issuing a warning. "You would do well to leave. The consequences will be yours to bear." Losing patience, the burly man raised his fist, prepared to strike. In a swift motion, Zhang feigned an action and drew a pistol, disengaging the safety without firing. He understood that taking a life would be unwise, inviting complications with the law. Surprised by the revelation of Zhang's weapon, the man halted, raising his hands in surrender. "This is a misunderstanding," he exclaimed. His 5 companions, though startled, did not appear overly fearful, calculating that Zhang would not dare to shoot, yet hesitant to act recklessly. "Kneel and call me daddy," Zhang commanded, aiming the gun at the man just a meter away. Men, it seems, are peculiar beings, deriving pleasure from being addressed as daddy, whether by women or men. Zhang intended to assert dominance, taking advantage of the desolation surrounding them. Enraged, the hefty man retorted, "I bet you won't pull the trigger." Bang! Zhang fired a warning shot at the man's feet. "Daddy." The man knelt swiftly, his eyes seething with resentment. "Get lost," Zhang ordered, watching as the 6 motorcyclists retreated. Only then did the gas station owner approach, cautioning, "You've provoked someone beyond your means. They will seek retribution. Leave quickly, and you lot." He turned to the 8 young travelers. "You should vacate this place at once." Without needing further urging, Zhang started his vehicle, speeding away into the night. The group of 8 abandoned their hiking plans, choosing instead to follow suit and escape the brewing storm. At dawn, Zhang arrived in Lafferton, the final town before entering the desolate wilderness, and the last gas station along the way. "Hello," he addressed the station owner. "I believe my friend left a walkie-talkie here." The elderly woman behind the counter opened a drawer and produced an orange device, stating, "That'll be $50." Zhang handed over the cash, collected the walkie-talkie, filled his tank, and departed in haste. Less than 2 hours after Zhang's departure, the hefty man arrived at the gas station, demanding to know if the owner had seen an Asian man, approximately 1.8 meters tall, slim, with large eyes, clad in a gray jacket. "He came to refuel 2 hours ago," the woman replied without a hint of heroism, heading toward the wilderness. Zhang anticipated the man's pursuit, driving directly into the barren expanse, intending to find a suitable spot to ambush them. The terrain resembled the barren landscapes of Xinjiang, desolate and strewn with small stones, with fierce winds creating a harsh environment. Maintaining his course at a brisk pace, Zhang left Beihai Section 151, star map spare me. Everyone is dead, save for the hefty bearded man weighing over 300 pounds, who clings to life, but only just. His body is riddled with 5 gaping wounds, oozing blood profusely. Zhang Jing surveyed the bearded giant from above. Stripped of the arrogance he displayed the previous night, now resembling a dying, battered beast, devoid of any distinction, he picked up the revolver lying beside the bearded man and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, striking him squarely between the eyes, thus concluding his sinful existence. Aside from the bearded giant, no other body remains intact. Blood and remnants scatter the ground in a gruesome display. It is evident that the high-explosive rounds, as thick as an adult male's thumb, have unleashed devastation beyond comprehension. Suppressing his discomfort, Zhang Jing utilized a shovel to gather the dismembered remains, subsequently incinerating them once more. He then embarked on the arduous task of cleaning up. The explosion had sent forth an overwhelming number of steel pellets. Each bullet contained 20 pellets, amounting to 2,000 when calculated. Everything salvageable, including the wreckage of his newly acquired pickup truck, was collected into the secret silver space. The motorcycles of the gang members were also torched, their remnants compacted into the silver space. Working until midnight and continuing the next day, Zhang Jing understood that achieving complete cleanliness was an impossibility. He merely hoped to restore a semblance of normality to the site, leaving the rest to nature's reclamation. In 20 to 30 days, the blood, hair, and flakes left behind by these individuals would diminish, eventually vanishing. On the third night, Zhang Jing departed on his motorcycle. Adhering to the original plan to head northeast, delving into the central region towards the meteorite fall area to rendezvous with Kangxi and Idasimi. With no signal on his phone, he relied on the radio in Idasimi's vehicle, while his walkie-talkie could receive radio signals within a 20-kilometer range. The meteorite's fall area spans approximately 100 square kilometers, making it easy to locate them upon arrival. Under the cloak of darkness, with the motorcycle's headlights illuminating the vast fields like fireflies, Zhang Jing rode tirelessly for 2 hours. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. He decisively squeezed the brake lever, the tires screeching as they met the ground. As thoughts raced, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Hands, feet, heart, and jaw shook with excitement, creating a resonance throughout him. Resolutely, he turned back, spending another 2 hours to return to the scene of the incident, riding his mountain bike in circles around the 8 stone mounds. Eventually, he halted, deep in thought, producing a sheet of white paper on which he marked the cardinal directions and sketched the 8 stone mounds. To his astonishment, a star map materialized on the paper, resembling the constellation Libra. Is this merely a coincidence? Zhang Jing pondered. In the treasure hunting community, there is a saying, all coincidences are orchestrated by man. There are no exceptions. The reason Zhang Jing rode back for 2 hours was due to his suspicion that among these stone mounds lay a grand tomb. But he never expected them to form a star map. Initially, he merely suspected a grand tomb existed. Now, with the star map in hand, Zhang Jing was almost certain that at least one of these 8 mounds concealed a significant burial site, and it was undoubtedly not of indigenous origin. There was over a 90% probability that it belonged to the Yin people, established post 18. In 1788, 11 ships from the Yin nation, including 6 transport vessels, carried approximately 730 prisoners, 1/4 being women, and over 250 free individuals to the land of kangaroos. Since then, an increasing number of Yin people have arrived, eventually establishing the position of governor. The natives, lacking knowledge of constellations, led Zhang Jing to believe that if a tomb were to exist, it would certainly belong to the Yin people, and of considerable status at that. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhang Jing forsook sleep and immediately commenced his efforts. On the surface, the 8 stone mounds appeared natural. He needed to identify the imposter among them before devising a plan to excavate. The false mound was quickly ascertained. The smallest mound at the southernmost point of the star map seemed to be the tomb. However, had he not been convinced of the existence of a tomb, even sitting atop the mound would not have revealed its true nature, as it was skillfully camouflaged, appearing as though it had formed naturally. The overall shape of the mound resembled an irregular oval, one end pointed northwest, the other southeast, measuring about 15 meters in length, with a width of approximately 5 meters at its broadest point and a height of about 4 meters. Its appearance was strikingly similar to the other 7 mounds, as if weathered by a millennium of wind and sun. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began to rise. Zhang Jing discerned that he could not unearth the stone tomb alone, so he rode 6 hours back to the small town of Lafferton, where he could access a mobile signal, and promptly called for assistance. Dylan had returned to Seattle from Burlington 5 days prior. Just 2 minutes before Zhang Jing's call, he had concluded a conversation with his wife, remaining awake despite the late hour. "Good afternoon, boss," Dylan greeted. Seattle was in the dead of night, while Western Australia basked in daylight. "Bring Jamie. You two will fly to Perth, purchase a vehicle, as I intend to dismantle a small stone hill measuring approximately 15 meters by 5 meters by 4 meters. Discuss what tools to acquire. I will send you the location coordinates." Zhang Jing planned to level the mound, believing that even if various mechanisms and cunning traps lay beneath, they would ultimately be futile. "What's the budget?" Dylan inquired over the phone, concerned about expenses due to Zhang Jing's previous financial losses during his exploration of the underground. "No limits," Zhang Jing reassured him, confident in his financial standing. "Acquire sufficient equipment in one go and stock up on food and water. The location is in an uninhabited area." Dylan affirmed this, leaping from his bed, entrusting his 5-year-old daughter Dylan to Haifa's care, then calling Jamie to prepare for their journey to the Eastern Hemisphere. Meanwhile, 600 kilometers northeast of Lafferton, Kangxi and Idasimi rested beneath a shaded tent. A folding low table and 2 folding chairs were set up, with the 2 men sitting opposite each other, taking a break and eating. They had been there for 10 days, suffering greatly under the sun and wind. "How much iron meteorite have you found in 10 days? Idasimi asked Kangxi. Kangxi placed 2 iron meteorites, each the size of a finger, on the low table, lamenting, "Earnings are fewer, yet the toil is greater." Idasimi shook his head. It's a matter of probability. Perhaps tomorrow, you will stumble upon a massive meteorite, akin to the one that surfaced in Hong Kong, worth at least over 10 million USD. Huh? Kangxi chuckled self-deprecatingly. Such things are beyond my wildest imagination. Changing the subject, Kangxi queried, why hasn't Zhang Jing arrived yet? Perhaps he has been occupied with other matters. Ida Simi speculated. Zhang Jing may have discovered something of great value, exceeding 15 million USD. Understanding dawned on Kangxi. You mean the 1049 estate? Ida Simi nodded. If Zhang Jing isn't a second-generation rich kid, it suggests he has indeed unearthed something of considerable worth. Zhang Jing had never mentioned it, Kangxi noted. If you had been robbed by professional thieves, you'd likely keep it under wraps, Ida Simi remarked. Zhang Jing's horse farm was once targeted by professional bandits. I know of this. 6 men were killed, Kangxi recalled, having seen the news. It was said to have been over silver. There was another incident on the highway where Zhang Jing killed 2 men, purportedly over silver as well. Ida Simi felt a wave of embarrassment. The 2 men killed on the highway were sent by Chaichi, merely intending to teach Zhang Jing a lesson, unaware that 2 tons of silver were in the pickup truck. Such matters are inexpressible. They must be swallowed in silence, as Yokohama Sankey Corporation is a reputable machinery company, not to be entangled with unsavory affairs. Section 152. The copper coffin. Zhang Jing abandoned his search for Kangxi and Ida Templeming. He took refuge in a modest motel in a small town, seeking to rejuvenate and prepare for the tasks ahead. On the 3rd day of his respite, 2 middle-aged Caucasian police officers found him at the motel, initially inspecting his identification before proceeding to search him and his room. Finding nothing of interest, they scrutinized Zhang Jing closely. One officer, donning dark sunglasses, inquired about 6 individuals, Lia, Jajuo, and Aaron. I do not know them, Zhang Jing replied. I have no friends at the Kangaroo. The officer with the sunglasses reminded him that they were not his friends. The owner of the gas station had reported a confrontation between them. It turned out to be those individuals. They had crossed paths at the gas station without exchanging names. And your handgun? The officer pressed, referring to the firearm Zhang Jing had used to repel the 6. A gun? Zhang Jing denied. That was merely a toy. I do not possess a firearm. With no weapon found during their search, the officers were at a loss, and the sunglasses-clad officer stated. The gas station owner claims they pursued you into the wasteland. Have you encountered them? Zhang Jing was taken aback. What do they want? Revenge? He learned that the 6 had gone missing, with no leads. Witnesses reported they carried neither supplies nor fuel. Zhang Jing found amusement in the possibility that they had met their demise. The 2 officers exchanged glances, puzzled. On the 5th day of rest, Dylan, Jamie, and Clever Bean joined him, arriving in a box truck and a pickup, fully equipped for the task at hand. After a brief greeting, they loaded the mountain bikes onto the vehicles and set off, only to soon notice a police car approaching from behind. Zhang Jing instructed Dylan to halt and wait for the police vehicle to catch up. It was the same 2 middle-aged officers, one of whom favored dark sunglasses, and they immediately began searching the occupants and the vehicles, evidently intent on locating Zhang Jing's handgun. An hour passed with no discoveries, and the sunglasses officer returned to Zhang Jing, stating, Mr. Zhang, should you encounter Lia and his companions, please inform us. Certainly, Zhang Jing replied. I will be sure to call you. In truth, he had no intention of contacting the officers, and even if he did, there was no signal in the wilderness. It was merely a courteous exchange. As the box truck and pickup vanished from sight, the officers exchanged knowing looks, with the sunglasses officer remarking, the vehicle is equipped with rock demolition gear. They are likely to uncover something valuable. Unaware of the officer's interest, Zhang Jing continued on his path, which, while devoid of roads, was laden with potential. By evening, they arrived near the 8 stone mounds. Boss, why must we breach this stone mound? Dylan asked, pointing at the olive-shaped structure in confusion. The 8 stone mounds formed a representation of the constellation Libra. The smallest mound, located at the southernmost point of the constellation, measured approximately 15 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 4 meters high. This is likely a tomb, Zhang Jing asserted with fervor. There may be treasures within. The night is long and dreams are plentiful. Let us commence our work. Dylan and Jamie nodded in agreement and began unloading the demolition equipment from the vehicle. Rather than explosives, they employed gas blasting apparatus. By heating carbon dioxide gas to an extreme temperature, it would be compressed into a steel tube, where upon release it would expand several hundred times its volume, effectively prying the stones apart. They commenced by cutting at section 153. Easter egg. The sound of gunfire brought 3 vehicles to a halt. In the darkness, a composed middle-aged Caucasian man approached, his silhouette elongated by the headlights of a nearby car. Leave behind what you have found, the man threatened, then get lost. Zhang Jing crouched behind a rock, anxious about being targeted, reluctant to show his face. "We're willing to leave," Zhang Jing replied defiantly. "But you need to step back 500 meters. "No problem," the middle-aged man countered. "I need to search your vehicles and pockets." "That's fine," Zhang Jing readily agreed. "You can come over slowly. We don't want any conflict." Emboldened by the presence of his companions, the middle-aged man strode towards the pile of stones on the hillside, where he spotted the mouth of a grave engulfed in flames and cursed, "You're seeking death." He believed Zhang Jing and his companions could not take away what they desired and deliberately set fire to valuable items. "The fire is a trap of the tomb itself," Zhang Jing explained. "It has nothing to do with us." The man remained skeptical, insisting, "I want to search your vehicle." "No need to search," Zhang Jing generously offered. "You can have the car, just give us another vehicle to leave in, so you won't be suspicious." The middle-aged man, taken aback by Zhang Jing's candor, inferred that they truly had not found anything of worth, or else they would not be so accommodating. Concerned about a potential trick, he agreed to the vehicle exchange. Soon, Dilong drove back a four-wheel drive from the opposing camp, leaving behind the pickup and box truck. Zhang Jing and his companions quickly departed the scene, the entire ordeal passing without incident. "Boss, we worked hard to open the tomb, and now we've left behind the vehicle and equipment," Dilong lamented. "I'm not satisfied." Jamie chimed in from the back seat, "Including the vehicle and equipment, that's over 150,000 meters. "It's all right," Zhang Jing reassured them from the passenger seat. "This investment in equipment is far less than in Burlington. The loss is negligible." Not mentioning Burlington was wise, as Dilong reminded him, "Boss, you have invested nearly 4 million meters in the underground space without any returns." Zhang Jing noticed that both Dilong and Jamie appeared somewhat dejected. It was understandable. Despite being paid for their work, each treasure hunt ended in disappointment, which was disheartening. With this in mind, Zhang Jing encouraged them. "I found something valuable on the other side of the crevice, worth far more than 4 million meters, or else I wouldn't be giving you bonuses." "Really?" Dilong's expression shifted from worry to joy. "So, we didn't work in vain?" "Of course not," Zhang Jing affirmed. "You and Jamie did exceptionally well, and everyone contributed. Otherwise, how could I have purchased the 1049 estate?" Dilong's spirits lifted, and he humbly remarked, "Purchasing the 1049 estate was Manager Barbie's idea. Her capabilities far surpass ours." "Then you must work hard," Zhang Jing lightened the mood, "so I can move into a bigger house." Dilong and Jamie understood that the boss was deliberately trying to ease the atmosphere, yet they felt no qualms about his words, genuinely wishing for Zhang Jing's success. They were content, knowing their low weekly salary of 600 meters was supplemented by gambling profits and bonuses, resulting in an annual income that exceeded that of an average white-collar worker. As dawn broke, the car headed southwest, eventually reaching a small town of human civilization by noon. After refueling, they returned to Perth, heading straight for the airport. There, they checked in with Clever and secured 3 business-class tickets to Seattle. Perhaps due to a peculiar twist of fate, in the VIP lounge, Zhang Jing encountered a wealthy woman, seemingly in her 40s, slightly plump, not particularly tall, yet well-preserved and elegantly dressed. Upon seeing Zhang Jing, Su appeared surprised, removing her sunglasses to remark, "You've gone to the wrong place. This is the VIP lounge." Zhang Jing raised his ticket. "No mistake here." With a scoff, Su dismissed him. "You must be pretending to be affluent by taking a pickup." Zhang Jing, irritated, retorted, "Auntie, we have no grievances or enmity. There's no need for such hostility." "What did you call me?" Su fumed. "Auntie," Zhang Jing persisted, "is that wrong?" Su, who despised being called auntie, was visibly enraged, her chest heaving, ready to storm off. Zhang Jing chuckled, feeling quite pleased. An amusing turn of events occurred 3 hours later when boarding commenced, and Zhang Jing found himself seated next to Su, nearly causing her to explode with frustration. However, she managed to restrain her temper, not erupting into a scene. The subsequent flight was long, with a layover in Melbourne followed by another in Hong Kong, culminating in a full day of travel before finally landing in Seattle. After retrieving Clever, the trio and their dog returned to the 1049 estate at 9 in the evening. Zhang Jing immediately sequestered himself in the basement. With a mere thought, a copper coffin manifested before him, measuring approximately 2.5 meters in length and 1.2 meters in width. It appeared both large and heavy. Donning a gas mask, Zhang Jing employed a crowbar to pry it open. The body inside had not decayed, but had rather transformed into a mummified state. The remains belonged to a Caucasian male, dressed in a suit that still retained its overall appearance despite its highly deteriorated structure. The pivotal moment arrived when Zhang Jing noticed the mummified corpse cradling a piece of parchment. Concerned about damaging it, he refrained from directly handling it. Around the year 1000, the West began producing primitive paper, due to noble sentiments. The use of parchment remained a mark of prestige among aristocrats well into the 19th century. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Jing felt a tinge of disappointment. There was no gold, no gems, nor any other valuable items. After resting for the night, Zhang Jing summoned Su Zheong the following day. Su and his wife, Lin Jiaming, resided at a vineyard in Whitefish Town and drove for an hour to arrive. In the basement, upon observing the copper coffin and the mummified remains, Su Zheong was astonished and asked Zhang Jing, "Where did you acquire this?" "I found it," Zhang Jing replied, choosing not to elaborate, and Su Zheong did not press further. With practiced ease, Su donned white gloves, bent down, and gently moved aside the mummified hands, bringing the parchment close. Because it was folded, he worried it might break like a brittle snack, and after an hour of painstaking effort, he finally managed to open it. Fortunately, the writing was clear and the content discernible. Upon reading, Zhang Jing could not contain his frustration, exclaiming, "After half a month, with tickets and equipment costing over 200,000 meters, I've found nothing but this worthless scrap." His complaint left Su Zheong somewhat taken aback. "This comes from Western Australia?" Zhang Jing nodded. "How did you bring it back?" Su Zheong inquired curiously. "The strength of teamwork. This matter is not your concern," Zhang Jing lamented. "I suffered a great loss." "No." Su Zheong shook his head. "You haven't lost. This coffin alone isn't worth 200,000 meters. Huh. Zhang Jing scoffed. "After half a month, earning only a few copper coins from a coffin, I would rather stay home studying human anatomy with a girl." "Copper isn't valuable," Su Zheong explained. "Though I don't understand star maps, the star chart etched on the inside of the coffin lid may be extraordinary. You need to consult an expert." Zhang Jing was perplexed. He had not noticed before, but crouching down to inspect, he saw a grand star chart intricately carved on the coffin lid. "And this mummified body," Su Zheong continued, "its value exceeds that of the copper coffin itself." Zhang Jing scoffed. "Don't deceive me. It's not a pharaoh. Just a body less than 200 years old." "Haha." Su Zheong laughed heartily, confident. "The love letter contains a name. He is Arthur Feely, hence it holds value." "Who is Arthur Feely?" Zhang Jing, unfamiliar even with ancient figures from Longhua, had no idea about this foreigner. "He was the first governor of Kangaroo," Su Zheong beamed. "But that's not the point. This love letter is the greatest treasure." Section 154. Lena's love letter. Zhang Jing once again glanced at the content of the love letter. "Dear Arthur, do you miss me? What lingers in my mind are those days of intimate conversations, a connection of hearts and souls. Those times of unrestrained dialogue have forever passed, yet my dreams remain deeply concealed within my memories. If only time could flow backward, I would cast aside all my reservations and pride to tell you, I love you. But alas, it is all too late. I command myself repeatedly to forget you. Yet you intrude upon my dreams time and again, an inescapable presence. You are rooted in my heart. Each attempt to pull you out leaves me bleeding, deepening the wound. The more I yearn to be free, the more tightly you grip me. In my recollections, whenever you furrow your brow, I become disoriented and lost. Yet, when you smile, my joy knows no bounds. You should know that, during that time, you were my entire world. You effortlessly tamed me, turning me into your shadow. And you tenderly spoke to the shadow. Do you remember? After several letters, you wrote "Forever love you." You will never know the joy those 4 words brought me, making me willing to wait for you. My friends have told me that we would never have a future, just as we never had a beginning. Yet, how could I not know? You are merely a distant and unattainable dream, and yet I cannot persuade myself to accept this. I cherish the memory of your gentle touch on my hair and long for the warmth of your hand, wondering when you might once again caress my hair and hold my hand. I await that day, indifferent to how many days or years it may take. Lena, June 19th, 1837. The letter, approximately 1,000 words, was read thoroughly, revealing no issues. The most plausible explanation was that the writer might have had some troubles. Zhang Jing turned to Su Zheong and inquired, "Who is Lena?" Su Zheong's eyes sparkled as he spoke with vigor. Lena was the childhood name of Queen Victoria. Zhang Jing gasped, his heart racing. Realizing the implications, he speculated. So the first governor was actually in exile? Su Zheong replied, "Without evidence, it is highly probable. Arthur Philip was of noble birth. It appears he was dispatched to the colonies due to an unclear relationship with the queen." Zhang Jing excitedly asked, "How much is this love letter worth?" Su Zheong, in a good mood, explained, "It cannot be measured in monetary terms. It holds immense significance, potentially trading for dozens of national treasures. However, it could also be worthless, depending on what certain individuals are willing to pay." Zhang Jing, uninterested in national treasures, preferred cash RMB. US dollars, British pounds, or euros were all acceptable. With a cheerful demeanor, he reached into his pocket and handed Su Zheong a stack of RMB, saying, "This is your hush money." Gratefully accepting the money, Su Zheong replied, Thank you, boss. He thought to himself that he could not trust others for authentication, especially regarding this love letter in the person of Arthur Philip, about whom Zhang Jing knew nothing and could easily be deceived. After bidding farewell to Su Zheong, he stored everything in his secret space and exited the basement, where his phone began to ring. You stood us up, Ida Temple complained over the phone. We've been waiting for you in the wilderness for half a month. On the way to Laverton, Zhang Jing vented to the motorcycle gang members. I almost couldn't keep myself safe. Ida Temple believed him. Was it a big bearded man, over 300 pounds, along with his 5 companions? Yes, indeed. Zhang Jing feigned ignorance. How do you know? There's a missing persons notice on the telephone poles in Laverton, Ida Temple replied. Bad people will eventually meet their fate. I hope they remain missing forever, Zhang Jing said with indignation. In just a few sentences, Ida Temple forgave Zhang Jing for canceling, in a good mood, adding, I found over 500 grams of iron meteorite. Kanchi found over 700 grams, at a valuation of 500 RMB per gram. 500 grams would amount to 250,000 RMB. Congratulations to you, Zhang Jing complimented, regretting not joining them. Otherwise, I could have made a small fortune too. It's not your fault, Ida Temple graciously replied. It was unexpected. After a brief chat, they began breakfast. The table was filled with several southern delicacies, including shrimp dumplings, char siu, steamed siu mai, rice rolls, radish cakes, and sweet phoenix claws. While they appeared simple, the chef had to work diligently for a long time to prepare them. Zhang Jing invited the butler, Leia, who was standing respectfully nearby. Come join us. The duties of a butler do not allow me to do so, Leia declined. I must excuse myself. Wait, Zhang Jing called after the butler. How's the filming going? Quite smoothly, Leia replied. The progress is rapid. Do you feel pressed for time? Zhang Jing inquired with concern. A bit, she admitted. I will call Marcus. Lowering the filming intensity will enhance work efficiency, Zhang Jing suggested reassuringly. Leia nodded gently, explaining. 7 days ago, a producer contacted director Marcus, stating there was a role suitable for me, with an investment exceeding 10 million RMB. That's wonderful news. Zhang Jing agreed. What kind of film? How much will you be paid? Are you the lead? It's a contemporary romance, with a salary of 300,000 RMB. And I am the female lead. Well, Zhang Jing's eyes brightened. This could be a great opportunity. The filming location is in Europe, Leia clarified. This would severely affect my primary job, so I declined. Observing Leia, her unique aura was unforgettable. However, in her heart, being a butler was her primary duty, while acting was secondary. Yet, she seemed more suited for film, creating an inner conflict. That's all right. Zhang Jing decided to take it slow. You can go back to your duties now. Leia acknowledged and departed. After breakfast, Zhang Jing encountered Dylan and his wife, who had been waiting. Their 5-year-old daughter, Dylan, clung to her mother like a koala. Good morning, boss. This is my wife, Shaylee. Dylan expressed gratitude. Thank you for reuniting our family. Good morning, Mr. Zhang. Shaylee bowed respectfully. Thank you. I don't know how to express my family's gratitude to you. No problem. Zhang Jing arranged. Contact Barbie. She can take a job here at the estate, which is not far from Dylan's school. The house at Clyde Mountain was rented to Dylan for Dylan's schooling. However, Dylan did not reside there, but rather at the staff apartments of the 1049 estate, which had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. After a brief conversation, Zhang Jing planned to visit the middle-class community of Clyde Mountain, 6 kilometers away, to see Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu, whom he had not seen for some time and was eager to meet. Zhou Manmiao was enchanting, while Liang Jieshu was gentle. Both were to Zhang Jing's liking. As for Ding Jiaqing, life would continue without her. Wealthy women could change partners daily, and there was no need to cling to one tree. Someone had already let go and come to terms with the idea that life could be vibrant and exciting, without the need for self-imposed limitations. Section 155. Increasing value with age. After indulging in 2 days of tenderness, Zhang Jing arrived at Bayou Town. Passing by the gun shop, which was firmly shut, Aunt Susan decided to enter politics and run for the councillor of the Yisage district. If elected, she would enjoy the benefits of public service. If not, she would continue selling firearms. The distance from the town to the Rose Red Winery was 7 kilometers. Due to being falsely accused by Liu Zhibin of possessing contraband, the winery had ceased operations, presenting a scene of beautiful mountains and water, but profound solitude. Most individuals would find it unbearable to reside here for extended periods. Without a hobby to occupy their time, one could easily descend into madness. In the brewing workshop, Zhang Jing approached the winemaker Cindy, who was busy with her team, including the African-American girls Eudoxia, Fei Lai, Jamie, and new hires Mason and Winnie. Mason and Winnie were fresh high school graduates seeking work from southern Texas. Fei Lai, aged 48, was of Chinese descent, while Jamie, age 46, was African American. Both were single and shared a close friendship, dispelling Zhang Jing's earlier suspicion of a romantic involvement. Eudoxia, who previously worked as a warehouse cleaner, had joined the farm later. "Good afternoon, boss." The group greeted Zhang Jing in succession. "Good afternoon," he replied, turning to Cindy to inquire about her progress. Cindy, whose full name was Cindy Olsen, had long, dark brown hair, brown eyes, a prominent nose, and a strong sense of justice, having previously worked as a restaurant server. "It's a matter of feeling my way through," Cindy responded. Each step she took was a financial investment, significant for Zhang Jing at this juncture. The 600-acre vineyard, with 300 acres dedicated to grape cultivation, required fertilization, pruning, and maintenance, alongside the cost of brewing equipment, electricity, wages, and barrels. Each individual expense was not trivial, and cumulatively, they formed a hefty stack of bills. Zhang Jing encouraged her, stating, "Keep pushing forward. You will become the finest winemaker in Seattle, perhaps even the world." Cindy, puzzled, asked, "Aren't you concerned about the money I might waste?" "I wish for you to succeed as a winemaker, and I am here to support you financially," Zhang Jing explained candidly. "I hope your learning process is as brief as possible. After all, no one has enmity towards money." Cindy nodded, acknowledging his words. Departing the brewing workshop, Zhang Jing made his way to the stables, where the 1049 estate was undergoing significant renovations. The general, though unwell, was being cared for here as he recuperated, while Haifa was training atop the magnificent horse, Star. The horse trainer, Aegis, stood quietly beside the racetrack, her gaze fixated on Haifa. Aegis possessed a cascade of silky golden hair that glimmered under the sun, rendering her quite attractive. "How's it going?" Zhang Jing inquired, approaching her. "Star has great potential. Perhaps next year I could afford a better car," Aegis replied earnestly. Zhang Jing was not surprised by her response. Star was indeed a remarkable choice, a destined champion. At just 5 months old when purchased, the horse would turn 2 in March, perfectly timed for the Seattle Cup race. "It's tough," Zhang Jing remarked. "Not at all," Aegis replied with sincerity. "Earning money brings me joy." Zhang Jing chuckled, realizing that there was no need to waste expressions on Aegis. As long as she saw the prospect of profit, she was content. As he observed Haifa in motion, Aegis casually mentioned, "Krista and Angela have asked several times when we could all gather again." Angela and Krista were both fair-skinned, golden-haired, and possessed perfect figures with radiant skin. Krista had fuller lips and wore a patriotic bikini at the last party, while Angela had thinner lips and sported a Mickey Mouse bikini. Both were beautiful young women with an open-minded approach to life. As long as one had money, they were agreeable, yet they could also appreciate simplicity, seemingly innocent girls. Zhang Jing shook his head, partly due to his recent escapades and partly from concerns about potential risks. At that moment, Su Zheong and Lin Jiaoming approached from the direction of the stables. Zhang Jing took the initiative to greet them. "Good afternoon, Professor Su and Lin," he said. "Are you adjusting well here?" "Not bad," Lin Jiaoming replied. "Old Su really enjoys it. I find it a bit dull. But thankfully I have 8 sled dogs to keep me company." Zhang Jing wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat, pondering how bored one must be to converse with dogs. "What did Aunt Lin do before retirement?" Zhang Jing inquired curiously. With a gentle smile, Lin Jiaoming replied, "I am from Shijiang and grew up alongside grapevines." "Working as a winemaker." "Really?" Zhang Jing exclaimed, looking at Su Zheong in surprise, who had never mentioned this before. Su Zheong succinctly interjected, "I know what you're thinking. Don't even entertain that notion. Life thrives on movement," Zhang Jing gently suggested. "If possible, Aunt Lin, perhaps you could mentor Cindy." Lin Jiaoming turned to Su Zheong, remarking, "That's a splendid idea. I can't simply sit or lie around all the time." "Indeed," Zhang Jing quickly concurred. "Staying active is beneficial for one's health. Furthermore, Aunt Lin's salary is 4,000 yuan per month. Cindy, a novice learning the ropes, earned 800 yuan weekly. Lin Jiangming, being a seasoned expert in winemaking, had a reasonable monthly salary of 4,000 yuan, which was entirely fair. If one were to hire from outside, Zhang Jing dared not speculate. Su Zheong's work involved assessment, and he earned 6,000 yuan per month. Although his workload was light, it was always crucial, leading Zhang Jing to reflect that cutting corners could lead to greater losses. Lin Jiangming's situation was similar, though she could not undertake intensive work due to health issues. Her expertise made her increasingly valuable with age. The couple earned a combined salary of 10,000 yuan monthly, amounting to 120,000 yuan annually, a solid middle-class income. However, for Zhang Jing, this did not seem excessive, as he found the rewards outweighed the costs. Zhang Jing extended an invitation, and with his wife's agreement, Su Zheong nodded in approval. With a unanimous decision made, Zhang Jing escorted Lin Xiaoming to the brewing workshop, confirming her position as a minner. Before dusk, he departed. Returning to Bellevue. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Clyde Hill community, an unexpected call came in from Jennifer, who he hadn't spoken to in quite some time. Mr. Zhang, are you considering selling the 110,000 acres of farmland in Dieppe? This caught Zhang Jing off guard. He had only recently acquired it. Was it possible someone wished to take it over so soon? Wasn't it said that risky assets were difficult to transfer? With Ding Jieqi absent, he lacked anyone to consult. Given that he had no intention of farming and had purchased it solely for appreciation, Zhang Jing inquired, "What price are they offering?" "You'll need to negotiate with the buyer. My role is merely to facilitate the connection," she replied. "I need to think it over. I'll give you a response by tomorrow afternoon." After hanging up with Jennifer, Zhang Jing called Li Xing. For those who stand at different heights see varying vistas. On the call, Zhang Jing briefly summarized the situation regarding the 110,000 acres in Dieppe, priced at 1,000 yuan per acre. Such a fantastic opportunity. How come I haven't encountered this? Li Xing responded in disbelief. Now someone is interested in purchasing. Zhang Jing sought guidance. I'm unsure what price would be appropriate. Li Xing astoundingly suggested 2,000 yuan per acre is reasonable, 3,000 yuan is also acceptable, while 4,000 yuan per acre would require some luck. Even at 2,000 yuan per acre, that represented a 100 increase in value. Zhang Jing was taken aback by the substantial appreciation in such a short time. It was evident that Li Xing believed the war would soon conclude, justifying his valuation. Unconcerned with trivial matters, Zhang Jing was focused solely on financial gain and aimed to sell at 4,000 yuan per acre. This equated to 28,000 RMB for 6 acres of black soil, which felt neither exorbitant nor cheap. The key points included a vast expanse of flat land, fertile black soil, proximity to a major river, and permanent private ownership. Reflecting on the Su family's extensive land assets, Zhang Jing concluded his conversation with Li Xing and dialed Sujio. Sujio has already arrived in Seattle, and an appointment has been scheduled for a meeting the following morning. Section 156, selling black land at 9:30 the next morning. Zhang Jing arrived at the second-floor restaurant of the boutique hotel with Zhou Manmiao. At 10 o'clock, Sujio entered with her assistant. Sujio maintained a neutral, professional demeanor, exuding competence, neatness, and decisiveness. Observing Zhou Manmiao, Sujio's expression was one of amusement. Zhang Jing gestured towards Zhou Manmiao and introduced her as his assistant. Sujio, understanding the implications, recognized that this assistant was not like any other, beautiful and charming, always advantageous to have by one's side. "I have an interest in land," Sujio stated directly. 110,000 acres of black land, near a river, of excellent quality. "What price do you intend to sell it for?" "Would 5,000 yuan per acre be too steep?" Zhang Jing inquired tentatively. Sujio was taken aback by the high figure, but quickly composed herself, responding, "Not at all. It's 5,000 per acre, as the property cannot be transferred. The lease is written for 999 years. This straightforwardness caught Zhang Jing off guard, making him feel somewhat awkward. 4,000 would also be acceptable. "Not necessary," Sujio replied with a subtle, enigmatic smile. "It's settled at 5,000 yuan per acre. Let us proceed with the contract." The situation felt reminiscent. He recalled a Thai restaurant where a wooden Buddha statue was priced at 20,000, but he offered 30,000. Zhang Jing couldn't help but wonder if the land was even more valuable than he had anticipated. Yet, the agreement had been reached. Regrets were futile. Unless he wished to sever ties completely, he could not breach the contract, even if it were merely verbal. Of course, this did not imply that breaches were impossible. It depended on the person and the cost involved. Zhang Jing could not afford to provoke Sujio. They proceeded to sign the lease, which effectively amounted to a buyout with a term of 999 years. After the contract was executed, Sujio called to arrange a transfer of funds, 550 million yuan in Hong Kong currency. Despite the strength of the yuan, the Hong Kong currency offered tax advantages. With 30 of 550 million yuan, he would save an astonishing 165 million yuan in taxes. After bidding Sujio farewell, Zhang Jing returned to the car, where Zhou Manmiao sat in the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Darling, I want to buy some clothes." Zhang Jing readily withdrew a stack of yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. Zhou Manmiao leaned over to plant a kiss on his cheek, and Zhang Jing felt a rush of joy, simple, direct, and unconfined. He then called Jennifer to inform her that the land had been sold. "I thought we were friends." Jennifer's voice was laden with disappointment. Zhang Jing replied flatly, from the day you poached my jockey, that was no longer the case. I tried to prevent Nair from doing that, Jennifer explained. It was merely a coincidence, not an act of malice. That's irrelevant. Zhang Jing resolved to retaliate against Nair, holding evidence of his harassment of Irina. He extended an invitation to Jennifer. Do you have time? Let us grab coffee this afternoon. Zhang Jing intended to sell the evidence to Jennifer, but she misconstrued his meaning, assuming he sought a romantic encounter, and hung up in anger. Crazy. Zhang Jing muttered as he hung up, starting the car to take Zhou Manya home. Meanwhile, Jennifer entered the reception area where her husband, Nair, was entertaining two important guests from a Fortune 500 agricultural company eager to acquire Zhang Jing's land. Zhang Jing has already sold the land to someone else, Jennifer said helplessly. Nair and I cannot assist you. The hosts had done their utmost, and the guests departed. Afterward, Jennifer turned on the final day of September at 9:30 a.m. Zhang Jing arrived at Manor 1032 and met Wenli at 9:45 a.m. The spacious, climate-controlled living room was adorned with numerous valuable artworks. And Wenli sat elegantly on the sofa, exuding an air of opulence. After a long absence, Wenli gestured for Zhang Jing to take a seat on the opposite sofa and inquired, I heard from Sujio that you previously visited Western Australia. Did you find anything of worth while foraging for meteorites with your friends? Her tone was slow and conversational. Zhang Jing hesitated for a moment but then confidently replied, Yes, I did. Intrigued, Wenli smiled warmly and asked, What did you find? Zhang Jing produced his phone to display the images. I cannot see, Wenli said, beckoning her assistant, Li Xing, to print them out. Zhang Jing sent the pictures to Li Xing, who soon returned with 3 enlarged, high-definition photographs. Whose mummified remains are these? Wenli inquired. Arthur Phillip, the first governor of New South Wales, Zhang Jing answered. Wenli nodded, gazing at the love letter with earnest attention. Time slipped by quietly. And after about 5 minutes, Wenli looked up at Zhang Jing and remarked, The letter is from someone named Anna. It cannot possibly be addressed to Queen Victoria. Can it? Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. Impressive. Wenli exclaimed, admiring Zhang Jing, and inquired about the bronze dragon. What do you intend to do with them? Zhang Jing shrugged, admitting he had not yet decided. The Su family owns a museum in Hong Kong, if you do not mind. It could serve as a repository for the bronze dragon and the Queen's love letter. A private museum? Zhang Jing asked. It is privately owned. Part of the collection is owned, while the rest is on loan, Wenli explained. Zhang Jing readily agreed. Appreciating the convenience of allowing the public to view the artifacts without the fear of theft, Wenli continued. There is one more favor I must ask of you. Please help me transport some antiquities back to Hong Kong, a total of 15 pieces. Do you have photos? Zhang Jing inquired, concerned about their size, as his secret space could only accommodate dimensions of 6 by 6 by 6 meters. They are in the collection room. You can take a look, Li Xing led the way. Upon entering the study on the first floor, Zhang Jing discovered a hidden door that revealed a room filled with an overwhelming number of artifacts. The chamber, approximately 60 square meters, featured a row of glass display cabinets in the center, with more cabinets lining the walls, reaching up to the ceiling. Artifacts were crammed into the cabinets, and the floor was littered with items, including a palm-sized statue that Zhang Jing accidentally kicked over. There were numerous life-sized statues and crafts, but Zhang Jing noted they were all Indian artifacts, such as statues of Shiva, the monkey god, and various deities. Cautiously navigating the room, Zhang Jing followed Li Xing to the back, where he found over 10 pieces of porcelain and 2 diminutive bronze artifacts. In total, there were 15 items, 2 Tang Dynasty porcelain pieces, 2 Shang Dynasty bronze vessels, and several other valuable but lesser items. The porcelain varied widely in style, which need not be elaborated upon here. The bronze artifacts were particularly remarkable, one being a ram-shaped vessel with a tubular mouth and intricately designed horns, and the other a tiger-shaped wine vessel, which, though considered ugly, possessed a commanding presence. The tigers symbolized the ancient aristocracy, and such vessels were crafted during the Shang dynasty to display noble power. Remarkable, Zhang Jing praised. These are certainly worth a significant sum. They are not for sale, Li Xing pointed out, inquiring if delivering them to Hong Kong was feasible. That is quite simple. Leave it to me, Zhang Jing assured, adding, deliver them to Manor 1049. Li Xing muttered, perplexed at how Zhang Jing intended to accomplish this. Zhang Jing merely chuckled, maintaining an air of mystery. After leaving the secret room and returning to the living room, Zhang Jing bid farewell to Wenli. Wait, Wenli called after him, be cautious of Sujio. That girl is quite cunning. Zhang Jing's mood, which had been buoyant with wealth and treasures, suddenly soured upon hearing her warning. How so? He probed. Sujio is my granddaughter, Wenli teased, and I remind you to be vigilant. Did I suffer a loss on the land sale? Zhang Jing persisted. Not at all. When Li confirmed, you sold it for twice the market value. Zhang Jing felt relieved. As long as he was not at a loss, he believed Sujio, despite her prowess, would not be able to siphon off his savings. While Zhang Jing was unconcerned about small amounts of money, he was judicious with his spending, especially regarding substantial sums, thereby minimizing the risk of deceit. Moreover, he found Sujio quite commendable for offering twice the price. Such a valuable client was certainly worth encountering more frequently. Zhang Jing's contentment was evident on his face, though Wenli shook her head in disapproval, having already warned him that any ensuing troubles were not her concern. After departing from Wenli's residence, Zhang Jing returned to Manor 1049, and within an hour, Li Xing delivered the 15 artifacts. In the reception room, each piece was thoroughly wrapped for protection, with several packages concealing electronic devices, likely for tracking or signaling purposes. Zhang Jing, discontented, instructed Li Xing to remove the electronic devices. Li Xing complied without question, extracting all electronic components and leaving the 15 artifacts intact. Once Li Xing departed, Zhang Jing stored the artifacts in his secret space, planning to fly to Hong Kong the day after tomorrow. Although he could have flown today and delivered the items by tomorrow, he worried that such haste might arouse suspicion. With the afternoon free, Zhang Jing took 2 female companions to watch a tennis match at 2:10 p.m. at the Bellevue Sports Arena, where Katie was also participating. The distance was not far, and Zhang Jing drove his pickup truck, accompanied by Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao, along a dilapidated road from Clyde Hill. As they approached the sports arena parking lot, Zhang Jing slowed down to make a turn and inadvertently caught sight of a streetwalker waiting at the entrance. This glance prompted him to gently apply the brakes, bringing the pickup to a stop by the roadside. The woman, of mixed black and white heritage, was quite attractive, notably adorned with 3-ear studs in her left ear. Upon noticing the vehicle had halted, she approached with a provocative demeanor, her low-cut top and short skirt accentuating her allure. Observing the passengers, Zhou Manmiao in the front seat and Liang Jieshu in the back, the woman boldly asked, "Take me along. If you need more, I have friends." "Get in the car," Zhang Jing replied. Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu were bewildered, questioning the need for additional company. Once the woman settled into the back seat of the pickup, she casually greeted them. "Hello, I'm Liz. It's a pleasure to work with you." Zhou Manmiao was about to express her indignation when Zhang Jing intervened. As they entered the parking lot of the sports arena, Liz unabashedly remarked, "We could do this outside, but it would cost extra." Section 158. The streetwalker Zhang Jing's expression turned serious as he broached the subject directly. "On the plane, I had encountered Mike, who showed me photographs of you and your 3 children." Liz, startled, instinctively pulled her collar higher and her short skirt lower. However, such attempts were futile given the scantiness of her attire. Ultimately conceding to her situation, Liz sought to alleviate the awkwardness with conversation. "He mentioned you, saying that an Asian tycoon on the flight had given him a chocolate." Zhang Jing, puzzled, inquired, "Is Mike's salary insufficient to support a family?" The answer was evident as Liz gestured toward herself, explaining that rent had surged by 50, the eldest child had started school, and expenses had escalated significantly. Concerning rent, in the African-American community within the Seattle metropolitan area, a 2-bedroom apartment typically exceeds $2,000 per month. This exorbitance is one reason Zhang Jing offered lower wages to his employees, as the provision of housing helped retain them. Furthermore, due to the unique circumstances and persistent inflation, costs had risen across the board, including rent. With 3 children in tow, Liz's dwelling could hardly be a 2-bedroom. A 3-bedroom apartment would cost at least $2,500 monthly, meaning an increase of $1,250, leading to a staggering $3,750 in rent each month. Without an increase in income, managing such a burden while raising 3 children proved exceedingly challenging. Noticing Zhang Jing's silence, Liz remarked, "There's nothing else. I must take my leave now to pick up my eldest from school." Zhang Jing retrieved $2,000 from his pocket and handed it to Liz before he, along with Liang Jieshu and Zhou Miao, made his way to the tennis club. Glancing at the cash in her hand and then at Zhang Jing's retreating figure, Liz turned to leave. "Brother Zhang, do you know which woman's husband?" Zhou Miao inquired. "I met him on the plane. He's a soldier, and we had a pleasant conversation. He showed me his wife's photograph." "Goodness," Zhou Miao exclaimed in disbelief. "How did she end up like this?" "This is the norm," Liang Jieshu interjected. "The cost of living in Seattle is exorbitant. Rent is not affordable, and taxes are overwhelming for families at risk. What once seemed manageable has been disrupted by rising rents, severely impacting those without stable housing. Why not return to your hometown?" Zhou Miao countered. "The United States is vast, yet no inch is superfluous," Zhang Jing explained on Liang Jieshu's behalf. "Ordinary people lack a hometown or land, which is quite different from the situation in the Dragon Kingdom." Zhou Miao pondered this, then excitedly wrapped her arm around Zhang Jing's, exclaiming, "Let us go watch the match." Upon entering the arena, Zhou Miao boldly clung to Zhang Jing's arm, making it apparent to any observer that their relationship was far from platonic. Liang Jieshu followed closely behind. In this public setting, Zhou Miao was acknowledged as the girlfriend while Liang Jieshu maintained a respectful distance, not wanting to intrude. Zhang Jing, aware of her shyness, refrained from pressuring her. In truth, it mattered little. The tennis hall was sparsely populated, with fewer than 50 spectators. The trio settled in the front row, where Katie was warming up. Upon spotting Zhang Jing, she jogged over to embrace him, kissing his cheek. "Boss, thank you for coming to watch my match." Examining Katie, who stood at 182 meters with blue eyes, a slender face, and brown hair, she radiated vitality and beauty. "Keep it up," Zhang Jing encouraged. "I have great faith in you." After expressing her gratitude and greeting Zhou Miao and Liang Jieshu, Katie returned to the court. AF Section 159, Adak Island at midnight, Zhang Jing was in his study, searching for new treasure hunting clues. Tomorrow, he was set to journey to Hong Kong, and it would be splendid if he could unearth a treasure along the way. As he rummaged through numerous tomes, he indeed stumbled upon one. He activated a new entry detailing a fragmentary treasure clue. Su Tongmao. In July 1942, while my comrade was constructing a camp on Adak Island, he unearthed a milk can filled with gold coins valued at a staggering 5 million US dollars. However, due to the military's prohibition on excavation during the base's operational period, only one can of coins was recovered. After my discharge, I conducted an investigation into the island's circumstances and am convinced that there are 3,000 pounds of gold hidden there, belonging to a pirate named Gray. Gray commanded a large fleet of illegal seal poachers during the latter half of the 19th century, always evading official capture. It wasn't until 1892 that a U.S. naval ship raided his fleet, and as he faced imminent encirclement, he transferred nearly 3,000 pounds of gold onto his subordinate Gus's ship, which was the fastest. Gus subsequently navigated an exceedingly perilous route, ordering his crew to conceal the gold in empty food cans and milk tins. After traveling nearly 2,000 kilometers, he landed in the most remote location he knew, Adak Island. There, he buried the cans filled with gold in several discrete locations and left behind clues that only he could decipher. Regrettably, due to its status as a military stronghold, excavation on Adak Island has always been forbidden. I am now gravely ill and doubt I will live to see the day it is opened for exploration. So I write this for my descendants. After reading the introduction, Zhang Jing searched for Adak Island on his phone, revealing a plethora of information. Located at the western end of the Andrianoff Islands in the Aleutian Archipelago, Adak Island stretches 48 kilometers in length and 32 kilometers in width, encompassing an area of 711 square kilometers. The island's highest point is Mount Moffat, peaking at 196 meters, which remains largely snow-covered throughout the year. The resident population is a mere 45 individuals, and due to the incessant strong winds, the island is often shrouded in clouds, with the low-lying vegetation predominantly consisting of damp moss. The military base was constructed in 1942 and closed in 1997. Upon examining the map, Zhang Jing discovered that Adak Island belongs to Alaska, situated at the southern end of the Bering Strait, and is one of the larger islands in the Aleutian chain, closer to Japan, which explained the establishment of the military base there. Intriguingly, the documentation also recounted the legend of the treasure, noting that aside from the one can unearthed during the base's construction in 1942, no further coins had been discovered since the base's closure in 1997. Instead, there have been incidents of uncovering bombs, resulting in 6 fatalities. Reflecting on the notes, he learned that Su Tongmao was born in 1915 and passed away in 1983, making him 27 years old in 1942. Zhang Jing resolved to act promptly, calling Irina, Milika, Jamie, and Dylan to prepare for the expedition, ensuring to bring along Smart Bean, who had proven to be an invaluable ally in his treasure hunting endeavors. Subsequently, he contacted dog trainer Ryan, requesting him to train the pangolin named P and the black panther he had found along the Yukon River. Initially hesitant upon hearing Zhang Jing's request to train a pangolin and a black panther, Ryan's reluctance faded when Zhang Jing offered a handsome hourly rate of 300 US dollars. The allure of wealth proved persuasive. The following morning, on October 1st, Zhang Jing boarded a commercial flight to Hong Kong. Irina, Milika, Jamie, and Dylan, accompanied by Smart Bean, first flew to Anchorage, Alaska, before renting a private plane to embark on the 2,000-kilometer journey to Adak Island. After a grueling 19-hour flight, as they made their way to the Central Hotel, the taxi driver excitedly engaged Zhang Jing in conversation. remarking on the bronze dragon that had been stolen in the United States and was now in Hong Kong. "I saw the video, it truly looks majestic," he exclaimed. Zhang Jing feigned ignorance, inquiring whether it would be reclaimed by the U.S. "Impossible," retorted the driver. "That is an ancient bronze artifact from our land," Zhang Jing countered. "Yet its origins are dubious. I've heard that several lives were lost over this matter." Unfazed, the driver shook his head slowly, stating, "All I know is that today is National Day, and its unveiling on this day signifies it will not return to American hands." Zhang Jing nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in the driver's words. The reality was that a fishing vessel had discovered a container at sea, which contained the bronze dragon. The captain sold the dragon to a tourist, who then sold it to another, until it ultimately ended up being rented for exhibition at the Xiangshan Museum. On the surface, it seemed entirely unrelated to Zhang Jing. After resting at the Grand Hotel, Zhang Jing called Guo Yu the following evening. They had met at Seattle Airport over a shared platter of fried chicken, where Guo Yu, a strikingly handsome man, had graciously upgraded Zhang Jing's seat. Dialing the number, Zhang Jing got straight to the point, inviting him out for a night at the club. Previously, Guo Yu had been the host, spending a lavish sum of 50 to 60,000 Hong Kong dollars in a single night, indulging in exquisite drinks and charming companions. At that time, Zhang Jing had refrained from engaging with the women, focusing solely on the drinks as he was in a relationship with Ding Jiechi. In retrospect, he felt he had missed an opportunity and was determined to make up for it this evening. Guo Yu, busy with work, was pleasantly surprised by Zhang Jing's call and readily agreed. 30 minutes later, they arrived near the Madame Tussauds Wax Museum, where a larger nightclub under the Clover brand awaited. Even from a distance, they could see a throng of scantily clad women queuing at the entrance. Perhaps it was due to the high spending, but Guo Yu entered through the VIP entrance, eliciting envy from those waiting in line. Zhang Jing, riding on Guo Yu's coattails, followed suit, bypassing the queue. Inside, the nightclub's opulence was striking, a palace of luxury hidden behind an ordinary exterior, pulsating with lively music and filled with attractive men and women. A server rushed over, greeting them. "Mr. Guo, the C-Zone is available for you and your friend." The so-called C-Zone referred to the most desirable seating area in the club. "Today, my friend is treating us. He is the host," Guo Yu introduced Zhang Jing. Feeling somewhat awkward at the title of young master, Zhang Jing thought it exaggerated. Yet directly addressing him by name seemed inappropriate as well. "Young Master Zhang, please," the server said with impeccable courtesy. Settling into a curved sofa, Zhang Jing, understanding the unspoken rules, began ordering expensive drinks, Ace of Spades and King of Hearts. Like a magnet, the combination of prime seating and fine spirits drew women to them in droves. Guo Yu, unabashedly enjoying himself, embraced women on either side, his hands comfortably resting on their thighs, effortlessly inviting them to sit on his lap. Zhang Jing, not wishing to appear inexperienced, mimicked his friend's behavior, eliciting rosy cheeks and laughter from the woman in his embrace. "What is your name?" Zhang Jing inquired. "I'm Lily," she replied, the name reminiscent of the sweet scent of jasmine. Zhang Jing buried his face in her bosom, inhaling her fragrance, and complimented, "You smell divine, like jasmine perfume." Lily laughed merrily, unaware that, as a seasoned veteran of the nightlife, she had already deduced Zhang Jing's inexperience. Amidst the beauty, fine wines, and pulsating music, the revelry continued until midnight when the festivities began to wind down. Guo Yu decided to take 3 women back to the hotel. Zhang Jing, feeling the effects of the alcohol cloud his mind, aimed to take one with him, only to find himself with 2 in his bed, and then, unexpectedly, the unforeseen occurred. Section 160, it is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes, a night of silence. The following noon, when Zhang Jing awoke, the woman named Lily was still blissfully asleep on the pristine white sheets. At that moment, another woman, freshly bathed and wrapped in a towel, emerged from the bathroom. Zhang Jing's heart skipped a beat upon observing the damp-haired beauty. First, her unadorned face radiated a sweet, captivating beauty. Second, her age appeared incongruous. "How old are you?" Zhang Jing instinctively inquired. 18, the girl replied, sizing him up. "Is there a problem?" Zhang Jing felt a wave of relief, having initially thought she might be only 14, as she bore a youthful appearance. He then proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, changing into clean attire. Pretending to retrieve a stack of cash from his pocket, he counted out 2 portions of 2,000 each and placed them on the table, intending to leave. "Where are you going?" the girl called out from behind him. "To have breakfast." "I'll take you," she introduced herself. "My name is Wang Cici, and I know this area well." Zhang Jing had planned to settle for a simple buffet breakfast at the hotel's second floor, but upon considering the prospect of venturing out, he nodded in agreement, eager to explore. "Then turn around. I need to get dressed," Wang Cici insisted. Zhang Jing shook his head, refusing to turn, akin to a cautious sailor navigating treacherous waters. With no other option, Wang Sisi boldly discarded her towel and dressed in front of him, regretting his excessive drinking the previous night. Zhang Jing lamented the missed enjoyment of the experience, all while having spent a considerable sum. As they departed the hotel, Zhang Jing and Wang Sisi strolled along the pedestrian walkway in Central, weaving through the crowd. He couldn't help but notice the girl's somewhat awkward gait, her legs instinctively drawn together as if in discomfort. "Uncle, what do you like to eat?" Wang Sisi inquired. Zhang Jing felt a pang of discomfort. The term uncle from the 18-year-old girl struck him with a sense of melancholy. Cantonese dim sum. Other breakfast options are fine too. Unlike the dramatic reaction of his friend, he accepted the title of uncle with nonchalance, viewing it merely as a label. After a brisk 10-minute walk, they arrived at a tea house nestled behind a building. "This is a dim sum restaurant founded by Mr. Hua," Wang Sisi explained. "The selection is extensive, and the flavors are authentic." The exterior of the restaurant was unremarkable, but the interior boasted a vintage decor with square tables and long benches, bustling with diners and diligent staff. Accompanied by a young lady, Zhang Jing ordered a lavish array of dishes, opting for smaller portions of everything. True to Wang Sisi's words, the flavors were indeed delightful and genuine, surpassing even those prepared by the chefs at the manor. "Uncle, the crystal shrimp dumplings are exquisite. May I order another portion?" Wang Sisi asked, her eyes sparkling. Each basket contained only 2 dumplings, prompting Zhang Jing to summon a waiter and generously tip him 20 Hong Kong dollars, requesting 6 additional dumplings. The handsome waiter, taken aback by the generous gratuity, quickly responded, "Coming right up." After a few minutes, the waiter returned with 2 baskets of dumplings, discreetly informing Zhang Jing. "At 1 o'clock, there's a foreigner who tipped me $5 to eavesdrop on your conversation." Wang Sisi instinctively glanced toward the indicated direction, but Zhang Jing prevented her from doing so, producing another 20 Hong Kong dollars and placing it on the table. The waiter, grateful for the tip, departed with a nod of thanks. "Uncle," Wang Sisi said, a nervous expression on her face, "you're not some big shot in a complicated situation, are you? Should I flee with you?" Zhang Jing playfully tossed her a nutshell. "How many movies have you watched?" Wang Sisi stuck out her tongue, mischievously replying, "I've seen quite a few notable blockbusters. There's one long-running series." Zhang Jing chuckled. After finishing their meal, the bill came to 200 Hong Kong dollars, neither exorbitant nor cheap, considering it was a Michelin-rated restaurant, and Zhang Jing had ordered an abundance of food. "Uncle, where shall we go next?" Wang Sisi inquired as they stood at the restaurant's entrance. Zhang Jing hastily replied, "You can head back. I have other matters to attend to." Her expression fell, and she timidly asked, "Should we exchange contact information? It is better to forget each other in the rivers and lakes." With a long-term partner already by his side, Zhang Jing felt no need for further connections. He took a taxi to the Xiangshan Museum, situated by Victoria Bay next to the Four Seasons Hotel, upon arrival. Zhang Jing quickly abandoned his plan to visit due to the lengthy queues, each stretching over a kilometer. During this time, he discerned that someone was following him. To elude his pursuer, Zhang Jing boarded a ferry at Victoria Pier, bound for the resort area of Sanmen Island, located 60 kilometers away. After 2 days of leisure on the island, the feeling of being followed remained, igniting his fury. He sought refuge in a secluded public restroom. Sure enough, a seemingly harmless young Caucasian man followed him inside. "Who sent you?" Zhang Jing questioned, brandishing a small revolver at the stalker. "Guess," the young man replied, unfazed by the gun. "I guess you're in for a surprise." Zhang Jing warned, "You have 3 seconds to reconsider." "You wouldn't dare shoot," the young man taunted. "You can't dispose of my body." "Oh, but I can." Zhang Jing's face twisted into a sinister smile, and before he could finish his sentence, he decisively pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed as the bullet struck the young man squarely in the forehead, leaving his eyes wide open in disbelief. Unable to comprehend that Zhang Jing had indeed fired, in a swift motion, Zhang Jing stepped forward, storing the body in his secret silver space before any blood could spill. There was no need to clean up traces. It was a flawless execution. The secret silver space contained a plethora of firearms, including AKs, AA-12s, revolvers of various sizes, and crossbows, each serving a distinct purpose. In this particular scenario, it would be unwise to use the more powerful weapons. The small revolver was ideal, sufficiently lethal without causing a ruckus or splattering blood everywhere. Concerned about leaving traces, Zhang Jing donned gloves to wipe away any fingerprints and then turned on the faucet, disconnecting the drain to allow water to wash over the restroom. It wouldn't be long before someone arrived to clean the area. Exiting the secluded restroom, Zhang Jing reboarded the ferry, returning to Victoria Harbor, where he rented a small yacht. He then placed a call to Li Xing. An hour later, Li Xing arrived. Expecting the exchange to take place in a remote rural area as before, but was surprised to find it on a boat. When the belongings are all in the cabin, Zhang Jing remarked, this time nearly went awry. Please refrain from involving me in such dangerous matters in the future. Li Xing, momentarily stunned, assumed there had been complications during transport and nodded in understanding. With no other business at hand, Zhang Jing intended to visit the museum to see the bronze dragon, yet the queue remained prohibitively long, rendering entry impossible. He was aware that the bronze dragon was garnering media attention on both sides of the ocean. Before departing Hong Kong, Zhang Jing sought out Barbie, who was overseeing silver acquisitions in the city. She had already procured over 200 tons, and Zhang Jing utilized 128 tons to expand his secret silver space from 6 by 6 by 6 meters to 7 by 7 by 7 meters. Section 161. Devil's Island. Perhaps it was a peculiar twist of fate that brought Zhang Jing and Wang Cece together once more at Hong Kong International Airport. The young woman, clad in trendy attire, exuded an aura of indomitable youth, though her demeanor betrayed a sense of malaise. Where are you headed? Zhang Jing inquired as he settled beside her. I don't know, Wang Cece replied with a despondent glance, her voice lacking vigor. Anywhere is fine. What about your parents? Zhang Jing asked, curiosity piqued. They're both gone, she stated flatly. Zhang Jing paused momentarily, processing her words, and recalling her frequent visits to nightclubs. With a sudden impulse, he extended an invitation. I'm heading to Anchorage. If you have nowhere else to go and your passport allows for it, come with me. You're not planning to sell me, are you? Wang Cece maintained a hint of wariness. If the price is right, Zhang Jing replied with a smirk, I might consider it. And what would that price be? She asked. Intrigued. 7 figures, in U.S. dollars, he answered. Wang Cece nodded knowingly, realizing that she could hardly fetch such a sum. Zhang Jing then led her to the ticket counter to procure a new flight. It was then that he learned her original destination was London, using a Cypriot passport. Citizens of the United Kingdom and the United States enjoy visa-free travel to Cyprus. For citizens of the Dragon Country, obtaining such a passport is relatively straightforward, requiring the purchase of property valued at approximately 1 million renminbi. With tickets in hand, Wang Cece gasped in delight, her eyes sparkling at the sight of a business-class ticket. You must be wealthy. Not quite, Zhang Jing replied casually, but I can offer you a job. Thank you. Wang Cece accepted without hesitation, embracing him. With only an hour remaining until boarding, Zhang Jing excused himself to the restroom. Upon his return, he retrieved a down jacket from his backpack. The temperature in Hong Kong was a balmy 27 to 28 degrees Celsius, while Anchorage was already hovering around -3 to -5 degrees. Without proper winter attire, Wang Cece would be left shivering upon arrival. Uncle, you're so kind to me, she said, inhaling the scent of the jacket with delight. Zhang Jing winced at being addressed as uncle, and he began to understand why Su was often irritable at being called auntie. He resolved to refrain from using such terms in the future. After a 15-hour flight, they arrived in Anchorage, greeted by light snowfall upon landing and heavy snow upon exiting the airport. Zhang Jing called Charles, a middle-aged Caucasian with a fair complexion and a scruffy beard, who had previously flown him to the Yukon River in search of gold. After a brief conversation, Zhang Jing felt disheartened. Due to inclement weather, although Charles was an experienced pilot, he was unwilling to fly in such conditions, fearing the risks involved. Looking at Wang Cece, he suggested, we need to find a place to stay until the weather improves. Wang Cece, wrapped in the men's down jacket, shivered and replied, Uncle, I'm cold and hungry. Let us buy some clothes first, then we can eat. The airport featured a shopping area, where they first purchased a large suitcase, followed by warm winter clothing. After a meal, they settled into the courtyard by Marriott at the airport. Zhang Jing booked a single room, and Wang Cece accepted this arrangement. Their pleasant stay lasted 3 days until they received a call from the pilot. Before the flight, Zhang Jing had already prepared a heater, coal, gas canisters, food, beverages, bottled water, sleeping bags, and a snowmobile. Inside the aging transport aircraft, Zhang Jing and Wang Cece were strapped to the cargo hold, sitting atop a suitcase. Uncle, why are we going to Adak Island? Wang Cece asked, puzzled. For work, but it won't be long. We'll return to Seattle soon, Zhang Jing explained. Work? She echoed, skeptical. I'm a treasure hunter. A treasure hunter? Wang Cece exclaimed, her surprise palpable. Is that reliable? Not really. Failure is common. It's often like drawing water with a bamboo basket, Zhang Jing admitted. Though he possessed a golden touch, he had often come up empty-handed. As with the July slave ship, the dinosaur skull, and Edward's treasure. The July slave ship was a failure due to the absence of a salvage vessel. The dinosaur skull expedition was abandoned when they stumbled upon black gold, and Edward's treasure was even more disheartening, as the treasure was located 6,000 meters deep in the ocean despite having pinpointed its coordinates. What are we searching for on Adak Island? Wang Sisi inquired. Gold buried by a pirate named Gus, approximately 3,000 pounds. Wang Sisi queried. Why has no one else attempted to dig it up? The island was previously attacked by Japanese forces, leaving behind numerous landmines and bombs. It said that 6 treasure hunters were killed in a single incident. Wang Sisi fell silent. 2,000 kilometers later, for hours into the flight, the plane began its descent, landing directly on a road with a jolt, yet without incident. Wang Sisi, experiencing her first flight on such a dilapidated World War II-era aircraft, screamed during takeoff and landing alike. Didn't the plane break apart? She asked. Her heart racing. What are you worried about? We've arrived. As Charles opened the cabin door, a warm slant of sunlight flooded in, offering a false sense of warmth against the harsh, biting wind. Boss, welcome to Hell Island, greeted Alina, entering the nearly dilapidated cabin with a camera in hand, recording material. Unexpectedly, Wang Sisi jumped up, exclaiming, no filming. Zhang Jing instructed Alina to cease recording and to cut that segment. Who is this young lady? Alina inquired. Putting down her equipment. She is my new partner, Zhang Jing introduced. Wang Sisi, this is Alina. Wang Sisi extended her hand, stating, I don't want to be filmed. Nor do I wish to be recorded. Not a problem, Alina assured her, shaking hands. DeLong, Jamie, Milika, and Smart Bean, Zhang Jing introduced the team to Wang Sisi. Wang Sisi greeted each member in turn. They then began unloading cargo. Zhang Jing had brought 2 tons of coal, 3 stoves, along with potatoes, tomatoes, beef, and beverages. Once the supplies were removed from the plane, night had fallen. Their overnight accommodations were in a dilapidated 3-story building constructed during World War II, damp and eerie. Covered in moss. Zhang Jing, despite his daring nature, would not dare spend the night alone in such a place. Fortunately, he was with a group of 6 people and 1 dog, gathered around a stove on the 3rd floor, enjoying their meal and drinks together. Boss, DeLong remarked. The mayor of the island's only town came by earlier, warning us to be cautious of underground bombs and landmines and to avoid conflicts with other treasure hunters. Adak Island measures 5 kilometers long, 35 kilometers wide, covering an area of 711 square kilometers. There are over 40 residents living primarily in the northeastern part of the island, while Zhang Jing and his companions were situated in the southeastern region, 30 kilometers away in an uninhabited area. Have you encountered other treasure hunters? Zhang Jing asked. There is a 5-member team led by a wealthy man named Thomas, which includes a geologist, a historian, a technician familiar with underground scanning equipment, and 2 mechanics. They've been here for 2 months. Who is Thomas? Zhang Jing murmured. Feeling unfamiliar. An African-American named Jamie explained. He is a famous collector from Los Angeles, a billionaire whose family made their fortune mining in Africa. Wow. Zhang Jing pretended to be impressed. That sounds quite impressive. While Zhang Jing remained at ease, DeLong, Jamie, Alina, and Milika were less optimistic, feeling like amateurs compared to the professionals. After dinner, Zhang Jing stood and announced, you all get some rest. I'll take Smart Bean out for a walk. Boss. I'll go with you, Milika volunteered. It's easy to get lost in this unfamiliar place, especially with the high winds. Milika, the daughter of old Dai Jin, was 20 years old, standing 1.9 meters tall. She had previously weighed 130 kilograms, but had since lost weight, now weighing around 90 kilograms, appearing slimmer and more attractive. I can manage alone. You all take turns keeping watch, he replied, and with that, Zhang Jing took Smart Bean and departed the abandoned building. Section 162, Clattering Sounds. Adak Island, situated at the southern tip of the strait, is directly subjected to the frigid winds blowing from the Arctic. Surrounded by the sea, the island is characterized by its cold, damp climate and strong winds, earning it the ominous nickname Devil's Island. Under the cover of darkness, Zhang Jing, wielding a powerful flashlight, departed from the abandoned building, meandering aimlessly forward. The ground beneath him, once a military base and battleground, is rich in metal artifacts, rings, lighters, metal toys, shell casings, shrapnel, and lunchboxes, among other remnants. Upon mentioning the lunchbox, Zhang Jing paused, producing an iron pickaxe, and immediately began to excavate. The lunchbox lay buried 50 centimeters deep, evidently deeper than the surrounding debris, likely a remnant of a shell crater repurposed by soldiers. As October had just begun, the soil remained unfrozen, and after some effort, Zhang Jing unearthed the lunchbox. It was a World War II-era lunchbox belonging to a Japanese soldier. Upon opening the lid, he discovered a photograph nestled inside, an image of a Japanese soldier, a woman, and a child, a family portrait captured in time. Picking up the photograph, he noticed 2 rows of small characters on the back, which he could not decipher. so he temporarily stored it in his secret silver space. After refilling the hole, Zhang Jing and his companion, Smart Bean, continued their exploration. 3,000 pounds of gold had been concealed by the pirate Gus within milk cans and tin cans. Generally, both milk cans and tin cans are not particularly large. For instance, the metal milk can belonging to Wang Mozai and beef tins are quite small. Therefore, it is evident that the 3,000 pounds of gold could not be contained in a single location or can but must be distributed across at least 100 cans. The soldier who unearthed the gold in 1942 found it hidden within a milk tin, a fact documented in Sue's study, undoubtedly accurate. Unbeknownst to him, 20 minutes had already elapsed in the darkness when Zhang Jing suddenly halted. For meters ahead, half a meter deep in the ground, lay a metallic object. The three-dimensional image of the metal unfurled before him. Its appearance resembled that of a gas canister, albeit slimmer and shorter. Approximately 80 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in diameter. It was unmistakably a large aerial bomb. If it were to explode, the surrounding area would become a death zone of 100 meters. Alarmed, Zhang Jing retraced his steps, listening to the howling winds outside. He settled into his sleeping bag until dawn. After breakfast, DeLong and Jamie commenced their work as planned, employing a gold metal detector. Their search area spanned roughly 5 square kilometers, believed to be the landing site of Pirate Gus. Irina and Milika were responsible for filming, as treasure hunting videos were quite popular. Wang Cece had yet to find her location and was left with nothing to do. Zhang Jing decided to swiftly survey the surrounding area on his motorcycle, deliberately avoiding the site where he had discovered the bomb the previous night. Unfortunately, he had not traveled far when he encountered another bomb resembling a gas canister. After riding for about 10 kilometers, Zhang Jing stumbled upon another treasure hunting team for individuals hiding behind a vehicle. "Who are you?" inquired a poised, middle-aged woman with blonde hair. Blocking his path, "I am Zhang Jing, the sponsor of another treasure hunting team. Are you playing hide and seek?" The term sponsor implied wealth, to which the blonde woman shook her head. "We have discovered a suspicious object resembling both a bomb and a milk can, and we are currently excavating it." Peering beyond the vehicle, Zhang Jing spotted an armored excavator cautiously at work over 100 meters away. Realizing something was amiss, he pondered whether a milk can could truly resemble a bomb. Could they be mistaking a milk can for a grenade? If it were indeed a grenade, would they need to distance themselves so far? Zhang Jing recognized his potential lapse in judgment and decisively left to return to his treasure hunting team. "Jamie." Zhang Jing's motorcycle roared to a stop beside the African-American Jamie. "What connection is there between milk cans and bombs?" Jamie halted his work and explained. For ease of transportation, milk cans from that era were of a size akin to gas canisters and could easily be mistaken for bombs, measuring about 80 centimeters by 20 centimeters. Zhang Jing's internal response was one of shock. Summoning Smart Bean, Zhang Jing returned to the location where he had discovered the suspicious bomb the previous night. Upon closer inspection, the metallic object appeared flat on both ends, which led Zhang Jing to reconsider its identity. It might indeed be a milk can. Without the armored excavator, he opted to use the iron pickaxe directly. After swiftly digging half a meter deep, he was left with a layer of soil, which he gingerly removed with his hands. As he brushed away the dirt, he revealed a row of Japanese characters on the metallic surface, causing him to panic and flee on his motorcycle. 200 meters away, he encountered another suspicious bomb. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, he began to excavate again. Observing closely, he noted that this particular object lay deeper in the ground. Zhang Jing, heart racing, carefully removed the soil layer, taking extra care with the remaining topsoil, which he gently scraped away, initially slowly, then increasingly quickly. It was not a bomb. As he extracted the can from the earth, its weight was substantial, and he could hear the clinking of metal within. Without a doubt, it contained gold coins. The golden finger was quite useful, but had its limitations. It could not reveal the contents of a sealed metal container. Yet it could discern the conditions behind a metal wall, similar to the view from the cabin of Aegis's yacht. After considerable effort, he pried open the rusted lid of the can, revealing a trove of golden treasures. Along with the milk can and gold, he stored them in his secret silver space. Zhang Jing resolved to acquire an armored excavator as there were numerous bombs on the island, and a single stroke of luck did not guarantee future fortune. Should he inadvertently detonate a bomb, he wouldn't want to take his wealth to the afterlife. Returning to the detection area, he found DeLong and Jamie. "You two head to the town and rent or purchase an excavator from the locals. Modify it for frontal blast protection to excavate the milk cans, which may also be bombs." DeLong, a skilled mechanic, was adept at modifications, and the two rode off on their motorcycle. "Boss, have you found something?" Irina, responsible for filming, inquired while holding her equipment. "I discovered a suspicious milk can, but upon excavation, it turned out to be a bomb," Zhang Jing explained to the camera. Irina was thrilled. This was excellent material, and she insisted on capturing the moment. Milika also expressed her desire to witness the event, and Wang Sisi showed no fear. After a 20-minute walk, they arrived at the shell crater. Irina cautiously descended, directing her camera lens at the Japanese characters on the bomb, capturing the moment perfectly. Just as she intended to climb out of the crater, disaster struck. She lost her footing and fell heavily onto the bomb. Panic ensued as a mechanical ticking sound emanated from within the bomb. Zhang Jing's face drained of color, and Irina fared even worse, her legs giving way beneath her. With a surge of strength, Zhang Jing grasped Irina by the collar and pulled her out of the crater, simultaneously shouting at the dazed Wang Sisi and Milika to run. Realizing the imminent danger, Wang Sisi and Milika scrambled to flee. The fastest of them all was the golden retriever, Smart Bean, whose 4 legs propelled him like a whirlwind. Within 7 to 8 seconds, they Section 163, the marvelous landscape. The anguished cries of Zhang Jing echoed as the towering figure of Milika, who had been closest to the explosion, hurried over to assess the situation. "Boss, how are you?" "My back was struck by shrapnel," Zhang Jing gasped, his breath shallow and his eyes rolling back in pain. "Call an ambulance for me." "This is Devil's Island. There are no ambulances here," Milika replied, swiftly examining Zhang Jing's back. To her relief, she found no blood at first glance, but upon lifting his down jacket, she discovered he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Typically, such vests only protect the front, yet Milika noted that it also contained ceramic plates at the back. A piece of shrapnel, the size of a fingernail, was embedded deeply within. Concerned that there might be other fragments, Milika extended her hand to Zhang Jing's back, finding his skin smooth and elastic, devoid of blood or wounds. "Ah!" Zhang Jing screamed again. "Milika, your hand is freezing." "Apologies." Milika withdrew her large hand from Zhang Jing's warm back. "Boss, there is a piece of shrapnel that was stopped by the vest?" "Really?" Zhang Jing could scarcely believe it, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. The force of the shrapnel was immense. Although the plate had blocked it, some of the impact had been absorbed by his body. Zhang Jing sighed in relief, knowing he had $600 million in his bank account. If he were to perish, he wondered who would benefit from his demise. He resolved to have children sooner rather than later to ensure his legacy would continue. He felt gratitude for the meticulous precautions he had taken and for Aunt Susan, whose weapons and bulletproof vests were of exceptional quality. At that moment, Irina, looking disheveled, approached at a brisk pace, still clutching her camera, focusing intently on the shrapnel lodged in Zhang Jing's back. "Where's Wang Sisi?" Zhang Jing suddenly inquired. Irina was taken aback, as was Milika. They turned to search for Wang Sisi, only to find her unconscious, a mere 30 meters from the explosion's epicenter. Fortunately, she was merely fainted and had not sustained any injuries. This woman must have saved the galaxy in her past life, Zhang Jing mused. He carried Wang Sisi back to the abandoned building and tucked her into a sleeping bag, finally finding the time to inspect the source of his agony, the shrapnel. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, its imp in Section 164, the matter of taxation is addressed. 3 days later, Dylan and Jamie returned, driving a fortified excavator. 3 6-centimeter thick steel plates were welded to the front of the cabin, and numerous blankets were installed within to absorb vibrations. However, the downside was that visibility was entirely obstructed. "Is it sturdy?" Zhang questioned skeptically. "Indeed," Dylan replied, "it can withstand high-caliber shrapnel. But blocking sound and shock waves is somewhat challenging." Zhang was momentarily speechless, wishing for an explosion-proof excavator. Another treasure-hunting team, led by Noletta, utilized specialized machinery that could withstand close-range explosions without issue. With no time to procure machinery from 2,000 kilometers away, they had no choice but to press on. They headed directly to the suspected location of the milk can found prior to the storm. "Right here," Zhang indicated the underground passage. "I stumbled upon it before the storm. There may be a milk can buried beneath, containing gold." Utilizing a gold detector, Dylan discovered a metal object approximately 80 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide, buried about 60 centimeters underground. Concerned about the potential for annihilation, the group retreated to a distance of 100 meters and lay down. Dylan operated the excavator, and since visibility was compromised, Jamie, positioned at a safe distance, directed him via walkie-talkie. After a couple of scoops, the object beneath was revealed. Summoning his courage, Dylan exited the cabin to inspect it. Moments later, excitement radiated from the walkie-talkie. "It's not a bomb." "Thank goodness it's not a bomb," Zhang exclaimed, sprinting to the pit. By this time, Dylan had cleared much of the can's surface, revealing the long-buried milk can from 80 or 90 years ago. The lid was rusted shut, and with a mighty swing of a heavy hammer, it broke open, spilling forth a multitude of gleaming gold nuggets and bars. "There really is gold." Wang Sisi gasped in astonishment. "I thought it was merely a legend." "This is no legend," Zhang replied, shaking his head. "It's just been too long. After extracting all the gold from the can and weighing it, they discovered it totaled over 230 pounds, valued at more than $6 million US. Impressive. Yet, Zhang knew this was merely a fraction, as the pirates had hidden a total of 3,000 pounds, approximately 2,700 pounds, still a significant shortfall. In the following week, Zhang unearthed milk cans daily, amassing a total of 230 pounds of gold, equating to 1 tons. While everyone else was satisfied, Zhang felt discontent, as this quantity paled compared to the more substantial treasure discovered beneath the waterway. Edward Teach had left behind gold ingots weighing over 4 tons in Beaver Cave. Boss, should we continue digging? Dylan inquired, sensing it was prudent to cease before complications arose, as the presence of so much gold had engendered mutual suspicion among the group. Zhang determined there was nothing left to find underground and signaled for an aircraft. 5 hours later, the plane arrived. As they prepared to transport the gold stacked in the third-floor room, Zhang intervened, instructing them to wait on the plane for 10 minutes while others would come to assist with the gold's transport. Others? Irina echoed the group's thoughts. Yes, Zhang affirmed. Wait on the plane for me. The group complied and departed the abandoned building. Once alone, Zhang stored the gold in a secret space and quickly boarded the plane. Boss. After takeoff, Milika inquired curiously, do you always find gold with such accuracy? Is it because you already know where it's hidden? Zhang pondered how to respond. But Wang Cici interjected. He must have discerned a pattern in the pirates' gold hiding. This explanation was plausible, and Zhang nodded in agreement. Dylan and the others shared this belief. Otherwise, how could he have located so many treasures consecutively? For hours later, the plane landed in Anchorage, and the only sensation was the biting cold. After paying the pilot a round-trip fee of $16,000 US, the 6 of them and a dog took a taxi to Anchorage International Airport, first checking in the Clever Bean and then flying directly to Seattle. Perhaps feeling overconfident, Zhang realized he needed a private jet for the convenience of transporting the Clever Bean. Another 4-hour flight brought them to Tacoma International Airport at 11 o'clock at night. As soon as they disembarked, Wang Cici's phone buzzed incessantly. Reluctantly, she stepped aside to answer, displaying a demeanor of impatience reminiscent of a rebellious teenager. After a brief 2-minute conversation, she returned to Zhang, saying, Uncle, my mom is also in Seattle. I'll go see her first, then come find you. Previously, Wang Cici had claimed to be orphaned. Now, Zhang found himself bemused. He retrieved $10,000 US from his pocket and handed it to her. This is your work bonus. Keep the events on Adak Island confidential. Why must it be a secret? She queried, perplexed as she accepted the money. I don't want to attract attention, Zhang explained, to avoid taxes. Uncle, Wang Cici cautioned. Be vigilant about the taxes. You must stay alert. I am not the only one who witnessed you uncovering so much gold. Being investigated could lead to complications, as tax evasion is treated harshly in any country. Originally, Zhang intended to dispose of the 230 pounds of gold in Hong Kong. Wang Cici's words served as a wake-up call. This matter needed to be publicized. Paying a 45 tax was inconsequential. Otherwise, it could raise suspicions from the tax authorities, leading to an investigation. Throughout, Zhang had deposited most of his earnings in Hong Kong, receiving only Hong Kong currency, with the exception of horse racing winnings and selling album chips amounting to $20 million US. Contemplating this, Zhang turned to Wang Cici. Thank you for your advice. I shall heed it. Delighted that her suggestion was taken seriously, Wang Cici embraced Zhang and kissed him on the cheek, softly reminding him, remember to think of me. The sentiment of youthful affection lingered, and Zhang felt content. Wang Cici departed first, while Dylan, Jamie, Irina, and Milika took a taxi back to Manor 1049. Zhang remained at the airport, waiting for the Clever Bean. Due to inefficiency, he waited until 9 o'clock the following morning to finally receive it, further solidifying his resolve to acquire a private PL Section 165. Revenge unceasing, Wenli graciously invited Zhang Jing, who, without a moment's hesitation, drove his champagne-colored Lamborghini into the expansive grounds of Manor 1032 at precisely 10:40. The estate was vast, well-heated, and luxuriously adorned with an array of artworks. The living room, with carpets that did not even reach the tops of his feet, was a testament to opulence, presenting the carefully prepared gift to Wenli. Zhang Jing observed her engrossed in a projection showcasing the remarkable escapades of himself, Irina, Milika, and the Clever Beans as they gathered seafood. Wang Cici was conspicuously absent from the video, having declined to be filmed. How forthright of you, Wenli remarked as she accepted the gift, a pair of hefty gold ingots. Did you unearth these pirate treasures on Adak Island? Indeed, over 230 pounds in total, Zhang Jing replied. The pirate smelting process was rather irregular. Each piece is unique. Wenli, intrigued as she examined the gold, inquired, what do you intend to do with these ingots? Sell them, Zhang Jing answered without a second thought. I have a fondness for currency, for the numbers in the bank. Are the milk cans containing the gold still around? Wenli asked. They are, he confirmed. Although the land at 1047 was small and of little value, it could significantly influence the property prices of Manor 1049. Inspired by this, Zhang Jing placed great importance on supporting infrastructure. Thus, he had brought back the excavated milk cans. Package them for me, and I shall pay you 1.5 times the gold price, Wenli declared. Her wealth apparent as she intended to display them at the Hong Kong Xiangshan Museum, aiming to recreate your gold-digging adventure as faithfully as possible. Zhang Jing felt a profound respect for her, recalling a historical anecdote about the renowned Ming Dynasty general Zhu Dasho, whose tomb was relocated to Maple Leaf Country in perfect replica. Little did Zhu Dasho anticipate, in his final moments, that he would traverse oceans posthumously, without reason to decline. Zhang Jing readily agreed. Let us sit and converse, Wenli said, her mood buoyant as she patted the sofa beside her. Tell me about your adventures. Zhang Jing, taken aback by the honor, realized the more he understood, the more he appreciated Wenli's formidable nature. As they settled in, he engaged earnestly in conversation. Wenli reminded him, this matter has been made public. I can only offer you 95 million in currency. You must pay at least 45 in taxes by next April. To minimize your tax burden, it would be prudent to spend the money on purchasing a farm or agricultural estate, allowing your income tax to transform into land tax, which enjoys exemptions. This can save you significantly. Should you require funds in the future, you may sell the land to Su Jiao, who will not pressure you on the price, and you can repurchase it when financially able. While this was indeed a sound strategy, it was curious that Wenli had previously warned him to be cautious of Su Jiao, yet now suggested trusting her. What could this mean? After lunch, Zhang Jing departed Manor 1032 and headed directly to the residence of Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao at Clyde Mountain, where Zhou Manmiao had become even more alluring during their time apart, and Liang Jieshu exuded an increasing charm. Without preamble, Zhang Jing conveyed his purpose. You are to go to Hong Kong and temporarily take over Barbie's role, assisting me in the procurement of silver for 4 to 5 months. Without hesitation, both women agreed, relieved to have a chance to alleviate Zhang Jing's burdens. Subsequently, he contacted Barbie, instructing her to seek 1 or 2 high-value agricultural lands within the realm of investment in the United States, with a budget of 115 million. Burlington was selling photo albums, offering a 20 million stake. This time, the sale of 230 pounds of gold would yield 95 million, bringing the total income to 115 million, necessitating a significant tax payment. Following Wenli's advice, he could legally mitigate his tax obligations. Zhang Jing also possessed currency equivalent to 578 million Hong Kong dollars, of which 550 million was derived from the sale of land, 110,000 acres of fertile black soil adjacent to Dnieper, for which Su Jiao was willing to pay 5 times the original price due to insider information. An additional 28 million was the surplus from the sale of the Hong Kong Tower. The acquisition of the tower stemmed from a 17-ton iron meteorite, with the majority of the proceeds invested in silver. Zhang Jing had already utilized 128 tons, with 256 tons and 512 tons remaining. After deducting the expenses for purchasing silver, only 28 million remained. Thus, Zhang Jing's income comprised 2 parts, 115 million and 578 million in currency equivalent. With substantial income came considerable expenses. The operation of the vineyard cost 900,000, primarily due to the acquisition of 1,000 oak barrels of 225 liters, each priced at 600. Burlington's underground explorations amounted to 4 million, while the trip to Western Australia cost 250,000, and the journey to Adak Island totaled 150,000. The demolition of excess structures at Manor 1049 and the conversion of the area into a racetrack cost 450,000. Other expenditures, including salaries, sponsorships, hiring, estate maintenance, food, travel, and equipment purchases, totaled approximately 305 million, leading to an overall expenditure of around 8 million. Additionally, there was a prize of 3 million from horse racing, from which, after deducting the trainers' and jockeys' shares, 6 million was allocated to the purchase of the Clyde Mountain fire sale property, currently rented to D-Loan for D-Lin's education. In the backyard of the house, the Clever Beans discovered raw materials for targeted medications, with part of the revenue used for acquiring black soil and part for shipbuilding, thus clearing the expenses. Upon meticulous analysis of the income structure, it became evident that treasure hunting was crucial, as were personal connections. For instance, without the invitation from the Jennifer couple to participate in acquiring the 110,000 acres of black soil, Zhang Jing would have lacked the qualifications. Furthermore, without Wen Li's assistance, the iron meteorite, black soil, raw materials for targeted medications, and the bronze dragon would have remained untapped and unrefined. At this moment, Zhang Jing sincerely wished for Wen Li to live for a century, a millennium, an eternity. As evening descended, Zhang Jing escorted Liang Jieshu and Zhou Miao to Tacoma International Airport before returning to Manor 1049. The estate boasted 3 air raid shelters, one beneath the tower, one beneath the racetrack, and one below the main villa. Zhang Jing descended into the underground shelter located beneath the villa, its entrance situated in the basement. The basement spanned approximately 700 square feet, equipped with 17 family-style cinemas, a simple kitchen, a billiards area, and a heated swimming pool, complemented by 3 essential restrooms. The shelter's entrance lay beneath the staircase. With a depth of 10 meters below ground, its layout resembling the letter I, stretching about 30 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and 3 meters in width. The cavern connected at one end to the tower and at the other to the villa's basement. The interior was entirely constructed of stone, including the walls and floor, with the ceiling also comprised of stone, seemingly secured without any visible fasteners, presenting an appearance of robustness. Illumination was provided by incandescent bulbs suspended within the stone crevices. A clattering sound reverberated through the shelter, the noise of chains striking stone walls. Zhang Jing approached a disheveled young man with a canopy of hair, who was shackled by his hands and feet, reminiscent of an ancient prisoner. "It's you," Lu Zhubin exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Zhang Jing. "All this fuss over a suit of Japanese armor," Zhang Jing retorted, standing before Lu Zhubin. "First, you slandered me at my vineyard, then attempted to harm me on the road. Was it truly necessary?" Lu Zhubin wanted to respond affirmatively, yet under such circumstances, he had no choice but to concede, admitting, "I was wrong to seek revenge over such a trivial matter. Ida Tipple claimed that API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 166. An unexpected encounter the following day, Zhang Jing summoned Dylan, Jamie, Irina, and Milika. Dylan received a bonus of 15,000, while Jamie, Irina, and Milika each received 10,000. Dylan's additional 5,000 was to solidify his position as a leader and to compensate him for the hazardous nature of operating the excavator, where he risked encountering either milk canisters or explosives. Despite already receiving regular wages, the 4 were overjoyed with their unexpected bonuses. "Thank you, boss," Milika exclaimed, clutching her 10,000 with glee. "I plan to buy my father a watch. I finally have enough money." Zhang Jing chuckled, remarking that old Dai Jin was making a considerable profit. The Bronze Dragon mission yielded 2 million in Hong Kong dollars, while the task of eliminating Lu Zhubin's father earned him black money worth approximately 2 million. The abduction of Lu Zhubin himself brought in an additional 1 million. However, these transactions were all conducted in cash, making them black money that would incur a 20 to 30 loss during laundering. Moreover, old Dai Jin had accomplices, so the profits were divided among 3 individuals, potentially diminishing the individual shares. Ultimately, Zhang Jing concluded that he was the wealthiest of them all. After dismissing the elated quartet, Zhang Jing, with all his work delegated, retreated to the basement, where a heated swimming pool with a jacuzzi awaited. He luxuriated in the soothing waters. The attentive housekeeper, Leia, provided a selection of delicacies, beverages, ice cream, champagne, and more, prepared by the chef. Following a week of blissful indulgence, Zhang Jing retrieved 230 pounds of gold, along with 7 dilapidated milk canisters and 6 rusty beef jerky cans from the mithril space, and notified Li Xing to collect the goods. Within half an hour, Li Xing arrived with 2 assistants, surveying the trove of antique gold. "Are you taking on apprentices?" he jested. "I'm considering a career change." This was merely a jest, as Li Xing's unique profession precluded any possibility of changing careers as long as Wen Li remained alive. Considering the lingering matter of the Queen's love letter in the mithril space, Zhang Jing broached the subject. "I'm contemplating loaning the Queen's love letter, the bronze coffin, and the governor's corpse to the Xiangshan Museum for a nominal annual fee of 1 yuan, on the condition that my anonymity is preserved." Li Xing pondered the idea, expressing concern that the museum might be targeted by radicals. "I need to consult with the old madam first," he said, while Zhang Jing was receiving Li Xing. Ida Temple Ming received a call from the police informing him that his high school classmate, Lu Zhubin, had vanished without a trace. Despite a week-long search, the police had been unable to locate him. Given the approximately 100 kidnapping cases that occur in Seattle each year, they speculated that Lu Zhubin might have been abducted. However, No ransom demands had been received. Elated by the news, Ida Temple Ming phoned Zhang Jing to share his joy, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Lu Zhubin has disappeared for a week. Aren't you thrilled?" "Thrilled," Zhang Jing feigned. "I always knew fate would catch up with him, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon." "Indeed," Ida Temple Ming replied, his voice brimming with delight. "I've also shared this wonderful news in our high school group chat, hoping that girl will see it." It seemed that Ida Temple Ming possessed a strong sense of justice. "I watched your treasure hunting video from Adak Island," Ida Temple Ming remarked. "I envy your gold, but I don't begrudge it. If it were me, I would have perished." Zhang Jing chuckled, intent on both undermining Ida Temple Ming and inciting his envy. "I have something to tell you," he said. "What is it?" Ida Temple Ming inquired, oblivious. "Liang Jieshu is now my girlfriend," Zhang Jing revealed. "We've been together for half a year." Ida Temple Ming was initially stunned, then overwhelmed by a sense of profound heartbreak. "I challenge you to a duel," Ida Temple Ming cried out over the phone. Zhang Jing simply chuckled and hung up. Despite their initial animosity stemming from Jin Bianyu, Zhang Jing and Ida Temple Ming had never been mortal enemies. Later, Zhang Jing sold him the Denton racecourse, which he had won through horse racing, thus mending their friendship. His joy was short-lived, however, as two police officers arrived at the manor gate, one of whom was the African-American female officer he had previously encountered. Anticipating that they were there regarding Lu Zhubin, Zhang Jing refused to meet with them and ignored their presence. They had been investigating the highway assault case orchestrated by Lu Zhubin for a considerable time without any progress. It seemed they had now uncovered some information that led them to his doorstep. Before lunchtime, a light drizzle began to fall. Li Xing called to inform Zhang Jing that when Li had agreed to display the queen's love letter, the bronze coffin, and the governor's corpse at the Su family's private museum, and had also pledged to maintain Zhang Jing's confidentiality. Having returned from Adak Island 4 days prior and sufficiently rested, Zhang Jing decided to fly to Hong Kong that afternoon, making a swift round trip before heading to Los Angeles. Zhang Jing intended to find 1 or 2 pieces of agricultural land with investment value, totaling approximately $115 million. As a professional real estate agent, Barbie flew directly from Hong Kong to Los Angeles to assist Zhang Jing in finding suitable properties. Upon his return from Hong Kong, Zhang Jing would need to accompany her on property viewings. Determined to act promptly, Zhang Jing packed a single backpack, hopped into his pickup truck, and drove to Tacoma International Airport, located 25 kilometers away. In a serendipitous twist, Zhang Jing encountered Su Su and Wang Cici in the airport's open-air parking lot. Zhang Jing's expression momentarily faltered, while Su Su appeared stunned, and Wang Cici looked bewildered. None of them had anticipated such a coincidence. Realizing that Su Su was Wang Cici's mother, Zhang Jing was taken aback. Choosing to ignore the encounter, Zhang Jing attempted to bypass them and proceed towards the departure hall. "Wait," Su Su called out from behind. "Why aren't you saying hello?" Following their unpleasant parting at the Bellevue tennis court, Su Su had learned from Domi Jewelry's procurement manager, Bo Paney, that Zhang Jing owned a horse farm and had 2 racehorses that had won the Seattle Cup. He was undeniably wealthy, but remarkably understated. Zhang Jing paused, turning to face Su Su. She was slightly plump, well-maintained, and dressed in expensive attire. Whether she was truly wealthy or not was uncertain, but she certainly knew how to present herself. He had refrained from greeting her because he was unsure how to address her. Previously, Zhang Jing had referred to Su Su as auntie, which had always infuriated her. After meeting Wang Cici, Zhang Jing regretted calling Su Su auntie, as it prematurely aged her. However, in this situation, it seemed that he had no choice but to call her auntie, as addressing her as sister would be inappropriate. "Is there anything I can do for you, miss?" Zhang Jing decided to call her sister, hoping to flatter Su Su by making her feel younger. Su Su chuckled, having braced herself to be called auntie. She was pleasantly surprised by Zhang Jing's tactfulness. "Let's reintroduce ourselves," Su Su said. "I'm Su Su, CEO of E60 Entertainment Company." The title CEO sounded impressive, but it simply meant Chief Executive Officer, not the owner. However, E60 was a formidable company, being the second-largest antivirus software company in China. E60 Entertainment Company was clearly a subsidiary of E60 Antivirus. In that light, Su Su was quite influential, and Zhang Jing might even need to seek her assistance in the future, as the film industry fell under the umbrella of entertainment. "It's a pleasure to meet you, CEO Su," Zhang Jing replied, appearing well-mannered. "I apologize for any previous offenses. I'm Zhang Jing, and I run a small horse farm." Zhang Jing was willing to swallow his pride, and Su Su, being a seasoned professional, would not press the issue. "Miss Bo Paney, the procurement manager at Domi Jewelry, told me that your 2 horses won the Seattle Cup. That's quite impressive," she said. "CEO Su's leadership of E60 Entertainment is truly remarkable," Zhang Jing responded with commercial flattery. Horse breeding is just a small-scale venture. As Zhang Jing and Su Su conversed, Wang Sisi lingered a step behind Su Su, occasionally gesturing hearts towards Zhang Jing and making cute faces, almost causing him to lose his composure. Section 167. The real-life Yellowstone National Park parting ways with Su Su. Zhang Jing boarded the plane. Upon arriving in Hong Kong, he originally intended to hand over the Queen's love letter, the bronze coffin, and the mummified corpse to Li Xing before departing immediately. However, due to the presence of Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu, he extended his stay by 5 delightful days. On the 7th day, he flew from Hong Kong to Los Angeles, a city located in the southwestern region of California. Often dubbed the City of Angels and recognized as the second-largest city in the United States, it boasts a significant Chinese population, comprising an impressive 7.1 yet. To Zhang Jing's surprise, upon disembarking at Los Angeles International Airport, he found the airport to be surprisingly small and its facilities rather antiquated. If it were not for the throngs of foreign travelers, he might have mistaken it for a small-town train station back home, making it hard to believe this was the international airport of the second-largest city in the nation. Despite its shortcomings, Los Angeles had its advantages. The weather in late October was much milder than in Seattle, with daytime temperatures hovering around 23 to 24 degrees Celsius, requiring merely a long-sleeved t-shirt. The saying infrastructure may be lacking, but the weather compensates seemed to ring true here. "Boss, it's been a while," Barbie greeted. Clad in a beige chiffon long-sleeved blouse and black trousers, her high heels lending her an air of professionalism. "Why the rush?" Zhang Jing inquired, as he had planned to linger in Hong Kong a little longer to savor their time together, but Barbie had called him incessantly. The seller is the renowned actor Bruce Willis, who is selling his 5,000-acre coastal farm. To facilitate the deal, he wishes to invite you for a discussion at the farm. 5,000 acres is substantial, Zhang Jing noted, but in the United States, vast land is not uncommon, and being coastal is a plus. "What is the asking price?" $120 million, Barbie replied. Zhang Jing's heart raced. What kind of farm could demand such a price? As they walked towards the parking lot, he queried Barbie, "Have you seen the place in person? Is this price justifiable?" "Boss, I believe it's worth it," Barbie responded, citing details with enthusiasm. The land is only 150 kilometers from downtown Los Angeles, featuring rolling hills that are ideal for fruit cultivation and grazing. Plus, it boasts a 17-kilometer coastline. Zhang Jing nearly fell to his knees, repeating in disbelief, 17 kilometers of coastline? Indeed, Barbie affirmed, a private beach stretching 17 kilometers. While much of it consists of rocky terrain, it is, nonetheless, 17 kilometers. Zhang Jing was astounded. If this were in the Dragon Country, even 1.2 billion yuan would attract developers vying for it. The key selling point was its vast expanse, 5,000 acres, equivalent to 20 square kilometers, where it would take a straight drive of 20 minutes from one end to the other. Upon reaching the parking lot, Barbie stood beside a sleek black Mercedes van, exuding an aura of stability. "This is my rental car," she explained. "I need a luxury vehicle for work." Naturally, Zhang Jing would cover the rental expenses, which he seldom scrutinized. "Why rent a car?" Zhang Jing asked. Barbie was perplexed, unsure of her boss's intention. Did he think renting a luxury car was too extravagant? Her thoughts were muddled until Zhang Jing remarked, "Why rent? Just buy a car." Barbie sighed in relief, realizing her boss's affluence, and understood why he would be inclined to purchase a grand mansion. Subsequently, they returned the rental car and hailed a taxi to a luxury car dealership, where they found a black Maybach, powered by a 4.0T twin-turbo V8 engine coupled with a 48V mild hybrid system, priced at $184,900. Zhang Jing initially considered buying two, one for each of them, but Barbie firmly opposed, explaining that Zhang Jing couldn't drive and should focus solely on negotiations. For hours after landing, at 1 p.m., Zhang Jing and Barbie arrived at Bruce Willis's 5,000-acre coastal farm. The entrance was marked by a 6-meter-wide concrete road leading to the interstate, with a sign stating private property, no trespassing. A middle-aged man awaited them at the gate. Clearly, he was not Bruce Willis, as Zhang Jing recognized the actor from classic films like Die Hard and 12 Monkeys. However, those were older films, and Bruce Willis was no longer youthful. As expected, the man introduced himself. "I am Colin. My father is unwell, so I will guide you through the farm." The vehicle parked inside the entrance, and Zhang Jing and Barbie boarded Colin's electric golf cart. As they traversed the picturesque hills, Colin described the farm's layout. "The entire property spans 5,000 acres, he explained, with approximately 200 acres of farmland, 300 acres of avocado trees, 400 acres of vineyards, and 500 acres of citrus and persimmon trees. The ranch raises over 100 Angus cattle, After passing a small hill, Colin stopped the cart and pointed towards the horizon. What you see, including the coastline, is all part of the farm. Zhang Jing gazed into the distance, taking in the rolling green hills, some adorned with wild trees, others with neatly arranged fruit trees, and still more as pasture land. The sensation was simply exquisite. However, Colin quickly added, there are quite a few coyotes here. They tend to prey on calves and poultry. Their presence indicates a healthy environment for the farm. The cart resumed its journey, and after 15 minutes, they crossed 3 more hills. On the other side, they came upon an artificial reservoir. There are 2 such reservoirs here, Colin noted, not particularly large, but sufficient for agricultural and grazing needs. Additionally, there are 21 deep wells for drought emergencies and a water filtration station to ensure safe drinking water for both humans and animals. Curious, Zhang Jing inquired, what about electricity? The farm has a photovoltaic power station with 3,000 square meters of solar panels, which generally provides enough energy. However, in the event of extreme weather or unexpected power outages, there are 100 kilograms Cummins diesel generators that can reliably produce 95 kilowatts of electricity. How splendid! Zhang Jing mused, water, electricity, food, and waste management, all self-sufficient. One could live in seclusion here. Colin pointed to a red-tiled, white-walled house built at the foot of the hill. That is a historic structure built by the first owner in 1924, which underwent extensive renovations in 1963 and has remained as such since then. Currently, it stands unoccupied. Following Colin's gesture, Zhang Jing could see a long driveway lined with numerous palm trees, the house adorned with blooming flowers, and a large swimming pool, well-maintained despite being vacant. It was indeed a pity. How many owners has your father had? Zhang Jing asked. 3, Colin replied. Thus, there are 3 villas on the farm, each exceeding 75,000 square feet. Converted, that is approximately 7,000 square meters, and as a single-story private residence, it appears quite expansive without shared areas. Situated in the valley among the reservoir, it seemed the first owner had an excellent eye for location. May I take a look inside? Zhang Jing requested. Colin glanced towards Barbie for assistance, as the farm was vast, and there were numerous places to explore. Scrutinizing every detail would take an entire afternoon. In section 168, titled Low Tax Rates, Wealthy Benefactors, Zhang Jing stands at the entrance of an old building from 1924. The entrance is flanked by tall palm trees, and a sightseeing vehicle progresses slowly along the paved path beneath them. The villa's entrance features a circular parking lot centered around a pond, where a bronze sculpture of a child riding a vase continuously spills water from its base. On the opposite side of the parking lot lies the villa's entrance, reminiscent of a traditional courtyard, with 2 exquisite sculptures adorning either side. As Zhang enters the courtyard, he expects to find a disheveled mess overrun with weeds. Yet he is greeted by a strikingly well-maintained space. The internal pathways form a shape, while the surrounding areas are adorned with vibrant lawns and gardens, showcasing a spectrum of colors, red, green, and purple, indicative of regular maintenance. The house itself, though a century old, is a single-story structure with red tiles and white walls, characterized by clarity and functionality that render it timeless. Zhang patiently explores each functional area: the bedrooms, living room, dining room, children's room, study, and kitchen, all impeccably preserved with stone walls, white surfaces, oak flooring, and solid wooden beams. The utility rooms, storage spaces, and poultry house maintain their rustic charm with stone floors and walls, remaining pristine due to the absence of firewood and livestock. It is evident that substantial maintenance was conducted prior to the decision to sell. The backyard features a well-kept garden, a clean swimming pool, and a leisure pavilion, far exceeding his expectations. The focal point arises when Zhang discovers a hidden chamber beneath the ancient poultry house, containing metallic objects that appear to be valuable, though they could merely be ordinary metal items, such as decorative sculptures. The distinction between crafts and art is stark, with the former often priced modestly while the latter can reach astronomical figures, heavily influenced by the sculptor's reputation. Even renowned masterpieces may pale in comparison to the staggering price of 120 million euros, akin to receiving a rice cooker as a bonus when purchasing a home. Thus, Zhang chooses to continue his exploration of the expansive estate. Next, they arrive at the second house. Colin explains that it was built by the second owner, a French single-story villa completed in 2014, facing the sea and backed by verdant hills. Standing at the entrance, one can behold the ocean, and turning back reveals the stunning ridgeline of their property. Zhang follows Colin's gesture and gazes back at the beautiful hills and sea, enhanced by the splendid day of azure skies and fluffy clouds. The front garden of the villa features an array of low shrubs, flowers, and cacti, presenting a fresh design compared to the first villa. However, it has its drawbacks. particularly the pale yellow exterior reminiscent of a temple, an easily rectified minor flaw with a touch of paint. Upon entering, the interior style mirrors that of Manor 1049, embodying an elegant simplicity with understated luxury. Colin notes that the flooring is walnut, and the home comprises 6 bedrooms and 12 full bathrooms, equipped with a smart home system, air conditioning, and underfloor heating, ensuring a constant temperature and humidity level, adjustable to individual rooms, perhaps due to the differing financial capacities of the two owners. The previous manor did not achieve such comprehensive climate control. Following Colin's lead, Zhang tours the living room, kitchen, dining area, bedrooms, a wine cellar with a capacity for 2,000 bottles, a cinema with seating for 15, and a basement built to withstand emergencies. The basement features a 3,000 square meter solar power generation facility and a helicopter landing pad. The backyard serves as both a garden and a haven for pets, equipped with numerous children's play facilities, including swings, a swimming pool, a trampoline spanning 20 square meters, and a 30-meter slide. A brief tour leads Zhang to the conclusion that the property can only be described as luxurious. Departing the second house. It is already 4:30 p.m., and the sightseeing vehicle travels along a private road overlooking the sea. Colin explains that the estate boasts 9 main roads, each 6 meters wide, totaling 180 kilometers. Zhang is taken aback, realizing that just the cost of these extensive paved roads justifies the €120 million price tag. The distance from the second villa to the third is not far, and within 20 minutes, they arrive at a hill close to the coastline. Colin reveals that this final house was constructed by his father, who is eagerly awaiting their arrival. As Zhang listens, he observes the surroundings. The vehicle passes numerous fruit trees, with oranges and persimmons cascading to the ground like small lanterns. Approaching the third villa, the fruit trees give way to expansive green lawns, with verdant hills dotting the vicinity. Clearly the result of human cultivation, luxurious to an almost inhumane degree. Colin explains that his father built this house to maximize the ocean view, pointing out that it is the prime spot for observing the sea within the entire estate. Zhang privately muses that the entire coastline is filled with picturesque vistas. Yet this hill offers an unparalleled panorama, stretching out to meet the horizon, where the sky meets the sea. Having absorbed the sights and sounds, Zhang has come to terms with the €120 million asking price. It truly is a remarkable place. Aside from its steep cost and remote location, it possesses no discernible flaws. The private land, reservoir, water purification station, roads, power generation facility, and waste management center, along with 3 uniquely styled homes, are all enviable assets. For those who appreciate historic architecture, the 1924 villa strikes a balance between nostalgia and modernity, while the 2014 French villa offers opulence and durability. The contemporary villa before him, a supermodern minimalist design, extensively utilizes glass to showcase breathtaking ocean views, catering to a wide audience, without needing to inspect the interiors. It is evident that Bruce Willis himself designed it, ensuring a wealth of amenities. This villa, the largest of the 3, encompasses 20 bedrooms, 5 kitchens, and a master suite that opens directly onto a balcony with a swimming pool, its 3 tiers offering unobstructed sea views. Zhang finds himself at a loss for words to articulate his feelings. A balcony with a pool, and 3 levels? Indeed, this house is single-story, and the term balcony likely refers to the exterior of the building. Colin does not mention further details, but the presence of 20 bedrooms suggests ample space for emergency shelters, a cinema, garage, wine cellar, study, entertainment room, and more. Zhang inquires about the annual property tax, insurance costs, and number of workers. Colin explains that the average tax rate over the past 2 years has been 0.55, with insurance also at 0.55. There are 24 workers, earning an average weekly wage of €800, residing in worker accommodations adjacent to the barn. This average tax rate accounts for both agricultural and property taxes, relatively low at 0.55 compared to the 0.86 of Manor 1049, making it quite economical. Within metropolitan areas, tax rates can vary significantly, with luxury districts such as 84th Avenue at 0.86 and Clyde Hill at 1.1. It is not inconceivable that these disparities arise from vested interests, with the architects of tax policy residing in 84th Avenue. While the percentage paid may be low, the total amount remains substantial. Paying taxes may be unpleasant, yet one cannot overlook the benefits it brings, such as quality education, safety, living conditions, healthcare, and public maintenance, all funded largely by local property taxes. The consequences of failing to collect property taxes are evident, leading to blighted areas, crumbling homes, depleted educational resources, and compromised safety. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Section 169. The sale of the 1049 property comes with obligatory house insurance, particularly due to the prevalence of wildfires and natural disasters, often necessitating additional coverage. Property taxes are another matter altogether. Failure to pay for 2 consecutive years grants authorities the right to auction off private properties and estates. These 2 components contribute to the overall cost of the property, and without them, the price of the farm would likely be even higher. At this juncture, a woman wheeled a wheelchair into the yard, and it was obvious that the frail figure seated within was none other than the aging actor Bruce Willis. The elderly gentleman, bald and emaciated, wore a noticeably asymmetrical visage, exuding an air of fatigue, clearly stricken by ill health. Zhang Jing proactively approached him, recalling having seen his films, albeit for free. "Hello, Mr. Willis, my name is Zhang Jing, and I have just toured your farm." Bruce Willis extended a trembling hand from his wheelchair. "Greetings. I have seen The General and The Unbreakable, both remarkable works." Zhang Jing nodded, steering the conversation towards the matter of price. "Let us discuss the cost directly. You start." Bruce Willis was taken aback by Zhang Jing's straightforwardness. Given the high holding costs of the farm, dwindling income, and the unfavorable economic climate, the landowner found himself in a tightening situation, leading to the decision to sell the farm. After a brief contemplation, Bruce Willis proposed, "How about $110 million? Price is agreeable, provided you accept my method of payment. We can sign the contract right away." "What method of support?" Bruce Willis inquired. $80 million via bank transfer," Zhang Jing explained, "and an additional $30 million in equivalent Hong Kong currency, which will be classified as a discrete payment, not documented in the contract." Bruce Willis felt a sense of relief. He had anticipated a more complicated arrangement. This was a strategy he was well acquainted with, legally minimizing taxes and lowering appraisal values. The actual transaction price of $110 million would likely align with the appraisal value, with property taxes and insurance calculated on that basis. If the transaction price were set at $80 million, the independent appraisal would still reference the transaction price to establish its value, as long as the discrepancies were not overtly fraudulent. "Deal." Bruce Willis readily agreed. Barbie, ever meticulous, had prepared a contract in advance, covering every detail: payment methods, transfer timelines, handover dates, liabilities for breach of contract, and deposit payment methods were all clearly defined. After signing the contract and gracefully declining a dinner invitation, Zhang Jing and Barbie departed the farm. Less than 10 kilometers outside the farm, en route back to the city, they passed through a quaint tourist town named Bilton. The town boasted beautiful natural scenery, situated along the roadside with gas stations, family inns, hotels, restaurants, and a yacht dock. Given that the drive back to the city would take 3 hours, Zhang Jing decided to spend the night there. In their hotel room, Barbie changed into casual attire, and together they ventured to a seaside restaurant. To reward Barbie for her diligent work, Zhang Jing slid a stack of cash across the table. "This is your bonus. The property you selected is exceptionally valuable. Boss, don't you find it peculiar? Why hasn't anyone else purchased such an excellent property?" Barbie pondered aloud. Few individuals possess $110 million in liquid assets, Zhang Jing analyzed. Even those who do would exercise caution, fearing they might miss out on other lucrative investments. Especially since Mr. Willis's farm is not inexpensive. "Indeed," Barbie conceded. "I, too, worry about overpaying. Perhaps I should wait a while longer. Mr. Willis might lower the price." Zhang Jing shook his head, reflecting on the notion that some opportunities, once missed, are irretrievable. He felt a curiosity about what secrets lay within the underground chamber of the first old villa's poultry house. This was one of the secondary motivations for acquiring the farm. The primary reason was his urgency to allocate his funds. He would rather pay property taxes than face a capital gains tax of up to 45%. The decision to utilize a portion of Hong Kong currency for the property payment was primarily to establish a baseline for the appraisal value, thereby reducing property taxes and insurance costs. Moreover, Zhang Jing was fond of the farm's environment, including the fruit trees and expansive pastures, where his 2 dogs, Smart Bean and P, would revel in ample space to frolic freely, without fear of theft or vehicular mishaps. As dinner drew to a close, Barbie's phone chimed with an incoming call. After a brief conversation, she informed Zhang Jing. A client of a former colleague from the real estate company has offered $25 million for the 1047 land parcel, while the 1049 estate has been listed at $40 million. Zhang Jing pondered this, having just acquired the farm to mitigate tax burdens. Selling the 1049 estate would appear contradictory. However, he quickly dismissed the concern for 2 reasons. First, the combined purchase cost for 1047 and 1049 was $12.49 million. And with additional expenses such as agency fees, transfer costs, and renovation expenses, the total cost did not exceed $14 million, meaning selling now would yield a profit. Second, the holding costs were notably higher at 0.86 compared to 0.55 and 0.31, representing significant savings. After several moments of contemplation, Zhang Jing resolved to sell the 1049 estate, yet he needed the approval of his housekeeper, Leia, whose professional stance was that the housekeeper's allegiance lies with the property rather than the owner. He also needed to notify Lindsay Moore. Their 3-year agreement, though seemingly absurd, was taken seriously by her. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jing called Leia. In their conversation, he appealed to her emotions while presenting his rationale. As expected, Leia, a staunch traditionalist, was reluctant to leave the 1049 estate. Had Leia been an ordinary housekeeper, Zhang Jing might have dismissed her without hesitation. But her unique demeanor made her a valuable asset he could not afford to lose. Do not force my hand to dismiss all the staff, Zhang Jing threatened sternly over the phone. They will lose their jobs because of you. Aside from the chef, there were 10 other workers responsible for the estate's maintenance. From her distant location in Seattle, Leia felt aggrieved, her voice cool as she replied, "Sir, you cannot be so domineering." Zhang Jing remained resolute, threatening. Dismissing all the staff would merely be the appetizer. Next, I will dismantle every structure, leaving you without a household to manage. After a prolonged silence, Leia finally responded. Please allow me to hand over the estate to the next owner, after which I will commence a new job in California. Zhang Jing, employing a combination of sternness and persuasion, promised, I will increase your housekeeper's salary by $300 each week going forward. Thank you, she replied. You are welcome. I genuinely appreciate your capabilities, Zhang Jing expressed, softening his tone, reluctant to part ways. As a housekeeper, Leia adhered to the traditional first rule, never fall in love with the owner. Thus, she remained impervious to Zhang Jing's affections, aware of her principles. Zhang Jing's sentimental remarks were designed to foster a deeper personal connection. After securing Leia's agreement, Zhang Jing contacted the tanned race car driver, Lindsay Moore. Puzzled, he wondered why Lindsay, clearly of Caucasian descent, had deliberately tanned her skin to a wheat-like hue. As if she could read his mind, Lindsay remarked during their call. You wouldn't be calling me unless it was for something unpleasant. I have received an offer for the 1049 estate. I have decided to sell it. I apologize, knowing it holds childhood memories for you. Lindsay's heart sank, yet she refrained from arguing or causing a scene, instead expressing gratitude. Thank you for informing me. How is your racing career? Zhang Jing shifted the conversation. My performance at Burlington was abysmal, resulting in the withdrawal of my sponsorship. I have been unable to secure new backing since. I cannot assist you with that, Zhang Jing replied. Fully aware that while the idea of a race car driver sounds impressive, Lindsay lacked any real talent. Her appeal lay solely in her looks and stature. A lengthy silence ensued on the line. Why not seek sponsorship from your grandfather? He is wealthy, possessing at least $10 million. Zhang Jing inquired, amused. The $10 million was precisely the amount Zhang Jing had allocated for the property purchase. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 170. The true aristocracy at 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Jing was soaking in a bathtub at the hotel, engrossed in his phone when a message from Wang Cici arrived. Uncle, where are you? Zhang Jing felt an urge to correct Wang Cici's form of address, finding it awkward to be called uncle when he was not particularly old. Yet he hesitated to voice his discomfort. Faced with the reality that he was indeed older, he simply replied, I'm also in Los Angeles. I just arrived this morning. Are you working? She inquired. Yes. I'm at the Hollywood Historical Hotel. Can you come and take me to the casino? Wang Cici then sent her location. It was already 9 o'clock, and with a 3-hour drive to reach her, it would be midnight by the time they arrived. How much time would they have to enjoy themselves? Zhang Jing sent his location back to her, his message clear. It was too far. I don't have freedom during the day, Wang Cici replied, sending a pouting emoji. Unable to refuse her, Zhang Jing decided to take Barbie along and head back to downtown Los Angeles. He dropped her off at the Hilton Hotel near the county office before navigating to the historical hotel. Wang Cici had chosen her hotel well. It was not only upscale but also located right next to the Hollywood Walk of Fame, bustling even at midnight. Parking the car by the roadside in front of the hotel, Zhang Jing messaged Wang Cici. After about 10 minutes, she emerged from the hotel. Clad in a long-sleeve hoodie and light-colored denim jeans, her long hair elegantly tied back. Zhang Jing activated his hazard lights as she quickly hopped into the passenger seat. Drive fast, she urged. I can't let my mom see me. With her urging, Zhang Jing remained composed. turning off the hazard lights and signaling right before merging into traffic. "Where's the casino?" he asked. "Drive to a quiet place," she replied with a serious expression. Following her instructions, he drove for 15 minutes until they reached a shopping center parking lot in an affluent area. The mall was closed. The parking lot empty and dimly lit, safe and devoid of onlookers. After a restless night until dawn, Zhang Jing asked, "Why did you come to Los Angeles?" "There are 2 reasons. First, to attend a birthday party for another big shot from E60. Second, my mom wants to enroll me at UCLA since it's a prestigious school." Zhang Jing was taken aback, realizing how determined Wang Cici's mother was. "What about you?" Wang Cici inquired, tilting her head gracefully. "Uncle, why are you here?" "I sold the gold I mined on Adak Island, and since I need to pay 45 in taxes, I decided to purchase a farm." "Is it far from the city?" "About 150 kilometers. That's quite a distance. I could come visit you on the weekends. If you don't mind being bored, you can come to the farm. I'm mostly not there." Wang Cici hesitated before asking a question that had been weighing on her mind. "Uncle, do you have a girlfriend?" "2, Zhang Jing answered candidly. "Does that include me?" "Not at all." Wang Cici gave a thumbs up, impressed. "Why did you appear at the nightclub in Hong Kong?" "Going back to the hotel with a stranger. Did you have other men before me?" Wang Cici withdrew from Zhang Jing's embrace. "I did have a boyfriend once, but my mom broke us up. The night I went back to the hotel with you was because I had an argument with her and needed to drown my sorrows. That was the only time." "Is your mother very strict?" Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. "She wants me to enter a prestigious school, become a person of great wisdom, and then marry into a true aristocratic family, not just any nouveau riche." "What constitutes a true aristocracy?" Zhang Jing inquired. "For example, the Huang family of Guangdong, the Su family, the Han family of Shanghai, the Ding family, the Hu family of the capital, and the Qin family." As a fellow southerner, Zhang Jing ventured a guess. "Are you referring to the Huang family that prospered in the late 19th century in Southeast Asia?" Wang Cici nodded affirmatively. Zhang Jing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that Wang Cici's mother, Su Su, aspired for her daughter to reach heights that seemed almost unattainable. In Su Su's mind, wealth alone did not equate to aristocracy, it was also about legacy. The Huang family had been elevated to the status of a lofty existence, built over generations through nearly 2 centuries of hard work. In the Guangxu era, the founder of the Huang family, Huang Yizhu, had his mother sell their only piece of land to send him, a 13 or 14-year-old boy, across the sea to Southeast Asia. Initially, he made a living as a laborer, sleeping at the Mazu temple at night, but eventually grew into the local sugar and rubber tycoon, becoming the richest man in the nation. He was also a philanthropist and patriot, having aided countless compatriots fleeing to Southeast Asia during wartime. He forged friendships with Sun Yat-sen, assisting him in overthrowing the Qing dynasty, and contributed to the establishment of universities and infrastructure in the South. Despite his immense success, he maintained a low profile, with descendants describing him as low-key and taciturn, hence little known. He conducted himself discreetly, yet his power was formidable, his name enshrined in the World Business Celebrity Directory, a testament to his intimidating strength. The family's legacy remained robust, producing numerous scientists, artists, and high-ranking officials, both domestically and abroad. With members of the Huang family engaged in businesses across Southeast Asia, Europe, the Americas, and Africa, Su Su's ambition to marry Wang Cici into such a family was not necessarily challenging, as the Huang family was vast, but penetrating its inner circle was exceedingly difficult. It was not mere envy on Zhang Jing's part. The Huang family was truly remarkable, not merely the result of 1 or 2 generations of effort, nor simply wealth or influence that could forge connections. As thoughts swirled through Zhang Jing's mind, he felt a wave of sympathy for Wang Cici. Recognizing the immense pressure she faced, it was no wonder she sought solace in the nightclub. "I don't understand," Zhang Jing said, puzzled. "Your mother isn't lacking in money. Why does she insist on marrying you into an aristocratic family?" Wang Cici bit her lip, revealing a secret that had long been hidden. "My mom once married into a true aristocracy, but because of her humble origins, she was forced to divorce within less than half a year. Later, she married my dad, who is also an ordinary person, and then I was born. My parents are now divorced, and since I was born, my mother has been determined to see me marry into wealth." Zhang Jing was left speechless. Wang Cici's explanation was straightforward, requiring no deep analysis. It was highly probable that Su Su had employed some means to captivate a young heir of an aristocratic family, but failed to gain the acceptance of his parents, thus leaving with a heavy heart. Now, she placed her hopes on her daughter, a tale both inspirational and tragically melodramatic. While Zhang Jing had no intention of mocking Su Su or Wang Cici, he acknowledged that everyone has their own aspirations and paths, devoid of right or wrong. As dawn began to break, Zhang Jing returned Wang Cici to the historical hotel, where he himself was also staying. The following days were busy for Barbie, primarily dealing with the transfer process section 171. The Sue family situation, the stone slab was heavy and thick after several strikes with a large iron hammer. It showed no sign of yielding. Zhang Jing realized he needed to exert more effort. "Boss, what are you doing?" Barbie asked, astonished at the scene before her. Zhang Jing, with one hand bracing the hammer's handle and the other pointing at the ground, inquired, "Can't you sense that there is emptiness beneath?" "No, I can't," Barbie replied, as if it were obvious. "Try to feel more closely," Zhang Jing coaxed. "The sensation of walking over it is unlike that of solid ground." Barbie confirmed her inability to perceive anything unusual. "Step aside," Zhang Jing commanded, waving the manager away. "Don't block the path." He lifted the hammer once more, delivering another heavy blow. After over 30 strikes, the stone collapsed in the center, revealing a dark void. He switched on a flashlight and tossed it into the opening. As the beam illuminated the space, he beheld the true visage of Lu Shan, a bronze statue resembling a figure holding an antique long rifle. Barbie, intrigued, squeezed closer to peer down and was equally astonished. How could there be a Minuteman down here? "What is a Minuteman?" Zhang Jing asked Barbie. Minuteman, also known as 1 Minute Man, refers to the militia during the War of Independence. Since the American colonists arrived on the continent, they have been free, with every individual born bearing arms. They could swiftly transition from civilian life to soldiering, ready to fight at a moment's notice, Barbie explained. The most famous is the bronze statue created by sculptor Daniel Chester French, which bears a strong resemblance to this one. "French? Is that his name?" Zhang Jing queried. "Yes. He was a French immigrant to America. He began crafting the Minuteman statue at the age of 23 in 1873 and completed it in 1875, thereby achieving fame. He also designed the Lincoln statue." "Are you saying this one is also a work of French?" Zhang Jing asked, surprised. "No," Barbie denied. "I never claimed that. Many sculptors have created Minuteman statues." Zhang Jing regarded Barbie with astonishment, expressing, "I have heard that those who receive a joyful education sometimes do not know what 9 times 9 equals. How do you know all this? You articulate time so clearly." Barbie shrugged. "That scoundrel studied sculpture." The so-called scoundrel was the one who led Barbie to give birth to David out of wedlock and then fled as an overseas student from the Dragon Kingdom. Having briefly understood the concept of the Minuteman, Zhang Jing instructed Barbie to call the workers. The farm employed around 20 individuals, mostly young, aged between 20 and 30. Their primary responsibilities included herding over 100 cattle, managing orchards, cultivating farmland, and maintaining farm equipment. Soon, a group of young men and women arrived, operating a loader with a tow rope and winch. They first enlarged the hole in the floor before dragging the bronze statue out of the subterranean space. Zhang Jing examined the statue closely. While he lacked artistic expertise to judge its quality, the statue exuded a pleasant and comforting aura. The statue stood at a life-size scale, approximately 1.7 meters tall, adorned with a cowboy hat, an old-style jacket, and long leather boots. Its slender form held a long-barreled hunting rifle, with the left foot forward and the right foot back, creating an impression of urgency as if poised to confront an adversary. A curious group of cowboys, both young men and women, gathered around the statue, astonished to discover such a bronze figure beneath the old house. "Does anyone know the origin of this statue?" Zhang Jing inquired, scrutinizing the crowd. "Boss," a handsome young man raised his hand. "This should be a work of Daniel Chester French." "Impossible," someone immediately countered. "French's Minuteman is different." "And how could there be 2 Minutemen?" The handsome young man explained. "Few are aware that French spent 2 years creating 2 Minuteman statues. The first was discarded due to its gaze being level and financial constraints. French intended to meld it down for a remake, but a businessman purchased it for $20,000, allowing French to afford new materials to create the statue that made him famous, with a slight upward gaze. "Is there documentation to support this?" Zhang Jing asked the handsome young man. "It's mentioned in French's autobiography, although briefly," he replied. "Proving this is simple. He would leave his signature on the work, usually in a place not visible to the public." Zhang Jing promptly began searching for the sculptor's signature on the statue. Soon enough, he found it. Since the Minuteman was depicted in motion, with the left foot forward and the right foot back, the toe slightly bent and the heel raised, Zhang Jing discovered 3 abbreviated letters, DCF, beneath the right shoe's sole. Daniel Chester French's name translates to Daniel Chester French, even though this sculpture might be an unsatisfactory piece for the esteemed sculptor known for designing the Lincoln statue. It still held significant value. "Huh," Zhang Jing exclaimed, elated, as he arranged for the bronze statue to be placed in the courtyard of the third villa, allowing it to gaze out at the sea. "Additionally, we shall have a party this afternoon. Drinks aplenty and abundant meat, all on me." Zhang Jing's thinking was straightforward. He had no immediate need for money, and selling the statue was out of the question. He intended to use it to ward off any spirits in his new abode. If he could procure an antique cannon, it would be even better, positioned atop the hill in the farm center to keep all malevolent entities at bay. Yes. A chorus of youthful voices erupted in excited cheers. The statue was carefully loaded onto the loader, with ample hay in the bucket to prevent scratches or damage. Zhang Jing accompanied the loader to the front yard of the third villa. This villa, designed by the former owner, a superstar named Willie, was a single-story structure spanning over 7,000 square feet, approximately 10.5 acres, featuring 20 bedrooms and various amenities, embodying both luxury and spaciousness. It was so expansive that it felt slightly eerie for a single occupant at night. The front yard was a highlight, offering a panoramic view of the sea exceeding 200 degrees. The sea breeze caressed the skin, cool and refreshing, infused with the scent of salt, providing a delightful sensation. After settling the statue, preparations for the party commenced. A gathering was essential. Although Zhang Jing was the boss, he lacked the knowledge to cultivate pasture, grow grain, manage fruit trees, or herd cattle. He relied on others' assistance and ultimately needed employees to oversee the farm. Unlike the stable workers, who were often older or less capable, the farm's employees were young, working out of passion, interest, and camaraderie with like-minded friends. Thus, a party was necessary to foster camaraderie and establish a harmonious atmosphere. As Zhang Jing prepared for the festivities, in the mansion at 1032 Avenue 84 in Seattle, when Li was perusing the newspaper, equipped with reading glasses and a magnifying glass. The third headline on the front page was political in nature. Typically, such sections would be filled with mundane political news. However, today was different. The third headline surprisingly concerned the Su family. The Su family was a prominent clan from Dongguan, having made their fortune in America. Their ancestors had been deceived onto a ship as coolies. Through unique opportunities, they soared to success. Historical decisions allowed them to thrive in the Dragon Kingdom as well, leading to the present day, where the Su family managed a vast array of enterprises, including shipbuilding, port operations, ocean shipping, overseas mining, infrastructure development, investment firms, banks, and more. An extensive empire indeed. Given such a large family and business, it was unsurprising that when Li, residing in the 1032 mansion, led a life of luxury, with fine wines flowing like rivers, exquisite cuisine akin to mountains, and countless artworks, including a private museum in Victoria Bay, Hong Kong. At that moment, she happened upon an article in the newspaper regarding her family's museum. Due to the Queen Victoria's love letters, the previously obscure Xiangshan Museum had gained worldwide notoriety in just 5 days. Is the Xiangshan Museum under immense pressure now? When Li mused aloud while reading the newspaper. Indeed, Li Xing, standing nearby, replied, slightly hunched over. The American judicial system has been persistently requesting the return of the bronze dragon. Many individuals gather daily at the museum's entrance, demanding the return of the Queen's love letters, the bronze coffin, and the mummified remains to the Yin people. Return them to the Yin people? Wenli slowly lifted her head, removing her reading glasses, and chuckled. Do I resemble a saint? Li Xing wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead, while Wenli appeared benevolent. She indeed possessed a heart akin to that of a bodhisattva. Together with her husband, Su CK, they have supported over 17,000 impoverished university students throughout their lives. They established a major illness relief fund, covering medical expenses for over 7,000 critically ill patients. With a kind heart, she is courteous and treats those around her with great kindness, extending her goodwill even to strangers. However, to her adversaries, she inspires nothing short of dread. Section 172. The extraordinary P. It is inherent in human nature to seek auspiciousness and avoid misfortune. Zhang Jing understood that he could not safeguard the golden hairpin or the jade, nor could he protect the bronze dragon, the Queen's love letters, the copper coffin, or the governor's mummified corpse. Therefore, he entrusted these treasures to the trustworthy Wenli. It was precisely for this reason that he could acquire a farm, indulge in the joy of hosting parties, and have the leisure to court young women. Otherwise, he would be suffocated by various pressures, leading to an untimely demise. At the party, Zhang Jing mingled with 20 young employees from the farm, sharing drinks and introducing Barbie, announcing her as the manager responsible for overseeing the farm. Encountering Barbie was akin to discovering a treasure. With 7 years of experience as a real estate agent, she possessed formidable skills and eagerness to earn, and had endured the harsh realities of life, even being forced to take a life. She was competent and intelligent, a person of integrity. Importantly, Barbie would not betray him, as he held evidence of her past actions, and she had a 4-year-old son, David. Naturally, Zhang Jing would never use this as leverage against her, fearing it would push a good person to desperation. Barbie was also grateful, diligent in her work, loyal, calm, and uncomplaining. Zhang Jing, in turn, was generous. ensuring she received bonuses and luxurious cars, fostering a pleasant collaboration. Manager Barbie, it is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as Zhang Jing announced Barbie as the farm manager, a throng of young people surrounded her, aware that maintaining good relations with their superior was essential, even if they were all driven by passion for their work. The following morning, Barbie returned to Seattle. While Zhang Jing accepted a client's offer of $25 million for the transaction of the 1,047-acre land and the 1,049 estate, with the condition that the other party would cover all transaction costs. Although this was significantly less than the $40 million initially quoted, the low acquisition cost, minus all expenses including renovations, would yield a substantial profit of $11 million. That same afternoon, the ambitious director Marcus Raphael arrived at the farm with an expanded crew of 15, driving 15 vehicles, half of which were pickups, laden with equipment. Accompanying them were pets, including Smart Bean the golden retriever, P the pangolin, a black panther, and 2 beavers. Los Angeles, the dream destination for filmmakers, was a paradise Marcus longed to inhabit. "Boss, I love you," Marcus exclaimed with open arms. "You have made my childhood dream come true." After a brief embrace, Zhang Jing, overwhelmed by the scent of perfume, retorted, "The farm is over 150 kilometers from your dream paradise." Understanding the subtext of Zhang Jing's words, Marcus motivated himself. "I will strive harder. Hollywood will eventually have a place for me." "No, for you, boss." Zhang Jing chuckled. "Enough flattery. How is the second film coming along?" "It's already filmed. Just awaiting editing, yet no theaters are willing to screen our movie." "That's all right," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly. "Internet streaming works too." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Jing arranged for Marcus and his team to stay in the farm's first old villa. Although built in 1924, it had been renovated midway and was well maintained, making it immediately habitable. As they were all employees, Zhang Jing hosted a welcome party for them, featuring barbecues and drinks, reveling from 4 in the afternoon until 7 in the evening. Valuing life, Zhang Jing opted to walk back to the third villa instead of driving, meandering about 10 kilometers. Feeling slightly dazed, but not overly concerned about the distance, walking along the path was neither frightening nor tedious, as a string of pets followed him, gazing at the stars and enjoying the sea breeze, a most pleasant experience. At that moment, a phone call from Wang Cici interrupted his reverie. "Uncle, I heard from my mother that a Chinese farm owner found a Minuteman statue made in France. It wouldn't be you, would it?" Yes, it is," Zhang Jing replied, belching slightly from the alcohol. "I have something to tell you," Wang Cici said mysteriously. "We can meet tomorrow." "Sounds good," Zhang Jing responded eagerly. "I'll prepare new bed linens." "Uncle," Wang Cici inquired, somewhat annoyed, "how much fake liquor have you consumed?" "Apologies," Zhang Jing replied more seriously. "Do you have any plans tomorrow?" "My mother intends to buy the Minuteman statue from you. That thing is neither edible nor drinkable, and it's exorbitantly priced." "What use is there in purchasing it?" Zhang Jing stated candidly, viewing the artifact merely as money. He cautioned, "Do not buy it." Wang Cici sighed. "Art pieces can adorn a mansion." "Please don't," Zhang Jing urged. "Convince our mother not to buy it. I intend to keep it for protective purposes." Wang Cici, sensing Zhang Jing was inebriated, thought it unwise to press the issue, knowing it would expose the situation. After a brief chat, they hung up, and Zhang Jing found himself unable to walk any further, collapsing onto the grassy roadside. Within 3 seconds, he fell into a deep slumber. Smart Bean nudged Zhang Jing with his nose, lying down beside him for warmth. He sniffed Zhang Jing, detecting the scent of alcohol, and disdainfully stuck out his tongue, but showed concern for his owner. In a remarkable turn of events, P began to dig rapidly beside him, unearthing a small burrow. It was astonishing that he was able to break through not only the topsoil, but also the underlying rock, defying logic. Once P succeeded in digging the hole, Smart Bean and the Black Panther collaborated to drag Zhang Jing to the burrow's edge, then lay down next to their owner in unison. They slept soundly until dawn, and Zhang Jing felt neither cold nor uncomfortable. In fact, it was quite the opposite, as he believed he was nestled among delightful companions, only to realize later that it was merely the dogs and pangolin. Awakening from his stupor, Zhang Jing, with his wits restored, noticed that the ground where he had slept bore fresh signs of excavation, clearly newly dug. Dismissing human involvement, he turned to P. P's little eyes met his, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Zhang Jing was certain that this miraculous occurrence was the handiwork of P. Considering that guests were expected in the morning, Zhang Jing called Marcus to request a vehicle. It was not for show, but the farm was vast, and traversing from one house to another would take 3 hours on foot, necessitating a vehicle to arrive on time. Marcus, accompanied by an assistant, soon arrived with 2 pickups, and upon seeing Zhang Jing's disheveled appearance, surmised that the boss had spent the night camping outdoors. At this moment, Wang Sisi sent a message, inquiring why he had not opened the door, as she had arrived at the entrance. The farm had 3 large gates, each corresponding to the 3 villas, facilitating quick access to the interstate. Zhang Jing hurriedly replied, asking her to wait 10 minutes. The gate was controlled by a remote switch, which was located on the dining table of the 3rd villa. With time of the essence, he bid farewell to Marcus and hastened towards the 3rd villa. Outside the northeastern gate of the farm, Cui Su looked up at the camera mounted on the wall, pondering aloud, could it be that the farm owner is not home? Wang Sisi, having received Zhang Jing's response, explained, it's possible that the farm is too large, and the owner is not inside the house to hear the doorbell. Speaking of the farm's vastness, Cui Su remarked, I read online that it spans 5,000 acres. Driving straight from one end to the other takes 20 minutes, and longer on winding paths. Section 173. Unable to afford the price in quiet astonishment at Zhang Jing's wealth, Wang Sisi tentatively inquired, Mom, how much is this farm worth? Public information indicated it was valued at 80 million rice dollars, but Susu speculated that the actual worth might exceed that figure. 80 million rice dollars. Wang Sisi's eyes widened in disbelief, and she curiously asked her mother, does our family possess such a fortune? Susu affirmed, our family's assets primarily consist of properties in the capital and Magic City, along with some stocks, but we do not have 80 million rice dollars in cash. Therefore, the owner of this farm is quite impressive, as he is able to produce such a large sum in one go. Reflecting on her encounters with Zhang Jing, Wang Sisi noted how he neither flaunted his wealth nor acted ostentatiously, appearing rather ordinary, which made it difficult to discern his affluence. With her mind racing, she bravely probed, would marrying such a farm owner mean entering a wealthy family? Not necessarily, Susu replied without much thought, clarifying, to be considered a wealthy family. As I have mentioned before, one must have historical depth, like the Huang and Su families from the south, or the Ding and Han families from Magic City, or the Qin and Hu families from the capital. Only families with a legacy can truly be called wealthy. Wang Sisi mentally scoffed, adding, a wealthy family must also possess wealth. Indeed, Susu replied, pleased, you will certainly marry into a prominent family in the future. Everything you do now, and will do, should be directed towards that goal. At that moment, the large iron gate creaked open, and Susu and Wang Sisi returned to their vehicle, driving along the concrete path. After the gate opened, to avoid Wang Sisi's habitual reference to him as uncle, Zhang Jing hurried to the bathroom, quickly showered with warm water, changed into clean clothes, and added a touch of hair product. He was simply handsome. Simultaneously, Susu parked a brand new white Maserati at the villa's entrance, just as Zhang Jing emerged from the house. Upon seeing him, Susu's mind momentarily faltered, and she instinctively asked, what are you doing here? Zhang Jing feigned ignorance, asking, this is my farm. Is there something you need, Miss Su? Susu blinked in disbelief, pointing to the ground and asking, did you purchase this? Zhang Jing nodded affirmatively. As she scrutinized Zhang Jing, Susu's mind raced, pondering whether he might belong to the renowned Zhang family from the northwest, a prominent family in the Dragon Kingdom. Noticing Susu's distraction, Zhang Jing interjected, please, come inside. As they entered the main house's living room, Susu observed the single-story white structure, the glass walls, and the ultramodern design, all of which were visually pleasing and suited for a younger demographic. Having seen many luxurious homes herself, she found this one unremarkable. The focal point, however, was the Minuteman statue overlooking the sea, a work by the renowned artist Francois, which seemed rather wasted under the sun. With mixed emotions, Susu guided Wang Sisi into the main house. Please have a seat. Zhang Jing gestured toward the sofa and then fetched 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator. Placing them on the coffee table, Susu thanked him, taking in the pristine interior decor, the polished floors, crystal chandeliers, ample natural light, and unobstructed sea views. The materials were of high quality, and the design was undeniably avant-garde, leaving no room for criticism. Convinced of Zhang Jing's identity as a wealthy heir, Susu inquired, Mr. Zhang, where is your hometown? I am from the south, he replied. From the south? Susu's expression turned incredulous, suspecting Zhang Jing was using an alias. As there were no prominent Zhang families from the south, unaware of Susu's thoughts, Zhang Jing asked again, is there something you need, Miss Su? I wish to purchase the Minuteman. Susu stated her purpose. Miss Su, Zhang Jing firmly rejected her request. I needed to ward off evil spirits. It is not for sale. Susu's suspicions about Zhang Jing's background intensified. After all, who would use a renowned artist's work for such a purpose? He appeared too youthful to have amassed such wealth independently, leading her to believe he was likely from a wealthy family while using a pseudonym. Using an alias had become a common practice, as many individuals aspired to enter the elite circles, and adopting a false name could spare them much trouble. allowing them to lead lives unencumbered by unwanted attention. In Susu's eyes, those wealthy second-generation individuals who rev their engines on the street were merely nouveau riche. True affluent families, like the Huang family established by Huang Yi, were so discreet that outsiders remained oblivious to their existence. Examining Zhang Jing further, his clothing, pants, and shoes costing no more than 200 yuan, coupled with the pickup truck at the entrance, Susu concluded that Zhang Jing was likely not his true name. With many thoughts swirling in her mind and her extensive network of connections, Susu decided to investigate further upon returning home. After an awkward 20-minute conversation, Susu and Wang Sisi departed. As they left the farm, Susu called her assistant to gather information on Zhang Jing. Wang Sisi, seated in the passenger seat, had guessed her mother's thoughts and reminded her that farm owner is not from a wealthy family. He is merely a fortunate treasure hunter. A treasure hunter? Susu asked, surprised. I read ABO in section 174, entitled Beyond Affordability, at the luxurious Four Seasons Hotel in Victoria Bay. Lindsay curiously inquires about Zhuaman Miao's whereabouts. She has some matters to attend to and will return before evening, comes the reply. Without dwelling on it further, Lindsay stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 57th floor, captivated by the breathtaking ocean and city vistas. Astonished, she asks, how much is it to stay here for a night? 88 Hong Kong dollars. Liang Jieshu answers without hesitation. As it is Lindsay's first visit to Hong Kong, and she typically uses US dollars, she quickly calculates in her mind, realizing it amounts to approximately 1132 US dollars. Her eyes widening in disbelief. Within moments, however, she recalls that Liang Jieshu is a scriptwriter with modest earnings, barely sufficient for her everyday life, leading her to speculate. Have you all been raised by the affluent? Indeed, Liang Jieshu readily admits. Zhang Gu isn't as bad as you think. If you don't want him to sell your ancestral home, why not plead with him? Zhang Jing, you two are together? When did this happen? Lindsay exclaims, her emotions flaring. It was before he purchased Manor 1049, Liang Jieshu clarifies. I considered you my best friend, my closest confidant. How could you betray me? When I was with Zhang Gu, Liang Jieshu explains, the manor was not yet his, so it cannot be deemed a betrayal. Despite this reasoning, Lindsay feels deceived and betrayed. Incensed, she grabs her backpack and storms out. Liang Jieshu sighs and calls Zhang Jing. Normally, she wouldn't call at 6 in the morning. But concerned for her friend's safety, Zhang Jing answers promptly. Is there a problem? He asks, his tone laced with concern. No. Liang Jieshu hesitates before asking Zhang Gu. May I request something of you? You need not plead. I understand you well, and I will comply, Zhang Jing assures her, though the floor creaks beneath him. Liang Jieshu blushes as she asks, could you refrain from selling Manor 1049 and grant Lindsay a bit more time? Certainly, Zhang Jing replies without hesitation. But why are you selling Manor 1049? Liang Jieshu inquires, suspecting Zhang Jing's departure from Seattle. Initially, I intended to flip Manor 1049 for a profit, but no offers came. Now that there is interest, I don't want to miss the opportunity. Lindsay had mentioned signing the contract that morning, and Liang Jieshu asks, what is the price? 25 million US dollars, he replies. How can it be so inexpensive? She marvels. The market is not favorable, and it's an old property. Renovations would be a major undertaking. After a brief exchange, Liang Jieshu broaches a more personal topic. Zhang Gu, are you planning to leave Seattle? It is a possibility. Zhang Jing comforts her, but if I do, I will take you and Zhuaman Miao with me. Initially, Liang Jieshu felt no dependency on Zhang Jing, but as time passed, her emotional reliance deepened. After a sweet half-hour conversation, Liang Jieshu hangs up and ponders for a few seconds before messaging Lindsay, conveying that the selling price of Manor 1049 is not as exorbitant as she imagined, urging her to call Zhang Jing to negotiate for more time. While in a taxi, Lindsay receives the message, momentarily taken aback to learn that Zhang Jing would sell Manor 1049 for 25 million. Overcome with excitement, she immediately dials Zhang Jing, exclaiming, sell it to me for 25 million. Zhang Jing quickly grasps her intent and responds, I fear you would be overwhelmed by the mortgage. That's none of your concern. Lindsay retorts firmly, just proceed with the transaction. Having promised Liang Jieshu, Zhang Jing agrees and calls Barbie to halt the contract signing. Barbie, having just started her car to meet the buyer, realizes that backing out is unethical, but she must apologize to the buyer. Simultaneously, Lindsay begins persuading her grandfather to provide the 10 million US dollars from the sale of the manor and the 3.5 million from selling the Japanese armor as a down payment to purchase Manor 1049. However, the reality is harsh. Lindsay has 6 uncles and aunts, including her father. Except for her grandfather, who agrees to repurchase Manor 1049, the others refuse, citing their inability to bear the property tax, insurance, and maintenance costs. Moreover, Due to their advanced age, the elderly would have to sell the house upon passing, distributing the cash among the heirs unless a sole heir is designated. The new dilemma arises: the sole heir must bear all the mortgage burdens. Given Lindsay's income, she would need to sell a kidney each month to meet the bank's demands. Unwilling to relinquish the opportunity Zhang Jing has provided, Lindsay boards a plane back to Seattle less than 5 hours after arriving in Hong Kong. Over the following week, she tirelessly attempts to persuade her father and relatives, believing that collective strength would enable them to manage the mortgage. Yet, she cannot even convince her father, leading to her despair. Unbeknownst to Lindsay, Zhang Jing receives good news. The client who was turned away by Barbie is now willing to increase their offer for Manor 1049 by $2 million. $2 million could buy a large hot dog. $20 could secure a fast food meal. $200,000 would procure a brand new S-Class Maybach. An additional $2 million is indeed enticing. Temporarily setting aside his tranquil life on the farm in pursuit of financial gain, Zhang Jing drives 1,500 kilometers back to Seattle, arriving outside the Moore residence in Clyde Hill. After knocking for what feels like an eternity, Lindsay opens the door, bleary-eyed and surprised to see Zhang Jing. "What brings you here?" "I wanted to encourage you to reconsider," he replies earnestly. "The purchase of Manor 1049 exceeds your capacity." Indeed, Lindsay concedes, walking into the living room. "Everyone is waiting for the old man to pass so they can inherit. I feel like a walking joke." Zhang Jing follows her inside, observing the clutter of shoes, clothes, and even undergarments scattered across the carpet, leaving little room to navigate. "Tell me," he asks, "if I were to sell Manor 1049 now, would you feel anger? Why do you care about my opinion?" Lindsay turns to meet his gaze. "No." Zhang Jing shakes his head. "I care about Liang Jieshu's feelings. She does not wish to see you unhappy." Biting her lip, Lindsay makes a final plea. "If you are willing to forego the sale of Manor 1049, I could become your lover, just like Liang Jieshu and Zhuoma Miao." Zhang Jing assesses Lindsay more. Her sun-kissed complexion, enchanting features, blue eyes, slender face, ample bosom, and flowing golden hair make her a rare beauty. However, he is aware that Lindsay is a race car driver, a lifestyle that is quite costly, and he is not drawn to her sun-kissed allure. "I hope you can calmly accept the sale of Manor 1049, he advises, resisting temptation. "Even if you manage to purchase it with a loan, you would still be unable to shoulder the property tax, insurance, and maintenance." Recognizing the truth in Zhang Jing's words, Lindsay makes one last effort. "We had agreed on 3 years. You cannot go back on your word." At the mention of their 3-year pact, Zhang Jing cannot help but chuckle, disheartening her further. "Have you been watching too many YouTube videos? Do you have a misunderstanding about the $25 million? Even if you managed to save $30,000 each year, you would have needed to start working 833 years ago." Section 175, Evidence to Cash. Ultimately, Zhang Jing successfully persuaded Lindsay to adopt a more relaxed attitude. Considering the principle of leaving a line for future encounters and Lindsay's friendship with Liang, Zhang Jing took a step back. He relinquished his existing client on the condition that Lindsay would not impede him from acquiring the next bidding client. Lindsay, impressed by Zhang Jing's eloquent words and sincere demeanor, embraced him. Upon leaving Lindsay's residence, Zhang Jing received a call from Wendy's assistant, Li Xing. Subsequently, he arrived at the living room of the 1032 estate to meet Wendy. Wendy, in her advanced years, retained a spirited presence. "What have you been occupied with recently?" Wendy inquired, adorned in a navy blue dress, a pearl necklace, and cradling a pet cat. "I acquired a farm in Los Angeles," Zhang Jing responded, "and discovered a French-made minute repeater." Wendy, in a languid tone, remarked, "Sujio mentioned that your people have pre-ordered 30 of the silver production from the Su family's silver mine in Peru for the next year. Why do you require so much silver?" "The Su family actually owns a silver mine." "Impressive." Feigning nonchalance, Zhang Jing replied evasively, "I simply enjoy hoarding silver." Perceiving his reluctance, Wendy gracefully shifted the subject. "Sujio is seeking you. She's in the study. You may proceed on your own." Zhang Jing acquiesced and followed an attendant to the door of a spacious room. After knocking and receiving permission, he entered. The study exuded a modern aesthetic, characterized by beige tones, cleanliness, orderliness, and a refreshing ambience. Sujio, attired in a gray business suit, sat behind a large desk. The attendant remained outside as Zhang Jing approached and took a seat across from the desk. "I understand you have a favorable rapport with the Jennifer couple," Sujio inquired, her luminous eyes fixed on Zhang Jing. "Previously, yes," Zhang Jing clarified, "but due to certain circumstances, our relationship is now commonplace." Sujio probed, "Is it possible to mend your relationship with them? What circumstances?" Zhang Jing had no inclination to revisit past associations. "Ms. Jennifer's father obtained the mining rights to a chromite or vein in Kazakhstan. He entrusted these rights to Jennifer and her husband, who intend to enlist friends within their social circle to co-develop the mine. Zhang Jing was unfamiliar with chromite. It's an essential raw material for manufacturing alloy steel, characterized by high temperature resistance, high acid resistance, and corrosion resistance, with numerous applications, Su Jiao elucidated. It's hardly a rare commodity, Zhang Jing scoffed. Is it truly necessary to force one's way in? Indeed, Su Jiao affirmed, it's exceedingly difficult for Chinese individuals to participate in foreign mining exploitation. For foreign mining companies, it's merely an ordinary opportunity, but for us, it's a rare chance, transcending mere monetary gain. Zhang Jing remained unconvinced. If not for money, then is it for charitable purposes? Kazakhstan is abundant in resources, but exploitation is like an iron wall for us, dominated by foreign mining companies in collusion with local authorities. We simply cannot penetrate. Hence the need for an opportunity. Su Jiao's tone carried a hint of entreaty. You are the fulcrum for this opportunity. It's truly significant, even for China. We are eager to break through. I am a treasure hunter, Zhang Jing reminded her. I do not encroach on others' livelihoods. Even treasure hunters need sustenance. And the ultimate goal of treasure hunting is monetary gain, isn't it? Su Jiao exerted herself to persuade Zhang Jing. And what about your two girlfriends? Maintaining them is not inexpensive, is it? Zhou's hair is so exquisite. Each treatment must cost hundreds. You must continue to strive. Zhang Jing was rendered speechless. Others strive for their parents or their families, while he was striving for his two girlfriends. Furthermore, Su Jiao added, you have an affinity for silver. Jennifer may possess a silver mine in the future. Consider it yourself. Can you acquire a silver mine abroad on your own? Zhang Jing knew that it was impossible. Even with money, primarily due to his ethnicity, a Caucasian complexion would be advantageous. Concerned about exerting excessive pressure on Zhang Jing, Su Jiao adopted a gentle tone. Your sole responsibility is to secure the admission ticket. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Moreover, you will receive compensation. Zhang Jing tentatively inquired, if successful, what remuneration will I receive? Two options, Su Jiao analyzed from behind her desk. First, you will immediately receive $10 million. Second, in 1 year, you will receive a fully operational or mining team. The adage goes, give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. Su Jiao sought to empower Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing disregarded the mining team. He had not anticipated such a substantial sum of money. He possessed Nayer's evidence, which made the matter relatively straightforward for him, but $10 million was an impressive figure. 53 Maybach S-Class sedans, or a night with 2,000 to 2,500 young models or starlets, or a Beverly Hills mansion, or even a Zhang Daqian landscape painting, only costs $20 million. Zhang Jing wanted to exclaim and rush forward. Assuming Zhang Jing found it too challenging, Su Jiao attempted to lighten the mood. This admission ticket is indeed difficult to obtain, but not excessively so. Where there's a will, there's a way, and I believe in your capabilities. Upon departing the 1032 estate, Zhang Jing, seated in his pickup truck, contemplated for a few moments before dialing Nayer's number. Nayer was at a horse farm and stable 20 kilometers northwest of 84th Avenue, a 330-acre property gifted to Jennifer by her parents on her 18th birthday. Previously, Dylan and Irina had undertaken a business trip to Eastern Europe on Zhang Jing's behalf. During the trip, Nayer had taken a liking to Irina and attempted to alleviate his boredom, only to be rejected. Refusing to relent, Nayer repeatedly demanded that Zhang Jing dismiss Irina after returning to Seattle, seeking to humiliate her, but was again refused by Zhang Jing. Subsequently, he poached jockey Andy from Champion Horse Farm as retribution for Zhang Jing's lack of appreciation. Now, upon unexpectedly receiving a call from Zhang Jing, he was taken aback. After a brief hesitation, he hung up. Who was that? Jennifer inquired from beside her husband. A telemarketer, Nayer replied dismissively, undeterred by the call being disconnected. Zhang Jing directly sent Nayer the evidence of his harassment of Irina via Facebook. Upon receiving the message, Nayer's expression momentarily betrayed his panic. He excused himself from the stable and promptly returned Zhang Jing's call. With money on his mind, Zhang Jing cut to the chase. Good brother, include me in the development of the chromite or vein in Kazakhstan, just this once. After this, I will destroy all the evidence. Putting himself in Nayer's position, Zhang Jing would resort to murder to silence him. Fearing that Nayer might act rashly, he promised to threaten him only once. I only just learned about the chromite or matter, Nayer exclaimed, his voice low. How did you find out? I also just learned about it, Zhang Jing reiterated. Pull me into the fold, ensure my interests, and we can remain close friends, intimate friends. This matter requires Jennifer's approval. It's an opportunity for her father to establish connections. Nayer explained over the phone. I cannot assist you. No, I need you to exert every effort to help me, Zhang Jing insisted, but not wanting to provoke excessive animosity. He promised, if successful, I will pay you $2 million US. Nair harbored a seething resentment towards Zhang Jing, but reluctantly extended an invitation. Come to the 25th horse farm tomorrow morning. Jennifer's beloved horse was named 25th, and the horse farm was also called 25th. After hanging up, Nair stood in place for a considerable period, his expression contorted and distorted, before departing the horse farm. The next day, Zhang Jing donned a crisp white shirt, paired with a navy blue suit and matching trousers, complemented by black leather shoes. With the assistance of the housekeeper, Leia, he subtly groomed his eyebrows and applied light makeup, enhancing his attractiveness. After breakfast, he drove his pickup truck to the 25th racetrack, located 20 kilometers northeast on 84th Avenue. This racetrack was nestled in a tranquil area, flanked by 2 rows of beech trees at the entrance, their lush foliage casting a comforting shade. As he cruised beneath the canopy, he followed a gravel path that led to a circular flower bed adorned with clusters of yellow and purple wildflowers. On the opposite side of the flower bed lay the villa's front yard, paved with cobblestones that exuded an air of rustic charm. The buildings were distinctive, each constructed from logs, resembling woodland cabins, truly in harmony with nature. Interestingly, the yard was lively with various small animals, including cats, dogs, chickens, and geese, scurrying about and leaving their droppings scattered. Overall, the atmosphere here resembled a large rural community, boasting a delightful environment that brought a sense of comfort and relief from stress. Welcomed by a gaggle of geese, Zhang Jing encountered the male host, Nair, at the entrance of the main house. Nair greeted him with a disingenuous smile and embraced him, remarking that he was the first guest to arrive that day. How many competitors do I have? Zhang Jing inquired directly. James Gibbons is your competitor. If you can outshine him, you will secure a stable position in the chromium mining team established by Jennifer. Zhang Jing, feeling perturbed, asked, is this person just some random arrival? James Gibbons hails from the land of kangaroos, his family fortune was built on winemaking, and he is quite displeased with threats. Nair remarked sharply, he is young and full of vigor, unlike you, who is solely focused on profit. He bears the weight of his family's expectations. Hence his resolve is formidable. Zhang Jing felt a tinge of annoyance. His own responsibilities were considerable as well. Tasked with a mission to break the ice and assist entrepreneurs from the Dragon Kingdom, represented by Su Jiao, to penetrate the mining industry in Kazakhstan. At this moment, the hostess, Jennifer, approached and extended her hand to Zhang Jing, exclaiming, it has been a while. Nair informed me last night that you two have set aside past grievances. That is splendid news. In the face of money, my knees cannot stand, Zhang Jing quipped, self-deprecatingly. The allure of collaborating on the chromium or project is simply irresistible. Forgive my bluntness, Jennifer interjected. Do you possess the capability to develop the chromium, or? That is beyond question, Zhang Jing replied confidently, recalling Wen Li's extraordinary prowess. You can entrust me entirely with the extraction, refining, and sales of the chromium ore. Jennifer, with a hint of baby fat and a sprinkling of freckles, smiled slightly. She needed this chromium project to build her network. How could she possibly delegate everything to Zhang Jing? Furthermore, Jennifer was curious about why her husband had suddenly decided to support Zhang Jing. Was there an undisclosed arrangement behind the scenes? In the following 10 minutes, 3 vehicles rolled into the courtyard in succession, each carrying dapper young men accompanied by their assistants and drivers. The first was evidently a Jewish gentleman, his nose sharply hooked, with a slightly curved tip. He appeared to be in his late 20s, standing about 1.8 meters tall, of average build, with a tuft of brown facial hair that gave him a distinctive look. The second, also of Jewish descent, shared a similar hooked nose and appeared slightly younger, around 26 or 27, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a stocky build. The third was James Gibbons, a young man of about 23 or 24 years, with a pale complexion, no facial hair, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose. Upon seeing Zhang Jing, the 3 men were momentarily taken aback, although unspoken. They all harbored the belief that an Asian presence was unexpected in this setting. Without entering the living room, they remained in the cobbled courtyard, where Jennifer introduced. This is a chromium iron mine located in the northwestern province of Kazakhstan. My father holds mining rights to a 6,000-hectare plot, valid for 30 years, with an estimated reserve of about 30 million tons, averaging a grade of 40, making it one of the finest rich ores. Jennifer's gaze swept over Zhang Jing and the others, stating, as per our agreement, 40 of the net income will go to local authorities as taxes. 30 will be my profit, and the remaining 30 profit will be divided among you 3. I, or rather my father, will not provide equipment or personnel, merely enjoying a share of the profits. Jennifer appeared amiable, yet her words were cold-hearted. You 4 must devise a method to eliminate one contender. The 4 competitors exchanged glances silently, Due to his ethnicity, Zhang Jing felt a sense of exclusion. Seizing the initiative, he declared, "There is no need for such complications. I can handle this alone. The 40 can be Jennifer's profit, while I require only 20. With Winley backing him, Zhang Jing spoke with remarkable assertiveness. James Gibbons and the two Jewish gentlemen understood the severity of a price war with the Dragon Kingdom but were taken aback by Zhang Jing's audacity. "Sir," the brown-bearded Jewish man cautioned Zhang Jing, "mining chromium requires equipment and engineers. Do you possess these?" "I have the funds, equipment, engineers, and sales channels," Zhang Jing responded assuredly. Another Jewish gentleman, shorter and stockier, added, "You still need to establish good relations with the locals. They are notoriously greedy. Regardless, Winley's team will handle execution." "I merely need to boast," Zhang Jing asserted confidently, knowing his subordinates excelled in managing such matters. The three competitors exchanged knowing glances. Zhang Jing was formidable, challenging three at once. The key point was that Jennifer appeared intrigued. The prospect of reaping 40 net profit without any effort was undeniably enticing. "We need 2 days to deliberate," the brown-bearded Jewish man requested of Jennifer, "to identify the 3 strongest contenders and eliminate the weakest." Jennifer nodded in agreement, advising, "It would be best to devise a simple and fair elimination method, such as drawing lots or playing rock, paper, scissors." Zhang Jing promptly shook his head, refusing to leave his fortune to chance. The brown-bearded man mirrored his refusal. James Gibbons and the other shorter, stocky Jewish man also rejected the idea of fate determining their outcomes. With the proposal dismissed, Jennifer raised her hands in resignation, stating, "You have only 2 days. But I do not wish for any violent conflicts among you." As the host departed, Zhang Jing immediately sensed the palpable animosity from the other 3. "Let us introduce ourselves," began James Gibbons, the Australian. "I am now your competitor, but eventually we will be partners." Zhang Jing scrutinized James Gibbons, recalling Nayer's warnings about him being the main rival. The other 2 were seemingly predetermined competitors. "I am James Gibbons from Oceania. My family built their fortune on winemaking. My father is a provincial councillor, and my grandfather has a mining business back home, giving me a traditional advantage in chromium mining." Zhang Jing felt a surge of apprehension. This individual was well-connected. Graber Henry George, the brown-bearded man, introduced himself. "My father is a banker, my uncle is a mine owner, my aunt is a politician, and my grandfather was once the mayor of Orlando." Andres Polito, the shorter, stocky man, chimed in. "My parents run a small company, and my fiancée's last name is Patterson." Zhang Jing could not fathom the significance of the surname Patterson, yet upon observing the astonished expressions of James Gibbons and Graber Henry George, it was evident that it held considerable weight. "I am Zhang Jing, representing a mining company," he stated simply, foregoing any elaborate introduction. "Buddy, we will offer you some compensation," James Gibbons insisted, fixing his gaze on Zhang Jing. "You should just withdraw." "No," Zhang Jing firmly declined, stating, "Either I will pay you some money, or you will withdraw." The first negotiation ended without resolution, and the 4 departed the 25th racetrack, each intending to conduct thorough investigations of their competitors, employing tactics of suppression, coercion, or bargaining to force the weaker contenders to yield. Leaving the racetrack, Zhang Jing returned to the estate at 1049 84th Avenue and, through a messaging app, relayed descriptions of the other 3 competitors to Sujio. Concurrently, the other 3 individuals clandestinely coalesced into an alliance, swiftly amassing all publicly available information pertaining to Zhang Jing. Stud farms, vineyards, the 109th estate, homicide, treasure hunters. Surveying the plethora of data, the trio found themselves somewhat bewildered. The information was abundant, yet devoid of any discernible vulnerabilities. Had Zhang Jing been managing a hotel, they could have devised means to instigate multifaceted troubles, precipitating a decline in the hotel's prosperity. Should Zhang Jing have had relatives in public service, they could have exerted pressure. If Zhang Jing had siblings employed at a major corporation, they could have similarly applied duress. After a protracted period of fault-finding, just as they were contemplating abandonment, Graber Henry George, distinguished by his prominent brown beard, directed attention to the stud farm data. Remarking that he had encountered Miss Aegis, the champion stud farm's horse trainer, at a soiree, suggesting that perhaps pressure could be applied to induce Zhang Jing's withdrawal. As James Gibbon was an outsider, the task of exerting pressure fell upon Andres Pretorius and Graber Henry George. Andres Pretorius's parents operated a modest company, and his fiancée's surname was Patterson. Graber Henry George's father was a banker, his uncle a mine owner, his aunt a politician, and his grandfather had formerly served as the mayor of Orlando, all figures of considerable influence with extensive networks, thus facilitating the exertion of pressure on Aegis. Section 177. Sowing good seeds reaps good fruit soon. On that very afternoon, Mrs. Malife, the owner of St. Buddha Horse Farm, received a phone call from an acquaintance. The caller subtly requested that her granddaughter, Ijizi, resign from the champion horse farm, intending to exert pressure on Zhang Jing. Without deliberation, the 73-year-old Malai firmly declined. She was acutely aware of Zhang Jing's prior visit to Manor 1032 with Ijizi, indicating a significant relationship with Wenli. She would never consider undermining her own foundation. Malai envisioned St. Buddha Horse Farm as a mere seedling, while the Su family, represented by Wenli, loomed as a towering tree, unable to sway the horse trainer. The trio resolved to poach the only jockey at the champion horse farm, Haifa, and swiftly offered a staggering $300,000 USD. A standard hamburger meal, sufficient for one to satiate their hunger, costs merely $6 to $8 during discounts and ranges from $10 to $12 at regular price. A deposit of $300,000 USD in the bank, yielding interest at the current rate of 3.5, would suffice for a lifetime of hamburgers, ensuring no fear of hunger. Yet, in the face of such a monumental bribe, Haifa remained unmoved, resolutely refusing. Having already decided to remain at the farm for life as long as Zhang Jing did not dismiss her, the petite jockey's rejection of a $300,000 USD temptation astonished the trio, prompting them to reach out to Barbie, the manager overseeing the farm, winery, and estate, and to present an even more audacious offer of $500,000 USD. Yet, they encountered yet another failure. Frustrated, James Gibbon, Andres Bolito, and Grieber Henry George felt as though they had stumbled upon an inexplicable phenomenon. Everything they encountered was illogical and unsettling. How could anyone refuse temptations of $300,000 or $500,000 USD? Unwilling to concede defeat, they resolved to make one final attempt by targeting Zhang Jing's public model girlfriend, Zhou Minya. This time, rather than throwing money at the problem, they sought to appeal to her interests. By leveraging their connections, they engaged a major entertainment company from Xinjiang to offer Zhou Minya an A-list modeling contract, persuading her to convince Zhang Jing to abandon his involvement in the chromium mine development plan. As the midnight hour approached in Xinjiang, upon receiving the call from her dream company, Zhou Minya believed she was in a state of reverie. However, once the initial excitement faded, she declined the offer. The average monthly income for an A-list model was only around $20,000 to $40,000 Xinjiang dollars, while Zhang Jing generously provided her with $10,000 USD in pocket money each month. Living in a luxury high-rise hotel with Liang Jieshu, they spent $888 Xinjiang dollars daily. Her meager modeling income could no longer sustain her extravagant lifestyle. Once again facing failure, the trio disbanded silently. Two of the remaining individuals exchanged knowing glances, their minds synchronized in a cooperative effort to target the outsider from Kangaroo. Zhang Jing soon became aware of the trio's insidious tactics, recognizing the intertwined nature of fortune and misfortune, and expressed gratitude for their unintentional test of his employees' and girlfriend's loyalty. Unfazed, he chose to observe the situation unfold, finding it a convenient way to alleviate his concerns. In search of diversion, Zhang Jing departed from Manor 1049 at 3 in the afternoon, intending to watch Katie play tennis. He owned two luxurious vehicles, one jet black and the other champagne-colored, both purchased at the discretion of Ding Jieqi. Due to road conditions, they were seldom driven, and only for short distances, as long trips would cause undue wear on the cars. St. Chapter 178, the blossoming Willow Bank the following morning at 9 o'clock. Zhang Jing leisurely enjoyed his breakfast when his housekeeper, Leia, informed him of a visitor. At the entrance of the villa, Zhang Jing recognized Mike, the man he had previously encountered on a flight, and greeted him warmly. It's been a long time. On the flight to Australia, Mike, being a soldier, had received a complimentary upgrade to business class, which was how Zhang Jing had come to know him. Mike appeared to be in his late 20s, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall and weighing around 90 kilograms, with a dark complexion that exuded strength. His expression, however, was calm, and his gaze, reminiscent of an old water buffalo's, conveyed humility and modesty. Mike got straight to the point. At 3:07 p.m. yesterday, you passed by the parking lot of the boutique hotel, and there was supposed to be a bullet aimed at you. You were there? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. I was the gunman, Mike replied. A chill ran down Zhang Jing's spine. Who wanted to kill me? I don't know, Mike shook his head. It was a job arranged by a middleman. I didn't even know the name of the target until I looked through the scope and saw you. What was the middleman paying you? 100,000 meters. Mike answered. Why didn't you shoot me? Zhang Jing pressed, his curiosity piqued. I dislike the upgrade service, Mike revealed, sharing his thoughts. This society is rife with class distinctions. Respect is merely superficial. To a wealthy person, A soldier is just a joke. Zhang Jing found himself in agreement but remained puzzled. Why didn't you pull the trigger? You offered me chocolate, and I felt treated as an equal, Mike confessed. And thank you for giving my wife 2,000 meters. Earlier, at the entrance of the Bellevue Sports Arena, Zhang Jing had encountered Mike's wife, who was earning extra income, and had sponsored her with 2,000 meters. Relieved, Zhang Jing noted that Mike had a handgun tucked into his waistband. As for the chocolate, it was simply a conversation starter during the flight, and he had casually gifted it, having several more stashed away for when hunger struck. You are a soldier. Why take on the life of a hitman? Zhang Jing inquired. His mood considerably lightened. The income isn't enough to support a family, and I'd rather be home with my wife and children, Mike lamented, expressing his disillusionment. I didn't expect my first job would involve killing the middleman. Feigning to pull out 20,000 meters from his pocket, Zhang Jing offered the cash to Mike. From now on, work for me. I'll pay you 1,200 meters a week, and accommodation is included. You'll have your own 3-bedroom apartment. The allure of included accommodation piqued Mike's interest. What would the job entail? General tasks, driving, bodyguard duties, assistance. There's no fixed role, but also no fixed working hours. Upon receiving the money, Mike immediately shifted his tone. Good morning, boss. Zhang Jing then called for Barbie, entrusting her with the task of signing a contract with Mike and arranging his accommodation. With nothing else pressing, Zhang Jing retreated to his study, where he documented the discovery of pirate gold on Adak Island and the process of purchasing a farm that housed the Minutemen statue. After spending a tranquil day in the antiquated study, he was again greeted by visitors in the evening, none other than the ostracized James Gibbon, who had located the 1049 estate. James Gibbon hailed from a distinguished lineage, his family having prospered from winemaking. His grandfather was a provincial legislator in northern Australia, and his father was a mine owner, overseeing 2 vineyards and 2 large brewing facilities. Given James Gibbon's prominent background, Zhang Jing welcomed him at the gate and escorted him to the parlor. After Leia served coffee and departed, James Gibbon, feeling at ease, complained, "Those 2 Utah are causing me trouble. I can barely hold on." What does your predicament have to do with me? Zhang Jing mused internally. I'm rather pleased. It's an opportunity to eliminate one. As if reading Zhang Jing's mind, James Gibbon slid 2 dossiers across the coffee table, pleading, "Here are the details on those 2 fellows. Can you help me get rid of one? Your family is influential. Why not handle it yourself?" Zhang Jing countered. James's expression fell. Andrus Biletu's fiancée is too formidable to dislodge. As for Grieber Henry George, his uncle is a mine owner, his aunt a politician, and his grandfather was once the mayor of Orlando. I've tried. They are impenetrable. Andrus Biletu stood around 1.7 meters tall and had a moderately plump build, while Grieber Henry George was approximately 1.8 meters tall, sporting a brown beard. Zhang Jing maintained a calm demeanor as he swiftly perused the materials, which were highly detailed, even including the ancestral resumes of the 2 Utah individuals. Although Zhang Jing felt limited in his capabilities, his attention was suddenly captured by the dossier on Grieber Henry George. Noticing the shift in Zhang Jing's expression, James Gibbon clutched at the opportunity, asking, "Brother, do you have a solution? If I help you eliminate one, what's in it for me?" Zhang Jing queried directly. The chromium mine is a joint investment among 3 parties, with profits equally divided. I can offer you 10% of the profits, and your people can manage the mine while also overseeing equipment procurement. Zhang Jing was taken aback by the bounty of benefits. A 10% stake in profits was enticing, and the management of the mine presented an opportunity to cultivate his own technicians. The equipment procurement was less significant, primarily serving to bolster domestic manufacturing. Skeptical of James Gibbon's assurances, Zhang Jing retorted, "What guarantees do I have that your promises will be fulfilled?" 100 million meters as a deposit, James Gibbon replied. Seemingly prepared, we can sign a contract. Confirming that James Gibbon was earnest, Zhang Jing summoned manager Barbie to draft the contract meticulously, ensuring no detail was overlooked. The contract signing consumed 2 hours, during which James Gibbon grew increasingly impatient, as his father and grandfather faced mounting pressure to compel him to withdraw from the development of the Kazakh chromium mine. "Brother, the contract is ready. Hurry," James urged. Zhang Jing produced a bank card from his pocket. "I require the deposit in Hong Kong currency." Upon discussing the transfer, James became cautious. "Who can you eliminate? And what is your plan?" Feigning to retrieve another phone from his pocket, Zhang Jing pulled up a clandestine video of Old Dai, playing it for James's appraisal. Prior to this moment, Zhang Jing had not realized that Grieber Henry George's political aunt was Martha Black, a legislator from Tennessee. James's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets as he murmured in astonishment, "What a clever game." Zhang Jing pocketed the phone. "Now, transfer the funds." James nodded enthusiastically and promptly called his father, instructing him to transfer 100 million meters worth of Hong Kong currency into Zhang Jing's bank account. This sum was merely a deposit to ensure James adhered to the terms of the contract. With the transaction underway, Zhang Jing contacted Su Zheong. As the video had already been sold, with the buyer being introduced by Su, it was advisable to secure their agreement for this transaction. The process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. The buyer of the video, the rightful owner of its content, was willing to extend a favor, compelling Martha Black to persuade her nephew George to withdraw from the joint development of the chromium mine. Section 179. The hardest work earns the least. As the appointed hour arrived, Zhang Jing, James Gibbon, Andres Boleto, and Grieber Henry George reconvened at Jennifer's number 25 horse farm. In the courtyard, paved with cobblestones, Jennifer cast an amused glance at Zhang Jing and inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Zhang Jing remained speechless, acutely aware of Jennifer's evident disdain towards him. Grieber Henry George, tall at 6 feet with a lean frame and a brown beard, wore a sullen expression as he declared, "I withdraw." Jennifer, taken aback by George's unexpected announcement, offered a comforting remark, "There will be other opportunities." However, the notion of a next time remained uncertain. George's failure rendered him a metaphorical leaky bucket, an unreliable ally. With the departure of the defeated, Jennifer turned her beaming smile towards Zhang Jing and his companions, stating, "You three shall establish a joint mining company. I will only appoint one director to oversee the financial aspects. The mine is located in Kazakhstan, encompassing 6,000 hectares with a 30-year mining right. The specifics of implementation are for you to discuss among yourselves." She concluded with a reminder, "Act swiftly. I wish to see returns soon, and this will not be our last venture." Zhang Jing couldn't help but feel envious of Jennifer's youthful visage. Having a wealthy tycoon as a father afforded her the luxury of reaping substantial profits without lifting a finger. Hand in hand, Jennifer and Nair turned towards the stables, leaving Zhang Jing, James Gibbon, and Andres Boleto to deliberate the formation of a new company's board of directors, supported by one another. Zhang Jing and James Gibbon engaged in discussions, and after half an hour, they established a board comprising 10 members, Zhang Jing with 4, Gibbon with 3, Boleto with 2, and Jennifer with 1. This assembly formed the structural foundation of the new company, tasked with expanding its reach, while subsequent operations would be delegated to one Lee's associates. With the agreement finalized, Andres extended his hand towards Zhang Jing, stating, "We are now partners. If I have caused you any discomfort in the past, I sincerely apologize." Assessing Andres, who appeared to be around 26 or 27 years old, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall and slightly plump with a round face, Zhang Jing speculated whether Andres might be a potential adversary. Mike was merely a hired gun, oblivious to the employer's identity, known only to a middleman who had since been eliminated by Mike himself on the terrace of a boutique hotel. At that moment, Neo approached, offering congratulations to Zhang Jing and his companions. Observing Nair, who stood about 5 feet 3 inches tall, Zhang Jing harbored suspicions that he too could be involved in the treachery, given the incriminating evidence he possessed against him. Naturally, the affluent Gibbon could also be a mastermind in this unfolding drama. After exchanging pleasantries, Naya beckoned Zhang Jing aside to the flower bed, his voice taking on a sinister tone as he warned, "I hope those chat records are your first and last attempt to threaten me." Zhang Jing readily acquiesced, assuring their destruction. Next, Naya produced the Cooperative Development Agreement for the chromium mine in Kazakhstan, in quadruplicate, detailing the previously agreed terms. The 30-year mining rights, held by Jennifer, allowed her to reap a clean 30% profit without any investment. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing, Gibbon, and Boleto were classified as secondary investors. The actual labor would be conducted by the collective strength behind the 3 men, with all parties contributing to the mining of chromium and sharing the 30% profit, while 40% would be allocated for taxes. Once confirmed, all 4 parties affixed their signatures. After lunch, Zhang Jing departed from number 25 horse farm, heading directly to Wen Li's estate at 1032 Avenue 84 to report on the proceedings. Unlike Zhang Jing, who toiled outside, Wen Li resided in a warm, inviting living room, effortlessly accumulating wealth by the second. Yet, Zhang Jing felt no envy. The hardships Wen Li had endured were beyond what he could bear. Appraising Zhang Jing, Wen Li inquired, "How did it go?" He first presented the quadripartite agreement, followed by the contract signed with Gibbon. Due to her age, Wen Li could not scrutinize the contract herself, so Li Xing took it to peruse closely. Subsequently, Li Xing relayed the key points of both contracts to Wen Li, highlighting that while they maintained identical investment ratios, Zhang Jing secured an 11% profit share. This revelation surprised Wen Li, who curiously asked, "How did you manage that?" "That's a secret," Zhang Jing replied tersely. With a light chuckle, Wen Li's mood lifted as she asked, "Do you desire money or a mining team?" Zhang Jing's response remained unequivocal, as it always had been. Money. He requested a transfer of 11 million US dollars, equivalent to the same amount in Hong Kong currency, and Wen Li instructed Li Xing accordingly. Originally, the agreement had been for 10 million US dollars, but Wen Li generously added an extra 10%, aligning with Zhang Jing's increased profit share. Unlike the typical constraints faced by ordinary individuals transferring funds, Li Xing executed the transaction seamlessly, with Zhang Jing's balance reflecting the sum within minutes. With no further matters to address, Zhang Jing intended to return to the estate to indulge in food and wine. However, he was halted by Wen Li, who, with a sly expression, asked, "Aren't you curious about the annual profit from that chromium mine at 11%? Observing her demeanor, Zhang Jing suddenly regretted not requesting a mining team. Yet Wen Li slowly shook her head, denying him a third opportunity. Li Xing, acting as Wen Li's spokesperson, elaborated. The price of chromium ore varies with quality. This particular mine is classified as high grade. Currently, it averages around 650 US dollars per ton, with an estimated annual yield of 350,000 tons, grossing approximately 220 million US dollars and yielding a net profit of about 180 million US dollars. Your 11% share would equate to around 20 million US dollars. While earning 20 million US dollars from an 11% share was indeed impressive. It required considerable investment in equipment and technology. Even more astonishing was that Jennifer alone would pocket 30% of the net profit, approximately 60 million US dollars. The speed of such financial gains seemed almost akin to robbing a bank. However, Zhang Jing felt no jealousy towards Jennifer. Without her and her affluent father, everyone would find themselves bereft of even a drop to drink. Grateful for the 11 million US dollars commission, Zhang Jing felt content. As he departed from the estate at 10:32, Zhang Jing made his way back to his own estate at 10:49, located just a kilometer away. While both properties were termed estates, and Zhang Jing's was even larger, the interior design and artistry of Wen Li's residence were worlds apart. Zhang Jing resided in an older house with insufficient heating, while Wen Li enjoyed the comforts of a modern palace. "Have you seen Irina?" Zhang Jing inquired of a Latino gardener as he passed through the entrance. The estate at 1049 employed 10 individuals for daily maintenance, including gardening, lawn care, utilities, exterior wall upkeep, drainage, and sanitation. Without proper management, the sprawling 23-acre property would quickly descend into disrepair, significantly diminishing its value. "She should be in the staff quarters," the gardener replied. After thanking him, Zhang Jing drove through the east gate and proceeded along the cement road for 50 meters, arriving at AI Junction, left leading to the main villa, and right to the staff dormitory located at the estate's northern entrance. Typically, employees did not use the east gate, as the north gate was merely a stone's throw from the dormitory. The dormitory, though labeled as such, was merely a single-story, semicircular brick and concrete structure, flanked by several fruit trees at its entrance. The building spanned over 600 square meters and included a tool shed, garage, kitchen, dining area, restroom, and a mixed-gender dormitory accommodating 8 individuals. Currently, 8 single staff members resided within. Additionally, there were 4 apartments, each with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, one of which was occupied by the newly hired employee Mike and his family, while another was shared by Irina, Milika, and veterinarian Ruth. Section 180. An inch of space is an inch of gold. In the dormitory on the 2nd floor, Zhang Jing found Irina, who was busy editing a video. He placed 30,000 meters of currency beside her keyboard. Under normal circumstances, for the average person lacking extraordinary skills or exceptional earning potential, it would be quite challenging to save up 30,000 meters of currency in a year. The sudden appearance of such a sum left Irina in a state of contemplation. "Boss," Irina said, her heart racing, "you startled me. Do you still have evidence of Nayer's harassment on your phone?" "It's still on the phone," she replied. "Give it to me. Keep this matter to yourself, and consider the money as a hush fee." Irina obediently handed her phone to Zhang Jing. Curious, Zhang Jing asked, "Why haven't I seen Milika?" "She went swimming in the lake," Irina explained. "She's trying to lose weight." Milika, the daughter of old Daijin, was 20 years old, standing at 6 feet tall, and had originally weighed over 260 pounds, but had managed to slim down to 230 pounds. Her current status was unknown. As for old Daijin, he had been vacationing in Japan for quite some time, indulging in his wealth without a care for frugality. "There's nothing else," Zhang Jing said before leaving. "Prepare for a trip with Milika." "Treasure hunting?" she asked. "No, just buying a house," Zhang Jing clarified. "We'll be heading to the capital of the United States." The purchase of Manor 1049 included 3 air raid shelters and the discovery of Minutemen in the secret room of the Los Angeles farm had not piqued Zhang Jing's interest until he had been immersed in writing his diary in the study. He had come across a particular detail in the diary of Sue's ancestors. A significant portion of the population in the capital of the United States harbored a strong distrust of the authorities, leading to the construction of air raid shelters and secret rooms in many new and old houses. Similar to private storage, various reasons, such as sudden strokes, imprisonment, or even murder, could cause important belongings to be forgotten or left behind. Given that the capital of the United States is one of the oldest cities with a rich history of notable residents, the possibility of uncovering something valuable seemed promising. All right. Irina responded eagerly. I've never been to the capital of the United States. The capital, a special district, shared its name with the state of West Tujia, albeit one was situated in the east and the other in the west. Speaking of which, Washington was a general and allegedly also a farmer. The question arose. Could any of the farms he once cultivated still be located? After leaving Irina's room, Zhang Jing found Mike next door, where his family of 5 was joyfully making bread. Upon seeing Zhang Jing, Mike's African-American wife excitedly embraced him, kissing him on the cheek. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for our family. We are so grateful. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Jing instructed the stout, 1.8-meter-tall Mike, whose gaze resembled that of a humble water buffalo, first, buy 2 bulletproof SUVs. Then take Irina, Milika, Songming, and P, and drive to the District of Columbia. Once you arrive, contact an agent to find historic mansions for me to view. Mike nodded in agreement. Over the next 3 days, Zhang Jing spent his days in the study writing and reading his diary. While at night he enjoyed a few drinks and watched television, living a comfortable and leisurely life. Before flying to the capital, he made a special trip to the supermarket for a large purchase to replenish food and tools in his secret silver space. This included parachutes for airborne activities, breathing apparatus, and prop. Section 181. The twins. As dawn broke, Wang Cici sat on her bed, cradling her arms and wiping away tears, her delicate teeth nibbling on her crimson lip, presenting a pitiful sight. What a drama queen! Zhang Jing, freshly emerged from a shower, towel-drying his hair while engaging in conversation, remarked, if it weren't for me last night, you would have fallen into the jaws of a wolf. Next time, refrain from attending parties with mere acquaintances, and do not invite them to your gatherings. Why do you not understand the importance of self-protection? Yet the outcome remains unchanged, Wang Cici retorted. I chased away the wolf, only to encounter a tiger, and I still could not escape calamity. Surely, you did not do this on purpose? Zhang Jing paused his drying to inquire. Ridiculous. Wang Cici scoffed. I would never seek another man while still in a relationship with you. Zhang Jing continued to dry his hair, his tone dismissive. Please do not. For I am not limited to you alone. You need not hold any principles concerning me. Uncle, Wang Cici's expression turned serious. Have you ever genuinely contemplated loving only me? Zhang Jing countered. Do not girls often claim to prefer scoundrels? Wang Cici was momentarily silenced by the blow. Whose birthday was it yesterday? Zhang Jing shifted the topic. Mine. November 6th. Zhang Jing hesitated for a few seconds before walking into the master bedroom, retrieving a gold ingot from the secret silver space. Sourced from the Beaver Cave in Burlington's underground, where many gold bars the size of pencil cases lay. With gold's high density, theoretically, a half-cubic meter box could contain 10 tons of gold, making it impossible to transport it all at once into the Beaver Cave. It was likely that the boxes were first prepared, then gold was placed in piece by piece. Feeling the weight of the gold ingot in his hand, at least 10 kilograms, it was substantial and tangible. In the bedroom, Wang Cici remained on the bed, covered by a blanket, as Zhang Jing placed the gold ingot before her, pressing it onto the blanket. Your birthday gift. Wang Cici, curious, attempted to lift it but found it too heavy. After a struggle with both hands, she managed to raise it slightly, her mouth forming an O of surprise. Is this gold? Zhang Jing nodded. How impressive! Wang Cici exclaimed dramatically. Do you like it? Wang Cici descended from the bed and gently embraced Zhang Jing's neck, responding with her actions. As the sun rose high, when Zhang Jing and Wang Cici finally left the bedroom, the yard, once filled with revelers, was now empty. Last night, Zhang Jing had disregarded their well-being. A group of people awakened in the freezing night, only to find the main house locked tight, forcing them to leave by car in the dead of night. After breakfast, Section 182, the Mad Welfare Institute. The piercing sound of an aluminum baseball bat scraping against the ground drew the attention of a group of students to Zhang Jing, leaving them uncertain whether to flee or remain. In their moment of hesitation, Zhang Jing approached, delivering a sharp slap to the face of a bullying youth, while another small miscreant failed to escape and was swiftly knocked down by Zhang Jing's kick. Brandishing the baseball bat, Zhang Jing scolded, Is it because you lack a father? The harshness of his words prompted 2 white delinquents to abandon their backpacks and flee in disarray. The remaining 6 students gazed at Zhang Jing, with Eunuch displaying terror and fear, as if he were a ferocious beast. Her brother, bolder than her, stood protectively in front of Eunuch. Zhang Jing stepped closer to the siblings and inquired, "What are your names?" "Martim," the boy replied calmly, embodying both determination and simplicity. Zhang Jing then turned his gaze to the girl behind Martim and asked, "Is she your girlfriend?" Martim looked at his sister and clarified, "She is my sister, Eunuch. We just transferred here." Eunuch, whose name suggests mischievousness and vivacity, was in stark contrast to her actual demeanor, appearing quite melancholic. At that moment, the school bus arrived, halting with a steady thud as the stop sign unfolded, barring any vehicles from passing. On the following days, Zhang Jing intended to orchestrate several more encounters. Yet he never encountered the Martim and Eunuch siblings again. While waiting at the bus stop, he handed out candies to a few students, inquiring, "Have you seen Martim and Eunuch?" One chubby boy raised his hand. "I know. They were sent to a children's welfare institute the night before last." Zhang Jing was taken aback. "Don't they have an uncle?" he asked. "Their uncle is addicted to drugs and alcoholic, with severe violent tendencies. He often beats them." The boy replied. It felt as though Zhang Jing's heart had been pierced. Had it not been for him, the siblings would not have endured such suffering. Upon returning to his vehicle, Zhang Jing utilized a map to search for children's welfare institutes, yielding 7 addresses. Without harboring resentment, he promptly proceeded to the nearest one. Meanwhile, Martim and Eunuch sat uncomfortably at a long table, with plates and cutlery before them. As it was a welfare institution, breakfast was prepared and distributed by the orphans in rotation. At that moment, a girl responsible for serving breakfast deliberately poured a spoonful of hot soup onto Eunuch's shoulder from behind. Initially, there was no reaction, but by the 3rd second, Eunuch felt a searing pain, leaping from her seat and screaming as she hurried to remove her clothing. Martim, typically reserved, could no longer tolerate the bullying of his sister and stepped forward to confront the assailants, only to be surrounded and beaten by a group of orphans. Interestingly, before Martim was brought down, he valiantly resisted, even knocking out a tooth of the girl who had burned his sister. However, his fists could not contend with the multitude. And only when the orphans had vented their frustrations were the 2 newcomers released. In the bathroom, Eunuch was at the sink tending to her burn when a girl, around 15 or 16 and bearing wounds on her face, entered holding a bottle of acid. Eunuch's heart raced with panic as she watched the girl approach a shower cubicle where someone else was bathing. The girl crouched down, expertly opened the shampoo bottle beside the curtain, poured the acid inside, and shook it well before replacing it. Moments later, the person in the shower reached out to grab the shampoo, only for a gut-wrenching scream to erupt from behind the curtain. Eunuch had initially believed that all orphans would share a bond and would not harm one another, thinking that any teasing might merely be in jest. However, she now understood, deep within her heart, that these individuals were not her kin, but rather demons from the depths of hell. Fearing becoming a target, Eunuch volunteered for the dirtiest and most laborious tasks, such as cleaning the restrooms and showers. Unlike others, she always kept her textbooks nearby, seizing any opportunity to study. Martim found himself in a similar predicament. Though brave, he realized that fighting would not resolve their issues, so he too took on the most arduous tasks to survive. Unaware of the siblings' plight, Zhang Jing spent a day visiting 4 orphanages, yet found no trace of the twins. On the following day, he continued his search until he learned of Martim and Eunuch's whereabouts at an establishment named Mary Children's Welfare Institute. The director, a middle-aged woman, elicited no interest in Zhang Jing to remember her name, as he got straight to the point. "I want to take Martim and Eunuch with me." "And what is your relationship with them?" she inquired. Zhang Jing explained, "I saw their mother's ordeal on the news and felt immense sympathy. This requires the consent of their guardian," the woman countered. $50,000 in donations, he stated. The amount was substantial, and the woman hesitated, conflicted. "This is against policy." 80,000. Zhang Jing's voice turned ominous. "This is my final offer." Surprised by his determination, the director lowered her gaze and conceded, "You may take them." Moments later, Zhang Jing encountered the disheveled twins, their bodies and faces marred by injuries. They recognized him and quietly climbed into the back seat of his pickup truck. "I will arrange a new school for you," Zhang Jing reassured as he drove along the road to the farm, attempting to ease their apprehensions. "You must study hard." "Why are you helping us?" Martim asked anxiously. Because of kindness, Zhang Jing nearly retched at his own words. Were it not for his guilty conscience and the nightmares that plagued him at night, he would have had no desire to involve himself with this pair of twins, especially with so many charming young ladies waiting for his attention on the streets. Shifting the conversation, he added, "I need you to study diligently. This is a non-negotiable requirement. Should you become lazy or engage in smoking or fighting, I will not hesitate to discipline you." The The siblings exchanged silent glances, offering no rebuttal. After a 2-hour drive, they arrived at the farm entrance, where Dylan awaited them. Leaving the twins behind, Zhang Jing returned to Los Angeles International Airport, leaving the vehicle there before flying to Washington. That very night, he landed on the East Coast. Mike drove an armored X5 to pick him up from the airport. Due to the handling of a body and the search for the twins, Zhang Jing arrived 2 days later than Mike, Irina, and Milika. The reason for his delay was simple. Mike and the others had driven 2 X5s across the continent from west to east, enduring 5 days of intense driving. In the parking lot, upon spotting Zhang Jing, the dog, Clever Bean, barked and rushed towards him. After a long separation, Zhang Jing crouched down, embracing Clever Bean with warmth. "Boss," Mike instinctively saluted. "No need for such formality," Zhang Jing said, spreading his arms to embrace Mike. "How was the journey across North America?" "The armored vehicle was easy to drive, with surprisingly good fuel efficiency," Mike replied. Zhang Jing chuckled. "Let us head back to the Hilton where the 3 of you are staying." Typically, business trips wouldn't necessitate a stay at the Hilton. But given the nature of this trip, it was essential to make an impressive statement with a grand mansion. While a motel would suffice, one would still need to provide proof of funds or assets to be allowed to tour such opulent estates. Section 183. A keen eye after a night's rest. We embarked on our house hunting journey with the agent. Spontaneous visits were out of the question. We had scheduled appointments a day in advance. Today, we were set to view 3 properties, each boasting over a century of history. Accompanied by the charming agent, we, Zhang Jing, Irina, and Milika, drove in 2 cars, taking our Clever Beans and Peas along for the ride. And after an hour's drive, we arrived at 915 North Holden Street in Washington. Before us stood an Italian-style old manor, surrounded by black iron railings, with grand gates flanked by 4 square pillars, reminiscent of a medieval fortress entrance, exuding a strong sense of security. Driving through the gates and along a winding stone pathway for about 50 meters, we parked in front of the manor's main house. Stepping out, I surveyed the surroundings. The 2-story villa faced east and was complemented by a meticulously manicured garden and splendid river views. The agent, a young Caucasian man of approximately 27 or 28, appeared sharp and enthusiastic as he introduced the property to Zhang Jing. The manor was originally constructed in 1911, and it was said that the first owner was an immigrant from Ingu who had participated in World War I. The second owner, who is the current proprietor, purchased it in 1990 but has since immigrated to New Zealand, prompting the sale. Zhang Jing nodded, clearly impressed by the house itself, the uniform stone slabs underfoot, the beautiful garden, and the breathtaking river scenery. Many stone sculptures and timeless exterior designs further captivated the eye. "Let us first take a look around the exterior," Zhang Jing suggested. "Of course," the agent replied, unaware that Zhang Jing was on a treasure hunt. He continued, "This estate encompasses over 24 acres of gardens and grounds, with a 39-meter private riverbank. There is a 300-square-meter swimming pool by the river and a spacious outdoor pool that exceeds 500 square meters in the backyard." As Zhang Jing strolled across the lawn, he glanced back at the agent, appreciating his attentiveness in converting square feet into square meters for clarity. Continuing our tour, it became evident that every flower, stone, and sculpture surrounding the villa had been meticulously arranged, reflecting exquisite craftsmanship that was truly pleasing to behold. It was apparent the property had undergone 2 or even 3 renovations, which, for Zhang Jing, was not ideal, as he sought forgotten old treasures. Such thorough renovations meant that any valuable items might have been lost. After exploring the front yard, we moved to the backyard, where the large swimming pool stood prominently, currently empty, fitted with a jacuzzi, flanked by 8 sun loungers, with a stone wall suitable for barbecuing nearby. The backyard also featured an outdoor basketball court and tennis court. Despite the limited range of metal detectors and the effective distance of 5 meters, Zhang Jing seemed to wander casually, yet he meticulously scoured every potential hiding spot for valuables. Finding none, we proceeded indoors. Entering the main house from the backyard, the agent shared, "This residence boasts 9 expansive bedrooms and 15 bathrooms. An abundance of bathrooms is a hallmark of luxury. There is also a study with an ensuite bathroom, a home theater with its own restroom, a bar, a billiards room, a gym, and a spa, each equipped with a private bathroom. Our first stop was the multimedia entertainment room, adorned with various gaming tables and a bar." The agent explained that the original owner had a keen interest in leisure, resulting in a comprehensive array of entertainment and fitness amenities, including a fully equipped, professional-grade gym and an extensive sound system throughout the house. For the next 90 minutes, Zhang Jing followed the agent as they explored every corner of the property, inside and out. It was clear this was an exceptional house, with a 3rd floor that featured a dedicated room for stargazing, equipped with 2 professional-grade telescopes. The renovations were impeccable. The floors, bathrooms, living rooms, dining areas, and lounges all showcased meticulous attention to detail and high-quality materials. The upkeep was remarkable, akin to that of a new home, surpassing even the showrooms of some upscale developments. However, it lacked what Zhang Jing desired. "I do not favor this house," he stated decisively. "Let us proceed to the next one." The agent appeared somewhat bewildered, as he had brought Zhang Jing here because the property was nearly perfect. "Mr. Zhang," the agent inquired tentatively, "is there a particular reason?" "It feels too new for me," Zhang Jing replied. "I prefer something a bit more vintage." The agent pondered for a moment before nodding, seemingly understanding that Zhang Jing sought not only an older construction but also a more understated renovation. While the manor was indeed built some time ago, its bright and modern interior gave it a youthful character. In the front yard, Milika and Mike awaited us, holding on to Clever Bean and P. Irina quietly accompanied us throughout the tour. Once back in the car, we drove for another 40 minutes, arriving at a small hill, specifically at 4025 W Highway in Washington. In stark contrast to the previous Italian-style manor, the site before us resembled a journey back to the rural Ingu of the 1930s. Reminiscent of scenes from the film Love in the Rain by Marcus, the expansive yard was bordered by stone walls, orderly arranged with 3 two-story stone buildings and 2 single-story ones. All structures were topped with dark red tiles, and the eye was immediately drawn to the orange garage door, the blue-tiled swimming pool, and a designated helicopter landing pad. The view was nothing short of spectacular, with no towering trees in sight, only low-fruit trees dotting the orchard, providing a breathtaking vista. Standing at the estate's entrance, the agent remarked, "This manor spans a total of 35 acres, encompassing the entire hill. The buildings cover 7,300 square feet. In essence, this estate has everything one could desire." At that moment, 4 vehicles approached from the foot of the hill, led by a white Mercedes, followed closely by 3 large black SUVs. "The white vehicle belongs to my colleague," the agent explained, "while the 3 following are his clients, seemingly from Los Angeles as well." With a price tag exceeding 40 million yuan, it was hardly ostentatious to arrive at a viewing in 3 luxury vehicles, much like Zhang Jing, whose entourage of assistants, bodyguards, and pets warranted 2 bulletproof cars. As the vehicles drew nearer, Mike whispered to Zhang Jing that the 3 Land Rover SUVs were custom-made and also bulletproof. Zhang Jing nodded in understanding. A middle-aged woman in a tailored business suit emerged from the Mercedes C300, exuding a polished demeanor. From the 3 Land Rovers, 8 individuals disembarked, including an elderly man in his 60s accompanied by a young woman in her 20s, alongside 6 bodyguards who appeared to be strong and imposing. The presence of bodyguards was not surprising. They were typically robust and tall with piercing gazes. However, the focus was on the elderly gentleman and the young woman, whose relationship was clearly more than familial, as they held hands intimately. Yet, despite the age difference, the man, with a pronounced belly and a receding hairline, was dressed in white jeans that accentuated his physique. The woman was striking, and while one might question the character of wealthy individuals, their choice in companions was certainly commendable, as she possessed a beauty worthy of the Victoria's Secret runway. Section 184. Discovering differences, Zhang Jing assessed the individual before him, who was equally scrutinizing him. At that moment, an older gentleman approached with a smile, extending his hand from a distance. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I never expected to encounter you here in Washington. Who are you?" Zhang Jing inquired, shaking the man's hand, though he was certain they had never met before. "Everyone calls me Thomas. You may do the same. Like you. I was once a treasure hunter in my youth." Zhang Jing recalled the identity of the older man. During his treasure hunting for pirate gold on Adak Island, he encountered another team sponsored by Thomas, a wealthy collector residing in Los Angeles, whose family fortune was amassed through mining in Africa. "Hello," Zhang Jing greeted anew. "A pleasure to meet you. Congratulations on your remarkable findings on Adak Island," Thomas commended. "You and your team are quite impressive." "It was merely good fortune," Zhang Jing humbly replied. Thomas nodded, shifting the conversation. "Have you taken a liking to this house?" "Not yet. I've just arrived." "Then let us explore together," Thomas suggested. "I am in search of a residence to serve as a love nest for myself and a hell." The name of hell suggested a Germanic origin, evoking a sense of endearing clumsiness. They proceeded to view the property, each inspecting their own interests. The handsome real estate agent introduced, "This house was designed by the renowned architect Bob Easton." "Who is Bob Easton?" Zhang Jing interjected. "He was a prominent architect of the mid-20th century," the agent elaborated, well prepared for the inquiry. "During the height of the Cold War, he gained fame for designing robust residences and had crafted homes for many notable figures. Thus, the first owner of this property was indeed a prominent individual?" Zhang Jing retorted. "Indeed, the first owner was the former mayor of Washington, Worth Booth, who was also a well-known millionaire. After a brief exterior inspection, they moved inside. The exterior featured stone masonry, while the interior decor was a complete contrast, embodying a harmonious blend of modernity and classic elegance, aptly described as understated luxury. Remarkably, this expansive home contained only 5 bedrooms, each equipped with comprehensive amenities including bathrooms and walk-in closets, alongside additional rooms tailored for various needs such as studies, playrooms, media rooms, game rooms, and yoga studios. Each chamber boasted windows offering unobstructed views of the picturesque mountains and orchards. It was noteworthy that, owing to cultural differences between East and West, the rooms were adorned with numerous mirrors, particularly in the master bedroom, where a window-sized copper-framed mirror on the side wall exuded an unsettling aura. However, with treasure hunting as the goal, Zhang Jing paid little mind to the mirrors and continued to the basement. The basement, like most luxury homes, served multiple purposes, featuring 10 home theaters, a billiard room, a lounge, a multimedia entertainment room, a compact kitchen, a spa, sauna, and a heated swimming pool. Is this structure sturdy? Zhang Jing queried the real estate agent. The homeowner informed me that this basement was excavated from the mountainside and reinforced with high-intensity materials, capable of withstanding significant explosive impacts, ensuring high safety. Zhang Jing retrieved his phone to search for information on the first owner, the former Mayor Worth Booth. The public records were abundant, and a swift glance solidified Zhang Jing's decision. Just then, Collector Thomas and his girlfriend arrived in the basement, casually surveying the area before approaching Zhang Jing. Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts on this place? Excellent, Zhang Jing praised. I have an affinity for older, robust homes. This one is sufficiently aged and sturdy. I too appreciate it. Thomas appeared in good spirits. I do not, Ahel interjected, playfully tugging at Thomas's arm and pouting. Darling, I do not want a stone house. Ahel exuded charm, her playful demeanor irresistible to the older man. With a resigned gesture towards Zhang Jing, Thomas said, I shall explore other options. Displaying his amiable nature, Zhang Jing suggested. The Italian manor we just viewed is quite splendid. You might consider it. After exchanging courteous farewells with Collector Thomas, Zhang Jing turned to the real estate agent. I am intrigued by this property. What is the asking price? $49,500,000. Negotiable, the agent replied. Stunned, Zhang Jing found the price exorbitant, needing to contemplate the holding costs. The crux of the matter was that he could not afford to purchase with dollars. Having sold his album for $20 million and the pirate gold for $95 million, his total was $115 million. After expending $80 million on the coffin farm, he was left with $35 million. The recent gain of $11 million from Wen Li was in Hong Kong dollars. And with his prior balance of 550 million Hong Kong dollars, it had increased to 561 million, all outside regulatory scrutiny, which Zhang Jing had no intention of utilizing. What do you think the seller's bottom line is? Zhang Jing inquired of the agent. I am uncertain of the seller's bottom line, but due to the unfavorable market conditions, there have been no bids in the past year. Zhang Jing understood and offered. Please present an offer of $27 million to the seller. With both parties represented by their respective agents and lawyers, the handsome agent returned to the courtyard. Making a call, Elena tugged at Zhang Jing's sleeve, advising, Boss, this feels quite expensive. Perhaps we could rent for a few months and decide to purchase if we truly like it. Zhang Jing was also hesitant to buy. Yet renting would not confer ownership rights. In other words, even if valuable items lay hidden in the basement, the homeowner could legally reclaim them. With a decision in mind, Zhang Jing shook his head, dismissing Elena's suggestion. After several rounds of communication, the negotiation culminated in a final agreement of $37 million, eliminating the need for a home inspection. By that evening, the contract was signed, and 1/3 of the deposit was paid. The next few days were consumed with transaction processes, which included property transfer, various taxes totaling approximately $7, a 4-agent fee, and a $5,000 attorney fee. The total expenditure, including the property price and transaction costs, amounted to $41 million, depleting his dollar account by $37 million and converting $4 million into Hong Kong dollars. On the 4th day in Washington, Zhang Jing returned to 4025 W Road, Wisconsin, where this 35-acre estate now belonged to him. Standing at the entrance of the estate on the hilltop, he surveyed the surroundings, taking in the rolling hills, vineyards, and blueberry orchards, with a charming villa nestled within. Enjoy yourselves, Zhang Jing instructed Elena, Milika, and Mike. I shall retreat to the basement for a while. The trio complied. Zhang Jing led Smart Bean and P into the main house and descended to the basement, standing resolutely before the pool. The pool measured approximately 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, currently empty of water. With a large iron hammer appearing in his hand, Zhang Jing approached the center of the pool, raised the hammer high, and then brought it down with a resounding crash. Section 185. A bountiful harvest. The pea, a pet rewarded by the golden finger, possesses remarkably sharp forelimbs capable of swiftly breaking through rock. Zhang Jing pointed towards the area struck by the hammer and instructed the pea, pry it open. The pea, with small eyes resembling green beans, appeared weak and innocent, tilting its head in contemplation before grasping its task. Approaching the point where the hammer had fallen, the pea wielded its forelimbs to dig, cutting through the material with astonishing speed, far surpassing Zhang Jing's efforts with the hammer. As it dug through the pool, it reached the concrete below. While the pea could excavate the cement, it struggled with the rebar. Frustrated by the slow progress, Zhang Jing resorted to using incendiary and explosive devices. Irina, Milika, and Mike were engaged in conversation in the courtyard when they suddenly heard a dull explosion emanating from the main house. Rushing inside, they encountered Zhang Jing at the foot of the basement stairs, where dense smoke and dust billowed upwards. Milika blinked, uncertain, and asked, "Boss, are you demolishing the house?" "No." Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively. "You three wait outside." Suppressing their curiosity, the trio exited. Once the dust settled, Zhang Jing returned to the center of the pool, where flames raged, melting the steel and concrete. The explosion had created a sizable crater. It was evident that a hidden chamber had once existed here, designed with a concealed entrance. Subsequent renovations had buried this entrance beneath thick concrete, and the addition of the pool had sealed it entirely. Fortuitously, the entrance had a metallic structure and lay within a 5-meter detection range, or it might have remained undiscovered for centuries. Shining his flashlight inside, he found a staircase leading down. Donning a filter mask, Zhang Jing ventured into the chamber, hands clasped in silent prayer for divine protection. Having invested a total of $41 million in the property, he feared that an empty space below might result in a catastrophic loss. The flashlight illuminated a chamber of approximately 40 square meters. The most conspicuous item was a metal cage in the corner, containing 2 skeletons, their limbs shackled in chains. It was evident that the skeletons had belonged to women who had endured unspeakable suffering, likely having perished from starvation and thirst. Their demise was attributed to the sudden death of the house's first owner, Mayor Was Booth of Huafu City, from a cerebral hemorrhage. As a treasure hunter, Zhang Jing held no interest in the skeletons or in exposing Booth's misdeeds. His attention shifted to a shelf stacked with bundles of cash, appearing to contain over 2,000 stacks. While this amounted to over 20 million, it was insufficient to purchase the house. Fortunately, beside the cash were neatly arranged gold ingots, each weighing about 2 pounds, with a total of approximately 300 pieces. Although the gold was not particularly valuable, combined with the cash, it barely sufficed to cover the cost of the house. Interestingly, a painting hanging on the wall seemed extraordinary, its value unknown. Zhang Jing stored the oil painting and gold ingots in a secret space, and when he turned to collect the cash, he discovered a delightful surprise. Part of it consisted of $500 bills. The $500 bill featured the portrait of the 25th president, William McKinley, adorned with green seals and numbers. The reverse displayed the denomination in varying sizes. Once he confirmed that all valuable items had been thoroughly collected, Zhang Jing exited the chamber and returned to the surface. Irina, Milika, and Mike awaited him in the living room, visibly relieved upon his emergence. "Boss, are you all right?" Irina inquired with concern, noticing the dust covering him. "I'm fine," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly. "There's a hidden chamber beneath the pool in the basement. Seal the entrance so it remains undetectable, then list the house for sale." It must be noted that this elegant, vintage-style manor was indeed beautiful, yet Zhang Jing, a person who could find solace anywhere, felt no attachment to the property and had no qualms about selling it. Irina, Milika, and Mike exchanged puzzled glances but soon acquiesced. As the three began to ascend the stairs, Zhang Jing called out to them, "Irina and Milika, stay behind. Mike can handle it alone." Irina and Milika were perplexed, as was Mike. Zhang Jing, who held money in high regard, understood that if Irina and Milika entered the chamber and witnessed the grim fate of the skeletons, they would likely become emotional and report the situation, which could devalue the property. He could not allow that to happen. In the following days, Mike busied himself restoring the basement, while Irina and Milika explored the nearby orchard and documented the property, consistently updating their videos. Zhang Jing had completed his inventory, 360 gold ingots, each weighing 2 pounds, valued at approximately $18 million, 21 million in $100 bills, and 950 pieces of $500 bills. Despite the $500 bills being banned since 1969 and legislation permanently ceasing the printing of bills larger than $100, they remained legally valid for circulation, although few would be foolish enough to spend them, as their value in the collector's market far exceeded their face value. The 950 pieces of $500 bills were estimated at around 12 million US dollars. In total, Zhang Jing's earnings amounted to 51 million US dollars, exceeding the purchase price by 10 million. The oil painting depicted a serene view from within a window, overlooking a tranquil garden, evoking a sense of calm. Although Zhang Jing was not an art connoisseur, he sensed the painting's exceptional quality, signed only with the letters PC. It was certainly not by Da Vinci or Picasso, and its creator remained a mystery, warranting consultation with an expert. On the 7th day after the pool's excavation, Mike restored the openings, removing the damaged pool and replacing it with a large hot tub. The house was listed for sale, managed by an agency. Curiously, even before Zhang Jing had moved out, a client immediately offered 35 million US dollars. Zhang Jing had purchased the property for 37 million, and with taxes and agent fees, the total came to 41 million. The listing price was set at 49.5 million. Accepting the client's offer would result in a loss of 6 million, a sum that exceeds what over 99% of families could save in a lifetime. If one possessed 6 million at an interest rate of 4, depositing it in a bank would yield 240,000 in interest annually, surpassing the income of 90 of households. In summary, this was an exorbitant figure. Zhang Jing knew that money did not come easily, and he refused to acquiesce, instructing the agent to decline the offer. Moreover, Zhang Jing had an instinctual feeling that the client would not give up easily. Murphy's Law suggests that the more one worries, the more likely it is to happen. Perhaps the client sensed something amiss and feared Zhang Jing would seize the opportunity, hence their urgency. In reality, the opportunity had already been taken by Zhang Jing, and Murphy's Law had manifested. As anticipated, the client's representative approached Zhang Jing's agent with a new offer of 40 million US dollars. For Zhang Jing, selling for 40 million was acceptable. The sooner it sold, the sooner he could return home. However, he was not one to fuss over small amounts of money. So he decided to make a concession and offered the client a rounded figure of 50 million. Not long after this offer was made, a striking female rider arrived at the entrance of 4025 W Road on a powerful motorcycle. Section 186. Kendra, the grand gate of the estate, stood at the foot of the mountain, with the switch to open it located within the living room. Upon learning the visitor's intention, Zhang Jing remotely activated the gate, allowing a woman on a motorcycle to enter the premises. Moments later, she arrived at the villa's entrance. Observing the woman closely, Zhang noted her striking resemblance to Lindsay. Her attire was vibrant and stylish, her overall appearance exuding a cool charm, and she possessed undeniable beauty. With golden locks cascading down her shoulders, large blue eyes, and full red lips, she stood over 1.7 meters tall, her allure surpassing that of many Victoria's Secret models. At the courtyard's entrance, the woman called out Zhang's name directly. Puzzled, Zhang responded, "We are not acquainted, are we?" The woman introduced herself as the owner of the dual championship horse from last year's Seattle Cup, who had discovered a priceless album in Burlington and located pirate gold on Adak Island. She was also involved in the production of the critically acclaimed film Love in the Rain and had purchased a luxurious farm in Los Angeles, where she found a subpar French-made Minuteman. The woman spoke rapidly, enumerating her accomplishments with great pride. Zhang recognized that this information was readily available online. So he politely inquired, "And you are?" "I am the person interested in purchasing your house," she replied, her demeanor suggesting dissatisfaction. "Your agent quoted a price. But why was the 49.5 million reduced to 50 million? Is there some misunderstanding?" Zhang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this woman could afford such a sum. Maintaining his composure, he clarified, "The 50 million is indeed the price I seek." "Do you think you have me cornered?" she retorted. Zhang surmised that the woman must have compelling reasons to buy, as her frustration indicated urgency. Nodding in agreement, he considered that he too might one day find himself in a similar situation, desperately wanting to acquire something while others haggled for a higher price. Seeing that Zhang remained unyielding, the woman pondered for several moments, ultimately conceding to the price of 50 million. Realizing the wealth of her clientele, Zhang further stipulated that the 50 million would be net, with all transaction fees and taxes to be borne by her. If looks could kill, Zhang would have perished hundreds of times over. Subsequently, he made calls to agents and lawyers to draft the contract. It was at this point that he learned the woman's name was Kendra. The name seemed unremarkable, but a quick online search left him astounded. She was the daughter of the founder of the second-largest software company and a treasure hunter in her own right. It was no wonder she could casually wield wealth that others could only dream of accumulating in a lifetime. Additionally, she had 2 half-brothers and 2 sisters, one of whom was a director whose recent blockbuster war film had taken Hollywood by storm. The entire family was exceptionally accomplished. In 2 days, the property transaction was finalized. And during Zhang's 11-day stay in Washington, he flew back to Seattle on the 12th day. Irina, Milika, and Mike drove 2 armored cars, escorting Smart Bean and P back to the farm. Meanwhile, upon acquiring the house, Kendra immediately summoned workers to excavate the villa's basement. She was in search of a painting, one from the still life series created by the French painter Paul Cézanne. After 2 years of relentless pursuit, she had finally traced it to the possession of Was Booth. Kendra conducted a detailed investigation into Was Booth, discovering him to be a notorious glutton for wealth, who had once received the painting as a gift. Following Booth's untimely demise in 1969, the artwork had vanished entirely. Consequently, Kendra was convinced that a secret chamber existed within the house where Booth once resided. However, by the time she tracked down the property, it had already been purchased by Zhang Jing. Zhang, also a treasure hunter, feared the passage of time might complicate matters, which explained Kendra's willingness to accept an unconventional offer that allowed Zhang to profit handsomely. Nevertheless, Kendra believed that locating the still life would make it all worthwhile. This series included the renowned The Death of the Hanged Man, currently housed in the Louvre, as well as other notable works such as The Card Players, Mont Saint-Victoire, and The Country House of Jourdain. Kendra was specifically searching for a painting titled Garden Outside the Window, created after The Country House of Jourdain. Section 187, the 13th treasure in the stillness of the night. Zhang Jing meticulously tallied his recent acquisitions in a study, inscribing them on paper. He had amassed 360 gold ingots, weighing a total of 2 pounds each, valued at approximately $18 million. Additionally, he held $21 million in cash and 950 banknotes of 500 denomination, estimated at around $12 million. Selling the estate had yielded a profit of $9 million. Among his treasures was a painting depicting the pastoral scenery outside his window. Excluding the painting's value, his total haul was appraised at about $59 million, a sum substantial enough to allow him to live comfortably for the remainder of his days. Yet, Zhang Jing understood that all this fortune was a result of his fortuitous encounters. Pride and complacency would serve him poorly. He faced a new dilemma. There was no immediate need to sell the gold, and he wouldn't squander the cash recklessly. Moreover, the secret silver space still contained gold, and these valuable items required ample storage. The pressing question was, where could he stow them away? The 1049 estate featured 3 bunkers. Perhaps one could serve as a treasure vault? While this idea seemed safe, it was inherently unreliable, as the estate was old and its internal blueprints were publicly accessible online. After much contemplation, Zhang Jing devised 2 plans: to have his assistant P excavate a cave beneath the Canfin farm, or to construct a secure vault. Starting with 100 square meters of robust space, given that a vault could not withstand a search warrant, he resolved to pursue both options concurrently. Without delay, he sent the necessary information to Barbie, requesting her to engage a professional firm to design a sturdy vault for the 1049 estate. With the private banking industry thriving, the Citadel Nation boasted some of the finest vault construction companies in the world. The following day, a team arrived at the estate for an on-site assessment, a business sedan carrying 2 men and 1 woman, all exuding professionalism and poise in their ceremonial attire. Zhang Jing initially presumed them to be technical workers, only to learn they were clerical staff, akin to sales representatives. In the reception room, the trio settled on the sofa beneath the window while Zhang Jing and Barbie occupied the opposite seats. Leia, the housekeeper, served coffee to the guests and read tea to Zhang Jing. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and introductions, the lead man, Jacques Pariso, addressed Zhang Jing with, "Mr. Zhang, our company offers vaults constructed from 4 types of materials: standard steel, standard alloy, and special alloy." Without hesitation, Zhang Jing opted for the special alloy, as it symbolized prestige. The vault doors also came in 4 varieties, which Jacques Pariso elaborated upon: mechanical structure with a combination of a password lock, sand gold lock, dual-headed lock, and a hybrid of mechanical password and timed locks. "I desire the utmost in security," Zhang Jing declared resolutely. "There is a bunker beneath this house. I wish for it to serve as a vault. Please measure the dimensions and provide me with a quotation." As the client, Zhang Jing's word was paramount. Jacques Pariso, despite any reservations, held his tongue. Following their measurements, it was revealed that the underground bunker spanned approximately 145 square meters, with an additional 580 square meters of surrounding space. After accounting for 2 professional-grade vault doors, Jacques Pariso quoted a price of $3 million. Zhang Jing was taken aback. That amount could purchase 16 S-Class Maybachs. Although affluent, he was not one to squander his wealth. "Do not be bashful. There is no need for embarrassment," Zhang Jing instructed Barbie. "Please seek additional quotations from 2 more companies of equivalent quality, aiming for the best cost-performance ratio." Just then, Jacques Pariso interjected hastily, "The price is negotiable." "How about a 30 discount?" Zhang Jing brandished his metaphorical sword. I believe a 50 discount is more appropriate. Mr. Zhang, a price of $1.5 million is far too low, Jacques Parizeau grimaced, hoping to negotiate for a slightly higher amount. Observing Jacques Parizeau's display, Zhang Jing reiterated, "The quality must not waver. I will engage a professional agency to conduct an inspection. Should it fail to meet standards, there will be no final payment." Reluctantly, Jacques Parizeau extended his hand. "Deal. Should you have friends in need of vault construction, kindly refer them to us." With $1.5 million saved, Zhang Jing expressed his satisfaction and entrusted the vault project to Jacques Parizeau. After bidding farewell to the guests, Zhang Jing summoned Barbie back. "Where did you find Jacques Parizeau?" he inquired. "He works for a subsidiary of a certain electrical company. Jacques is the manager," she replied, sensing his concern. Zhang Jing's apprehensions were warranted. He suspected that Jacques was equipped with a recording device in his pocket and hidden cameras in his attire. He recalled instances where individuals had deposited large sums in banks only to have them swiftly transferred elsewhere within an hour. Zhang Jing feared he had caught the attention of a professional syndicate, possibly using this vault construction opportunity as a ruse for theft. For some time, Zhang Jing had maintained clarity in his thoughts. To those with ulterior motives, he was perceived as a man obsessed with hoarding silver, with publicly verifiable records of purchases exceeding $100 million. Such wealth could sustain 20 individuals in opulence, allowing for luxury cars, grand estates, yachts, and land. The allure of such riches could drive a person to risk a lifetime in prison for the chance to seize it. At that moment, the housekeeper Leia approached him. "Sir, there is a lady at the estate entrance who claims to be Candela, seeking an audience with you, though she has no appointment." The disparity between Candela and Jennifer was stark. The former was the illegitimate daughter of a software magnate, while the latter was the legitimate daughter of a gaming tycoon. Although both hailed from influential families, their societal standings were worlds apart, with Jennifer enjoying a prestigious status while Candela was virtually unknown. Naturally, everyone exercised caution, avoiding overt disrespect towards Candela, extending at least a veneer of respect. Moments later, Zhang Jing arrived at the estate entrance to find Candela, whose braided hair and striking demeanor bore a resemblance to Lindsay, though their skin tones varied slightly, one a deep tan and the other a lighter shade. "Good morning, Miss Candela," Zhang Jing greeted politely. "What brings you here?" Having returned just the previous day, Candela had neglected her newly acquired mountaintop mansion and hastily traveled to Seattle, suggesting urgency in her visit. "I wish to see the painting you took," she stated directly. "I know it is in your possession." "Painting?" Zhang Jing feigned ignorance. "Which painting?" Noting Zhang Jing's pretense, Candela seethed. "I paid $50 million for a decrepit house worth only $40 million. Do you take me for a fool?" It was evident that the painting depicting the pastoral landscape held significant value. "Miss Candela," Zhang Jing's tone turned stern, "if you have come here to create trouble, I will have to ask you to leave." Realizing her emotional outburst, Candela tempered her tone, speaking earnestly. "I have sought that painting for 2 years. It is now a fact that it is in your possession. I merely wish to see it for a moment before departing." After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Jing acquiesced, inviting Candela to sit in the reception room. He then feigned a trip to retrieve the painting, gently placing it before her. As she scrutinized the 65 centimeters by 81 centimeters oil on canvas, Candela brightened, engaging Zhang Jing in conversation. "How long did it take you to find it?" 6 days, he replied. Candela turned her gaze from the painting, astonished. 6 days? That is quite remarkable, Zhang Jing explained. "It was merely a fortunate discovery. I did not actively seek it out." "You were quite fortunate," Candela remarked. This is the last piece in Paul Cézanne's Still Life series. Zhang Jing learned for the first time that the initials P.C. referred to the artist Paul Cézanne. "Do you plan to sell it?" Candela inquired, her interest piqued. Excluding cash and gold, Zhang Jing possessed $553 million Hong Kong dollars in his Hong Kong account and $50 million in his Citadel account. Under such circumstances, selling the painting was out of the question. He shook his head in refusal. Candela was not surprised by his response. "Were I in your position, I would not sell it either. One piece resides permanently in the Louvre, while several others are privately held. Only one is missing, and now it has a new owner." Zhang Jing chuckled, realizing that Candela possessed considerable knowledge about art. As the conversation progressed, the two individuals found themselves increasingly in sync. When Candela mentioned her next objective of seeking the treasure of Alfonso XIII, Zhang Jing expressed his keen interest. Section 188. The hasty departure. Alfonso XIII was the king of Spain from 1886 to 1931, the posthumous son of Alfonso XII. According to Candela, prior to his coming of age in 1902, his mother, Archduchess Maria Cristina of Austria, served as regent. Upon his ascension, Alfonso XIII faced considerable opposition and criticism towards the Spanish monarchy, leading him to attempt reforms that yielded some positive results. During World War I, he maintained Spain's neutrality, thus sparing the nation from the ravages of war. However, he later began to support General Miguel Primo de Rivera's regime, which ultimately precipitated unrest in the increasingly declining Spain. Consequently, Alfonso XIII issued a decree of abdication and fled, later succumbing to illness in Rome at the age of 54. It is said that during his escape, he concealed a vast fortune amassed over generations in a secret location, which remains undiscovered to this day. Candela briefly mentioned that this information is readily available online and that he has assembled a treasure-seeking team currently in Spain. He extended an invitation for Zhang Jing to join him in the quest to unearth Alfonso XII's hidden riches. Zhang Jing, perplexed, queried whether any discovered treasure would not belong to Spain. Candela chuckled, advising discretion and confidentiality as the team members would sign non-disclosure agreements and quietly pursue their treasure hunt, ensuring that any valuable finds would be swiftly dealt with. The activities of treasure hunters often traverse the ambiguous gray areas of legality, and Candela's actions were not deemed unethical. Zhang Jing consented. Candela extended his hand, and the two shook before parting ways. After bidding farewell to his guest, Zhang Jing returned to his study, documenting Candela's words on paper. The treasure-seeking system automatically categorized his notes as incomplete clues. Zhang Jing. Alfonso XIII concealed his family's vast wealth in a secret location during his flight, which remains undiscovered. Where might it be? Uncertain of the treasure's whereabouts, Zhang Jing understood that he must travel to Spain himself, should he encounter the right person or place. His luck may yield further guidance, though it could equally prove to be a fruitless endeavor after the passage of 90 years. He entrusted the management of the estate, horse farm, and winery to Barbie. Before departing Seattle, Zhang Jing proactively scheduled a meeting at the 1032 estate, where he met with Wenli, accompanied by Sujio. Sujio, Wenli's granddaughter, presented a gender-neutral appearance, embodying the essence of a modern professional woman. Assessing Zhang Jing, Wenli greeted him with a gentle smile, inquiring if there was something amiss. Zhang Jing clarified that he intended to relocate his study to the Coffin Farm in Los Angeles, simply informing her of his plans. Wenli nodded in acknowledgement, indicating her understanding. With no further matters to discuss, Zhang Jing took his leave. As Zhang Jing exited the living room, Sujio curiously asked her grandmother Wenli why she felt Zhang Jing always seemed somewhat elusive, giving off an unreliable impression. Wenli dismissed the concern, noting that men often mature more slowly than women, and that marriage often catalyzes a man's growth into responsibility. Sujio countered, pointing out that Zhang Jing had 2 girlfriends. Just girlfriends, Wenli replied lightly, they're not wives. Sujio suggested considering whether they should marry one of the suitable young women in the family to Zhang Jing. Why not? Wenli responded cheerfully, her gaze sparkling with mischief. Sujio, feeling embarrassed under her grandmother's scrutinizing gaze, quickly denied the notion, asserting that Zhang Jing harbored feelings for Ding Jiaqi and that they should not meddle. Wenli sighed, remarking that a life without the experience of marriage is incomplete, even if it ultimately leads to divorce. Sujio shook her head resolutely, stating she would have children but would forego marriage. Zhang Jing remained oblivious to the conversation between Wenli and Sujio. His arrival in Seattle was motivated by Ding Jiaqi's studies, and now, amidst the uncertainty, he felt adrift like a ship without an anchor. After leaving the 1032 estate, Zhang Jing made his way directly to the airport for his flight to Los Angeles. Upon landing just after 10 o'clock, Zhang Jing received a call from Barbie, informing him that buyers had finally emerged for 2 gold mines on the Montana border. Zhang Jing had acquired the 2 mines, one spanning 200 acres for $270,000 and the other covering 500 acres for $155,000. The buyers now offered a bundled price of $450,000. Eager for the opportunity, Zhang Jing swiftly agreed to the sale. Dylan arrived to pick him up, and after a drive of 150 kilometers, they reached the farm's entrance. The following morning, another call from Barbie revealed that a buyer had made an offer for the 1049 estate, including the under-construction vault, for $29 million. Zhang Jing accepted without hesitation. He felt no need to consult anyone, as the housekeeper, Leia, had already been informed of her new role at Coffin Farm. Lindsay had previously stated that upon the next buyer's appearance, she would have to face reality. Interestingly, the prospective buyer was an enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios, drawn to the 1049 estate due to its 3 robust bunkers, intending to transform it into a self-sufficient sanctuary, completely independent from the outside world. It is worth noting that many share apocalyptic inclinations, including the former owner of Coffin Farm, the famous star Willie, who had also created a self-sustaining environment. Water, electricity, and food were all self-sufficient at the farm. Finding the situation amusing, Zhang Jing's goal at Coffin Farm was also to excavate a discreet and secure underground space to serve as a temporary repository for gold and cash. The oil painting remained safely stored in a secret silver chamber, as it could not withstand extreme temperatures or humidity, and due to its immense value. It was more reassuring to keep it close. Consequently, he planned to excavate underground space and construct a vault at the farm, ensuring the interior could be precisely temperature and humidity controlled. In Seattle, upon learning of Zhang Jing's intention to sell the 1049 estate, Jacques Parizeau, the project manager for the vault construction, angrily smashed his computer. The reason was simple. While he ostensibly worked to build secure vaults for clients, he was, in fact, a professional thief. Unlike petty criminals, he and his accomplices were akin to high-seas bandits, capable of squandering their ill-gotten gains for 7 or 8 years after a single heist. Though the construction contract for the 1049 estate's vault was still in effect, the $1.5 million cost was a losing venture, incurring a $1 million loss. And he had reluctantly taken the job with thoughts of Zhang Jing's silver weighing heavily on his mind. Now, he found himself in an inescapable predicament. At that moment, his phone rang. Recognizing the caller ID, Jacques Parizeau's heart raced as he answered. Mr. Jacques Parizeau, Barbie's voice chimed in from the other end. The Coffin Farm in Los Angeles requires the construction of an underground vault, and the boss remembers your expertise, so it will be entrusted to you. Thank you, thank you. Jacques Parizeau exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Could we possibly increase the price? Not possible, Barbie replied. The specifications remain the same. 145 square meters, 3-meter ceiling height, with walls, ceiling, and floor made of special alloy steel, replicating the original contract. Jacques Parizeau understood that Coffin Farm was the 5,000-acre property Zhang Jing had purchased, publicly traded at $80 million, a matter that had made headlines. After feigning a few moments of agony, he reluctantly accepted the unprofitable order, vowing to recover his losses tenfold in the future. Zhang Jing had a sense of Jacques Parizeau's intentions and recognized the perilous game he was playing. However, with a $3 million project that could be completed for just $1.5 million, it would be a grave disservice to overlook such an advantageous opportunity. Section 189. Complete liquidation. The transaction for Manor number 1049 was entrusted to Barbie and the lawyer, while Zhang Jing worked in the cattle shed area of Coffin Farm. In a room converted from a storage space, he encountered the fraternal twins, Madame and Eunuch. Upon moving into Coffin Farm, the siblings learned that it spanned 5,000 acres, housing over 100 cattle, and that Zhang Jing was a wealthy magnate. Thus, their subsequent meeting with Zhang Jing was marked by a certain awkwardness. Are you accustomed to living here? Zhang Jing inquired, observing the siblings. Much better than the Children's Welfare Institute, replied Madame, the bolder of the two. This place feels like paradise. Assessing Madame, he appeared to be an ordinary Caucasian boy, with a slender face adorned with freckles, neither handsome nor unattractive. Zhang Jing recalled the day he rescued them from the Welfare Institute. Both children had been bruised and battered, clearly having endured significant hardships. Paradise is far away, and hell is close, Zhang Jing stated coldly. You will be required to work in the cattle shed on weekends, and you must attain a grades in every subject each semester. Madame shrank slightly. I can manage the work, but studying is a bit challenging for Eunuch. This is not a negotiation, Zhang Jing threatened ominously. Do not compel me to punish you. Sir, we will succeed. Eunuch, who had remained quiet, stepped forward. We will achieve A in every subject. Eunuch was a girl with brown hair cascading down her back, her forehead adorned with naturally curly bangs. She was neither particularly beautiful nor unattractive, merely average. That is acceptable. Zhang Jing appeared unfriendly, and indeed was not a good person. Each individual was required to write over 1,000 words weekly, earning 50,000 meters for their efforts, while mastering a classic novel could yield 200,000 meters. The siblings, now 13, needed pocket money for school. Providing it directly would be too easy, and this method was neither the best nor the worst. Will we earn money for working over the weekend? Madame inquired with concern. Yes, Zhang Jing replied, his demeanor shifting to sternness. The money you earn will merely offset your accommodation costs. Madame fell silent, discontent. After reprimanding them, Zhang Jing began his work, digging holes at Coffin Farm alongside a professional named P. With 5,000 acres of land, there were numerous locations suitable for digging. To avoid drawing attention, they commenced their work in the yard of the third villa. While not entirely secure, it sufficed for a short-term solution. P was an expert, and despite the underlying mountain, he effortlessly excavated a winding tunnel resembling a mountain road, spiraling downwards, with a diameter of 50 centimeters and a length exceeding 500 meters, all completed in just 5 days. To prevent water accumulation in the event of rain, he also dug 2 drainage holes. Zhang Jing concealed gold found in the Burlington Beaver's underground caverns, alongside cash from Washington. Within the tunnel, concealing the tunnel's entrance required skill, Zhang Jing placed a 6-cubic-meter boulder atop it. With these tasks completed, the land transfer for both 1047 and 1049 was finalized, and Zhang Jing received the full payment of 29 million meters. He felt no regret. After all, it was an old house built in 1924, where many had likely perished. Living there felt oppressive, as if unclean spirits surrounded him. And he occasionally heard faint whispers in his ears. Due to religious beliefs, the buyer was unconcerned about the property's history, believing that the older it was, the better. At midnight, an African-American employee named Jamie drove a heavy van to transport items from the study to Canfin Farm. The next day, Zhang Jing summoned Delong, Jamie, Mike, Elena, and Milika. "Boss, is there a new job?" Elena asked excitedly, as she relished travel, exploring diverse cultures and landscapes. "You are heading to Madrid," Zhang Jing stated directly. "This time, we are searching for the treasure of Alfonso XIII. Except for Milika, the others had heard of Alfonso Xi's treasure. Jamie reminded Zhang Jing that many had sought it without success. Even if one were to succeed, it would belong to the local authorities and could not be taken away. "That is of no consequence," Zhang Jing replied nonchalantly. "We shall see what we can find. If we fail, we shall consider it a journey. We leave today." Travel, however, was not inexpensive. Food, accommodation, and transportation all incurred costs. Zhang Jing appeared unfazed by this, and the 5 of them agreed. Except for Elena, the others possessed American passports. And with the visa exemption for Madrid, they could depart at a moment's notice. After dismissing his employees, Zhang Jing began to organize the study. Unlike the manor's antique and elegant study, the study in the third villa was spacious and bright, characterized by a simple yet sophisticated design with meticulous details. The advantages were apparent, as were the drawbacks. 2 of the 4 walls were composed of 3 layers of glass, offering views of the front yard and the sea. The other 2 walls were adorned with polished white marble, featuring fine engravings. Under such circumstances, one could not simply hammer nails into the marble, could one? Suction cups could be used, but were unreliable. Those old photographs could not withstand even a minor fall. Additionally, the bookshelf, desk, and even the autobiographies themselves clashed with the study's aesthetic. Just as Zhang Jing was feeling vexed, the phone rang. "Zhang Jing," came Kangxi's voice over the line. "Are you planning to sell your horse farm and winery?" Zhang Jing was puzzled by the inquiry. Ida Shiming mentioned you sold Manor No. 1049 and have moved from Seattle to Canfin Farm. It was true that Zhang Jing had left Seattle, having moved there for Ding Jiechi. But they had been separated for nearly 9 months, and leaving had been a painful necessity. "This matter is rather sudden," Zhang Jing replied. "I will need to consider it." After hanging up, Zhang Jing sat quietly in his chair, contemplating. The horse farm was not significant, containing only 3 horses, making it easy to relocate. The winery, however, held more importance. In Zhang Jing's vision, it was a lucrative venture. His efforts in managing video accounts were aimed at eventually selling the wine. He had even envisioned potential hosts for selling the products. Tennis player Katie, housekeeper Leia, manager Barbie, Elena, Milika, and even the somewhat greasy old Daijin could serve as wine hosts. With each individual possessing unique strengths, Zhang Jing instinctively thought of Ding Jiechi. She was intelligent and knowledgeable, always offering excellent advice. Due to their breakup, Zhang Jing decided to call manager Barbie for assistance in analyzing the pros and cons. At that moment, Barbie was at the winery. After hearing her boss's query, she analyzed, "It would be easier to manage. I support the merger. However, it would be prudent to hear the opinions of Cindy and Lin Jiangming, as they are the winemakers." At the time of purchasing the winery, Zhang Jing had not understood the significance of winemakers, so he dialed Lin Jiangming. After listening to Zhang Jing, Lin Jiangming explained, "Canfin Farm enjoys abundant sunlight in summer and mild winters, making it ideal for growing quality grapes, and it is also suitable for the elderly." With over 100 Angus cattle on Canfin Farm, it was not labeled a ranch since it encompassed 200 acres of farmland, 300 acres of avocado trees, 400 acres of vineyards, and 500 acres of citrus and persimmon trees. The farmland was utilized for growing pasture, soybeans, and grains, specifically for feeding the cattle. Among the 400 acres of vineyards, they cultivated wine grapes, including Cabernet Sauvignon, Riesling, and Chardonnay. Based on the grape cultivation area, the Rose Red Winery covered a total of 600 acres. Yet only 300 acres were dedicated to grapes, making Canfin Farm the more advantageous option. Finally, Zhang Jing contacted Cindy, originally a restaurant waitress. She had learned winemaking from her elders and was considered an amateur. Due to a long-term contract established in 2015 and her dedication to improvement, Zhang Jing had invested in her training to become a genuine winemaker. On the phone, Cindy also agreed to the relocation to Canfin Farm, her reasoning mirroring that of Lin Jiangming. Canfin Farm was more conducive to grape growth, resulting in higher quality. With everyone in agreement, Zhang Jing concurred as well. The Rose Red Winery had been purchased for just over 7 million meters, while the horse farm was valued at 350,000 meters. Selling them would immediately convert them into cash. A phone call was made to Kanshi to discuss the details, beginning with the confirmation of the handover date. As the distillery was still in the process of brewing, the delivery would not occur until mid-December. With November already at its midpoint, there was less than a month remaining, and Kanshi readily agreed. The conversation then shifted to the price. The winery and the horse farm were to be sold as a package, with Zhang Jing netting $7.5 million. This price encompassed the land, buildings, machinery, and equipment, while Zhang Jing could take possession of the horses, horse trailers, wine barrels, and aged wine. Consequently, Zhang Jing was left with only a 2-story wooden villa on Clyde Hill in Seattle, an asset he deemed unnecessary and planned to sell, thereby severing his ties to Seattle completely. Although disposing of excess properties appeared straightforward, it entailed considerable effort behind the scenes. Delling's daughter, Dilling, and Barbie's son, David. Any Section 190, the unpalatable truth. Who was the culprit? Firstly, let's dismiss the notion of an accident. The probability is so infinitesimal as to be negligible. Considering the motives of revenge or settling scores, Irina, being from WKL and a first-time visitor to Madrid, had no known enemies or grievances in the area. Recalling the near-fatal encounter with a sniper, presumably Mike, outside the boutique hotel parking lot, Zhang Jing's thoughts gravitated toward the diminutive figure of Nair. Nair, aged 28. Of Egyptian descent, whose family amassed a fortune in the real estate industry after immigrating to the United States, is a wealthy man in his own right. His acquaintance with and subsequent marriage to Emma and Jennifer provided a connection. He alone possessed both the rationale to eliminate Zhang Jing and the incentive to permanently silence Irina. Although purely speculative, it is difficult to conceive of another suspect. Verily, affluence is arduous to attain, and the truth can be bitter. Just then, his phone chimed once more. Reminiscent of Chow Chow's timely arrival. It was, in fact, Nair calling. I'm at the Malibu estate in Los Angeles, not far from the Canfield farm. Nair cheerfully announced over the phone. Come over for a visit, preferably alone. Zhang Jing's heart palpitated. Was this a veiled attempt at assassination? A transition from covert to overt malice? What enticements do you offer? Zhang Jing inquired, feigning nonchalance. 2 starlets, 1 for each of us. Splendid, an offer I cannot refuse. Zhang Jing responded readily. I'm in the city, send me the address via Facebook. Upon terminating the call, Zhang Jing's heart raced erratically. Dylan, Jimmy, and Mike were all in Madrid, leaving him without any assistance. After a brief deliberation, Zhang Jing departed the farm, piloting his armored BMW X5 toward a gun store. Intending to fortify himself, there was no need to venture into the city. A small town less than 10 kilometers from the farm boasted its own gun emporium. Zhang Jing strode inside, where he was greeted by an obese Caucasian man, the proprietor, weighing at least 300 pounds. Do you have shields and helmets? Indeed. The proprietor replied. I offer 3 types of shields, one capable of withstanding close-range 9mm handgun fire, another capable of withstanding close-range AK-47 fire, and a third capable of withstanding RPG explosions. Each of these is available in 2 styles, single person and double person. I wish to examine the latter 2, Zhang Jing requested. Very well, the proprietor responded, leaving the counter. Follow me to the backyard. 2 large German shepherds, upon sighting the stranger, erupted in a cacophony of barks. Beneath a shaded corridor, the proprietor unveiled a gray cloth, revealing an assortment of shields. With considerable effort, the proprietor hoisted a black folding shield, unfolding it and presenting it to Zhang Jing. It was 50 centimeters wide, 5 meters tall, equipped with an observation port, constructed of 25 layers of Kevlar ballistic fiber, and weighed 30 kilograms, capable of effortlessly withstanding continuous AK-47 fire. Zhang Jing accepted the shield, noting the absence of rigid metal, consisting solely of ballistic fiber and bulletproof glass. And then there's this, the portly proprietor remarked, gesturing toward a moss green A-frame display leaning against the wall. It's 60 centimeters wide, 5 meters tall, composed of 2 3-centimeter thick steel plates, each clad in 25 layers of Kevlar ballistic fiber, and weighs 200 kilograms. It can withstand an RPG as if it were child's play. Zhang Jing was rendered speechless. Such a shield was only suitable for stationary use or for mounting on vehicles or robots. It would be impractical to carry such a cumbersome shield. However, this heavy shield was, in fact, ideal for Zhang Jing. He could store it within his mithril space and retrieve it in times of dire need. What is the price for each? Zhang Jing inquired. The single-person 25-layer Kevlar ballistic shield is $500, the portly proprietor replied, gesturing toward the heavy shield. The single-person heavy shield is $1,200. And the double-person versions? The double-person 25-layer Kevlar ballistic shield is $900. And the double-person heavy shield is $2,000. Give me 3 of each of the 25-layer Kevlar single and double shields, and 5 of each of the heavy shields. Zhang Jing declared, exuding an air of affluence. I want them immediately. While impressed by Zhang Jing's financial resources, the portly proprietor sighed and shook his head. I only have 3 of each of the heavy shields. They are difficult to sell, and my stock is limited. Give me all of them, Zhang Jing reiterated. And helmets as well. With shields in hand, Zhang Jing felt a surge of confidence. After acquiring his equipment, Zhang Jing set course for the Malibu estate. As directed by Nair, sharing the West Coast locale with the Canfield farm, the Malibu estate was situated closer to the city, approximately 50 kilometers away, commanding a higher land value. Prior to reaching his destination, Zhang Jing, seated within his vehicle, ensured that his M500, M1911, AK rifle, and AA-12 were fully loaded and ready to fire, mentally preparing himself before entering the Malibu estate. The Malibu estate, occupying a desirable location, was not expansive. The distance from the entrance to the villa, perched atop a colossal seaside crag, was no more than 30 meters. Nair awaited him at the villa's entrance. Zhang Jing deliberately drove his vehicle directly to him, observing through the 5-meter metal vision that Nair was unarmed. Could the assassin be concealed within the villa? Opening the car door for Zhang Jing, the diminutive Nair embraced him warmly. I heard you sold the 1049 estate. What prompted that decision? Studying Nair, Zhang Jing discerned no hint of duplicity. Could he be mistaken about Nair's involvement in Irina's misfortune? Harboring a wealth of inner thoughts, Zhang Jing feigned financial distress, lamenting. Not only the 1049 estate, but also the winery and the horse farm must be liquidated due to investment failures, necessitating a recoup of capital. Are the racehorses for sale as well? Nair inquired with interest. Zhang Jing shook his head. The horses are not for sale. No matter, Nair responded cordially. No obstacle is insurmountable. Come, let us enter the house. Zhang Jing, filled with trepidation, cautiously followed Nair into the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by 2 young, beautiful, and exceptionally proportioned women, adorned in bunny girl attire, with long legs, large eyes, and curvaceous figures. Despite their allure, Zhang Jing remained unmoved, suspecting them to be assassins employed by Nair. As his mother had once warned him, the more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she is. But where were their weapons concealed? Could they be martial arts experts? What do you think? Nair inquired, gesturing toward the 2 women in the Mediterranean-style living room. Are they beautiful? Indeed, they are, Zhang Jing concurred. Rarely have I beheld such loveliness. Nair, seemingly in high spirits, approached the refrigerator, intending to retrieve beverages. Zhang Jing anticipated him retrieving a firearm, but the refrigerator contained only drinks, devoid of any weaponry. Pop, pop. 2 bottles of beer were opened, and Nair extended one to Zhang Jing before taking a generous swig himself. The temperature in Seattle at this time was a frigid 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, while Los Angeles enjoyed a balmy 20 degrees Celsius, making an ice-cold beer acceptable. Suspecting the beverage to be laced with poison, perhaps administered through a micro-perforated container, Zhang Jing feigned drinking, secretly pouring the contents into his mithril space. After consuming half a bottle of beer, Nair gestured toward the 2 women, proclaiming, You are the guest. You may choose first. Suffering from severe paranoia, Zhang Jing, fearing that the women might be carriers of infectious diseases such as AIDS, demurred, I prefer am-nage-trois. You go first, and I will have another beer. Nair paused momentarily, taken aback by Zhang Jing's proclivity for such amusements, before laughing heartily. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. They arrived only 10 minutes before you, and I have yet to sample their delights. Go, go, Zhang Jing jested. Don't be too quick about it. Rest assured, Nair boasted. Without 2 hours, the affair is incomplete. Observing Nair's demeanor, Zhang Jing detected no hint of malice or deceit. Could he have been mistaken? Or was Nair simply adept at concealing his true nature? Section 191, Lake Maluitis soon. Nair began his work in the lounge adjacent to the living room. The 2 women bore some metallic fasteners, which were discernible, proving that they were free of infectious diseases. Otherwise, Nair would not have dared to proceed. Furthermore, Zhang Jing discovered that the lounge was equipped with as many as 7 or 8 pinhole devices, while the living room had none, nor were there any weapons. The question arose, how did Nair intend to eliminate witnesses? The thought plagued him. An hour later, Nair emerged, invigorated, and announced to Zhang Jing, It is your turn now. Under duress, Zhang Jing entered the lounge, where the two women were bathing in the bathroom. Subsequently coerced into entertaining him, the entire experience lacking any flavor. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhang Jing's mind. Perhaps Nair intended to collect bodily fluids to utilize human reproductive technology to create infants as a means of coercion? His mind was teeming with intricate ideas. But Zhang Jing resolved not to allow Nair to succeed. He withheld his emotions and hastily concluded the encounter after 10 minutes, returning to the living room. As for the 7 or 8 pinhole devices in the room, Zhang Jing dismissed them entirely. He was unmarried and had no parents. So the exposure mattered little to him. Whoever wished to witness could do so, as long as they were not frightened. Haha. Nail laughed mockingly at Zhang Jing. You are a quick shooter. Zhang Jing's expression darkened. He wanted to argue otherwise, yet given the peculiar circumstances, he feigned modesty, admitting they were just too beautiful. I couldn't seize the moment. Nair doubled over with laughter before eventually saying, I must discuss something serious with you. What? Zhang Jing assumed Nair was about to attempt to kill him. Did you know that my ancestors were Egyptian? My grandfather's father, my great-grandfather, served in the army for the Een nation when he was young, Nair chatted. At that time, the Een nation was notoriously ruthless and plundering colonies, including my motherland. My ancestors witnessed a treasure ship from the Een nation sink into Lake Maluitis. The mention of Egypt naturally conjured images of deserts. It was Zhang Jing's first encounter with the term Lake Maluitis. I will provide you with the approximate location of the sunken ship. You may recover it. I only require a 7-meter-tall stone statue from the treasure ship. Everything else will be your commission. 7 meters. Zhang Jing was astonished internally. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he inquired, if you have the coordinates, why don't you retrieve it yourself? Professional matters are best left to professionals, Nair commended. I have faith in your treasure hunting abilities. Not at the moment, Zhang Jing declined politely. My team is currently in Madrid, preparing to search for the treasures of Alfonso XIII. That legendary treasure is nearly impossible to find, Nair advised. Even if discovered, it would not belong to you. However, the treasure ship is different. Once you locate it and retrieve it, I will ensure its safe passage out of Egypt. Given the gray nature of the business, transportation was a critical aspect. Not any easier than the treasure hunt itself. Zhang Jing, possessing a secret silver space, could transport valuable items directly, saving considerable time and effort on paperwork while avoiding numerous legal entanglements. It could be stated that, barring auction houses, nearly every ancient artifact would involve legal scrutiny, even if unearthed from the ground. For instance, an iron meteorite excavated from a gold mine in Montana would belong to a private entity. Unless one intended to keep it forever, a 45 tax would be levied. Zhang Jing had no desire to pay taxes, so he sent it to Hong Kong. Similarly, the discovery of a Queen's love letter in the Western Kangaroo Territory presented an even more complex situation. The standard procedure required approval for excavating a burial site. It was unnecessary to guess. Approval would certainly be denied, and even if granted, the contents would not belong to Zhang Jing. Should he choose to fight for a decade in court, enduring countless hardships to reclaim the items, the artifacts would not be permitted to leave Kangaroo country. Thus, after acquiring valuable items, Zhang Jing remained discreet, never posting on social media, otherwise, he would be imprisoned in no time. The statue represented the most precious item aboard the treasure ship, yet that did not imply that other items lacked value. They were considerably more reliable than the Alfonso treasure. Nair added, after this endeavor, we will be true friends, like brothers. Should other lucrative opportunities arise, I will include you. Due to their differing social standings, Nair had access to far more lucrative opportunities than Zhang Jing, all involving substantial profits. However, unlike IGZ, Zhang Jing would not force himself into circles where he did not belong. After careful consideration, Zhang Jing opted for a diplomatic approach, stating, I will do my utmost to search, but I cannot guarantee success, and it will have to wait until after Christmas. No problem, Nair chuckled heartily. After such a long time, what is another month of waiting? An hour later, Zhang Jing drove away from the Taiho Manor. Nair escorted him to the entrance of the estate, watching as the car vanished from view before turning back inside. Zhang Jing observed Nair in the rearview mirror, pondering whether he was the one plotting to assassinate him and Irina. Instead of returning to the farm, Zhang Jing drove towards downtown Los Angeles to purchase a ticket to Hong Kong. Nair had mentioned a statue 7 meters tall, while his secret silver space measured 7 meters in length, width, and height, allowing for versatile positioning. Meanwhile, Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu had already procured over 256 tons of silver, making an upgrade to 8 meters feasible, a delightful prospect. Due to a layover in Tokyo, it took a full 22 hours to reach Hong Kong, where Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu awaited at the exit. As always, dressed in light-colored jeans, a pink t-shirt, and white sneakers, Zhou Manmiao ran up to Zhang Jing, embracing him with fiery enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Darling, I've missed you so much." Zhang Jing lifted Zhou Manmiao into the air, spinning her around in a joyful 360-degree turn. Liang Jieshu, shy by nature, stood nearby, not intending to embrace Zhang Jing. Overly conscious of societal perceptions, unfazed, Zhang Jing approached Liang Jieshu, who wore a blue dress, and embraced her as well, saying, "Let us go back to the hotel." Liang Jieshu lowered her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. They disembarked the plane at 10 o'clock in the evening, and after a taxi ride to the Central Grand Hotel, they arrived close to midnight due to severe traffic congestion. The journey stretched on until dawn. With Zhou Manmiao softly snoring beside them, Zhang Jing gently asked Liang Jieshu, "Do you find it inconvenient to stay in a hotel all the time?" "A little," Liang Jieshu replied, her voice high-pitched yet sweet. "But it's all right. The hotel service is excellent and hassle-free. Perhaps we should consider purchasing a small apartment," Zhang Jing suggested. Investing in silver is a long-term endeavor, and living in a hotel isn't as convenient. Storing silver in the hotel vault is also quite costly. Liang Jieshu responded with a soft, affirmative sound, resembling a gentle kitten, and soon the room was filled only with the sound of even breathing. The following day, still in bed, Zhang Jing, bleary-eyed, began browsing for properties on his phone. The situation in Hong Kong differed markedly from that in the north. The city had long entered a period of limited housing supply, making second-hand properties the preferred choice for finding a desirable home. To his astonishment, he discovered that a mere 30-square-meter studio apartment, when converted from imperial units, commanded a staggering price of over 4 million Hong Kong dollars. And the location was far from ideal, with a relatively old building age. Given that Hong Kong is not particularly small and has many rural areas, why were the housing prices so exorbitant? Section 192. Xiao Lu unable to comprehend the reasons, Xiao Lu continued to browse through second-hand properties. A row house located in shallow water bay caught his attention. Spanning 3 stories with 1 basement and 2 above ground, the total indoor area amounted to 195 square meters. Featuring 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 3 bathrooms. The top floor boasted a terrace along with a small swimming pool and a double garage. With front and backyards measuring 90 square meters and 50 square meters respectively, the opulent decor was striking and the location quite desirable. However, the price was exorbitantly high, reaching a staggering 79 million Hong Kong dollars, translating to over 10 million US dollars. In comparison to other similar row houses, this one surprisingly offered the best value for money. Could one truly be so reckless as to spend 10 million US dollars just to acquire a row house? It was no wonder that countless financial firms, insurance companies, and multinational enterprises would rather rent office spaces at high prices than purchase property. The reality was simply unaffordable. "My dear, what are you looking at?" Zhou Manmiao, resembling a fairy, gently embraced Zhang Jing's neck from behind. "I'm looking at houses," Zhang Jing lamented. "I never expected them to be so expensive." "There's no need to buy," Zhou Manmiao suggested. "Renting could be a better option. And you could enjoy a more comfortable living situation. Wouldn't it be better to purchase a villa?" Zhang Jing proposed. "We could store silver in the basement." Zhou Manmiao shook her head repeatedly. Having a lot of silver at home would invite unwanted attention. How could one live in peace? Zhang Jing suddenly realized. Allowing 2 beautiful women to guard the silver while they slept could lead to losing both the women and the silver. "Jieshu, what do you think?" Zhou Manmiao turned to Liang Jieshu. "Yes, I hadn't considered that," Liang Jieshu agreed. "Renting offers more options, and being apart from the silver is indeed wise." After breakfast, Zhang Jing made his way to the hotel's underground vault. Liang Jieshu's vault measured 20 square meters, about half of which was filled with silver, 256 tons in total. With no one else around and devoid of surveillance cameras, they proceeded to melt it down. The secret silver space expanded from 7 by 7 by 7 meters to a volume of 8 by 8 by 8 meters. The next expansion would require 512 tons of silver, orders for which had already been placed, with finances also prearranged. The subsequent expansion would necessitate 24 tons of silver, amounting to approximately 583 million US dollars at the current market price of 570,000 US dollars per ton of silver. Upon returning from Washington, there was 50 million US dollars in the account. Selling the 1049 estate fetched 29 million US dollars, while 2 gold mines brought in 450,000 US dollars, and the winery plus horse farm sold for 5 million US dollars, culminating in 55 million US dollars, including the currently listed Clyde Mountain Villa at 6 million US dollars. The Hong Kong account held 553 million US dollars in equivalent Hong Kong currency. And all bank deposits combined, excluding gold and cash, barely sufficed to extend the space to dimensions of 10 by 10 by 10 meters. The question arose, was it still necessary to upgrade the secret silver space to 10 meters? The answer was unequivocally yes. The treasure hunting was invariably fruitful. With the secret silver space providing the most substantial assistance, it was indispensable and must be spacious enough. Upon leaving the vault, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Manmiao awaited Zhang Jing in the hotel lobby. Unexpectedly, a handsome young man with a Middle Eastern appearance and a small beard approached Liang Jieshu, presenting her with flowers. "Liang Jieshu, these roses are for you," he said warmly. "I'm sorry," Liang Jieshu politely declined. "I already have a boyfriend. He is busy at the moment, but will be here shortly." Unfazed, the handsome young man pressed on. "I've inquired among other classmates, and you don't seem to have a boyfriend." Liang Jieshu hesitated, knowing she and Zhou Manmiao shared the same boyfriend but felt too embarrassed to admit it. Zhang Jing stepped forward, gently wrapping his arm around Liang Jieshu's shoulder. Assessing the young man, "You have good taste. My girlfriend is not only beautiful, but also very gentle." The young man regarded Zhang Jing, still holding the roses, unfazed, and smiled serenely. "Liang Jieshu, would you introduce us?" "This is my boyfriend, Zhang Jing," Liang Jieshu introduced. "And this is my university classmate, Omar Bulkanagra." "Oh, so you were Shao Jie," Zhang Jing said courteously, extending his hand. "A pleasure to meet you, but you've missed your chance." Omar Bulkanagra shook Zhang Jing's hand, self-deprecatingly remarking, "A bit of a pity." They were all reasonable people, devoid of melodrama. A few casual exchanges later, Omar departed in a sleek Porsche. Zhang Jing then took his two companions to seek a rental property, with a clear objective, Shaolu. Due to exorbitant property prices, even some celebrities were compelled to rent, including a certain Eason Chan, who had chosen to reside in Shaolu, often regarded as Hong Kong's premier luxury residence. The apartments were splendid, but the rent was steep, with rumors circulating that Eason Chan's monthly rent was 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. While this seemed extravagant, compared to the 500 million Hong Kong dollar price tag for a unit, it appeared quite reasonable. Arriving at the Shaolu apartments near Happy Valley, Zhang Jing marveled at the impressive structure. From the outside, it resembled a sci-fi edifice with its oval shape and towering height of over 250 meters. Clad in blue glass, a sight more akin to a commercial building than a residence. Given its status as a luxury apartment, a contingent of 7 or 8 well-groomed security personnel was stationed at the entrance to maintain order, halting Zhang Jing and his companions. "May I inquire whom you are here to see?" "We're looking to rent." According to online information, Shaolu comprised 73 floors, with only 2 units per floor, totaling 140 households. With only 70 floors of residential space, the first floor must be occupied by property management, and there were likely 2 basement levels designated for parking. Zhang Jing, having arrived by taxi, appeared too youthful to be perceived as a serious prospective tenant for such a prestigious residence. "Please follow me," the security officer, well-trained and discreet, gestured them inside. After passing through a glass door approximately 5 or 6 meters high, Zhang Jing, Zhou Manmiao, and Liang Jieshu entered the grand lobby of Shaolu, which spanned over 400 square meters, adorned with opulent decor that imparted a sense of grandeur. The leasing center was also located on the first floor, concealed behind a large landscape screen. "Sir, and ladies, which floor do you prefer?" inquired a professionally attired woman. "We can choose the floor?" Zhang Jing asked with curiosity. "Are there many units available?" "Of the 140 units, over 30 have been sold. The majority are available for rent." "What is the selling price per unit?" Zhang Jing pressed further. "For a unit around 300 square meters on the 60th floor, it's approximately 500 million Hong Kong dollars. If you wish to buy, you would need to contact our owner. We only handle rentals here." Zhang Jing was taken aback, having assumed they were unable to sell. It appeared that purchasing required acquaintance with their boss. Liang Jieshu beside him was equally astonished. "We're looking to rent, specifically between units 55 and 67. There is a unit available on the 66th floor, featuring an interior of 299 square meters, with views of Happy Valley from the bathtub," the salesperson explained. Due to its prime location, the monthly rent is 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, inclusive of property management fees. While this seemed steep, it was significantly more economical than staying in a hotel, especially with 299 square meters of living space and an excellent floor level. "Are parking spaces available?" Zhou Manmiao inquired. "Parking spaces must be rented separately," the salesperson clarified. "One space for 2 vehicles, at a monthly rate of 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. We ensure their security and will compensate for any damages." Given that purchasing silver was a long-term endeavor, and it was highly likely they would reside there for an extended period. Securing a parking spot was essential. Thus, they decided to rent one. Subsequently, they signed the contract, with the building as the landlord and Zhang Jing as the tenant. After receiving the keys and entering the elevator, Zhang Jing awkwardly encountered a familiar face, instantly recalling the black fungus incident. Encountering Li Wenyi in the elevator was an unexpected twist. Could she be working here? Zhang Jing feigned ignorance, adhering to the adage that self-assurance renders others awkward. Li Wenyi, upon recognizing Zhang Jing, contorted her face in a grimace. Despite her inebriation that night, she vividly recalled mounting his car's hood and disrobing. The act itself was inconsequential, but being unceremoniously left behind stung. To add insult to injury, she awoke in a seedy motel unscathed, a testament to his utter disdain. What truly rankled was discovering that while she languished in a red-light district flophouse, he resided in a luxurious suite at the Hilton on the Han River. The elevator's card access system revealed another intriguing detail. Zhang Jing and his two companions were also headed to the 66th floor, their destination mirroring hers. The ascent was accompanied by soothing ambient music, a feature of the Xiaolu's state-of-the-art elevator system, ensuring a tranquil ride. Upon exiting, Li Wenyi turned right, while Zhang Jing and his entourage veered left. Zhou Manmiu was ecstatic with the expansive, nearly 300-square-meter apartment, reveling in the panoramic city and distant ocean views. Liang Jieshu, ever perceptive, inquired. Zhang Dage, do you know that woman from the elevator? We met briefly months ago. She's probably in the adult entertainment industry. I didn't touch her, though. I found her repulsive, Zhang Jing clarified. Unlikely, Liang Jieshu countered, noting the Chanel hair clip priced at $1,999 Hong Kong dollars, as well as the designer t-shirt, skirt, stockings, shoes, bag, and watch. The handbag alone retailed for $350,000 Hong Kong dollars. Are you sure? Zhang Jing asked, surprised. Definitely. Mom Miao and I spend our free time either watching TV or window shopping. We've become quite familiar with luxury brands recently. After a moment's reflection, Zhang Jing dismissed the matter. Regardless, let's settle in and then grab lunch. Okay, Liang Jieshu replied, radiating contentment. After enjoying 2 days of domestic bliss, a Chinese silver mining company contacted Zhou Manmiao, claiming to possess 600 tons of silver in stock. Despite the annual global silver production of 23,000 tons, large-scale private transactions were rare. Zhou Manmiao and Liang Jieshu, tasked with acquiring silver, promptly arranged to purchase 512 tons. With this transaction, the funds from the sale of Wantou Building, earmarked for silver acquisitions, were completely depleted. Zhang Dage, Zhou Manmiao asked after hanging up, is our job over? Not at all, Zhang Jing replied, shaking his head. It's just beginning. Our next target is 1,024 tons of silver. Zhang Dage, Zhou Manmiao exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. That's a tremendous amount of money. Why are we buying so much silver? At the current market price of 570,000 per ton, 1,024 tons would cost approximately $583 million. Since returning from Washington, D.C., they had $50 million in their dollar account. Selling the 1049 ranch brought in $29 million, the 2 gold mines $45 million, the winery and horse farm $5 million. And the pending sale of the Clyde Mountain Villa would add $6 million, totaling $55 million, with $553 million in their Hong Kong account. Zhang Jing's total bank deposits, excluding gold and cash, amounted to $55 million. Subtracting the $583 million for silver, they would have a remaining balance of $55 million. Despite the significant expenditure, Zhang Jing remained resolute. He planned to contact Barbie and transfer $583 million into a shell corporation account specifically for purchasing the 1,024 tons of silver. Zhang Dage, why are we so determined to buy silver? Zhou Manmiao asked worriedly. It's not a sound investment. Has someone influenced you? Zhang Jing gently stroked her hair. No one has influenced me. This is important, or I wouldn't be willing to spend so much money. All right, Zhou Manmiao acquiesced, nodding obediently. We'll handle it. We may not be your public face, but we can certainly provide support. Leveraging Hong Kong's unique financial position and the free convertibility between the US and Hong Kong dollars, Zhang Jing transferred the equivalent of $583 million from his US dollar account into a shell corporation under his control, earmarked solely for the silver purchase. Excluding cash, gold, and artwork, Zhang Jing's bank accounts held a mere $55 million, while some worked for their wives or children. Zhang Jing felt as though he was working for his golden finger. Contentment came easily to Zhang Jing. The remaining $55 million was still a substantial fortune, enough to indulge in extravagance for a long time, provided he avoided gambling and drugs. After a week in Hong Kong, Zhang Jing boarded a plane to Africa on the last day of November, his secret silver space having expanded to 9 cubic meters. In a serendipitous turn of events, Zhang Jing encountered Liang Jieshu's classmate, Omar Birkin al-Gala, in the 5-seat business class cabin. His Middle Eastern features were unmistakable, with a faint mustache adorning his face. "When did you and Liang Jieshu meet?" Omar inquired. "We met in March. It was love at first sight," Zhang Jing replied, filling the time with conversation. "Lucky you," Omar replied, his tone tinged with envy. "She was the most beautiful girl in our class, even our entire college." "Did she have a Caucasian ex-boyfriend?" Zhang Jing asked. "Nonsense. Liang wouldn't date outside her race," Omar scoffed, feigning knowledge. "That guy was delusional. Besides, he's dead. Yang's friend killed him in the courtyard." Zhang Jing marveled at his good fortune. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have pursued Liang Jieshu, let alone succeeded. "Are you a wealthy man?" Omar asked, recallingly. Zhang Jing demurred. "Not really. I am," Omar sighed, "but being a non-Chinese citizen has completely ruined my chances." "Where are you from?" Zhang Jing asked curiously. "The Emirates." "The Emirates and Saudi Arabia are like brothers, all wealthy." "I'd like to ask you something," Zhang Jing said, settling into a more comfortable position. "What is it?" Omar asked. "I follow a travel blogger who claims that rape, boy love, and domestic violence are rampant in your region. Is that true?" "Rumors," Omar retorted, his face darkening. "The rates are only slightly higher than in the United States. It's definitely not widespread." Zhang Jing understood. While he couldn't vouch for other issues, he knew that boy love was a serious problem in Seattle. If the situation was even worse than in the United States, it must be perilous. Where men without beards risked being harassed on the streets. Section 194. Khan el-Khalili. Upon awakening, the airplane had landed in Cairo, expecting sweltering heat. With yellow sands and low buildings, the reality was quite different. Temperatures felt like a pleasant 20 degrees Celsius, and the landscape was lush with greenery, complemented by towering skyscrapers. The initial impression was overwhelmingly positive. After leaving the airport, Zhang Jing took a taxi to the Hilton Hotel near the Cairo Tower, where he planned to rest for a day to adjust to the time difference. He then searched for travel guides on his phone, intending to explore Cairo for 2 days before commencing work. According to the travel experiences shared online by predecessors, he decided to leave the hotel and walk 2 kilometers to the Khan el-Khalili market. The guide suggested that while the pyramids could be skipped, a visit to Khan el-Khalili was essential. Nestled amidst the lively streets of Cairo, the market pulsated with vitality, offering not only delicious food and drinks but also a glimpse into the rich, millennia-old desert culture of Cairo. As he approached the market's perimeter, numerous local cafes came into view, each adorned with large umbrellas providing shade over rectangular dining tables. Interestingly, the seating was not traditional benches or single chairs, but rather wooden sofas reminiscent of the Western regions. People leisurely gathered, sipping coffee and engaging in conversation, while some played local musical instruments. Alongside the bustling cafes, an additional highlight was a mosque with a sandy yellow faade and soaring minarets, exuding an exotic charm reminiscent of a Labo style. Entering the market, the paths suddenly narrowed, resembling the winding alleys of Iwu's commodity market, bustling with people, the air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, flanked by an array of dazzling merchandise. It was evident that the neatly displayed items, headscarves, undergarments, nightwear, robes, curtains, carpets, crafts, bracelets, trinkets, bags, porcelain, and religious paraphernalia, largely originated from the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, amidst the market's vibrancy, Zhang Jing could still sense the enduring history and depth of Khan el-Khalili. Lost in thought, he was approached by a young girl adorned in a charming light blue headscarf, who greeted him. "Where are you from?" The girl, around 12 or 13, spoke English with a heavy accent that nearly rendered her unintelligible. "The Dragon Kingdom," Zhang Jing replied courteously. "Hello. I am very hungry. Can you give me some money?" The girl's dark eyes gazed expectantly at him. Zhang Jing retrieved 2 one-pound coins from his pocket, offering kindly, "Take this to buy something to eat." "Thank you," she exclaimed, swiftly darting away. Like a successful fishing expedition, mere minutes later, a group of children encircled Zhang Jing, clamoring, "Uncle, we are hungry." It was clear they were not truly starving. They simply sought money. Other tourists and vendors turned to observe, expecting him to disperse the children, but to their surprise, Zhang Jing instead produced a handful of coins from his backpack, giving each child 1 coin, equivalent to 1 pound. Grateful voices echoed around him, and Zhang Jing relished the feeling of being a benefactor to the children. After distributing the coins, he was soon surrounded by a group of adults, eager for photographs, each brandishing a smartphone. Initially, he maintained a natural smile, but soon found himself laughing to the point of exhaustion, reveling in the unexpected attention. Returning to the market's outskirts, Zhang Jing entered a bustling CAF that resembled a lively establishment, adorned with a labo decor and lined with photographs. To his astonishment, he discovered that renowned figures such as Mandela, Pell, and Ronaldo had once sipped coffee there. Just as he settled in, the same little girl reappeared, plopping down directly across from him. "Brother, the mango juice here is delightful. Can you order me a glass?" As the waiter approached to take his order, Zhang Jing requested a popular coffee and 2 mango juices. Though he typically abstained from coffee, he decided to indulge today due to the CAF's illustrious history. Observing the girl's sparkling eyes, he inquired, "Where did you go earlier? Do you have a boyfriend?" The girl responded with a whimsical diversion. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Jing replied, "I have 2. "Only 2? She asked earnestly. "Would you marry my sister?" Zhang Jing nearly choked at her audacity. 2 seemed a modest number. Yet he instantly recalled that here, one could perhaps wed 4. "Stop joking," he chided her. "Are you asking for pocket money?" No, she insisted. "My sister is to be married to a wealthy old man, but she does not wish to marry him. You, being a good person, could surely make her happy." The proposition struck Zhang Jing as comical, akin to a scheme for securing a wealthy suitor, and he burst into laughter. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their drinks, prompting Zhang Jing to shoo the girl away, saying, "Finish your drink and leave. I am not someone to be trifled with." Downing her mango juice, the girl scampered away. After departing the CAF, Zhang Jing boarded a long-distance bus heading to Lake Mariot, officially commencing his work. Lake Mariot, located 180 kilometers north of Cairo, is adjacent to the Mediterranean Sea. Once a freshwater lake, it was altered around the year 1900 by foreign excavators, transforming it into a half-freshwater, half-saltwater body. Following the withdrawal of those foreign workers, it was sealed off and reverted to freshwater. Such historical details can be found online. In other words, during the time when Nail's grandfather served as a puppet soldier for the foreign invaders, he would have witnessed a 7-meter-high statue submerged beneath the lake between 1895 and 1905. As for the new inquiry, Lake Mariot stretches 60 kilometers from east to west and over 10 kilometers from north to south, with an average depth of 50 meters. This means that certain areas may reach depths of 40 meters, while others may plunge to 60 meters. However, Zhang Jing could only dive to 40 meters. Only items he could physically touch would be collected in his secret space. Anything deeper than 40 meters would remain out of reach. Thus, this treasure hunt involved a significant element of luck. The bus rumbled to life, but after barely 20 meters, it was halted again by the roadside, where 2 women clad in gray robes boarded. One of them was the little girl he had seen earlier, while the other appeared to be her sister, possessing strikingly bright, jewel-like black eyes. They made their way to the back of the bus and quietly settled beside Zhang Jing. The older sister was shy, her gaze cast downward, while the younger sister flashed Zhang Jing a mischievous smile. This left Zhang Jing bewildered. Had even the con artists become this dedicated? Or was it merely his wealth that prompted their persistence? What puzzled him further was the metallic object concealed beneath the older sister's robe. Was it a new type of weapon? Surely not. The likelihood of that was slim, and it looked more like jewelry. Could they truly be fleeing from something? As the vehicle resumed its journey, perhaps due to societal constraints, the 2 girls remained silent throughout the ride. Section 195. Do not entertain malicious intentions. The destination lies directly north of Cairo. The antiquated long-distance bus first navigated northwest for approximately 100 kilometers, reaching the city of Ismailia. This journey traversed vast stretches of desolate land, but upon arriving in Ismailia, the ambience transformed into a lively scene, where Zhang Jing beheld the rare beauty of the canal and the majestic ocean liners gliding through its waters. Following this, a straight road extended along the canal for another 90 kilometers, leading to the coastal highway of the Mediterranean. Yet, before reaching the final destination, the bus veered away from the canal's mouth, proceeding westward along the coastal road for 120 kilometers, ultimately arriving at a remote town named Badam. Badam is situated to the east of Lake Mauritius. It is a diminutive town with a sparse population, serving as the bus's final stop. Upon disembarking, Zhang Jing walked forward, with the 2 sisters trailing behind. When Zhang Jing paused, they too halted, enveloped in a palpable silence that reflected their dire circumstances. Famished, Zhang Jing entered a modest restaurant adjacent to the bus station, with the sisters following suit, dragging a suitcase with a broken wheel and settling at a table across from him. "I shall take the order," the younger girl eagerly volunteered. Undeterred by the prospect of failure, Zhang Jing consented. The girl left the table, leaving Zhang Jing alone with her sister. "Do you speak English?" Zhang Jing initiated a conversation. The woman lowered her head slightly. "What is your current situation?" Zhang Jing inquired, perplexed by their distance from their parents and their willingness to accompany a stranger so far. "Staying here is far more terrifying," the woman finally spoke. "My father is a compulsive gambler, and frequently resorts to domestic violence. He intends to sell me to an old man to settle his debts. Debts? Zhang Jing expressed skepticism. What is that on your wrist? The woman rolled up her sleeve, revealing a copper bracelet. There are no valuable possessions at home. This is a dowry my mother secretly saved for me. Zhang Jing felt a pang of sorrow. Are you not afraid I might sell you? Zhang Jing continued the conversation. Where did you and your sister learn English? Being sold would be preferable to my current situation. I am entirely self-taught in English, hoping that one day I can escape. Zhang Jing was rendered speechless. Her reasoning was undeniably compelling. What is your name? How old are you? Zhang Jing asked the girl. My name is Milna Gamal, and I am 19. What is the reason you and your sister are following me? I hope you can take us away from here, to start anew elsewhere. Anywhere will do. Taking 2 people to the United States is a task both arduous and simple. It merely requires financial means. But why should I? Zhang Jing posed the question. Just based on 2 unripe cabbages? What are your aspirations? He asked the young woman. Milna Gamal responded decisively, to become a singer. Zhang Jing, resting his elbows on the table, wore a subtly sardonic expression. Where does your courage stem from? My music teacher said I possess the talent to become a singer, Milna Gamal replied, undeterred by Zhang Jing's mockery. I wish to strive in this direction and need assistance. Zhang Jing empathized with Milna Gamal, akin to how ordinary individuals aspire to be scientists, eager to learn but uncertain of how to proceed. The greatest hindrance remains financial constraints. In summary, while exceptional talent may exist, the discoverers are rare. However, whether Milna Gamal is truly exceptional remains to be seen. Zhang Jing insisted, you must prove your talent. Demonstrate your capability, and only then will I consider taking you to the United States, signing a contract with you, and providing you with further training, even facilitating your entry into a prestigious school. Milna Gamal appeared momentarily stunned. Then, regaining her composure, excitedly inquired, Are you a talent agent? No, Zhang Jing shook his head. I am a film investor. How exhilarating. Milna Gamal's hands trembled, her legs shaking beneath the table, her entire being vibrating with excitement. I can prove myself. I only need a small sum, 1,000 dinars. Your sister will stay with me for the time being, Zhang Jing warned. Pulling out 1,000 dinars from his pocket and placing it on the table, ominously threatening, do not compel me to sell her. After a moment's contemplation, Milna Gamal took the money. At this point, her sister, Zainab, completed the ordering process and sat beside her. After dinner, they found a modest hotel to stay in the small town. The following day, Milna Gamal departed, intending to return to Cairo to audition for a program akin to Saturday Night Live, leaving her sister Zainab with Zhang Jing as a form of collateral. Zhang Jing took Zainab as a translator and explored the quaint town of Badam, characterized predominantly by its low, yellow buildings. Just as one must know the escape routes when staying in a hotel, whether for fire safety or evasion from pursuers, Zhang Jing's objective was to familiarize himself with the town, ensuring he could locate the hospital, the police station, and access the highway. He then placed a call to Nail, requesting the exact coordinates of the sunken ship. After a few rings, Nail disconnected the call, but moments later, an unfamiliar number rang through. Nail was calling back. My phone died earlier, Nail explained. Is there something you need? I am already at Lake Mauritius, Zhang Jing requested over the phone. Please provide me with the shipwreck's location. Zhang Jing had previously indicated he would arrive in Egypt after Christmas, yet here he was, 20 days ahead of schedule. Nail momentarily hesitated before asking, Where are you now? I will send someone to find you. They will guide you to the approximate location of the wreck. Badam, at the Hush Aisha and near the bus station. Zhang Jing replied without hesitation. It may take a day, Nail informed him. My people are still in Cairo. No problem, Zhang Jing reassured him. He had ample time. After ending the call, Zainab reminded Zhang Jing, the inn we are staying at is not called Hush Aisha. Zhang Jing ruffled the young girl's hair. Imparting a lesson, one must always remain vigilant, regardless of the circumstances. Zainab understood instantly, having grown up in hardship, pondering who might wish to harm himself and Irina. Zhang Jing found it difficult not to suspect Nail. Anticipating that Nail might send an assassin, Zhang Jing prudently concealed Zainab and prepared comprehensively. To his surprise, the individuals Nail sent were acquaintances. Noletta and Gree were equally astonished to encounter Zhang Jing. Noletta, a woman in her 40s, was a geologist, while Gree, a robust man in his 30s with a black beard, was a mechanic who had previously searched for pirate treasure on Adak Island. These two were part of a treasure-seeking team working for the affluent collector, Thomas. In Washington, Zhang Jing had purchased an old house for treasure hunting, coincidentally running into Thomas, an elderly man accompanied by a beautiful young woman who was house hunting. Hello, Mr. Zhang, Noletta greeted warmly at the entrance of the Hush Aisha Inn. I did not expect to see you here. It is an honor to work for the same employer. Zhang Jing extended his hand to shake Noletta's. I too did not anticipate seeing you. Congratulations on your substantial haul from Adak Island, Gree remarked, appearing somewhat worn for his age. As if he belonged to a motorcycle gang. Thank you, Zhang Jing replied, shaking Gree's hand. Adak Island indeed proved lucrative, otherwise I would not have been able to afford Camp Inn Farm. The previous owner of Camp Inn Farm was a renowned star, Willie, and its expansive acreage had been featured in newspapers and on television, making it well known. By mentioning Camp Inn Farm, Zhang Jing subtly implied, I have spent all my money. So do not entertain any malicious intentions towards me. Section 196. The local host with a face adorned with numerous freckles and sagging skin. Noletta engaged in a brief exchange of pleasantries regarding work. Since departing from Adak Island, our team of 6 has been tirelessly searching for sunken ships and statues in Lake Mauritius on behalf of Mr. Nail, regrettably yielding no discoveries, which subsequently led to your involvement. What equipment did you utilize? Inquired Zhang Jing with concern. We employ dragging sonar, Noletta responded indignantly. But the lake is rife with fishing nets, resulting in significant equipment losses. We incurred losses rather than profits. During the treasure hunting endeavor, certain equipment proved indispensable and costly, including Zhang Jing's own pursuits, such as the underwater robot used in Burlington's subterranean caves, which alone cost over 3 million meters. Will you take me to the location of the sunken ship as Mr. Nail mentioned? Of course, Noletta replied inquisitively, but what about your teammates? Zhang Jing casually explained. They have pressing matters to attend to and will arrive a few days later. Noletta refrained from probing further and led Zhang Jing on foot. Approximately 400 meters from the motel to the lakeside dock, where several fishing boats and elegant angling vessels were moored. This is our rented boat. Noletta indicated an old diesel-powered fishing vessel. Though it appears outdated, it operates quite smoothly. Lake Mauritius extends roughly 60 kilometers in length and about 10 kilometers in width, with an average depth of 50 meters, nestled adjacent to the Mediterranean, separated only by a narrow road. The lake's heart is dotted with picturesque small islands, offering breathtaking scenery. Mechanic Gree started the fishing vessel and navigated towards the designated area. After traveling approximately 20 kilometers, Noletta pointed to 3 islands in the lake's center, stating, Mr. Nail mentioned that the treasure-laden ship lies within this triangular zone. Zhang Jing stood at the bow, surveying the 3 islands, which were spaced approximately 1.5 to 2 kilometers apart, forming a sizable triangular area. It is crucial to note that there are certainly more than 3 small islands in the lake. And over a century has elapsed since the ship's sinking. Zhang Jing inquired, what is the depth here? About 50 meters, Noletta answered. Zhang Jing could accept a diving depth of 40 meters, but 50 meters was beyond his comfort zone. Thank you, he noted the location. Let's head back. I need to wait for my companions. Noletta said nothing further and instructed Gree to turn back towards the small town of Badam. Do you require a boat? Noletta asked Zhang Jing at the dock. This fishing vessel can be rented to you directly. No need. Thank you. Zhang Jing graciously declined the offer. With no further matters at hand, Noletta and Gree departed, concluding their task and leaving Zhang Jing behind. At that moment, a phone call from Mike interrupted. He and Dylan had arrived in Cairo, busy purchasing a vehicle and a boat, and would reach later that evening. Mike, age 28, stood at 1.8 meters and weighed 90 kilograms, his dark purple skin exuding a sense of strength, though the pressures of life had compelled him to retire from service. Dylan, now 31, stood at 1.75 meters, with a slight disability in his left leg and a background in frisbee mastery. With the afternoon free, Zhang Jing returned to the motel. Reclining on the la Beau-style wooden bed, crossing his legs and clasping his hands behind his head as he contemplated the task ahead. It now appeared evident that Nail was genuinely in search of something rather than intending harm. Since the quest was authentic, it was prudent to ponder the matter itself. Nail's great-grandfather had been a puppet soldier, a not uncommon occurrence during the colonial era when various nations would recruit local individuals for such roles. The peculiar aspect remained. How could a mere puppet soldier possess knowledge of which ship was the treasure carrier, and even the precise location of its sinking? Adopting a different perspective, it was clear that there was a discrepancy. The simplest consideration suggested that perhaps the puppet soldiers had intentionally allowed Nail's great-grandfather to be aware of this information, deliberately letting outsiders observe. If this was indeed the case, a new question arose. Why would they do so? Zhang Jing recalled that by 1900, the puppet nation was on the brink of collapse in Africa, desperately seeking to transport a wealth of valuables, including gold, silver, jewels, ivory, and artworks, back to Europe in a hasty manner. This urgency mirrored the pressing situations in South Vietnam and Kabul. Both land and sea were fraught with anxiety. As the adversarial Spanish sought to thwart the puppet nation's merchant ships in the Mediterranean, their objective being to seize the treasure-laden vessels concealed among ordinary ships. Was it conceivable that the puppet nation, fully aware that this treasure ship could not be salvaged, intentionally sank it for outsiders to witness? The pivotal question arose. Had the valuable items been concealed prior to the ship's sinking? Zhang Jing jolted upright from his bed, descending to the first floor of the motel to procure a map of Badam from the proprietor. Badam was modest in size, smaller than an average town, spanning less than 2 kilometers in length and width. Having previously walked the area, Zhang Jing could readily orient himself using the map to identify directions and notable buildings. The mosque adjacent to the dock had once served as a tavern for the puppet nation before being repurposed for religious activities. To the northeast of the small town lay a hill featuring ancient military structures, which had once served as a crucial defensive outpost for the puppet nation, now belonging to a private farmer. The largest building in the town was the local school, situated directly to the south. After much contemplation, Zhang Jing knocked on the door of the adjacent room, instructing the 13-year-old Zainab, "I have matters to attend to. Please wait for my return." Zainab obediently acknowledged. Leaving the motel, Zhang Jing first made his way to the mosque, a sandy-hued structure with 2 towering columns reaching approximately 20 meters, exuding a distinctive charm. Entrance required the removal of shoes. The hall was sparsely populated, with 3 individuals engaged in prayer and 2 others conversing in hushed tones in a corner. As a semi-public space, no one impeded his entry. Zhang Jing approached the elderly figure clad in traditional garb, appearing to be in his 70s and engaged in conversation in the corner. The leader of the mosque, who bore a different title than host, played an important role in religious activities. Typically, the leader was a respected elder within the community, serving as a mediator among the faithful. Pardon the interruption. Zhang Jing placed his left hand on his chest. "I am a devoted follower of a certain master and wish to make a donation here." The leader did not comprehend English, but the middle-aged man conversing with him acted as a translator. Upon hearing this, the elderly leader beamed with joy, "Of course. How much do you intend to donate?" 10,000 meters, replied Zhang Jing. Given that the average monthly wage in Badam ranges from 2,500 to 4,000 Egyptian pounds, equivalent to approximately 925 to 1,481 renminbi, a donation of 10,000 meters was undoubtedly a substantial fortune. The leader felt a surge of excitement. Warmly grasping Zhang Jing's hands, "What can I do for you?" "No need." Zhang Jing appeared generous. "I am merely a travel enthusiast, and hope that the locals will not harbor any animosity towards me." "Rest assured," the leader vowed earnestly. "I guarantee that you will have a pleasant experience in Badam, free from any hostility, harassment, or deceit." Section 197. Rest assured. 10,000 meters of currency in exchange for the support of a respected local elder is an exceedingly advantageous deal for Zhang Jing. Naturally, Zhang Jing thoroughly explored the Qingxin temple but found nothing of interest. Subsequently, under the guidance of the host, he visited the dilapidated defensive structures left behind by the Shadow Army on a private farm to the northeast of the town. The farm's owners were exceptionally hospitable, and Zhang Jing, along with the host, enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Despite a cursory inspection of the entire farm, he still did not uncover what he sought. Upon leaving, Zhang Jing remarked on the beauty of Badam, expressing a desire to settle there if possible. Unbeknownst to him, the old host enthusiastically suggested that if he liked it, he should stay, for there was much joy to be found, courtesy of Lake Mauritius and its splendid scenery. Zhang Jing readily agreed, stating that if he found suitable land, he would purchase it. Returning to Qingxin Temple, the elderly host, needing to rest, took a nap. In the afternoon, Zhang Jing walked to the school located to the south of the small town. With each step, he could distinctly feel that the school's terrain was noticeably lower. Employing a similar tactic as before, under the guise of making a donation, he was warmly invited into the school. The institution was quite rudimentary, consisting of a dozen classrooms made of brick and mud, alongside a dusty, unpaved playground. It was upon this unrefined ground that Zhang Jing noticed something unusual, leading him to decide to purchase it. Principal Sulla, a youthful man in his 30s, was taken aback by Zhang Jing's proposition. "You intend to rebuild a fully equipped new school for these children, who are the future of Cairo." Zhang Jing proposed a facility that would include a library, sports equipment, air-conditioned classrooms, and offices, leaving Sulla astounded. "But do you have any idea how much it costs to rebuild a school?" he asked incredulously. 300,000 meters of currency, would that suffice? Dressed in a dark blue robe, Sulla's heart raced. "Why do you wish to assist us?" Zhang Jing replied earnestly. "This morning, the host showed me many beautiful sights in Badam. I have taken a liking to this place. Building a school serves to integrate into the community, and I wish to use the old school's land to construct a manor." Sulla quickly grasped the implications. "Does the new school need to be relocated?" Zhang Jing nodded. "Why not purchase land near Lake Mauritius for the manor?" Zhang Jing introduced himself, explaining the significance of his name in feng shui, stating that Jing represents earth, while water counters fire and, consequently, earth as well. I cannot reside close to water. Sulla, confused, struggled to comprehend. Zhang Jing mused that the lack of understanding was expected. It was all about persuasion. Furthermore, Zhang Jing reminded Sulla that he would be departing in a week. Hence the transfer of the old school's land title must be completed within that time frame, lest the promise of donation become void, as the school was public property. Sulla dared not delay, promptly seeking approval from higher authorities and even enlisting the help of the host at Qingjin Temple to expedite the process. The host, being a respected elder, would surely command the attention of the local officials. Zhang Jing was aware that Principal Sulla would work diligently to secure the donation, and he believed that he merely needed to wait patiently. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn when, in the evening, Mike and Dylan arrived in Batum driving 2 pickup trucks, towing a fishing boat. Coincidentally, they checked into the same hotel as Zhang Jing, where he observed them on the first floor, and they, in turn, scrutinized him. The 2 men, one clean-shaven and the other with a short beard, both having short hair and appearing to be in their 40s, resembled fellow treasure hunters. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." The bearded man greeted him. "I am Ralph Heimer from the Shadow Country." Zhang Jing shook his hand, surprised. "You know me?" Ralph replied. "I found the pirate gold on a Dak Island, and your name and Asian appearance are quite recognizable in the treasure hunting circles." As expected, they were also treasure hunters. It was inevitable that their presence would disrupt Zhang Jing's plans to purchase the school land. Or worse, they might seize his discoveries. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they retreated to their respective rooms. "How did you end up meeting Ralph Heimer?" Zhang Jing inquired of Mike and Dylan in their room. "We first encountered him while buying equipment, then again during a fuel stop, and only then did we realize they were also targeting Batum. Rest for a bit. Then join us for dinner downstairs," they replied. After leaving their room, Zhang Jing knocked on the door of 13-year-old Zainab, entering when she answered. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ralph Heimer and his companion were discussing Zhang Jing. "Clearly, that Asian has the same objective as we do," Ralph's companion expressed concern. "All for those artifacts plundered during colonial times." Ralph reminded him that they had purchased a fishing boat in Cairo, which indicated their focus was on Lake Mauritius, unaware that their treasures had yet to be loaded onto the vessel. However, Zhang Jing's success on Adak Island suggested he was formidable. His companion warned Ralph that Zhang Jing had arrived before them, raising the possibility that he might have already made a significant discovery. Thus, they resolved to investigate Zhang Jing's activities in Batum, deciding it would be prudent to gather information immediately. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Jing was engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation with 13-year-old Zainab, attempting to persuade her to work for him through various forms of coercion and temptation. However, constrained by societal norms, Zainab was reluctant. "You promised to take my sister and me to the United States and secure our legal status," she said, gazing up at Zhang Jing. After contemplating for 4 to 5 seconds, Zhang Jing acquiesced, recognizing that money could resolve the matter, but some things could not be delayed. As if to validate Zhang Jing's deductions, the host from Qingjin Temple called, informing him that Ralph Heimer and his companion were outside inquiring about his recent activities. Night fell early in the small town, where the dim lights and lack of entertainment led everyone to retire early. At that moment, Zainab quietly departed her guest room and ascended to the 3rd floor, knocking on Ralph Heimer's door. "What is it?" Ralph Heimer asked, sizing up the 13-year-old Zainab. Suddenly, she shrieked, tearing her clothing and crying out, "Assault! Assault!" Ralph Heimer's expression darkened. The quiet night amplified Zainab's voice, quickly attracting attention and leading to their capture. Outside the hotel, Ralph Heimer protested his innocence, resisting arrest, which resulted in a brutal beating. Eventually, he and his companion were subdued. At that moment, 13-year-old Zainab approached Zhang Jing, accompanied by a sheriff with epaulets on his shoulders. "What is your relationship with him?" the sheriff inquired. "He is my brother-in-law," Zainab explained. "My sister is in Cairo, and my brother-in-law brought me on vacation." The sheriff, intrigued by the unusual connection, was about to ask further questions when Zhang Jing stepped forward, extending his hand in gratitude. "Thank you for apprehending those 2 scoundrels." In the dim light of night, the sheriff, noticing the money clasped in Zhang Jing's palm, readily accepted it, declaring, "This is our duty." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Section 198. The Guardian Statute Special Note. Zhang Jing is a good person. The reason for his underhanded tactics is to ensure that the young principal and the children can have a new school and a better learning environment. For the next few days, Zhang Jing immersed himself in the Qingjin Temple or stayed at the school, teaching stories to the children and mingling with the locals. Resembling not a treasure hunter, but rather a playful tourist. On the 7th day, the sheriff found him at the inn, and Zhang Jing handed him 10,000 meters. At that time, Ralph Heimer and his companions remained confined in the police station. Meanwhile, Principal Sulla, devoted to education, completed all necessary procedures. On the 9th day, Zhang Jing visited the government office to finalize a donation for the construction of a new school and purchased the entire 1 acre of land of the old school for just 1 meter. The school was vacated that day, and that evening, Dylan and Mike drove a digger onto the playground. The excavator worked efficiently, with just 7 or 8 scoops. They dug approximately 4 meters deep, revealing part of the statue. "Boss," Mike inquired curiously, "how did you know there was a statue here?" "Treasure hunting experience," Zhang Jing casually replied. Due to the statue's considerable size of 7 meters in length, they were concerned about damaging it and proceeded with utmost caution, working until midnight to excavate it entirely. Astonished and captivated, Zhang Jing suddenly hesitated to hand the statue over to Nair. This was a guardian statue, magnificent, powerful, and majestic, beyond words to describe its essence. Beneath the statue's armpit lay a red-brown ceramic vessel and a metal artifact. Overall, these 3 items were difficult to appraise. In contrast, the severely decayed weapon cases, which contained some rather common yellow metal objects and a portion of harder crystalline materials, were easier to evaluate. Turning back to Dylan and Mike, Zhang Jing instructed, "You two should return to the inn and wait for my return. Someone will come to collect these items. Remember to keep it confidential." The two complied and left. The secret silver space measured 888 meters, accommodating the 7-meter-long statue and other valuables easily. However, the matter was not concluded. Zhang Jing needed to restore the excavation site, personally operating the excavator and toiling until dawn to achieve a perfect conclusion. Daybreak signified the arrival of the 10th day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Ralph Heimer and his companions were released from the police station. Having spent 10 days behind bars, even Ralph Heimer, despite his ignorance, suspected that Zhang Jing had orchestrated his predicament. As soon as he was freed, he hurried to the inn to find Zhang Jing. Coincidentally, Zhang Section 199, long time no see at Hong Kong International Airport. After departing from Cairo, Zhang Jing directly flew to Hong Kong. Motivated by the arrival of 512 tons of silver 2 days prior, which had been delivered to a private vault at the Dahua Hotel. The vault was rented, with security managed by the hotel. Due to its prime location, not far from the station of the military garrison in Hong Kong, the security measures surpassed those of a typical bank vault. Taking a taxi directly from the airport to the central district of Central Dahua Hotel, Zhang Jing entered the unmonitored rented vault to absorb the silver. The lustrous silver coalesced into fine silks, tracing a celestial river. Upon closer inspection, the silver vanished, and the secret space expanded from 8 by 8 by 8 meters to a dimension of 9 meters in length, width, and height. The volume increased significantly from 512 cubic meters to 729 cubic meters. Though silver is costly, it is worth every penny. The large backpack provided the confidence of a treasure hunter. Without prior notice to Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianyao, Zhang Jing had prepared a strategy online and took a taxi to the vicinity of the Convention and Exhibition Center at Golden Bohemia Square. Online sources claimed this was home to Asia's most extravagant second-hand car market, the Wan Chai No. 1 car park. After a diligent search, he discovered that this renowned second-hand car market was surprisingly located underground. Upon taking the elevator to the car dealership's lower level, he was greeted not by sleek new luxury cars, but by an array of uniquely styled vintage vehicles. It is undeniable that whether male or female, the sight of numerous luxury cars evokes excitement, and Zhang Jing was no exception. However, he did not appreciate antique cars. With Christmas just 4 days away, employees were to receive bonuses, and his girlfriend could be gifted cosmetics, clothing, or bags. Considering the substantial gains from Cairo, he decided to gift both Liang Jieshu and Zhou Mianyao a second-hand car each. The dealership was expansive, devoid of sales representatives, allowing customers to browse at their leisure. The choice of second-hand vehicles was appealing as they could be driven away immediately, unlike new cars, particularly luxury models, which often require a wait of 1 month to a year. Zhang Jing had no intention of waiting. Thus, second-hand was an excellent option, with a wide selection including Alfords, Lamborghinis, Ferraris, Bentleys, and vintage Mercedes. The variety was overwhelming. After considerable deliberation, he settled on a tomato pink Martin, manufactured in August 2020, with a mileage of 15,000 kilometers and a displacement of 6,000. Originally priced at 3.58 million Hong Kong dollars, it was now available for just 2 million. He also found a white Bentley Continental GT with an interior of orange red, produced in December 2020, with approximately 13,000 kilometers on the clock and a displacement of 6,000 T, originally priced at 4.6 million. now at 3.6 million. Comparing the two, these models were relatively new with low mileage. Notably, the tomato pink Martin suited Zhou Mianmiao, while the white Bentley Continental GT was perfect for Liang Jieshu. Zhang Jing approached the sales representative, intending to purchase both second-hand vehicles. To his surprise at how quickly he selected the cars, the sales representative informed him that both were consignment vehicles from the same seller, and the buyer needed to negotiate the price directly with the seller. The dealership would take a 3% commission from both parties. The prospect of negotiating prices was unexpected. Zhang Jing had assumed the listed prices were fixed. Given that his funds were not limitless, he welcomed the opportunity to bargain. After half an hour, Zhang Jing met the seller, a casually dressed young woman in a beige long-sleeve sweatshirt and light blue pants. Before he could initiate negotiations, she offered a discount of 10% off the total price, stating she was in a hurry and ready to sign the contract. The seller appeared efficient and straightforward, and the discount was substantial, equating to a 10% reduction. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhang Jing agreed. The total price for one car was 2 million Hong Kong dollars, and for the other, 3.6 million, making a total of 5.8 million. After the 10% discount, it came to 5.22 million. The dealership's commission was 3%, totaling 156,600, so Zhang Jing's total expenditure was 5.3766 million Hong Kong dollars, approximately 685,000 US dollars. There were additional procedures, primarily regarding the transfer of ownership, which the dealership would handle. Mr. Zhang, Tang Xin glanced at her watch politely. I still have some time. If it's not too far, I can deliver one of the cars to your specified location. With 2 cars, Zhang Jing could only drive one. And since the dealership would also assist with delivery, he gladly consented. Shilu apartment was quite nearby, and Tang Xin casually stated, let us set off now. The navigation indicated that the distance from the second-hand car dealership to Shilu apartment was under 2 kilometers. On the way back to the apartment, Zhang Jing stopped at a flower shop to purchase 2 bouquets of roses, intending to present them to Liang and Zhou. Having been away for so long, if no precautions had been taken, the children would have already been born, and he had never sent flowers. This time, he would make amends. Initially, it was merely a conjecture, but upon seeing Zhang Jing buy 2 bouquets, Tang Xin immediately understood they were for the 2 girls. She was surprised. Considering the cost of the luxury cars, it was evident that he must have a fondness for them. Realizing this, a lovely smile curved her lips, revealing him to be a romantic young gentleman. Curiously, despite the relatively small size of Hong Kong, she had never heard Zhang Jing's name before, which seemed peculiar. Unconcerned, she delivered the cars to the base of Shilu building and then took a taxi straight to the airport. At that moment, neither Zhang Jing nor Tang Xin was aware that they would soon meet again. During his previous rental, he had also secured a parking space, accommodating 2 vehicles. Zhang Jing spent some time registering the license plates in the property management system for automatic recognition before taking the elevator to the 66th floor. With 2 units per floor, the apartment spanned 299 square meters, with a monthly rent of 300,000 Hong Kong dollars and a selling price exceeding 500 million. Only by knowing the owner of Shilu apartment would one have a chance to purchase it. It sounded implausible. But Zhang Jing was wealthy and likely could not buy the 66th floor anyway. Uncertain if it was a tactic of scarcity, there were many with clever methods. Fortunately, Zhang Jing found the prospect of acquiring property here taxing and had no intention of purchasing. Thus, he could not be duped. Gently knocking on the door, he was surprised to find it was not Liang Jieshu or Zhou Mianmiao who opened it, but rather a woman he had encountered in the Jiolong district of Seoul. Zhang Jing initially thought he had knocked on the wrong door and looked up to see the door number was indeed 6601, confirming he had not erred. What are you doing here? Zhang Jing asked, puzzled. Li Mai stepped aside. Come in. Liang Jieshu is working in the study, and I'm practicing yoga with Zhou Mianmiao. In truth, she did not want them to meet. Zhang Jing spoke curtly, bordering on personal attack. You make me feel diminished. Diminished? Li Mai pointed to herself. It was merely a drunken incident. What is that to you? You urinated on the hood of my rented car, Zhang Jing reminded her. How low must one sink to do such a thing? Li Mai explained. I just drank too much. I don't want to see you, Zhang Jing warned Li Mai. Don't lead my girlfriend astray. Girlfriend? Li Mai scoffed. Which one are you referring to? Both of them. You say I'm lowly, Li Mai retorted. What about you? Zhang Jing shrugged. I have a thicker skin. Never having encountered someone like Zhang Jing, Li Mai was left speechless with anger. She turned on her heel and stormed out, determined to take revenge, and she certainly had her methods. Zhang Jing was unaware of Li Mai's intentions for retribution, and even if he were, he would not be concerned. After all, there had been previous competitors vying for the ticket to chromium or development. 3 rivals had attempted to lure away those close to him, yet none succeeded. Moreover, aside from Wenli, Zhang Jing did not rely on anyone. He earned his living through treasure hunting, devoid of complex relationships, unrestrained and unbound. Zhang Jing stepped aside as Li Mai left in a huff. Soon, he found himself in the master bedroom, where he saw Liang Jieshu dressed in a navy blue long dress, facing away from the door, intently typing on the computer in the adjoining study. After more than 10 minutes, she finally noticed someone behind her, first startled, then elated, upon seeing Zhang Jing holding flowers. "For you," Zhang Jing exclaimed passionately, "my darling." "Thank you," Liang Jieshu replied, accepting the flowers and embracing Zhang Jing affectionately. "I missed you so much." Continuing, Zhang Jing performed a magic trick for Liang Jieshu, first displaying his empty hands. Then, he reached towards her ear, and with a snap of his fingers, a key appeared in his palm. "Your gift." Liang Jieshu instantly recognized the Bentley car key and wondered if it was too extravagant. Zhang Jing, ever the charmer, replied with a touch of flattery. "Not as precious as you." The effect was remarkable, prompting Liang Jieshu to embrace him tenderly. After a prolonged embrace, Zhang Jing sought out Zhou Mianmiao, who was practicing her flexibility in the gym. Upon seeing Zhang Jing enter, she was momentarily taken aback before bursting into a joyful shriek. They shared a warm embrace. And as Zhou Mianmiao glanced at the flowers in Zhang Jing's hand, she inquired, "Are these for me? Do you like them?" He asked. "I do. This is the first time you've given me flowers." Did Jieshu receive any? It was unexpected to see Zhou Mianmiao's sentimental side. Zhang Jing nodded. "Yes, I just saw her." Zhou Mianmiao embraced her boyfriend once more. After a while, Zhang Jing managed to extricate himself, performing the same magic trick again as he presented the car key to Zhou Mianmiao. "Your gift." Zhou Mianmiao recognized the Martin car key, and her joy surged instantly. If one were to describe the two women in terms of fire, Liang Jieshu would be a gentle flame, while Zhou Mianmiao would be a fierce blaze. Fortunately, Zhang Jing's constitution was robust. Otherwise, it would be challenging to withstand the exuberance of the little enchantress. Chapter 200, Casting a Long Line 2 days before Christmas. Zhang Jing returned alone from Xiangjiang to the Los Angeles farmhouse. In front of the third villa, a Minuteman statue stood vigil in the yard, gazing out toward the distant sea. The Minuteman symbolizes those who can swiftly engage in battle, representing farmers and landowners of the time, armed and duty-bound to fight for freedom against colonial oppressors. Interestingly, the French-made statue was deemed a defective piece, as its gaze was level rather than slightly elevated at about 10 degrees, which would have given it the appearance of calling upon allies to join the fight. However, perched high on the hillside, the statue's long gun and gaze toward the expansive ocean and sky beautifully compensated for its flaw. In summary, it serves splendidly as a guardian of the estate. "Welcome home, sir," the housekeeper, Leah, said with a slight bow. Observing Leah, Zhang Jing noted her exceptional demeanor: calm, loyal, reliable, intelligent, astute, wise, and composed. Before meeting Leah, Zhang Jing had believed in the adage, "I am not currency. I cannot be liked by everyone." However, his old convictions crumbled upon their encounter. A direct testament to this was Ding Jiaqing's trust in Leah. Some speculate that Leah will one day become a star. Yet Zhang Jing disagrees. He believes her potential reaches far higher, and deep down, he is convinced she will become a figure of significant influence in an era. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Zhang Jing engaged in conversation with the housekeeper, acknowledging the hardships of moving. During his business trip, Barbie and Leah had managed the relocation, encompassing the estate and stables. Now, there was no lingering attachment to Seattle. Zhang Jing himself had faced tribulations, particularly with Xiao Jing's departure from Xizjiang and Ding Jiaqing's exit from Seattle. Considering even the divine cannot exercise absolute freedom, such setbacks were trivial. The primary concern was the inventory of wine. Other possessions were minimal. Leah assured him that the moving process had gone smoothly. "How is the new film coming along?" Zhang Jing inquired, shifting the subject. Miss Irina had already initiated promotions, planning to upload the film to YouTube on Christmas Eve at 6 o'clock, following the first installment, Love in the Rain, which garnered a remarkable score of 9.2. Marcus received Zhang Jing's endorsement and promptly commenced filming the second pure love story, Rainbow Bridge. Barbie will distribute bonuses later. The afternoon is off for everyone to celebrate Christmas, and work resumes on January 3rd. Leah, a Gallic, had a father who managed a local theater and a mother who was both a teacher and an actress. "Thank you," Leah expressed, noting that a chef would remain. "No need," Zhang Jing waved dismissively. "Everyone should return to their families. I can cook myself, albeit not particularly well. Besides, there are many pre-prepared meals at the supermarket that can simply be heated." Leah took her leave. Upon returning to the living room, Barbie entered with a folder. Placing 3 documents on the coffee table. Boss, these documents detail recent expenditures, income, and the bonus distribution. Expenditures represented expenses. The most significant outlay was the purchase of 1.024 tons of silver, which completely drained the US dollar account. The Zhang account now held merely $55 million worth of Zhang currency. The second largest expenditure was for the purchase of a guard statue, costing $6 million. The third major expense encompassed the moving costs, acquisition of winemaking equipment, and construction of a new workshop, totaling around $5 million. The fourth was for vehicle purchases in Zhang, amounting to $585,000. Lastly, there were routine maintenance costs for the farm and salary disbursements. The farm itself operated as a business, selling beef to supermarkets for income, barely sustaining its daily operations. It struggled to cover property taxes and insurance, necessitating Zhang Jing's additional financial support. Income, on the other hand, represented earnings. Without delving into bank transfers, the US dollar account had been entirely depleted, although there remained some cash, gold, and artifacts, which Barbie was unaware of. Lastly, regarding bonuses, the farm originally employed 20 individuals who managed the care of over 100 cattle, orchards, and fields, ensuring the farm's utilities functioned properly. Their average weekly wage ranged from $600 to $800. And Zhang Jing decided to grant them an additional 2 weeks' pay as a bonus. The film crew, now comprising 10 members from Marcus's team, received wages that included a fixed salary of $600 per week, alongside performance-based compensation. Similarly, they too would be granted an extra 2 weeks of pay as a bonus. Director Marcus and Leah would receive a bonus of $5,000 each. Veterinarian Ruth, jockey Haifa, video operator Irina, video assistant Milika, farmer Jamie, Falai, and Dylan's wife, Sherry, would each receive $2,000 as a bonus. The winemakers, Cindy and Mike, would each receive $3,000, while Su Zheong and his wife would receive $5,000 each, and trainer Agnes would also receive $5,000, along with Dylan. Although Zhang Jing's pockets might not be overflowing with cash, it was undeniable that he had earned money, thus the Christmas bonuses must be distributed to instill a sense of hope and aspiration among everyone. If one were to earn yet remain stingy, the consequences would surely be undesirable in Zhang Jing's eyes. With such a vast farm, it was impractical for Zhang Jing to personally water the fields, feed the cattle, or cultivate the pastures. The same applied to horse care. He could not simultaneously fulfill the roles of veterinarian, nutritionist, jockey, and trainer. Similarly, treasure hunting required 2 or 3 trustworthy individuals to delve underground or underwater without the fear of someone above severing the rope. The list of those due for bonuses was extensive, yet it totaled no more than $85,000. In summary, with $55 million worth of Zhang currency, subtracting $6 million, $5 million, and $85,500, Zhang Jing had approximately $1 million in the Zhang Bank. Additionally, there was the Edward gold discovered in the Beaver's Lodge underground, previously weighed at a total of 9,000 pounds. Gold is highly valuable, but the map left by Edward is of even greater worth. Furthermore, from the greedy mayor's residence in Washington, $21 million in cash, 950 bills of $500, and 360 pieces of 2-pound gold, along with a painting, had been recovered. In this case, both cash and gold are valuable, but the painting holds even greater significance. The aforementioned items were the remaining assets prior to the journey to Cairo, and at this moment, there were still valuables brought back from Africa in the secret space, the value of which needed to be assessed. After bidding farewell to Barbie, Zhang Jing proceeded to his bedroom, intending to rest and adjust to the time difference, only to find Wang Cici in a bathrobe, engrossed in her tablet. "When did you arrive?" he asked. "I just got here an hour ago," Wang Cici replied, putting down her device. "I called you before coming but couldn't get through. What about your mother?" Zhang Jing inquired, puzzled. "She is always busy. She won't come to see me until after New Year's." "Who has taken care of you?" Zhang Jing asked. "A Chinese teacher is responsible for checking my homework, planning my studies, and overseeing my care. She is quite strict with me." "Then why are you lying on my bed?" Zhang Jing countered. "I gave my teacher time off until the 3rd day of Christmas." A sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Jing as he cautioned Wang Cici. "When someone pays you, you owe them loyalty. Have you considered that this might be a deliberate setup, perhaps even orchestrated by your mother?" Wang Cici sprang from the bed, alarmed. If her mother discovered she was with Zhang Jing, the consequences would be dire. Section 201. How can the sparrow comprehend the ambitions of the swan? fears often manifest in reality. In the next moment, Leia informed that guests had arrived at the door, none other than Su Su and the private tutor overseeing Wang Sisi. Zhang Jing did not evade Su Su, nor did he instruct Wang Sisi to hide. He welcomed Su Su directly into the living room. When did you two become involved? And what transpired between you? Su Su inquired calmly, her gaze steady upon Zhang Jing. It has been less than 5 months. Everything that should have happened has indeed occurred. Zhang Jing replied. He had found himself intoxicated at a nightclub in Xiangjiang. Waking up the next day, utterly unaware of how Wang Sisi had ended up in his bed, his memory completely blank. I am aware that the film you invested in, Rainbow Bridge, will be sold on YouTube this Christmas, Su Su stated, outlining her terms. If you sever ties with Sisi, I can leverage the E60 Entertainment Company platform to promote your film in the Dragon Country. No need, Zhang Jing responded, asserting that he did not rely on films for sustenance. Besides, it was merely a low-budget venture with a mere investment of $300,000 USD. And he felt no desperation for assistance. He advised Su Su, excessive strain can lead to illness. Take a moment to breathe. How can a sparrow fathom the aspirations of a swan? Su Su sensed a disconnect with Zhang Jing's sentiments and rose from the sofa, taking Wang Sisi with her. Zhang Jing sighed inwardly. In such matters, there was no clear right or wrong. Neither Su Su nor Wang Sisi was at fault, and neither was he. However, the question lingered. Who truly was at fault? Pondering this conundrum proved futile. After bidding farewell to the mother and daughter, Zhang Jing proceeded to move the large stone that concealed his stash in the courtyard, extracting all the gold and cash he had hidden away. After cleaning the dirt off his body with a warm shower and donning a fresh gray sweatshirt and sweatpants, he drove to the cattle shed. The farm boasted 3 villas. The first built in 1924 at its center, while the second and third were positioned by the sea, facing the Pacific Ocean. The cattle shed lay in another direction, adjacent to the interstate highway, specifically to the northeast of the farm. With 200 acres of farmland, 300 acres of avocado trees, 400 acres of vineyards, and 500 acres of citrus and persimmon trees, the farm also housed over 100 Angus cattle. The cattle shed area and cowboy living quarters were extensive, resembling a quaint village. This village encompassed the cattle shed, feed processing workshop, feed storage, grain warehouse, composting center, underground oil depot, cold storage, slaughterhouse, agricultural machinery warehouse, repair shop, garage, cowboy dormitory, kitchen, and even a fire station equipped with 3 small fire trucks, utilized during the dry season. Driving along the winding internal roads of the farm from west to east, it took about 25 minutes to reach the cattle shed. The 5,000-acre Canfen farm had an irregular square shape, approximately equivalent to 20 square kilometers. The west to east linear distance was about 20 kilometers, not a straight road, but rather a gently winding mountain path. A 25-minute drive was neither particularly fast nor slow. Upon arrival, Zhang Jing spotted Barbie conversing with a middle-aged man named Quetzalcoatl at the entrance of the cattle shed. Quetzalcoatl, 35 years of age, stood approximately 175 meters tall. His skin tanned to a deep hue, often clad in severely faded and frayed jeans. The other employees at the cattle shed were aged between 19 and 25, making Quetzalcoatl the eldest and most knowledgeable in cattle raising and farming practices. Much like the situation with horse training under Igz, Quetzalcoatl dictated the terms of cattle rearing, the amount of pasture to plant, and the quantities of soybeans and corn to cultivate. Barbie served as the manager, overseeing finances, personnel contracts, and management tasks, her responsibilities not conflicting with Quetzalcoatl's. As Zhang Jing's vehicle approached, he disembarked, inhaling the pungent scent of manure, and greeted them. What are you discussing? After lunch. We have a break, Barbie explained. I am discussing with Mr. Quetzalcoatl about staffing for duty during the extended 8-day holiday. The orchard can be left unattended, but we cannot neglect the over 100 beef cattle, or they will starve. How many people are needed to tend to those cattle? Zhang Jing inquired of Quetzalcoatl. The feed is already prepared, Quetzalcoatl explained. Before feeding, we simply mix several ingredients in the correct proportions and provide it to the Angus cattle. In theory, one person can manage it. I plan to stay. How many days have you taken off in the past year? Zhang Jing pressed. Quetzalcoatl shook his head. I have not left the farm in the past year. Zhang Jing turned to Barbie. Is there a way to grant Mr. Quetzalcoatl a holiday? Before Barbie could respond, 13-year-old madam, wearing tall boots and carrying a pitchfork, emerged from the cattle shed. Perhaps I can help. Unike and madam were fraternal twins, their mother having tragically passed away due to an accident involving Zhang Jing. Perhaps due to the trauma inflicted by their alcoholic and drug-abusing uncle. Or perhaps the harsh experiences at the temporary children's welfare institution. Both had dedicated themselves to hard work and study on the farm. Madam was capable of covering the 8 days, and Barbie held high regard for the twins. Mr. Quetzalcoatl could thus enjoy a well-deserved respite. Quetzalcoatl agreed, acknowledging Madam's commendable work ethic despite his youth. Returning to the pickup, Zhang Jing retrieved 90 bundles of cash from his secret stash and presented a 5,000 USD bonus to Quetzalcoatl, expressing gratitude for his hard work and wishing health for him and his family. As Zhang Jing had only recently taken over Canfin Farm, Quetzalcoatl and the original 20 cowboys were apprehensive about their job security. To their surprise, the boss was not only approachable but also generous with bonuses, alleviating their concerns. Quetzalcoatl bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Wishing you a Merry Christmas and good health." Zhang Jing concluded with instructions. Do not falter. Ensure all final tasks are completed. And clean up any overlooked areas. Gather the other cowboys at noon. They too will receive bonuses. Quetzalcoatl responded with enthusiasm. After bidding farewell to Quetzalcoatl and Barbie, Zhang Jing turned to Madam, whose appearance resembled that of a wild child. "What happened to your face?" "The bull thought I was easy to bully and charged at me," Madam explained. The farm housed 2 Angus bulls, each twice the size of an ordinary cow and exceedingly robust. The other bulls were castrated shortly after birth to become beef cattle, while a portion of the newly born heifers were retained for breeding, and some sold to other farms. Seeing through the child's fib, Zhang Jing questioned, "Why would you provoke a bull?" "I'm not like Unike," Madam clarified. "She wants to attend Harvard. I aspire to become a fighter." So, it was a case of using the bull as a punching bag, quite audacious. Zhang Jing found the notion peculiar and cautioned the boy. "You will often find yourself beaten up, even injured." "I am unafraid," Madam proclaimed with fervor. "I am willing to exert 1,000 times the effort for what I love." "Why do you wish to be a fighter?" Zhang Jing asked, intrigued. Madam responded with conviction, "To protect myself and my sister from being bullied." Zhang Jing patted Madam on the head. "As long as I am here, no one will bully you." "What if you were to bully Unike?" Madam inquired, feigning seriousness. Zhang Jing chuckled. "I will consider your desire to become a fighter. For the next few days during Christmas, you will be responsible for feeding the cattle, and I will assist you." Madam was taken aback by Zhang Jing's lack of opposition and responded with excitement. Section 202. The most composed individual. After the bonuses were distributed at noon, the majority of employees departed the farm to reunite with their families. However, a significant number chose to remain, for whom the farm was home. Among them was Ruth, a veterinarian whose mother had passed away long ago, and whose father struggled with alcoholism, drug addiction, and gambling, an unfortunate trifecta. The farm, or rather this picturesque locale, was her sanctuary. In fact, Ruth had long since altered her name. Her driver's license now bore the name Ruth Zhang. Upon relocating from Seattle to Canfin Farm, Ruth felt as if she had taken flight, surrounded by her charges: cattle, racehorses, a pack of dogs, pangolins, leopards, and beavers. Even those suffering from minor ailments sought her care. Then there was Haifa, whose circumstances were particularly unique, an undocumented immigrant now recognized as a refugee. Zhang Jing was assisting her in applying for a green card so she could also celebrate Christmas at the farm. Others included the video production duo Irina and Milika, the farming pair Fei Lai and Jamie, the general assistant Eudoxio, and the tennis player Katie, all of whom chose to spend Christmas at the farm. Irina, a WKL refugee who had previously studied in Longwa and spoke Mandarin, had recently returned from Madrid after sustaining an injury 3 days prior and was currently recuperating. Milika, the daughter of old Daijin, stood at 1.9 meters tall and had shed considerable weight, from an initial 130 kilograms to around 86 kilograms, improving her health significantly. Struggling with depression, she counted nearly everyone at the farm as a close friend, which made her reluctant to leave the supportive community, even dismissing her father. Contrary to what one might expect, old Daijin was not heartbroken. At that very moment, he was basking in the sun on a beach in a South Asian country, enjoying the company of lovely women. Fei Lai, now 48, was a third-generation immigrant from Longwa, and due to unfortunate circumstances, his family had not fared well in the United States. Jamie, 2 years younger and of African descent, had served as a support soldier in his youth, and he and Fei Lai had been steadfast friends for over 15 years, working together on the farm. Eudoxio, a 23-year-old woman of African descent, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall and weighed around 45 kilograms. Initially, Zhang Jing had perceived her as rather ordinary, but he later discovered her singing talent surpassed that of Jeff, the self-proclaimed singer-songwriter with a round face. Eventually, he realized that Eudoxio possessed an extraordinary poise, grace, and calm demeanor. Despite her willingness to undertake arduous tasks, she struggled to find employment due to her past, having served time in prison and incurred credit card debts, records that were easily accessible and often disqualified her from job opportunities. Barbie, the manager, had also investigated Eudoxio's history. A publicly available video depicted her surrounded by armed police officers for an entire hour. Under normal circumstances, anyone in such a predicament would likely panic, discarding their phone and shedding their clothing in submission to avoid potential harm. However, Eudoxio's response was entirely different. Upon exiting her vehicle, she calmly produced a bottle of brandy, sipping it leisurely before approaching the officers and voluntarily submitting to arrest. Throughout the ordeal, she exhibited no resistance. No insults, no hysteria. Her demeanor was akin to that of an enchanting reality show that left one feeling utterly refreshed. This contrasted sharply with Zhang Jing's typical impression of African individuals, which often involved aggression and chaos. Eudoxio, however, embodied tranquility and elegance. Katie, with her flowing brown hair, striking blue eyes, and an athletic frame of 182 meters, was a tennis player of remarkable beauty. In addition to the long-standing employees, several new hires also remained for the holiday. Shaylee and Dylan were living on the farm. Shaylee, the wife of Dylan, had been forced to leave due to deportation. Zhang Jing, empathizing with Dylan's lack of a maternal figure, invested a substantial sum of $1 million to facilitate their investment immigration, allowing the family to reunite. Mike's biracial wife and their 3 children also resided on the farm. Director Marcus and Jeff Agus, the round-faced singer, likewise chose to stay for the Christmas festivities. Marcus, a newcomer in directing with formal training, was struggling to find investors and had turned to Zhang Jing for assistance. His fashion sense was striking, favoring bold colors and fitted attire. Jeff Agus, a homeless singer Zhang Jing had encountered on Burlington Street, claimed to be a songwriter, though that was far from the truth. Instead, Zhang Jing saw potential in his rugged appearance for villainous roles, thus offering him a weekly wage of $600 to join the production team. Su Zheong and Lin Xiaoming also celebrated Christmas at the farm. All things considered, the number of individuals remaining at the farm for Christmas was quite substantial, exceeding 19 when including the twins. As Christmas approached, Zhang Jing did not forget to reach out to the 2 emperors, Kangxi and Li Yi. Kangxi, an avid treasure seeker, had recently discovered a stable income through real estate, purchasing undervalued properties, making minor renovations, and selling them for profit. Li Yi, a formidable combat athlete, had already returned to his homeland 2 months prior to participate in competitions. Zhang Jing then contacted Ida Siming, who readily agreed to join and mentioned he would bring someone along. Zhang Jing speculated that it was unlikely to be a girlfriend, as Ida Siming was known to require 2 or even 3 companions each night, indulging in a lifestyle that many envied. A commendation was in order for Ida Siming's capable dog, Chai-Chi, who was an impressive worker. Ida Siming arrived promptly, bringing along Omar Bolkan-Agala, a university classmate of Liang Jieshu. Curious, Zhang Jing inquired how they knew each other. Omar explained that his father worked as a mechanical distributor for a prominent company in the Emirates, and Ida Siming echoed his surprise at their acquaintance. Omar lamented, "I once studied in Longhua and harbored feelings for a girl in my class, who is now Mr. Zhang's girlfriend. It's quite disheartening." With a knowing glance, Ida Siming asked, "You're not referring to Miss Liang, are you?" This time, Omar appeared puzzled, asking, "You know Liang Jieshu?" With a tone of resignation, Ida Siming replied, "I had the fortune of knowing Miss Liang, but due to her family's traditional values, I had no chance to pursue her." Omar echoed his sentiments, expressing disbelief that such ancestral customs dictated that descendants could not marry foreigners, and lamented the fact that they complied with such antiquated beliefs. Zhang Jing could only smile wryly at the serendipity of 3 men being enamored with the same woman. Section 203, H+ Supermarket. Omar, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, sported a neatly trimmed mustache and possessed a slender, almost delicate physique. Idas, nearly the same height, was distinguished by his elongated face, reminiscent of a horse's, which could easily turn sour when his mood darkened. Zhang Jing, at 1.78 meters, reached about 1.8 meters with shoes. And with similar ages and a shared affection for a certain woman, the trio found themselves with an abundance of topics to discuss. In anticipation of their gathering, Zhang Jing had prepared a barbecue spread and an assortment of beverages. Despite the frigid outdoor temperature, hovering around 6 or 7 degrees, and the howling wind, the 3 men settled onto the living room carpet, surrounded by haphazardly placed bottles. They savored the whiskey and grilled meats, engaging in risque banter, thoroughly enjoying themselves. As the conversation flowed, Omar, the mustachioed one, abruptly steered the discussion towards current affairs, lamenting, "The U.S. constantly touts freedom and fairness, yet it would never permit the rise of a foreign-born Elon Musk, nor would it allow a foreign-founded oracle to flourish." Intriguingly, Idas shared his sentiments, adding, "Similarly, individuals of Japanese descent are not afforded such opportunities." Should a comparable tech company emerge, it would inevitably be seized through dubious means. Halt, Zhang Jing interjected, attempting to redirect the conversation. Continuing down this path will only lead to trouble. What's there to fear? Idas retorted, harboring deep-seated resentment towards the U.S. Those Yankees are nothing but scoundrels. A decade ago, Sankuei Machinery developed a groundbreaking technology for armored vehicles, only to have it pilfered by the White Devils. Omar let out a boozy belch and said, "Your grievances are minor compared to what my own uncle endured. Merely for transporting some oil at sea. He was subjected to transnational U.S. law enforcement, hauled off to New York, and has been imprisoned for 5 years. You of Chinese descent face similar tribulations." Idas cautioned Zhang Jing. "We're all in the same boat." Zhang Jing could only roll his eyes, fully aware of this reality, which was why he secretly funded Susan's political aspirations. Susan, the gun shop owner, was a shrewd businesswoman, employing an intricately woven sales strategy to persuasively market her wares. "Oh. By the way," Omar belatedly inquired, "what line of work is your father in?" "I'm a self-made man," Zhang Jing declared. Omar paused, then paused again, taking a full 3 seconds to process the information before exclaiming, "You acquired Camphor Farm through your own efforts?" "Luck played a role," Zhang Jing conceded. "Even so, it's an extraordinary feat," Omar pointed out, cautioning, "Be wary of those who might covet your success and resort to unscrupulous tactics to seize your farm." "Surely that's not possible?" Zhang Jing questioned, skeptical. "The U.S. is vast, with numerous farms exceeding 5,000 acres," Omar explained, "but coastal farms of that size are rare. It's only natural for envy to arise. If those harboring such envy happen to wield power, they could legally strip you of your farm." "For instance?" Zhang Jing asked. "Through legislation," Omar elaborated, "such as enacting a law prohibiting new immigrants from purchasing land exceeding a certain acreage." Zhang Jing countered. "Surely a law enacted after the fact wouldn't apply to me?" "Political machinations are devious," Omar warned. "There's no limit to what they're capable of." Frankly, Omar's words unsettled Zhang Jing, as he recognized the potential for such a scenario to unfold. The following day, Zhang Jing awoke at midday, roused by a call from Carter, who oversaw the cattle and farmland. "Boss," Carter began, his voice laced with urgency. "The representative from the supermarket we've been collaborating with just called to inform us that our partnership will be terminated after Christmas." Zhang Jing casually dismissed the news, reiterating his lack of dependence on film or cattle farming for income. "If they terminate, they terminate." H+ Supermarket accounted for half of the farm's annual beef and avocado sales. "What kind of revenue are we talking about?" Zhang Jing inquired, genuinely unaware. "Over $3 million U.S. dollars, Carter replied. Zhang Jing was taken aback, realizing the significant financial impact. In essence, the supermarket sustained half of the farm's operating costs. With Christmas Eve upon them and gifts yet to be purchased, Zhang Jing, who had been planning a trip to downtown Los Angeles, sought to reassure Carter, promising to visit H+ Supermarket and attempt to salvage the partnership. Carter acknowledged the plan, promising to forward the supermarket's details and address. After hanging up, Zhang Jing rose from the carpet, carefully avoiding the still slumbering Idas and Omar, and retreated to his bedroom to shower and change. He then set off in his armored X5 towards the city center. Similar to Seattle, Los Angeles comprised several smaller cities that formed a sprawling metropolis, including Los Angeles County, Orange County, San Bernardino County, Riverside County, and Ventura County. The counties functioned similarly to prefectural-level cities, with the state government as their superior. Zhang Jing's destination was Los Angeles County, specifically the Chinese district located a few kilometers northeast of the county center, with individuals of Chinese descent accounting for approximately 7.1% of California's population. Certain areas were predominantly populated by compatriots, resulting in a plethora of Chinese advertisements, signs for pai gao, mahjong machines, loans, mortgages, and immigration agencies cluttered the landscape. Following the provided address, Zhang Jing arrived in a small city called Arcadia, where he located the H+ Supermarket's Los Angeles headquarters. From the outside, it resembled a factory with an expansive parking lot. Like Sam's Club, H+ operated as a warehouse-style retailer, offering cheaper prices for bulk purchases. Similar to Susan's tiered pricing strategy for weapons, 1 item for 10, 2 for 9.50 each, 3 for 9 each, and 4 for 8.50 each. According to Carter's information, H+ was a Korean-owned chain with approximately 20 warehouse supermarkets throughout the Los Angeles metropolitan area. Upon reaching the warehouse office area, Zhang Jing located the purchasing department and met with the supermarket's purchasing manager, a fair-skinned, slightly overweight man in his 30s with naturally curly hair, who exuded a certain charm. "Hello, Manager Liu," Zhang Jing greeted, handing over a pre-opened box of chocolates. "I'm Zhang Jing, the owner of Camphor Farm." Carter mentioned that H Plus Supermarket will be terminating its partnership with the farm after Christmas. Is there a reason for this? The manager, surnamed Lou, casually opened the chocolate box, revealing $1,000 inside. Having heard that Zhang Jing was the owner of Camphor Farm, he had initially intended to offer some harsh words, but the sight of the money prompted him to sigh and advise Zhang Jing to inquire about a Miss Li Wenyi. Zhang Jing nodded, realizing that he might be the source of the problem. Her mother is the head of H Plus Supermarket in California, manager Lou revealed, driven by the lure of the money. Moreover, Miss Li and her mother share the same surname, and although they are only distantly related, they have direct access to the upper echelons of the company and wield considerable influence. Zhang Jing was speechless, grateful that his money had not been spent in vain, as he finally understood the underlying costs. After leaving the supermarket purchasing department, Zhang Jing contacted Liang Jieshu to obtain Li Wenyi's phone number, which he promptly dialed. Face was worthless. Money was what mattered, Zhang Jing reasoned pragmatically. Meanwhile, Li Wenyi was already aware that Zhang Jing had visited H Plus Supermarket, anticipating his arrival. She deliberately waited before answering the incoming call. Who is it? Li Wenyi demanded in an arrogant tone. Hello, Miss Li, Zhang Jing replied politely. This is Zhang Jing. Are you currently in Los Angeles? Yes, what do you want? Would you be available for lunch? Absolutely not, Li Wenyi retorted, attempting to humiliate him. I'm a prostitute. I'm not worthy of dining with you. If it weren't for the need to protect his girlfriend, Zhang Jing would likely have confronted Li Wenyi. This was one of the few times he had encountered such resistance, and he felt as though he had been cursed. However, Zhang Jing did not rely on film sales or cattle and avocado sales for his livelihood. He had made an effort to salvage the partnership, but to no avail, so he decided to abandon the effort. There was no need to dwell on it, Zhang Jing concluded, ending the call. Hearing the dial tone, Li Wenyi felt dejected. She had been expecting Zhang Jing to beg for forgiveness, but he had barely begun. Section 204. 3 Identities. It was time for gift shopping, and Zhang Jing entered the H Plus supermarket. The interior resembled a warehouse, spacious and filled with a plethora of goods, with prices relatively reasonable compared to other supermarkets. Bustling with customers, candy was a necessity, and he selected 50 pounds each of chocolate and toffee. As he passed through the liquor section, he noticed local white liquor from Longwa and decided to purchase a case of certain blue to gift to Su Zheong. Lin Jiaoming also enjoyed wine, so he bought her a case of champagne. Martim, fond of fighting, received a pair of boxing gloves, while Yunaiki, an avid learner, was gifted the 4 great classics of Longwa. The horse trainer Haifa loved lamb, thus he bought her 2 live sheep. The veterinarian, Ruth, had a penchant for fashion, so he presented her with a beautiful outfit. Katie, the tennis player, who adored sweating it out on the court, received a pair of tennis shoes. Jamie and Feilai, who frequently engaged in farm work, were given sunglasses. Eudoxio, who cherished music, was gifted a pair of headphones. The eccentric director Marcus received a crystal earring. Idasimi and Orma were also included in this generous gift-giving. Each person had their presents, and the bounty was substantial, requiring 2 shopping carts to carry everything. Upon returning to the parking lot, Zhang Jing folded down the rear seats of his X5, intending to stow the gifts inside. At that moment, 3 African men approached, brandishing baseball bats. Their target was not Zhang Jing, but an Asian woman 2 parking spaces away, who had just placed her purchases into her vehicle and was preparing to return the shopping cart. To his surprise, Zhang Jing recognized her. It was Tang Xian, whom he had encountered previously in Shanjiang. Feigning to retrieve a legally owned revolver from the trunk, Zhang Jing decisively stepped forward to assist. Tang Xian, unaware of Zhang's presence, made the prudent choice to hand over her car keys, only for the 3 assailants to suddenly flee. Turning around, Tang Xian was visibly surprised to see Zhang Jing. Hello, Mr. Zhang, she greeted. I did not expect to encounter you here in Los Angeles. Neither did I, Zhang Jing replied, tucking the revolver into his coat pocket. When you sold the car, you mentioned being in a hurry. Was that to come to Los Angeles? Indeed, Tang Xian continued. I am visiting an important client, so I was a bit rushed. Thank you for your help. Not wishing to delve into personal matters, Zhang Jing chose to keep it brief. Please be careful next time. Goodbye. Wait, Tang Xian called after him. It's just noon. Let me treat you to lunch. Considering his desire to return to the farm early, Zhang Jing politely declined. Tonight is Christmas Eve. I must return home. Respecting his wishes, Tang Xian replied graciously, perhaps next time. While on the way back to the farm, he received a call from Barbie, who was already in Seattle celebrating the holiday with her parents. Boss, a lady named Tang Xian emailed yesterday afternoon, claiming to be a financial advisor from Nanyang Bank, wanting to entice you to invest your savings for greater returns. Realizing Tang Xian was indeed a financial advisor, Zhang Jing paused for a moment, contemplating the alluring offer. I'll decline, he decided. The funds in Nanyang Bank were ostensibly held in the account of a company registered in Xiangyang, and Zhang Jing had indirect control over the deposits from a distance. It would be challenging for outsiders to trace the funds, as they could only reach Barbie through email. Since she is currently in Los Angeles, why not meet her? Barbie encouraged. She is a professional and may offer valuable advice. Thus, Zhang Jing turned back and arranged to meet Tang Xin at a Cantonese restaurant. Tang Xin appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, standing approximately 175 meters tall and possessing a beauty rating of 7 out of 10. Initially, he had assumed she hailed from a wealthy family, only to discover she was self-sufficient. Mr. Zhang, what prompted your sudden decision to join me for lunch? Tang Xin inquired politely. I heard you are a financial advisor at Nanyang Bank, Zhang Jing said, seeking her expertise. I happen to have some questions and can offer you a consulting fee. The restaurant was bustling during lunch, and they settled into a corner table. Dressed in a stylish gray velvet long dress, paired with a beige long-sleeve sweatshirt, Tang Xin exuded elegance as she slid the menu toward Zhang Jing. Please, feel free to order. Cantonese cuisine offered a plethora of choices, including roasted goose, white-cut chicken, and sweet and sour pork, for the sake of digestive health. He also selected steamed taro and boiled lettuce. After handing the menu to the waiter, Zhang Jing turned to Tang Xin and got straight to the point. How can I minimize my tax liabilities? There are various scenarios, Tang Xin replied, redirecting her question to Zhang Jing. How many identities do you currently hold? I possess a household registration from Longhua, a 2-year green card from the United States. With 9 months remaining before I can apply for permanent residency. Tang Xin continued her inquiry. And where are your assets located? I have a farm in Los Angeles, with savings in Xiangyang, but no assets in Longhua. Being a professional, Tang Xin immediately provided her analysis. You will need to relinquish your Longhua household registration. Zhang Jing assumed this meant she supported his pursuit of a permanent U.S. green card, but she quickly clarified, you must also forfeit your U.S. green card. First, Tang Xin explained, Longhua does not recognize dual citizenship, which is unavoidable. The benefit is that you can invest and study in other countries with different nationalities. Secondly, she continued, speaking rapidly, the primary advantage of a U.S. green card is the ability to travel freely to numerous visa-exempt countries. However, the benefits are likely of little interest to you, and the tax obligations are significant. Moreover, if you aspire to enter politics or high-tech industries, obtaining U.S. citizenship is essential. Zhang Jing shook his head. I have no desire to enter politics, nor do I plan to establish a high-tech enterprise. My primary concern is the number of visa-exempt countries. Tang Xin nodded in understanding. In that case, you only require 3 identities. The first is a Xiangyang identity, which grants visa-free access to 165 countries and regions worldwide. Importantly, it does not tax incoming foreign capital and offers excellent educational resources. The lack of taxation on foreign capital aligns with Zhang Jing's decision to deposit his money in Xiangyang, as they only tax profits generated locally, which is why he chose that location. Education also matters significantly. Having no children now does not preclude the possibility in the future. The second identity is Cypriot, as it provides an EU passport, allowing unrestricted travel throughout Europe. With a simple investment of at least 300,000 euros in real estate, acquiring this passport is relatively easy, and the local taxes are quite low. Without hesitation, Zhang Jing agreed with Tang Xin's assessment. While a Xiangyang passport allows visa exemption, it generally imposes time limitations on entry, such as 14, 30, 60, or 180 days, with a maximum stay typically not exceeding a year. With a Cypriot passport, one can reside in Europe long-term. And the investment of 300,000 euros translates to approximately 300,000 USD at current exchange rates. The third identity is a Temasek passport, Tang Xin elaborated. This small nation, adjacent to Malaysia, covers an area of 733 square kilometers and has a population of about 5.25 million. Its advantage lies in not taxing citizens on overseas assets, providing significant benefits for those holding such assets. Zhang Jing had never been aware of Tamasek's policy regarding overseas assets, which complemented Xiangyang's tax structure perfectly. One does not tax incoming foreign capital, while the other does not tax overseas assets, meaning residents only have to pay taxes on their local income. It was no wonder that the wealthiest individuals in Temasek were from Longhua. Having completed her comprehensive presentation, Tang Xin left Zhang Jing with a sense of clarity. Although he regretted losing his Longhua household registration, he realized that Xiangyang was still a territory of Longhua, thus retaining his identity as a Longhua citizen. The loss was not as significant as he initially feared. "I'll cover this meal," Zhang Jing offered appreciatively. "Had I not encountered you, I would have applied to convert my temporary green card to permanent status after Christmas. I insist on treating you this time," Tang Xin replied, adeptly shifting the conversation towards business. Nanyang Bank's Xiangjiang headquarters has launched a new project aimed at investing in high-quality assets globally that have succumbed to bankruptcy due to the financial crisis. "Mr. Zhang, would you be interested in participating?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Section 205. A sense of foreboding after bidding farewell to Tang Xin, Zhang Jing returned to the Canfin farm in the afternoon, making his way directly to the cowboy dormitory area. This place resembled a quaint village, with each structure designed for cattle ranching, encompassing both dormitories and dining areas. Unlike the Champion Horse Ranch, individual apartment-style dormitories were absent here, replaced instead by communal large dormitories. There were 2 sizable dormitories, impressively spacious, stretching approximately 30 meters in length and 8 meters in width, partitioned internally by fabric curtains into smaller cubicles, accommodating both male and female residents. Zhang Jing speculated that these buildings might have been constructed from leftover materials from the original cattle sheds, repurposed for dormitory use. In addition to the 2 large communal dormitories, there were 2 similarly sized buildings, one serving as a kitchen and dining area, and the other as a restroom, shower room, and sauna. As he parked the pickup truck outside the kitchen, Zhang Jing was greeted by the delightful aroma of roasted turkey and toasted bread wafting through the air. Upon entering the kitchen, he observed everyone bustling about in preparation for the meal, including Ida, Ming, and Omar, each wearing relaxed smiles as they chatted and cooked. Even the injured Irina sat nearby, continuing to film alongside Milika. Although her injury was unfortunate, it had garnered her quite a following. "Boss is back," exclaimed tennis player Katie, who was the first to spot Zhang Jing, her voice ringing out in excitement. Zhang Jing could hardly endure Katie's exuberance. She always launched into a heavy embrace, oblivious to the fact that her approach resembled that of a tank. In contrast, the jockey Haifa moved with a grace akin to that of a feather. As they continued to prepare the Christmas Eve dinner, the diverse backgrounds of the guests resulted in a veritable feast. Haifa was preparing lamb, utilizing every part of the animal, roasted, braised, steamed, and boiled. Feilai and Jamie were making dumplings, filled with shrimp, chives, and beef. Katie crafted hazelnut pancakes, blending powdered hazelnuts with water to form a batter, which she filled with mildly spicy beef and then baked. The Dragon and Phoenix twins were making fish balls, a mixture of shrimp, crab, halibut, squid, and 5 other types of fish, pounded into a paste and then cut into small pieces to be cooked in broth. Shaylee and young Dylan prepared spring rolls, Zhang Jing's favorite. The 26-year-old Jeff Argus, with his round face, was making strawberry pie. Su Zheong and Lin Jiameng, a married couple, were preparing a sheep offal salad. Everyone exhibited their culinary prowess, including even Ida Ming, who was frying fish. Omar, a young Middle Eastern tycoon sporting a small mustache, was making hand-grabbed rice. Director Marcus and his African colleague Eudoxia were responsible for the roasted turkey. With so many people engaged in dinner preparations, Zhang Jing found it difficult to contribute. So he approached Milika and inquired about Mr. Dai Jin's recent well-being. Milika, standing at 1.9 meters and initially weighing 260 pounds, had gradually lost weight and was now estimated to be around 180 pounds. When Zhang Jing first met her, she was battling severe depression, but her condition had markedly improved. "He's in Thailand," Milika replied with a tone of resignation. "He found himself a temporary stepmother." Zhang Jing suppressed a laugh. Old Dai Jin seemed to have completely let loose. It had once been a laborious task for him to care for Milika, but now he was not only enjoying life on Zhang Jing's dime, but also letting Zhang Jing take care of his daughter, living in blissful ease. It was not that old Dai Jin did not love Milika. Rather, it was because she was thriving, her depression easing, and she was enjoying life, which made him more willing to relinquish control. Approaching the dining table, Zhang Jing noticed Irina, who was unable to move due to her neck injury and was immobilized with a cast, appearing quite stiff. "How are you feeling?" Zhang Jing asked as he approached her. "I have never experienced life quite like this," Irina remarked, quietly reflecting on life from an observer's perspective. Zhang Jing chuckled. "What do you see?" "I like it," Irina replied softly yet assuredly. "I enjoy my current life, I like you, and I like everyone here." Zhang Jing appreciated her candid flattery. Due to the limited space in the open kitchen, Su Zheong and Lin Jiangmeng were processing sheep offal at a nearby table. Zhang Jing walked over to greet them. "Professor Su, Aunt Lin, do you happen to know any martial arts experts?" "Martial arts expert?" Su Zheong asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, Zhang Jing affirmed. Madam is quite restless and has a penchant for fighting. I want him to learn martial arts to strengthen himself and protect himself. Do you know anyone capable? Su Zheong and Lin Jiaming exchanged silent glances. No. Yes, Zhang Jing was perplexed, as Lin Jiaming said no while Su Zheong insisted there was someone. It's my father-in-law. Su Zheong explained. He is 82 years old and was obsessed with martial arts in his youth, so he hardly took care of Xiaoming and my mother-in-law. Su Zheong was 65, Lin Jiaming was 62, and the elderly man was 82. Zhang Jing wondered if someone of such advanced age could still be active. Sensing Zhang Jing's concern, Su Zheong reassured him, my father-in-law is in excellent health due to his martial arts practice. Teaching students will certainly be no issue. Zhang Jing turned to Lin Jiaming. Aunt Lin, what do you think about this matter? I can decide on this. Su Zheong, who was of average height and slightly plump, donned thick glasses and appeared quite manly at that moment. I will invite my father-in-law over. All right, Zhang Jing said, beaming. Barbie will reimburse for the visa and plane ticket. As they chatted and continued preparing food, the 6 o'clock Christmas Eve dinner commenced. Several tables were combined to form a large one, around which everyone gathered to share a sumptuous feast. As Zhang Jing and his friends enjoyed their festive meal, Nail was still in Cairo, discussing the guardian statue with his subordinates. With Christmas approaching the next day, Zhang Jing's 2 subordinates remained in Cairo, and one African assistant reminded Nail that this indicated the guardian statue was still present. I know, Nail replied, appearing irritated. The question is, where is the statue now? Nail was confident that Zhang Jing lacked the ability to remove the statue from Cairo, so he felt secure in selling it for 6 million meters, waiting for Zhang Jing to come seeking assistance. However, he never anticipated that Zhang Jing would fly away, and the massive statue would go missing. Boss, you return for Christmas. The African assistant promised. We will stay behind to continue tracking Zhang Jing's 2 subordinates. We will surely locate the guardian statue. The statue was important, as was his wife. Nail nodded and then headed straight for the airport. Before boarding the plane, he called Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing was enjoying a drink, surprised when Nail's call came through. Merry Christmas Eve, Nail greeted. You too, Zhang Jing replied. Is there something you need? I still want to catch a glimpse of the guardian statue, Nail inquired cautiously. Where is it now? What statue? Concerned about being recorded, Zhang Jing feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? The signal is poor. I can't hear you. Nail sensed a foreboding feeling, worried that he had mishandled the situation. Section 206, simulation game. At the same time, the new Pure Love film Rainbow Bridge, which was uploaded in advance and set for automatic release, premiered simultaneously on YouTube and other platforms. Much like Love in the Rain, the script of Rainbow Bridge is rather cliché. The female protagonist, Leia, is the daughter of a used car dealership owner, where she works in finance. The male lead is a young man from a remote town, employed in sales at the same dealership. The film unfolds over 90 minutes, chronicling their journey from initial acquaintance to mutual affection, followed by a crisis of trust, culminating in a twist and a perfect ending. The story is commonplace, testing the skills of both the director and the actors. The pricing remains unchanged, at $5 million for the United States and 5 yuan for the Dragon Kingdom. After over a year of dedicated effort from Irina and Milika, Zhang Jing can now proclaim the total online fan count exceeds 1 million. A million fans, each spending 5 yuan, amounts to 5 million, which appears substantial but is practically unattainable, with a conversion rate of 70% as a blessing, 50% as good fortune, 30% as sheer luck, and only 10% as the norm. Hence, it is highly probable that only around 100,000 fans will ultimately make a purchase. After dinner, Zhang Jing and Marcus were reviewing back-end data when the purchase count just surpassed 5,000, though ratings had yet to be released. Similar to Love in the Rain, Rainbow Bridge places greater emphasis on ratings rather than purchase numbers. High ratings indicate the film's quality. Even if only 10,000 viewers watch it, that remains worthwhile. Conversely, low ratings would undermine both the investment and the hard work put into it. While Zhang Jing and Marcus scrutinized the data, many were engrossed in Rainbow Bridge, including Kendra, a treasure hunter and the youngest daughter of the founder of the second-largest software company, who has 2 older brothers and 2 older sisters, one of whom is a Hollywood director. Due to her father's wealth, she has starred in several high-budget yet poorly rated special effects films. Having watched a third of the movie, Kendra felt that the female lead imbued the film with a soul and promptly shared the link with her older brother. In Seattle, Jennifer was also viewing Rainbow Bridge. She owns 2 properties, a mansion at 1042 Avenue 84 and a horse ranch located over 20 kilometers from the mansion. At that moment, she was quietly enjoying a peaceful Christmas Eve dinner at the ranch while watching Rainbow Bridge. Once again, Jennifer was captivated by Leia. She had never encountered an actor capable of elevating an ordinary film solely through her appearance. In Hong Kong, Liang Jieshu and Zhou Minya were likewise captivated by Rainbow Bridge, moved to tears by its love story and astonished by Leia's remarkable performance. As the film concluded, Zhou Minya suddenly had an epiphany and excitedly looked at Liang Jieshu. You write scripts and have a completed one. Why not let Brother Zhang turn it into a movie? Liang Jieshu had never considered adapting her written story into a film and hesitated. That might not be appropriate. My writing is rather poor. But what if? Zhou Minya encouraged. Send it to Brother Zhang. The best outcome would be fantastic, and if not, there would be no regrets. After some contemplation, Liang Jieshu gently nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in another apartment in Hong Kong, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Shaoqing were also watching Rainbow Bridge. Halfway through the film, Chu Shaoqing remarked, "After the first love in the rain, I thought Zhang Jing's success was merely a stroke of luck, that Leia was simply exceptional. I never anticipated he would masterfully produce pure love films in bulk, and they would be so visually appealing. Brother Zhang has an excellent eye for talent," Ding Jiaqing praised. "That's one of his strengths. Leia isn't the first, and she certainly won't be the last." Chu Shaoqing smiled. Perhaps Zhang Jing is indeed skilled at recognizing talent. And the two beauties he nurtures reside at Xiaolu. Would you like to take a look? Ding Jiaqing shook her head in refusal. The previous strict management and now this indulgence were all carefully considered. If I go to Xiaolu now, it would mean cutting off my own retreat. What makes Zhang Jing so special? Chu Shaoqing wondered. Most men are quite similar unless they have bad habits, Ding Jiaqing replied thoughtfully. The difference lies in how women can influence men, deliberately training them to become the individuals they desire. When I first met Brother Zhang, he was utterly devoted to Xiao Jing, even ignoring me. Now, to my surprise, he is earning money rapidly and has become more open with women. Men dislike insincere women. Chu Shaoqing cautioned Ding Jiaqing. You initially lured him to the United States, and now you're playing a simulation game. Be careful not to ruin it all. It could end in disappointment. After pondering for a few seconds, Ding Jiaqing nodded seriously. You're right. I need to buy a ticket right now. Come fly to Los Angeles with me. Tomorrow is Christmas. Chu Shaoqing reacted vehemently. I'm not going. What does Christmas have to do with you? You celebrate the Spring Festival. Ding Jiaqing urged. Hurry, let us head to the airport now. Unaware of Ding Jiaqing's intentions, Zhang Jing became thoroughly intoxicated. Waking up to find himself in the stable. Climbing out of a pile of hay, he approached the general, who regarded him with disdain. Boss, you're awake, Haifa announced. Entering with 2 plastic buckets in hand, her long boots crunching on the ground. Zhang Jing rubbed his throbbing head. How did I end up here? Setting down the plastic buckets, Haifa remarked, you insisted on sleeping in the stable last night, despite all attempts to dissuade you. Miss Liu and Miss Milika placed you in the hay and stayed by your side until dawn. They just left. Zhang Jing felt embarrassed, having no recollection of the night, and anxiously inquired, I didn't make a fool of myself, did I? No, Haifa shrugged. You merely called out someone's name occasionally. Zhang Jing's expression darkened as the truth he couldn't hide weighed heavily on him. Boss, Haifa boldly asked, why did you break up with Miss Ding? She's quite wonderful, and we all like her. Ding Jiaqing had a remarkable talent for endearing herself to her employees, offering little acts of kindness and appearing approachable while helping them resolve minor troubles, ensuring each longtime employee remembered her generosity. Her ability to connect with those beneath her, as well as her ease in conversing with esteemed individuals like Jennifer and Wenli, is commendable. Most would feel inherently inferior and unable to hold their heads high. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What Zhang Jing appreciates about Ding Jiaqing is her occasional seriousness, her playful charm, and a hint of softness in her features. He admires her inherent kindness, which ultimately won over old Dai Jing. Such a splendid girl, even after months apart. Had he not seen her strolling shoulder to shoulder with another man in Hong Kong at the Wax Museum, he would not have allowed himself to indulge. Section 207. King of Bad Movies. The buzz around Rainbow Bridge continues on a small scale. Perhaps due to its hackneyed plot, the rating has slipped to 8. 8. A slight regression from its previous score, yet 8. 8 remains a decidedly high mark, one many directors aspire to achieve in their entire careers. Predictably, Marcus, the director, and Leia have been inundated with calls. Some seek to poach Marcus, while more are after Leia. Upon learning they are both under 15-year management contracts with Zhang Jing, attention shifts to their manager, Barbie, and even to Zhang Jing himself. Among those calling is Kendra's brother, Cedric, an affluent individual who, despite his privileged position, is remarkably industrious and has a penchant for filmmaking. He has invested in over 7 big-budget productions, each costing over $100 million. However, they have all been critical failures with dismal box office returns. The lowest-rated film scored a mere 4.5, while the highest only managed 8.2. Were it not for his exceedingly wealthy father, few would pay him any heed. But upon seeing Leia, the affluent Cedric finally identifies the reason for his failures, not poor scripts, nor his lack of professional filmmaking skills, but rather the miscasting of lead roles. Over the phone, Cedric implores Zhang Jing to cast Leia in his new production, a Hollywood blockbuster with a budget exceeding $200 million, offering her a remuneration of $6 million. Indeed, the wealthiest are generous. Naturally, Zhang Jing, ever motivated by money, does not refuse and invites Cedric to meet at Campin Farm. Cedric readily agrees, scheduling the meeting for 2 hours later. As the headquarters of Second Software is in Los Angeles, and the city is a haven for filmmakers, Cedric resides nearby. After hanging up, Zhang Jing's phone rings again, this time with Liang Jishu on the line. "My dear," Zhang Jing asks tenderly, "do you miss me?" "Brother Zhang," Liang Jishu replies, her cheeks flushed. "Congratulations on Rainbow Bridge achieving such a great score." "Thank you. Is there something on your mind?" Zhang Jing inquires over the phone. "Yes," Liang Jishu answers shyly. "I have a script I wrote over a year ago. I'd like to see if it can be made into a movie. This isn't a must or a request, just send it to me." Zhang Jing interrupts, understanding her reluctance to trouble others and her fear of being perceived as coercive. He reassures her, "You're my girlfriend. You should have given me the script sooner. I worry it's not well written, and you wouldn't want to reject me, resulting in a poor film." Zhang Jing can clearly sense Liang Jishu's affection and concern. "Send it over," he says. "I'll take a look first." The woman responds softly, and the script is sent to Zhang Jing's phone. He opens the text file and begins to read in his car. It must be said that Liang Jishu's script is still rather formulaic, but slightly better than Rainbow Bridge. The male protagonist is a car mechanic who, on a rainy night, steals a customer's luxury car for a joyride. During the drive, he encounters a woman without an umbrella and kindly offers her a ride home. A lengthy conversation ensues in the car, and the female lead is charmed by the male lead's wit, while he is also drawn to her. The next day, the male lead drives to the same spot where he met the female lead the night before and offers her another ride home. Over several days, their feelings deepen until, on the 7th day, the customer comes to pick up the car, and the young man realizes that the luxury car he has been stealing belongs to the female lead. Logically, stealing a customer's vehicle is a violation, but the female lead does not expose the male lead, and their relationship grows stronger. The story is cliché, yet comforting to read. If Leia were to star again and Marcus were to direct, the film should turn out well. But fate often has surprises in store. Kendra, now 50, and her older brother Cedric, a middle-aged man with a full beard, arrive at Zhang Jing's house with a new script. The founder of Second Software is already in his 80s, and his eldest son is only 50, a testament to late marriages and births. However, his youngest daughter, Kendra, being only 26, is an anomaly, suggesting she is not the original wife's child. Inside the living room of the third seaside villa, Zhang Jing meets Kendra and her older brother, Cedric. Cedric, straightforward by nature, hands Zhang Jing the script directly. "This is a script I bought. Planning to invest $200 million to film it as a trilogy. I'm currently casting, and the original female lead was Haley, a child star. Though the name Haley may sound unfamiliar, she rose to fame with the Western film True Grit, and her fresh, retro look is deeply ingrained in people's minds." Taking the thick script from Cedric, Zhang Jing reads it carefully. The first page is a hand-drawn map of power, mainly depicting 7 forces: Desu, Farah, Hafin, Dima, Amin, Lu, and Chisha. Turning the page, it becomes clear that this is a medieval costume drama, a fictional historical narrative about a tyrant who has just conquered 6 kingdoms and become a regional overlord. Because he relied on force to conquer, rebellions break out everywhere. A strategist suggests that the new king toured the former conquered nations to show the new monarch's tolerance and closeness to the people. During the tour of the occupied territories, the tyrant's 7-story bamboo tower, carried by 100 people, is set on fire, leading him to massacre a city. At this point, the weak male lead emerges as a survivor, followed by the female lead. The script has a vast structure and grand scenes. No wonder the budget is $200 million. Putting down the script, Zhang Jing scrutinizes Cedric and asks pointedly, "Is the scriptwriter of dragon descent?" "Yes. He's a 3rd-generation dragon descendant. This script is adapted from stories his grandmother told him when he was a child. Truthfully, the script is a good one." But Zhang Jing worries that Leia cannot handle the role of the female lead. He also fears that Cedric is a mediocre director who will turn a good script into a bad movie, damaging Leia's confidence. Furthermore, he is concerned that Cedric and Leia, due to their first collaboration and differing personalities, will have various conflicts that ruin the script. With many thoughts in mind, he cannot express them directly because Cedric has money. He has invested his own money in 7 films with budgets exceeding $100 million. For the sake of the money, Zhang Jing puts down the script and flatters. A very good script, very grand. I feel it can surpass the Lord of the Rings series. Haha, Cedric laughs heartily. I think so too. If Miss Leia can participate in this film, the success rate will definitely be higher. Let's talk about the remuneration, Zhang Jing says, more concerned about the money. You said this is a series with 3 films. Cedric nods. I believe that $5 million per film is unreasonable. The second film should be increased to $10 million, and the third to $15 million, totaling $30 million. Cedric nearly chokes. Mr. Zhang, do you have a misunderstanding about the purchasing power of the US dollar? Moreover, is it reasonable for one person's remuneration to account for 25% of the entire budget? If the budget is not enough, I can invest a portion, Zhang Jing says, appearing not to be short of money. I also have a prerequisite. Cedric does not need Zhang Jing's investment because he has a good father and his money is inexhaustible. He just doesn't want to be taken advantage of. He asks angrily, what prerequisite? Opening Liang Jieshu's script, Zhang Jing hands the phone to Cedric and says in an unquestionable tone, you will collaborate with my contracted director Marcus to film this pure love movie. If it scores below 8, then consider that we have never met, and future collaborations are out of the question. Zhang Jing's intentions are well-meaning, hoping to use a small production to foster a relationship and deepen understanding, laying the foundation for longer-term cooperation in the future. Cedric is a big spender, and it is important to seize the opportunity. Cedric does not appreciate Zhang Jing's good intentions, but rather feels deeply insulted. He has filmed many movies, none of which have exceeded 8 in score. Although everyone is outwardly respectful to him, they secretly mock him, saying that he only makes bad movies and that he was just born lucky. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, section 208. Encounter like an indomitable cockroach, Cedric accepted the challenge, agreeing to first photograph the pure love script provided by Zhang Jing. They then discussed the profit sharing for the short film, with Zhang Jing investing in assistant director Marcus and female lead Leia, who would receive no payment and instead take a mere 20% of the box office profits. Indeed, thanks to Cedric, the third romantic film starring Leia would grace the cinemas. After bidding farewell to her elder brother Cedric, sister Kendra remained. At 26 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, she possessed a stunning mane of brown hair and captivating brown eyes, her physique appearing robust. Overall, her image bore a striking resemblance to the lead character from Tomb Raider. Her lineage was illustrious. She was the youngest daughter of the founder of a second-tier software company, and due to her father's success, she could pursue her passions, such as treasure hunting. What about Miss Irina? Kendra inquired, initiating a conversation. She invited Zhang Jing to Madrid, Spain, to search for the legendary treasures left behind by Alfonso XIII, a royal accumulation over a century that promised immense wealth. Zhang Jing had dispatched Dylan, Mike, Irina, and Milika as advance scouts for the party, but Irina was unexpectedly attacked, still in recovery and out of danger. Zhang Jing shifted the topic, asking if she had found anything in Madrid. My team is still in Madrid, and we currently have no leads. Kendra was vague, and Zhang Jing refrained from probing further, recognizing that any leads could not be shared with outsiders. After a few inconsequential exchanges, Kendra suddenly mentioned horses. I heard you were the owner of the dual champions at last year's Seattle Cup? Zhang Jing nodded. Do you know Jennifer? Kendra pressed on, to which Zhang Jing nodded again. What is your relationship with her? Gazing into Kendra's eyes, Zhang Jing was uncertain of her intentions and simply replied, we are ordinary friends. That's good. Kendra expressed her thoughts candidly. Could you rent me your trainer, rider, and racehorses? I'll double your winnings. I only wish to defeat Jennifer on the racetrack. Zhang Jing understood that this was a matter of rivalry. Not wishing to delve into the trivialities of their feud, he firmly declined. No, horses are like wives. They cannot be rented or borrowed. Pragmatism dictated his thoughts. Jennifer could offer him far more, such as 110,000 acres of prime farmland and opportunities for chromite mining, each of which held substantial benefits. Thus, he could not afford to be indecisive. Kendra, disappointed, finally asked, may I see that pastoral painting by Season again? This request was permissible, and Zhang Jing turned back to the master bedroom, feigning as he retrieved the easel and gently placed it down beside the sofa for Kendra to admire closely. Sell it to me, Kendra proposed in a bargaining tone. You name a price, and I will not negotiate. Zhang Jing was at a loss for words. Kendra was clearly being mischievous. If he quoted 100 billion, she would surely not pay, yet it would offend him. Conversely, quoting the market price was futile, as he was not in need of money, and selling the painting would only invite complications. With no intention of selling it at present, Zhang Jing politely declined. If I decide to sell, I will certainly let you make the first offer. After sending Kendra off, he resumed his revelry in the afternoon, continuing to drink. Meanwhile, Ding Jiaqing and Chu Xiaoqing landed in Los Angeles. Surveying the dilapidated airport, reminiscent of a bus station in Longhua, Chu Xiaoqing lamented, "Is this really the second largest city in the United States? Why is the airport so shabby and small? That's not for us to concern ourselves with." Ding Jiaqing urged her friend, "Let's head to the hotel and rest to adjust to the time difference. When shall we meet Zhang Jing?" "Tomorrow." Zhang Jing was unaware that Ding Jiaqing was already in Los Angeles. After the Christmas dinner, he received a call from trainer Aegis at 10 o'clock that night, informing him of her return to work the next day, with a flight arriving at 9:40 a.m., requesting the boss to personally pick her up. There was no choice. A trainer was indeed formidable, so Zhang Jing would pick her up. On the morning of December 26th, under clear skies and warm sunlight, Zhang Jing donned a gray long-sleeved sweatshirt paired with matching gray trousers and white sneakers. Driving his seemingly ordinary yet actually bulletproof X5 to Los Angeles International Airport to greet Aegis. Familiar with the route, he arrived 20 minutes early and successfully met Aegis. "Merry Christmas," Aegis greeted as she settled into the passenger seat. "Your outfit today is rather unsightly." Zhang Jing had no response. Technically, he and Aegis were not in an employer-employee relationship, but rather collaborators, so her candidness was unrestrained. Surprisingly, she shifted her tone and added, "The outfit doesn't matter. You still look quite handsome. Shall we head straight to the farm?" Zhang Jing inquired, gripping the steering wheel. "First, let us stop at the Walk of Fame. I need to purchase some women's items." The Walk of Fame, officially known as the Hollywood Walk of Fame, is a tourist destination brimming with global products and luxury goods. After driving approximately 15 or 16 kilometers, Zhang Jing parked on the roadside, immediately approached by a beggar seeking money. With some change prepared in the secret compartment, Zhang Jing retrieved 2 $1 coins from his pocket to give to the beggar, who expressed profound gratitude. Since it was still the holiday season, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Zhang Jing accompanied Aegis as they entered a lavishly decorated handbag store. After careful selection, she chose a bag that resembled a bucket of fried chicken in shape and size, which Zhang Jing found utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. The price, however, was steep, exceeding $1,200 after tax for a small bag priced at over $1,100. Next, they wandered into a cosmetics store, where Aegis lingered for a full half hour, purchasing lipsticks, makeup removers, and several other small items. Not yet finished, she continued shopping until they passed by a video game store, where Zhang Jing found himself captivated by a familiar figure. "What's wrong?" Aegis turned to ask Zhang Jing. "If you're too tired, you can wait in the car." "All right," Zhang Jing agreed. "See you in a bit." Aegis maintained her composure and left Zhang Jing to continue browsing. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zhang Jing stepped into the arcade. "Is this one discounted?" Ding Jiaqing was bargaining with the owner, her back to Zhang Jing, holding a gaming console from a popular brand. "My brother loves this brand. I want to buy it as a gift, but I don't have enough money. This is a new model. I can't offer a discount," the owner replied, his face contorted in discomfort. "The old model has an 85% discount. You may choose that instead." "You know young people care about face," Ding Jiaqing explained to the owner. "He studies in Hong Kong and needs the latest model to show off to his friends." "Fine." The owner relented. "I'll give you a discount of $50. Zhang Jing was astounded, not by Ding Jiaqing's act of feigning poverty to haggle, but by the revelation that she had a brother, something she had never mentioned before. So, the last time he saw her walking with a tall boy at Madame Tussauds in Hong Kong, was that her brother? Most likely. This would explain why she had asked Chu Xiaoqing to return the watch. Now the dilemma arose, with Ding Jiaqing's cunning and cleverness. She surely must know about Liang Jieshu and Zhou Miao. How should he handle this situation? Not prepared for a confrontation, Zhang Jing turned and left the arcade as she proceeded to check out. Section 209. 3 matters. Upon returning to the car, Zhang Jing dialed AI Jisai, and they headed back to the Canfin farm. There is a saying in the treasure hunting circle, all coincidences are man-made. Meeting Ding Jiaqing today could not have been mere chance. Casting a sidelong glance at AI Jisai, Zhang Jing suddenly inquired, "When did you reconcile with Ding Jiaqing?" "What?" AI Jisai, with her flowing golden locks, appeared bewildered. "What are you talking about?" After a brief silence of 2 to 3 seconds within the car, Zhang Jing shook his head. "It's nothing." He momentarily abandoned the idea of confronting her, as he could not forsake Liang Jieshu and Zhou Miao. They returned to Canfin farm at 3 in the afternoon, where AI Jisai immediately immersed herself in preparations for the Seattle Cup at the end of March. There were a total of 4 major events, and from March, the big stars would be busy until July and August. Zhang Jing finally found time to reflect on the gains from his journey to Africa. In the basement, he unveiled the soldier statue. The statue, approximately 7 meters long and 1.8 meters wide at the shoulders, appeared magnificent, powerful, and majestic. Its essence defied description, its historical significance rivaling that of the bronze dragon. Alongside the statue was a reddish-brown pottery vessel, olive-shaped, about 1 meter high with a diameter of approximately 50 centimeters, adorned with abstract patterns. There was also a flat golden artifact, embellished with various motifs, some small figures seemingly engaged in a ritual. The origins of these 3 items were uncertain, making them difficult to appraise. Zhang Jing had no intention of selling them. He planned to exhibit them in Hong Kong. In contrast, the gold and silver ingots unearthed alongside the statue were easily valued. There were 280 gold ingots, each weighing 2 pounds, and 380 silver ingots, each weighing 20 pounds. Additionally, there were an impressive 79 gemstones, ranging in size from thumb size to that of a soybean. Zhang Jing, unfamiliar with these treasures, summoned expert Su Zheong. Considering the statue's size made it impractical to remain in the basement, Zhang Jing stored the statue and the gold and silver in a secret space. 20 minutes later, Su Zheong arrived and first examined the reddish-brown pottery. He analyzed. This could be a wine storage vessel, resembling an ancient artifact. Where did it come from? Cairo, Zhang Jing replied. It might be a valuable item. Su Zheong said with a resigned expression, you will need to consult another expert for an appraisal. This piece exceeds my expertise. Zhang Jing nodded. Next, Su Zheong inspected the flat golden artifact and remarked, it is evident that this records an important ritual event. Otherwise, gold would not have been used as a medium. For specifics regarding the ritual, you will need to consult another expert, as ancient Egyptian artifacts are beyond my scope. Do you recognize these gemstones? Zhang Jing asked, gesturing toward the 79 gems on the low table. These are moonstones and rhodochrosite, both originating from Africa. They hold little value. It would be prudent to have someone examine them, as I am not a gemstone expert. Zhang Jing felt a slight disappointment. The moonstone appeared as radiant and transparent as moonlight, and when gently rotated, it emitted a soft blue hue, ethereal and beautiful. The rhodochrosite, a pure pink, had a clean texture, suitable for crafting bracelets, beads, pendants, or earrings. The realization that such beautiful items were worthless was disheartening. Had it been anyone other than Su Zheong, Zhang Jing would have suspected deceit. In summary, when solely considering the value of gold and silver, the gold ingots and silver ingots were straightforward to appraise. 280 gold ingots at 2 pounds each and 380 silver ingots at 20 pounds each. Based on current market prices, the gold was valued at approximately $14.5 million US dollars, and the silver at about $3 million US dollars, totaling around $17.5 million US dollars. The total costs from the Cairo expedition, including bribes, donations, the purchase of the statue, distributing coins to children in the market, buying a car, a fishing boat, and covering travel expenses, exceeded $7 million US dollars. Excluding the statue, the pottery, the golden artifact, and the worthless gemstones, Zhang Jing netted a profit of $10.5 million US dollars. The crux of the matter is that treasure hunting can be lucrative, but without a golden touch, Zhang Jing risks fading into obscurity. Thus, as the new year commenced, he resolved not to waste his golden opportunity, setting his sights on new objectives to continue his The Treasure of Alfonso XIII is relatively recent. As he fled to Rome in 1930, before his hasty departure, he concealed a century's worth of royal treasures, which included a plethora of artworks documented in the records. Among them genuine pieces by Picasso. Born in 1881 in Malaga, Spain, Picasso pursued his studies at the Prado Museum in the capital, Madrid, in 1897. Alfonso XIII, born in 1886, was the posthumous son of his 12th predecessor and ascended to kingship at birth. It is hardly surprising that these two individuals, both bearing the name Alfonso and residing in the same city during the same era, would have crossed paths. Section 210. The decision-making process. Immediate action is required for matters of consequence. Other tasks may be delegated to employees. The statue remains in the pit excavated by the peasants. On the third day of Christmas, Zhang Jing drove to the airport, intending to fly to Madrid. En route, he received a call from Nail, suggesting they meet at the Tihu Manor. The distance from Canfin Farm to the Starry Boulevard is 150 kilometers, while the Tihu Manor is only 90 kilometers away from the same destination. The area between the farm and the city center is less expansive than Canfin Farm, yet boasts a superior location, being closer to the urban center. Half an hour later, Zhang Jing arrived at the entrance of Tihu Manor. The black iron gate opened automatically. The X5 vehicle slowly rolled forward, arriving at the villa built on the cliff. Nail awaited him there. It is noteworthy that Tihu Manor is Nail's private property, entirely unconnected to Jennifer, and they have signed a prenuptial agreement. Simply understood as, we will live together, yet manage our finances separately. What you earn is yours, and what I earn is mine. Astonished by the circumstances, Zhang Jing learned that children from affluent families are indoctrinated with the concept of prenuptial agreements before they even enter primary school. In his urgency, Nail cut to the chase, inquiring when Zhang Jing intended to return the statue. Standing 7 meters tall and 8 meters wide at the shoulders, the statue's considerable size posed significant challenges for its transport out of Cairo, rendering it nearly impossible. Nail had been anticipating Zhang Jing's request to escort the statue out of Cairo, only to find Zhang Jing seemingly oblivious and not mentioning the matter at all, which infuriated him. Observing Nail, Zhang Jing felt a sense of irony, as if the emperor were more anxious than his own eunuchs. What statue? Zhang Jing denied, asserting ownership. Nail was rendered speechless. The statue had been sold to Zhang Jing, with an agreement to keep the matter confidential. The statue's remaining in place was perilous, and Nail patiently urged its swift removal from Cairo. Zhang Jing shook his head, resolutely deciding to avoid mentioning the statue. I planned a vacation in Europe. I will not be going to Cairo. At last, Nail lost his composure, declaring, I am willing to increase the offer by 10 to buy back the statue. As anticipated, Nail regretted his words, and Zhang Jing firmly denied, I do not understand what you were saying. Jennifer had acquired a new mine from her father, and Nail promised that if Zhang Jing returned the statue, he would ensure Zhang Jing's involvement with a lucrative share. The concepts of mines and money were synonymous. Zhang Jing felt a fleeting temptation before shaking his head. He lacked the capacity for mining, and at most, could earn a modest commission. But the statue likely represented a unique artifact that could not be quantified in monetary terms. It must be delivered to Hong Kong. Nail, Zhang Jing solemnly reminded. I am genuinely interested in the mine you mentioned, but I do not comprehend what you are alluding to. Zhang Jing. Nail began to grow hysterical, without my assistance. You cannot possibly transport that statue out of Cairo. Zhang Jing glanced at his watch, stating, I must catch my flight. Seeing that Zhang Jing was impervious to persuasion, Nail resorted to intimidation, raising his right hand. 2 burly men, previously concealed within a Chevrolet SUV, approached. Zhang Jing had encountered these individuals in Egypt before, accompanying Nail. Their sudden appearance caught Zhang Jing off guard, as the Chevrolet had been parked 10 meters away, its tinted windows obscuring their presence. I prefer not to resort to violence. The diminutive Nail openly threatened Zhang Jing. You must hand over the statue to me. Otherwise, you shall leave T.Hu Manor in a coffin. The manor was equipped with chefs, servants, and surveillance cameras. Zhang Jing cautiously reminded Nail, you cannot conceal this from prying eyes. The surveillance system was disabled before you entered, and the staff are still on holiday, Nail retorted, revealing his true colors. There are only the 4 of us here. Return the statue to me. You have no choice. I believed we were friends. Zhang Jing replied earnestly. At the very least, we should not be enemies. Friends? Nail scoffed, his expression mocking. I could never befriend a monkey. Zhang Jing sighed inwardly, having hoped their relationship might evolve like that of Ida Sirai and Ming, transitioning from adversaries to allies. Destiny is not left to chance. An AA-12 suddenly appeared in Z Section 211. Motivation 40 minutes after the fire broke out at the Dihua Manor, the first fire truck finally arrived at the scene. At that moment, Zhang Jing was still en route to the airport. Although Dihua Manor was slightly better located than Canfen Farm, it remained quite remote. Thus, the fire truck's arrival was delayed. The flames raged fiercely, fueled by gas, gasoline, and strong winds, and by the time the fire truck arrived, the entire villa had already been engulfed in flames. In the following hour, more fire trucks arrived, but by the time they extinguished the fire, only the skeleton of the villa remained. Police also arrived at the scene, and since they could not reach the manor's owner directly, they eventually contacted Jennifer. However, Jennifer was unable to reach Nair, as his phone was out of service, so she called Zhang Jing instead. Zhang was going through security, awaiting his boarding, when he answered the ringing phone. Hello, Miss Jennifer, Zhang greeted her in a relaxed tone. Merry Christmas. Jennifer was far from merry. She urgently implored. Please go to Dihua Manor and check on the situation. There has been a fire, and Nair is missing. I am on my way but won't arrive for another 6 hours. Zhang readily agreed. I will head there now. It may take 2 hours. Jennifer thanked him briefly before hastily ending the call. The straight-line distance from the airport to Dihua Manor was approximately 100 kilometers, and it took about an hour and a half to drive there. Upon arrival, the entrance to the manor was cordoned off, and several police officers were busy at work. Who are you? A portly police officer stopped Zhang and inquired. I am a friend of Mr. Nair, Zhang explained. Ms. Jennifer called me to check on his well-being. We have discovered human remains in the villa's ruins, and we require a DNA sample from Mr. Nair's close relatives to confirm the identity, the officer stated. Zhang feigned anxiety, said little more, and returned to his car to report the situation to Jennifer. 6 hours later, Jennifer arrived in haste. She engaged in extensive communication with the police, during which a safe was mentioned. Having lived at Farm 25 with horses for 3 years, Jennifer had visited Dihua Manor only once and vaguely remembered a large safe, about the size of a bedside table. There is no safe among the villa's ruins, the police confirmed. It has been stolen. So, it was a burglary? Jennifer pressed. It is too early to draw conclusions, the officer replied, appearing astute. Did Mr. Nair have any enemies? After a brief contemplation, Jennifer shook her head. Not that I am aware of. You reside in Seattle. Why was Mr. Nair alone in Los Angeles during the holidays? He said he was attending a gathering with friends. The officer turned to Zhang. Mr. Zhang, when was the last time you saw Mr. Nair? This seemingly ordinary question was fraught with peril. An incorrect or inconsistent answer could land Zhang in serious trouble, especially if captured on someone else's dashcam. To remain consistent with the prearranged response, Zhang replied. Around 9:20 a.m. The officer was taken aback. He had not anticipated Zhang had seen Nair before the incident. What did you discuss? How do you remember the time so precisely? When Mr. Nair called me, I was preparing to go to the airport for a business trip to Madrid. So I kept an eye on the time. Our conversation was about a coal mining venture, which I declined. The officer sought verification from Jennifer. That is indeed the case. Jennifer confirmed. It involves a coal mining right in the Thousand Islands country that requires partners. At this juncture, Jennifer turned to Zhang and asked, Mr. Zhang, why did you refuse? Mr. Nair was asking for a substantial kickback. Zhang replied with a look of helplessness. I was merely the intermediary. I could not afford it and saw no profit, thus our meeting ended on a sour note. Jennifer did not display any further emotion. Were there any other individuals present when you met Mr. Nair at the manor? The officer inquired. There were 2 middle-aged men, both over 1.8 meters tall, appearing robust and casually dressed. They were Mr. Nair's employees whom I had seen before. Ms. Jennifer, do you recognize these 2 employees Mr. Zhang mentioned? The officer asked. Yes. They are retired Coast Guard soldiers with commendable protective skills. They have been employed by Nair for over 3 years. The notion of bodyguards turning against their employer was not uncommon, and for the police, the immediate priority was to test the DNA of the remains. Mr. Zhang, the lead officer reminded, please do not leave Los Angeles Section 212. Always excellent. Zhang Jing was unaware of Jennifer's keen sixth sense and returned to Canfin Farm to enjoy a holiday with friends. On the morning of December 29th, 4 days after Christmas, the DNA results from the skeleton discovered in the T. Who Ruins villa were released, revealing that the remains belonged to one of the bodyguards. Nail and another bodyguard had vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the earth. Nail was no ordinary individual. The local county police, state police, and federal agents from the FBI were all involved in the investigation. Unlike regular law enforcement, the FBI often disregards many regulations and does not require search warrants, allowing them to pursue investigations with much greater freedom, a reality far removed from cinematic portrayals. Additionally, Nail's status as a celebrity drew significant media attention, with television news covering the story daily, capturing the public's interest. After New Year's Day, all employees returned to work at the farm. Barbie flew directly from Seattle to Cyprus to assist Zhang Jing in completing 3 new identity plans. Dylan and Mike finally secured visas for Milna and Zainab, bringing them to Los Angeles. The effort and expense involved in obtaining visas for the sisters stemmed from Zhang Jing's promise to the 13-year-old Zainab. During the search for the guard statue, Zainab had taken considerable risks, successfully imprisoning a rival for 10 days, thus earning her place. Her sister aspired to become a singer, and Zhang Jing believed she possessed the potential to be a comedic star, reminiscent of a certain Mr. Ling. As Zhang Jing was lost in thought, Leah, the butler who had resumed work after the holiday, approached him, mentioning that Miss Jennifer had arrived for a visit without prior notice. Moments later, Zhang Jing found himself in the living room of the 3rd villa, face to face with Jennifer. Standing at approximately 165 meters, with a cherubic face adorned with freckles, she resembled a high school student. Yesterday, I met Kendra, Jennifer said as she took a seat. She mentioned you. Curious, Zhang Jing asked. What is your relationship? Her father is the founder of the 2nd largest software company, while mine is the founder of Ubisoft. We were classmates in high school and university, always in competition. Zhang Jing understood now why Kendra had rented a horse, a jockey, and a trainer, all in an effort to surpass Jennifer. Did you come to see me for a reason? Zhang Jing inquired directly. Do you know Ellie and Becky? Jennifer asked, mentioning 2 names that left Zhang Jing perplexed, as he had never heard of them. Jennifer then produced 2 photographs. You met them at the Tihu Manor. Realizing they were the 2 young stars, Zhang Jing nodded. Yes. I saw them at the Tihu Manor, but I wasn't introduced to them. In Nail's email, Jennifer continued, I found a video of you and them in bed. May I know the context? Zhang Jing feigned embarrassment, explaining, You know, men have 3 great friendships, sharing a window, standing side by side in battle, and sharing laughter. Does that mean my husband betrayed me? Jennifer challenged Zhang Jing. No, Zhang Jing denied. I did not witness it firsthand. Regarding Nail's disappearance, Jennifer pressed. Do you have anything to say? I hope he is safe, Zhang Jing said earnestly, so that I can continue to benefit from the resources you provide. In terms of mining in Kazakhstan, Jennifer had initially considered 3 candidates, and Zhang Jing's opportunity to compete was largely due to Nail's favorable words on his behalf. However, Nail's willingness to assist Zhang Jing was not out of kindness. Rather, Zhang Jing held evidence of Nail upon their meeting. Zhang Jing directly addressed the matter at hand, stating, I shall find a way to secure your admission into a prestigious film and art school. Success is paramount. Failure would simply be a misfortune of fate. Thank you. Milner replied, overwhelmed with excitement as she bowed in gratitude. I will not disappoint you. If I succeed, I shall ensure I do not let your expectations down. I have faith in you, Zhang Jing interjected, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. However, you must consistently maintain exemplary performance. Otherwise, I will withdraw my support for you and your sister, and you may find yourselves working in the red light district of Mexico, laboring until your debts are repaid. In truth, Zhang Jing's words were meant to instill a sense of urgency rather than to terrify. Life is often marked by the ordinary, with success being a rare occurrence and failure a common reality. Milna, yearning for opportunity, could scarcely fathom the prospect of attending a leading film and art school in the United States. With resolute determination, she declared, I will strive to be nothing short of exceptional. Section 213, Technology and Vigorous Living. As the Christmas holiday came to an end, society resumed its operations. Camfin Farm continued the construction of the winery, horse training grounds, tennis courts, and employee apartments. Winemaking and horse racing were the first industries Zhang Jing became acquainted with, initially merely to fulfill the requirement of 10 job positions for his green card application. Later, the golden finger reward of 3 thoroughbreds, along with the addition of trainer ages, lent a semblance of professionalism to the racing activities. Now, with the move to Canfin Farm, a specialized horse training facility was undoubtedly required. The winery was initially intended to be transformed into a trendy hotspot, but winemaker Cindy insisted on a serious approach. Coupled with Lu Zhubin's attempt to tarnish the estate's reputation with counterfeit products, the winery closed its doors to guests and began earnest winemaking. The tennis court was constructed specifically for Katie. The newly built employee apartments were necessary to accommodate couples, as placing them in communal dormitories was impractical. Additionally, the previously scheduled vault installation commenced, and Canfin Farm busily embarked upon a new year of work. Mr. Zhang Jing, dressed in a deep navy suit and leather shoes, attire previously purchased by Ding Jiaqin, was approached by the housekeeper, Leia, who was clad in a red evening gown. I am ready, she announced. This evening at 6 o'clock, a party hosted by Cedric, the eldest son of the founder of the second software company and a filmmaker who turned 51 after New Year's, would commence at his residence to celebrate the successful launch of his new film. Unlike his usual outings, Zhang Jing drove a Lamborghini Aventador, with Leia seated beside him. Dylan and Mike followed in a black bulletproof SUV. Boss, I heard that this script was penned by Miss Liang, Leia inquired during their drive. Indeed, what are your thoughts? Quite good, Leia agreed. I have an idea. May I share it with you? Zhang Jing smiled and encouraged her to proceed. In the new script, the male lead is a mechanic. Couldn't we insert a car advertisement? Cedric had mentioned this to me, Zhang Jing replied while driving, adding that he had already negotiated a contract with a certain Binmu Li with an advertising fee of $500,000. Leia was taken aback. Why such a large sum? Is it because of Cedric? Zhang Jing couldn't help but laugh. It was initially less, as Cedric's films are rather mediocre and not appealing to advertisers. However, they are willing to pay this amount because they see potential in you. If this film scores above 8.2, they might even increase the ad budget. Am I truly more suited for acting? Leia questioned, her voice tinged with doubt. I hope you will always remain my housekeeper, Zhang Jing sighed. But you will become increasingly busy. Such parties will only multiply. Like a wilted eggplant, Leia's spirits plummeted. And after a moment's reflection, she murmured, Sir, let us return. I do not wish to attend the party. Sensing Leia's unusual demeanor, Zhang Jing slowed the car, signaled, and gradually pulled over to the roadside. Are you all right? He asked with concern. I am. Leia shook her head, but if possible, I would prefer not to attend such meaningless gatherings in the future. Zhang Jing contemplated persuading Leia not to be so willful, as abandoning Cedric at the last minute was not a wise decision. However, upon seeing her expressive, bright eyes and her face that spoke volumes without uttering a word. His intended words transformed into, "Let us return." Leia's smile blossomed, and the bustling roadside seemed to be touched by a gentle spring breeze. The convoy turned around, and Zhang Jing called Cedric to cancel the evening's festivities. Leia, the female lead and the very soul of the new film, declining to attend the launch party was akin to a resounding slap upon the face of an old man. As an heir to a billion-dollar enterprise, Cedric felt a slight embarrassment. Upon returning to Canfin Farm, Leia retreated to her room to rest, while Zhang Jing settled in the living room and proactively composed an apology text to Cedric. In all fairness, the situation had indeed been a misstep on both Zhang Jing's and Leia's parts. Canceling at the last minute was undeniably inappropriate. To express his sincerity, Zhang Jing crafted a lengthy message of over 1,000 words to explain the circumstances, primarily to convey his apologies and to arrange a visit for the following morning. Cedric was understandably displeased, as he relished parties and eagerly anticipated the new collaboration, having prepared a lavish spread of food and drink to welcome Leia and Zhang Jing. However, upon receiving Zhang Jing's lengthy message, his anger subsided by half. The following morning, when Zhang Jing arrived with an abundance of gifts, Cedric's genial nature allowed him to forgive Zhang Jing. Zhang Jing explained Leia's character, expressing sincere regret for not considering her feelings and for the added inconvenience to Cedric. "It's no trouble," Cedric waved dismissively, inviting Zhang Jing into the living room. "In the eyes of my peers, I produce nothing but mediocre films." Last night's gathering had only a handful of guests. Cedric's demeanor surprised Zhang Jing. Typically, one would expect such ultra-wealthy individuals to be particularly concerned about their image, often taking offense easily, like that woman from the H-Plus supermarket. At that moment, a young, stunning woman with golden hair and long legs emerged from the dining room, leading 6 children in tow. The presence of 6 children was not remarkable. What was remarkable was that they all appeared to be the product of advanced technology and a vigorous lifestyle. 3 boys were dressed identically, as were 3 girls, all appearing to be of similar ages, around 5 or 6, suggesting they were not born of the same mother. "Zhang Jing, the owner of Canfin Farm," Cedric introduced. "This is Kess, my girlfriend, and these 6 children are my sons and daughters." The revelation left Zhang Jing astounded. Initially, Barbie had suggested engaging in activities to assist humanity in procreation, focusing particularly on business with the Dragon Kingdom. On another occasion, Aegis had cautioned Zhang Jing about the challenges of romance, suggesting that if he wished to have children, it might be wiser to utilize technology, offering to assist him without charge. Having heard such concepts numerous times, he was now witnessing it manifest in reality. With a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Zhang Jing forced a polite smile and greeted, "Good morning, Miss Kess." "Good morning," Kess replied sweetly, her beauty and figure surpassing that of most women. "I heard from Cedric that you and Miss Leia did not attend the party last night. He was quite disappointed." Zhang Jing clarified the situation, explaining that Leia was wholly engrossed in script research, and socializing would distract her, as long as she performed well in the role. Her absence from the party was a trivial matter. He silently admired Cedric's optimistic outlook, finding him more agreeable than Nair. Birds of a feather flocked together. His young girlfriend appeared equally amiable. After exchanging pleasantries, 3 maids accompanied Kess as she took the 6 children out for their kindergarten drop-off. Cedric's life, complete with a luxurious mansion, a youthful girlfriend, and 6 children, all while pursuing his passion for filmmaking, evoked envy in Zhang Jing, causing him to ponder whether the conventional path of marriage and parenthood was indeed the correct one. Section 214. The golden loophole. Cedric remained oblivious to the fact that his attitude towards life troubled Zhang Jing. In conversation, he remarked, "I heard from Candela that you too are a treasure seeker, searching for the treasure of Alfonso XIII? "Indeed," Zhang Jing replied. "Alfonso Xi's hasty flight to Rome, concealing a century's worth of wealth, is common knowledge. It is said to be a fortune of great magnitude. I have a friend within the Spanish royal circles, of medium stature and sporting a full beard. He once shared tales regarding ancestral treasures that may have long since vanished. Alfonso XIII had a son who fled to Rome alongside him. His son married a princess from the Kingdom of Sicily and fathered a grandson, who ascended to the throne on November 27, 1975, ensuring the continuation of the royal lineage. Why does your Spanish royal friend believe the treasure is no longer extant?" Zhang Jing inquired, intrigued. Cedric paused to sip his coffee before continuing. After their escape, Alfonso XIII supported General Miguel's authoritarian rule. In the aftermath, General de Rivera's eldest son established the Lancer Party. At this point, he took another sip of coffee and added, "The Lancer Party rose swiftly, necessitating substantial funds." Zhang Jing grasped Cedric's implication. He believed that, in the rush to flee, the treasure left behind had fallen into the hands of Miguel's son. having previously immersed himself in this historical narrative. He recalled that Alfonso Xi's departure from Madrid was marked by urgency, reminiscent of the chaos in Kabul. Failing to act swiftly could lead to being engulfed by the wrath of the populace, rendering it impossible to transport the royal family's accumulated wealth. Subsequently, the democratic forces representing the will of the impoverished ascended to power. However, this period of hope was short-lived, as landowners, religious factions, and factory owners rallied against them, leading to the emergence of numerous opposition groups, including the Lancer Party. Although the Lancer Party was not the largest opposition faction, it was the most agile and active, even managing to establish connections with certain influential figures. Upon reflection, Cedric's assertions held merit. The treasure of Alfonso XIII might indeed be a mere myth. Yet, the Golden Finger held a differing opinion. A recent discovery of a tragic and incomplete treasure-hunting clue materialized. Zhang Jing, when Alfonso XIII fled, he concealed his family's extensive wealth in a secret location, which remains undiscovered to this day. But where could it be hidden? It was evident that Alfonso Xi's treasure still existed, simply buried too well for anyone to uncover. As for the rapid rise of the Lancer Party, it was likely tied to the aforementioned influential figures, far removed from Zhang Jing's concerns. Nonetheless, this at least allowed some to believe that Alfonso's treasure was a fantasy, which was advantageous for Zhang Jing. As Zhang Jing conversed with Cedric, a long-ignored oversight was coming to light. In the Beverly Hills villa, where Su Su had long resided, an unexpected discovery was made in Wang Cici's room, a gold ingot weighing approximately 20 pounds. The gold itself was unremarkable. Su Su was not lacking in wealth and could easily afford 200 pounds of gold. What piqued her curiosity, however, was the skull insignia embossed on the side of the ingot. Due to her extensive connections, Su Su casually snapped a photo and sent it to a known industry expert for appraisal. At the Hong Kong pawnshop, the third-generation heir, Zhang Xiaofan, was preparing to close up when he received Su Su's image, causing him to pause in surprise. Having been immersed in the art of appraisal since childhood, Zhang Xiaofan recognized at a glance that the mark on the ingot belonged to the legendary pirate Edward. If a regular client had sent such an image, he would have harbored doubts about its authenticity. However, Su Su was different. Her vast network made it highly probable that she had obtained something genuine. Importantly, she would never fabricate evidence or deceive herself. Nonetheless, Edward's treasure had remained a mystery, with no one ever having found it. So what did Su Su's image signify? Trusting in Su Su's integrity, Zhang Xiaofan pondered whether her account had been compromised. He promptly called Su Su, and upon connection, cautiously asked, "Ms. Su, where did you acquire that ingot?" "It was a gift from someone," Su Su replied. "The surface is quite oxidized, giving it an antique appearance." "What did you deduce?" Zhang Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Su, the individual who gifted you that ingot is likely an expert in forgery. The mark on the ingot is associated with the notorious pirate Edward." Su Su, skeptical, reiterated, "Are you certain you are not mistaken?" "I am confident," Zhang Xiaofan assured her over the phone. "Edward's treasure is steeped in legend. No one has ever located it, which suggests your ingot is likely a forgery." With a hint of intuition, Su Su began to suspect that Zhang Jing might be the one who had gifted her the ingot. Given Zhang Jing's identity as a treasure seeker and the coverage he received regarding his search for Edward's treasure, she probed further. If it were genuine, what would that imply? "Miss Su, it is improbable that it is genuine," Zhang Xiaofan insisted fervently. "If it were, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. If you are involved and currently abroad, I advise you to return for your safety. Please keep this matter confidential," Su Su instructed before ending the call. She scrutinized the gold ingot once more, noting its weathered surface as if it had been submerged in water for a century. 10 minutes later, Su Su drove a white Maserati out, her destination set for Canfin Farm. Meanwhile, Zhang Jing remained at Cedric's residence, where the housekeeper, Leia, attended to guests. "I have watched Love in the Rain and Rainbow Bridge," Su Su complimented Leia. "Your performance was superb, and your unique aura suits a variety of roles." "Thank you," Leia replied, having become immune to flattery. She gently placed a cup of red tea before Su Su and firmly reminded her, "I am the housekeeper. The role of a housekeeper is not your only future." Su Su countered. "Zhang Jing recognizes this, which is why he encouraged you to participate in films to earn for him. If you wish to change jobs, I could offer you triple your current salary." Leia's weekly salary had initially been 1,500 meters, but after selling Manor 1049, Zhang Jing had increased it by 300 meters, bringing her current weekly earnings to 1,800 meters, equating to 7,200 meters monthly. In comparison to most occupations, 7,200 meters was a substantial income. Not to mention the job was both easy and dignified. Crucially, Zhang Jing had never shown her any embarrassment. Even when he abruptly returned the previous evening, he remained magnanimous. shouldering all responsibilities alone. Barring unforeseen circumstances, she would likely remain loyal to Zhang Jing, just as veterinarian Ruth, jockey Haifa, and mechanic Dylan had. With steadfast resolve, Leia smiled and politely declined Su's generous offer, stating, "I do not intend to change jobs at this time." Feeling a sense of loss, Su wished she could take Leia with her, but dispelling unrealistic thoughts, she inquired, "How many girlfriends does Zhang Jing have?" "The personal affairs of the owner are not the concern of the housekeeper," Leia replied, maintaining her boundaries. Unperturbed by the rebuff, Su feigned casualness and asked, "Aren't you worried that Zhang Jing might choose a difficult-to-communicate girlfriend?" Leia had indeed considered this question, as had nearly all long-standing employees. Previously, they had assumed that the owner would be Ding Jiechi, given her good looks and amiable personality, which had alleviated their concerns. Now, with the owner having been separated from his previous partner for 10 months, an unsettling sense of uncertainty had emerged. Later, the girlfriend was replaced by Zhou Miao, who was even more alluring than Ding Jiechi, yet she had never caused any troubles for the staff, living far removed in Hong Kong. Thus, there was little cause for concern among the employees.